I'm merely lying flat in the research institute, engaging in my studies while casually accumulating some video content. I truly never aspired to become a Pokémon Master. I never even contemplated transforming any nefarious organizations or saving any worlds, yet they seem to have sought me out on their own accord. Pokémon Professor, the pioneer of Pokémon ecology, chief consultant for the Rainbow Rocket team. The legendary Pokémon Mediator, a popular content creator, and the hidden world champion lurking behind the scenes of the Research Institute, Bairan. Gazing at the ever-refreshing honor titles on the system panel, he let out a resigned sigh. Chapter 1, Bairan. The ethereal blue light of the screen reflected in Bailan's bloodshot eyes, his sculpted visage now tinged with a pallid hue of lifelessness. As a somewhat renowned Pokémon content creator, he had gone 3 days and nights without sleep in pursuit of hatching a shiny Charmander. At last, when the final Pokémon egg in the storage gently swayed with a pink halo at the center of the screen, it suddenly cracked open with a resounding click amidst a dazzling burst of white light. Accompanied by twinkling starlight, a Pokémon radiating an extraordinary golden hue raised its head and emitted a small burst of tender flames. It worked. Bailan felt as though an invisible hand was gripping his heart. Holy cow, I did it! He abruptly rose from his gaming chair, exclaiming with elation. Overcome by euphoria, he hadn't even managed to press the stop recording button before darkness enveloped him, and he collapsed heavily to the ground. Bailan passed away at the tender age of 20. After an indeterminate amount of time, the sharp scent of fresh grass and abundant oxygen filled his nostrils. Bailan jolted awake, his eyes snapping open. Holy cow, my shiny Charmander! Bailan roared, startling a flock of birds as he gasped for breath. It was only then that he noticed the unfamiliar surroundings. He found himself lying amidst a thicket in the woods, everything around him terrifyingly alien. The memory of his rented apartment had been supplanted by a lush, verdant forest. He propped himself up, feeling the damp earth beneath his palms. What on earth? How did I end up here? A youthful complaint escaped his lips, leaving Bailan momentarily stunned. Who was speaking? Looking down, he nearly bit his tongue in disbelief. Those tiny, frail hands unmistakably belonged to a child. Skeptically, Bailan pinched the back of his hand. Ouch! This was no dream. But what was the meaning of this unfamiliar environment and strange body? Had he crossed over after a sudden death? And why had he transformed into a child? He surveyed his surroundings, his eyes flooded with an expanse of dense woods he had never encountered before. In the distance, he could vaguely see houses that exuded an inexplicable familiarity, akin to the architectural style of a certain video game. Why does this seem so familiar? Bailan murmured, his thoughts a tangled mess. Just then, a mechanical voice resonated in his mind. System binding in progress, 100, binding successful. As a well-read individual, Bailan quickly grasped the implications. The golden finger had arrived. The Super Up Master cultivation system has been activated. The beginner's gift package, Eye of Analysis, and Unknown Pokémon Egg have been issued. System explanation. The host can earn BP points by filming, editing, and publishing Pokémon-related videos. Likes, views, collections, tips, and follower counts can all be converted into BP points proportionally. Additionally, completing system-assigned tasks, engaging in Pokémon battles, interacting with Pokémon, and unlocking achievements can also yield BP points. BP points can be exchanged for items, Pokeballs, berries, technical machines, and more in the system shop. Upon seeing these familiar phrases, Bailan immediately sensed the gravity of the situation. Pokémon? I've crossed over into the Pokémon world. Suddenly, an egg adorned with golden patterns appeared in his arms. Before he could fully process this immense surprise, the beginner's gift package, Eye of Analysis, activated quietly. His vision transformed. Everything appeared clearer. The scene slowed down significantly, and a layer of light enveloped his sight. Target locked. You. Name Bailan. Age, 7. Status, malnourished, mild concussion. Held Pokémon, unknown egg. Held items, none. BP points, 0. Overall evaluation, a wretched soul devoid of anything but a handsome face. Bailan's expression darkened instantly. What was with this scathing assessment? He suppressed the urge to scoff and directed his gaze towards the golden egg in his embrace. Target locked, unknown egg. Description, a Pokémon egg adorned with golden patterns, hard in texture, vibrant in life force, requiring time to hatch. For now, do not expect it to lead you out of the forest. Bailan muttered, well, this system certainly has a sharp tongue. Taking a deep breath, he quelled the tumult within and began to force himself to analyze the situation. He had traversed into the Pokémon world, transformed into a 7-year-old child and bound to a system closely related to his former profession as a content creator. By simply filming videos, he could grow stronger. This was an utterly tailored golden finger for him. In his previous life, he had made a living through this very means. Although his initial circumstances were somewhat impoverished, it was not a significant issue. As long as his spirit remained unyielding, solutions would always outnumber difficulties. Once he regained his status as the illustrious Master, who would dare to claim invincibility in his presence? Future Bairan felt invigorated and then gazed at the golden egg in his arms. By the way, what kind of Pokemon's egg is this? Just as Bairan was studying the egg intently, a rustling sound suddenly emanated from the nearby bushes. His heart skipped a beat. Turning around, he beheld a purple serpent coiled around the tree roots, slowly raising its rounded head, its cold vertical pupils locking onto him, its forked tongue flicking in and out, as if licking Bairan's neck. An Arbok. As a devoted fan who had devoured the Pokemon Pokédex as bedtime stories, he would never mistake it. The cartoonish image from the games and animations now converged with the menacing creature before him. Arbok. Bairan instinctively uttered the name, his voice trembling without his own realization. This utterance did not serve to soothe, but rather acted as a provocation. Arbok emitted a threatening hiss, its body taut like a bowstring, poised to strike. Big brother, let's talk this over. After all, we both have Bai in our names. Perhaps we were even from the same family centuries ago. Bairan quaked in fear, clutching the golden egg with one hand while scrambling backward with his other limbs, attempting to create a safe distance. His back collided with a hard tree stump, leaving him with no avenue for retreat. Could it be that my journey to ascend to the throne is destined to meet an untimely demise? Tears welled in Bairan's heart. At that moment, the eye of analysis triggered. Target locked. Arbok. Emotion. Alert. Hungry. Skills. Glare. Constrict. Venomous spike. Trait. Intimidation. Comprehensive evaluation. A small snake with a rather irritable temperament. It is advisable for weak hosts to avoid provoking it, for its venomous spikes will grant you a taste of genuine pain. Bairan's eyelids twitched in agitation. This system, it seems, is solely designed to provide information and stoke the flames of trouble, is it not? Moreover, having already entangled itself in this predicament, it continues to offer hindsight. I'm hungry, a-bye. The long serpent approached with an unsettling demeanor, flicking its tongue menacingly. Its head was slightly raised, venomous fangs glinting ominously in the sunlight, as if preparing to sink into Bairan's slender arm at any moment. Just as the situation reached a critical juncture, a booming shout erupted like thunder on a clear day. Dragonite, blow it away. Chapter 2, Professor Oak. Before his words could fully escape his lips, a colossal creature burst forth from behind a tree with a thunderous crash that sent leaves tumbling to the ground. Its body, a striking blend of yellow and cream, resembled a massive dump truck. Its short wings merely flapped gently, yet the gusts generated instantly coalesced into a miniature whirlwind. This whirlwind accurately targeted the poised Arbok, propelling it away with remarkable force. The Arbok arced through the air like a discarded sack, landing with a thud in a distant thicket, writhing momentarily before rolling and scurrying into the depths of the forest. Oh my, no, it's a Dragonite. Bairan gasped, his mouth agape, unable to restrain his astonishment as he stared at the behemoth capable of conjuring whirlwinds with mere wing beats. The awe he had felt through a screen in his past life paled in comparison to the overwhelming reality before him. He had encountered Dragonites countless times in games and animations, perceiving them as endearing, reliable companions, postal workers, and aerial fortresses. Yet, those were merely data and pixels, illustrations and voiceovers. The creature before him, with each powerful flap of its wings stirring the air, every scale reflecting authentic light, emanated an oppressive presence that no virtual image could ever hope to replicate. The plump Dragonite now stood before Bairan, curiously lowering its head to inspect the egg-wielding boy. Its round, gleaming eyes filled with unbridled curiosity. Target locked, Dragonite. Emotion, gentle, curious. Skills, Gust, Dragon Dance, Extreme Speed, Hurricane, Hyper Beam. Ability, Multiscale. Overall evaluation. A postal worker whose strength has long since reached the pinnacle of the world, possessing formidable combat capabilities and a gentle disposition. Do not provoke it, moreover. It is advisable for the host to cling to its leg. Bairan swallowed hard. This assessment was both astute and heart-wrenching. However, the system had spoken a truth this time. The prowess of this Dragonite likely surpassed his previous understanding of the elite. Are you all right, little one? A gentle voice inquired. Balaam then noticed an elderly gentleman standing beside the Dragonite. He removed his hat, which bore several blades of grass, and his white hair playfully swayed at the back of his head. Clad in a white lab coat speckled with twigs and dirt, his eyes sparkled with clarity and vitality. Upon recognizing that familiar yet foreign visage, Balaam's mind cleared in an instant. That iconic white coat, that broad and amiable smile. Those eyes capable of embracing all things Professor Oak. The towering figure in the realm of Pokémon research. The legendary individual who had bestowed countless trainers with their first Pokémon. Balaam's heart raced. The living, breathing Professor Oak stood before him, merely a few steps away. Was he now in the world of Pokémon? Be it a special episode or the TV series. Balaam's thoughts became muddled as he struggled to rise, clutching the egg. I am fine. Thank you, Professor Oak. Oh, you know me? Professor Oak replied, a hint of surprise flickering in his eyes. Of course. You are Professor Oak, the greatest Pokémon researcher. Balaam exclaimed, his voice brimming with uncontainable admiration. He felt as if he were a fervent fan from his previous life, on the brink of rushing forward for an autograph. This sensation was exquisite, as if he had shattered the dimensional barrier, with childhood dreams manifesting into reality at this very moment. Professor Oak laughed heartily, waving his hand dismissively. Haha, what greatness are you talking about? I'm merely an old fellow who enjoys spending time with Pokémon. I never imagined I'd be so renowned. But you, my boy, wandering alone in the forest is perilous, especially while clutching that egg. What is your name? Where are your family? Family? The question caused Balaam's expression to freeze. He could hardly admit to being a transmigrator, nor could he confess to being an orphan. His mind raced to concoct a plausible excuse. My name is Balaam. As for family, just as he pondered how to navigate this predicament, Professor Oak's gaze settled on him, his smile softening slightly, and his brow furrowing. My child, why are you so thin? You seem injured. As he spoke, Professor Oak crouched down, disregarding the muddy ground, and gently parted Balaam's disheveled hair to examine a bruise on his forehead. This needs to be treated promptly. His movements were tender and instinctive, radiating an undeniable concern. He then lightly brushed his fingers over the golden egg in Balaam's arms. The egg is unharmed. It's quite lively. It should hatch soon. Professor Oak smiled as he gently patted the egg. Balaam was taken aback by this unexpected kindness. In his previous life, he had been an orphan, scraping by to become a somewhat notable content creator, barely managing to fill his stomach, never having experienced such heartfelt warmth devoid of ulterior motives. He sensed that Professor Oak genuinely cared for him, not merely as part of an official inquiry. He recalled the meticulous guidance and affection Professor Oak had shown to Ash and Gary in the anime. The forest isn't safe, and night is approaching. Professor Oak stood, brushing off the dirt from his white coat, his tone gentle. Come with me back to my research lab. I have medical supplies. And this egg needs a warm environment to hatch. You must be quite hungry too. He naturally extended his hand toward Balaam. Gazing at the calloused hand, Balaam hesitated. He understood that accepting this hand meant fully integrating into this world and embarking on a new life. In the end, he grasped it. The large, warm palm enveloped his small hand entirely, a long-forgotten sense of security spreading throughout him. Everything seemed not as dire as he had imagined. Just as Balaam sighed with relief, Professor Oak suddenly exclaimed, glancing down at him with a look of mild astonishment. You, little one, possess an extraordinary gaze, one not typical for your age. Professor Oak displayed a broad smile, yet his clear eyes seemed to pierce through to Balaam's very soul. Balaam's heart skipped a beat, a wave of anxiety washing over him as if he had been seen through. He instinctively attempted to withdraw his hand, but Professor Oak held it gently. Let us go, child. Without further questioning, Professor Oak patted the Dragonite's ample belly before turning to walk deeper into the forest. The Dragonite rubbed its belly, flapped its wings, and soared into the sky, stirring up a cloud of dust as it closely followed the professor. Balaam, grasping Professor Oak's hand, stumbled along behind. Yet, within his mind echoed the professor's words. This legendary figure seemed sharper than he had anticipated. However, he quickly regained his composure. He possessed a system and the knowledge from his past life. If utilized wisely, these could be transformed into advantages. Moreover, he sensed that Professor Oak was a good man. Having latched onto this opportunity, he realized that his meals at the research lab would surely be secured. Balaam silently calculated in his mind, a smile unconsciously blooming at the corners of his mouth. Chapter 3. The Oak Research Lab. The Oak Research Lab was situated on the outskirts of Pallet Town. Nestled in a broad clearing, the white main building glistening with a warm golden hue under the sun. Following closely behind Professor Oak, Balaam tread upon the smooth stone path, each step feeling as if it were laid upon history itself. The Oak Research Lab in Pallet Town was where all stories commenced. Nana, Green. I'm back. Professor Oak exclaimed, pushing open the heavy door, his voice resonant and robust, echoing through the spacious corridor. Upon hearing those names, Bailan's heart stirred. It seemed he had indeed entered the world of the Pokémon special episodes. Grandpa, you're back. A gentle voice called from the second floor, followed shortly by the sound of quick footsteps descending the stairs. Bailan lifted his gaze, and a girl with a high ponytail and chestnut hair came into view. She wore a light blue loungewear, and her face was adorned with a smile that felt like a breath of spring. When her eyes landed on Bailan, that smile transformed into a look of concern. It was his sister, Naime, the image from his memories of comics perfectly aligned with the person before him. Who is this? Naime naturally inquired as she approached Professor Okido. This child I met in the forest behind the mountain is called Bailan. He is facing some family issues and temporarily has nowhere to go, so I thought it best for him to stay at the Research Institute, Professor Okido explained, gently ruffling Bailan's hair with his broad palm. No home. Naime's voice brimmed with sympathy as she crouched down to look at the frail Bailan. You must be going through a lot, huh? Bailan found himself enveloped by this sudden warmth, his throat tightening, and he could only nod silently. And this child, Naime continued, her gaze shifting to the golden egg cradled in Bailan's arms, needs to be placed in the incubator as soon as possible. I'll fetch a medical kit to tend to your wounds. Kingolf is in the backyard taking care of the Pokémon. I'll call him over. With a smile, Naime stood up and turned towards the back door. Before long, a tall, brown-haired boy strode in through the back door, still speckled with bits of grass. He appeared to be a few years older than Bailan, his demeanor calm and markedly different from the exuberance typical of his age. It was the fiery rival, Kingolf. So, you are Bailan. Kingolf's gaze swept over him, calm yet scrutinizing. What are you doing alone in the wild? Bailan met his gaze and, using the prepared words he had thought of, whispered, I have nowhere else to go. That single statement effectively stifled any further inquiries. Kingolf's expression momentarily faltered, a flicker of apology flashing in his eyes. I'm sorry. It's fine, Bailan scratched his head, feigning indifference while internally offering an apology. Just then, a flurry of hurried footsteps approached, accompanied by an exuberant announcement. Professor Okido. I've come to see the Pokémon. With a loud bang, the front door swung open, and a black-haired boy dashed in. Bailan's heart skipped a beat. Wasn't this the world of the special episodes? How could he be here? The man who exemplified the Master of Types and the Flying Type Master. What kind of world was this? As he discerned the age of the newcomer, disbelief washed over him. This was still a mere child. What on earth was happening? Kingolf had already matured into a young man. How was Ash still so young? Ash, you've arrived just in time, Professor Okido cheerfully introduced. This is Bailan, who might be staying at the Research Institute for a while. Ash curiously assessed Bailan, extending his hand with a wide grin. Hello, I'm Ash, from Pallet Town. My goal is to become the world's greatest Pokémon Master. Gazing at the youthful face before him, Bailan was overwhelmed with emotions, suppressing his confusion as he shook Ash's hand. Hello, I'm Bailan. How wonderful. Now I have another friend. Ash exclaimed joyfully, giving Bailan's shoulder an enthusiastic pat, his grip surprisingly strong. His attention was immediately captivated by the golden egg. Wow. What Pokemon's egg is this? It's golden. So cool. I'm not sure. I found it in the wild. Bailan fabricated a casual excuse. Humph, another freeloader has arrived. A somewhat arrogant voice interjected unexpectedly from the staircase. Everyone turned to see a boy with a hedgehog-like hairstyle, strikingly similar to Kingolf but younger, leisurely descending while clutching a thick book. He raised his chin slightly, curiosity barely concealed in his gaze. Shigeru. The hint of arrogance was unmistakable, and Bailan nearly chuckled, realizing he had traversed into a peculiar world that blended special episodes with the TV anime. Shigeru. Naime, arriving with a medical kit and an incubator, shot him a reproachful look. Mind your manners. Shigeru pouted defiantly, approaching Bailan and inspecting him as if he were an object. You're all bruised and look malnourished. What a troublesome fellow. Naime knelt before Bailan, gently placing the golden egg into the incubator before opening the medical kit to tend to his injuries. All right, everyone. No need to linger. Naime clapped her hands and stood up, breaking the somewhat awkward atmosphere. I'll take Bailan on a tour of the Research Institute and arrange a room for him. I want to come too. Ash immediately raised his hand. I'll join as well, Kingolf kindly agreed. Shigeru grumbled about boredom, yet his body obediently followed at the end of the line. The interior of the Research Institute was far more expansive than Bailan had imagined, filled with an array of unfamiliar sophisticated instruments and towering bookshelves that reached the ceiling, leaving him awestruck. The backyard is the best part, Ash exclaimed, eagerly pushing open the back door and shouting with excitement. It's a Pokémon paradise. As the door swung open, a vast world unfolded before them. Lush green lawns, crystal clear ponds and streams, and dense thickets. Various Pokémon thrived leisurely within this space. A herd of toros galloped across the prairie, Bulbasaur basked in the sun by the flower beds, and various water-type Pokémon frolicked in pairs in the ponds. In addition to Pokémon from Kanto and Johto, many from other regions had also made this expansive backyard their home. This was not merely a backyard, but a complete ecological environment. Bailan stood transfixed, the scene before him overwhelming his senses. This was the utopia he had longed for, a harmonious coexistence between humans and Pokémon, devoid of cold data, brimming instead with pure vitality. Do you like it here? Naime had somehow approached his side, softly inquiring. Bailan nodded vigorously, his eyes sparkling brighter than ever. I love it. That's wonderful, Naime beamed sweetly. Come on. I'll take you to see your room. The room was on the second floor, modest yet impeccably tidy, with a sunny flower pot on the desk beneath the window, and the bed linens exuded a fresh scent of sunlight and soap. This used to be a guest room, and now it will be yours, Naime said gently. If you need anything, feel free to come find me. Bailan stood in the center of the room, his hand brushing lightly over the clean desk. A stark contrast to the cluttered computer desk filled with takeout boxes from his memories. A long-lost sense of stability washed over him like a warm current. He took a deep breath and solemnly addressed Naime. Thank you, Sister Naime. You're welcome. Remember to come down for dinner later, Naime said with a smile, ruffling his hair before closing the door behind her. Now alone in the room, Bailan walked to the window, watching the Pokémon frolicking in the backyard. The weight that had hung over his heart for so long finally lifted. From this day forth, this would be his new home, with a place to settle. The next step, Bailan glanced down at the golden egg nestled quietly in the incubator, an involuntary smile spreading across his face. It was time for the name of the great Bailan to resonate once more in this world, just as he was immersed in this tranquility. A gentle knock echoed at the door. Chapter 4, Professor Okito's Invitation. Bailan, it's me, came Professor Okito's voice. Come in, Doctor, Bailan replied. Professor Okito entered, empty-handed. Yet his clear eyes held a hint of curiosity. Young lad, just now in the backyard, I noticed your eyes nearly glued to those Bulbasaur, Professor Okito remarked. Moving to the window and gazing out at the backyard, his tone gentle. What did you see? Bailan's heart raced. Truly, Professor Okito's observational skills were remarkable. He certainly couldn't confess that he had come from a world where technology and harsh reality reigned. Ah, Doctor, it is nothing of great consequence, Bailan pondered his words, feigning nonchalance as he gestured towards the window. It's just that, among them, there is one that seems rather special. His gaze settled upon a particular Bulbasaur in the backyard, lazily sprawled by the flower bed, its green head, legs, and seed indistinguishable from its companions. Target locked, Bulbasaur. Emotion, comfortable, lethargic. Skills, tackle, growl, vine whip. Ability, chlorophyll. Overall evaluation, an exceptionally promising little creature with a relatively rare hidden ability among its kind. Different? Professor Oak followed Bailan's gaze, his brow furrowing slightly. Which one? They all appear quite similar. Could it be that, at your tender age, you already possess a unique affinity for Pokémon? He teased. It's the one closest to the sunflower. Bailan elaborated, knowing that such casual precision was most impressive. I just feel that its green hue seems more vibrant than the other Bulbasaurs, almost more alive. Moreover, its movements in the sunlight are swifter than the rest. Professor Oak paused, momentarily taken aback by Bailan's observation. After a brief moment, a flicker of contemplation crossed his eyes. He hastened to his desk and retrieved a scanner connected to a screen. Without further ado, he nodded at Bailan and hurried out, evidently intent on verifying his claim. Sitting on his bed, Bailan felt elated. This was the true essence of having a golden finger. It not only showcased his talent, but also compelled Professor Oak to regard him with newfound respect. He began to envision how, in the future, he would nonchalantly discover various potential gems and cultivate them into world-class Pokémon. Approximately 10 minutes later, Professor Oak re-entered the room, his expression a mixture of complexity, surprise, puzzlement, but predominantly profound contemplation. Come here, lad. Feel this again. He thrust the scanner towards Bailan, pointing at the data on the screen. This Bulbasaur exhibits significantly higher chlorophyll activity than its peers. Its energy circulation system is also more refined. You call that a feeling? Your intuition surpasses this array of instruments. Bailan took the scanner, feigning scrutiny before scratching his head. Perhaps this is what one might call talent? Just a jest, Doctor. I don't really know. It simply catches my eye. Maybe I have a penchant for Bulbasaurs, hence my closer observation, though his reasoning sounded somewhat dismissive. Professor Oak accepted it without question. The concern in his gaze had transformed into pure admiration and curiosity. This intuition is extraordinary, he murmured to himself, refraining from pacing excitedly. Instead, gently caressing the scanner's screen while lost in thought. He looked up at Bailan, his tone laced with approval. Engaging in Pokémon research requires not only a solid foundation of knowledge, but also such intuitive judgment. My lifetime of Pokémon study is not solely reliant on rigorous data and accumulated experience. You, my boy, depend on your heartfelt connection to Pokémon. It seems I must also reconsider the mysteries of Pokémon from a different perspective. Bailan smiled humbly, yet internally mused. Doctor, you need not try. You cannot emulate this. Would you, from now on, consider spending more time at the Research Institute? Professor Oak suddenly halted, gazing gently at Bailan, his eyes brimming with expectation. Join me. Observe these Pokémon and record your impressions. Perhaps, your unique perspective could unlock new avenues in Pokémon research. An observer? Such a fortunate role. Bailan was momentarily taken aback. Was this not the dream of a leisurely life he had always yearned for? He could interact with Pokémon, hone his skills, and avoid the relentless battles faced by Ash. After all, he was no novice. Having transformed his mindset following his previous life's abrupt end, Bailan resolved to embrace a laid-back existence in this new world, striving to become a researcher while also creating content and living a simple life with Pokémon. Absolutely. I would be more than willing. Bailan immediately rose, joyously affirming his acceptance. Ding. Achievement unlocked. The beginning of the research journey. Title earned. Pokémon Observer of Professor Oak's Laboratory. BP points, 1,200. Before Bailan could fully process this, the system unexpectedly chimed in. Marvelous. Professor Oak laughed heartily, patting Bailan's shoulder. Then it is settled. You shall henceforth be our Pokémon Observer. Your main task will be to perceive Pokémon through your heart, documenting those aspects that are invisible to our data. Bailan's eyes sparkled. An observer. This title sounded far more prestigious than that of a mere homeless child. Moreover, it signified that he could legitimately engage in leisurely research at the Institute, without the need for strenuous battles. Before he could revel in his excitement, Bailan's mind whirled with an idea. Doctor, since I am to be an observer, merely using my eyes and pen may not suffice. Sometimes a Pokémon's fleeting reaction is gone in an instant. Might I borrow a camera? I wish to capture these moments, creating visual documentation. This would facilitate reviews and greatly assist your research. Excellent idea. Professor Oak beamed, clearly impressed by Bailan's suggestion. Visual documentation? Splendid. Your thinking is far more agile than mine. As our Pokémon observer, you may capture a wealth of Pokémon footage. Thank you, Doctor. I shall endeavor to excel. Bailan stood tall and bowed earnestly. Do not mention it, Professor Oak chuckled, waving his hand. However, mere intuition is insufficient. Foundational knowledge must accompany it. Before you proceed, I suggest you accompany Green for some supplementary lessons. I will diligently learn from Green. Bailan replied, standing straight with enthusiasm. Haha, best of luck, young man. Professor Oak's smile radiated admiration, as if he were beholding an unpolished gem. Oh, one more thing. Professor Oak retrieved a brand new red and blue Pokédex from his pocket. This is the Pokédex. Since you are now a member of our research institute, you must have one. You can use this Pokédex to connect with others. It functions similarly to a phone and can also identify Pokémon details through the scanner at the back. It has been modified by our institute and is now the most advanced model available. As Bailan's eyes sparkled with excitement at the sight of the Pokédex, Professor Oak smiled with satisfaction. Now, go find Nana May to borrow a camera. There seems to be an old machine gathering dust at the institute that you can use for now. After giving Bailan a reassuring pat on the shoulder, he turned towards the door. As he grasped the doorknob, he halted abruptly, casting a meaningful glance back at Bailan. Bailan, remember, sometimes the power to change the world does not rest solely in the hands of champions. Professor Oak playfully winked. Perhaps it lies within the discerning eyes that observe Pokémon. With that, he rubbed his head and hummed a tune, strolling away with his hands behind his back. In the room, Bailan savored those words thoughtfully. Was the doctor's remark merely encouragement, or had he truly perceived something more? This amiable professor had the keen insight to recognize Ash's Pikachu as extraordinary. Surely, he would not be oblivious to Bailan's subtle ruse from the outset. Yet, he decided not to dwell on it. Some things are best left to unfold naturally. Bailan sighed, stretching out in a relaxed manner, sinking into the softness of his bed. The fragrant amalgamation of sunlight and soap wafted into his nostrils, soothing his taut nerves. Take off. This wave is stable. A smile broke uncontrollably upon his lips, as his mind began to swiftly devise a grand blueprint for his leisurely endeavors. The first step, to tightly embrace Dr. Oak's robust thigh, the most formidable in the entire league, in hopes of becoming his legitimate protege, thus allowing him to idly pass the time at the research institute. The second step, to rekindle his previous vocation and revive his career as a content creator. The multitude of Pokémon in the backyard, each one a potential superstar. A few clips of a Rampardos dashing or a Squirtle splashing about would surely draw in an avalanche of views. Soon enough, his BP points would overflow. He chuckled to himself, envisioning a resplendent future, with a Mewtwo in his left hand and a Mew in his right, and a horde of shiny Pokémon in the backyard. He could ride a Dragonite into town for groceries, and later let an Arcanine warm his bed. Perfection. Just as Bailan was lost in this delightful daydream, a steady knock on the door jolted him awake. Startled, he sat up quickly. Come in. The door swung open to reveal a calm and composed Ching LV, who entered bearing 2 shopping bags, followed by a hedgehog-haired figure peeking in, none other than Xiao Mao. Grandfather asked me to inform you that tomorrow morning at 8, you are to report to the first-floor resource room. I will be responsible for your foundational knowledge training. Ching LV's tone was devoid of any inflection. He placed the bags by the bed, containing fresh clothes that he had sent his Dragonite to fetch, ensuring they would fit well for a restful night. Thank you, Brother Ching LV. Bailan felt a warmth in his heart. The future gym leader's cool demeanor concealed a warmth that was utterly endearing. Unable to contain himself, Xiao Mao stepped forward, arms crossed and pouting. Humph, having to start from scratch with the basics. What a burden you are. Brother Ching LV. You mustn't let him weigh you down. Your goal is to surpass Senior Qihong. Upon hearing this, Bailan glanced at the contrasting pair of brothers. His earlier goofy smile instantly disappearing, replaced by a gentle and harmless expression. It would indeed be a challenge for Brother Ching LV. He first nodded politely to Ching LV, then turned to Xiao Mao, his gaze sincere. Xiao Mao is right. As someone with no foundation, I will undoubtedly consume a significant amount of Brother Ching LV's invaluable training time. Xiao Mao was taken aback, having prepared a barrage of taunts, only for his opponent to acknowledge the truth so readily, rendering him speechless. So, Bailan continued, his eyes sparkling brightly as he looked at Xiao Mao. To ensure I don't delay Brother Ching LV in his pursuit of surpassing Senior Qihong, I shall entrust my after-class tutoring to you. You are the esteemed grandson of a professor. Your knowledge must surely be far more solid than mine. Xiao Mao's face flushed bright red, akin to a cat whose tail had been stepped on, as he exploded. Huh? Who said I de-tutor a burden like you? Don't get it twisted. How could that be a misunderstanding? Bailan feigned innocence, his tone grave. Xiao Mao, I am doing this with Brother Ching LV in mind. Just think about it. He is sacrificing precious training time to teach me every day. The illustrious Senior Qihong on Silver Mountain 1T paused to wait for him. With this back and forth, 1T the gap just widened? He paused dramatically, adding with fervor, this isn't merely about Brother Ching LV. It pertains to the competition between you two brothers and the honor of the Oak family. After this compelling argument, which elevated the stakes to familial honor, Xiao Mao found himself at a loss for words, his face reddening in frustration. Meanwhile, Ching LV, who had remained silent, finally allowed a flicker of clear amusement to dance in his calm eyes. He disregarded his brother's impending explosion, simply saying to Bailan, you are quite interesting. Don't be late tomorrow. With that, he turned and exited, leaving behind an elegant silhouette. Hey, Brother Ching LV, don't go. Xiao Mao shot a fierce glare at Bailan before angrily chasing after his brother. The room returned to tranquility, yet Bailan's smile grew ever more radiant. Engaging in a battle of wits and courage with these future luminaries was far more exhilarating than simply brooding alone. After completing his evening routine, Bailan sank into the plush embrace of his bed, finally having the time to contemplate his own golden opportunities. System come forth. With a mere thought, a faint blue light screen materialized before him, visible only to his eyes. Host, Bailan. Status, malnourished. Held Pokémon. Unknown Pokémon egg. Held items, none. BP points, 1,200. Overall evaluation, a hapless individual with nothing but a pretty face. Congratulations, you now have a roof over your head. Bailan's eyelids twitched. He opened the shop. The screen shifted, revealing a dazzling array of items. Pokeballs, healing potions, antidotes, and an assortment of familiar game items were neatly categorized. The system had even thoughtfully added category labels for easy navigation. Bailan silently applauded this user-friendly design, but when he glanced at the prices, his heart sank. The most basic Pokeball cost 200 BP, a Great Ball 600 BP, and an Ultra Ball 800 BP. With his mere 1,200 points, he could only afford 2 Ultra Balls. His gaze shifted, catching sight of a peculiar category label, Life skills? Bailan paused in curiosity and clicked on it. Life skills. Beginner chef skill book, intermediate chef skill book, advanced chef skill book, beginner massage skill book, beginner handicraft skill book. The skills on offer ranged widely. From culinary arts to handicrafts, everything one could wish for. Such treasures. Bailan was nearly propelled from his bed. Was this not tailor-made for someone like him? An expert in sloth? No need to waste time practicing. A single skill book would grant him mastery. As long as he had sufficient BP, he could become the most illustrious, multi-talented individual in this world. However, as he scanned the prices, his earlier elation froze. The beginner skill book was 5,000 BP, the intermediate, 20,000 BP, the advanced, 1,000,000, and the master level, 3,000,000. System, this is truly cruel. Bailan sighed deeply, yet his eyes, once filled with despair, now ignited with an unprecedented flame. It seemed that to realize his ultimate dream of having a Mutwo in one hand and a Mew in the other, and riding a Dragonite into town, pursuing this content creator career was absolutely imperative. His gaze shifted from the system interface to the incubator on his bedside. The mysterious golden egg lay quietly in the temperature-controlled liquid, its smooth shell reflecting a soft glow under the light. I wonder what kind of little creature you will be, Bailan murmured softly, his eyes brimming with anticipation. This was the first genuine bond he had formed since arriving in this world. As if responding to his whispers, the golden egg suddenly rocked lightly, an imperceptible yet unmistakable motion. Bailan's breath caught, and an uncontrollable smile spread across his face. Are you responding to me? He leaned in closer, lowering his voice as if sharing a monumental secret. Rest assured, follow me, and I will ensure you live a life of luxury and splendor, becoming the most dazzling of all. After the afternoon classes concluded, Xiao Mao was left behind by Qing LV to memorize the type advantages, his lamentations echoing through the walls. Bailan, meanwhile, clutched a hefty German textbook that could easily knock a Rattata unconscious, meandering to the storage room on the second floor of the research institute. His purpose was clear, to secure the tools necessary for his future as a content creator. The door to the storage room stood slightly ajar, and soft humming could be heard from within, the voice belonging to Nai Nai. Bailan, is that you? Come in, she called out as she descended a ladder, organizing cultivation tools on the high shelves. She turned her head and smiled gently. I was just about to fetch it for you. Please wait a moment. She approached a corner where a white cloth draped over a rack, lifting it to reveal a collection of vintage electronic devices. This is it. She carefully retrieved a square black machine, dusting off its surface with care. This model is quite old, from the early days of the research institute. It has been gathering dust since more advanced equipment became available. I'm not sure if it still works, but it'll have to do for now. I'll assist you in applying for a new one later. Bailan quickly accepted the device, feeling its substantial weight in his hands. The camera's matte black casing showed signs of wear, its lens cap bearing the most antiquated of designs. A wave of nostalgia washed over him. Thank you, Nai Nai. No need to apply for a new one. This has character. Bailan exclaimed cheerfully, his mind racing with scheming thoughts. Getting something for free is simply delightful. After bidding farewell to Nai Nai, he cradled the old relic back to his room, eager to tinker with it. He began by diligently cleaning the lens, then inserted a battery and pressed the power button. With a faint hum of electricity, the small screen on the side flickered to life. While its resolution was less than impressive, it was functional. Excited, Bailan lifted the camera and aimed it out the window, where a cat-eye dog was spinning in circles, chasing its own tail. He pressed the record button, capturing the moment. Chapter 6, Daily Life at the Research Institute. However, as he replayed the footage, the smile on his face gradually faded. Perhaps due to years of neglect, the colors on the screen were distorted, shrouded in a hazy gray veil, and the cat-eye dog's rapid movements left behind discernible afterimages. The quality was so poor that it would be embarrassing to share, even on social media. Undeterred, he pointed the camera at the incubator on his desk, but the result was the same. The gentle glow of the incubator blurred into an indistinct mass, the contours of the egg becoming rough around the edges. Disheartened, Bailan tossed the camera onto his bed. Could this wretched contraption really capture trending videos? He feared he would be drowned in a deluge of disdain from fans before he even began his journey as a content creator. Frustrated, he paced his room, his gaze landing on the despised camera, when suddenly an idea struck him. System, are you there? Can you do anything about this? Bailan pointed at the camera on the bed. A holographic screen materialized, a blue light sweeping over the device. Detected upgradable item, obsolete camera. Would you like to spend 500 BP points for a performance upgrade? Note, the upgrade will only enhance internal core components and will not alter the item's appearance. Bailan's breath caught for a moment. 500 points. He had a total of only 1,000 points to his name. And this expenditure would consume nearly a third of his resources. That amount could buy 2.5 red and white Pokeballs, which would at least make a sound if thrown. Yet, looking at the camera and envisioning his grand aspirations, he realized this was the very tool that would pave the way for his future endeavors, the cornerstone of his ambition to achieve extraordinary dreams. As the saying goes, to excel in one's craft, one must first sharpen their tools. Upgrade. Let us do it now, Bailan resolved, gritting his teeth and stomping his foot, his heart heavy with the decision. BP points, 500, upgrade commencing. Upgrade complete. The notification popped up almost instantaneously. Bailan blinked in disbelief. Was that it? He picked up the camera, and from the outside, it appeared to be the same old relic, unchanged. Skeptically, he powered it on again. And the moment the screen lit up, it felt as though his eyes had been refreshed. The previously dim display now radiated clarity, colors vibrant and full, with an astonishingly high definition. Hastily, he moved to the window and aimed the lens at the distant mountains. The outlines of the peaks were sharp and distinct. He tentatively adjusted the zoom lever. The camera smoothly focused in, bringing a grand tree on the mountainside into sharp view, each vein of its leaves starkly defined. Perched on a branch, a Pidgey was preening its feathers. Bailan held his breath, pushing the zoom lever again. The image magnified further. The delicate downy feathers at the edge of the Pidgey's wings trembled on the screen, each filament distinctly visible. This was not merely an upgrade. It felt as if the camera had been infused with alien technology. Bailan was nearly overwhelmed with excitement. That 500 points had been well spent. Content. He brandished his newfound treasure around the room, testing its stabilization, focus tracking, and slow-motion capabilities. Finally, his lens settled on the incubator on his desk. He wanted to capture the clearest birth photo of his first companion. The camera locked onto the golden eggshell, its smooth surface glimmering with a jade-like quality under the ultra-high resolution capture. In the days that followed, life at the Research Institute unfolded with a steady rhythm. Each morning, Dr. Demu immersed himself in his laboratory while Nine-Eye prepared meals for the Pokémon in the backyard. In the resource room, sunlight filtered through the windows, casting dappled patterns on the floor. Kingle stood before a massive whiteboard, systematically explaining the ecological distribution of various types of Pokémon in the Kanto region and their living habits with his calm and steady voice. The ecosystem of the evergreen forest was predominantly governed by bug and flying types. There was fierce competition for territory and food between Pidgey and Spearow, their hunting grounds nearly overlapping, leading to frequent small-scale skirmishes at dawn and dusk over the coveted green caterpillars. His explanations were clear and precise, each point of knowledge as if plucked directly from a textbook. Xiaomao, seated in the front row, listened intently, his notebook brimming with notes. Sitting up straight, he raised his hand as soon as Kingle finished speaking, his question as textbook perfect as a post-lesson exercise. Kingolf, does this mean that during Butterfree's breeding season, the sharp decline in the population of green caterpillars and Metapod will directly impact the food sources for Pidgey and Spearow, thereby intensifying their competition? Exactly. This is a typical case of ecological niche overlap leading to periodic resource scarcity. Kingle nodded approvingly, ready to move on to the next point. Just then Bailan, who had been quietly listening and leaning against the incubator, suddenly spoke up. Kingle, I have a question. His voice, though soft, rippled through the room like a stone cast into a tranquil lake, drawing the attention of both Kingle and Xiaomao. Go ahead, Kingle replied, his expression unchanged. The scales of Butterfree are toxic, and their food consists of nectar from various flowers. Would the differences in trace elements in the nectar of flowers that grow in different soils, such as those rich in iron or alkaline substances, affect the toxicity of Butterfree's scales, possibly altering the composition of their toxins and thereby changing the effects of certain moves? Silence enveloped the room. Xiaomao's mouth fell open, his expression undergoing a remarkable transformation. Initially dismissive of Bailan's question, he quickly morphed into confusion, ultimately settling into a look of utter disbelief. Soil? Trace elements? Toxic composition? How on earth did this relate to the basic Pokemon knowledge course? Was he even in the same class as me? Shouldn't he be a wild child still struggling to grasp type advantages? In the tranquil depths of his emerald eyes, for the first time, a discernible ripple emerged. He paused in his task of wiping the whiteboard, slowly pivoting to face Bailan, his gaze sharp and piercing, as if he sought to penetrate the very essence of his being. This individual, who appeared to be grappling with the most rudimentary concepts of study, posed inquiries that struck at the very heart of the interaction between species and their environments within ecological research. After a considerable silence, during which Bailan felt an uncomfortable prickling sensation. Qing LV finally uttered a single word, his expression turning grave. This represents an exceptionally valuable and forward-thinking research avenue. Within the Alliance, only a handful of specialists in the fields of grass and insect types, such as Dr. Naimu from the Orange Archipelago, are currently pursuing related topics. How did you conceive of such a profound level of thought? I was merely guessing, Bailan replied, scratching his head innocently, as if it were only natural to seek scientific foundations in every matter. It's akin to the principle of you are what you eat. It's quite normal that different regions' nectar would yield slightly varied pollen. This straightforward explanation felt as though it had been ruthlessly assailed by a powerful force, leaving Xiao Mao with a sense of suffocation, struggling to catch his breath. He gazed at Bailan's seemingly innocent demeanor, recalling the question that had caused his mind to momentarily falter, casting doubt upon his own previously unshakable reservoir of knowledge. Qing LV remained silent for quite some time, ultimately retrieving a thick, hardcover book published by a German company from the shelf and handing it over. Introduction to Pokémon Ecological Toxicology. Take a look. While it may not provide a direct answer to your question, it might inspire you. Thank you, Brother Qing LV, Bailan said as he accepted the book, noticing the German publisher's insignia, and felt a twinge of surprise at the reach of that noble family's influence. As he took the book, a spark ignited within him. Ding. Task. The sea of learning is boundless. Capture the attention of a key figure, Qing LV, and gain his recognition. Task reward, 500 BP points. Skill learning machine photosynthesis 1. A barely perceptible smile crept across Bailan's lips. While he may have chosen to recline, indulging in leisure, he found that occasionally exuding an air of sophistication was not such a bad feeling. Afternoons were when Bailan relished his freedom most. The vast backyard of the Ohm Research Institute was his personal paradise, adorned with a babbling brook, verdant woods, and sprawling meadows, even graced by a few majestic mountains in the distance, resembling a veritable Pokémon ecological haven. No longer content with mere observation, he devoted an entire afternoon to engaging in a game of whack-a-mole with a timid group of groundhogs. Instead of a hammer, he wielded a soft blade of grass, deftly predicting their expressions the moment they peeked out and gently tapping the tip against their little noses. The groundhogs squeaked and chattered in delight, ultimately perceiving him as a new, more entertaining and food-providing burrow, eagerly emerging from his feet to nuzzle against his pant legs. He even managed to bribe a normally lethargic Dragonite, who enjoyed basking on sunlit rocks, with specially crafted energy cubes from Nanome. Target locked, Dragonite. Emotion, alert, curious. Sensing a delightful aroma, eager, noticing Bailan's friendly gaze, hesitant, cube presented to its mouth. Truly tempting. After offering an entire box of the specially made cubes, Bailan was rewarded with a prestigious low-altitude flight service from the Dragonite of Shirnu Town. With its tiny wings flapping, the massive creature ascended gracefully into the sky. The wind roared past his ears as the houses and trees below dwindled in size. Gazing down at the land that had transformed from unfamiliar to familiar, Bailan's heart expanded with an unprecedented sense of freedom. This was no longer the initial map of a game, but the genuine world in which he would reside. Occasionally, the exuberant newcomer, Ash, would arrive at the Institute, his distinctive loud voice preceding his arrival. Xiao Mao, Bailan, come play the trainer game. Humph, how childish. Xiao Mao would retort, crossing his arms in disdain. Yet, the next moment, he would be forcibly dragged into a raucous chase with the Pokémon of the Institute, directing his Squirtle to awaken a slumbering Houndour with a precise water gun, only to be pursued wildly around the courtyard by the startled creature, relishing the chaos more than anyone else. Observing the future master of opposing attributes, Bailan couldn't resist attempting one final intervention before impending calamity struck. Ash, you see, water is effective against fire, so Xiao Mao's Squirtle has an advantage over Houndour, and ground types are effective against electric types, meaning Pikachu would struggle against Onix. Oh, I remember. Water beats fire. Ground counters electric. Ash nodded vigorously, though his gaze had already drifted towards a Bulbasaur, scratching itself with its vine whip. 3 minutes later, Bailan persisted, what about grass and flying types, Ash? Deep in thought, Ash racked his brain to no avail. Finally, he pointed to a passing cloud, earnestly asking, Bailan, do you think that cloud looks like a sleeping Snorlax? Bailan let out a long sigh, walking over to pat his shoulder heavily, surrendering completely. Never mind. The world of the super novice is beyond the comprehension of mere mortals. Perhaps, for Ash, understanding the feelings of Pokémon is far more significant than memorizing those rigid rules. Chapter 7, Observer's Notes. In the distance, beneath the vast shade of a tree, Nana May held 2 glasses of juice, offering one to Ching LV, who was engrossed in his reading. She gazed at the 3 boys frolicking on the grass, a gentle smile gracing her lips. Xiao Mao hasn't been this happy in a long time. Since he set his sights on you as a top trainer, he's always been so tense. Ching LV's gaze did not rest on his brother, but remained fixated on Bailan, who was entangled in a conversation with Ash regarding whether the cloud resembled Pikachu. Nana May followed his line of sight, her curiosity piqued. You seem quite invested in him. Today he posed a question about the scales of Butterfree. Ching LV replied in a neutral tone, yet he closed his book, his thoughts evidently elsewhere. He recounted Bailan's inquiry verbatim. Upon hearing this, Nana May halted her hand mid-motion, astonishment evident on her face. Is this truly something a child just beginning to grasp the basics could ask? Thus, Ching LV's expression grew complex, his thoughts diverging from those of an ordinary trainer. Such insights could not be attained through mere memorization and study. They represented the innate perspective of a pure researcher, even a pioneer. He paused, a hint of reflection in his tone. Yet, his heart for Pokémon is fervent. I witnessed him spend 2 hours merely to alleviate the groundhog's fear of him. A person with such acute insight, yet possessing the most genuine goodwill towards Pokémon. For the first time, Ching LV felt an inexplicable pressure, not from the strength of a rival, but from a potential that existed in an entirely different dimension. He suddenly perceived that his long-held ambition of becoming the strongest trainer might, in fact, be somewhat narrow-minded. He chose to remain silent, hastening back to the institute. Though his upright posture seemed to carry an additional weight of contemplation and an imperceptible urgency, he needed to strive harder, not merely to surpass Chi Hong, but also to ensure he was not swiftly outpaced by this unexpected newcomer. The afternoon sun shone brightly, casting a warm glow across the backyard of the institute. A gentle breeze wafted through, mingling the scent of grass with the unique aromas of various Pokémon, creating an ambience that was both languorous and vibrant. Bailan reclined in a lounge chair, cradling an egg incubator. A copy of Fundamentals of Pokémon Ecology spread across his head, revealing only his chin and a subtly upturned smile, appearing as if he were in slumber. On the small table beside him rested a glass of freshly delivered lemonade from Nanami, alongside a pristine notebook. This encapsulated the quotidian duties of a Pokémon observer, basking in the sunlight, embracing nature, and, on occasion, indulging in idleness. Hey, you slacker! A voice, filled with exasperation, shattered the tranquility, as Shigeru, clutching a Pokédex larger than his own face, stormed over to Bailan, resembling a furiously puffed-up Cyndaquil, and abruptly snatched the book from his face. I call this immersive observation. By minimizing my presence, I can avoid disturbing the Pokémon and document their most authentic states, Bailan declared, keeping his eyes closed and feigning seriousness. It's a profound realm of understanding. I can't be bothered to explain it to you, as you wouldn't comprehend. Ridiculous. Shigeru's face turned slightly red as he pointed at the notebook sprawled across Bailan's lap. Then do enlighten me. What have you observed? Is that a Squirtle wearing sunglasses? Finally, Bailan lazily propped himself up, picking up the notebook and feigning gravitas as he admired his creation. You see, this Squirtle stands tall, exuding an air of nonchalance. With its sunglasses, it perfectly exemplifies the audacious spirit of the dominant turtle. This reflects the existence of an aesthetic pursuit for coolness within the Squirtle community. I've even devised a title for my study, on the evolution of trend culture within the Squirtle community. Shigeru was left speechless, feeling that engaging further with Bailan would send his blood pressure soaring. Just as he prepared to erupt, Bailan's gaze suddenly shifted past him, landing on a few playful, frolicking Eevee puppies on the grass nearby. His expression sharpened, the lazy demeanor swiftly dissipating. Target locked, Eevee. Emotion, anxious, slight discomfort. Skills, bite, growl. Ability, flash fire. Overall assessment, a healthy pup, yet seemingly frustrated by its inability to master the growling technique. Its throat appears slightly inflamed. Look at that Eevee, Bailan suddenly spoke, nodding toward one of the smaller puppies. The little Eevee was straining to puff out its chest, attempting to emit a growl towards its companions, but the sound that emerged resembled a deflated whistle, thin and hoarse. After several failed attempts, it lowered its head in disappointment, gently scratching its neck with a paw. What is wrong with the Eevee? Isn't it just a little off-key? Shigeru shrugged, unimpressed, following Bailan's gaze. It's not merely off-key. Bailan shook his head, setting down the notebook, his demeanor now focused. Its voice lacks conviction, and after each attempt, it instinctively protects its throat. I suspect it might be experiencing discomfort. Shigeru paused, scrutinizing the Eevee with newfound curiosity. Balin's insight seemed to unveil a deeper understanding. The little creature did indeed appear somewhat lethargic, unlike its exuberant companions. Really? You can even discern that? Shigeru's voice was tinged with skepticism and intrigue. At that moment, Nanami approached, carrying a tray of sliced berries, her gentle eyes perpetually adorned with a smile. What are you two discussing? Nanane, please help us check on that little EV. Balin exclaimed, his demeanor shifting as if he had found a lifeline. I feel it might have some throat discomfort. Upon hearing this, Nanami promptly set down the fruit platter and hurried over to the dejected EV. She knelt down, tenderly stroking the little creature's back, her voice soothing enough to melt ice. What's the matter, little one? Let me take a look, shall we? Under Nanami's gentle reassurance, the initially wary EV obediently opened its mouth. After a thorough examination, she frowned slightly. Balin was correct. Its throat is indeed red and swollen. This poor child has probably overexerted itself while practicing its growl. From her small bag, she retrieved a tiny jar and extracted a dab of green ointment, which emitted a refreshing herbal aroma. She delicately applied the ointment to the base of the EV's tongue. The little one initially resisted, but as the cool sensation spread, it blissfully squinted its eyes, even extending its tongue to lick Nanami's fingers. Once she had completed this, Nanami stood up, surprised as she turned to Balin. Incredible, Balin. This mild inflammation is typically hard to spot without a meticulous examination. Hey, it's an observer's intuition. Balin scratched his head, reverting to his smug demeanor. The fortunate EV, feeling much better, joyfully barked, its voice noticeably clearer than before. It trotted over to Balin, affectionately nuzzling against his pant leg, its tail wagging like a miniature windmill. Help the EV, BP points 50. Balin patted the dog's head, grinning widely. Shigeru stood by, utterly at a loss for words, observing the scene before him. If the previous encounter with Bulbasaur had been a mere coincidence, what could this signify? This individual, younger than himself, consistently managed to identify issues that even his brother and grandfather required careful scrutiny or instruments to ascertain. He glanced down at the hefty Pokédex in his arms. The data and text within suddenly felt cold and rigid. Raising his gaze again to Balin, who was now crouched down, chuckling as he scratched the EV's chin, Shigeru felt an inexplicable, convoluted emotion stirring within him for the first time. Perhaps Balin's observations were indeed of a different caliber than his own learning. Chapter 8. Balin's first video upload. In the room, Balin reveled in the data dancing across the luminous screen before him. Friendly interaction with Diglett, BP points 5. Friendly interaction with Dragonite, BP points 20. By the end of the day, he had accumulated over 100 points. Even the smallest mosquito is still meat. As he pondered how to maximize his gains, his gaze inadvertently drifted outside. In the backyard, a colossal Charizard lounged on its domain, exuding an aura of dominance that deterred any Pokémon from approaching within several meters. A bold idea instantly crystallized in Balin's mind. How many BP points could one earn from a daily vlog? If he was to play, he would play for grandeur. He licked his lips, his eyes sparkling with excitement. System, it's settled. My first video theme will be exclusive exploration. The hidden side of Charizard in Professor Oak's backyard. Perhaps what he could offer transcended merely becoming a formidable trainer. As night fell, the Research Institute's backyard appeared especially tranquil under the moonlight. Most Pokémon had returned to their respective habitats for rest, yet the massive Charizard remained, occasionally snorting, its nostrils releasing flickering embers that illuminated the darkness with an orange glow. Balin stealthily slipped out the Research Institute's back door, clutching the camera gifted by Professor Oak. The upgrade had cost him a staggering 500 BP points, a painful expense that nearly prompted him to return it. However, recognizing its value, he reluctantly parted with his points. Excuse me, Lord Charizard, he whispered, lowering his voice as if he were a thief preparing to pilfer a hen. I wish to discuss a matter with you. The Charizard lazily opened one eye, glancing at him with a look that clearly stated, what do you want, little brat? Target locked, Charizard. Emotion, lazy, slightly cautious. Skills, Flamethrower, Dragon Breath, Earthquake, Fly, Fire Spin. Ability, Blaze. Comprehensive evaluation. A Charizard standing at the pinnacle of power, possessing a somewhat aloof demeanor, yet harboring a gentle heart within. Currently, it finds itself in a delicate state of wanting to slumber but being disturbed. It is advisable for the host to refrain from reckless actions. Ahem, I wish to capture a brief video that chronicles your daily life. Bailan carefully produced an energy cube he had prepared, placing it gently before the Charizard, assuring it would come with a reward. A plume of white smoke billowed from the Charizard's nostrils, yet it lowered its head to sniff the sweetly fragrant energy cubes. These were specially exchanged by Bailan from the system's marketplace. While they might not rival the masterfully crafted ones, they were tailored specifically to appeal to fire-type Pokémon, ensuring an impeccable flavor. With a deep, rumbling growl, the Charizard signaled its acquiescence. Elated, Bailan proceeded to discuss the content of the video shoot with the Charizard. He hastily set up the camera equipment, cleared his throat, and began filming his inaugural video. Greetings to all Pokémon enthusiasts. I am Bailan, and today I bring you an exclusive exploration from Professor Oak's laboratory, unveiling a lesser-known side of Charizard. His voice resonated with the vibrant energy characteristic of content creators, yet was modulated just enough not to disturb the resting Pokémon around him. As we all know, Charizard is a dual-type Pokémon of fire and flying, typically exuding a proud disposition and formidable combat prowess. However, Bailan deliberately elongated his tone. Today I aim to reveal to you the gentler side of Charizard. He tiptoed closer to the Charizard, which was engrossed in savoring the energy cubes, occasionally squinting in satisfaction. Look at the expression on this Charizard's face while indulging in its delicacies. Isn't it utterly adorable? Bailan lowered his voice, akin to a wildlife documentary narrator, noting that the flames on its tail soften when it is content, a hallmark of its jubilant mood. Just then, a timid Rattata emerged from the bushes, eyeing the pile of energy cubes with trepidation. The Charizard noticed the little creature, pondered for a moment, and surprisingly pushed a cube toward it with its claw. My goodness! Bailan exclaimed, genuine astonishment lacing his voice. Did you all see that? This seemingly regal Charizard has taken the initiative to share its food with the Rattata. This utterly subverts our conventional understanding of Charizard. The Rattata chirped gratefully, clutching the energy cube as it scampered back into the underbrush. For the next half hour, Bailan documented a myriad of unexpected gentle gestures from the Charizard. It illuminated the path for passing Pokémon with its tail, shielded a sleeping caterpie from the wind with its wings, and even assisted seed Pokémon in germination with its warm breath. This encapsulates the daily life at Professor Oak's laboratory. Bailan concluded before the camera, each Pokémon possesses its unique personality. They are not merely combat companions, but beings endowed with rich emotions. Well, that concludes today's exploration. Until next time. After finishing the recording, Bailan gazed contentedly at the fruits of his labor. Despite the rudimentary equipment, the content was undoubtedly captivating. And with his past life editing skills, he was certain it would surpass the nascent video platforms of this world. Ding! Host has completed the first video production, achieving the milestone of a budding content creator, earning 800 BP points. Video quality assessment. Excellent. Estimated view count. Moderate. BP point acquisition multiplier. 15x. Bailan grinned widely. This was a profitable venture. Just as he was about to pack up the equipment, a familiar voice interrupted from behind. So, this is where you've been stealthily engaged. Bailan jumped in surprise and turned to see Ching LV standing nearby, clutching a hefty research report. Brother Ching LV, why are you still awake? I just finished processing some data. Ching LV approached, glancing at the camera equipment. What is this? The professor mentioned that as a Pokémon observer, sometimes using a camera can capture aspects that are typically unnoticed. Bailan scratched his head, now adept at spinning tales. I merely wanted to record the daily lives of Pokémon. It may prove useful in the future. Ching LV fell silent for a moment before inquiring. What is your goal? To become a trainer? A researcher? Or something else? Ching LV's gaze was earnest. You possess an extraordinary talent for observing Pokémon, yet without a clear goal. Even the finest talent can be squandered. Bailan paused, taken aback by the question. He had not given it much thought. Becoming a trainer? Too exhausting. A researcher? That seems quite appealing. I wish, he pondered carefully, to help more people understand the true nature of Pokémon, not merely as tools for battle, but as companions with flesh and blood. A glimmer of approval flickered in Ching LV's eyes. That is a commendable goal. He paused, adding, starting tomorrow, I will teach you some in-depth knowledge about Pokémon ecology. Since you wish for others to understand Pokémon, you must first truly comprehend them. Thank you, Brother Ching LV. Bailan expressed his heartfelt gratitude. Ching LV nodded, turning to head back to the laboratory. As he passed by the Charizard, he paused to gently stroke the creature's head. Well done, old friend. The Charizard responded with a low rumble, its eyes radiating warmth. Watching Ching LV depart, Bailan suddenly realized that this seemingly aloof future professor was, in fact, more gentle than anyone else. He gathered his equipment, ready to retire to his room. As he passed the Charizard, the creature extended its wing and softly patted his shoulder. Thank you, my friend. Bailan smiled and patted its nose before offering 2 more energy cubes into its mouth. We will collaborate again in the future. The Charizard snorted, releasing a faint plume of flame, then contentedly closed its eyes, the fire on its tail flickering in the night like a warm lantern. Friendly interaction with Charizard. BP points 20. Chapter 9. The initial grasp of viral potential, the Charizard's unexpected transformation in the backyard. Here we go. Opening the door, Bailan eagerly entered, camera in hand, and settled at the desk. Upon seeing the camera on the table, he suddenly froze, smacking his forehead. How could I have forgotten the computer? How can I edit a video without it? Bailan then pondered that the laboratory must have computers aplenty. If necessary, he could simply ask the professor for one. Without further ado, he hurried to the laboratory. At that moment, Professor Oak was deep in thought regarding his experiments when he turned to find a wide-eyed boy staring at him, startling him. Ah, it's Bailan. What brings you here? Well, Professor, do you have an old computer in the lab? I want. Bailan shared his desire to create videos and upload them online to help more people understand the diverse lifestyles of Pokémon. Oh, absolutely. Professor Oak, concerned about Bailan's adaptation to life in the lab, was relieved to see him find something he enjoyed. Why not? Especially if it's something so beneficial. You should check the storage room. There should be some outdated computers there. Generally, those machines lack the performance for advanced experiments and development, which is why they were retired. But they should be more than sufficient for video production. The professor gestured towards the storage area. Feel free to pick anyone you like. Thank you, Professor. Thank you. Bailan exclaimed joyfully, racing to the storage room after expressing his gratitude, selecting a somewhat decent computer before returning to his room. Back in his room, Bailan placed the computer alongside the camera on the desk. Gazing at the antiquated machine, he activated the system, waving his hand to spend 800 BP points to overhaul the old computer. Indeed, a product of the system is guaranteed to be of exceptional quality. With satisfaction, Bailan caressed his new computer, then removed the memory card from the camera and inserted it into the device. The adept content creator commenced showcasing his seasoned video editing techniques. With a flurry of clicks and keystrokes, the editing interface came alive, transitions flowing seamlessly. While the soundtracks added a vibrant clarity, the roar of the Charizard, the whispers of the wind through the forest, the rustle of insects. Before long, a fresh 15-minute video emerged. The visuals were crisp, the voiceovers lively, and the editing techniques were remarkably polished. The newly upgraded computer's performance left no room for doubt. Bailan nodded with pride, skillfully titling the video with an eye-catching phrase, shocking. The gentle daily life of Professor Oak's Charizard. This scene will bring you to tears. It was evident that sensational titles were indeed the key to attracting views. He grinned widely, adeptly logging into the recently emerging video platform, Pokémon TV. The website's interface was still rather rudimentary, with a modest user base, yet Bailan surmised that this was likely the progenitor of video-sharing sites in the Pokémon world. He registered an account, naming himself Observant Lawn, with an avatar depicting a Pikachu donning a detective hat and holding a magnifying glass. While uploading his video, Bailan casually browsed the trending content on the site, which mostly consisted of trainer battle recordings or educational videos about Pokémon, relatively monotonous, with varying production quality. With my skills, it would be a dimensional strike. Bailan rubbed his hands together, feeling a surge of delight. Just then, a gentle knock interrupted his thoughts. Bailan, are you still awake? Came Nai Mei's voice from outside, laced with tender concern. Bailan quickly closed his laptop and rushed to the door. Standing there was Nai Mei, holding a cup of warm milk, her face adorned with a gentle smile. What are you busy with at this late hour? She inquired, handing the milk to Bailan. Make sure you don't stay up too late. It's not good for your health. I was just organizing today's observation notes, Bailan replied, accepting the warm cup, feeling the comforting heat seep into his palms. Thank you, Sister Nai Mei. She chuckled softly, ruffling his hair. Make sure to get some rest. Qinglu said he wants to teach you some new knowledge tomorrow, so don't be late. After Nai Mei departed, Bailan returned to his desk and reopened his computer, discovering that the video had successfully uploaded. He excitedly refreshed the page multiple times, only to find the view count still in the single digits. And the comments section utterly barren. Steady, steady, he reassured himself. Good wine needs no bush. Quality takes time to ferment. Shutting off the computer, Bailan lay in bed, cradling the egg incubator. Through the translucent shell, he could see the egg, seemingly emanating a faint glow. I wonder when you will hatch, he mused, gently caressing the eggshell. I hope you turn out to be an easygoing little one. Intimate interaction with Pokémon Egg, BP.5. The following morning, Bailan was awakened by a cacophony of sounds. Rubbing his eyes, he approached the window and observed a gathering of researchers in the backyard, animatedly discussing something. What is going on? Bailan hurriedly washed up and dashed outside. Bailan, Xiao Mao exclaimed, rushing over with excitement. Did you do something yesterday? That Charizard is acting very strangely today. Following his gaze, Bailan noticed the Charizard gently allowing a few small Rattatas to play around it, occasionally nudging the mischievous ones with its nose. This sight was indeed unusual. Typically, Charizard would not permit any Pokémon near its territory. Perhaps it's in a good mood. Bailan shrugged, attempting to sound casual. In a good mood? A researcher shook his head. We have observed this Charizard for quite some time and have never seen it so gentle. Could there be a health issue? Another researcher voiced concern. Should we conduct an examination? Just then, Professor Oak approached, observing the scene with a contemplative expression. Interesting, he chuckled softly. It seems our Charizard friend has encountered something that brings it joy. Professor, is this reasonable? A researcher inquired. Pokémon, like humans, experience emotional fluctuations. Professor Oak replied with a warm smile. As long as it is healthy, a change in temperament is not necessarily a bad thing. His gaze swept across the crowd before settling on Bailan. Bailan, come with me, Professor Oak beckoned, turning towards the research lab. Bailan's heart raced. Had he been discovered? He steeled himself and followed. Upon entering the office, Professor Oak casually shut the door behind him, adjusting his glasses as he walked. He took a sip from a cup on the desk and mumbled to Bailan, "Have a seat. Don't just stand there foolishly." The air was filled with the aroma of ink and instant noodles, and several documents lay scattered across the desk. Initially tense in front of Professor Oak, Bailan found himself relaxing as the professor's jovial, disheveled demeanor put him at ease. "So what antics did you and Charizard get up to last night?" Professor Oak asked bluntly, plopping down into a swivel chair that creaked under his weight. He wiped his mouth and leaned forward, eyes gleaming with curiosity. That Charizard has been quite stubborn. It hasn't he opened up to anyone besides Qinglu and Qihong for a long time. The child he referred to was, of course, the Charizard. Bailan swallowed hard, preparing to explain. "Oh well, why the rush?" Professor Oak waved his hand, gesturing for Bailan to sit down first. He walked over to the water dispenser, poured a cup of warm water, and handed it to Bailan. "I'm just curious. That little one has quite the temper, and hasn't he shown such openness in ages?" Bailan accepted the cup, feeling its warmth calm him slightly, and decided to tell half the truth. "It's nothing much," he scratched his head, feigning a bit of embarrassment. "I just noticed it looked rather lonely lying there. So I went over to chat with it, and shared a bit of my special energy cube." He cleverly omitted any mention of the filming or the system, attributing everything to conversation and culinary delights. Upon hearing this, Professor Oak burst into hearty laughter, thumping the table with glee. "Good lad. I knew it. Charizard's temperament is akin to that of my old friend Qinglu when he was younger. Just cheer it up, and it's all good. Your recipe sounds intriguing?" "Yes. It's specifically tailored for fire-type Pokémon, with a hint of spicy tomato berry and sweet peach berry to soothe their emotions and supplement trace elements they usually struggle to obtain," Bailan explained, sharing the knowledge he had gleaned from the system's database, sounding impressively knowledgeable. Professor Oak's eyes sparkled with interest. He nodded enthusiastically while rummaging through a drawer for a thick notebook, slapping it open and grabbing a pen. "Fascinating. Quickly, tell me the proportions. How do you balance the spiciness of the tomato berry to stimulate taste without upsetting the stomach? Where's the sweet spot for the peach berry?" He resembled an eager student, desperate to record this newfound wisdom. Bailan promptly shared the ratios, while the professor jotted down notes, exclaiming in awe, "Marvelous. To concoct such a palatable, soothing ingredient. You certainly have a gift." "Hee, it's nothing special," Bailan chuckled awkwardly. Once Professor Oak finished writing, he closed the notebook with satisfaction and returned it to the drawer, though his smile gradually faded into a contemplative expression. He lifted his cup but did not drink immediately, his gaze seemingly penetrating the wall, looking towards the backyard. However, he sighed softly, turning to Bailan with a gentle yet profound gaze. What could have caused such a change in it is likely not solely due to the delicious food. As you mentioned earlier, you had a conversation with that child. The Charizard. We are all too familiar with its temperament, as stubborn as a tauros that cannot be swayed. A mere snack might bring it momentary joy, but to truly accept guests within its territory is another matter entirely. The doctor gently shook his head, then shifted the conversation with a tone of affirmation. "Your intentions have been received." He did not press further about how Bailing had engaged in dialogue, but instead, with an understanding that pierced through the surface, he delved into deeper realms. Bailing. This precisely indicates that the emotional landscape of Pokémon is far more intricate than we can imagine. Chapter 10. The Green's Existential Doubt and the Egg on the Brink of Hatching. The emotional world of Pokémon is indeed more complex than we ever envisioned. Oftentimes, what they require is not sophisticated commands or intensive training, but rather a foundation of mutual respect and understanding, treating them as friends. The doctor regarded Bailing with a gaze that was gentle yet profoundly serious. In this regard, you seem to possess an innate talent. Receiving such direct and profound affirmation from the doctor caused a weight to lift from Bailing's heart, yet he also felt a hint of vulnerability at being so thoroughly seen. I just feel, he replied softly, sincerity woven into his words, that they are living beings, capable of joy, sorrow, and loneliness. If we treat them as friends, matters become much simpler. Well said. Professor Oak nodded in approval. He set down his cup and took a seat behind his desk, his demeanor shifting to one of gravity. Bailing, this talent of yours is a precious asset. I hope you wield it wisely, not for the sake of boasting, but to genuinely assist those Pokémon and aid us humans in coexisting harmoniously with them. The depth and sincerity in the elder's gaze warmed Bailing's heart, prompting him to nod earnestly. I understand, Professor. Go now. Professor Oak waved his hand dismissively. Kingolf should be awaiting you. Although his theoretical knowledge may seem rigid, it will serve you well as a solid foundation. Exiting the office, Bailing exhaled deeply, a thin sheen of sweat forming on his back. Engaging with this esteemed figure in the Pokémon realm was far more taxing than confronting an enraged Gyarados. He slipped back into his room and immediately opened his computer. On the page of Pokémon TV, his account avatar was flashing a bright red 99 in the corner. Upon clicking, he was left utterly dumbfounded. Overnight, the view count of that sensationalist video had skyrocketed from single digits to 50,000. The comments and bullet screens overflowed the entire display. Ding! The video shocking. The gentle daily life of Professor Oak's Charizard has surpassed 50,000 views, received over 10,000 likes, and earned 2,500 BP points. Ding! Follower count has exceeded 5,000, unlocking the achievement of somewhat notable, earning 1,000 BP points. Bailing gazed at the instant surge in his BP point balance, overwhelmed with happiness to the point of nearly fainting. He opened the comments section, where the most popular remarks left him both amused and exasperated. Is the uploader an insider from the Research Institute? This angle is too cheeky. How dare they get so close to Charizard? Is this real? The special effects are impressive, but how could Charizard possibly share food with a Rattata? Mine won't even glance at me. Hey upstairs, is it possible that you just have an unappealing face? Wah. This is so heartwarming. I never knew the mighty Charizard had such a gentle side. I declare myself its #1 fan from this day forth. Uploader. Next time, I want to see Dragonite. I heard that the Dragonite at Professor Oak's lab looks super cool, delivering messages. Reading through these diverse comments, Bailing couldn't help but chuckle. He knew that his first step had been a resounding success. Just as he basked in this joy, a cool voice broke through from behind him. So, this is where you are. Turning around, Bailing found Kingolf standing at the door, expressionless, clutching a tablet. Kingolf, I was just about to look for you. Bailing quickly closed his laptop, adopting a compliant demeanor. Kingolf's gaze lingered on his face for a couple of seconds, seemingly trying to discern something, but ultimately relinquished the effort. He handed the tablet to Bailing. This is a chart I compiled on the ecological distribution and behavioral correlations of common Pokémon in the Kanto region. Take a look, and feel free to ask me if you have any questions. Bailing accepted the tablet, his head spinning from the dense array of charts and data on the screen. The titles, such as the correlation between Pidgey's migration routes and Caterpie's breeding period and quantitative analysis of moles' impact on geological structures, reeked of academic pretension. Kingolf. Bailing pointed to a specific area on the screen. It says here that Budew prefers to grow in moist forests. But why does it thrive better on the sunny grass slope in the northwest corner of the Research Institute's backyard? Kingolf raised an eyebrow at this, pulling up a miniature map of the Institute to locate the area Bailing mentioned. He pondered aloud. The soil moisture there indeed does not match Budew's theoretical optimal growth environment. This could be an anomaly, or because there are drowsies sleeping underneath, Bailing blurted out. Kingolf was taken aback. What? I saw several drowsies digging a hole and sleeping on that grass slope yesterday, Bailing explained earnestly. Doesn't drowsies' saliva contain special components that promote plant growth? When they sleep, they drool, and that saliva seeps into the soil, thereby altering its composition, which is why Budew is thriving there. Kingolf fell silent. He had spent 3 days analyzing soil samples and sunlight data without reaching a conclusion, only to have Bailing casually unravel it with a nonchalant observation. The sensation was akin to solving a complex equation only to be told that one could achieve the answer with basic arithmetic. Frustration and an inexplicable sense of wonder intertwined within Kingolf's heart. Your observation skills are indeed quite keen. He eventually managed to squeeze out the words. At that moment, the egg incubator Bailing had cradled in his arms began to tremble violently, without warning. Buzz, the incubator emitted a frantic alarm. the red indicator light flashing erratically. This means it's about to hatch. Both Bailing and Kingolv were taken aback, their gazes fixed intently on the transparent container. The golden egg quivered increasingly, flickering with light. Bailing cradled his chin in one hand, much like a bored metronome, watching it sway on the velvet cushion. It had only trembled thrice a day when he first acquired it, and now it was vibrating slightly every 2 to 3 minutes. The delicate golden patterns on the shell shimmering like a beautiful egg filled with mischievous fireworks. Professor, this commotion is normal, right? Unable to contain his excitement any longer, he dashed into the laboratory, nearly knocking over the luxurious cup of instant noodles Professor Oak had just prepared. Professor Oak adjusted his glasses, seemingly unfazed, and took the egg with interest, scrutinizing it through a magnifying glass for an extended period. Ah, it's overflowing with vitality. At this rate, it should emerge within the next couple of days. He casually tapped the adjacent life signs monitor, where the green line representing vitality squiggled like a haunted electrocardiogram. However, the frequency of these fluctuations was indeed rather peculiar, suggesting that it might be something extraordinary. Chapter 11, Golden Bean. Bailing, hearing this, cherished the egg all the more, carefully tucking it into the specially sewn velvet pouch he had made in town. In the following days, he instinctively walked on tiptoes. During meals, the incubator was placed neatly beside his bowl, and at night, it occupied half of his pillow, even when feeding the proud Charizard in the backyard. He had to balance an energy cube in one hand while protecting his chest with the other, fearful of disturbing the little ancestor within. As Kingolv strolled by, cradling a cup of coffee, she caught sight of his demeanor, a faint, elusive smile dancing at the corners of her lips. Leaning against the door frame, she playfully teased, "Why do you hold that Pokémon egg as if it were a bundle of dynamite? Is there truly a comparison?" Bailan retorted, freeing one hand to caress the warm glass, a silly grin adorning his face that he himself had not noticed. "This egg has journeyed alongside me, came here with me. Who knows what delightful surprise it hides within? What if it hatches into a mere cater pie?" Before he could finish his thought, the egg in the pocket of his shirt shook violently, as if protesting with all its might. Bailan, flustered, patted the incubator's glass, chuckling nervously. All right, little ancestor. It was my mistake. It's not a cater pie, absolutely not a cater pie. That wretched thing." As he spoke, he spat 3 times into the air, his earnest demeanor nearly causing Kingolv, who was sipping her water nearby, to choke. Raising an eyebrow, Kingolv chose not to say more, but her eyes sparkled with a hint of amusement at the unfolding spectacle. Life in Jindo town was leisurely, devoid of secrets. Soon enough, neighbors greeted Bailan with a familiar jest. "Hey, Bailan, has your golden egg stirred much today?" The researchers from the Greatwood Institute flocked daily to observe. Xiaomao, particularly enthusiastic, lugged around a small sketchpad, squatting beside Bailan and nearly poking the egg shell with the tip of his pencil. Based on the slight rise in temperature over the last 24 hours and the faint attraction to external fire energy, he adjusted his glasses and solemnly declared, "It is highly likely that it is a fire-type Pokémon." "Oh, how do you know that?" Bailan arched an eyebrow, teasing him. "Yesterday, it scorched the corner of your laptop that you left beside it." Xiaomao pointed to Bailan's computer, its cooling vent slightly charred. His tone serious, as if presenting a scholarly paper. Bailan's expression darkened. Xiaomao gazed at the golden egg, envy glimmering in his eyes as he murmured, "A fire-type Pokémon, just like Kingolv's, how fortunate." That night, as Bailan drifted into a deep slumber, he felt a warmth radiating from his chest, akin to cradling a small heater. Upon opening his eyes, he beheld the egg beside him glowing softly in the darkness, its intricate patterns illuminated like a miniature circuit, flickering gently. As he propped himself up, a crisp crack echoed through the room. A fine fissure appeared on the eggshell. "It's happening." Bailan's senses sharpened instantly. Rubbing his hands together in anticipation, his heart pounding like a drum. Over the course of his journey, he had imagined countless times what lay within. Was it a treasure from the Kanto region? Johto? Or perhaps a legendary Pokémon? He even whimsically pondered whether it might hatch into a Meowth capable of human speech. A notion he swiftly dismissed as absurd, for it was evident that the egg contained a fire-type Pokémon. The crack widened at a visible pace, a dazzling yet gentle golden light spilling forth, filling the air with a peculiar aroma reminiscent of toasted bread intertwined with a hint of sulfur. Bailan instinctively squinted, waiting for the brilliance to fade, revealing a small, curled-up new life on the plush cushion beneath. Its form shimmered in a radiant shade of light gold, more resplendent than an ordinary Charmander, resembling molten gold. The tiny flame at the tip of its tail danced energetically, akin to a daisy blooming in the breeze. Thank goodness. Not a cater pie. Bailan sighed in relief, before realizing and cautiously cradling the little creature in his arms. Could it truly be a Charmander? And a shiny one at that? Bailan's heart raced with excitement. Target locked. Shiny Charmander. Emotion: hungry, happy. Skills: Scratch, Growl, Metal Claw. Ancient Power: Dragon Rush, Dragon Tail. Ability: Solar Power. Evaluation: a freshly hatched, highly promising shiny Charmander. It is exceptionally close to you. Recommended for focused training. Goodness, it inherited so many moves? How remarkable. Bailan gasped at the array of skills displayed. The golden Charmander seemed to comprehend his words, blinking its pure, glossy black eyes at him. Then let out a soft awoo, affectionately nuzzling against his warm palm. What on earth is going on at this hour? The door swung open as Professor Ohm entered. A glass of water in hand, clearly startled by the earlier luminosity. Upon seeing the golden creature nestled in Bailan's palm, his eyes sparkled with delight. Ah, what a rare little fellow you've hatched. Moments later, Naime rushed in, cradling a warm bottle. The golden Charmander perked up at the scent of milk, eagerly pawing at the bottle's opening, producing delightful gulping sounds, its tail flame flickering joyfully. From now on, you'll be called Jindo, Bailan chuckled, watching the little one drink with enthusiasm, unable to resist gently poking its round head with his finger. Ah, the little creature raised its head, responding in a sweet, babyish tone, seemingly in agreement. Before long, Kingolf and Xiao Mao were drawn to the scene. Kingolf, arms crossed, circled Jindo twice, stroking her chin in contemplation. A shiny individual is indeed rare, and its vital signs are stable. However, don't get too overexcited. Focus on nurturing its strength first. I'll prepare a training manual for Charmanders in a few days. Hearing the expert's words, Bailan nodded vigorously in agreement. Xiao Mao had already opened his notebook, the sound of his pen scratching against the paper filling the air as he recorded his observations. Finally, he looked up, his researcher's gaze sharp, and asked Bailan, "May I borrow it tomorrow to test its initial flame temperature and composition?" Squeezing beside him, Xiao Mao's eyes sparkled with envy as he gazed at Jindo. "Sure, no problem," Bailan replied, still entertaining the satisfied Jindo after its meal when a thought struck him. He looked up at Professor Ohm. "By the way, Professor, you promised me that, the newborn Pokemon care manual?" "I won't forget," Professor Ohm chuckled warmly, nodding kindly. "First thing tomorrow morning, bring Jindo for a full checkup, and I'll teach you how to care for a newborn fire-type Pokemon from scratch." Once everyone had dispersed, satisfied, tranquility returned to the room. Bailan gently placed Jindo beside his pillow, the little one emitting an adorable milk burp. Previously lively, Jindo now felt drowsy, curling up next to Bailan, instinctively seeking the warmth of his arm, finding a comfortable position to snuggle into, its tail flame gradually dimming and softening. Lying on his side, Bailan gazed at Jindo's pale golden scales glistening softly in the moonlight, unable to contain the smile that graced his lips. Regardless of whether it was shiny, regardless of how powerful it might become, from this day forth, Jindo would be his first true companion in this world. Chapter 12. Jindo's first spark training. The newly hatched Jindo brimmed with boundless curiosity about the world. No longer just an egg in an incubator. It was now a vibrant life capable of exploring with its 4 little legs. In the Institute's backyard, every rustling leaf in the wind, every butterfree fluttering by, captivated its attention, prompting it to tilt its head in wonder. However, the little one's courage was not commensurate with its curiosity. When an unfamiliar researcher approached with a friendly smile, Jindo would swiftly dart behind Bailan's legs, peeking out with only half of its gleaming golden head visible, its black, grape-like eyes filled with wariness and shyness. Only in the presence of familiar faces such as Bailan, Dr. Oki, or Nana Me does it allow itself to relax. Affectionately nuzzling against their pant legs, Bailan revels in this experience, savoring the feeling of being completely trusted. He is in no haste to expose Jindo to the outside world. Instead, he grants it ample patience and space to acclimate. Once he has settled Jindo, Bailan returns to his room, his consciousness sinking into the system's luminous interface as he calls forth Jindo's detailed data panel. Target locked, shiny Charmander. Nickname, Jindo. Emotion, curious. Content, level 1. Skills, Ember, Growl. Ability, Solar Power. In sunny weather, while it increases energy consumption, it significantly enhances special attack. Evaluation, a golden sprite capable of harnessing sunlight. Its energy affinity far surpasses that of its peers. With proper training, it shall become the undisputed sovereign beneath the blazing sun. However, a friendly reminder, it is still but a youngling that cannot yet comprehend the art of sparking flames. Bailan's gaze fixates on the solar power ability. As a seasoned Pokemon enthusiast, He is well aware of its formidable potential. Yet, how is such power realized in the real world? System. Analyze the mechanics of the solar power ability, he silently commands. Analyzing. The solar power ability is an efficient utilization of external light energy by a special energy conversion organ within the Pokémon. Under sunny conditions, this organ actively absorbs energy from sunlight and converts it into fire-type energy, storing it in the flame sac within, thus greatly enhancing the power of fire-type moves. However, this process accelerates metabolism, imposing additional strain on the body, thereby increasing energy consumption. Now it makes sense, Bairan realizes. This is not merely a simplistic increase or decrease in numerical values as seen in games. It signifies that he cannot mindlessly summon sunny weather and unleash a barrage of attacks, as one does in a game. He must take into account Jindo's physical burden and can even supplement its additional nutrient consumption during solar power states by utilizing specialized energy blocks. A personalized training regimen, unique to Jindo, gradually forms in his mind. The first step, naturally, is to master the most fundamental fire-type move, Ember. In the backyard of the laboratory, on a specially designated patch of ground, Bairan holds a small camera, directing its lens towards Jindo, who stands in the center of the space. Come now. Jindo, take a deep breath. Feel the warmth coursing through your body. Bairan gently encourages, then softly instructs it to release the flame, akin to a yawn. Jindo, somewhat understanding, nods its head, puffing out its cheeks as its little chest rises and falls, appearing quite earnest. With a small puff, a wisp of flame escapes its mouth, faint as a flickering candle in the wind, extinguishing within mere inches of its emergence. Upon seeing its own creation, Jindo lowers its head, a hint of disappointment shadowing its features. No worries, no worries. Bairan quickly reassures, it's perfectly normal for the first attempt. That was brilliant. Let's try again. Encouraged by Bairan, Jindo regains its confidence. It inhales deeply once more, seemingly determined to perform better, summoning all its strength. With a sudden burst, a flame considerably larger than before erupts, yet it veers wildly off course, heading straight for a nearby clothes rack adorned with white lab coats. The flame licks the hem of the coat, instantly leaving a charred mark. Oh dear, Bairan exclaims, rushing over to extinguish the small fire. Jindo, having caused a mishap, freezes in place, its tail's flame dimming slightly, its large eyes glistening with innocence and sorrow. This adorable yet pitiable visage melts Bairan's heart. Leaving no room for anger, he approaches, cradling Jindo in his arms, ruffling its small head. It's all right, I don't blame you. We simply need to master our technique. It's just a piece of clothing. I'll apologize to Sister Nanami later. Not far away, Xiaomao, who has been observing Squirtle's precision training with water gun, notices the commotion and rushes over, adjusting his glasses with a serious demeanor as he analyzes. Its control over the flame sac muscles is still quite weak, preventing stable energy output. I suggest starting training by sensing the temperature of the flames instead of hastily attempting to release them. Thanks, Xiaomao, Bairan chuckles, playfully teasing him, while inwardly acknowledging Xiaomao's perceptiveness. The entire afternoon is spent in a chaotic yet lively atmosphere as Jindo practices its ember move. It either produces a tiny spark or, more often, misfires, singeing innocent flowers and plants, and at one point nearly singeing the tail of a passing Rattata. Meanwhile, Bairan's camera faithfully captures every moment. That evening, Bairan edits the footage into a short video, pairing it with lighthearted, humorous background music and whimsical subtitles such as the frustrations of a novice in aiming. What is that? He concludes with a close-up of Jindo's pitiful expression after its mishap. The video is titled, Jindo's First Ember Practice. After uploading, the comment section and live chat explode with excitement. Hey, you, V. The golden YouTuber has hatched a shiny Charmander. Its beauty is beyond compare. AWSL. Haha. It looks just like my childhood Katie dog, fully skilled in demolishing the house. That last innocent gaze melted my heart. What crime did it commit? It's just a baby wanting to learn skills. Please post more. I can't wait to see Jindo. Ding. The video Jindo's First Ember Practice has received an enthusiastic response, surpassing 100,000 views, earning 12,000 BP points. Ding. The follower count has exceeded 30,000, unlocking the achievement of Rising Star YouTuber, earning another 2,000 BP points. Observing the surge in BP points once more, Bairan wears a triumphant smile. Without hesitation, he accesses the system's marketplace, browsing through the bountiful array of berries. Ultimately, he spends 600 BP points to exchange for 3 plump, warm, Muji berries. These berries not only alleviate various status ailments, but also contain gentle energy that aids fire-type Pokémon in better regulating their flames, making them an excellent snack for young fire types. He retrieves one, Muji berry, from the system's space and presents it to Jindo's mouth. Curiously, Jindo sniffs it, the sweet aroma enticing its appetite. Tentatively, it licks the berry, its eyes lighting up instantly, before it opens its mouth wide and takes a decisive bite. The flesh dissolves upon entry, a warm sensation sliding down its throat, nourishing its still tender flame sac. Jindo blissfully squints its eyes, emitting a satisfied awoo, as the golden flame on its tail dances higher with joy. Bairan, observing its contented demeanor, smiles and gently pats its head. Chapter 13, Jindo's Training. Early the next morning, a fervent knocking resounds on Bailan's door. Bailan, open up quickly. I've brought a high-precision infrared thermometer. The voice outside belongs to Xiao Mao, imbued with a youthful urgency and excitement. Bailan, yawning, opens the door to find Xiao Mao burdened with a bag far too large for his size, brandishing a uniquely shaped instrument, resembling an enthusiastic scientist. What is all this commotion so early? Bailan rubs his eyes, still in a daze. Data. I need first-hand data on Jindo. Without waiting for a reply, Xiao Mao rushes into the room, his gaze zeroing in on Jindo, who is adorably rubbing its face with its tiny paws. Last night, it consumed a citrus berry. According to the description in Chapter 3, Section 2 of a preliminary exploration of the effects of rare fruits on young Pokémon, the gentle energy contained within the citrus berry should positively influence the stability of its core energy and surface temperature. I must quantify this impact. Bailan observed Xiao Mao's eagerness, as if he were ready to draw blood from Jindo right then and there, and felt overwhelmed. Jindo seemed to sense Xiao Mao's overly enthusiastic gaze and timidly shrank behind Bailan, its tail's flame flickering dimly. Enough, enough, Bailan gently nudged Xiao Mao away, creating a safe distance between him and Jindo. Suddenly, a brilliant idea struck him. He turned and retrieved a brand new notebook from his desk, solemnly handing it to Xiao Mao. Researcher Xiao Mao, Bailan's tone shifted to one of gravity. Since you are so keen on Jindo's development, I hereby assign you a noble yet challenging task. What task? Xiao Mao's curiosity was evidently piqued. From this day forth, you shall be the exclusive data recorder for Jindo. Bailan patted Xiao Mao on the shoulder, wearing an expression that conveyed his faith in him. You are responsible for observing and recording Jindo's daily body temperature, heart rate, food intake, energy fluctuations, success rates of skill practice, and even how many yawns it has. How many hours it sleeps. All of it must be reported in detail with precise data, understood? Xiao Mao was momentarily stunned, gazing at the notebook in his hands. Then at Bailan, his eyes brimming with disbelief. Wasn't this the opportunity he'd longed for, to observe a rare Pokémon up close? And it was officially sanctioned. Although there were other Charmeleons in the Research Institute, Bailan's was the only shiny, making it a prime opportunity to study the differences between shiny and regular Pokémon. No problem. I guarantee the task will be completed. Xiao Mao puffed out his chest, performing a somewhat awkward salute as if he were undertaking a mission of utmost importance. Thus, the daily scenery of the Institute transformed to include this new tableau. Bailan reclining leisurely on the lawn of the backyard, resting his arms behind his head to bask in the sun, while Jindo chased an unsuspecting caterpie in circles nearby. Not far off, Xiao Mao sat upright, donned in protective goggles, one hand clutching a stopwatch and the other gripping the notebook, reciting aloud. 9:15 a.m., target Jindo engaged in erratic running and chasing. Heart rate projected to rise by 30%, emotional state assessed as joyful, recording complete. After dispatching this sweet burden of responsibility, Bailan anticipated a moment of tranquility, only to be confronted by another, more imposing figure that appeared in the backyard. Kingolf stood nearby, arms crossed, having observed for some time. Its energy control is rather rudimentary. Kingolf stated bluntly, his tone as flat as ever yet imbued with undeniable expertise. Bailan sat up, brushing off the grass clippings from his clothes. What can one expect? It has only just hatched a few days ago. Being able to emit sparks is already commendable. Talent does not equate to ability, Kingolf replied, moving closer and crouching down to Jindo's level. Jindo seemed to sense the powerful aura emanating from him, akin to that of a Charizard. And instead of recoiling in fear, it curiously approached, sniffing at his fingers. You instructed it to practice spark, merely telling it to unleash, but not how to rein it in. Kingolf gently ruffled Jindo's head, his gaze sharp as an eagle, seemingly capable of perceiving every flicker of energy within Jindo. The issue lies not in the energy's abundance, but in the lack of understanding of how to harness it. much like a child possessing treasure, yet unaware of where the key lies. Bailan humbly inquired, "So, Brother Kingolf, what do you suggest?" "Do not let it focus on a target," Kingolf succinctly advised. "Have it close its eyes and feel the energy coalescing within its body. When that warmth becomes a gentle stream in its perception, rather than an uncontrollable flood, then let it open its eyes." This discourse was steeped in a semblance of mysticism, yet Bailan grasped its meaning immediately. It bore resemblance to human martial arts and meditation, emphasizing inner awareness and control. Following Kingolf's guidance, he directed Jindo, "Jindo, come, close your eyes. Do not think of what you wish to attack. Simply feel. Feel the warmest part of your body." Jindo tilted its head, seemingly puzzled. Yet trusting Bailan, it obediently shut its eyes, resembling two dark grapes. Moments ticked by. Jindo's breathing grew steady and elongated, its small chest rising and falling rhythmically. The flame at the tip of its tail, once erratic, gradually stabilized and solidified. Xiao Mao watched in awe, momentarily forgetting to record, murmuring to himself, "The energy fluctuations are transitioning from a disordered state to a high-density cohesive state." Just then, Jindo suddenly opened its eyes. Roar! It opened its mouth, and a brilliant, finely focused beam of golden spark shot forth, striking a target 5 meters away and leaving a distinct charred dot. Although the power was still modest, the stability and precision were worlds apart from yesterday. Kingolf's lips curved upward ever so slightly, revealing a hint of genuine astonishment in his eyes. He had witnessed countless talented Pokémon, yet Jindo was the first to grasp the principle of internal control so swiftly, merely from a single piece of advice. This was not solely talent. It was also wisdom and an unreserved trust in its trainer. Kingolf cast a deep glance at Bailan, uttered no further words, and turned to depart. As night fell into silence, Bailan sat before his computer, perusing his channel that had already amassed tens of thousands of followers. Gazing at the myriad of comments requesting updates, he fell into contemplation. Battle videos? Demonstrating how Jindo grows stronger? No, that felt too commonplace and overly competitive. The Kanto region was never short of talented trainers and formidable Pokémon. As a newcomer, it would be challenging to carve a niche in that sea of crimson. What was his advantage? It was the unique environment of the Research Institute, the extraordinary insight afforded by his analytical gaze, and his perspective, distinctly different from another world. People enjoyed Jindo's first spark practice not because it was flashy, but because it was authentic, endearing, and brimming with the essence of life. They relished Charizard's gentle daily life because it shattered the stereotypical image of powerful Pokémon, revealing an unknown side. Thus, his path should be. Bailan's eyes lit up. What he needed to create was not a compilation of battles in the Pokémon world, but rather a blend of the animal world and into science within this realm. He could film the seasonal changes in Professor Oak's backyard, documenting the lifestyles of Pokémon across different seasons, or the mystery of Pidgeys migration, using data and field observations to unveil how they always find their way, or even Snorlax's blissful existence, earnestly studying what they pondered during their moments of stupor. These non-combat educational contents would not only satisfy the public's curiosity, but also subtly assist Professor Oak in disseminating his philosophy while continuously accruing BP points. A trifecta of benefits, simply perfect. The more Bailan pondered, the more exhilarated he became, promptly creating a new document titled Pokémon Educational Video Series Proposal. Chapter 14, The Passion of Non-Trainers, a resonance sparked by a video. The freshly minted Pokémon Educational Video Series proposal still radiated warmth on Bailan's computer as his drive kept pace with the speed of his thoughts. The following morning, he stealthily entered the Research Institute's backyard, camera in tow. It was late spring, and the backyard was alive with vibrant vitality. The green caterpillars were voraciously devouring the tender grass, while a few Pidgeys were busily constructing their nests atop the nearby treetops. A handful of lazy grass lay languidly in the sun, leisurely unfurling their leaves to bask in the warm rays. This was precisely the idyllic scene Bailan yearned to capture. He refrained from disturbing the tranquility of these Pokémon, instead opting for a clever hideaway concealed by shrubbery, positioning his lens to focus on this harmonious ecosystem. Ow! Jindo curiously trailed at his feet, and upon witnessing his master's focused demeanor, mimicked his pose, peeking out from the bushes with its small golden head, large eyes blinking innocently as they gazed into the distance. Shoo! Bailan gestured for silence, lowering his voice. We are engaged in a noble endeavor. Documenting the authentic lives of Pokémon, we must remain undetected. Ow! Jindo nodded, somewhat understanding, yet quickly succumbing to boredom. Observing the lazy grass immobile under the sun, it yawned and stealthily shifted closer to the lens. Tilting its head, it flashed an innocent smile at the dark camera, its tail's flame flickering in playful accompaniment. "Hey, you little rascal," Bailan chuckled, gently pushing its head aside. "What are you doing stealing the spotlight? This is a documentary, not your personal feature." Jindo let out a sound of mild protest, appearing somewhat aggrieved, yet obediently retreated to the side, its curious eyes darting back and forth between the camera and the distant Pokémon. In the following days, Bailan became a permanent fixture in the backyard, documenting how Butterfree delicately extracted nectar with its specialized mouthparts, and capturing amusing scenes of the Rattata family grinding their teeth by the riverside at dawn. As various Pokémon thrived in this expansive backyard, Bailan's cinematography, though not technically proficient, was genuine and intricate, captivating viewers profoundly. "Ow, all done," he exclaimed, one hand gripping the camera while the other cradled the inquisitive Jindo as he gleefully hurried back to his room to edit the video. Soon, the first episode, titled The Sounds of Spring in the Pokémon Backyard, was completed and released. The video lacked intense battles and flashy effects. Instead, it featured soothing music and Bailan's lazy yet innocent narration. Spring heralds the season of revival. For the backyard's green caterpillars, this signifies the onset of a grand feast. They must consume food equivalent to hundreds of times their body weight within mere weeks to undergo their first significant metamorphosis. The video concluded with a long shot. Under the setting sun, the silhouette of the Great Wood Research Institute stretched long as a Dragonite returned from delivering a message, tracing a graceful arc through the sky. Nearby, Pokémon who had completed their day's work gathered in small groups on the grass, creating a scene both warm and tranquil. In just a few days, this video flowed like a refreshing stream, standing out remarkably on the Pokémon TV platform, traditionally dominated by battle and travel content. Its audience expanded beyond fervent trainers and aspiring youths. The comments section revealed a subtle transformation. "Oh my son is utterly captivated. He used to only watch Pikachu battle videos, and now he is asking when the caterpillars will evolve into Butterfree. Beautifully filmed. It reminds me of my travels in my youth. The Pokémon world seemed more serene back then. Dear uploader, I am an elementary school teacher. May I have permission to show your video in class? It's far more vivid than the illustrations in our textbooks." The video's popularity exceeded Bailan's expectations. It not only garnered vast viewership, likes, and BP points, but also attracted a diverse array of non-trainer fans. These individuals might not be interested in gym challenges or league competitions, yet they shared a profound love for Pokémon and cared about every life within this world. Ding! The series The Seasons of Pokémon Backyard has sparked social interest, surpassing 50,000 total subscribers. Achievement unlocked. Popular uploader awarded 5,000 BP points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for reaching a deep cooperation intention with the Pokémon TV platform, obtaining a top-tier official promotion resource position. Your video will be featured on the homepage for 72 hours. Upon seeing the notifications flashing across the screen and receiving a respectfully worded contract invitation from the Pokémon TV official operations, Bailan realized he was indeed on the right path. Signing the contract brought tangible financial benefits, with a substantial signing bonus and a higher revenue share from videos, liberating him from financial strain. The surge in BP points from surpassing 10,000 gave him a fleeting sensation of sudden wealth. "System, open them all," Bailan exclaimed, exuberantly reclining on his bed as his consciousness delved into the system. He was determined to treat himself. Relying on free meals at the Research Institute was not a sustainable solution, and while Sister Nine's cooking was delightful, it always felt like it lacked a certain soul. His gaze was immediately drawn to the life skills section. Beginner Chef Skill Book. Instantly master fundamental cooking techniques, bidding farewell to the title of kitchen disaster. Whether it's homestyle stir-frying or baking desserts, you'll be able to create them with finesse and learn the basics of making Pokémon food. Price: 5,000 BP points. 5,000 BP? Bailan exclaimed, sitting up abruptly. That seemed rather steep. His total BP points had just exceeded 10,000, and a beginner skill book costing 5,000 felt exorbitant. He continued browsing in frustration, noticing that the adjacent beginner massage skill book and beginner crafting skill book were similarly priced. These skills, which appeared to significantly enhance quality of life, seemed to mock him for still being a pauper. Too expensive, Bailan calmed himself, realizing that BP points were far more precious than he had anticipated. While enjoying life was undoubtedly important, enhancing both his and Jindo's capabilities should take precedence. He altered the search criteria to focus on cultivation and research, and the mall's offerings refreshed instantly. Advanced Energy Cube Mold Design. Customize energy cubes in unique shapes tailored to different Pokémon's tastes and needs, enhancing their desire to eat. Price: 2,000 BP points. Rare Berry Branch Lychee Seed 1. Contains immense energy, significantly boosting a Pokémon's attack power. Requires a special environment for cultivation. Price: 500 BP points. The prices of these items paled in comparison to the chef's skill book. Bailan's thoughts crystallized. BP points should be spent judiciously. Items that could directly or indirectly enhance Jindo's strength and assist in his research were the most cost-effective choices. As for cooking, he could always learn from Sister Nine later or wait until he accumulated enough BP points to spend freely. With this realization, Bailan felt a weight lift from his shoulders. He closed them all, returning his focus to the tangible world. At that moment, Jindo was lounging by his pillow, observing his master's quirky expressions of excitement and frustration, tilting its little head as if pondering whether its owner was unwell. Bailan chuckled, pulling it into his embrace and stroking its warm body. "Don't worry, we'll soon live the good life." He opened his computer and began drafting the script for his next video. During the filming of The Sounds of Spring, he keenly observed an intriguing phenomenon. The lazy grass emitted a faint, unique energy fluctuation while performing photosynthesis, and Jindo, possessing the power of the sun, seemed particularly sensitive to this energy wave. A bold notion took root in his mind. If one could decipher the energy conversion mechanisms of photosynthesis and integrate them with the principles of the golden bean sun's power, might it be possible to develop an entirely novel, efficient food formula harnessing solar energy? This was not merely an excellent subject for a video. It represented a groundbreaking scientific endeavor. As he immersed himself in his thoughts, a knock echoed at the door. "Bailan, are you there?" came the voice of Professor Okido. Bailan quickly rose to open the door. Professor Okido entered, a look of satisfaction gracing his face. "I just watched your latest video. It was splendid." The fact that Bailan filmed videos at the Research Institute and shared them online was no secret. Everyone wholeheartedly supported his pursuit of a passion. The filming of The Voice of Spring was breathtaking, prompting many of Professor Okido's friends to reach out, praising Bailan's work. "You're too kind, Professor." "It was merely a casual shoot," Bailan humbly replied. "No, this was no casual shoot," Professor Okido interjected, waving his hand with earnestness. "You are disseminating knowledge in an approachable manner, guiding people to observe and comprehend the authentic lives of Pokémon. Do you realize? Today, a teacher from the town's elementary school called me, stating that your video has greatly inspired him. This impact far exceeds that of 10 dry academic papers." Professor Okido's words sent a slight tremor through Bailan's heart. For the first time, he clearly recognized that what he was doing might transcend mere BP points or complacency. Each video, each sharing, was subtly altering the world in ways he had not anticipated. The fulfillment and sense of responsibility derived from this influence were far more profound and captivating than simply accruing BP points. Chapter 15, A Minor Crisis at the Institute. On a bright and breezy afternoon, what should have been the most delightful time in the Research Institute's backyard was abruptly shattered by a series of sharp, frantic squeaks. Bailan leaned against a large tree, covertly filming a distant trumpet bud basking in the sun, while Golden Bean frolicked beside him, happily chasing its own tail. Suddenly, a piercing shriek echoed, accompanied by a tangle of purple figures that instantly captured Bailan's attention. Not far away, two small rattatas were viciously tearing at one another, their purple fur flying through the air, their eyes bloodshot. This was no mere squabble over a berry, but a life and death struggle. What on earth is happening? Bailan furrowed his brow. But that was not the end. Soon, several more rattatas joined the fray, and chaos ensued. They showed no distinction between friend and foe, attacking indiscriminately, as if possessed by some unseen force, spiraling into a frenzy. Arc. Golden Bean ceased its play, standing alert and emitting a low growl, its tail flame flickering anxiously. It sensed a palpable aura of distress and torment in the air. Bailan immediately stood up, refraining from approaching recklessly. He raised his camera, zooming in to scrutinize the frenzied rattatas, his eyes subtly shifting to a shade of blue, but the feedback he received weighed heavily on his heart. Target locked, rattata. Emotion, frenzied, tormented, fearful. Condition, mild poisoning, nervous system contaminated by an unknown substance. Assessment, they are not attacking by choice. Extreme discomfort has driven them to madness. Please identify the source swiftly, or the situation will deteriorate further. Not just one. Every frenzied rattata he scanned displayed similar information. This was no mere skirmish. It was a collective poisoning incident. Bailan's gaze swept across the entire backyard. He realized that the problem extended beyond the rattatas. Even the normally placid Psyduck, who loved to doze by the stream, was now agitatedly splashing the water with its tail, while several Pidgeys drinking by the water's edge appeared lethargic, their feathers lacking their usual luster. All the distressed Pokémon shared a commonality. They resided near the stream bordering the backyard. The issue lay with the water. A realization dawned upon Bailan. He promptly stowed away his camera, scooped up Golden Bean, and hastened towards the main building of the Institute. This matter, concerning the ecological safety of the entire backyard, needed immediate reporting. He did not seek out Professor Okito directly, as the elderly man was currently overwhelmed with a project for the Alliance. Instead, he targeted Aoyoshi. In the training field, Bailan found Aoyoshi instructing a Rapidash in agility training. Aoyoshi, there's trouble in the backyard. Aoyoshi paused the training, his Rapidash standing steadfastly beside him, flicking its beautiful mane. He regarded the visibly anxious Bailan, raising an eyebrow. What has you so flustered? The Rattatas in the backyard are attacking each other, but it's not ordinary fighting. They're acting like they've gone mad. Other Pokémon by the stream are also exhibiting unusual behavior. I suspect the water source is compromised. Bailan quickly articulated his observations and suspicions. The water source? Aoyoshi's expression grew serious. He understood better than anyone that the stream at the Institute was the lifeblood of the entire backyard's ecosystem. Contamination would yield dire consequences. Take me there. His words were concise, devoid of any hesitation. The two swiftly returned to the stream's edge in the backyard. Aoyoshi knelt down, refraining from directly touching the water. Instead, he retrieved a small test tube from his pocket and carefully collected a water sample. He observed the flowing water, pinched some soil from the bank, and brought it to his nose for a sniff. The water appeared normal, devoid of any discernible anomalies or peculiar odors. Aoyoshi's examination was meticulous, yet the Pokémon's reactions were undeniable. He glanced at the still agitated Pokémon and then at Bailan, whose calm demeanor belied a steadfast determination. And he felt a renewed respect for this boy several years his junior. Most youths would either be at a loss or merely perceive it as a Pokémon fight. Yet Bailan had discerned the essence of the problem almost immediately, pinpointing the water source as the critical factor. This matter must be reported to my grandfather at once. Aoyoshi rose, his expression grave. Bailan, you should evacuate the other Pokémon. Don't let them near the stream. I will head to the laboratory. We must expedite the water quality analysis. Aoyoshi's decisiveness was palpable. Before he finished speaking, he had already turned and was swiftly making his way to the laboratory. Bailan remained behind, watching the suffering Rattatas, his heart heavy. He knew this was merely the beginning. Ding. Emergency task triggered. The Institute's crisis. Task description. Assist Professor Okito's laboratory in resolving the water source pollution issue and restoring ecological balance in the backyard. Task reward. 2,000 BP points. Unlock title. Ecological Guardian, Beginner. As Bailan gazed at the task that popped up on the system panel, he felt no elation. Instead, he let out a sigh. It seemed that his dream of a laid-back life was destined to be disrupted. The atmosphere in the laboratory was tense. Professor Okito's brow was furrowed as he scrutinized the water sample under the microscope, while Aoyoshi stood with his arms crossed, his expression equally grim. The low humming of the detection instruments seemed to accompany this minor ecological catastrophe. Grandfather, how is it? Shigeru couldn't help but lean in, asking quietly. Professor Okito straightened, rubbed his weary eyes, removed his glasses, and solemnly addressed everyone. The results are in. The water contains trace amounts of an artificially synthesized neurotoxin. The dosage is minimal. But for smaller Pokémon, prolonged consumption could gradually affect their nervous systems, leading to agitation and aggression. He paused momentarily, turning to Bailan. Fortunately, Bailan, you discovered this early. Had it been delayed a few more days, we might have faced permanent neurological damage in the Pokémon. Upon hearing this, everyone present exhaled in relief, only to be overwhelmed by a wave of dread. But where did this toxin originate? Nanami inquired anxiously. Our research facility's waste disposal system has always been impeccable. The source is not from us. Professor Okito pulled up a map, pointing to an area upstream from the research institute. The upstream of this stream is near an industrial zone that was abandoned years ago. I suspect unscrupulous merchants buried industrial waste there to save on disposal costs. And after being washed by rain, the pollutants seeped into the groundwater, ultimately contaminating our stream. Chapter 16. A minor crisis at the research institute. How despicable. These people lack any sense of public responsibility. Shigeru exclaimed, his face flushed with anger. Qingqing's emerald gaze turned steely. We must report this immediately to the League and Miss Junsha to trace the source. That is certain, Professor Okito nodded. But the immediate priority was to address the purification of the water source. Before the League could send someone to tackle the source, We must first protect the Pokémon in our backyard. Replacing the entire water supply system in the backyard is a colossal undertaking, far from a matter of days. For a moment, even the seasoned Professor Okido found himself at a loss. Just as everyone was at their wits' end, Bailan, who had been quietly pondering, suddenly spoke up. "Professor, I might have a solution." Instantly, all eyes were on him. "There exists a unique plant known as glowing moss, which I read about in a book," Bailan explained calmly, knowing he couldn't disclose that this knowledge came from the system. Its rhizomes possess a highly developed fibrous structure, akin to a natural filter, exhibiting remarkable capabilities for adsorption and decomposition of various pollutants. If we can create a simple ecological filter using this plant's rhizomes upstream of the stream, it should temporarily resolve the issue. Glowing moss. Professor Okido's eyes lit up as he quickly searched his database. Moments later, he joyfully slapped the table. Indeed, glowing moss possesses such properties. Its applications have primarily been in battles, but who would have thought it could also be utilized for water purification? However, he continued, glowing moss mainly thrives on the moist rock walls of canyons or within damp caves, making it quite rare. Where shall we find it? Shigeru asked after conducting a search on the computer. Bailan smiled slightly. I know of a place where it might be found. He referred to a small cave he discovered behind a waterfall during his explorations in the backyard. Subsequently, under Bailan's guidance, Qingqing rode her Charizard to the cave behind the waterfall in the backyard, where they successfully found patches of glowing moss glowing with a soft green light. The subsequent tasks unfolded with remarkable organization. Qingqing directed Nidoking and the various beavers in the backyard to construct a small dam at the stream's entrance. Guided by Professor Okido, everyone worked together, employing the collected glowing moss to build a multi-layered filtration device at the stream's entrance. As the crystal-clear stream flowed through the layered rhizomes, it emerged thoroughly purified. Qingqing took another sample for testing, and the results indicated that the pollutant levels in the water had dropped below safe standards. The crisis had been temporarily averted. The poison rattatas gradually calmed down after consuming the antidote prepared by Nanami. The backyard had returned to its former vitality and harmony. Ding! Emergency task. Crisis at the Research Institute has been completed. Task reward, 2,000 BP points. Title, Ecological Guardian, Beginner, has been equipped. Ecological Guardian, Beginner wearing this title. You gain enhanced trust from Pokémon during ecological protection and rescue-related actions. Upon seeing the system notification, Bailan felt a weight lift from his heart. He did not boast about it, but quietly recorded the entire sequence of events with his camera, from discovering the Rattata's anomalies to diagnosing the water source issue, finding the glowing moss, constructing the ecological filter, and finally witnessing the Pokémon regain their health, all culminating in a joyful celebration. He meticulously edited these materials, accompanied by soothing and thought-provoking music, along with his magnetic narration, resulting in a brand new video titled Invisible Threat, a documentary on the water crisis at the Okido Research Institute. After its release, the response was far more intense than that of the previous Voices of Spring. If the earlier video was a heartwarming animal world, this one was a thought-provoking environmental documentary. My goodness, I had no idea such dangers lurked around us. Those unscrupulous merchants who illegally dumped waste must be severely punished. Glowing moss, the Pokémon world is truly wondrous. Nature itself possesses healing powers. The content creator is remarkable. Their keen observation and proactive attitude make them a walking Pokémon researcher. I strongly recommend the League promote this ecological filtration method. Low cost, effective, and completely natural. The video's popularity surged, quickly ascending to the top of the Pokémon TV trending list. This time, it attracted genuinely substantial attention. Days later, Professor Okido's laboratory received a communication from the Quartz Plateau Pokémon League headquarters. On the screen appeared a middle-aged man with an air of elegance, donned in gold-rimmed glasses, wearing a badge representing a senior researcher in the League. Good day, Professor Okido. I am Kinoshita, the head of the League's Ecological Research Department, he said with a smile. I am reaching out to inquire about your young observer named Bailan. Professor Okido was somewhat taken aback, but answered truthfully. After listening, Kinoshita nodded approvingly. Indeed, heroes emerge from youth. Many researchers in our department have viewed his episode Invisible Threat and praised it highly. He not only demonstrated keen observational skills and extensive ecological knowledge, but, more importantly, presented an important environmental topic in a manner that everyone could understand and appreciate. Such popular science abilities are beyond what we old-timers, who remain cloistered in the lab, can aspire to. To commend this young individual's outstanding contributions to ecological protection and to support his continued research and popular science endeavors. The League's research department has decided to provide a special research fund to the Okido Research Institute and award Mr. Bailan a personal bonus. Additionally, we will prioritize the glowing moss ecological filtration method as a key project for research and promotion. After a lengthy discussion, once the communication ended, Professor Okido gazed at Bailan beside him, his eyes filled with pride and satisfaction. This young man never failed to surprise him in the most unexpected ways. The Pokémon wallet received a deposit of 50,000 yen. Soon, the League's bonus was transferred to Bailan's account, granting him a substantial sum for the very first time. Woohoo! I've struck it rich, Bailan exclaimed, dancing with excitement and rubbing his hands against the golden beans. The BP points accrued from the viral video also pushed his total beyond the threshold of 10,000. He could finally purchase that coveted skill book he had been yearning for. Ding! Consumed 5,000 BP points, successfully exchanged for the beginner carpentry skill book. A flash of white light surged through his mind, and an abundance of knowledge and techniques regarding woodworking, carving, and shaping flooded in. As if he were a natural craftsman, the first thing Bailan did was rush to the backyard to retrieve a piece of high-quality wood. He intended to craft a special feeding bowl for his beloved golden bean. With Shigeru and Nanami curiously watching, Bailan took out his carving knife and, displaying an unexpected level of expertise, began to work. Wood shavings flew about, and soon, a delicate feeding bowl began to take shape. He ingeniously carved a chibi-style little fire dragon on the edge of the food bowl, resembling Jindo, exuding a charmingly clumsy demeanor. Wow, Bailan, when did you acquire such a skill? Xiao Mao exclaimed, utterly astonished. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Bailan casually fabricated a response, a natural talent. I have a bit of understanding. He handed the smoothly polished bowl to Jindo, who curiously sniffed it and seemed to take a great liking to the bowl adorned with his likeness, affectionately nudging Bailan's hand with his head. Observing this scene, Bailan felt a stirring in his heart. He pondered, since Pokemon's appetite could be influenced by their emotions, perhaps a beautiful, personalized bowl imbued with the owner's sentiments could serve as a solution to emotional eating? He then contemplated energy cubes. The monotonous square shape seemed rather dull. What if he could create energy cubes in various molds, shaped like stars, moons, or even Pokemon? Would that not bring more joy to their mealtime? These musings became splendid material for his next video. He planned to produce an episode titled The Aesthetics of Pokemon Life, specifically explaining how these handcrafted items could enhance the quality of life and happiness of Pokemon. In the video, he could also educate viewers on the concept of traits, such as explaining why a bed made for Jindo, who possessed solar power, needed to be crafted from sun-facing, breathable materials to aid in the absorption and conversion of solar energy. Just as he was mapping out his ambitions as a content creator, Nine walked into the hall, holding a letter. Grandpa, you have a letter. Professor Okido took the envelope, and Bailan leaned closer, noticing a familiar orange badge design stamped in the lower right corner, belonging to the Kureha City Gym. The name inscribed on the envelope surprised him, Majiji. Chapter 17, A Letter from Kureha City. The Kureha City Gym's orange lightning badge design stood out prominently on the brown paper envelope. In the letter, Majiji first praised the purification of the polluted stream by the Okido Laboratory, subsequently requesting Professor Okido's guidance on a technical issue regarding an unstaffed power plant experiencing energy anomalies, ideally seeking assistance. However, Bailan did not feel the pure exhilaration of problem-solving he had experienced upon discovering the glowing moss. Instead, a profound sense of dissonance arose within him. Majiji. To Bailan, who was well-versed in the Pokémon special manga, this name was far more than just the gym leader of Kureha City. He was one of the executives of Team Rocket, a militaristic figure who revered power and acted erratically. Would such a person formally solicit assistance from the Okido Laboratory, renowned for its pure academic endeavors, regarding a technical issue at a power plant? That did not add up. If an experiment within Team Rocket had gone awry, they should resolve it internally rather than expose themselves to the scrutiny of the League. If it were not Team Rocket's doing, what trouble could Majiji, with his identity and capabilities, not resolve in Kureha City? Confounded, Bailan pinched the bridge of his nose, realizing that the complexities hidden behind this letter far exceeded its written content. This situation was far murkier than the previously polluted stream. In Professor Okido's office, an unusually serious atmosphere prevailed. The letter from Kureha City lay open at the center of the expansive desk. Professor Okido, Aoki, Nine, and even Xiao Mao and Xiao Ji, who had rushed in upon hearing the news, gathered nearby. The Kureha City power plant had experienced unidentified energy fluctuations, leading to unstable power supply in the surrounding areas, causing some wild electric-type Pokemon to become agitated. Professor Okido adjusted his glasses and recounted the core content of the letter, his gaze ultimately settling on Ma Jiji's signature. With a profound look in his eyes, he remarked, "I know him well. He is a typical soldier, valuing strength and efficiency. If he finds himself in a troublesome situation that necessitates our assistance, it is surely not simple." Aoki crossed his arms, leaning against the bookshelf, his stern face revealing little emotion, though his gaze was exceptionally keen. "Grandpa, do you doubt the authenticity of this letter?" "No, the letter is genuine. The gym badge and signature cannot be forged." Professor Okido shook his head. "I am merely contemplating what he has not mentioned, and moreover, Kureha City is not far from Team Rocket's former base. The timing is too coincidental." Team Rocket. Xiao Mao's eyes lit up, brimming with youthful longing for adventure and a hatred for evil. "Grandpa, let me and Aoki go. We can surely defeat them." "Me too. Me too." Xiao Ji beside him anxiously waved his fists. Though he did not yet possess a single Pokémon, he exuded confidence that rivaled anyone. "Nonsense." Professor Okido's face darkened, his authoritative gaze sweeping over the two oblivious youngsters. "You two do not even have starter Pokémon. What chaos could you bring there? This is a formal investigative commission, not a field trip." Chastened by their grandfather's reprimand, Xiao Mao and Xiao Ji retracted their heads, daring not to speak further. Aoki's gaze shifted from the letter to Professor Okido, his tone steady and confident. "Grandpa, I can manage this alone. It's just Kureha City. No matter what monsters lurk there, I can handle it." As a former champion of the Kanto region, he had the confidence and prowess to back up his words. Professor Okido nodded, recognizing this as the most prudent arrangement. At that moment, Bailan, who had been silently listening, suddenly spoke up. "Professor, Aoki, may I accompany you?" All eyes turned towards him. "What do you intend to do?" Aoki's brow furrowed slightly. In his view, Bailan was an excellent observer and researcher, albeit still inexperienced. Such a situation, possibly involving combat and danger, was not a place for him. Bailan met their gazes with his usual calm demeanor, even flashing a slightly bashful smile. "I am quite intrigued by the unidentified energy fluctuations mentioned in the letter. During my research on Bulbasaur's photosynthesis, I discovered that different forms of energy exert distinctly varied effects on Pokémon. This incident at the power plant may yield some rare data that would greatly benefit my research." He paused, adding, "Moreover, I wish to witness firsthand the ecological changes of electric-type Pokémon in a unique energy field. This would provide excellent video material." This rationale aligned with both his identity as a researcher and his aspirations as a content creator, brimming with the curiosity one would expect. Professor Okido regarded Bailan's clear and earnest eyes, contemplating for a moment. He recalled the child's outstanding performance during the water source crisis. That insight and composure beyond his years might indeed provide assistance from a different perspective. "Very well," Professor Okido decided. "Aoki, take Bailan with you." However, he paused, then turned to Bailan, his tone growing gravely serious. "You must promise me to never place yourself in danger. All actions must adhere to Aoki's commands. Understood?" "Understood, Professor." Bailan promptly nodded, secretly breathing a sigh of relief. The plan was set. "Grandpa, how can this be? He doesn't even have a decent battle Pokémon." Xiao Mao exclaimed, feeling that his grandfather was being unfair. "A whoa. Jindo protested with two cries, clearly dissatisfied. Though Aoki said nothing, his expression conveyed a hint of helplessness. Bringing Bailan along meant he would have to divert his attention to protect a researcher, undoubtedly hindering his pace. "Who says he doesn't?" Professor Oak suddenly wore a mysterious smile and turned to a corner of the office, retrieving a Pokeball from a cabinet. "This is for you," he said, extending the Pokeball to Bailan. "What is this?" Bailan inquired, a hint of surprise in his voice. "A Stantler," Professor Oak explained. "Its antlers can create incredibly realistic illusions, which can confuse your enemies and provide cover for retreat in critical moments. Remember, your mission is to observe and document, not to engage in battle. Safety comes first." Bailan accepted the Pokeball, feeling the gentle warmth emanating from within, his heart warming at the gesture. "Thank you, Professor." Meanwhile, Qing LV watched the scene unfold, unable to suppress a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Did he forget that he, the champion of the Johto League, was still standing here? Did he really need a Stantler to protect him? How much distrust did his grandfather have in him? He gazed up at the ceiling, feeling an unprecedented indignity at his champion title. However, under the unyielding gaze of his grandfather, Qing LV sighed in resignation, acquiescing to the arrangement. Thus, the investigative team heading to Leaf City was formed. Qing LV, accompanied by a clumsy researcher, Bailan, and a Stantler for escape. This combination seemed rather peculiar. Xiao Mao and Xiao Ji could only watch enviously, their faces betraying a mix of admiration and jealousy. Nine on the other hand, meticulously began preparing travel supplies for Bailan, constantly reminding him of various precautions. Bailan smiled in response, yet his mind raced with thoughts. The journey to Leaf City marked the official beginning of the storyline. Not only did he need to go, but he also had to document everything, the insidious schemes of Team Rocket, transforming it all into a blockbuster documentary that would captivate the entire internet. BP point, here I come, he thought. Turning around, he noticed Jindo nuzzling against his pant leg, its tail's flames dancing joyfully, seemingly excited for the upcoming trip. Bailan knelt down and gently stroked its warm head. Don't worry, you won't miss your moment in front of the camera this time. Chapter 18, Departure to Leaf City. Preparations for departure proceeded swiftly. May, akin to a mother sending her child off on a journey, meticulously organized various items into a khaki canvas backpack. This is a healing powder made from blending orange berries and pecha berries. It's gentler than the sprays available on the market. She handed Bailan a delicate porcelain vial. And this is a revitalizing balm made from luminescent moss and mint leaves. Applying a bit to your temples will ease any headaches from staying up late. Inside the backpack, energy cube containers, spare water purifier filters, and even neatly folded changes of clothing reflected her meticulous care. Bailan acknowledged each item with a warm heart. Just as he was sorting through May's thoughtful gifts, Xiaomao suddenly darted out from behind him, his face bearing an awkward semblance of pride. Hey, Bailan, he said, hands clasped behind his back and chin slightly raised. Just don't hold my brother back. He's really strong. I know, Bailan replied, turning to smile at him. Xiaomao felt a bit uneasy under his gaze, the well-rehearsed lines he had prepared stuck in his throat. After a moment of hesitation, he pulled out a small cloth bag from behind and quickly stuffed it into Bailan's backpack, his movements swift as if he were hiding something shameful. This is for you. It's extra. Don't misunderstand. I just don't want my brother to be distracted by babysitting a novice like you. With that, his face flushed, he turned and ran away without looking back. Bailan opened the cloth bag to find 2 bottles of common healing potions, an antidote, and a small stack of brand new league coins. He chuckled softly, shaking his head at this proud yet kind-hearted fellow. He accepted the awkward gesture of goodwill and stowed the bag away. Moving aside, he took out his multifunctional Pokédex, skillfully logging into his personal account on Pokémon TV. Jindo curiously leaned in, watching the shifting images on the screen. After a moment of contemplation, Bailan quickly edited a new post. Bailan's observation notes, a new chapter is about to unfold. Our destination is Leaf City, where we will explore the ecological changes of Pokémon in a unique electromagnetic environment. Stay tuned for the electromagnetic mist of Leaf City series. After carefully considering his wording, he nodded, satisfied that he hadn't inadvertently revealed his and Ching LV's true intentions. He sent out the post, and as soon as it was published, the comments section erupted with excitement. Here it comes. The Up Master is finally going on location. A power plant? That sounds hardcore. More knowledge to be gained. Electromagnetic mist? That title has blockbuster potential. Hurry up. Am I the only one concerned if Jindo will make an appearance? I want to see Jindo. Observing the fervent comments from his fans, Bailan couldn't help but smile. Regardless of the circumstances, the audience would not be lacking during his expedition to Leaf City. In the afternoon, under the gentle sunlight, Professor Oak summoned Bailan and Ching LV to the backyard lawn of the Research Institute. The usual warmth and humor on his face were replaced by an unusual gravity. Ching LV, Bailan, he said in a solemn tone. You must exercise utmost caution during your trip to Leaf City. Since Sakaki has retreated into the shadows, although Team Rocket's main forces have been subdued, their remnants have fragmented, retreating deeper underground. Professor Oak's gaze swept over the two, his tone growing increasingly serious. The current Team Rocket resembles a pack of hyenas lurking in gray areas. They no longer pursue grand objectives like overthrowing the League, but rather focus on immediate gains, poaching rare Pokémon, conducting illegal human experiments, and abducting trainers' companions. These malicious incidents are on the rise, and it is hard to deny their shadow looms behind the commission letter from Ma Jiji. The air seemed to thicken with tension. Ching LV furrowed his strong brows, a glint of sharpness flickering in his eyes. As a former champion of Johto, he understood better than anyone the darkness that lurked beneath the League's polished exterior. I understand, Grandpa, he replied succinctly, each word imbued with unwavering determination. Bailan nodded seriously as well. We will, Professor. Yet, internally, Bailan grappled with a far more complex reality. He understood that this world was a fusion of special episodes and TV animations. The Team Rocket depicted in the anime brought laughter through the antics of Jesse and James, While the Team Rocket in the special episodes was a genuine terror, capable of severing individuals with an Arbok or creating synthetic Pokémon, their hands stained with blood. What kind of Team Rocket was Professor Oak referring to? The fragmented remnants, or the more sinister version? Or perhaps it was a combination of both. The unknown posed the greatest risk. He silently vowed not to treat this expedition merely as a field study. All right, off you go, Professor Oak said, patting their shoulders. Reverting to his gentle demeanor. Ching LV, take care of Bailan. Bailan, ensure your own safety. Ching LV retrieved a red and white Pokeball from his waist and tossed it into the air. With a resounding roar, a robust Charizard with broad wings landed gracefully on the lawn. Unlike its earlier languid demeanor, its tail flame blazed brightly, its eyes sharp as an eagle, exuding the powerful aura befitting a champion's ace. Nine may adjusted by Lawn's collar one last time, softly advising, be cautious, and remember to report in daily. Xiao Mao stood at a distance, hands shoved in his pockets, appearing indifferent, yet his gaze remained fixed on the scene. Xiao Ji, pulling Jindo's paw, beamed with adventurous enthusiasm. Bailan. Ching LV. You must defeat all the bad guys. Jindo let out an enthusiastic yelp, its tail flames flickering vibrantly as if cheering Bailan on. Bailan smiled and gently patted its head, securing it in a specially designed, breathable, and comfortable carrying bag, leaving only its curious little head exposed. Let us go? With a verdant grace, Qinglu leapt onto the expansive back of the Charizard, following closely behind. Bailan settled firmly in Qinglu's wake, feeling the warmth and strength of the creature's muscles beneath him, a sensation unlike any he had previously experienced. Once securely positioned, Qinglu's voice rang out, clear and commanding, just as the Charizard unfurled its mighty wings. A powerful gust of wind surged forth, toppling the grass below in its wake. Accompanied by the tremendous pressure of the wind, they ascended into the sky, the ground rapidly receding from view. The tranquil, red-roofed cottages of Master town, the familiar outlines of the research facility, and even the distant, undulating forest transformed into a magnificent tapestry beneath them. The howling wind rushed past Bailan's ears, forcing him to squint slightly. The high-altitude currents were somewhat chilly, yet Qinglu's broad silhouette shielded him from the brunt of the onslaught. After a while, the scenery transitioned from lush green plains to rolling hills. To break the silence and probe further, Qinglu suddenly inquired, his voice remaining clear amidst the wind. Bailan. What are your thoughts regarding the power plant situation? Bailan did not respond immediately. Instead, he gazed at the rapidly passing landscape, organizing his thoughts. He certainly could not bluntly accuse Team Rocket of foul play. Adopting a tone of scholarly inquiry, he replied leisurely, from the descriptions in the letter, I believe there are two possible scenarios. The first suggests that some external high-frequency energy device is interfering with the normal operations of the power plant, resulting in unstable energy output. This interference may stem from illicit experimentation. The second possibility leans more towards ecology. He paused, sensing Qinglu's full attention had been captured before continuing. Perhaps a certain Pokémon or a group of them, possessing unique electromagnetic properties, have been drawn to the vicinity of the power plant due to habitat destruction or other reasons. Their magnetic fields may be clashing with the electromagnetic fields of the power plant, triggering a chain reaction. The restlessness of the wild electric-type Pokémon serves as further evidence for the latter scenario, as they are particularly sensitive to fluctuations in energy among their kind. After listening, Qinglu remained silent for a moment, having anticipated Bailan might propose some far-fetched, impractical theories. To his surprise, the analysis presented was coherent, and each hypothesis was grounded in reasonable logic. Well articulated, Qinglu remarked, subtly imbued with approval. A stark contrast to the researchers at the League who merely perused reports. Receiving the champion's affirmation, Bailan merely smiled, refraining from further comment. He cast his gaze towards the horizon, where he could faintly discern a stretch of azure sea and the vibrant port city known for its orange hues and liveliness. Standing proudly along the coastline. Kuyu City, we have arrived. The golden bean nestled in his arms seemed to sense the mingling scents of the sea and faint ionization in the air, stirring restlessly and emitting a low whimper. Bailan gently patted it for reassurance, yet a ripple of unease stirred within him. This journey through the electrical haze promised to be far more intricate than he had anticipated. Chapter 19. The Electric Light and Mist of Kuyu City. The Charizard landed smoothly on the outskirts of Kuyu City. The wind stirred by its retracting wings, carrying a mixture of the ocean's briny scent and the dust of urban life. In stark contrast to the tranquil pastoral atmosphere of Master town, this place pulsated with the rhythm of modern industry. As they approached the city, massive port cranes loomed like steel behemoths along the shoreline, and the distant sound of cargo ships' long whistles filled the air, mingling with the faint scent of ionization that made the golden bean in Bailan's arms twitch its nose anxiously. "Let us not rush to the gym," Qinglu stated as he nimbly dismounted from the Charizard and recalled his prized companion. He surveyed the surroundings, his gaze calm and collected like that of a seasoned hunter. The letter from Masashi only detailed the outcome, omitting the process. "We must first ascertain what transpired here before he sought assistance." Bailan agreed wholeheartedly. This was precisely to his liking. Charging straight into the gym might only yield Masashi's subjective account as a member of Team Rocket, whereas wandering the city's streets would unveil the most authentic and reliable information. The pair entered the Pokémon Center's lobby, where the atmosphere was palpably tenser than in other cities. The trainers bustling about bore expressions tinged with fatigue and confusion. The bulletin board displayed several announcements issued by Ms. Junsha, all essentially warning citizens about the recent instability of wild Pokémon emotions and advising them to avoid the grassy areas around the city. "Have you heard? Over by the port, there was another incident yesterday with a Magnemite going berserk and damaging a crane. And that's not all. My friend was nearly surrounded by a frenzied group of Electrode on Route 10. He was so frightened, he ran home overnight. What on earth is happening? My Pikachu has been lethargic these past few days and has lost its appetite." Amidst the clamor of conversation, Bailan noticed a detail. He discreetly activated his analysis eye, scanning the Pokémon of several trainers in the lobby. One corgi-like Pokémon lounging at its owner's feet was languidly panting, its tail twitching restlessly, with its status bar clearly indicating slight electromagnetic interference, agitated. A Pidgey perched at the bar also displayed a status of uneasy due to abnormal static field in the environment. Such subtle changes in status, ordinary trainers might dismiss as mere acclimatization issues or simple mood swings, yet to Bailan, they appeared as countless invisible threads, all pointing to a singular source, the power plant shrouded in mist. "It seems the situation is more widespread than indicated in the letter," Bailan murmured to Qinglu. "This influence is pervasive, no longer confined to the vicinity of the power plant." Qinglu nodded in agreement, though he lacked Bailan's piercing insight as a top-tier trainer. His perception was equally acute. "Let us head to the port." Kuyu City's port was vast, with the sea breeze blowing, which would typically present a bustling scene. However, at this moment, several operational areas were in a state of standstill. They observed a group of workers and Ms. Junsha huddled together, frowning at a crane clearly marred by collision dents. Above the port, several Magnemite were circling chaotically. Their flight paths were erratic, resembling headless flies, while the magnets on their bodies emitted an ominous hum, occasionally sparking small electric discharges when they drifted too close to one another. Qinglu's attention was drawn to the Magnemite, his brow furrowing in concern. "Do you see? This is the abnormal congregation mentioned in Masashi's letter." Indeed, Bailan retrieved his multifunctional Pokédex, feigning the act of capturing footage, directing the lens towards the Magnemite. Pokémon, Magnemite. Status, energy overload, mental confusion, extreme distress. Level, 15. Evaluation, attracted by an unknown high-frequency energy source, simultaneously disrupted by its accompanying chaotic fluctuations, currently suffering from a dual affliction of passive charging and mental torment. This was no mere agitation. Bailan lowered the Pokédex, his expression growing serious. They appeared to be forcibly drawn by an unseen force while enduring immense suffering. The sensation was akin to tossing a magnet into a high-speed blender. This analogy darkened Qinglu's expression as well. The notion of being forcibly drawn and subjected to torment undoubtedly hinted at human intervention. Having gathered sufficient information, the two no longer delayed and proceeded directly to the Kuyu Gym, situated at the city's periphery. The architectural style of the gym exuded a stark military aesthetic. The entrance was devoid of elaborate embellishments, featuring only two massive stone sculptures of Electrode. Pushing open the heavy iron doors, they encountered an exceptionally tall man clad in camouflage military attire, his face adorned with two lightning-shaped streaks of paint, seated upon a throne forged from various mechanical parts. He was none other than Masashi, the gym leader of Kuyu City. "Oh, little one sent by Professor Oak?" The voice of Majishur resonated like a mighty bell. Imbued with an undeniable sense of oppression, he surveyed the two individuals from his elevated position, his gaze lingering on Kingle for an additional 2 seconds. Clearly recognizing the former champion. "Quite swift, aren't you, baby?" he remarked. Unfazed by the flippant address, Kingle cut straight to the point. "Master Majishur, we are here on behalf of the Power Plant's commission. We have already observed the severity of the situation in the city." "Huh." Majishur laughed heartily, rising from his throne, his towering stature casting a long shadow. "Severe? That is merely an appetizer. Follow me. He strode purposefully towards a room at the back of the dojo, which resembled a makeshift sanctuary. Several magnemites and a magnezone floated in the air, all bearing injuries. Some had cracked shells, others their magnets dulled, and one magnemite-esque screw hole flickered with a hollow, anguished light, utterly still. Do you see? Magish's tone betrayed a raw anger for the first time. These little ones were rescued from the periphery of the power plant. They flung themselves towards that cursed place like moths to a flame. I sent my Raichu to drive them away, yet they would even self-detonate in defiance. Damn it. This is no mere ecological issue. Bailan approached the vacant-eyed magnemite, extending his hand to conduct a close-range deep scan with the all-knowing eye. Core data stream in disarray. Biological field on the brink of collapse. Trace amounts of unnatural energy residue detected. Energy nature analysis. High polymerization, directional. His heart sank. This was undoubtedly man-made. And of a profoundly cruel nature. What is the current situation at the power plant? Kingolf inquired. My men cannot enter, Magish replied, irritably ruffling his golden hair. The perimeter is shrouded in a peculiar energy field. Whenever my Pokémon draw near, they become as frantic as those magnemites. I suspect someone is conducting some kind of experiment inside. Exiting the dojo, dusk had settled, casting elongated shadows of the two figures. It seems we must venture forth tonight. Bailan murmured, his tone inscrutable, a blend of excitement and gravity. You stay in a safe place. I will go in alone, Kingolf responded succinctly, leaving no room for argument. Bailan smiled, refraining from protest, knowing that words were futile, actions would speak louder. They arrived at the outskirts of the abandoned power plant mentioned in the letter. The area was overgrown with weeds, and the colossal smokestacks loomed like silent giants under the setting sun. The scent of ionized air was tenfold stronger than in the city, causing a tingling sensation on their skin. Just as Kingolf was about to release his Pokémon, Bailan suddenly crouched down. Wait. He pointed to an inconspicuous thicket on the ground, where the branches exhibited clear signs of breakage and scorching, indicative of a small-scale battle. Clinging to the fractured limbs was a small tuft of matter, finer than dandelion fluff, resembling a cloud. It was a faint, almost ethereal green, blending seamlessly with the twilight. Kingolf leaned in, cautiously using tweezers to extract the fibrous material and place it into a sample bag, his eyes glinting with contemplation. This is, Bailan furrowed his brow. He had never encountered such a substance before. Perhaps, Kingolf stood up, gazing at the eerily silent power plant, a smirk playing on his lips. This is not merely a matter concerning electric-type Pokémon. Our adversary may have also provoked other, more vengeful little creatures. Chapter 20, Chaos Approaches. The night enveloped the abandoned power plant, its silhouette resembling a slumbering steel behemoth. A sea breeze swept from behind, bringing a chill, yet failing to disperse the increasingly potent and disquieting scent of ionized air. Kingolf secured the sample bag containing the delicate green fluff, redirecting his sharp gaze towards the silent structure. The traces left behind indicated that, besides electric-type Pokémon, other entities had become embroiled in this turmoil, and they were likely resisting. Resisting, or perhaps, calling for help, Bailan added softly. He aimed the multifunctional Pokédex at the inky entrance of the power plant, the dim glow illuminating his calm visage. He glanced down, finding Jindo's small head anxiously nestled in his arm, emitting faint whimpers. As they approached, the mixture of metallic rust, ozone, and high-voltage electricity in the air became increasingly acrid, eliciting instinctive aversion and agitation from the fire-type Jindo. Pokémon, Jindo, Shiny Charmeleon. Status, mild environmental discomfort, emotional agitation. Evaluation, high concentrations of unstable electromagnetic energy exist in the surrounding environment, exerting slight pressure on its biological magnetic field. It is advised to vacate or remedy the surroundings promptly. Gently patting Jindo's back, Bailan realized this was no mere ecological imbalance, but an overt act of cruelty. Taking a deep breath, he turned to Kingolf. Kingolf, I wish to document the ensuing process. Kingolf glanced at him, a flicker of confusion crossing his brow. My channel is called Bailan's Observation Notes. Bailan explained, his tone steady. I have long aspired to create a feature on the profound impact of human industrial activities on Pokémon ecosystems. This is a living case study. I want more people to witness what these Pokémon are enduring in unseen corners. This was undoubtedly a grandiloquent justification. The initial motivation may have stemmed from the ever-increasing BP points on the system interface. Filming was his optimal means of converting risk into reward. But more importantly was Bailan's indignation towards the maltreatment of Pokémon. Kingolf scrutinized him for a few seconds, seemingly assessing the veracity of his words. Ultimately, he nodded, asking no further questions. Very well, But stay close to me. Do not wander off, and protect yourself. With permission granted, Bailan adjusted the recording mode of his multifunctional Pokédex, securing it around his chest, the lens positioned to capture the unfolding scene ahead. Dear viewers, we have now arrived at the outskirts of the abandoned power plant in Kai City. He spoke in a hushed tone, adopting the cadence of a documentary narrator. The air is thick with a potent stench, and Jindo is already exhibiting signs of significant discomfort. We shall proceed deeper into this power plant to uncover the truth. The two advanced, one after the other, treading through overgrown grass that barely reached their ankles, moving toward the silent edifice. As they drew closer, the intangible sense of oppression and urgency intensified. The air felt as if it had transformed into a viscous gel, each breath crackling with faint electric sparks. And a tingling sensation coursed over their skin. Stop! Kingolf suddenly raised his hand, softly halting Bailan. Less than 10 meters ahead, an invisible energy barrier distorted the air, rendering the scenery behind it akin to a reflection in water. Delicate arcs of electricity danced across the barrier, emitting a soft crackling sound. This is what Ma Jisha referred to. Kingolf's expression grew grave as he retrieved a pokeball from his waist. It seemed they had no choice but to force their way through. Wait, Bailan interjected, fixating on the energy barrier, his eyes shimmering with a blue light as torrents of data flooded his mind. Target, low-frequency electromagnetic shield, crude modified version. Energy source, unknown, continuous input. Structural analysis. Energy flow exhibits marked peaks and troughs, with a cycle of approximately 4 seconds. A weak point in the energy exists at the northwest corner of the barrier during the trough phase. Evaluation. A shoddily constructed protective net. Assembled by a group lacking expertise, riddled with flaws, yet still lethal to ordinary Pokémon and humans alike. A forceful attack could provoke an energy overload, potentially alarming those within. Bailan pointed towards the upper left corner of the barrier, speaking with an air of utmost professionalism. Kingolf, observe that area. The energy flow of this barrier is not constant. It exhibits a periodic fluctuation. Approximately every 3 to 4 seconds, there is a fleeting dip in energy. If we can seize that moment, we should be able to pass through directly. Kingolf followed his gaze, a hint of astonishment flickering in his eyes. Although he could also sense the flow of energy, he lacked Bailan's precision in pinpointing the exact location and timing. This seemingly laid-back youth displayed a keen insight in other realms, prompting Kingolf to reevaluate him once more. Are you confident? About 80%, Bailan replied with a confident smile. On the count of 3, we charge together. He held the golden bean tightly in his embrace, shielding it with his body. Kingolf also stowed away his pokeball, lowering his body slightly in preparation for a sprint. 1. Bailan's gaze was fixed on that vulnerable point. The data streams in his vision began to enter the trough phase. 2. The energy intensity plummeted rapidly. 3. Now, before his words faded, the two of them shot forth like arrows released from their bows, their figures blurring as they darted precisely through the weak point in the energy barrier. Behind them, the energy shield resumed its original state after a brief ripple, as if nothing had transpired. Upon successfully infiltrating the power plant, a more intense aroma of rust and charred materials assaulted their senses. The lighting here was exceedingly dim, with only a few emergency lights flickering a ghostly white high upon the walls. Massive generator units loomed like silent giants in the shadows, their surfaces cloaked in cobwebs and dust. Yet beneath this eerie stillness surged a disquieting cruelty. Within sight were dozens of rudimentary iron cages, each containing one or several small magnemite. Their eyes were dull and lifeless, the once vibrant electric sheen of their bodies now faded. More disturbingly, many of the small magnemite were ensnared by crude metal clamps, the other ends of which were connected to a tangle of wires that extended into the depths of the shadows. It seemed that some machine was buzzing in the darkness. With each operation, the small magnemite would convulse in agony, faint sparks of electricity erupting from them as they were drawn into the wires. Damn it! Kingolf's fists clenched instantly, his knuckles turning white from the pressure, anger igniting in his eyes. Bailan's expression also darkened as he silently recorded everything, the lens capturing this hellish scene without uttering a word. He knew that once this footage was released, it would undoubtedly stir a significant uproar. Shoo! Bailan suddenly restrained the advancing Kingolf, gesturing towards two figures patrolling in the distance. They were Team Rocket members clad in black uniforms adorned with a bright red emblazoned on their chests, idly conversing as they walked. I really don't understand what the higher-ups are thinking, resorting to such a clumsy method to collect pure electric energy. It's inefficient and likely to kill these little things. Tell me about it. I heard that Lord Lance's plan requires this energy to activate some amplifier. We just need to follow orders. If they die, We can simply capture more. There are plenty of Magnemite around here. Their dialogue reached Bailan and Kingolv's ears with unsettling clarity. Lance, one of the 3 executives of Team Rocket. Bailan's heart sank. It appeared this incident was more troublesome than he had anticipated. This was no ordinary remnant force. It was an operation orchestrated by core personnel from behind the scenes. At that moment, a peculiar sound, reminiscent of wind chimes, accompanied by a faint yet distinctly different energy fluctuation, emanated from deeper within the power plant. The 2 Team Rocket members seemed to have heard it too, one of them muttering impatiently, "That annoying little thing is causing a ruckus again. It should be locked up with those Magnemite." With that, they headed towards the source of the sound. Kingolv and Bailan exchanged glances, silently agreeing to follow. They concealed themselves within the shadows of the massive machinery, stealthily approaching the core control room of the power plant. Chapter 21. Champion Strength, terrifying indeed. The 2 moved like phantoms, trailing closely behind the Team Rocket members, the towering mechanical shadows providing them with the perfect cover. Damn it. This wretched place is both stuffy and damp. I can't wait to finish up and get back to drink, one of the members complained, his voice echoing in the cavernous factory. Just bear with it. It's Lord Lance's orders. Who would dare disregard them? The other replied. I heard that if this energy amplifier is successful, we'll all benefit greatly. At that point, we won't just be talking about drinks, but a few days of leisure in Golden City. Benefits? With these Magnemite. Look at them. They're nearly drained dry. Hey, we can always catch more. All the electric-type Pokémon in this area will come flocking to us like moths to a flame. Their conversation was uncensored, and Bailan's multifunctional Pokédex faithfully recorded every word, the footage sending chills down his spine. The golden bean in his embrace squirmed restlessly, its gem-like eyes blazing with furious flames. Bailan and Kingolv traversed a narrow corridor, which opened up into a vast space ahead. This was the core control room of the power plant, but it had been transformed beyond recognition. A colossal machine dominated the center of the room, with countless thick cables extending from it like the tentacles of an octopus, connecting to numerous iron cages hanging from the walls. Each cage held a struggling Magnemite, their energy and electric currents forcibly extracted and funneled into the humming machine at the center. The entire room was filled with a nauseating stench and a burnt odor. Thud, thud, thud. It was that little creature causing a ruckus again. One of the Team Rocket members impatiently strode towards a corner. Bailan and Kingolv's gazes followed. Within a specially designed glass box was a small Pokémon, resembling a fluffy ball of cotton. It had 2 leaf-like ears atop its head and trailed a cloud-like mass of cotton behind it, relentlessly battering against the glass wall, producing a series of sounds. With each impact, a few delicate green cotton fibers floated down from its rear, the very substance they had discovered outside. Pokémon, Flababy. Status, captured. Enraged, energy disrupted. Level, 28. Ability, Flower Veil. Learn skills, Leech Seed, Stun Spore, Cotton Guard, Fairy Wind. Evaluation, it was attracted by a special energy but fell into a trap. Its cotton spores can effectively disrupt electric currents, hence its isolation. Quiet down, you cotton candy. One of the members growled as he approached the glass box, rapping sharply on it. Keep it up, and I'll toss you into the shredder. Flababy flinched in fear, but quickly mustered its courage, letting out a defiant scream at the member through the glass. TSK, what a tough nut, another member remarked as he approached, pulling out a crumpled piece of paper from his waist. After glancing at it with distaste, he crumpled it further and carelessly tossed it into a nearby trash bin. Enough of that. The core energy collection is almost complete. Go check the wiring. We can't afford any issues at the last moment. Understood. The 2 split up, beginning to inspect the tangled mess of cables. Kingolv gestured to Bailan, indicating that this was an opportunity. Yet Bailan shook his head slightly, his attention focused entirely on the trash bin. He lowered his body, stealthily moving like a raccoon to the edge of the shadows. As the 2 members turned their backs, he swiftly reached in, retrieving the paper ball and tucking it into his pocket, the entire process fluid and silent. Just then, a piercing wail echoed through the air. While inspecting the wiring, a team member discovered that a small Magnemite, drained of energy, was on the brink of collapse, its faint electrical glow flickering precariously. Ugh. Another one broken. What shoddy merchandise. The team member spat disdainfully, picking up a nearby stick and viciously prodding the feeble Magnemite. Useless. Produce more electricity for me. This scene ignited a small flame of fury within Bailan. A fierce roar erupted from his chest, filled with rage. Jindo abruptly poked its head out, and a torrent of fiery sparks uncontrollably burst forth from its tiny mouth, hurtling towards the abusive team member. Who dares? The Team Rocket member reacted swiftly, spinning around to retrieve a Pokeball and releasing his Pokémon. Qinglu, sensing danger, dashed forward to shield Bailan. The sparks raced towards their target, only to be dispersed by a gust of razor-sharp wind as a Zubat flapped its wings into view. With a crash, a green figure erupted from the glass box. The Flabébé, risking injury, shattered a corner of the glass enclosure with a fairy wind, escaping its confinement. It whipped up a gust, scattering the cotton fluff onto the machine's metal surface, causing sparks to fly. Damn it! Capture it! Don't let it damage the machine. The two Team Rocket members exclaimed in shock, abandoning their pursuit of the intruder to command their Pokémon to chase the escaping Flabébé. The Flabébé executed a nimble roll in midair, narrowly evading capture while releasing a cloud of powder from its cotton. It's paralysis powder, Bailan quickly deduced. The powder spread through the air, and one team member, unable to dodge, inhaled some and immediately became stiff, his movements sluggish. Well done, Bailan silently cheered. You take it and retreat. I've got this. Qinglu had already pulled out a Pokeball, ready to act. Leave this to me. In his hand was a specially designed ball radiating a dark golden light. The moment the lid opened, the atmosphere in the control room seemed to freeze. An invisible yet colossal psychic force surged forth like a tsunami. Alakazam. A golden light erupted. One of the former champion's Pokémon, Alakazam, materialized in midair. Its two silver spoons crossed before it, and without the need for a trainer's command, a terrifying psychic attack was unleashed. The air rippled with tangible blue waves, crashing down like an invisible giant hand. The two Team Rocket members, along with their Pokémon, were silenced before they could utter a sound, forcefully pressed into the ground by the overwhelming psychic force. The sound of cracking bones echoed clearly as they lost consciousness entirely. Bailan gasped in astonishment. The power of a top champion was indeed fearsome. Observing how Qinglu, with just a single movement, without even needing to establish a field, utilized the most basic psychic force to crush the enemy, Bailan felt a deep tremor within him. For the first time, he clearly recognized the chasm between supreme combatants and ordinary trainers. With such strength for protection, one could probably walk sideways, right? But this was not yet the end. Alakazam tapped its spoons lightly, its deep blue eyes shining even brighter. The overwhelming psychic force that enveloped the area did not cease. It transformed into countless precise psychic probes, deftly severing all electrical connections. The sound of locks clicking open echoed throughout the walls as dozens of iron cages that had imprisoned the Magnemite sprung open, as if manipulated by an invisible hand. Chapter 22, Flabébé. The control room lay in disarray, yet exuded a tranquil silence, a sense of relief following chaos. Alakazam retracted its near-apocalyptic aura, hovering quietly behind Qinglu, the tips of its silver spoons shimmering softly. An invisible yet gentle psychic field swept through like a spring breeze, soothing each trembling Magnemite. Those feeble Pokémon timidly floated out from the cold iron cages. Their intermittent electrical sparks no longer a sign of pain, but rather woven into a soft starry net in the air, silently expressing their gratitude. They instinctively gathered towards Alakazam, seeking the protection and tranquility offered by this formidable being. The champion's majesty and charm were not solely derived from the intimidation of strength, but also from a steady demeanor that naturally commanded the Pokémon's instinctive trust. Bailan watched this harmonious scene, the desire for absolute power surging within him once more. Is this the composure of the strong? Standing still, merely striking a pose, and wild Pokémon bowed down in reverence. If only I possessed such strength. This unrealistic fantasy brought a tear to the corner of his eye. Yet, his gaze was soon drawn to a faint green figure in the corner, the Flabébé, now weakly lying on the cold floor. Its verdant body was stained with dust and blood from its shattered glass enclosure, trembling slightly from exhaustion and pain. Bailan's heart ached, and he instinctively stepped forward. In the dim eyes of the Flabébé, there was only the silhouette of Bailan drawing closer. It struggled to lift its small head, its once lustrous Pokémon eyes now reflecting the outline of Bailan as he crouched down. It's all right, it's all over now, Bailan spoke softly. He carefully retrieved a specially wrapped orange-flavored cake from his backpack, its sweet aroma standing out starkly in the room, filled with the smells of burnt and rusted metal. The Flabébé's nose twitched slightly, and its weak yet bright gaze immediately focused on the tempting food. Are you hungry? Give this a try. It will help restore your strength. Bailan gently pushed the cake towards it. The Flabébé hesitated for a moment, but the pangs of hunger and the kindness emanating from this human ultimately overcame its last shred of caution towards the unfamiliar environment. Tentatively, it extended its small head and pecked at the cake. Instantly, its eyes lit up. The taste was unlike any it had ever experienced, distinct from the sweetness of berries, flowing down its throat like a warm current, swiftly dispelling its fatigue. It began to devour the cake eagerly. The satisfaction of surviving mingled with the pure joy brought by the food, forming the most effective remedy in that moment. Pokémon, Flabébé. Status, severely injured. Recovering from hunger, food effects significant, stamina gradually recovering. Evaluation. In the depths of despair, you have pulled it up with your own hands and fed it precious food. You have become its only beacon of light in a dark world. Bailan extended his hand, gently brushing the Flabébé's ear, tender as a budding sprout. The little one did not flinch. Instead, it relaxed its tensed body completely under that reassuring touch, emitting a small, dependent chirp from its throat. It lifted its head, its large, glistening eyes gazing at Bailan, devoid of wariness, only a hint of attachment. Qinglu approached him quietly, observing this heartwarming scene. His usually sharp gaze softening somewhat. Perhaps this Flabébé wishes to accompany you. He glanced at Bailan, then at his own alakazam, which stood like an impregnable mountain behind him, a subtle smile forming at the corner of his mouth. This little one has good taste. His tone suggested that being followed by such a remarkably potential Pokémon was Bailan's fortune, while also affirming Flabébé's keen intuition regarding a future powerful ally. Bailan gazed into the Flabébé's clear and trusting eyes, then at Alakazam, capable of effortlessly handling any challenge. A peculiar warmth surged within him, mingling a sense of responsibility with a yearning to grow stronger and thus enjoy a more comfortable life. He retrieved an empty Pokeball from his waist, gently placing it before the Flabébé. Would you like to come with me? I promise no one will harm you again. The Flabébé showed no hesitation. It extended its tiny paw, earnestly and trustingly pressing the button at the center of the Pokeball. The gentle glow of crimson enveloped it, devoid of any struggle. The Pokeball in Bailan's hand gave a slight shake, and with a click, it fell into serene tranquility. Congratulations, host. Successfully captured the Wind Fairy. System task. The Hidden Thread of Kuroha City, Phase 1 completed. Gained 500 BP points. Unlocked new title, Guardian of Pokémon, upon wearing. It slightly increases affinity towards traumatized Pokémon. Bailan pressed the Pokeball gently against his chest, feeling the faint yet vibrant pulses emanating from within. A peculiar sense of fulfillment blossoming within him. From this moment on, your name shall be Cloud. Bailan murmured softly to the Pokeball. It gave a slight shake in apparent response. Simultaneously, the image of Hudi, effortlessly overpowering its foes, flashed uncontrollably through his mind. He instinctively gazed at Hudi's calm, inscrutable eyes, as if perceiving all, and the envy he felt towards its strength burgeoned like wild grass after a rain. Time to move on. This place is not suitable for lingering. The voice of Qinglu pulled him back to reality. We must leave now. Once we're outside, inform Ma Jiji and Miss Junsha, and have Miss Joy come to assist these little Magnemites. Understood. Bailan nodded, carefully stowing the Pokeball containing the Wind Fairy, and cradling Jindo once more in his arms. Suddenly struck by a thought, he retrieved the crumpled piece of paper he had hastily taken from his pocket earlier. Unfolding the paper, he discovered a fragmented report. The handwriting scrawled and seemingly jotted down in haste. Energy amplifier, preliminary testing successful. Pure electric energy conversion rate, too low. Lord Rands instructed. Final adjustments must be completed before that date. Target. Activate the device located deep within the volcano of Red Lotus Island. The writing abruptly ceased, the remainder torn away. Rands, Red Lotus Island. Bailan whispered those two keywords, his brow furrowing in concern. Qinglu leaned over to take a glance, his expression instantly turning grave. Rands? He truly is here. Moreover, their objective is Red Lotus Island. It seems the events in Kuroha City are merely the beginning. Bailan carefully pocketed the incomplete report, recognizing its significance as vital intelligence. He surveyed the surroundings. The rescued Magnemites were beginning to drift towards the power plant's exit, comforted by Hudi, returning to their rightful homes. Let us depart. Qinglu turned, and with a flash of light, Hudi vanished. The two of them reappearing outside the power plant in an instant. Bailan followed closely, and as he stepped out the door, he cast a final glance back at the steel ruins soon to be sealed off, the multifunctional Pokédex at his chest silently ceasing its recording. Chapter 23, The Orange Badge. Hello, is this Miss Junsha? This is the abandoned power plant in Kuroha City. 2 members of Team Rocket have been subdued, and there are numerous Magnemites that have been illegally detained and abused, along with a large device suspected of conducting dangerous experiments. Yes, the suspects have lost the ability to resist, but there may be a risk of energy leakage on site. Please dispatch professionals as soon as possible. Bailan's voice was calm as he leaned against a tree, dialing the emergency number with the multifunctional Pokédex, his tone serene, completely betraying none of the thrilling infiltration he had just experienced. Qinglu stood by, observing him manage everything with composure, a flicker of approval passing through his gaze. This lad, despite his thoughts of shirking work, proved to be remarkably reliable when it came to action. Having finished the call with Junsha, Bailan did not pause, his fingers tapping on the screen as he dialed the number for the Kuroha City Pokemon Center. Hello, Miss Joy. There are dozens of Magnemites at the abandoned power plant that require urgent assistance. They have fallen into a weakened state due to excessive energy extraction, and conventional healing items may be ineffective. Yes, the situation is under control, but their psychological trauma may be quite severe. He meticulously detailed the Pokemon's condition, his attentive care eliciting a glance of surprise from Qinglu. After handling all of this, Bailan let out a long sigh, feeling as if all the bones had been drained from his body, lazily leaning against the tree trunk, appearing utterly exhausted as though he had exceeded his physical limits today and required 3 days of rest. All right, let the professionals take care of the rest. Qinglu withdrew his gaze and took out his communicator. I need to inform the owner of this place that fellow Rans has extended his reach here, and Ma Jiji is likely to be furious. The moment the communicator connected, a thunderous roar erupted from it. Who? Do you not know I am in the midst of special training? Ma Jiji, it's me, Qinglu. Qinglu's voice remained steady. There has been a minor issue on your territory. Team Rocket has been up to some mischief here, and I took the liberty of cleaning it up. There was a moment of silence on the other end before a crackling sound of electricity followed, Ma Jiji's tone turning decidedly serious. Team Rocket? Where? I'm heading over right now. Half an hour later, outside the abandoned power plant, a long cordon had been established, the sounds of police sirens and ambulances intertwining, shattering the tranquility of the late night. A remarkably burly man, clad in a military green tank top and sporting a golden crew cut, strode over with purpose. Each step he took seemed to send tremors through the ground, his soldier's aura of iron and blood heavying the surrounding air. It was none other than the gym leader of Kuroha, Ma Jiji. Qinglu, as expected of you, I trust you with this matter. Upon seeing Qinglu, Ma Jiji enveloped him in a bear hug, his massive palm thumping against Qinglu's back with resounding slaps. Just passing through, helping you tidy up the yard. Qinglu extricated himself discreetly, pointing to the 2 unconscious members of Team Rocket being lifted onto stretchers, Ran's men, targeting that energy amplifier. Ma Jiji's expression darkened instantly as he glanced at the half-dismantled colossal machine, cursing vehemently. That son of a dog Rans, daring to cause trouble on my turf. Next time, I better not run into him. His gaze then shifted to Bailan, alongside the curious golden Charmander peeking out from his arms. A flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. This little lad, you didn't introduce him back at the gym. Mine, a junior, and a key figure in this incident. Qinglu introduced. It was he who first discovered the anomalies here. Oh, Ma Jiji's gaze scrutinized Bailan, sharp enough to seem as though he could see through him. Bailan felt a tremor of unease under his intense scrutiny, but managed to nod resolutely. Miss Junsha's report mentioned that you discovered the wind fairy using cotton spore to neutralize the current, saving the lives of those Magnemites? Ma Jiji inquired. It was merely a hypothesis. Bailan replied modestly, not wishing to draw too much attention to himself. The fewer complications, the better. The wind fairy's cotton spore possesses a remarkable insulating property, capable of attracting free charges. I merely surmised that when they reached a certain concentration, it might form an energy buffer zone, reducing the energy amplifier's extraction efficiency on the Magnemites, and as it turns out, that was indeed the case. He explained the intricate principles in the simplest terms. Ma Jiji listened, momentarily taken aback. He glanced at Bailan's somewhat weary face, as if he bore no interest in anything, before bursting into hearty laughter. Ha! An interesting little fellow. Far superior to those fools who only know to make Pokemon charge with Thunderbolt. He clapped Bailan on the shoulder with such force that Bailan nearly stumbled to the ground. You, my boy, have guts. I like you. As he spoke, Ma Jiji casually pulled a badge from his pocket and thrust it into Bailan's hand. It was a badge shaped like a golden sun, adorned with 8 sharp spikes at the edges, the orange badge. Take it. This is what you deserve. Your cerebral prowess surpasses that of the challengers in my dojo by 100-fold. Upon uttering these words, he turned as if he had merely accomplished a trivial task, and bellowed at his subordinate trainers. What are you all standing around for? Come with me and inspect the safety hazards of the power plant's wiring. This is a matter of pride for our city of Leafy Grove. Before his words had fully dissipated, he had already charged past the security line, leaving Bailan in a state of bewilderment, standing there with the hard badge firmly clenched in his hand. Bailan gazed down at the orange badge resting in his palm, the metallic edges digging into his skin painfully. His mind momentarily froze for 3 seconds. What have I done? I merely explained the physical properties of cotton spores, and somehow I ended up with a gym badge? Isn't this something one earns through a fierce battle with the gym leader? A ticket to participate in the league competition? I never intended to engage in such laborious and troublesome endeavors. My aspiration is to become a leisurely content creator, cultivating fruits in the laboratory, filming videos, and counting BP points to enjoy a worry-free retirement. Where should I even store this? Should it be kept with Jindo's toys? What if it ends up being chewed like a teething toy? In an instant, a myriad of thoughts on how to deal with this hot potato flashed through his mind. His expression shifted from shock to speechlessness, ultimately transforming into a deep sense of helplessness. Congratulations, your first badge is in hand. A voice, reminiscent of Ching LV, floated over, laced with a hint of amusement, suggesting that he was far ahead of Xiao Mao and Xiao Ji. Upon hearing this, Bailan raised his head and regarded Ching LV with a devilish glare, his tone laden with anguish. Ching LV, please refrain from making such terrifying jokes. My heart can't handle it. Ching LV, observing his evasion, could no longer suppress a chuckle. He gently patted Bailan's shoulder, this time with a considerably softer touch. Come on, it's time to go home. Your new partner deserves a proper rest as well. Bailan sighed, resigned, and stuffed the orange badge into his pocket. He glanced at the tranquil pokeball at his waist, housing his newly acquired partner, a frostless. Well, for the sake of my new companion, I shall regard this minor annoyance as a complimentary gift. Yet, the prospect of leading a calm and peaceful life seemed increasingly distant. He looked down at the multifunctional Pokédex still in standby mode, his mind already beginning to concoct the title for his next video. Shocking. Infiltrating Team Rocket's secret base. I managed to acquire a gym badge using scientific knowledge. That title should garner quite a few BP points, I reckon. With this thought, Bailan's spirits lifted slightly. Chapter 24, Returning Home. As the familiar colossal form of Charizard sliced through the night sky above Shinshin Town, gently landing on the lawn of the Research Institute, the lights in the main house blazed to life, and the door was flung open with great force. Nai rushed out like a whirlwind, still clad in her apron, clearly having interrupted her ongoing tasks. Upon seeing Ching LV and Bailan dismount safely from the dragoness back, the tension in her face eased somewhat. Yet the worry etched between her brows swiftly crystallized into frost upon noticing the dust and lingering burnt smell on the two. You're back? Her voice, seemingly calm, was imbued with an impending sense of foreboding. Ching LV, having just recalled his Charizard, paused briefly at her words, aware that the true reckoning was only just commencing. He cleared his throat, attempting to explain in the most neutral tone. Sis, the matter has been resolved. The troubles of Leafy Grove, I wasn't asking about that. Nai hastened towards him, not affording Ching LV the chance to finish. She bypassed her brother and stood directly before Bailan, gently brushing away the dust from his shoulder, her gaze scanning him thoroughly. Once she confirmed there were no visible injuries, she turned her piercingly sharp eyes towards Ching LV, cutting through him with the precision of a blade. You knew there was danger, yet you charged in with Bailan? Ching LV, how old are you this year? Do you still act without thinking? Sis, it was Bailan's decision. Ching LV instinctively sought to defend himself, but under Nai's scrutinizing gaze that seemed to dare him to utter another word, the latter half of his sentence choked in his throat, ultimately dissolving into a resigned sigh as he chose silence, silently enduring his sister's wrath. This scene instantly replaced Bailan's fleeting exhaustion from surviving the ordeal with a strong sense of déjà vu and an irrepressible urge to laugh. So even the former champion has days like this. It's far more entertaining than watching him dominate the quartz league. And you, Bailan. Nai turned her attention to Bailan, though her tone softened considerably, resembling that of a caregiver admonishing a wayward child. You followed his reckless lead. If anything like this happens again, you must inform me immediately, understand? Understood, sister Nai. Bailan nodded obediently, though internally he mused. How am I supposed to earn BP points if I tell you? My future retirement life depends on these misadventures. At that moment, the sound of hurried footsteps emerged from the main house as Xiao Ji and Xiao Mao peeked out, evidently roused by the commotion outside. Ching LV go. Bailan go. You're back. Xiao Ji was the first to dash out, his face alight with excitement and curiosity. Xiao Mao followed closely, hands shoved into his pockets, trying to maintain an air of maturity, yet his darting eyes betrayed his eagerness. Finally back? I thought you were going to spend the night outside. The two little rascals surrounded Bailan like cats drawn to a scent. Bailan go, was Leafy Grove fun? Were there many electric-type Pokémon? Xiao Zhi's question was innocent and direct. You fool, they were there to handle a commission, not to frolic. Xiao Mao immediately retorted, then turned to Bailan. Adopting an inquisitive tone, Bailan, I heard Team Rocket made an appearance? You didn't encounter any danger, did you? Seeing the two pairs of eager eyes, Bailan decided to redirect their curiosity. He lowered his voice conspiratorially and winked at them. Danger? Of course there was. But guess what? Your Qing LV Gus single-handedly unleashed a Pokémon without lifting a finger, and just like that, those two fearsome Team Rocket members went flying. The scene was spectacular. As if it were a movie. As he spoke, he animatedly gestured, embellishing Qing LV's overwhelming display of power in a way that made it sound almost mythical. Xiao Zhi and Xiao Mao listened, eyes wide, then simultaneously turned to Qing LV, who was currently being chastised by their sister, gazing at him with nearly reverent admiration. Wow. Is it true? Qing LV Gu, is that amazing? Xiao Zhi's eyes sparkled with countless stars. Xiao Mao clenched his fists tightly, his eyes burning with envy and longing. Muttering, using just one Pokémon. This is what it means to be a champion, huh? Feeling the intense gazes from behind, Qing LV's lips twitched involuntarily. He shot a glare at Bailan, his expression unmistakably conveying, you wait till I get you back for this. Bailan returned a look of innocent amusement, concealing his achievements in humility. All right, enough standing around outside, let us head inside. Nine's reprimand came to an end, and she noticed the Pokeball nestled in Bailan's arms. This is your newly captured partner? Yes, I rescued it from the power plant. It sustained some injuries. Bailan replied, extending the Pokeball towards her. Nine accepted the Pokeball and stepped into the warm living room, pressing the central button. A flash of white light revealed the weakened Frostless on the soft carpet. It looked around in confusion, but upon spotting Bailan, a glimmer of reassurance appeared in its eyes, though the pain from its injuries caused it to curl up, shivering. Ah, the poor little creature. In that instant, Nanami's heart melted. The anger she previously harbored towards Qinglu dissipated, replaced by an expression of profound sympathy. With deftness, she retrieved a spray of healing ointment and a nutritional supplement from the medical kit, gently tending to the wounds of the wind fairy. This child must have been startled by the harsh light and electric currents, leaving it in a state of distress. As she worked, she murmured, it needs to rest properly. Just then, Professor Oak emerged from his study, draped in a coat, his expression grave. He had evidently grasped the situation through Qinglu's brief message. Qinglu, Bailan. Your efforts this time have been commendable, he acknowledged before shifting his tone. Rance, a core member of Team Rocket, has personally taken action. It appears their recent activities have grown increasingly audacious. This intelligence is crucial, and I shall report it to the League immediately. He crouched beside the wind fairy, scrutinizing it closely, admiration flickering in his eyes. Using cotton spores to neutralize the electric current and create an energy buffer. Bailan, this idea is remarkable. It has not only saved this wind fairy, but also those little magnemites. You are beginning to understand and assist Pokémon from an entirely new perspective. Receiving such praise from Professor Oak, Bailan merely smiled, choosing not to elaborate further. As the night deepened, Ash and Gary were ushered back to their rooms to sleep, while Qinglu discreetly retreated to her own chamber to avoid further admonishments from her sister. In the living room, Nanami cradled the now slumbering wind fairy, softly humming a lullaby. While Professor Oak returned to his study to draft a report overnight, Bailan returned to his room, and the first thing he did was open the multifunctional Pokédex. Importing all the footage recorded that day into his computer, he did not rush to publish it. Instead, like a meticulous documentary filmmaker, he began to edit with great care. He focused the lens on the anguished eyes of the imprisoned Magnemites, layering the cold, unfeeling dialogue of Team Rocket members as background noise, interspersed with the wind fairy's defiant struggles and the furious roars of Jindo. Ultimately, the frame settled on the appearance of Hoodie, who, with overwhelming force, rescued all the Pokémon, surrounded by liberated Magnemites emitting faint yet grateful sparks of electricity. The entire video was imbued with striking visual impact and emotional contrast. After some contemplation, he added a line of subtitles at the end. Though our languages may not align, we must not turn a blind eye to their suffering. He then typed out a catchy yet authentic title he had long considered. Exclusive. Infiltrating Team Rocket's secret base. And I managed to snag a gym badge with just my knowledge. With a click, he uploaded it. Almost instantaneously upon the video's release, the backend data began to surge wildly. Views, likes, coins, and favorites flooded in like a bursting dam. The sound of BP point increases rang in Bailan's mind, composing the most exquisite melody in the world. BP points 10, BP points 25, BP points 50. Leaning back in his chair, Bailan savored the sweet fruits of his labors. This adventure had been worthwhile. However, just as he prepared to shut down his computer and check on the Wind Fairy, a notification popped up in the lower right corner of the screen. A strange communication request bearing the distinctive encrypted emblem of Interpol. Encrypted communication request from L. Do you accept? The smile on Bailan's face gradually froze. He gazed at the blinking icon, then glanced outside at the tranquil night and at the corner of the room, where Jindo curiously poked the sleeping, fluffy green companion with her tiny paws. He sighed deeply, his tone laden with the weight of unendurable burdens. In this day and age, why was it so difficult to simply enjoy a peaceful rest? Chapter 25, Gary's Resurgence. That flashing Interpol emblem filled Bailan with an unsettling premonition as he regarded the screen displaying the codename of the mysterious interlocutor. In this world, any association with that name typically signified a considerable trouble to be documented in official records. A wave of exhaustion surged from the depths of his soul, and with a resigned sigh, he pressed the accept button. He couldn't be bothered to switch to a secure line, using the public Wi-Fi of the Oak Research Institute instead. Adopting an air of nonchalance, as if to say, I'm just a bystander. If you have something to say, make it quick. I'm tired. Hello, who is this? He replied, his voice revealing unmistakable fatigue. The voice on the other end was a deliberately husky male tone, accompanied by faint sounds of electricity and wind. May I speak to Mr. Bailan, the observer of Mew? I am an Interpol agent. I apologize for the late disturbance. I just watched your new video and appreciate the valuable clues you have provided. Oh, no need for formality, Bailan replied, his tone flat. It was just a side endeavor. Mainly, I needed to earn some money to support my Pokémon. It's quite costly, you understand? The other party seemed momentarily taken aback by this bluntness. Falling silent for a few seconds before responding, Ahem, understood. Your courage and intelligence displayed in the video are commendable. I would like to confirm some details. The characteristics of the two Team Rocket members? Their Pokémon. Do you remember more about the energy amplifier? So, they're conducting a background check. Bailan rubbed his temples, leaning back, and spoke in a monotonous tone as if reciting. Just a couple of random faces, average strength. For specifics, please consult Miss Junsha locally. As for their Pokémon, a Zubat, unstable temperament. It has likely undergone harsh training. The machine looked crude. Like a rushed experiment. Significant damage but lacking technical finesse. By the way, they mentioned someone named Rance. Sounds like a minor leader. Skillfully positioning himself as a knowledgeable bystander. He concealed critical information within mundane chatter. Rance. The agent's breath hitched, one of Team Rocket's operatives. Thank you. This information is crucial. His tone turned earnest. We are tracking Team Rocket, but they have become quite elusive. Should you obtain any relevant clues in the future, no matter how trivial, please do not hesitate to contact me. Here is my encrypted number. I implore you. Let us see. Bailan yawned, showing no pretense of enthusiasm. I'll hang up now. I need my rest. Without waiting for a response, he decisively severed the connection. The room was left with the melodious chime of rising BP points. As Bailan stared at the now darkened screen, Interpol and the troubles with Team Rocket had not been shaken off, now documented by a partner of justice. What a predicament! He muttered to himself as he rose and walked toward the living room. The living room was dimly lit, and Nanami had already retired for the night. The Wind Fairy nestled in a wicker basket lined with soft blankets, sleeping soundly. Its wounds had been properly treated, covered with a small blanket, and its breathing was steady, though it occasionally twitched due to nightmares. Bailan crouched beside the Wind Fairy, gently stroking its head. Pokémon, Wind Fairy. Status: light injuries, healing, mentally fatigued. Sense of security, moderately enhanced. Trait: prankster. Evaluation: a warm shelter and a delicious dinner have alleviated most of the fright. It can sense goodwill. But the shadows need time to mend. A professional massage might effectively relieve both physical and mental stress. Massage. Bailan's gaze swept over the life skills section of the system shop, quickly locking onto a target. Beginner massage skill book, selling for 5,000 BP points. Upon learning, one masters basic Pokémon massage techniques, effectively relieving fatigue, promoting circulation, and alleviating tension. Observing the recent surge in his BP points into the 4 digits due to the video, he decisively exchanged and learned it. A faint glow flickered as knowledge of Pokémon muscle structure, acupoints, pressure, and techniques infused into his mind, as if accumulated through years of practice. He cautiously extended his hand. applying the newly learned techniques with specific frequencies and pressures to gently stroke the Wind Fairy's neck and back. The Wind Fairy, trembling in its dreams, visibly relaxed, emitting a tiny, contented purr as it sank deeply into a stable slumber. Bailan smiled slightly. Troubles are indeed troublesome. But being able to use the points he earned to bring comfort to the little one felt rather rewarding. The following morning, sunlight flooded the research institute. Bailan was awakened by the cheerful sounds emanating from the backyard, and with a disheveled appearance, he resentfully pushed open the floor-to-ceiling window. The sunlight filtered through the treetops, and the Pokémon on the lawn had commenced a new day. The protagonist was a fresh shade of verdant green, as the lively Flababy flitted about energetically. The Bulbasaur basked in the sun, and the playful Rattata chased after one another. Everything in the backyard filled Bailan with a sense of wonder. Most surprisingly, however, was the interaction between Jindo and the Flababy. Jindo wobbled in pursuit of a Butterfree, only to tumble headfirst into the grass, emitting a plaintive whimper. A soft, fluffy cloud, imbued with the essence of sunshine, gently lifted it up. The Flababy hovered nearby, its concerned gaze ensuring that the Charmander was unharmed, before mischievously conjuring a safer, cotton spore cloud playground around it. Jindo paused, realizing it was a gesture of goodwill, and excitedly rolled and leaped within the cotton pile, its fiery tail burning brighter. The Flababy, like a guardian, created a safe haven for the little creature. Leaning against the doorframe, Bailan's lips curled into a smile. Pokémon, Flababy. Status, healthy happy. Ability, prankster. Evaluation, resilient after adversity. It trusts you like a fledgling. A training plan? Bailan chuckled at the thought. Was it any better than my paper guidelines? Observing the Flababy's effortless cotton spores, he realized that his precision training plan should cater to Snorlax instead. Learning through play, growth through interaction. That was the philosophy of the efficient slacker. All he needed to do was lie back and capture moments. Bailan felt invigorated and slipped back into his room to retrieve his Pokédex, adjusting angles to focus on Jindo and the Flababy. He discovered even more marvelous applications of the Flababy's abilities. A nervous Pidgey chick, gently lifted by an almost imperceptible tailwind from below, was granted the courage to soar into the sky. A few struggling Oddish, embroiled in a squabble over the sunlit patch of grass, were interrupted by a perfectly measured dose of paralysis powder, causing only a tingling sensation, without harm, that rained down from above. The prankster ability could be utilized in such a manner? Bailan marveled. In the hands of an ordinary trainer, it served merely as a tactical tool for battlefield control. Yet, in the hands of the Flababy, it transformed into a universal assistant for maintaining peace in the backyard, mediating neighborhood disputes, and teaching flight. Far more fascinating than sheer combat. His desire to film ignited. He resolved to create a new series for the Flababy, titled Flababy, the Marshmallow Guardian, capturing the warmth of everyday life without battles or data. An arrogant voice interrupted his thoughts. Hey, Bailan, daydreaming so early? You must be quite idle. It was Shigeru, dressed impeccably. He glanced at the Flababy in the lens and scoffed. Is this the new Pokémon from Korea City? All soft and fluffy, can it even fight? Fight! Bailan did not turn around. Why fight? Isn't basking in the sun and playing delightful? Humph, naive. Shigeru snorted. The strength of a Pokémon can only be proven through battle. Let me test its prowess. How about an informal match? Bailan sighed, casting a weary glance at the ever-bullish Shigeru. Shigeru, that combative spirit of yours isn't exactly charming to the ladies. What nonsense are you spouting? Shigeru's face flushed. All right. Bailan languidly rose, brushing off the grass clippings. I'll keep it brief. My new partner is delicate. Shigeru immediately dashed off, calling out the Squirtle that had previously suffered a beating from Jindo. Come forth, Squirtle. The water-blue turtle emerged, brimming with determination. As the Flababy settled Jindo and floated to Bailan's side. Go ahead, Bailan chuckled, his tone suggesting an introduction rather than a confrontation. Eager for it to witness what elegance meant. Squirtle, water gun. The water jet accurately aimed at the Flababy. Bailan maintained his position. Wind, shift to the left. As his words fell, a gentle breeze stirred beside the Flababy, allowing the powerful water column to pass by without a single drop landing. Damn it! Squirtle, tackle! The short-legged Squirtle charged like a cannonball, yet it fell woefully short of reaching the Flababy. Too slow, Bailan yawned. The Flababy's figure flickered, its speed astonishing. Rather than retreating, it advanced, and in the fleeting moment, a burst of cotton spores accurately sprinkled along Squirtle's path. Squirtle plunged into the cotton muck, movements hindered. Paralysis powder. Bailan murmured lazily. The Flababy executed a graceful arc, trailing a small clump of light yellow paralysis powder that cascaded onto Squirtle's shell. Squirtle. Sparks of electricity crackled as its limbs stiffened, leaving it upside down. The battle concluded. The Flabébé's demeanor was fluid and unaggressive, akin to a dance. Shigeru stood frozen, mouth agape in disbelief. What is this? He murmured. It was not mere tactics, Bailan observed, as if having just completed a game. That the Flabébé exhibited understanding and control. When speed, timing, and precision were all seamlessly integrated, battle ceased to be mere battle. He patted Shigeru's shoulder. Young man, battling cannot simply be learned from books. Understanding how to maximize a Pokémon's strengths in combat requires deep research. With that, he disregarded Shigeru's contemplative expression and returned to his room to ponder more pressing matters. The recent battle had earned him BP points, and it was time to redeem the intermediate berry cultivation technique from the system shop. He needed to quickly study it and equip the Flabébé with a dedicated block to enhance its endurance. Chapter 26. The Integration and Daily Training of Flabébé. Sunlight, gentle breezes, and Pokémon frolicking. Bailan reclined on a lounge chair in the Research Institute's back porch, nearly melting into the tranquility. If one overlooked the increasingly fluffy hairstyle of the Flabébé practicing cotton defense atop his head. He made no move, merely wiggling 2 fingers lazily, his voice imbued with the languor of sunlight. Xiao Duo. If you keep this up, your master will become the new nest for Flabébé. Upon hearing this, the Flabébé let out a soft giggle, its tiny paws playfully pawing at the cotton mass, the pressure as gentle as a tickle. Clearly, its prankster ability was developing steadily. Since returning from Korea City, this little creature had integrated into the Institute's environment at an astonishing pace, particularly inseparable from Jindo, the golden Charmander. Currently, Jindo was perched with its rear end raised, transfixed by Shigeru's Squirtle, who was diligently practicing rapid spins, even forgetting to wag its fiery tail. Not far away, the longtime residents of the Research Institute were enjoying their leisure. The Bulbasaur lay basking in the sun, its seed gently undulating, while a few Rattata chased after rolling berries. And Pidgeys circled low in the sky. Among them, the Flabébé was the most restless of the overseers. A few Oddish had begun to argue over the best sunlit patch of grass, shoving each other with their leaves. Sensing the commotion, the Flabébé immediately floated up from Bailan's head, and with a flick of its tiny paw, released a nearly invisible, pale green powder, a meticulously measured dose of paralysis powder, that delicately descended among the Oddish. They immediately paused, as if tickled, bursting into giggles and cluelessly glancing at one another before shuffling to the edge of the lawn to share the space, resolving conflict with a touch of gentle mischief. Meanwhile, a newly evolved Butterfree was attempting to practice flying, but its freshly sprouted wings lacked control, sending erratic gusts of wind that left it flustered. The Flabébé, like a patient flight instructor, gracefully floated beside it, surrounding its small body with a gentle airflow, providing a stable and nurturing tailwind. Much like an invisible hand supporting a fledgling, Butterfree was first taken aback, then encouraged, gradually stabilizing its wing beats. The Flabébé timely withdrew its support, allowing Butterfree to attempt flying independently while quietly safeguarding it from the sidelines. Bailan squinted, faithfully recording all of this with his Pokédex. The video material for the Flabébé, the Marshmallow Guardian series, was continuously accumulating. The Flabébé's creative use of its prankster ability was akin to maxing out life assistance skills. This finely honed control and timing developed through play far surpassed Bailan's expectations for battle training. Suddenly, a figure appeared, blocking the sun with an air of indignation. Bailan cracked open one eye to see Shigeru's face, rife with determination. Bailan, stop lounging around. Are you brave enough for another match? Shigeru pointed at Squirtle, who was catching its breath after a round of intensive training. Last time, I was careless. This time, I will redeem myself alongside Squirtle. Bailan let out a long sigh, his voice trailing off. Ah, Xiaomao, my dear young friend, one should not be overly fixated on victory and defeat. Maintain a balanced mindset. Let's talk. Are you coming or not? Xiaomao insisted relentlessly. At that moment, Jindo seemed to be captivated by Xiaomao's booming voice. It ceased its gaze upon the Squirtle and bounded over to Bailan, gently nudging his leg with its small head. Curiously glancing at Xiaomao before finally fixing its gaze on Jindo, as if inquiring what game they were about to play this time. See, even Jindo thinks you should know when to stop. Bailan earnestly misinterpreted the little creature's intentions. Ah, Jindo responded, puzzled, as it rubbed against Jindo. Seizing the opportunity, Jindo stuffed a small tuft of cotton into its paw, eliciting delightful giggles from Jindo. Humph, just hide then. Xiao Mao provoked. If you're scared, just admit it. TCH. The taunting method bore no fruit. Bailan slowly sat up, scratching his hair that had become tousled by Jindo. Since you insist, I shall accompany you for some physical exercise. But remember, this is merely a workout, not a battle. He reiterated emphatically. Whatever you say? Squirtle, prepare for battle. Squirtle mustered its courage, standing at the ready. Bailan gestured to the side. Jindo, move about casually. The goal is to help Squirtle improve its evasion skills. He was too apathetic to issue specific commands, treating it as training props for the fairy and Xiao Mao's turtle. This time, Xiao Mao had learned his lesson and did not charge in recklessly. Squirtle, be careful. Dodge those cotton clouds. Use water gun to push it back. A jet of water shot forth. Jindo, as if anticipating the move, tilted its body slightly with the airflow, allowing the water to sweep past, and instead of counterattacking instantly like before, it leisurely circled around Squirtle. Occasionally, it would release a fluffy clump of cotton spores, perfectly positioned in areas Squirtle might traverse, yet not obstructive, and now and then, it would shake out a few barely noticeable specks of powder, drifting languidly through the air. Xiao Mao's commands quickly transformed into, to the left. Avoid that cotton ball. Watch out above. Is more dust falling? No, roll right quickly. It's blocking your escape. Squirtle found itself frantically dodging the erratic, fast-paced distractions. It had to remain vigilant against the seemingly harmless floating objects, assessing whether they would hinder its movement or cause discomfort. Jindo acted like a training partner who had set up countless gentle obstacles and confusing signals, compelling Squirtle to continuously adjust its bodily coordination, enhancing its observational skills and evasive reactions. After a few minutes, Squirtle was panting heavily, mentally strained, yet it had not touched a single leaf from the fairy. Stop, stop, stop. Xiao Mao, observing the exhausted turtle, could no longer contain himself and called for a halt, his gaze towards the fairy growing increasingly complex. This soft and fluffy creature played the interference game with an artistic flair, and Bailan had even spared himself the trouble of directing. Bailan clapped his hands, rising with a tone of satisfaction. Well done, well done. Squirtle's evasion skills have greatly improved. Thank you, Jindo, for your excellent control. He genuinely appeared to commend both sides for completing an outstanding foundational training. Xiao Mao was left speechless, only able to sulkily retrieve a healing ointment for Squirtle. Meanwhile, Jindo joyfully scampered over to the exhausted Squirtle, patting its shell with its tiny paws, seemingly offering consolation, while also perhaps flaunting its own luck in escaping unscathed. Jindo gracefully descended beside Jindo, resembling a model training partner who had accomplished its exercise task. Bailan, watching this heartwarming scene, nodded in satisfaction. He turned to head back inside, silently reflecting. Xiao Mao's contribution to the training fee has been received. Now the exchange for berry cultivation techniques is secure. Time to grow some berries for the little ones to taste. Chapter 27. The Charmander Cultivation Manual. Recently, Ash had been plagued by a troubling sentiment. This vexation stemmed from a desire that was tantalizingly close, yet painfully out of reach. He leaned against the railing of the research facility, resting his chin on the wood, his eyes gleaming as he fixated on Jindo and Jindo in the backyard. After outgrowing its juvenile phase, Jindo had visibly transformed, its physique becoming lithe and powerful, its limbs brimming with strength, its scales shimmering like gold in the sunlight, and the flames upon its tail burned more fervently than ever before, blazing with intensity. At this moment, Jindo was engaged in a training match with a verdant scyther. The scyther moved with lightning speed, its blades slicing through the air with a fierce wind. Yet, Jindo did not back down. It growled lowly, exerting power in its legs, barely keeping pace with the scyther, its fire spitting no longer playful sparks, but rather a concentrated blast of scorching flame. The scyther's wings fluttered effortlessly, evading Jindo's assault. So impressive, Ash murmured, his eyes filled with envy. Humph. What is so great about that? Beside him, Xiao Mao, adopting a similar posture, feigned disdain, yet his tightly clenched fingers on the railing betrayed his inner turmoil. Once I have my own Pokémon, I will surely be stronger. Ever since Bailan captured the fairy and showcased his skills in Kyoshi City, the two budding trainers felt as if their hearts were being clawed at by feline paws, itching for action. They had pestered Professor Oak more than once, yearning to receive their own starter Pokémon ahead of time. Professor, I implore you once more, just let me choose one. Ash nearly clung to Professor Oak's lab coat. Grandfather, I believe my knowledge base qualifies me to become an excellent trainer, Xiao Mao interjected, attempting to persuade with a display of composure. Professor Oak, amused and exasperated by the persistence of the two boys, set down his research notes and affectionately patted their heads. I understand your eagerness. But becoming a trainer requires responsibility and patience. The league mandates that one must be at least 10 years old. This is a safeguard for both you and the Pokémon. Just wait a little longer, alright? When the time is right, your perfect partner will naturally appear. Then why was Bailan able to obtain a Pokémon? Both boys queried in unison. Jindo hatched from an egg that Bailan received, and Yunduo chose to follow him voluntarily. These are exceptional circumstances, Professor Oak replied with a sigh. After saying this, he offered a gentle smile and turned back to his busy research, leaving the two children with his departing figure. Once the seed of desire was planted, it would grow wildly. Unfulfilled wishes transformed into another form of motivation, propelling Ash and Xiaomao to observe and learn with doubled fervor. They essentially became fixtures at the research facility, watching as Bailan utilized the berry cultivation techniques he exchanged for, transforming a small patch of the backyard into a testing ground, cultivating fruits that exceeded the taste and energy of ordinary berries. They witnessed Sister Nai smile as she crafted these unique berries into exquisite energy cubes. With Jindo and Yunduo always satisfied after feasting, benefiting other Pokémon in the facility as well. They also observed as Qingqing occasionally took the time to provide Jindo with high-intensity battle training. Though Qingqing's guidance was strict, it consistently pinpointed Jindo's flaws in power control. Under such comprehensive and lavish resources, Jindo's growth accelerated astonishingly. However, Bailan keenly sensed some changes. That afternoon, he reclined in a rocking chair on the back porch, leisurely perusing a book on ancient ruins, seeking inspiration for his next video series. Not far away, Jindo concluded its strength training session with a Mach hop, shaking out its slightly sore arms as it approached with a swaggering gait. Unlike usual, it did not affectionately nuzzle Bailan's leg, but held its head high, emitting a low growl from its throat, as if to boast of its triumph. In its golden eyes flickered the flames of combativeness and aloofness, a hint of its former innocence replaced by a sharper, wilder edge. Bailan set down the book, quietly observing it, his eyes shimmering with subtle brilliance. Pokémon, Jindo, Shiny Charmander. Status, exuberant, evolutionary energy highly active. Evaluation, adequate nutrition, rigorous training, and its own exceptional talent have enabled its growth rate to far surpass its peers. However, the rapid enhancement of its power is steering its temperament towards the aloof and combative nature of Charmeleon. The evolutionary energy within it has already reached a critical point, poised to break through at any moment. The system's cold warning sent a shiver through Bailan's heart. He recalled a scene from the anime of his previous life, where Ash's Charmander evolved too soon and ceased to obey. Though he had no intention of pursuing ultimate combat prowess, Jindo was his first companion, and he fervently wished to avoid leading it astray due to his negligence, especially not wanting to see the initial, pure bond they shared fracture. What is wrong, Bailan? Your expression suggests you're not enjoying afternoon tea. A voice, smooth and clear, emerged from beside him. He turned to see Kingolf, who had seemingly finished his experiment and leaned against the doorframe, his gaze also fixed on Jindo, carrying a hint of scrutiny. Kingolf, Bailan straightened, pointing towards Jindo. You've noticed it too? Indeed, Kingolf nodded, his tone serious. Its energy is escalating too rapidly. It's akin to constructing a building without a solid foundation, hastily stacking floors that may topple at the slightest gust. This stage for Charmander is optimal for honing skills and stabilizing temperament. Premature evolution would be detrimental to its future growth. Kingolf's words echoed the system's evaluation. Bailan furrowed his brow, lost in thought. Suppressing evolution? How could that be accomplished? Would lecturing suffice? To preach philosophy to a fire-type Pokémon with burgeoning combat fervor was akin to playing a lute to a cow. He pondered, his gaze wandering around the lab, ultimately resting upon the man before him. Wait, why am I fretting here? This very person is a walking Pokémon breeding encyclopedia, renowned for his ability to cultivate Pokémon to their utmost potential, hailed as a top genius by Professor Oak himself. Instead of tapping into this treasure trove, here I am, lost in contemplation. That certainly contradicts my philosophy of efficient problem-solving. Kingolf, I must earnestly seek your guidance. To be frank, I'm quite troubled by this matter. Jindo is overly competitive. With your vast experience, could you offer a suggestion? Kingolf regarded him, a rare smile gracing his lips, as if he had anticipated this question. He said little, turning to enter his room, emerging moments later with two items in hand. One was a neatly bound booklet, the cover adorned with elegant, forceful lettering, reading key points for breeding Charmander and guiding its temperament. The other was a dull, unassuming stone, which Bailan recognized immediately. The Everstone, Kingolf stated. Have Jindo carry this. It emits a unique energy wave that effectively suppresses the evolutionary impulse within Pokémon, allowing it to continue accumulating evolutionary energy, solidifying its foundational strength. Bailan took the booklet and stone, feeling their weight. The manual was densely packed with text and hand-drawn illustrations, detailing muscle training methods for different stages of Charmander, techniques for controlling flame temperature, and even psychological guidance plans for various temperaments. This gift was immensely valuable. Kingolf, I cannot thank you enough for this, Bailan exclaimed, his gratitude evident. It's nothing. Kingolf waved his hand dismissively, his demeanor returning to its usual calmness. You are also part of the research institute. Assisting family is only natural. Moreover, he glanced at Jindo, now quietly observing the stone at Bailan's feet. Watching such a talented Charmander grow steadily is a joy for me as well. With that, he turned and re-entered the lab, leaving Bailan with a graceful silhouette, concealing his own achievements. Bailan looked down at the Everstone and breeding manual, then at Jindo, whose curious gaze was fixed on the stone, its tail flame having calmed. He smiled, threading the Everstone onto a soft cord and gently hanging it around Jindo's neck. The moment the stone made contact with its skin, Jindo comfortably squinted its eyes, the restless energy within it swiftly subdued. All right, little one, Bailan crouched down, gently patting its head. We're not in a hurry to grow up. Let us take our time, savoring each meal so we can walk further, step by step. Jindo emitted a sound of understanding, nuzzling against Bailan's palm, the unique bond between them rekindling. Bailan opened the manual, sunlight streaming onto the pages, illuminating Kingolf's writing with remarkable clarity. Chapter 28, The Breeding Direction for Jindo. Jindo frolicked on the grass with Butterfree, the soft meadow serving as their playground. Bailan sat contentedly in the pavilion behind the courtyard, his fingers tracing the elegant and powerful calligraphy of Kingolf's notes, savoring the wisdom of breeding contained within. In the breeding section, he learned that to cultivate a formidable Charizard, the Charmander phase was the golden period for laying a solid foundation. During this stage, igniting its potential was of utmost importance. The moments leading up to its evolution into Charmeleon were crucial for energy accumulation. However, Charmander's combative and competitive nature often drove it to seek evolution. Premature transformation would severely deplete its future potential, making the trainer's intervention especially vital. Indeed, what should the trainer do to intervene? Bailan nodded solemnly. After days of study, he finally grasped the essence of the manual. First, no evolution should occur until the foundation is solid. This can be suppressed through external energy waves from items like the Everstone or by harnessing the Pokémon's strong will to resist the impulse to evolve. This principle applies to most Pokémon with multiple evolutionary stages as well. Secondly, during the energy accumulation phase, it is essential to provide a diverse array of resources to enhance its future adaptability. For instance, to nurture the flying attribute of Charizard. Specific feather powders and energy cube recipes can be utilized during the Charmander phase. As for the deeper dragon lineage, its richness often reveals itself through the egg moves. Individuals with robust lineage typically exhibit stronger physiques and more potent skills. Bailan's heart surged with joy. Within Jindo's egg moves lay 2 dragon-type skills, undoubtedly confirming the richness of its dragon lineage. It seemed that enhancing its dragon attributes would be paramount in the future breeding plan. Instinctively, he opened the system shop, his gaze sweeping over the dazzling array of materials, including dragon scale powder, flying gem fragments, and high-purity fire stones, before settling on the lengthy list of numbers. His smile gradually waning. Sigh, I wonder if this meager amount of BP points will suffice for both Jindo and Yunduo's needs, Bailan sighed. A feeling of urgency brought on by poverty surfacing after a long absence. Raising a Pokémon is akin to raising a child in my previous life. It's a veritable money pit. It appears I need to shoot more videos to generate BP. No, to generate love. As he contemplated what his next video should encompass to ensure both viewership and ease, a gentle fragrance wafted by, interrupting his thoughts. Bailan, what are you pondering so deeply? Nanami approached, balancing a tray laden with freshly baked moo milk cookies and a glass of chilled juice, smiling brightly. You've been so engrossed in your notes these past few days. You're almost becoming a bookworm. Nanami. Bailan languidly lifted his head, taking a sip of juice that instantly alleviated the oppressive heat. While contemplating the intricacies of life, particularly the art of efficient leisure, Nai chuckled at his musings and placed a freshly baked biscuit on the stone table. Your absurd reasoning never ceases to amuse me. Do try it. It's just out of the oven. Jindo, enticed by the aroma, promptly abandoned his pursuit of the Butterfree, scampering over with eager eyes fixed on Nai, while Yunduo drifted in from an obscure corner of the yard. Everyone gets a share, No stealing. Nine May gently divided the biscuits between the two little creatures. Bailan's gaze fell upon the intricately shaped biscuit in Nine May's hand, and suddenly, a spark of inspiration illuminated his mind. Of course, energy cubes. With a thought, the interface of the system's marketplace quietly unfurled before him. With a deft tap of his fingers, he swiftly locked onto the skill of crafting basic energy cubes. What is concentrated is essence itself. Compared to directly consuming berries, energy cubes, scientifically formulated and pressed, undoubtedly enhance a Pokémon's nutritional absorption efficiency. More significantly, they offer a bespoke potential. Energy cubes serve not merely as sustenance, but as foundational materials for sculpting a Pokémon's future. By utilizing rare berries imbued with special energies, one can selectively bolster a Pokémon's capabilities and even refine its external demeanor. For instance, cubes made from the rare Fruity berry can significantly amplify attack power, while cubes from the Bairan berry can elevate a Pokémon's charm. Jindo and Yunduo's training trajectories were already clear: special attack and speed. The intermediate berry cultivation technique he had previously exchanged was beginning to yield results in the small experimental plot in the backyard, producing peach berries and orange berries, whose energy content and flavor far surpassed mundane market offerings. Yet those were merely the basics. Now, it was time to elevate their diet. He planned to introduce the speed-enhancing Sandscale berries and the special attack-boosting Dragonfire berries. These two berry types wield potent energy attributes. Consuming them directly would burden the young Pokémon's digestive systems, but when crafted into energy cubes, their energies could be rendered gentle yet effective. Without further hesitation, Bailan immersed himself in the marketplace, his BP points dwindling as he exchanged them for a few precious seeds of Sandscale berries and Dragonfire berries. With the seeds in hand, he strode briskly towards the sun-drenched experimental plot in the backyard, clearing his throat as he called out to the soft earth, Doug Trio, let's get to work. Today's afternoon tea will be Nine May's special energy cubes. No sooner had the words left his lips than the soil at his feet began to tremble, and a small, round-headed creature popped up with a soft pop, its beady eyes sparkling with anticipation for the energy cubes. This Doug Trio was also one Bailan had befriended in a little cave in the backyard, having coaxed it into cultivating this small experimental plot with Nine May's special energy cubes. Could you please help me clear a new field next to this one? The Doug Trio, clutching the energy cube, nodded enthusiastically before diving back into the earth, swiftly turning up mounds of soil. The commotion soon attracted the attention of the two most restless individuals in the research institute. Wow, Bailan, what are you doing? Are you going to cultivate new land? That's amazing, Xiaoji exclaimed, bounding over like a delighted hound dome, his face alight with excitement and curiosity. Following closely was Xiaomao, who, with hands behind his back, feigned maturity as he strolled over, scrutinizing the cleared area at Bailan's feet. Humph, playing in the dirt again. Instead of planting these things, you should spend more time studying battle strategies. You wouldn't understand, Xiaomao, Bailan replied, straightening up with a mysterious smile. Before the army moves, provisions must be prepared. This is a crucial investment for the future. Investment? Xiaoji did not comprehend, but was unfazed, finding the endeavor intriguing. Let me help. I'm really strong, he declared, eagerly rolling up his sleeves. Jindo and Yunduo were equally eager to join in. Jindo imitated the others, using its small paws to dig in the dirt. Although its efficiency was low, its enthusiasm was palpable, with the flames on its tail flickering excitedly and warming the nearby soil. Yunduo floated lightly in the air, acting as a little overseer, occasionally nudging Xiaoji's face with its cotton-like body as if cheering him on. What a chaotic scene, Xiaomao grumbled. Yet he could not resist stepping forward to pick up a small hoe. Watch closely, turning the soil requires technique. It must be done this way to ensure proper aeration. As he spoke, he demonstrated with surprising finesse. Thus, what was once a tranquil corner of the backyard transformed into a bustling scene of labor. Kingolf, stepping out from the laboratory, beheld this sight, Bailan directing the Doug Trio as it meticulously plowed the furrows. Xiaoji and Xiaomao competing, one relying on brute strength and the other on skill, while the two little Pokémon added to the lively atmosphere. Leaning against a pillar, arms crossed, a subtle smile graced Kingolf's lips. As Bailan prepared to sow the seeds, Kingolf finally spoke. Bailan, the Dragonfire berries have high mineral content requirements for the soil. The nutrients in this top layer are insufficient. Startled, Bailan paused and looked up, his expression one of inquiry. Have the Doug Trio dig deeper to mix in the rich red soil from below. Additionally, the Sandscale berries prefer dry, well-aerated roots. The rows you're digging are too close together, which hampers drainage. It's best to widen the spacing and mix in some sandy soil. Kingolf's succinct yet precise advice struck at the heart of the matter. "Ah, I see," Bailan exclaimed, enlightened and grateful. Truly, Kingolf was a walking Pokédex. A few words from him saved Bailan countless hours of trial and error. "Thank you, Kingolf," he expressed earnestly. The commotion also drew the attention of other Pokémon in the backyard. A little Ponyta, recently healed from a skin allergy by Bailan's special ointment, trotted over gracefully, releasing a gentle snort that hastened the evaporation of moisture from the damp soil. A few Oddish followed in a line, swaying their leafy heads and dispersing a faint sweetness that warded off any lurking caterpie. Bailan smiled with satisfaction, unable to resist capturing the moment on camera. Soon, a brand new, meticulously planned experimental plot was officially completed. The setting sun cast a warm golden hue over everyone and the Pokémon. As Bailan gazed at the scene before him, his friends' sweat-drenched faces, the affectionate presence of the Pokémon, and this land brimming with hope, a wave of warmth surged within him. He clapped the dirt off his hands and turned to the group, declaring, "Well done. To celebrate the successful completion of our experimental plot, I'll be cooking a lavish dinner for everyone." Hooray! Xiaoji was the first to cheer. Xiaomao's face also lit up with anticipation. "Xiaoji, Xiaomao, go wash your hands." Nai Mei's clear voice rang through the courtyard, tinged with a hint of affectionate exasperation. "Xiaoji, Xiaomao, hurry and wash your hands." In the yard, the two young figures, who were chasing a Houndoom in circles, paused at the call, almost in unison responding, "Got it." Their reply was crisp. Yet their actions did not cease until the Houndoom deftly spun and darted behind Nai Mei, sticking its tongue out at them, bringing their playful chase to a close. "Here it comes. Here it comes. Hot pot is ready." The kitchen curtain was drawn back as Bailan emerged, clad in a slightly oversized beige apron and thick oven mitts. Carefully carrying a steaming pot, he carefully placed the pot at the center of the picnic table in the courtyard, atop a portable stove. From the gap in the pot's lid, the rich aroma of bone broth, intertwined with the fragrance of spices, surged forth, boldly claiming the attention of everyone present. With a sigh of relief, Bailan removed his gloves and wiped the thin sheen of sweat from his brow, a satisfied smile gracing his face. Indeed, there is nothing quite as lively as enjoying hot pot in good company. Just then, Nai Mei approached, holding a large platter of vibrant fruit salad. The dish featured neatly cut segments of orange, peach, and a few sprightly green cranberries, glimmering enticingly in the setting sun. This was the final dish, signaling that it was time to feast. She set the salad on the table, surveying the array of dishes, delicately sliced meat as thin as gossamer, neatly arranged stalks of scallion, impeccably cleaned flower mushrooms, and several plates of unidentifiable wild greens. A smile blossomed at the corners of her eyes as she affectionately ruffled Bailan's hair. Truly, he was becoming quite adept. The researchers gradually gathered around the dining table. Nai Mei had also thoughtfully prepared a sumptuous dinner for the Pokémon in the backyard, with large bowls of special Pokémon food and fresh fruits, prompting joyous cheers from them. Jindo and Yunduo naturally stood by Bailan, eagerly gazing at the pot that was constantly emitting steam. Xiaoji and Xiaomao, having washed their hands, darted to their seats like two kittens catching a whiff of fish. Xiaoji's eyes fixated hungrily on the beautifully marbled slices of meat, saliva almost pooling at the corners of his mouth. "I hereby declare the inaugural courtyard hot pot party of the Ohm Research Institute officially commenced," Bailan announced ceremoniously, brandishing a pair of long chopsticks. Before his words had fully settled, Xiaoji's chopsticks shot forth like lightning, seizing a piece of meat and dropping it into the bubbling broth. "Hey, Xiaoji, how rude." Xiaomao frowned in disapproval, yet his hands moved deftly, elegantly picking up several leaves of vegetables to toss into another corner of the pot. It's common knowledge that one should add vegetables first to enrich the broth's flavor. But meat is best when eaten first, Xiaoji retorted, his eyes glued to the slice of meat turning from red to brown in the pot. As the meat was just about to be perfectly cooked, both pairs of chopsticks sprang into action again, colliding midair with a resounding clap. "I saw it first. I clearly added it first." Just as the two continued their squabble, a third pair of chopsticks, akin to a serpent emerging from its lair, stealthily reached in from the side, deftly securing the meat slice, and, to the astonishment of the two, withdrew with a leisurely grace. Bailan rolled the meat in his secret dipping sauce within his bowl, blew gently on it, and nonchalantly placed it in his mouth, his eyes closing in bliss. So delicious. "You two wouldn't dare take this from someone who worked so hard in the kitchen, would you?" Both Xiaoji and Xiaomao choked momentarily, glaring at him in frustration. Yet resigned, they each picked up new slices of meat, commencing a second round of their silent rivalry. Chapter 30. The celebration feast. Kingolv observed the three spirited individuals with a faint smile, choosing not to join in the fray, but instead leisurely serving himself a small bowl of soup. The broth bubbled enticingly, enveloped in a cloud of white steam, its aroma rich and intoxicating. He took a delicate sip, his movements graceful, yet a flicker of genuine surprise crossed his gaze. Bailan, did you add something to this broth? You have a discerning palate, Kingolv. Bailan had just snatched a piece of tender tofu from the clutches of the two mischief makers, wincing from the heat as he savored the moment. I added a bit of ground spicy cherry fruit and a pinch of wildflower root powder. Spicy cherry fruit? Isn't that quite hot? Xiaoji, with his mouth full of meat, mumbled an inquiry. Xiao Mao paused as well, considering himself knowledgeable about fruits, yet could only discern that the broth was exquisitely rich. Unable to grasp its deeper nuances, Bailan swallowed the tofu with a calm demeanor, explaining, the key lies in both quantity and technique. If the spicy cherry powder is sprinkled directly, its heat can be overwhelming, but when incorporated into a broth simmered for hours, the spiciness is perfectly enveloped by the rich fats and gelatin, leaving only a hint that tantalizes the palate, awakening the senses. As for the wildflower root, its role is simpler. It neutralizes greasiness, ensuring you can indulge without feeling overwhelmed. Kingolv nodded in understanding, setting down his soup bowl with sincere admiration. I see. The application of spicy cherry fruit is truly the finishing touch, and the wildflower root is a stroke of genius. No wonder this broth is both flavorful and not greasy. With a lingering aftertaste, your understanding of ingredients is quite profound. Bailan smiled. This is a culinary skill I exchange for with my BP points. My craftsmanship is certainly commendable. Hearing this, Xiao Mao's eyes widened in astonishment. He had initially thought this hot pot was extraordinarily delicious, yet had no idea of the intricate expertise behind it. Looking at Bailan, his expression grew more complex. This guy not only delved deeply into Pokémon research, but could elevate cooking to a theoretical level, while he was still entangled in strategizing battle tactics and type advantages. Bailan had already ascended to a realm he had never considered from the perspective of logistics. A sense of inexplicable inadequacy began to take root in his heart. Nai smiled as she served some tender mushrooms and carrots into the small bowls of Jindo and Jindo, who gazed eagerly at the pot. She gently spoke to everyone. Bailan has been diligently researching recipes in the kitchen lately, claiming he wants to develop new energy cubes for Jindo and the others. He believes that food should not only be nutritionally balanced, but should also bring joy to Pokémon. Sometimes, the satisfaction of the spirit is even more important than mere energy replenishment. Wow. Jindo seemed to understand he was being praised, puffing up his little chest and gobbling down the vegetables in his bowl, wagging his tail in contentment. Jindo joyfully spun in the air, shedding sparkling dust that floated gracefully. A beautiful sight to behold. As laughter and warmth filled the courtyard, a slightly fatigued yet robust voice resonated from the direction of the main building of the Research Institute. Oh my, what a delightful aroma! What delectable feast is being prepared? Have you all forgotten about this old man? Everyone turned to see Professor Ohm, weary yet invigorated. Emerging from the main building of the Research Institute, his white coat not only dusted with dirt, but also bearing a small charred mark on the left sleeve. His hair a disheveled nest, clearly having just escaped from some thrilling experiment. He inhaled deeply the fragrant air, his face lighting up with childlike wonder. Grandpa! Xiao Mao and Nai called out in unison. Doctor! Xiaoji chimed in. Come and sit. Doctor, we've been waiting for you. Bailan waved with a smile, casually retrieving a clean set of bowl and chopsticks from a nearby box. Professor Ohm, not one to stand on ceremony, plopped down at the available seat and gazed at the bountiful spread and the youthful smiles around him. The fatigue from his journey and research seemed to vanish in an instant. He picked up his chopsticks, cleared his throat, and habitually began to recite his Pokémon haiku. In the courtyard, the hot pot simmers with steam, my belly grumbles. A wave of cheerful laughter erupted, and even the Pokémon joined in with their calls, the atmosphere growing even more vibrant. Grandpa, we called for you for so long without a response. You must have forgotten to eat while busy in the lab, right? Nai said, with a hint of concern as she piled a generous bowl of food for him, towering like a small mountain. Haha, I got so absorbed in a critical experiment about the energy conduction of thunderballs that I lost track of time. Professor Ohm replied, chomping on a piece of meat, his words muffled. But to catch this grand feast, it was all worth it. Bailan, your culinary skills are truly remarkable. Feel free to eat your fill. Bailan chuckled, adding more ingredients to the pot. There was plenty of food to go around. With the professor's arrival, the dinner atmosphere grew even warmer. They chatted about amusing anecdotes from the Research Institute and the growth of their respective Pokémon. Xiaoji and Xiaomao no longer competed but instead leaned in attentively, absorbing the invaluable experiences and cultivation knowledge shared by King Gulf and the professor. Knowledge that could not be gleaned from textbooks. After a hearty meal and a satisfying drink, the night has deepened. The stars twinkle like diamonds against the deep blue velvet sky, radiating a crystalline brightness. The group tidies up the dining table, while the Pokémon return to their cozy nests. Contentedly burping, Ash and Gary sit side by side on the steps of the backyard, unusually devoid of banter, both gazing upward at the starry expanse, seemingly lost in their own thoughts. Bailan approaches with 2 cups of warm moo-moo milk, handing one to each of them. What are you thinking about? Ash tilts his head, his dark eyes shimmering with starlight, brimming with aspirations. I wonder, when will I be able to travel with powerful Pokémon like Green and Red Brothers? Meet new friends, challenge gyms, participate in the league competitions, and become a Pokémon Master? Humph. Gary takes a sip of milk, his teasing tone still sharp. You? Perhaps you should first learn how to take care of your Pokémon. His words, though critical, do little to mask the longing reflected in his own gaze. His ambitions stretch beyond merely becoming a league champion. He aims to surpass the illustrious predecessors before him, including his own brother and grandfather. Bailan sits beside them, also gazing at the infinite sky, speaking softly. There are many paths to travel. Some, like Fletchling, have a clear goal, sprinting directly toward the finish line, while others, like Butterfree, prefer to meander, savoring every flower along the way. No path is unequivocally correct. The key is to find the one that suits you best. He pauses, a hint of mirth in his voice. Moreover, beauty is not solely found in distant lands. Sometimes, the most enchanting sights may lie in your own backyard. Ash scratches his head, somewhat understanding yet unable to articulate it. In contrast, Gary falls into contemplation. He watches Jindo and Yun Duo peacefully sleeping under the moonlight, then glances at his ever-lazy yet seemingly wise companion, a whirlwind of emotions swirling within him. Perhaps Bailan is right. He has always fixated on the champion's throne, on the far-off league, neglecting the fundamental aspects, much like tonight's hot pot, where he only thought of the meat, while Bailan pondered how to enhance the broth's nutrition for everyone's comfort. This disparity may reveal more than mere victories or defeats in battles. Chapter 31, Pastoral Montage, Pastoral Songs and Glimmering Lights. Bailan leans against a pillar, listening to the distant, gentle chorus of trumpet vines and walking grasses, a smile unconsciously gracing his lips. Just as he prepares to return to his room for the night, a blue light screen, visible only to him, quietly unfurls before his eyes. Ding! Detected that the host has flawlessly organized a party that enhances team cohesion. The backyard's atmosphere harmony level, 10. The goodwill of the individuals from Professor Oak's lab has increased. Special reward, Life Skill Energy Cube Crafting Proficiency 100 unlocked. Special recipe, Calming Energy Cube Effect, slightly enhances Pokemon's mental strength, alleviates anxious emotions, aids in meditation and skill control. A new video task has been released. Document a complete process of Energy Cube production and showcase its positive effects on Pokemon. Task reward, 5,000 BP points. Bailan's brows raise slightly as he shakes his head, dispelling the blue screen before him. Tonight's gathering was delightful, the steaming aroma of hot pot, the playful banter between Ash and Gary, Jindo's proud posture, Yun Duo's frolicking dance, and Professor Oak's jovial limericks. All these moments warrant preservation. What is to be done today must be completed today. With a new task from the system, he decides to focus on editing the day's video first. Straightening up, he stretches his aching back. The night sky hangs low, the lights of the lab nearly extinguished, save for the warm glow from the kitchen, where Nanami is likely still tidying up. Bailan quietly makes his way to his room, his steps lightened by anticipation. Upon opening the door, he finds a few scattered devices on the table, his recording tools hastily prepared yesterday, intended to capture the party. Yet he had been too occupied with cooking to film much more than a few snippets. All right, now I can focus on editing, he thinks as he settles comfortably into his ergonomic chair, stretching luxuriously. His room may not be the epitome of tidiness. The bookshelf is crammed with various research papers and Pokemon encyclopedias, while a haphazard pile of Pokemon comics lies nearby. On his desk, aside from the computer equipment, a limited edition red figurine striking a pose as if throwing a Pokeball catches the eye. He adeptly opens the computer and imports the footage recorded earlier into the editing software. The raw footage begins to play on the screen. In one clip, Ash resembles a rampaging Tauros, wielding a small hoe and flinging dirt everywhere, while enthusiastically narrating his own actions, his fervor palpable. Though his efficiency could best be described as akin to giving the land a massage. The scene shifts to Gary, who, with hands clasped behind his back, solemnly explains his exclusive secrets to tilling the soil, his movements precise, yet time and again his host strikes either too deep or too shallow, nearly causing him to stumble. While he stubbornly insists, humph, this is to facilitate the microcirculation of different soil layers. You wouldn't understand. Bailan chuckles heartily, his fingers dancing across the keyboard. He harbors no ill intentions toward either, instead employing clever editing techniques to weave together these clumsy yet genuine moments. He sets Ash's reckless antics to a rousing battle theme, while pixelated text flashes alongside proclaiming Power Max. With stunning effect, when it's Gary's turn, he switches to elegant classical music, creating a delightful contrast to his frantic movements. Particularly when he nearly falls, Bailan kindly provides a slow-motion replay, complete with a large question mark bubble. Of course, the true stars of the video remain the adorable Pokémon. Jindo mimics the action, digging with its paws and inadvertently unearthing a bewildered Diglett. The two staring at each other in wide-eyed surprise. Jindo flits about in the air, occasionally nudging Ash with its cotton body, acting as a mobile cheerleader. And there's the little Ponyta, recently healed of its skin ailment, gracefully drying the soil with its flames, while several walking grasses line up to sway their leaves, warding off green caterpillars. These warm, amusing, and unembellished moments are artfully strung together by Bailan to a tender yet upbeat melody, forming a vivid pastoral tableau. Let us call it pastoral song. The title is fitting, and this segment is perfect as an opening, he murmurs to himself, as the editing software runs smoothly on the screen. He particularly retains the segment where everyone gazes at the starry sky, discussing their dreams, Ash's fiery aspirations, the longing concealed in Gary's eyes, and his own reflections on the many paths of travel, with the background illustrating the pastoral beauty of the lab, the warmth of the stove, the harmonious chorus of the grass, and a sky full of stars, harmonizing beautifully with Qing Lu's profound understanding of ingredients. Bailan meticulously adjusts the audio, incorporating the serenade of the walking grasses and the gentle bubbling of broth in the pot, imbuing the video with a serene and distant atmosphere. An hour later, the final cut is complete. He clicks the preview button, and the screen showcases a series of heartwarming vignettes, the steam from the hot pot rising like mist, Pokémon peacefully sleeping in the moonlight, and laughter weaving together into a nocturne. Bailan nods in satisfaction, archiving the video in the lab's memory bank, then casually sharing it with Nanami as a delightful surprise gift. Just as he exhales contentedly, the system's prompt flashes in his mind. The allure of the new Energy Cube task and 5,000 BP points is enticing. As the operational hours come to a close, Bailan rubs his temples and rises to head toward the kitchen area. Tomorrow, he will begin experimenting with the calming energy formula, perfectly aligning with Nanami's philosophy of mental fulfillment. The night deepens, leaving him feeling weary yet fulfilled. Edit this pastoral segment, instilling a sense of anticipation for tomorrow's tasks. After all, even in the realm of leisure, one must possess a noteworthy creation, mustn't one? As he was adding subtitles for the special technical guidance segment featuring Kingolf, a gentle knock echoed at the door. Still awake? It was Xiaomao's voice, tinged with hesitation. The door isn't locked. Come in, Bailan replied without turning. Xiaomao pushed the door open and immediately caught sight of his own slow-motion replay, where he nearly stumbled, causing his face to flush red. What are you doing? He stammered, a mix of embarrassment and anger evident in his tone. Editing a video to hype up our investment project, Bailan turned his chair, smiling as he looked at him. See, so cool, with perfect posture, clearly the demeanor of a future champion. Stop talking nonsense, Xiaomao retorted, though he couldn't help but inch closer to the screen, drawn in by the following clips. When he witnessed everyone working together to cultivate the neatly plowed field, with the golden glow of the sunset casting a warm light on each person and Pokémon, his expression softened involuntarily. Chapter 32, The Softening of Xiaomao's Heart. The video concluded with a freeze frame of the hot pot party, where everyone's smiling faces were gathered together. Why did you film this? Xiaomao asked softly, his tone devoid of its previous sharpness as he gazed at the screen. To document our lives, Bai Tianlan answered matter-of-factly. Don't you think today was quite enjoyable? It was just playing in the mud, Xiaomao scoffed. Yet his conviction was evidently lacking. Is that so? Bailan replayed the video from the beginning, showcasing the unembellished version without effects or music. Look, although Ash is loud, he can infect everyone with his enthusiasm. And while you may be harsh with your words, you were quite serious when teaching us how to till the soil. And then there's Brother Kingolf, Sister Nai, the Professor. Each person and Pokémon, in their own way, is making this place better. He pointed at the newly cultivated land on the screen. This land isn't just for planting berries. It stands as a testament to our efforts this afternoon. The energy cubes we eat in the future will come from here. This feeling of creating something from nothing is no less gratifying than winning a battle, is it? Xiaomao fell silent. His long-standing ambition was to surpass his grandfather, to surpass Kingolf, and become the strongest trainer. He studied fervently, researched battle strategies, and seized every opportunity for self-improvement. He believed that frivolous play like today was a waste of time. Yet now, gazing at the clumsy yet genuine version of himself in the video and witnessing the joyful smiles of everyone, some stubbornness within him seemed to quietly waver. It turned out that such wasted time wasn't so bad after all. Hey, Xiaomao suddenly broke the silence. Let's change that background music. It's too silly. Oh, any suggestions? Bailan raised an eyebrow. How about a more grandiose march? Xiaomao held his head high, exuding an air of authority. Rejected, Bailan decisively countered. A comedic video needs comedic music. That's called contrast cuteness, you know? You. Watching Xiaomao's face flush with indignation, Bailan burst into laughter. He finalized the video rendering and clicked to upload it to his creator account. After pondering, he typed out a title. What is it like to be a farmer at Professor Oak's lab? Champion candidate? No, we are professional tillers. Click, publish. As he observed the progress bar slowly moving, Bailan stretched, feeling particularly pleased. As night deepened, the corridors of the lab fell silent. Save for the chirping of insects and the rustling leaves outside, Xiaomao returned to his room, the doors softly clicking shut, isolating him from the outside sounds. He refrained from turning on the light, instead leaning against the doorframe, illuminated by the moonlight streaming in, his chest feeling slightly constricted. His mind replayed the comical slow motion of himself nearly tripping, along with Bailan's amused face. So stupid, he muttered under his breath, his cheeks still flushed. Yet, another image soon surfaced. Under the sunset, the field they had painstakingly cultivated, the earthy scent mingling with sweat. Every person and Pokémon appearing as if gilded in a warm golden sheen. Even Ash, with his focused profile while digging, seemed less bothersome. He retrieved his Pokédex, skillfully connecting to the internet, and located the video Bailan had just released. The title was quite cheeky. What is it like to be a farmer at Professor Oak's lab? Champion candidate? No, we are professional tillers. He clicked to play. Without Bailan's jests beside him, he could quietly reassess everything that had transpired yesterday afternoon from an observer's perspective. Indeed, Bailan's editing skills were remarkable, amplifying the humor in their clumsiness. The upbeat yet slightly silly background music perfectly encapsulated the joyous atmosphere. He watched as he spoke of microcirculation. Yet his hoe created a crooked pit, saw Ash fling dirt onto his own face, then hurriedly apologize. He saw Sister Nine smiling as she handed over a towel, glimpsed Jindo and Diglett staring wide-eyed at each other, and Clouds, like a little angel, easing everyone's fatigue. The video concluded with a freeze frame of the hot pot party, the air thick with steam and laughter. Xiaomao's fingers glided over the screen, revealing a stream of comments below. Front row. Is this the official account of Professor Oak's lab? The vibe is so friendly. Ha ha ha. That guy in the blue shirt, referring to Xiaomao, is serious? Theories galore, but practice brings tears. Too cute. I bet 5 cents that the black-haired energetic guy will definitely win a championship in the future. This spirit is the makings of a Pokémon Master. Don't be foolish upstairs. Didn't you see the title? They're professional tillers, Doge emoji. The editor is a genius. Please update more of this daily life. I want to see how champion candidates act behind the scenes. Am I the only one who noticed how shiny that little Ponyta's coat is? Professor Oak's breeding level truly lives up to its reputation. Xiaomao's face flushed with a mix of embarrassment and indignation. He wanted to refute and correct the comments calling him cute, yet his finger hovered over the screen, reluctant to press down. He closed the Pokédex and lay back on his bed, staring at the ceiling, the stars outside seeming to shine even brighter than before. It turned out, in the eyes of others, such a daily life was also quite interesting. The next morning, Bailan was awakened by a series of rapid system notification sounds. Rubbing his sleepy eyes, he watched as the pale blue screen cascaded with refreshing information. Ding! Your video being a farmer at Professor Oak's lab received 200,000 likes, gaining 1,000 BP points. Ding! Your video received 5,000 favorites, gaining 500 BP points. Ding! Your video garnered 2,000 coins, gaining 400 BP points. Ding! Your follower count surpassed 100,000, unlocking the achievement Somewhat Famous, rewarding 2,000 BP points. Ding! The video sparked heated discussions, with positive comments exceeding 95, granting an additional 500 BP points. A series of numbers danced across the screen, and finally, his BP point balance surged from nearly depleted to a gratifying figure that would allow him to indulge for a while. The early bird catches the worm. The early creator reaps the BP. Bairan felt elated, stretching as a series of crisp pops echoed from his joints. Chapter 33, The Culinary Education Classroom in the Kitchen. He shuffled into the dining hall, greeted by the enticing aroma of toasted bread and the sweet scent of mooing milk. As Nanami gracefully placed the final plate of scrambled eggs on the table, her eyes sparkled with joy upon seeing him. "Good morning, Bairan, our valiant hero of exploration. Did you sleep well last night?" Indeed. I dreamt not at all, and slept quite soundly," Bairan replied, nonchalantly pulling out a chair to sit down. "Bairan, that video you made was absolutely fantastic," exclaimed the ever-enthusiastic Xiaoji, his mouth stuffed with toast. Despite his muffled speech, he managed to give a thumbs up. "We look just like heroes pioneering a new frontier. So impressive." The boy, it seemed, had completely missed any comedic nuances from the video and was instead filled with fervor. Shimizu arrived fashionably late, sporting faint dark circles under his eyes. Upon entering, he immediately sensed the peculiar exuberance in the air. His gaze flitted between the excited Xiaoji and the smirking Bairan. With a heavy snort, he deliberately avoided Bairan and seated himself at the farthest end of the table. He busied himself pouring milk, though the telltale blush creeping up to his ears betrayed his internal turmoil. "Oh my, today's breakfast is quite lively," declared Professor Okido, cheerfully entering with his beloved Chuanlu notebook. "I watched the video this morning. It was quite amusing. Youngsters should possess such vitality." Clearing his throat, he theatrically recited. On the display screen, the youth sweats while tilling the fields. I laughed heartily at the sight. "Grandpa." Shimizu's cheeks flushed crimson in an instant. As if struck by a sudden thought, Nanami turned to Bairan. "Oh, by the way, Kingolf sent a message this morning." "Oh, what did Brother Kingolf say?" Bairan inquired. His interest piqued. Containing her laughter, Nanami expertly mimicked Kingolf's cool, yet slightly critical tone, reciting word for word, "I have watched the video. Shimizu's fundamental skills require enhancement. That soul-turning posture, if used long-term, will lead to lumbar muscle strain. Additionally, the taste in background music leaves much to be desired. That is all." Uffed. Xiaoji, unable to contain himself, sprayed half a mouthful of milk everywhere, scrambling to wipe it up with a napkin. Shimizu's face had shifted from red to a deep purplish hue. Clenching his fork tightly, his knuckles turned white as if he intended to stab a hole into the plate. Bairan chuckled, his shoulders shaking with mirth. "That Kingolf fellow, even in his absence, wields a cutting tongue." He mischievously pulled out his Pokémon Pokédex, deliberately opening the comments section of the video, and read aloud in an exaggerated tone. "Let's see what the latest comments are. Goodness, I declare this lad in blue is my new favorite. Such a tsundere, stubborn demeanor, yet so endearingly clumsy. It's utterly charming. Oh, and this one too. I implore the uploader to create more. I wish to see 100 ways our champion contender might embarrass himself." Bairan. Shimizu could finally endure no longer, abruptly slamming his hands on the table, the chair legs screeching against the floor. All right, I won't tease you anymore," Bairan said. Sensing the shift in the atmosphere, and he waved his hand with a smile, tucking his Pokédex away. After taking a sip of milk, the teasing expression on his face faded, replaced by a more earnest demeanor. The video gaining popularity was a delightful surprise, yet I yearned to learn something new. He turned to Nanami, his gaze sincere. "Sister Nanami, your words yesterday inspired me. Food should not only satiate, but also bring joy to Pokémon. The heartfelt intention behind food lovingly crafted by a trainer is something Pokémon can certainly sense." Bairan's eyes fell upon the golden bean voraciously devouring its meal and the cloud-like creature nibbling delicately beside it. "Thus, I wish to formally learn how to create energy cubes. I pondered last night, perhaps through food, we can provide Pokémon with emotional comfort or other benefits." Emotional solace? Professor Okido's scholarly interest was immediately piqued. If we can develop recipes targeting the mental well-being of Pokémon, this topic holds immense value. Many Pokémon experience unstable skill releases or even hinder evolution due to emotional agitation or excessive stress. If we can gently ameliorate this through diet, it would undoubtedly represent a significant research breakthrough. "Indeed, that was my thought as well," Bairan nodded. "Coincidentally, I plan to document the entire process, creating a second video. May I?" He blinked his large, expressive eyes at Nanami. Nanami chuckled softly. "Very well, I shall teach you how to make energy cubes." Then, adopting a serious expression, she added, "However, I will not let you abandon this endeavor halfway. Xiaoji and Shimizu, you both shall learn how to create energy cubes as well. Understood. Bairan replied joyfully. With a glance at the still fuming Shimizu, he winked and coaxed. This video will showcase your technical prowess. I promise to capture you looking professional, meticulous, and dashing. What do you say? Come be my special technical consultant and demonstrate your extensive theoretical knowledge to everyone. Shimizu regarded him with eyes filled with a complex mix of emotions, akin to a tangled mess. Though he longed to utter a dismissive retort, the words remained lodged within him. The echoes of King Gulvest's critique regarding his fundamental skills and the comments section's playful taunts buzzed in his mind. Yet, soon after, the image of the sunlit land from the previous evening, glimmering under the sunset, and the unparalleled satisfaction of creating something with his own hands surfaced in his thoughts. He turned his head away, avoiding the gaze of others, and with a voice barely audible even to himself, he squeezed out a single word through gritted teeth. Fine. Clapping her hands, Nanami drew the attention of Bairan and the others. All right, since that's settled, let's meet in the kitchen this afternoon. I must prepare thoroughly, and you all better not be late. At that moment, the normally tranquil kitchen of the Okido laboratory transformed into a fully equipped culinary classroom. Nanami donned a light apricot apron that allowed for ease of movement, her long hair neatly tied back with a simple headband, exuding an aura of competence intertwined with warmth. She clapped her hands, capturing the attention of her 3 students. Now, let us commence the energy cube making lesson. With a cheerful smile, she announced, when crafting energy cubes, much like preparing any regular dish, the most crucial elements are not complex techniques or rare ingredients, but rather heartfelt intention. You must envision the joy on a Pokemon's face when it eats the cube. That feeling will be conveyed through your hands into the cube. However, you are all still far from reaching that level. We must start from the very basics. Chapter 34. Technical consultant and enthusiastic sous chef Xiaoji nodded eagerly, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Shimizu, arms crossed and chin held high, wore a look of arrogance that suggested he was already well versed in these theories. Yet his gaze remained fixed on Nanami, betraying the focus he could not hide. Meanwhile, Bairan had already set up his prized camera at an angle across from the preparation station, adjusting it to ensure every expression and action was captured clearly. He even placed a miniature director's hat on the cloud-like creature beside the camera, its fluffy form dancing joyfully, scattering glimmers of light like a natural soft focus filter. Today we shall create 2 types of energy cubes. Nanami indicated towards the neatly arranged fruits on the counter. One will be the basic orange berry cube, primarily made from orange berries, which can restore a significant amount of stamina. The other, Bairan, is the one you suggested. She picked up a glistening pink fruit that seemed to encapsulate starlight. We will attempt to create a calming energy cube using this banana fruit as the core, supplemented with persimmon berry. Banana fruit? Shimizu's scholarly instincts kicked in, and he stepped forward to examine the fruit closely. The literature states that banana fruit can soothe a Pokemon's emotions and can provide some degree of tranquility. Although its energy is incredibly pure and gentle, its properties are also quite unstable, making it difficult to blend with other materials. Using it as the main ingredient must require precise ratios and timing, right? He recited the knowledge from the encyclopedia with great fervor, as if he were the teaching assistant for the class. Truly, he was a remarkable student. Full marks in theoretical knowledge. Bairan's voice resonated from behind the camera, laced with a hint of mischief. Now, let us invite our special technical advisor to demonstrate how to handle these precious banana fruits, shall we? The camera's red light focused precisely on Xiao Mao. His cheeks flushed slightly as he cleared his throat, grasped a petite silver knife, and assumed a textbook-perfect posture to begin slicing the fruit. His movements were precise and steady, each cut yielding evenly thick slices, showcasing his solid foundational skills. Humph, watch closely, for this is the professional way to handle it, he declared, though his peripheral vision couldn't resist glancing toward the camera, curious if he appeared sufficiently handsome at that moment. On the other hand, Xiaoji was a stark contrast. Sister Nai, I'll handle the orange fruits, he volunteered, seizing 2 plump oranges, opting not to use a knife nor adhere to any formal technique. Instead, bringing his hands together in a pose reminiscent of a martial arts move. Hey! With a loud shout, the juice of the oranges splattered everywhere, with a droplet striking Xiao Mao's cheek as he was attempting to look suave. Xiao Mao's movements abruptly froze, and the kitchen air became thick with tension. Sorry. Xiao Mao? Xiaoji stammered, flustered. You idiot. Are you here to help, or to make a mess? The muscles on Xiao Mao's forehead twitched, struggling to maintain his aloof, expert demeanor. Bairan erupted into hearty laughter, the camera faithfully capturing this dramatic scene. even zooming in on the droplet of juice on Xiao Mao's face, contemplating what sound effects to add in post-production. Nai shook her head in amused exasperation, handing Xiao Mao a clean towel. Xiaoji, you must handle the fruits with a bit more gentleness, she gently reminded, demonstrating herself as her fingers danced nimbly over the cutting board. Both the hard pits and soft flesh submitted obediently to her touch, the entire process flowing with a rhythmic grace. Do you see? Nai said, each fruit has its own temperament. One must follow its grain and feel its inherent energy, rather than confront it with brute force. Wiping the juice from his face, Xiao Mao observed Nai's elegant movements and then reflected on his own somewhat rigid stance. Lost in thought, Xiaoji leaned in, suddenly enlightened. Oh, so that's how it is. The afternoon sunlight poured through the kitchen window, casting warm patches of light on the floor. The boys' laughter scattered like crisp beans rolling down the corridor, while Nai's voice wrapped around them like warmth. Drifting over the laboratory table, the camera in the corner continued to hum softly, like a resting beetle. These sounds intertwined, creating a unique afternoon atmosphere within the Great Wood Research Institute, lazily spilling over the windowsill. Bairan, observing the scene through the lens, wore a smile that shone brighter than the sunlight outside. Having finished preparing the fruits, they moved on to the most crucial step, mixing and shaping. Nai brought forth a brand new energy cube mixer. The rhythm and duration of the mixing determine the final quality of the energy cube. Too fast disrupts energy stability, while too slow fails to achieve proper integration. Let us begin with the simplest orange fruit energy cube, she explained, tossing the prepared oranges into the machine and activating it. The mixer emitted a soft hum, and Nai's fingers danced over the control panel, occasionally speeding up or slowing down. Her expression focused as if she were conducting a miniature symphony rather than operating a machine. Minutes later, a batch of pale blue energy cubes, exuding a sweet fragrance and uniform in hue, was completed. Wow, it smells amazing, Xiaoji exclaimed, his eyes wide with wonder. As for Xiao Mao, he gazed in astonishment at her deft control over the flow of energy. He understood that this seemingly simple task required profound experience and sensitivity. Don't underestimate your sister, Nai remarked with a proud smile. After all, I am a top coordinator who has won the grand tournament multiple times. It was their turn to take the reins. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Mao gingerly placed his perfectly prepared banana fruit slices into the mixer. Xiao Mao, the difficulty of creating banana fruit energy cubes is not to be compared with that of the orange fruit. You must handle it with care, Nai cautioned. I know, Xiao Mao replied, retrieving the encyclopedia to pull up his pre-calculated mixing formula, adhering strictly to the indicated seconds and speeds, neither a second more nor less. However, when he poured out the finished product, although the energy cube was vibrantly colored, it emanated an unapproachable, lifeless aura, and its fragrance was somewhat lacking. How could this be? Xiao Mao frowned. Theoretically, this should be the perfect ratio. In contrast, Xiaoji simply dumped all the ingredients into the mixer and cranked the power knob to the maximum. Let us go. Bring out the momentum. The mixer roared like a tractor, shaking the entire table. When he eagerly opened the lid, a peculiar aroma of burnt and sour wafted toward him, revealing energy cubes that bore a deep brown hue, as if they had endured a catastrophe. Xiaoji's smile froze in place. Bailan stifled his laughter, shifting the camera to himself. It was his turn. Having already exchanged for the beginner's energy cube crafting skill book, he approached the task with confidence, ready to tackle this straightforward endeavor. Unlike Xiao Mao, who relied on data, or Xiaoji, who acted on instinct, the moment he placed his prepared banana fruit into the mixer and started it, the machine seemed to slow down in his perception. The pink fruit flesh swirled rapidly in the mixer, forming a beautiful pink vortex, while glimmering essences were gradually extracted through the transparent tubes into the mixer's base. Temperature, speed, time, the process of purifying the fruit was imprinted in by Lan's mind. He closed his eyes, as if he were not operating a machine, but rather engaging in a dialogue with the materials. His fingers danced casually over the control panel, without a fixed rhythm. Yet each movement was perfectly timed, as if he were synchronizing with the breath of the material's energy flow. When he finally stopped, a series of crystal clear, pale pink energy cubes emerged from the mixer, exuding a refreshing herbal fragrance that filled the kitchen, the aroma seemingly alive, gently brushing past his nose, invigorating his spirit and dissipating much of his agitation. The energy cubes he poured out were adorned with shimmering, star-like flecks of banana fruit essence, resembling exquisite pieces of art. This is, Nai exclaimed, her eyes wide with astonishment as she hurried closer, hardly able to believe her eyes. Could this truly be the work of a novice? Even Xiao Mao, who had always been filled with self-assurance, found himself at a loss for words. The final shaping and drying process was uneventful, and when the 4 trays of finished products were laid out on the table, the differences were stark. 9I's energy cubes were standard rhomboids, adorably pale blue. Bairan's banana fruit cubes took on an irregular, pebble-like shape, a delicate pink hue with an internal glow. Xiao Mao's cubes were also rhomboidal, sharply defined and meticulously crafted, yet they bore a hint of being overly rigid. As for Xiao Zhi's creations, the few charred, indistinguishable objects could only be deemed abstract art. Come, let us taste them, 9I smiled, beckoning a few Pokémon playing in the backyard. Her Squirtle joyfully devoured the cube handed to her by Shigeru, nodding politely, yet seemingly offering no further acknowledgement, as if the energy cube merely served to satiate her hunger. Meanwhile, Kinbo unabashedly swallowed the energy cube passed to him by Harlan, letting out a satisfied burp. As for Satoshi, he hesitated before presenting his creation to a passing Rattata, which sniffed cautiously, hesitated momentarily, and then surprisingly grabbed it, crunching it down and licking its lips in lingering satisfaction. How wonderful! Satoshi leapt with excitement. It enjoyed eating. Perhaps this was what they referred to as a meeting of hearts. Finally, the moment of truth arrived for the banana-flavored energy cube. 9I brought over a wild Houndour, still wary after recently being healed. Harlan crouched down, gently nudging the delicate pink cube towards the Houndour. The creature growled cautiously, but the refreshing aroma seemed to possess an enchanting quality, gradually easing its defenses. It cautiously leaned forward, extending its tongue for a tentative lick. That single taste transformed its demeanor. The Houndour's eyes sparkled with delight, and without hesitation, it gulped down the energy cube. In the following moment, its tense muscles relaxed. Its anxious gaze softened, and it stretched contentedly, exhaling a deep sigh. To everyone's astonishment, it approached Harlan, nuzzling against his pant leg while emitting a purring sound of satisfaction. Success! Professor Okido had arrived in the kitchen at some point, observing the scene with a glimmer of excitement in his eyes. This not only calmed emotions, but held the promise of healing the mental scars that battles had inflicted. Harlan, your discovery is brimming with potential. Ding! Congratulations. The host has successfully crafted a special formula calming energy cube, perfectly showcasing its positive impact on Pokémon. Video task completed. Task reward. 5,000 BP points have been issued. Achievement unlocked. Alchemist of Edibles, rewarded with a special item. Universal Seasoning Powder, effect. Slightly enhances the flavor and effects of any food. A flurry of system notifications resonated in Harlan's mind, deepening the smile upon his lips. He affectionately ruffled Houndour's fluffy head, gazing at the admiring Shigeru, the starry-eyed Satoshi, and the contented smile of 9I and the professor. He then picked up the camera, directing its lens towards the field they had lovingly cultivated. The sunlight was perfect, and the gentle breeze was refreshing. With the materials at hand, he stretched and casually announced, I've already thought of the title for the new video, From Zero to Pokémon Michelin, the champion candidate's epic fails and the birth of a genius. What do you all think? In response, he received Shigeru's flustered shout and the joyous laughter echoing from the kitchen. In the kitchen, Harlan efficiently tucked away the camera, a contented smile adorning his face, with the material firmly in hand. The title of the new video already floated in his mind, From Zero to Pokémon Michelin, the champion candidate's epic fails and the birth of a genius. He hummed a cheerful tune as he strolled back to his room. Expertly powering on his computer, the editing software filled the screen, and Harlan's fingers danced across the keyboard, the visuals flowing seamlessly beneath his touch. He began by editing out the chaotic moments of Shigeru and Satoshi as they handled the berries, overlaying them with exaggerated sound effects, and even giving a slow-motion close-up to the droplet of orange juice on Shigeru's face. In stark contrast, 9I's fluid movements and his own display of exceptional talent were edited to appear both professional and stylish. Particularly, the moment when Houndour nuzzled Harlan's pant leg was meticulously scrutinized, ultimately paired with heartwarming background music, brilliantly illustrating the healing effects of the banana-flavored energy cube. Chapter 36, A Private Message from Brock. Harlan was thoroughly pleased with his editing results. This video contained humor, educational points, and ultimately, a touching sentiment. He clicked upload, titling it From Zero to Pokémon Michelin, the champion candidate's epic fails and the birth of a genius, and included the principles behind the energy cube's creation and the medicinal value of the banana fruit in the description. As soon as the video went live, the fan group of Professor Okido erupted in excitement. Wow, the Master has updated. Come and watch. Front row. Waiting for Shigeru and Satoshi to fail. Oh my, it starts off with high energy. Shigeru's expression is absolutely priceless. I'm dying of laughter. Ha ha ha, Satoshi. What you're making isn't an energy cube. It's clearly a biochemical weapon. The comments section was instantly flooded with joyous remarks, and as the video's view count soared, more attention began to shift towards Harlan's creation of the banana-flavored energy cube. Wait a moment, what is that pink cube made by the Up Master? Does it come with special effects? My goodness. Houndour calmed down immediately after eating it. Is this the work of a seasoned performer? My Pokemon also suffers from anxiety. I beg the Up Master to release a tutorial. This cannot be an ordinary energy cube. It's practically a panacea in the Pokemon world. Alchemist of edibles. Up Master, have you secretly learned some arcane arts? Up Master, please, open an online shop. I'm willing to go bankrupt to buy your energy cubes. The enthusiasm of the fans exceeded expectations, with the video receiving an avalanche of likes, favorites, and donations, resulting in a flood of BP points in Harlan's account. Watching the back-end data, Harlan stretched with satisfaction. Meanwhile, 1,000 miles away, in the dimly lit rock gym, Brock had just finished a day of gym challenges. Habitually, he opened the video platform, eager to see if there were any new videos about rock-type Pokemon. Upon encountering Harlan's latest video, his initially weary expression was instantly replaced by curiosity. The champion candidate's epic fails? Brock murmured, raising an eyebrow. What could this be? It didn't seem related to battles. Does this site offer videos on other topics? He clicked to play the video, initially amused by Shigeru's prideful antics and clumsiness, as well as Satoshi's reckless behavior. Yet, when Harlan began crafting the banana-flavored energy cube, Brock's expression grew serious. He observed Harlan's seemingly casual yet remarkably precise techniques, as well as every detail of the banana essence being refined in the mixer. As an experienced Pokemon breeder aspiring to reach the pinnacle of breeding mastery, Brock recognized that this was no skill attainable by a novice. Although Harlan's methods were fundamentally basic, they had reached an extraordinary level, each step resembling something from a textbook. How could this be possible? Brock's mouth fell agape, staring incredulously at the screen. Was this truly the same individual depicted in the video? A newcomer just beginning to learn how to make energy cubes? However, for someone of his age to possess such skills, surely he must have started learning the craft from the womb? When the video showcased the healed Houndour nuzzling Harlan's pant leg, emitting a contented purr, Brock sprang to his feet. Calming emotions? Healing mental trauma? He murmured, his eyes gleaming with fervor. This was not merely about the technique of crafting energy cubes. It required a profound understanding of the effects of berries and various materials to create an energy cube with such extraordinary effects. As a breeder, he could discern whether it was genuine or fabricated at a glance. This discovery undoubtedly opened up a new avenue for his future research in Pokemon breeding and training. He could even foresee that if this type of energy cube were to become widespread, it would offer immense assistance to Pokemon that had been injured or suffered psychological trauma. Taking a deep breath, Brock swiftly approached his computer, fingers flying over the keyboard as he navigated to Harlan's creator page, seeking more information. On the homepage, apart from a few daily videos, there lay the previous episode's exploration video, each one infused with Bairan's distinctive style, a relaxed atmosphere, cheerful narration, and subtle wisdom. Upon noticing Bairan's signature, he discovered it was from the Ohm Research Institute. It turned out to be a researcher from Dr. Ohm's team. Xiao Gang was taken aback, but soon fell into contemplation. Although Dr. Ohm had a broad range of research interests, he was not particularly adept in the realms of energy cubes and Pokemon nutrition. The breakthrough research might very well be attributed to this young child featured in the video. He quickly opened the private message interface. Hello, Mr. Bairan. Xiao Gang's wording was exceedingly formal and respectful. He carefully considered each word, fearful that his boldness might provoke the other's displeasure. I am Xiao Gang, the gym leader of the Dark Gray Gym. I happened to stumble upon your latest video regarding the Banana Fragrance Energy Cube, and I was utterly astonished and filled with admiration. He paused for a moment, diligently typing out the subsequent content. I am genuinely intrigued by your research on emotional soothing and mental therapy for Pokemon as presented in your video. As a Pokemon breeder, I have always dedicated myself to enhancing the comprehensive qualities of Pokemon, and mental health undoubtedly constitutes a crucial aspect of that. I wonder if you might be interested in engaging in a more profound dialogue and exploration with me? I am very eager to learn from your knowledge in this field, and would also like to share my insights on Pokemon breeding with you, if it is convenient. I look forward to your reply. Xiao Gang clicked send, taking a deep breath, feeling an unprecedented excitement. This could potentially be a pivotal opportunity to alter the direction of his future research. At the same time, Bairan was reclining on the sofa, leisurely scrolling through his phone when a system notification suddenly chimed. Ding, You have received a new private message. Bailan casually tapped it open, and upon seeing the sender was Xiao Gang from the dark gray gym, his eyebrows raised slightly. So, it is the man known as the Steadfast Rock, Xiao Gang. He felt a surge of excitement and immediately sat up to read the private message. The content was straightforward. Xiao Gang's tone was respectful and sincere, conveying a thirst for knowledge and admiration for Bailan. A playful smile crept onto Bailan's lips as he thought, Xiao Gang, the future master breeder. He had not anticipated that his video would catch Xiao Gang's attention, especially considering that Xiao Gang was currently managing the dark gray gym while also caring for his younger siblings. It was quite a stroke of luck that he had managed to see Bailan's video on the video sharing platform and reached out to him. This saved Bailan considerable effort, as he had been contemplating how to approach Xiao Qing, who, despite being busy with his dual roles as a part-time gym leader and former champion, was often not present at the research institute. With Xiao Gang around, they could exchange ideas and learn from one another. Looks like there is a wealth of knowledge yet to be explored, Bailan murmured softly, his face devoid of any worry, instead imbued with anticipation. He picked up his phone, his slender fingers dancing lightly across the screen as he pondered his response. The gym leader of the dark gray gym was undoubtedly a significant figure in the future, worthy of his investment. A gentle breeze wafted through the window, causing a few leaves to swirl in the air. Bailan's fingertips hovered over the send button, his smile deepening. Chapter 37. The Rise of Fans and the Arrival of Legends. After a cordial and friendly exchange with Xiao Gang, Bailan contentedly closed the Pokédex. He lay back in his recliner, gazing at the ceiling, contemplating that as a prominent content creator, it was simply unacceptable not to establish a fan group. Moreover, it would foster collective brainstorming and reveal what the audience desired, thereby embedding himself into the hearts of his viewers. Bailan straightened up and pulled out his Pokédex, navigating to the fan group creation page. After some deliberation, he settled on a name, Bailan's Pokémon Research Institute. It was simple, direct, and carried an academic flair. What should I write in the group announcement? He propped his chin in thought for a moment, then swiftly typed on the screen. Welcome to Bailan's Pokémon Research Institute. This is a place for the Up Master's daily musings, sharing of research insights, and gathering of material inspirations. Group members can discuss any content they wish to see or any questions they have regarding Pokémon breeding here. Bailan noted down the group number and posted it on his Pokémon TV homepage. Shortly after the group was created, fans began to join in succession, with notification chimes ringing continuously. Bailan watched the member count climb, his spirits lifted. Bailan, we've been waiting for you to create a group. Up Master, when will you release the detailed tutorial for the Banana Fragrance Energy Cube? My Charmeleon has been restless lately. For the love of all. The recipe for the Energy Cube is exclusive, so a detailed tutorial might not be feasible. May I inquire, group leader, what is the optimal harvesting time for orange fruits and banana fruits? Bailan observed the lively discussions in the group, unable to suppress a smile. Just as he was preparing to respond to a few fan messages, there was a gentle knock at the door. Bailan, are you there? Nana Mei's voice floated in from outside. Yes. Please come in, Nana Mei. Bailan quickly tucked away his Pokédex and straightened his clothes. Nana Mei entered, holding a steaming cup of moo milk. I heard your notification sounds from your room. Were you busy editing videos? Haha, I set up a fan group, and everyone is quite enthusiastic. Bailan accepted the milk, warmth spreading through his palms. Nana Mei, why are you still awake this late? I couldn't sleep. I was thinking about today's events. Nana Mei sat at the edge of the bed, her expression somewhat complex. The techniques you used to create the energy cube truly astonished me. Your grasp of the material properties and the final effects were simply not something a novice, who had never engaged with energy cube crafting before, could accomplish. She paused, a glimmer of curiosity in her eyes. Bailan, have you really never engaged in energy cube crafting before? Bailan nearly choked on the milk, coughing a couple of times as his mind raced. Nana Mei's observational skills were sharper than he had anticipated. It seemed that merely relying on a prodigious talent would not suffice to deceive her. Actually, he set down the cup, feigning a touch of embarrassment. I have not operated it practically before, but I have reviewed quite a bit of theoretical knowledge. Xiao Qing previously provided me with some notes, which I studied in depth. This was not a lie. He had indeed diligently studied Xiao Qing's notes. Nana Mei nodded in realization. I see, Xiao Qing's notes are indeed very detailed. However, to convert theory into practice and execute it so well, your talent is truly remarkable. She rose to leave, pausing at the door to say, by the way, Xiao Ji and Xiao Amo should be coming tomorrow. Do you want to teach them something else? I notice Xiao Amo may seem tough, but he is actually quite earnest. Of course, that sounds great. Bailan's eyes lit up. I happen to want to experiment with creating some uniquely flavored energy cubes, perhaps recipes suitable for different types of Pokemon. Then it's settled. Good night, Bailan. Good night, Nana May. As the door gently closed, Bailan picked up the Pokédex again. The messages in the group had refreshed several times, and he began to sift through the fans' inquiries. His mind starting to conceive the content for the next video. It seems everyone is quite interested in energy cubes, he murmured to himself, his fingers lightly tapping the keyboard. Then I shall prepare an advanced tutorial, showcasing Xiao Mo and Xiao Zhi's learning outcomes as well. Thinking about how Xiao Mo might embarrass himself in front of the camera again the next day, Bailan couldn't help but chuckle mischievously. Nevertheless, this child, despite his tsundere demeanor, was genuinely earnest in his learning. Given time, he might indeed become a commendable breeder. No, based on the narrative from his past life. Becoming a preeminent breeder and researcher was merely a matter of time, especially with the guidance of Xiao Qing and Nana Mei in this world. As for Ash, Bailan shook his head. The boy's talent does not lie in technique, but in the emotional connection he forges with Pokemon. The degree of synergy he achieves in communicating with them is unparalleled by anyone else. Alas, everyone must tread their own path. After engaging in light-hearted banter within the fan group for a while, Bailan was about to close the Pokédex and freshen up when he noticed two familiar IDs joining the chat in quick succession. Welcome Green to the group chat. Welcome the man as unyielding as rock. Welcome newcomers. Newcomers, please share your photos. Before either of them could respond, a flurry of messages flooded the screen. At that moment, someone discerned a clue. Is this ID really him? It does seem strikingly similar to Champion Green. And as for the man as unyielding as rock, that ID appeared to belong to Brock, the gym leader of Pewter City. Green, seldom seen on video platforms, lacked any distinct identification. Only Bailan, who had interacted with Green on the site, recognized this account as genuine. As the crowd clicked on the unyielding man's profile, they were greeted by the official designation of verified user, along with various posts from Brock sharing insights on gym battles and Pokemon training. Unbeknownst to Green, it seemed this rock-solid man was indeed Brock himself. Amidst the buzzing discussions, a large selfie was shared. The man is unyielding as rock. It is indeed image. JPG. In the picture, familiar squinty eyes framed a broad smile, showcasing a perfect set of white teeth, complemented by a physique as sculpted as marble, striking a pose that perfectly showcased his upper body muscles. Instantly, the group fell silent for a moment before erupting into chaos, with countless messages inundating the screen. Bailan hastily created another group, aptly named Bailan's Captain Group, and subsequently pulled the two men into it, along with Xiao Miao, Ash, and Nai Mei. Chapter 38, Anticipating New Learning. Future star of the Pokemon world, Xiao Miao, Bailan, what kind of group is this? What are you up to now? And what does Captain mean? Pokémon Master, Ash impressive. Bailan, your fan group is so large. Observant little Lon. Ahem, this group consists of acquaintances. The term Captain refers to a navigator for the future. This man as unyielding as rock is Brock, the gym leader of Pewter City, who specializes in rock-type Pokemon and is also a top-tier breeder. Let's all get acquainted. The man is unyielding as rock. Haha, I never expected Mr. Bailan to be so young. He is even younger than I imagined. Green, I have watched Bailan's videos too. They are indeed fascinating. Xiao Miao, your performance in the video was, quite authentic. Future star of the Pokemon world, Xiao Miao brother Green. You watched it too. I was still in the learning phase. Once I become proficient, I won't be like that. Pokemon Master, Ash Xiao Miao, you're blushing. Ha ha ha. By the way, Bailan, can I come to the Research Institute tomorrow? I want to learn how to make energy cubes. Observant little Lon, of course. Tomorrow. I plan to teach you how to create energy cubes of various types. Mr. Brock, if you have time, you are also welcome to visit the Institute. The man is unyielding as rock. Really? That's wonderful. I have been quite busy lately, but I have always wanted to observe your production process in person. I shall certainly drop by. Nai Mei, welcome, welcome. The Research Institute hasn't been this lively in a long time. Mr. Brock, I have heard you possess great expertise in Pokemon breeding. We can exchange insights. Observing the harmonious atmosphere in the group chat, Bailan couldn't help but feel a sense of nostalgia. This intimate circle was simply delightful. Each individual possessed their own strengths, and coming together sparked many intriguing ideas. Green, by the way, Bailan, could you elaborate on the recipe for the banana fruit energy cube? I find that concept quite novel. Observant little Lon, brother Green. This recipe is actually an extension of the breeding notes you provided me. It primarily utilizes the active ingredients in banana fruit to regulate the secretion of emotional hormones in Pokemon. Bailan meticulously explained the production principles in the group, while Brock occasionally posed professional questions, and Green shared his insights. Ash, though somewhat lost in the conversation, diligently took notes, and Xiao Miao quietly absorbed the information, occasionally asking pivotal questions. Future star of the Pokémon world, Xiao Miao. So, different types of Pokémon require varying proportions of nutritional components. The man is unyielding as rock. Precisely. Rock-type Pokémon require more minerals, while grass-type Pokémon favor formulas rich in chlorophyll. 9 May. I also adjusted the beauty meals based on Pokémon attributes during the grand contest. The principle is quite similar. Pokémon Master, Ash. Wow. Sister 9 May. You participated in the grand contest? That's amazing. 9 May. Xiao Miao, there is much you do not know. I shall impose 100 viewings of the recent grand contest highlights upon you. As the conversation flowed, the topic gradually expanded to their respective experiences and encounters. Brock shared amusing challengers he had met at the gym. Green recounted his adventures during field research, and 9 May reminisced about the splendid moments from the grand contest. Observant Little Lawn. Speaking of which, I am considering filming an episode about the ecological differences of Pokémon across various regions. Mr. Brock, what is the habitat like for rock-type Pokémon around Pewter City? The man is unyielding as rock. The area surrounding Pewter City is quite mountainous, offering a rich variety of rock-type Pokémon. However, the most intriguing is Mount Moon, where the Clefairy have unique living habits. While listening to Brock's descriptions, Bailan was mentally drafting the filming plan for the video. First-hand information such as this is far more precious and detailed than what one can find online. Green. Bailan, your video style is very relaxed, yet the content is profoundly insightful. I believe this entertaining yet educational approach is excellent for helping more people understand Pokémon knowledge. Observant Little Lawn. Hee. Mainly, I want everyone to learn in a relaxed atmosphere. After all, if it's too serious, the audience tends to lose focus. Future star of the Pokémon world, Xiao Miao. Indeed, Bailan. I watch every episode of your videos, even though sometimes I am used as a negative example. Pokémon Master, Ash. Xiao Miao, be grateful. At least you can still learn something. I am merely the comic relief. The laughter and joy in the group filled Bailan with delight. The sensation of being surrounded by friends was truly wonderful. Although he harbored a sense of detachment within his innermost self, discovering such like-minded companions in this world was an unexpected treasure. As the night deepened, Bailan remained the only one busy within the Oak Research Institute. The warm glow of the desk lamp illuminated the array of berries and crafting tools laid out before him. Since he would be teaching Xiao Miao and Ash how to create energy cubes of different types tomorrow, he needed to prepare several samples and review the theoretical knowledge once more. Bailan murmured to himself while skillfully handling a fiery red cherry berry. He opened the system store, where his BP points displayed a considerable number. System store, Fire-type energy cube recipe, intermediate, 500 BP. Water-type energy cube recipe, intermediate, 500 BP. Grass-type energy cube recipe, intermediate, 500 BP. Electric-type energy cube recipe, intermediate, 500 BP. Rock-type energy cube recipe, intermediate, 500 BP. The advancement of technology in this world is astonishingly rapid. Most of the recipes for energy blocks derived from fruits and trees have already been developed through exploration and experimentation. Aside from a few recipes that possess unique or powerful effects, many of the basic recipes are, in fact, of little consequence. Such foundational recipes are often taught in various courses related to energy blocks at universities. The reason Bailan chose to exchange for these basic energy block recipes lies in the invaluable knowledge imparted during the process, encompassing every step involved in crafting these fundamental energy blocks. This includes everything from the ratio of materials to the rationale behind such proportions, a knowledge whose worth is unparalleled. Well, let me exchange for a few basic attribute recipes while I'm at it, and I shall also replenish the recipes for the rock type. Bailan clicked to purchase without hesitation, and in an instant, a wealth of knowledge regarding the production of these attribute energy blocks, material ratios, and the digestive characteristics of different Pokémon flooded into his mind. The Fire-type energy block requires cherry fruits as its main ingredient, complemented by spicy chili fruits to enhance the explosive power of Fire-type Pokémon. The Water-type, on the other hand, is based on ink berries, with refreshing mint leaves added to regulate the flavor, achieving optimal hydration and vitality restoration. The Grass-type necessitates orange fruits and various leafy materials, focusing on the gradual release of energy and the nourishment of life force. The Electric type requires electrified fruits, such as thunderberries, supplemented with specific minerals or certain special plants to enhance electric conductivity. As for the Rock type, it emphasizes the intake of minerals and a gentle approach to the digestive system. Chapter 39, The Midnight Heist of Recipes. Intriguingly, each attribute's recipe possesses its unique nutritional pairing philosophy and energy conversion method. As Bailan pondered, he began to prepare his first batch of samples. The hum of the mixer resonated distinctly in the stillness of the night, separated from the outside world by the laboratory walls. The flesh of the cherry fruit transformed into a fine puree under high-speed rotation, while the essence of the chili fruit gradually blended in, filling the laboratory with an enticing aroma. He meticulously controlled the speed and duration of each stir, each movement fluid and organic, akin to an alchemical process. Bailan carefully placed the freshly made fire-type energy block into a preservation box. The orange-hued square glimmered under the light, exuding a subtle fragrance of fruit and spice. Oh, it looks quite promising. He nodded in satisfaction and began to tidy up the workbench, preparing to create the next batch. At that moment, the door creaked open gently, and Jindo peeked in curiously, surveying the laboratory. Clearly attracted by the aroma, the little creature's nostrils flared as a glimmer of desire sparkled in its eyes. Oh, the little glutton has arrived? Bailan chuckled, beckoning it over to sample the freshly baked fire-type energy block. Jindo excitedly hopped onto the workbench, gingerly sniffing the orange square before unhesitatingly swallowing it whole. Mew, the little fire dragon squinted its eyes in satisfaction, its tail flame flickering more vigorously. It seems the effect is quite good. Bailan affectionately patted Jindo's little head, saying, "Now, I shall continue crafting energy blocks of other attributes. You can watch from the side, just don't cause any trouble." Next came the water-type energy block. Bailan retrieved several inkberries. These deep blue fruits being exceptionally hydrating and an ideal material for crafting water-type energy blocks. He skillfully extracted the flesh, adding mint leaf extract, the entire process flowing seamlessly. Jindo rested its little paws on the edge of the workbench, propping its chin up, intently observing Bailan's every movement. Occasionally, it let out a few ayes, as if offering critiques. "You're quite the little researcher, aren't you?" Bailan teased while stirring the blue puree. "Perhaps you could be my assistant someday." When preparing the grass-type energy block, Bailan deliberately slowed his pace. Handling the orange fruits required utmost caution to preserve their active components, while also incorporating the essence of various leafy materials. Grass-type Pokémon have a rather unique digestive system. He muttered to himself, as if lecturing Jindo, "They prefer foods high in fiber, so we must ensure a certain coarseness during preparation." Jindo tilted its little head, nodding in a seemingly understanding manner. "I'll let Yinduo try this tomorrow." Bailan smiled at Jindo's adorable demeanor. Recalling how Yinduo went to bed early to rise with the grass-type Pokémon in the backyard for photosynthesis each day, the crafting of the electric-type energy block proved to be the most complex. The inherent electrical currents in the materials introduced a considerable degree of uncertainty to the production process. The thunderberry itself carried a faint current, and improper handling could lead to accidents. Bailan cautiously sliced open the fruit, tiny sparks occasionally flickering within the flesh. "Be careful, this thing is electrified," he cautioned Jindo, which immediately took a few steps back, eyeing the glimmering fruit with wariness. Finally came the rock-type energy block. The production of these blocks was comparatively straightforward, yet it required the addition of special mineral powders. The recipe Bailan exchanged from the system shop included ratios of several rare minerals, effectively enhancing the defensive capabilities of rock-type Pokémon. If Mr. Xiaojing truly comes tomorrow, you might want to give this a try. Bailan placed the finished gray block into a box. 5 distinct attribute energy blocks were neatly arranged on the workbench, each emanating its unique fragrance and energy fluctuations. Bailan gazed proudly at his creations, already beginning to conceive ideas for the video's content for the next day. "All right, that will be all for today." He stretched lazily, preparing to clean up. "Jindo, you should head back to rest as well." The little fire dragon cast a lingering glance at the energy blocks, but ultimately obeyed, jumping down from the workbench and wagging its tail as it left the laboratory. Bailan turned off the desk lamp, plunging the laboratory into darkness once more. Through the window, he could see the stars twinkling in the night sky. The entirety of Jinshin town enveloped in tranquil darkness. Returning to his room, he reopened the Pokédex and noticed a few people still chatting in the group. "Kingolf, Bailan, are you still there? I just thought of a question regarding the temperature control in the production of fire-type energy blocks." Observation enthusiast Xiaolon. I'm here. What question do you have, Kingolf?" "Kingolf, I remember that the active components of cherry fruits tend to dissipate at high temperatures. How did you solve this issue?" Observation enthusiast Xiaolon. "That is indeed a critical issue. My method is to heat in stages. First, I activate the enzymes in the fruit flesh at low temperatures, then quickly raise the temperature to complete the mixing, and finally cool it down to set. This way, I can maintain the active components while ensuring the flavor. Bailan calmly shared the knowledge he had acquired from the system. Ah, I see. I previously felt that the results were somewhat subpar. Although they seemed edible, it appeared that fire-type Pokémon preferred to consume the fruits directly rather than the energy blocks. It seems I had some issues with temperature control. Nai Mei, Bailan, still researching at this late hour? Remember to get some rest. Observation enthusiast Xiaolon. I was just preparing materials for tomorrow. Now I'm getting ready to sleep. By the way, Mr. Xiaojing, are you really coming tomorrow? Of course. I have arranged the affairs of the gym, and I'll have my brother Zareo take over as the acting gym leader. I trust him completely. I'll set off early tomorrow morning. To be honest, I'm quite curious about your production techniques. I've been pondering for quite a while about how you, at such a young age, can craft these energy blocks with such proficiency. Zareo admires you greatly. Observation enthusiast Xiaolon. Please convey my thanks to your brother. I won't disappoint you tomorrow. The future rising star of the Pokemon world, Xiao Mohonf. I must learn how to produce energy blocks of all attributes tomorrow. Seeing the enthusiasm of everyone, Bailan couldn't help but smile. This feeling of being anticipated was rather delightful. Although he initially wished to quietly be a slacker, assisting his friends in their growth proved to be a source of joy. Observation enthusiast Xiaolon. Then everyone, do rest early. See you tomorrow. With the Pokédex switched off, Bailan lay on his bed, his mind replaying the events of the day, from his video call with Xiaojing, to the establishment of the fan group, and finally to the late-night creation of energy cubes. Each endeavor filled him with a profound sense of fulfillment. Tomorrow promised to be yet another intriguing day. He closed his eyes, a faint smile gracing his lips, and soon drifted into slumber. Outside, the night breeze gently caressed the town of Shinshin, carrying with it wafts of floral fragrance. In the backyard of the Research Institute, Pokémon were peacefully asleep, save for the vigilant Daikin duck, who patrolled the area, occasionally emitting a few quacks. As the morning sun filtered through the curtains, it illuminated Bailan's face. He rubbed his sleepy eyes and glanced at the time on his Pokédex, 7:30. Quite early indeed. He stretched lazily, rose to freshen up, and had just reached the bathroom when he overheard a conversation between Nai Mei and Professor Okido downstairs. Mr. Xiaojing is already on his way. He should arrive shortly. Nai Mei's voice was tinged with excitement. Really? The gym leader from Shunhui City is coming? Professor Okido expressed surprise. It seems Bailan has quite the social prowess. Bailan finished his morning routine promptly and descended the stairs just in time to see Nai Mei preparing breakfast. Good morning, Nai Mei, Professor, he greeted. Bailan. Is Xiaojing really coming? Professor Okido set down his newspaper. I met him during my time at the league. He's quite a composed young man and has made remarkable strides in Pokemon breeding. Indeed, we had a stimulating conversation in the group chat last night, Bailan replied, accepting the milk Nai Mei offered. He seems genuinely interested in my energy cube creations. No sooner had he spoken than a familiar voice echoed from outside. Bailan. Xiao Mao, I'm here. Xiaoji burst through the door with exuberance. What are we learning today? We'll be crafting energy cubes of various types, Bailan replied, shaking the container of fresh samples he had prepared the previous night. Che, you sly fellow, trying to get ahead again. But even if you've done it once, I won't lose, Xiao Mao retorted, his face displaying determination. At that moment, the roar of a motorcycle engine broke the air, and a sleek black heavy motorcycle came to a halt in front of the institute. A familiar figure dismounted. It was Xiaojing. Wow, what a cool motorcycle, Xiaoji exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with admiration. Xiaojing removed his helmet, revealing his well-known visage, clad in a fitted black leather outfit that exuded an aura of rugged masculinity. Excuse me, Bailan, he said as he entered the Research Institute, nodding politely to everyone present. You're too kind, Xiaojing. Welcome. Nai Mei greeted him warmly. I'm Nai Mei. We spoke in the group chat last night. Hello, Miss Nai Mei. Xiaojing's cheeks flushed slightly. It's a pleasure to finally meet you. Professor Okido approached as well. Gym leader Xiaojing. Welcome to the Okido Research Institute. I've heard you possess considerable expertise in Pokemon breeding. Oh, I couldn't possibly compare to you, Professor. Xiaojing humbly replied, his face lighting up. I grew up watching your television programs. Turning to Bailan, he continued, Bailan, I watched your video yesterday. It was truly astonishing. Your grasp of material properties is something even someone like me, who has been immersed in breeding since childhood, finds humbling. Bailan waved his hand dismissively. You flatter me. Xiaojing, I merely consider myself fortunate. Now that everyone is here, shall we commence today's lesson? Bailan suggested. The group gathered in the laboratory, where Bailan laid out 5 types of energy cubes he had created the previous night. These are the fruits of last night's labor. He indicated the colorful cubes: fire, water, grass, electric, and rock types. Xiaojing stepped closer for a meticulous examination, picking up the gray rock-type cube and inhaling its scent. His expression suddenly turned serious. This recipe. He looked up at Bailan. Did you add rare earth mineral powder? Xiaojing's keen observation is impressive, Bailan replied, somewhat taken aback. He indeed had incorporated some special minerals. Xiaojing's expression became even more astonished. I've seen this recipe in advanced textbooks at the Breeding Academy, but no one has ever managed to produce it successfully. The mineral ratios are exceptionally stringent. A slight miscalculation could yield harmful substances. Is it really that extreme? Xiao Mao leaned in for a closer look. It's just an energy cube, right? You don't understand? Xiaojing shook his head. Energy cubes of this caliber are virtually unavailable on the market. Even at our Shunhui City gym, we only commission professional breeders to create them under special circumstances. He scrutinized the cube closely. And this quality, this texture, Bailan, is this truly your first attempt? Bailan stifled a chuckle internally, but maintained his composure. I've read extensively on the theory. Perhaps I have a modicum of talent. A modicum of talent? Xiaojing chuckled ruefully. If that's modicum, then the rest of us professional breeders might as well return to farming. Xiaoji and Xiao Mao exchanged glances, recognizing that despite their lack of technical expertise, Bailan's creations were indeed remarkable, judging by Xiaojing's reaction. All right, enough of this chatter, Bailan clapped his hands. Let us begin today's practical session. Xiaojing, would you like to join us? Absolutely. Xiaojing nodded eagerly. I'm keen to learn about your production techniques. Bailan began to elucidate the key points in crafting energy cubes of different attributes. His explanations were clear and insightful, balancing theoretical foundations with practical operational skills. Fire-type Pokémon thrive in high-temperature environments. Therefore, we must maintain a certain spiciness during production. He demonstrated the preparation of sakura fruit, adding, however, remember that spiciness does not equate to harshness. We seek a gentle warmth. Xiaojing diligently took notes nearby, nodding in agreement. Conversely, water types require a refreshing taste and ample moisture, Bailan continued, showcasing the high water content of Inkberry. But mere moisture is insufficient. Electrolytes must be added to maintain the water-salt balance within the Pokémon. Now I understand. Xiao Mao exclaimed, enlightened. No wonder the water-type energy cubes I made previously were ineffective. They lacked electrolytes. While Xiaoji struggled to grasp the details, he diligently followed along, his clumsy hands operating with earnestness. Xiaoji, you're stirring in the wrong direction. Bailan advised. Stirring clockwise will better activate the active components within the fruit. Oh, got it. Xiaoji quickly adjusted his technique. As they prepared the electric-type energy cubes, Bailan deliberately slowed his pace. Electric types are the most hazardous. Thunderfruit is inherently charged, and improper handling could lead to electric shocks. He carefully sliced the fruit. Everyone, pay close attention. It should be done this way. Before he could finish, Xiao Mao reached for the thunderfruit. Wait. Both Bailan and Xiaojing shouted simultaneously. But it was too late. As Xiao Mao's finger brushed against the flesh of the fruit, a small electric jolt coursed through him. Xiao Mao yelped. His finger momentarily numb from the shock. I did warn you to be cautious, Bailan sighed, shaking his head. Come here, let me take a look. He examined Xiao Mao's finger, confirming there was no serious harm, and applied a special ointment. Next time, remember not to touch unfamiliar materials carelessly. Blushing like an apple, Xiao Mao wished he could vanish into the ground amid Xiaoji's laughter. Xiaojing observed with great interest. Bailan's adept handling of such unexpected situations speaks volumes of his experience. It's nothing unusual, Bailan shrugged. These two are always getting into trouble. The production process continued, with everyone gaining valuable insights. Xiaojing frequently posed professional inquiries, engaging in profound discussions with Bailan. Bailan, your understanding of Pokémon nutrition surpasses that of many professional breeders. Xiaojing sincerely remarked. Would you be interested in visiting the Shenhui City gym? I would like my Pokémon to sample the energy cubes you create. Of course, but I've been quite busy lately. Perhaps in due time, Bailan pondered. Just then, a commotion erupted outside the laboratory. What is happening out there? Nanami approached the window and peered outside, her expression suddenly turning grave. Bailan, there are throngs of reporters outside. Chapter 41, The Interview. Bailan, through the slats of the blinds, cast a glance outdoors and beheld a dark mass of journalists wielding cameras. Alongside several interview vans emblazoned with television station logos parked by the roadside. What on earth is happening? He scratched his head, bemused, for he had not done anything earth-shattering. Little Mao leaned closer to the window, his eyes wide with astonishment. Wow, those are reporters from Kanto TV. And that one, could it be the host from the Pokémon News channel? Little Ji, equally excited, squeezed in beside him. Bailan, Are you going to be on television? How incredible. Professor Okido, frowning, approached the door and peered through the glass at the commotion outside. The reporters have arrived at quite the opportune moment, coinciding with your experiment. Nanami expressed her concern. Bailan, your video has been trending these past few days. It seems to have caught the media's attention. Little Gang nodded thoughtfully. Indeed, Mr. Bailan's creation of those special effect energy cubes has sparked a greater reaction in the breeding community than anticipated. Just yesterday, I saw discussions about it on the breeders' forum. After all, the effects are indeed superior to the commonplace energy cubes. A forum? Bailan blinked. I wasn't even aware such a place existed. The breeding community is relatively small. Any new breakthroughs quickly circulate, Little Gang elucidated. Especially your banana aroma fruit formula. I've heard that some have attempted to replicate it, but none have succeeded. Their results were either woefully inadequate or entirely ineffective. The reporters outside appeared to grow impatient, as one female journalist clad in a blue suit began knocking on the door. Professor Okido, good day. I am Tanaka Miho from Kanto TV. May I inquire if Mr. Bailan is present? We wish to interview him regarding his latest development of the special energy cubes. Professor Okido turned to Bailan. What do you think? Shall we accept the interview? Bailan stroked his chin, contemplating for a few moments before a mischievous smile crept across his face. I suppose I could, but... He turned to Little Mao and Little Ji. Are you two willing to assist me on camera? Little Mao puffed out his chest. Absolutely. I am destined to be a Pokémon Master. Little Ji jumped up with enthusiasm. Me too, me too. Bailan nodded. Then it settled. We shall conduct a live demonstration, allowing these two youngsters to hone their skills. Mr. Little Gang, would you care to join us? It would be splendid to receive your professional insights. Little Gang squinted, a grin on his face. Then I shall gladly oblige. Professor Okido opened the door, and the reporters surged in. Tanaka Miho led the charge, followed closely by a cameraman and a lighting technician. Greetings, Mr. Bailan. I have long admired your work. Tanaka Miho extended her hand warmly. I am Tanaka Miho, the host of Kanto TV's Pokemon World segment. Bailan politely shook her hand. Hello, Miss Tanaka. However, I fear you may be overestimating my abilities. I am merely an ordinary observer. Ordinary? Tanaka Miho's eyes sparkled with excitement. To create energy cubes with such remarkable therapeutic effects is anything but ordinary. From what we gather, your video has generated a tremendous response online, with many trainers inquiring about the methods of crafting these energy cubes. Perhaps it is merely a stroke of good fortune. Bailan scratched his head, feigning modesty. Little Mao rolled his eyes beside him, muttering under his breath. Here we go again with the false modesty. The cameraman had set up the equipment, and the lighting technician was adjusting various devices. Tanaka Miho tidied her outfit and flashed a professional smile at the camera. Hello, dear viewers. Welcome to a special episode of Pokemon World. Today, we are at the renowned Okido Laboratory, interviewing the young researcher Mr. Bailan, who has recently garnered significant attention online. She turned to Bailan. Mr. Bailan, could you kindly introduce yourself? Bailan appeared at ease before the camera. Greetings, everyone. I am Bailan, an observer at Okido Laboratory, primarily focused on Pokemon ecology and breeding. In my spare time, I enjoy filming daily videos to share with everyone. Now, regarding the special effect energy cubes you recently created, could you elaborate on them for us? There's nothing particularly extraordinary about them. I merely incorporated some natural ingredients that help regulate Pokemon emotions during the production process. As Bailan spoke, he approached the experiment table. For instance, the banana aroma fruit contains certain active substances that gently modulate the Pokemon's nervous system, significantly calming their emotions. Little Gang nodded in agreement, offering a supplementary remark. Mr. Bailan is correct. From a breeding perspective, this formulation possesses a solid scientific foundation. Tanaka Miho's interest piqued. Is this the esteemed Little Gang, the gym leader? I didn't expect to encounter you here. I am Little Gang, the gym leader from Shinkai City, and also a Pokemon breeder. He introduced himself courteously. I am here today to learn from Mr. Bailan. Tanaka Miho appeared even more enthused. What are your thoughts on Mr. Bailan's techniques? Little Gang replied earnestly. To be frank, Mr. Bailan's technical proficiency surpasses that of many seasoned breeders, particularly regarding his understanding of material properties and the precision of his methods, which have reached a professional level. Bailan waved his hand modestly before the camera. Mr. Gang, you flatter me. I still have much to learn. By the way, would you like to demonstrate the production process live for everyone? That would be splendid. Tanaka Miho clapped excitedly. The audience would surely love to see the complete production process. Bailan turned to Little Mao and Little Ji. Then, my two assistants will aid in the demonstration. Little Mao, Little Ji, are you ready? Little Mao straightened his attire, striving to project an air of professionalism. Absolutely prepared. Little G energetically waved. Hello everyone. I am Little G. The camera began recording as Bailan commenced explaining the production process, his words clear and concise, occasionally interspersed with light-hearted jokes to enliven the atmosphere. First, we must process the banana aroma fruit. This step is crucial. As Bailan spoke, he guided Little Mao in his actions. Little Mao, remember what I taught you before, be gentle. Little Mao carefully followed the instructions, demonstrating noticeably improved proficiency compared to the previous day. Well done, Bailan encouraged, then turned to Little G. Now it's your turn to assist with the supplementary ingredients. Although Little G's technique remained somewhat clumsy, it was evident he had made significant strides since yesterday. The entire production unfolded in a light-hearted and enjoyable ambience, with Little Gang occasionally providing professional commentary, while Tanaka Miho posed questions that the audience might find intriguing. Mr. Bailan, is the production cost of these energy cubes high? Can ordinary trainers afford them? The cost is quite manageable. The primary issue lies in the complexity of the production process, which requires some experience, Bailan responded candidly. I am contemplating whether to compile a detailed tutorial to enable more individuals to learn. Chapter 42, Media Storm and Unexpected Gains. If ordinary trainers can afford them, that would be splendid. The gleam of excitement shone in Tanaka Miho's eyes, confident that many viewers shared this concern. At that moment, the laboratory door swung open once more, and Aoi entered, cradling a visibly anxious Charmander in her arms. Apologies for the interruption, Aoi politely nodded to the camera. This Charmander has just been rescued from the wild and is quite unstable emotionally. I would like to try Bailan's banana aroma fruit energy cube. Tanaka Miho's professional instincts kicked in, and she immediately recognized this as a perfect opportunity for compelling content. May I ask, who are you? The champion Aoi? Aoi. The former champion of the Kanto region, Aoi succinctly introduced herself, while the Charmander huddled tightly, clearly apprehensive about the unfamiliar surroundings. The cameraman swiftly adjusted his angle, directing the lens towards the pitiable creature. The scales of the little Charmeleon had lost their luster, and the flames on its tail flickered weakly, nearly extinguished. It appeared to have endured quite a fright. Brock furrowed his brow as he observed the state of the Charmeleon, realizing that under such circumstances, a standard energy cube would likely prove ineffective. Bailan gently took the freshly crafted banana-scented energy cube and offered it to the Charmeleon. Initially, the creature remained tense and withdrawn, but as the delicate aroma of the fruit wafted through the air, it cautiously lifted its head. Come on, little one. Give it a try. Bailan's voice was as soothing as a gentle spring breeze, devoid of any hint of coercion. The camera captured this enchanting moment. The Charmeleon extended its tongue, tentatively licking the energy cube, and gradually, the wariness in its eyes began to dissipate. It started to nibble delicately, and soon the flames on its tail began to regain their vigor. Tanaka Miho nearly leaped in excitement, exclaiming, "It's truly remarkable." Dear viewers, did you witness that? This once terrified Charmeleon has evidently calmed down after tasting Mr. Bailan's energy cube. After finishing the cube, the Charmeleon even nuzzled Bailan's palm, emitting a contented purr. Green's face broke into a smile of satisfaction. It seems it has come to trust you. The effect is astonishing, Shigeru exclaimed, his eyes wide with wonder. I thought the reaction of the Houndoom yesterday was already quite exaggerated. Satoshi bounced with enthusiasm. Bailan, you're incredible. It's like you're a Pokemon psychologist. Seizing the moment, Tanaka Miho delved deeper, asking, Mr. Bailan, do you foresee any further potential for this technique? Bailan gently stroked the Charmeleon's head, pondering thoughtfully. In truth, I believe each Pokemon possesses its own emotional world. As trainers, we must not only focus on their physical prowess, but also their psychological well-being. He paused, gazing into the camera. If this energy cube can assist traumatized Pokemon in rediscovering their confidence, then I deem it to be of great significance. Brock nodded in deep agreement. That is true. I have encountered too many Pokemon in the gym who have lost their confidence due to battle defeats or have been victimized by malicious individuals. They require more than just physical recovery. They need emotional support. Green also shared his perspective. This research direction is immensely valuable. The emotional bond between Pokemon and trainers often outweighs mere physical training. Moreover, in certain circumstances, the connection between a Pokemon and its trainer can yield tremendous strength. As Tanaka Miho listened to the dialogue among these esteemed guests, she began to conceive a title for the report. The depth of this discourse would undoubtedly garner widespread attention within the industry. So, Mr. Bailan, have you considered industrializing this technology? She posed a sensitive yet realistic question. Bailan shook his head, a characteristic serene smile gracing his face. Industrialization is rather cumbersome. I prefer the current life of research. However, I would be delighted to share my experiences with any aspiring breeders. A flicker of excitement crossed Brock's eyes. Are you truly willing to impart these techniques? Of course, knowledge is meant to be shared, Bailan shrugged, but I have one condition. Those who learn must pledge never to harm Pokémon. With this declaration, the atmosphere in the room turned solemn. Green nodded in approval. This principle is crucial. Tanaka Miho keenly noted this detail. It appears Mr. Bailan holds a principled stance on the application of this technology. Indeed, being able to influence a Pokémon's emotions can have dire consequences if misused. Bailan's expression grew serious. Thus, I hope that those who wish to learn this technique possess a genuine love for Pokémon. Shigeru thoughtfully remarked. It's akin to a doctor's oath, to use one's skills to aid others rather than harm them. You are absolutely correct, Bailan replied. Looking at the typically proud child with a sense of pride, it seems you have matured considerably. Shigeru blushed, defiantly retorting, I already understood these principles. Satoshi, earnest in his intent, raised his hand. I want to learn too. Although I'm not quite there yet, I will strive to improve. Witnessing the sincere expressions of these two children, Bailan felt a warm surge of emotion. The act of passing on knowledge and nurturing the next generation was more fulfilling than any personal achievement. Tanaka Miho observed this heartwarming scene, already solidifying the tone of her report. This was not merely a story of a technological breakthrough. It was a narrative of responsibility, legacy, and compassion. As the interview concluded in a harmonious atmosphere, and the reporters began to pack their equipment, Tanaka Miho approached Bailan. Mr. Bailan, the content of this interview will air on tomorrow night's Pokémon World program, and I believe it will generate significant buzz. I hope it contributes positively to the Pokémon breeding community. Bailan responded politely. After bidding farewell to the reporters, Green set the now revitalized Charmeleon on the ground, and the little one curiously surveyed its surroundings, no longer exhibiting the fear it had shown upon arrival. This result is truly unexpected, Green mused. Bailan, if this technology is widely adopted, it will have a tremendous impact on the entire breeding community. Brock echoed the sentiment. I will begin researching the formulas you demonstrated today. I hope to master this technique soon. You are always welcome to exchange ideas, Bailan smiled. By the way, Mr. Brock, if you have any special cases, feel free to share with me. We can learn from one another. Just then, Bailan's Pokédex chimed with a notification, and upon glancing down, he discovered that the fan group had exploded with excitement. My goodness, the content creator is on television. Was that Champion Green just now? He looks so cool in real life. The transformation of the Charmeleon is astounding. I could cry. When is the content creator starting a training class? I want to enroll. Hey, make sure you can handle a regular energy cube before you sign up. Observing the fervent discussions among his fans, Bailan couldn't help but smile. While he felt somewhat unaccustomed to the attention and recognition, it wasn't entirely unpleasant. He sent a message to the group. Please don't get too excited. I'm still the same researcher who enjoys taking it easy. I've just been fortunate. As soon as the message was dispatched, the group was flooded with various memes, including some playful jabs of humility and sarcasm. Bailan turned off the Pokédex and gazed out at the darkening sky, a peculiar sensation swelling within him. Perhaps this was what fate entailed. Despite his desire for a quiet research life, he had been thrust into the limelight. Nevertheless, he thought, since he had this platform, he would utilize it to ensure that more individuals came to understand and cherish Pokémon. With this resolve, a faint smile graced Bailan's lips. Chapter 43, The Evolving Gold Bean. The morning sunlight filtered through the leaves in the Research Institute's backyard, casting dappled shadows as Bailan lazily leaned against the railing. Coffee in hand from the previous night, squinting at the gold bean as it playfully bullied the innocent Pokémon in the yard. Gold bean, take it easy. Don't make the Kamakure cry, Bailan yawned, his tone imbued with the exasperation of a parent watching their child reign supreme in school. Goldbean turned back to Bailan, grinning widely, as if to say, don't worry, Dad. I know my limits. It then turned to make a provocative gesture at Kamakure. The Kamakure's face turned a shade of green in anger, despite its natural bluish-green hue, and it shot a water gun in retaliation. Goldbean deftly dodged the attack, countering with a precise metal claw strike that struck Kamakure's shell. Bang! Kamakure was sent flying, rolling several times on the ground before coming to a stop, dazed and questioning its existence. Oh dear, yet another round has concluded. Bailan set down his coffee cup and walked over to administer some healing spray to Kamakame. Little K, don't be too disheartened. Jindo is just a braggart, and it's unfair to compare you to it. Kamakame looked up at Bailan with a pitiful gaze, tears shimmering in its eyes, as if to protest. Why must I endure suffering that is unbefitting for my age? Nearby, Jindo strutted around, its tail ablaze with an exuberant flame, having dominated the backyard for 3 consecutive days, forcing Pokémon of similar size to submit to its whims. All right, enough boasting, Bailan sighed, shaking his head. At this rate, the little creatures in the backyard would be left with psychological scars. While Bailan was tending to Kamikame's injuries, Jindo suddenly emitted a strange cry. A woo. The sound was a mix of excitement and agony, as if something pin-up was finally on the verge of eruption. Bailan jerked his head up, only to see Jindo clutching its stomach, its body trembling slightly. Strangely, a faint white glow began to emanate from it, reminiscent of... No way. Bailan's eyes widened. Crack. A sharp sound echoed as the everstone around Jindo's neck cracked open with a fine fissure. Holy moly! Bailan exclaimed, Jindo, are you about to evolve? Hearing the commotion, Kamikame abandoned its act of feigned lethargy and hurriedly got up to see the spectacle. Other Pokémon in the backyard gathered around, their eyes brimming with curiosity and anticipation. The white light surrounding Jindo grew increasingly intense. It lay on the ground in anguish, emitting low whimpers, while the crack in the everstone continued to widen, threatening to shatter completely at any moment. Miwu, Cloud, having arrived, looked on in concern at the suffering Jindo. Aoki, Professor Oak, come quickly, Bailan shouted, his voice laced with evident panic. Aoki was the first to rush out. He had been organizing materials in the laboratory when he heard Bailan's call and immediately set aside his work. What is happening? Aoki furrowed his brows upon witnessing Jindo's state. Is this a sign of evolution? Professor Oak soon followed, adjusting his glasses as he scrutinized Jindo's condition. Indeed, this is unmistakably an impending evolution. It seems the evolutionary energy within Jindo has reached a critical threshold, but it's still wearing the Everstone. Bailan pointed at the cracked stone around Jindo's neck. The Everstone is not infallible, Professor Oak explained. When a Pokémon's evolutionary energy accumulates to a certain degree, it can still manifest such a phenomenon, akin to a dam failing to withstand a flood. Aoki crouched down, gently stroking Jindo's back. Given its condition, evolution seems inevitable. Continuing to suppress it may even cause harm to its body. Then, what should we do? Bailan felt at a loss. I'm not mentally prepared for this. Mental preparation? Aoki chuckled. Do you think evolution is something to fear? It's not fear, it's reluctance. Bailan scratched his head. Jindo is so adorable as it is. It will change after evolution. Professor Oak burst into hearty laughter. Bailan, you are exhibiting a classic case of reluctance to let go as a child grows up. But rest assured, Jindo will still be your Jindo post-evolution. It will merely become stronger and more handsome. Really? Bailan questioned, half convinced. Of course, Aoki patted Bailan's shoulder. Moreover, we can make preparations to ensure Jindo's evolution process is smoother. What preparations? First, we need to provide Jindo with ample nutrition, Professor Oak pondered aloud. Evolution is an energy-intensive process that requires substantial support. I'm not worried about nutrition. I've prepared plenty of energy cubes in advance for this day. Bailan sighed in relief. What else? The environment is crucial as well, Aoki continued. It's best to choose a quiet and comfortable place where Jindo can evolve in peace. Then let us use the open space in the backyard. It's familiar to Jindo, and besides, it will be protected by its many companions. Kamikame, eavesdropping, immediately stood at attention and made 2 sharp knocks on its shell, as if to say it would take care of it. Bailan couldn't help but stroke its smooth head. There's one more thing. Professor Oak's expression turned serious. Bailan, you must be mentally prepared. Jindo's personality may change after evolution. Change. A sense of unease welled up within Bailan. What will it become? That's hard to say. Professor Oak shook his head. Each Pokémon's situation is different. Some may become more mature and composed, while others might become more spirited and lively. Some may remain unchanged before and after evolution. But one thing is certain, its feelings for you will not waver. Bailan gazed at Jindo, still writhing in pain, his heart filled with mixed emotions. From hatching to now, Jindo had been his closest companion, accompanying him through every day in this world. Just then, a late-arriving Shigeru appeared with a small camera, ready to film. Jindo. Bailan called softly. Jindo managed to raise its head, gazing at Bailan with trust in its eyes. If you wish to evolve, then go ahead. Bailan reached out to gently stroke Jindo's head. No matter how you change, you will always be my most important partner. Clouds circled around Jindo, seemingly cheering it on. A spark of determination flickered in Jindo's eyes as it nuzzled Bailan's palm. It seemed it had made up its mind. Aoki smiled. Then let us prepare swiftly. Bailan stood up, a fire igniting in his eyes. Since Jindo is going to evolve, let us make sure it evolves beautifully. Professor Oak nodded with approval. Now, that's the spirit of a true trainer. Come on, Let us gather the necessary items for the evolution. The three hurried towards the laboratory, leaving Jindo to endure the pain of impending evolution alone. Yet, there was no fear in its eyes, only anticipation for the future and trust in Bailan. The surrounding Pokémon did not leave either. They quietly formed a circle, supporting Jindo in their own way. Chapter 44. Preparations for Evolution. Upon returning to the laboratory, Bailan and the others immediately set to work. Professor Oak rummaged through cabinets for various nutritional supplements, while Aoki researched evolution-related data. Bailan opened the system shop interface. Let me see. High-grade nutrient solution, calcium tablets, protein powder. Bailan muttered as he browsed the list of items. Oh, there's even an evolution aid potion. Evolution aid potion effectively alleviates discomfort during the Pokémon evolution process and increases the success rate of evolution. Price, 500 BP. 500 BP, Bailan stroked his chin. The video from yesterday gained quite a bit of traction. That should be enough. Without hesitation, he placed his order. And the system notification chimed. Congratulations, host purchased Evolution Aid Potion X1. Remaining BP, 1247. Still so much left? Bailan blinked. Then I'll buy some other things. He selected additional high-grade berries and nutrients to help replenish Jindo's stamina. Bailan, what are you up to? Aoki approached curiously, buying some nutritional items for Jindo. Bailan shook the potion in his hand. This is the Evolution Aid Potion. I heard it can help the evolution process go more smoothly. Aoki's eyes lit up. Where did you get it? I've never seen this kind of potion before. I bought it online, Bailan said sheepishly, scratching his head. You know, with the internet being so developed, you can find anything. Professor Oak also leaned in, examining the potion's ingredient label closely. This formula is quite intriguing. It includes several rare herbs. Bailan, your online store is quite reliable. Haha, I was lucky to stumble upon a trustworthy seller. Bailan chuckled awkwardly, trying to change the subject. Professor, how are your preparations coming along? I'm nearly ready, Professor Oak replied. Professor Oak lifted a vial containing a transparent liquid, a high-purity nutrient solution capable of swiftly replenishing the energy required for evolution. Alongside it were the dragon scales, shed from the formidable dragonite, accumulated over many years. And these dragon fangs and claws, which not only restore energy, but also enhance Jindo's physique and internal dragon-type energy. Kingolf had also organized the data, according to the records. The process of Charmander evolving into Charmeleon takes merely a few minutes, during which a significant amount of stamina is rapidly consumed, making nutritional supplementation crucial. Then let us administer the medicine to Jindo, Bailan said with a hint of concern, having observed its previous distress. The trio returned to the backyard, laden with various nutrients, to find Jindo lying beneath the shade of a tree, its radiant white light flickering intermittently, indicating evident discomfort. Jindo, come here, drink this first, Bailan squatted down, offering the evolution aid potion before the creature. Jindo weakly lifted its head, sniffing the potion's aroma, which emanated a subtle fruity fragrance that was quite pleasant. Gulping it down in small sips, Jindo's expression visibly improved. It's working, Kingolf exclaimed, noting its breathing had become steadier. Professor Oak nodded in approval, affirming the potion's efficacy as Jindo appeared to be in less pain. Bailan sighed with relief and produced a high-grade orange fruit. Let us have some of this to replenish energy. Jindo obediently bit into the orange fruit, chewing vigorously. The sweet juice invigorated it significantly, and the flames on its tail flared back to life. It seemed to have stabilized for the moment. Kingolf observed Jindo's condition, noting that the real evolution had yet to begin, merely signaling its onset. What should we do next? Bailan inquired. Wait, Professor Oak replied succinctly. Evolution is a natural process. We can only provide assistance, not forcibly intervene. At that moment, Shigeru and Satoshi hurried out. After setting up the camera, Shigeru promptly called out to Satoshi across the way. How is it going? Is Jindo evolving? Satoshi asked excitedly. Still in the preparatory stage, Bailan gently patted Jindo's head, estimating they would need to wait a while longer. Shigeru crouched down to observe Jindo closely. Its body temperature seemed slightly elevated, and its muscles appeared to be trembling faintly. Very astute observation, Kingolf commended, acknowledging these as normal reactions prior to evolution. Nanami emerged from the house, carrying a tray of freshly baked cookies. You all have worked hard. Let us have something to eat to tide us over. Nanami, you're so thoughtful, Satoshi exclaimed, immediately snatching a cookie and stuffing it into his mouth. Slow down. Don't choke, Nanami chuckled gently. These cookies are enriched with honey and nuts. They're quite nutritious. Bailan took a piece to taste, the crisp and sweet flavor lifting his spirits considerably. Nanami, your culinary skills are improving remarkably. Too kind, Nanami replied, her cheeks slightly flushed. By the way, can Jindo still eat? I made some small cookies just for it. It should be fine, Bairan said as he took a small cookie and offered it to Jindo. Here, try Nanami's handiwork. Jindo sniffed cautiously before taking a careful bite. The enticing aroma of the cookie made its eyes light up, and it quickly devoured the piece. It seems to really enjoy it, Nanami beamed. Have a few more to bolster your energy. Thus, everyone gathered around Jindo, munching on cookies while keeping it company. Other Pokemon in the backyard remained nearby, forming a quiet circle, patiently waiting. By the way, what will Jindo evolve into? Shigeru suddenly asked. Charmeleon, what else? Satoshi replied matter-of-factly. I know it's Charmeleon. I meant in terms of personality. Shigeru rolled his eyes. It's so mischievous now. Will it become even harder to manage post-evolution? Bairan shared this concern. Jindo was already quite rambunctious, and if it became even more energetic post-evolution. Every Pokemon is unique, Professor Oak mused. However, based on my observations, Jindo's temperament should not change significantly. At its core, it remains a well-behaved child, albeit a playful one. Let us hope so. Bairan sighed with a wry smile. Otherwise, I, as its trainer, will be in for quite the headache. Kingolf patted Bairan's shoulder reassuringly. Do not fret. Even if its personality shifts, the bond you share will remain unaltered. Bairan nodded, gazing at Jindo, who was happily nibbling on cookies, a wave of warmth swelling within him. Time passed. The sun dipped below the horizon, casting a gentle glow across the backyard, and Jindo's white light grew increasingly luminous, signaling that the true evolution was imminent. Everyone, prepare yourselves, Professor Oak cautioned. There may be a brilliant light during the evolution process. Remember to shield your eyes. Bairan clenched his fists nervously, silently cheering for Jindo. The moment of transformation was finally at hand. Chapter 45, Charmeleon. The last rays of the setting sun bathed the backyard in warmth, and Jindo's light intensified, illuminating the very air around it. Bairan's palms grew clammy as he tightened his grip. Crack! The Everstone finally succumbed to the strain, shattering into several small fragments, which tinkled as they fell to the ground. It's begun, Professor Oak whispered, urging everyone to pay attention. Jindo emitted a high-pitched cry, its body beginning to transform. Its previously rotund form elongated, limbs became stronger and sturdier, and most notably, small sharp horns began to sprout from its head. As Bairan beheld this spectacle, it felt as though a melody of evolution resonated within his mind. Wow! Satoshi exclaimed, nearly jumping with excitement. Jindo has grown taller. Shoo! Nanami quickly gestured for silence. We mustn't disturb it. The white light persisted for approximately 5 minutes, during which Jindo underwent a remarkable transformation. As the brilliance gradually receded, a majestic Charmeleon stood before them, having evolved from Jindo. Jindo? Bairan tentatively called. The newly transformed Charmeleon turned its head, its familiar warm eyes now imbued with a hint of maturity. Upon spotting Bairan, it broke into a radiant smile and excitedly dashed over, eager to leap into Bairan's embrace. Whoa. Wait. Bairan stepped back hastily. You weigh significantly more now. Realizing its change, Charmeleon lowered its head to examine its new physique, bewildered. It tentatively lifted its paws, discovering its claws had sharpened considerably, and the flames on its tail blazed more vibrantly than before. Not quite accustomed to your new body. Are you? Kingolf chuckled as she approached. That's perfectly normal. You'll adjust in a few days. With great caution, Charmeleon took careful steps, wary of inadvertently damaging anything. Spotting the resting Comex on the ground, a flicker of pride flashed in its eyes, emphasizing the stark difference in their sizes. Comex, wake up and see Jindo's new appearance. Shigeru tapped on Comex's shell. Comex opened its eyes and, upon seeing the towering Charmeleon, was momentarily taken aback. Rubbing its eyes, it feared it was still trapped in a nightmare. Comex, it wailed, overwhelmed by the immense difference. Do not worry, you will evolve one day too. Bairan reassured, then turned to Charmeleon. Jindo, how do you feel? Charmeleon responded with its newly acquired voice, a deeper tone resonating with maturity. You seem in fine spirits. Professor Oak noted with satisfaction, affirming the evolution was successful without any adverse reactions. That's splendid news. Bairan breathed a sigh of relief. His earlier apprehensions about unforeseen events dissipating. Xiao Mao, with camera in hand, excitedly captured every detail. This was undoubtedly the most spectacular evolutionary scene of the year. Bairan, your channel is on the verge of skyrocketing, he exclaimed. The video discussion could wait. Bairan waved his hand dismissively. For the foremost priority was to ascertain the condition of Jindo. He retrieved the Eye of Analysis to examine the information on the fire dinosaur. Pokemon, Fire Dinosaur. Ability, Solar Power. Condition, Healthy, Excited, Slightly Unaccustomed. Skills, Scratch, Ember, Smokescreen. Dragon Claw, Metal Claw. Evaluation, Evolution Successful, Power significantly enhanced, but requires time to adapt to its new form. Bailan was pleasantly surprised to discover that it had also learned Dragon Claw. Qinglu approached to closely inspect the Fire Dinosaur's claws. Indeed, their sharpness was sufficient to easily rend rock. Upon hearing the praise, the Fire Dinosaur shyly scratched its head, inadvertently leaving several deep claw marks on the ground. Be careful, Bailan quickly cautioned. Your strength has increased tremendously. You must be more gentle in your movements. The Fire Dinosaur, feeling guilty, glanced at the ground before carefully retracting its claws. This is the adaptation period following evolution, Professor Oki explained. The Fire Dinosaur needs to relearn how to control its newfound power, a process which will likely take 1 to 2 weeks. Then let us dedicate this time to practicing power control, Bailan contemplated aloud, noting that it was an opportune moment to develop new training methods. Nai may produce a special tray of energy cubes. Jindo, you must be hungry, right? This is a nutritious meal I specifically prepared for the Fire Dinosaur. Upon catching a whiff of the aroma, the Fire Dinosaur's stomach growled audibly. Evolution had indeed drained a considerable amount of its energy, and it felt as though it could devour a Tauros. Eat slowly, don't choke, Bailan chuckled as he watched the Fire Dinosaur gobbling its food, clearly having a much larger appetite now. The other Pokemon in the backyard gathered around, curiously inspecting the newly evolved Jindo. Although they were taken aback by its new appearance, their friendly demeanor remained unchanged, and they quickly accepted this transformation. By the way, Xiao Mao, Bailan recalled, did you manage to capture the entire evolution process on film? Of course, Xiao Mao replied proudly, patting the camera, from the initial signs to the final successful evolution. It's all recorded in high definition. That's splendid, Bailan nodded in satisfaction. The quality of this video material is bound to be exceptional. Ash leaned in. Bailan Gidge, may I battle with Jindo? I want to see how strong it has become post-evolution. You haven't even caught a Pokemon yet, and you're already thinking of battling. Bailan shook his head. Moreover, Jindo is still in its adaptation phase. A reckless battle could lead to injury. We'll wait until it has fully mastered its new body. The Fire Dinosaur's eyes flickered with disappointment upon hearing this. It was eager to test its newfound strength. Do not be anxious, Bailan reassured, gently patting the Fire Dinosaur's head. We shall commence with basic movement exercises, gradually increasing the difficulty. This way, it will be safe, and you will better learn to control your power. The Fire Dinosaur nodded in understanding. Let us begin our first lesson, Qinglu announced as she stood up, instructing on how to walk gracefully. Walk gracefully? Xiao Mao asked, puzzled. Indeed, Qinglu affirmed. Many Pokemon become clumsy after evolving due to physical changes. Mastering one's steps is fundamental. The Fire Dinosaur felt a tinge of embarrassment at the prospect of having to relearn how to walk. After all, it was a Fire Dinosaur. Do not feel ashamed. Bailan seemed to discern its thoughts. Even I stumbled countless times when I learned to walk. Qinglu drew several straight lines on the ground. Jindo, try to walk along these lines, taking light steps and avoiding stepping off. The Fire Dinosaur took a deep breath, cautiously taking its first step, which was relatively steady. However, its second step faltered slightly, and by the third step, it completely veered off. No worries, try again, Qinglu encouraged. Thus, with the company of its friends, the Fire Dinosaur commenced its new life training. Although its movements were still somewhat awkward, it was evident to everyone that it was earnestly striving to adapt. As night fell, training came to a temporary halt. The Fire Dinosaur, though weary, was in high spirits. That will be all for today, Bailan said, patting the Fire Dinosaur's shoulder. We shall continue practicing tomorrow. The Fire Dinosaur nodded, casting a lingering glance at everyone, as if wanting to express something but finding itself at a loss for words. What's wrong? Bailan noticed its unusual demeanor. The Fire Dinosaur emitted a low, gentle growl, nudging Bailan's shoulder with its head, seemingly conveying gratitude. This fellow. Bailan's eyes misted over, touched by the sentiment akin to a father witnessing his son's growth. When did you become so perceptive? It's likely that its intelligence has increased post-evolution, Professor Oki remarked with a smile. Pokemon possess a remarkable capacity for learning. Observing Bailan's emotional expression, the Fire Dinosaur let out a deep purr, its tail wagging cheerfully. Despite its physical transformation, its bond and trust in Bailan remained unchanged. All right, everyone has had a long day. It is time to rest early, Nai gently suggested. New challenges await Jindo tomorrow. The group bid goodnight to the Fire Dinosaur before retreating to their respective rooms. leaving Bailan behind to accompany the fire dinosaur. Chapter 46. The price of growth. Jindo lay in its familiar spot in the backyard, on the patch of grass it knew so well, the flames on its tail flickering gently in the night breeze. Bailan sat beside it, holding a bottle of steaming milk. "How are you adapting?" he inquired softly, his tone imbued with the concern of a father for his son. Jindo lifted its head, a look of confusion in its eyes. It cautiously reached out a claw, gently touching Bailan's arm, as if afraid of leaving a mark. "Huh, still as clingy as ever," Bailan chuckled, affectionately stroking Jindo's head. "Though you've grown larger, you will always be my little Jindo." Upon hearing this, Jindo's eyes shimmered with a hint of grievance. It opened its mouth to speak, but the sound that emerged was no longer the high-pitched chirp of its youth, but a deep roar. "What's the matter?" Bailan noted the shift in Jindo's emotions. Jindo pointed to its throat, then gestured towards Bailan, its eyes brimming with reluctance, as if to say, "I can no longer call you as I once did." Bailan understood Jindo's meaning, a wave of bittersweet emotion swelling within him. Indeed, the evolved Jindo could no longer produce its previous adorable sounds. This change was perhaps more challenging for it to accept than the physical transformation itself. "It's perfectly fine," Bailan reassured, gently caressing Jindo's neck. "What if your voice has changed? You remain my most important companion, and that will never alter." Jindo's eyes glistened with moisture as it tenderly nudged Bailan's palm, the motion as gentle as in its youth. "Besides," Bailan added with a playful tone, "your voice is even more captivating now. It carries a sense of majesty and strength." Jindo chuckled, letting out a light-hearted roar. Although its tone had deepened, the joyous emotion was still vividly conveyed. "By the way, I have a small gift for you," Bailan said mysteriously, pulling out a delicate wristband from his pocket. "This is a specially crafted power cuff that will assist you in better controlling your strength." Jindo curiously leaned in to sniff the wristband, which gleamed with a subtle metallic sheen, adorned with several glass beads. "While this wristband may slow your movements a bit, it will greatly aid your growth during training," Bailan explained as he fastened the wristband onto Jindo. "This way, you need not worry about losing control of your power." As Jindo felt the cool sensation of the wristband, a spark of excitement illuminated its eyes. It could distinctly sense the once restive energy within becoming much more manageable. "Give it a try," Bailan encouraged. Jindo cautiously lifted its claw, this time leaving no marks on the ground. It enthusiastically experimented several times in succession, each attempt executed with flawless control over its strength. "Wonderful," Bailan clapped in admiration, clearly impressed by the efficacy of the wristband. Just then, Jindo floated down from the tree, and upon witnessing Jindo's new form, she paused momentarily before circling around it. "Mew." Jindo emitted an appreciative sound, seemingly commending Jindo for its newfound handsomeness. Jindo shyly lowered its head, yet its eyes unmistakably gleamed with joy. The acknowledgement from its companion filled it with warmth. "By the way, Jindo," Bailan suddenly recalled, "we are set to shoot a new video tomorrow. Would you be willing to take the lead role?" Jindo tilted its head in confusion. "It's about documenting your adaptation to your new body. I believe this could significantly aid other Pokémon on the brink of evolution," Bailan explained. "Of course, if you're unwilling." Jindo promptly shook its head, eager to participate. It understood that Bailan's videos could assist numerous Pokémon, and if its own experiences could benefit others, it would gladly cooperate. "Then it's settled," Bailan nodded with satisfaction. "However, prior to filming, we must undertake some preparations, such as Ching LV, having appeared in the backyard at some point, held a steaming cup of tea. The training regimen, of course," Bailan replied matter-of-factly. "Jindo's size and strength have undergone considerable changes. The previous training methods may no longer suffice." Ching LV nodded in agreement. "You are correct. The focus of Jindo's training at this stage should be on strength control and skill precision. And speed training," Bailan added. "Although its size has increased, agility must not be compromised." Listening to their discussion, Jindo's spirit ignited with determination. It, too, wished to grow stronger, not merely for itself, but to better protect Bailan and the others at the Research Institute. "Let us commence special training starting tomorrow," Ching LV suggested. "I can assist in devising a training plan tailored for Jindo." "I appreciate it," Bailan said gratefully. "With you guiding as a professional trainer, I feel much more at ease." Ching LV waved his hand dismissively. "No need for formality. We are family." Upon hearing the word family, a wave of warmth surged within Jindo. Indeed, this place was its home, and these individuals constituted its most cherished family. "By the way, there's another matter," Bailan remembered. "Jindo's appetite will undoubtedly increase following its evolution, Regarding Nana May, I've already discussed this with her. Ching LV chuckled. More energy cubes and nutritious meals will be prepared for tomorrow. How considerate, Bailan admired. It's no wonder everyone considers Ching LV the most reliable person. Jindo nodded in agreement, holding a fondness for Ching LV, who always patiently taught it various skills. Well, it's getting late. Ching LV glanced at the sky. Given that Jindo has expended so much energy today, it should rest early. Indeed, Bailan stood up. Jindo, it's time for you to sleep. We have much to accomplish tomorrow. Jindo gazed at Bailan with reluctance, wishing to spend a bit more time with its master. Be good, go rest. Bailan gently nudged Jindo. I won't be going anywhere. We'll see each other bright and early tomorrow. Only then did Jindo obediently head toward its nest. With its significantly increased size, it was no longer feasible for Jindo to share a small room with Bailan. Yunduo followed closely behind, seemingly wishing to accompany its newly evolved companion. Watching Jindo's retreating figure, Bailan was overwhelmed by a complex array of emotions. Although Jindo had grown stronger, that innocent and endearing quality seemed to have diminished somewhat. What are you pondering? Ching LV noticed Bailan's expression. Nothing much. Just feeling a bit nostalgic for the old Jindo, Bailan replied with a wry smile. While I understand that growth is beneficial, I still feel a twinge of reluctance. That's entirely natural, Ching LV reassured, patting Bailan's shoulder. Every trainer experiences such feelings, but remember, no matter how Jindo changes, its feelings for you will never waver. I understand, Bailan nodded. It merely requires time to adjust. Time will resolve everything. Ching LV comforted. Moreover, you will soon discover that the evolved Jindo will bring you even more surprises. Bailan smiled. Her spirits lifted considerably. Indeed, rather than dwelling in nostalgia, it would be more fruitful to anticipate the new transformations Jindo would bring. The night breeze gently caressed the backyard, wafting fragrant floral scents. While in the distance, Jindo's soft breathing resonated. The sound, deeper than before, still carried a serene rhythm. Chapter 47, Cooperation. Morning sunlight streamed through the Research Institute's windows, casting a warm golden hue over the backyard. Jindo clumsily adjusted to its newfound strength, merely desiring to stretch its limbs. With a careless swipe of its claws through the air, a chilling sound pierced the silence as several alarming scratch marks appeared on the adjacent wooden fence. Alas, Jindo startled itself and hastily concealed its claws behind its back, its amber eyes brimming with remorse over the mishap. Bailan, carrying a tray of breakfast, nearly dropped it in shock at the sight before him. He couldn't help but chuckle at the newly etched claw marks on the fence, addressing Jindo. Goodness, is even the strength wristband insufficient to contain you? At this rate, Professor Okito's backyard will be in shambles. Growl. Jindo emitted a low, disgruntled growl, its head drooping. Even the flames at the tip of its tail dimmed slightly. Don't be disheartened. This is a necessary path of growth. Ching LV's voice resonated from within the house, followed by the imposing presence of his Charizard, which walked steadily beside him. When my Charizard first evolved, it took 3 consecutive days of replacing the training equipment in the backyard each day. Upon hearing his master's teasing, Charizard bashfully scratched its chin with a claw, emitting a low growl, as if justifying its youthful indiscretions. Really? Bailan's gaze flitted between Ching LV's majestic Charizard and the damaged fence, struggling to reconcile the composed, powerful Pokémon before him with such destructive behavior. The surge of power inevitably leads to loss of control. The key lies in how to channel it. Ching LV approached Jindo, gently stroking its head to soothe it. We can employ some special methods to help you regain your sense of control more swiftly. Jindo's eyes immediately rekindled with light as it looked up at Ching LV. Filled with anticipation, Charizard, with its steady gait, approached Jindo. It tempered its intimidating aura, lowering itself to meet Jindo at eye level, exuding warmth without a hint of superiority. Observe closely, Ching LV instructed Jindo while signaling his Charizard. Charizard slowly raised its right claw, executing the motion so delicately it seemed weightless. The claw lingered momentarily in the air, then, with astonishing swiftness, it struck the ground, concluding with a gentle tap that stirred neither dust nor left a trace. Jindo was mesmerized, astonished that this muscular dragon could perform such a feat. This is the first lesson in control, Ching LV elucidated. The essence of strength lies not in its maximization, but in its optimization. You must learn to think, to harness your mind to command your body, rather than acting on instinct. Jindo nodded, somewhat understanding, as it mimicked Charizard by raising its claw and holding it in the air for a few seconds before swiftly bringing it down, creating a shallow dent in the ground. Don't rush, Qing LV encouraged. Imagine your claw is not steel, but a feather, gently gliding down as it approaches the ground. Bailan watched intently, unable to suppress her curiosity. Qing LV, how did you come up with this method? Experience. Qing LV replied with a nonchalant smile. Each Pokémon is unique. Some require data-driven instructions, while others need more intuitive guidance. Jindo evidently belongs to the latter category, under Qing LV's guidance. And after nearly half an hour of repeated attempts, Jindo finally mastered the art of landing its claws without leaving a trace. It was filled with such excitement that it nearly leaped into the air, but the moment it recalled Kingolf's words, it forcibly suppressed this impulse. Very well, Kingolf commended. Now, we move on to the second phase, precision of skills. He gestured towards a row of wooden stakes in the distance. Utilize your sparks to strike the leftmost stake, but remember, you must not touch anything adjacent to it. Jindo took a deep breath and a small cluster of flames burst forth, only to veer wildly off course, nearly igniting the nearby flower bed. Kingolf was not surprised by the lack of control. Try again. This time, envision that spark as your fingertip, and aim to touch the target with precision. As Jindo attempted repeatedly, Bailan had a sudden epiphany. Kingolf, would it be more effective to have clouds assist Jindo in its training? Oh, you mean the Wind Fairy? Kingolf's interest was piqued. Do you wish for them to collaborate? Indeed. Bailan's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. The clouds can enhance Jindo's solar power in bright sunlight, and can also provide a tailwind for acceleration. This combination should be formidable. Kingolf nodded approvingly. Combining solar power with clear skies, along with a tailwind for speed, is indeed an ingenious tactical arrangement. However, to realize such intricate cooperation, you must first address a core issue. What issue? Bailan inquired. Command. Kingolf's expression turned serious. In a doubles battle, the dynamics are ever-changing. Your focus is limited. You cannot command two Pokémon step by step like a game of chess. That will only lead to missed opportunities. Bailan pondered this, recalling the elite battles he had watched on television, where trainers' commands were remarkably succinct. The ideal approach is to teach the Pokémon to battle autonomously, Kingolf stated emphatically. They must comprehend your strategy and know when to act rather than simply standing idly, awaiting your orders. The trainer's role is to make the most accurate decisions at critical junctures. Just like Cynthia's Garchomp and Kuki's Jengar, Bailan immediately thought of those classic battle recordings. Precisely. Kingolf acknowledged with a glance of admiration. Their Pokémon hardly require verbal commands. A glance or a gesture suffices, and their intentions resonate seamlessly. That is true synergy. Bailan felt a jolt of realization. Cynthia's composure and Kuki's effortless demeanor stemmed from this very foundation. So, how can we cultivate such synergy? Bailan humbly sought guidance. First, enable them to grasp your intentions, Kingolf replied, moving beside his Charizard and gently patting its shoulder. In the next moment, Charizard understood intuitively. Unleashing a concentrated flame that struck the wooden stake Jindo had repeatedly missed with pinpoint accuracy. Do you see? I said nothing, yet it comprehended me, Kingolf explained. This understanding arises from countless training sessions and joint battles. Jindo looked on with envy, yearning for such a bond with Bailan. Patience. Bailan tenderly stroked Jindo's head. First, let us focus on controlling your power. We have ample time for coordination. Just then, a cloud, which had been quietly perched on a tree, floated down. It perceived the situation on the field and proactively flew in front of Jindo, shaking its body to form a small white target made of cotton spores in midair. Mimi. The cloud chimed joyfully, as if to say, come, try hitting this. Jindo glanced at Bailan, and under the encouragement of its master's gaze, it cautiously conjured a small cluster of sparks. This time, its focus was unprecedented. The spark flew forth, striking the cotton spore target squarely in the center, reducing it to a wisp of green smoke. Wonderful, Bailan exclaimed, clapping his hands in delight. You have begun to develop an awareness of cooperation. Kingolf nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, this marks the inception of synergy. Encourage them to interact and refine their coordination in daily practice, and their understanding during battles will naturally flourish. The training continued, with Jindo's control steadily improving and mistakes becoming increasingly rare. That will be enough for today, Kingolf remarked, glancing at the sky. Training should be progressive. Too much at once can be counterproductive. Jindo lingered, gazing longingly at the training ground. Do not worry, we shall continue tomorrow, Bailan reassured with a smile. Moreover, I have already devised the next phase of training, which will involve you and the clouds learning to truly fight side by side. Upon hearing this, Jindo and the cloud exchanged excited glances, each reflecting the thrill in the other's eyes. Chapter 48, The First Doubles Battle. The afternoon sun filtered through the phoenix tree leaves of the research institute, casting dappled shadows on the ground, while the cheerful sounds of Pokémon frolicking echoed from the backyard. Xiao Mao, clutching a camera, crouched in a corner, his eyes fixated on Jindo and the cloud in the training arena. This synergy, he murmured, a complex light flickering in his gaze. Jindo's recent precise spark, combined with the cotton spore target created by the cloud, reminded him of the powerful trainers he had seen in the wild. Such fluid harmony could not be achieved overnight. Bailan. Xiao Mao set down the camera and stood up. I would like to formally challenge you. Bailan, who was wiping the sweat from Jindo, looked up with raised eyebrows. Oh, why the sudden formality? The last simulated battle doesn't count. Xiao Mao retorted with a hint of stubbornness. I want to face you head on with my strongest partner. Kingolv approached, intrigued by the unfolding scene. Interesting, Xiao Mao wishes to witness Bailan's true command skills? Exactly. Xiao Mao clenched his fist. I can tell you have been holding back. That training session just now was certainly not a strategy a novice could devise. Bailan rubbed his nose, realizing this kid had a keen eye. He glanced at the system interface, noting that his BP points had accumulated to a considerable amount. It was time to prepare something special for Jindo and the cloud. All right, Bailan stretched lazily. We need to test the training results anyway. But let us agree on this. Friendship first, competition second. Of course. Xiao Mao promptly called forth his two Pokémon, Came Turtle and Pidgey, readying them for battle. The two Pokémon dashed onto the field, Came Turtle's shell having grown noticeably sturdier after recent training, exuding an air of calm confidence. Meanwhile, Pidgey, yet to experience a defeat, spread its wings and chirped triumphantly, its feathers gleaming with a metallic luster under the sunlight. Oh, it seems you haven't been slacking off lately. Bailan observed as he sized up Xiao Mao's Pokémon. Pokémon, Came Turtle. Ability, Torrent. Status, spirited and confident. Evaluation, well-trained. Now exhibits a high degree of synergy with Xiao Mao after being defeated by Jindo several times. Pokémon, Pidgey. Ability, Keen Eye. Status, alert and excited. Evaluation, clearly possesses a speed advantage and excels in cooperation. Not bad, Bailan nodded. Jindo, Cloud, it's our turn now. Charizard strode toward the battlefield with a steady gait, its tail flame dancing more vigorously in excitement, while the cloud floated gracefully in the air, its cotton-like body swaying gently in the breeze. In a doubles battle, each side employs two Pokémon, and the side whose Pokémon all lose the ability to fight is declared the loser. Kingolv assumed the role of referee, and the battle commenced. Pidgey, create a wind. Came Turtle, provide water gun cover. Xiao Mao's commands were crisp and decisive. Pidgey flapped its wings, generating a strong gust that surged toward Jindo, while Came Turtle simultaneously unleashed a jet of water, combining with the wind to form a water tornado attack. Bailan smirked. This kid has made considerable progress. He knows how to exploit environmental advantages. Cloud, clear sunny day. Jindo, prepare. The cloud emitted a gentle glow, and in an instant, the temperature in the entire backyard rose several degrees, with the sunlight becoming more intense. Jindo felt the activation of its solar power ability, igniting its fighting spirit. What? Xiao Mao was astonished to find that his meticulously crafted water tornado rapidly evaporated under the blazing sun, its power significantly diminished. Now, Cloud, Tailwind. Jindo, unleash your spark barrage. The clouds gracefully twirled, generating a gust that propelled Jindo forward, who harnessed the wind to accelerate, unleashing 3 precise sparks from its mouth, each aimed at a different angle. Turtwig, withdraw into your shell. Pidgey, evade. Shigeru's reflexes were quick, yet Bailan's combination of attacks was evidently well conceived. The first spark compelled Turtwig to retreat into its shell, the second sealed off Pidgey's left escape route, and the third struck true. Kingolv declared. The spark grazed Pidgey's wing, causing it to lose balance and sway as it descended to the ground. Pidgey, Shigeru called out anxiously, get up. Use Thunderwave. Pidgey, enduring the pain, transformed into a streak of white light rushing towards Jindo, its speed almost beyond perception. However, Bailan seemed to anticipate this. Jindo, intercept with Dragon Claw. The claws of Charmeleon glimmered with a dark green radiance, accurately grasping Pidgey's feet just as it was about to collide. The two Pokémon momentarily struggled in the air, but ultimately, Pidgey, exhausted, was flung away by Jindo's Dragon Claw, rendered unable to continue battling. Pidgey is unable to battle. Kingolv raised the flag. Shigeru gritted his teeth. Now, only Turtwig remained, while the opponent still had 2 Pokémon left, placing him at a significant disadvantage. Turtwig, we mustn't give up. Shigeru's voice brimmed with determination. Use Water Pulse. Turtwig emerged from its shell. gathering a spiraling water sphere that was far more potent than a typical water gun. Oh, you can perform this move? Bailan's eyes glimmered with admiration. However, Cloud. Use cotton spore to interfere. Jindo, smokescreen. The clouds shook gently, releasing countless cotton-like spores that obscured Turtwig's vision, while Jindo exhaled a thick cloud of smoke, further diminishing the opponent's accuracy. The water pulse veered off course in the fog, only managing to detonate beside Jindo's feet, creating a small crater. It's over, Bailan murmured. Jindo, use Flame Tornado. Cloud, combine with Whirlwind. Jindo inhaled deeply, expelling a spiraling pillar of fire, while the clouds cooperated to create a whirlwind, forming a spectacular fiery tornado that enveloped Turtwig. Turtwig is unable to battle. The outcome is clear. Bailan is victorious. Kingolv lowered the flag, her eyes filled with admiration. An exquisite combination. Every step was calculated. Shigeru stared blankly at the fallen Turtwig, taking a moment to regain his composure. I couldn't even defeat a single Pokémon. Don't be discouraged, Bailan approached, patting Shigeru on the shoulder. Your tactical thinking is commendable. You just lack experience. Turtwig and Pidgey's synergy was quite impressive, indicating that you've been training well. Really? Shigeru's eyes sparkled anew. Absolutely. Especially that last water pulse. Your timing was impeccable. Bailan analyzed earnestly. Had it not been for Cloud's interference, it might have indeed struck Jindo. Shigeru recalled his fainted Pokémon into its Pokeball, pondering thoughtfully. Bailan, how did you manage to predict my actions in advance? It felt as though every move I made was anticipated by you. Observation, Bailan raised a finger. The subtle motions before you attack, the changes in your Pokémon's gaze, even the tension in your clenched fist, all convey information. That can be observed? Shigeru's eyes widened. Isn't that just performing without even pretending? Chapter 49, Bailan's Achievements. It's merely a matter of practice. Bailan humbly waved a hand. After a few more battles, you'll be able to do the same. At that moment, Nai approached with a tray of juice. Everyone's worked hard. Have a drink and take a break. Thank you, Sister Nai. Shigeru accepted the juice, suddenly remembering something. By the way, Bailan, could you record the battle we just had? I want to analyze my shortcomings. That's a splendid suggestion, Bailan nodded. I was actually hoping to create a tutorial video on double battles. That evening, Bailan meticulously edited the video in his room. He dissected the battle into several segments, thoroughly explaining each tactical consideration and synergy point, filled with invaluable insights from Kingolv. The art of double battles, from basic synergy to advanced tactics. Once uploaded, the video sparked fervent discussions, particularly regarding the seamless cooperation between Jindo and Cloud, which dazzled many novice trainers. Fire and grass types can blend so smoothly. Sunny Day with solar power, I've learned this combination. Where can I find a little Charmeleon with solar power ability? The uploader's commands are so steady, every step is calculated. Watching the view count and BP points soar, Bailan stretched contentedly. It was time to prepare some good items for his partners. He opened the system shop, scanning through various precious items before finally settling on two, the Fire Gem and the Miracle Seed. Fire Gem significantly enhances the fire attribute energy of fire-type Pokémon, and long-term use can increase the power of fire-type moves. Price, 2000 BP. Miracle Seed, a seed imbued with rich vitality that enhances the power of grass-type moves and promotes attribute energy growth. Price, 5000 BP. These two will suffice. Bailan exchanged for the items without hesitation. The next morning, he began to process these precious materials. The Fire Gem was ground into a fine powder using the Research Institute's grinding equipment, carefully added to the energy cube recipe while preventing energy dissipation. Jindo, come try this. Charmeleon curiously approached, sniffing the energy cube that emitted an unusual fragrance, then cautiously licked it. Instantly, its eyes widened, and the flames on its tail blazed even more fiercely. How is it? Bailan asked with a smile. Jindo excitedly nodded, devouring the entire energy cube in just a few bites, then stared at Bailan with longing, evidently wanting more. One a day is sufficient, you greedy little one. Bailan playfully flicked Jindo's nose. Next, he handed the Miracle Seed to Cloud. This is for you. Just wear it. Cloud accepted the seed, immediately feeling the rich vitality within. She joyfully spun around, her cotton seeming to become even fluffier and whiter. All right, let's continue today's training. Bailan clapped his hands. With the help of these items, your strength can reach new heights. Jindo and Cloud exchanged determined glances, both reflecting the fire of ambition in their eyes. The autumn day in Masera town was exceptionally gentle, and the Okido Research Institute buzzed with unusual activity. The usually quiet corridors, typically filled only with the footsteps of researchers, echoed with the conversations of scholars from various regions. Yamari, you've traveled from Sinnoh. It must have been arduous. Professor Okido welcomed his old friend at the entrance. Dr. Yamari stroked his grizzled beard, his smile warm. I heard there's an extraordinary young observer here, so I came specifically to witness it. Haha. That lad truly has surprised me in many ways, Professor Okido said with a hint of pride in his eyes. However, today has focus isn't on me, but on him. In the seminar room, experts and scholars from different regions were exchanging the latest research findings. Dr. Komoku showcased his results on body swapping with Pokémon using instruments, leaving many researchers astounded, while Dr. Odakan shared theories on the habitat selection of dual-type Pokémon. Meanwhile, Bailan sat nervously in the corner, organizing his speech notes. Bailan, don't be anxious, Kingolf patted his shoulder. Just be natural, like when you're filming videos. Easier said than done, Bailan replied with a wry smile. Usually, I'm facing a camera, now it's all heavyweights. Nai passed by with tea, softly comforting him. Grandfather always says that true wisdom lies not in age, but in observational skills. Your observational prowess has even won him high praise. Next, we invite the rookie observer, Bailan, from the Omori Research Institute, to share his insights on his research. Dr. Omori's voice resonated within the conference room. Taking a deep breath, Bailan rose to his feet, all eyes converging upon this child who appeared to be no older than 7, with expressions of curiosity, skepticism, and anticipation. Greetings, esteemed seniors, I am Bailan. His voice, though youthful, was steady, and today he wished to discuss the integration of observation and data to achieve personalized training. Dr. Yamanashi regarded the young boy with keen interest, pondering. This composure is certainly not characteristic of an ordinary 7-year-old. Bailan activated the projector, and the screen showcased a training video of his partner, Jindo, a golden fire dinosaur awkwardly imitating the movements of a Charizard, failing repeatedly, yet persevering. This is my partner, Jindo, Bailan explained. Upon evolution, he was entirely unable to control his power. Traditional training methods emphasize repetition and standardization, but I have discovered that each Pokémon possesses its unique learning rhythm. The Jindo in the video began to learn actively from the other Pokémon in the backyard, mastering meditation from a Hypno and grasping the essence of restraint from a Charizard. The autonomous learning capability of Pokémon exceeds our imagination, Bailan continued. Rather than forcing them to conform to our training methods, we ought to guide them in discovering their own paths to growth. Dr. Kuramuki nodded slightly, acknowledging the novelty of this perspective. The subsequent video illustrated the controlled training of a Flababy, demonstrating how it maintained composure in battle, skillfully regulating the pace of the encounter with impeccable timing in releasing Cotton Spore. Flababy is inherently timid, yet that does not imply it is unfit for combat, Bailan remarked. Redefining its role allows it to shine in areas where it excels. This encapsulates the essence of personalized training. Dr. Odakawa, deep in thought, noted that this principle of tailored education indeed warranted further research. In addition to training methods, I wish to present a new research direction, emotional eating solutions. Bailan switched to the next slide, revealing an array of energy cubes in various colors. A murmur of intrigue swept through the conference room. While the technique for creating energy cubes wasn't classified, the specific formulas aimed at emotional regulation represented a novel concept. These are banana passion fruit energy cubes, primarily composed of extracts from banana passion fruit and mint leaves. Bailan held up a pale pink cube, his voice soft yet resonant throughout the room. My observations indicate that Pokémon often exhibit elevated body temperatures during moments of emotional turbulence. This formula serves to calm the heart and reduce internal heat. Dr. Yamanashi adjusted his glasses, his gaze sharpening as he leaned forward and asked in a measured tone, an intriguing theory. However, emotions are subjective constructs. How do you quantify and account for individual differences to ensure the universality of your data? Excellent question, Bailan replied, undeterred by the scrutiny. He deftly brought up a complex chart. I established an emotional baseline model for 37 Pokémon of different species in the Institute's backyard. After consuming the energy cube, 86% of the subjects exhibited stabilization in key physiological indicators such as heart rate and surface temperature within 15 minutes, with an emotional stability enhancement exceeding 40%. The rigor of the data rendered the experts present solemn. This was no mere child's whimsical notion, but a well-structured research process worthy of publication. An even more fascinating case. Bailan gestured to the screen, where an unusually shaped cube appeared. I call this the Awakening Cube, inspired by the regional specialty, the Angerbon. As is widely known, Daruma monkeys in their Daruma mode are exceedingly difficult to awaken. Daruma mode? A trainer specializing in ancient Pokémon perked up, recognizing the significance of the challenge. Traditional methods necessitate waiting for them to recover naturally, Bailan explained. Daruma mode encompasses two states, the meditative state of exhaustion during battle and the dormant state when guarding relics. I stumbled upon a revelation. While the Daruma monkey ceases to eat in its dormant state, its sense of smell remains remarkably acute. This awakening cube employs high concentrations of various spicy berries, whose potent stimulating flavor can activate their dormant rationality, allowing for a safe exit from Daruma mode. The conference room fell silent, each scholar rapidly processing this theory. And what inspired this insight? Dr. Yamanashi inquired, a hint of astonishment in his voice. Observation. Bailan's response was succinct. Humans lose their appetite in moments of intense rage, yet strong gustatory stimuli can swiftly redirect their focus. I hypothesize that Pokémon share a commonality in basic neural responses with humans, and considering the similarities between Daruma monkeys and humans, one might even propose that humans could be a form of Pokémon. And what about the success rate? Dr. Otakawa pressed on. Out of 13 experiments, 10 were successful, with no recorded side effects. As Bailan concluded, a wave of astonishment rippled through the room. Dr. Yamanashi gradually stood, his gaze intense upon Bailan. Child, your proposition concerning the correlation between emotions and nutrition may potentially pave the way for a new branch in Pokémon cultivation. Bailan, would you be interested in collaborating with us at Silver Corporation? A well-dressed middle-aged man hastily approached the podium, offering a business card with enthusiasm in his eyes. We can provide world-class experimental equipment and limitless research funding. I sincerely appreciate your generous offer, but I have no intentions of commercialization at this time. Bailan replied politely with a slight bow. I would prefer that these research findings be made public so that every trainer may benefit from them. This statement elicited a wave of low admiration throughout the conference room, as several previously skeptical professors exchanged appreciative glances and nodded in silent agreement. Dr. Omori observed the composed Bailan on stage, instinctively straightening his back. He raised his teacup, using the gesture to conceal the irrepressible smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. The seminar concluded amidst prolonged applause. Yet the tale of Bailan was perhaps only just beginning. As night fell, following the departure of numerous guests, the Omori Research Institute returned to tranquility. Bailan sat at his desk, gazing at the stack of business cards and invitations from authoritative institutions across various regions, letting out a gentle sigh. Exhausted, are we? Nai entered quietly, carrying a cup of warm milk. Not too bad, just a bit dry from all the speaking, Bailan replied, accepting the cup. The warmth spread through his palms, invigorating him. I also learned quite a bit today. You have no idea how proud Grandpa was today, Nai said, handing over the warm milk, mimicking Dr. Omori as she stroked her chin. Laughing, he told everyone, did you see? That's my new little observer. I have quite the eye for talent, don't I? His grin was nearly reaching the heavens. Bailan chuckled, shaking his head. I merely stood on the shoulders of giants to see further. Outside, the moonlight bathed the scene in silver, as Jindo and Flababy frolicked on the grass, their joyful cries filling the air. The following morning, as Bailan remained lost in slumber, he was abruptly awakened by the ringing of his phone. Groggily, he answered the Pokédex, recognizing the excited voice of Xiaomiao. Bailan, you've gone viral. What? On fire? Bailan rubbed his eyes, sitting up. Xiaomiao, it's only 6:30. What nonsense are you spouting? What nonsense? Your speech was captured by the media, and now the entire internet is buzzing about your research. Xiaomiao's words flowed rapidly. Check your video account. Skeptical, Bailan opened his phone, and the numbers on the screen jolted him awake. His follower count had skyrocketed by 100,000 overnight, with private messages and comments flooding in, causing his phone to lag. The most popular video bore the title, 7-year-old prodigy researcher Bailan, a revolutionary breakthrough in the field of cultivation. This is truly outrageous. Bailan chuckled wryly as he refreshed the page, watching the view count soar dramatically. From downstairs, he heard Nai's voice calling out, Bailan, hurry down. Grandpa needs you urgently. After hastily washing up, Bailan made his way to the hall of the Research Institute, where he found Professor Okido fielding call after call. His desk cluttered with faxes and emails. Indeed, Bailan was an observer at our institute. What? An interview? That requires his consent, Professor Okido sighed. Relieved to see Bailan. You finally made it down. The phone has been relentless since 5 this morning. All for me? Bailan asked incredulously. The Pokémon Breeding Association, major media outlets, and even several regional league officials. Professor Okido stroked his beard, a complex gleam in his eyes. Your research findings from yesterday have caused quite a stir in the breeding community. Nai approached with breakfast, pride unmistakable on her face. Bailan, did you know? Even King Shiba has shared your video. Just then, Xiao Mao and Xiao Ji rushed in, panting. Bailan, you've made the news. Xiao Ji exclaimed, ecstatic. The television station even called you a rising star in the Pokémon breeding field. Xiao Mao's expression, however, was much more complicated. He clenched his fists, a mix of envy and frustration in his eyes. Why? Why can you always achieve what I cannot? Bailan, he began, but was interrupted by Xiao Mao. No, I'm not complaining. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Mao's gaze cleared. I just want to know when I can also make my mark in research and Pokémon training. Bailan was taken aback by this sincerity. After a moment of contemplation, he replied earnestly, in truth, you are already on the path. During yesterday's battle, your synergy with your Comex was quite remarkable, indicating that trust has been established between you, even if Comex is not yet your Pokémon. Really? Hope ignited in Xiao Mao's eyes. Absolutely, Bailan reassured him, patting his shoulder. Breeding is not an instant success. It requires time and patience. At that moment, Qing LV approached, holding a newspaper. Bailan, take a look at this. The front page featured a lengthy article titled Listening to Voices, the breeding revolution of a 7-year-old researcher, accompanied by a photograph of Bailan speaking at yesterday's seminar. The article elaborated on Bailan's emotional eating solutions and personalized breeding philosophy, quoting several esteemed experts. Dr. Yamanashi stated in the interview, this child's thought process subverts the traditional framework of breeding studies. He compels us to rethink the essence of the relationship between humans and Pokémon. Furthermore, he has opened a new direction in Pokémon emotional dietary practices. The magnitude of this impact left Bailan in disbelief. I can hardly believe it. This is merely the beginning, Professor Okido interjected, his expression stern. Bailan, prepare yourself. From today onward, your every action may be scrutinized under a magnifying glass. Some will support you, while others will question you. I understand, Bailan nodded, but my intentions will not waver. I simply wish for more people to understand Pokémon. Nai smiled, reassured. That's enough. Remember, regardless of the external clamor, you must maintain your original aspiration. His phone rang again, this time from an unfamiliar number. Bailan hesitated but ultimately answered. Is this Mr. Bailan? I am the editor of Pokémon Breeding Monthly, and I would like to invite you for an exclusive interview. Observing Bailan entangled in phone calls, Xiao Ji leaned towards Xiao Mao and whispered, do you think Bailan will stop playing with us now that he is famous? Xiao Mao shot him an exasperated glance. You're overthinking it. Bailan is not that kind of person. How do you know? Because, Xiao Mao replied. Glancing at Bailan patiently addressing the reporter's questions, truly exceptional individuals never lose themselves in external praise. Sunlight streamed through the windows, casting a warm glow on the institute's floor. Jindo and Yun Duo continued to frolic in the backyard, as if nothing had changed. Yet all understood that Bailan's life was about to embark on an entirely new chapter. Chapter 51, Xiao Ji's first capture attempt. The sun shone perfectly, and the lazy afternoon enveloped the backyard of the research institute. Bailan nestled in a rocking chair, cradling a glass of Nai's special peach soda. Leisurely scrolling through comments on his phone, occasionally chuckling softly. Bailan, Bailan. Xiao Ji dashed over, breathless, his eyes sparkling like stars. I saw on TV that a trainer captured an ultra-rare mini long. I want to try too. Oh, Bailan lazily lifted his eyelids. You want to capture a mini long? Xiao Ji, those creatures are not easily encountered. Xiao Ji stomped his feet in frustration. I don't mean to capture a mini long. I mean I want to try capturing a Pokémon, right in the backyard of the research institute. Xiao Mao, who had been brushing Comex's shell, paused, a mischievous smile creeping onto his face. Oh, Xiao Ji has finally wised up, but with your skills, capturing a green hairworm would be quite the achievement. What did you say, Xiao Mao? Xiao Ji exploded. I will definitely capture an impressive Pokémon to show you. Bailan shook his head, chuckling at their playful banter. He set down his drink and stretched. It's not a bad idea to capture Pokémon, but you must first seek Professor Okido's approval. And, he said, giving Xiao Ji a meaningful look, are you certain you are prepared? Xiao Ji nodded vigorously. Of course. I watch the battle videos of you and Xiao Mao every day, and I've even secretly practiced the command gestures. He struck a peculiar pose, resembling a martial arts stance. Xiao Mao couldn't help but chuckle. Are you practicing dance? Absolutely not. This is my self-created unbeatable command technique. Xiao Ji's face turned crimson. Bailan stifled a laugh, thinking to himself that this boy's eccentricities had been evident since childhood. All right, I'll ask Professor Okido for you. Bailan stood and patted Xiao Ji on the shoulder. But let me make it clear, capturing Pokémon is not child's play. What? Xiao Ji wants to capture Pokémon in the backyard? Professor Okito adjusted his glasses, an expression of concern crossing his face. Isn't he a bit too young for this? Grandpa, Xiaoji is already 7 years old, and he truly has the determination. It's just a trial. He isn't really trying to capture a Pokémon, Nai gently urged. Why not let him give it a shot? In the backyard. With everyone watching, it should be fine. Qing LV nodded in agreement. A little constructive failure could be beneficial. Besides, the Pokémon in the backyard are generally mild-mannered and pose no danger. Professor Okito pondered for a moment before finally consenting. Very well, but only in the backyard. And there must be someone supervising. Upon receiving permission, Xiaoji was nearly bursting with excitement, dashing towards the backyard to begin his search for a target. Bailan quietly followed, camera in hand, thinking it would be wise to document the impending amusing events. In the backyard, Xiaoji tiptoed cautiously, observing various Pokémon like a stealthy ninja. How about that one? He pointed at a dozing Dui Hima. Xiaoma rolled his eyes. Dui Hima? You think you can command a Pokémon that has already evolved? What about that one? Xiaoji pointed to a Pidgey. Bailan narrowed his eyes, discreetly observing the Pidgey. Pidgey. Skills: Sand Attack, Gust, Quick Attack. Ability: Keen Eye. Status: Alert, somewhat reclusive, wary of human presence. Evaluation: frequently engages in minor conflicts with other Pokémon due to its personality, eager to prove itself. Interesting, Bailan mused. This Pidgey shares a resemblance with Xiaoji, both being the type eager to demonstrate their capabilities. Xiaoji, are you sure you want to challenge the Pidgey? Bailan inquired deliberately. It is not a particularly docile creature. That's the one. In Ash's eyes ignited a fierce determination. A true man must challenge the most formidable of opponents. Shigeru shook his head in resignation, a quintessential Ash moment. He won't turn back until he hits a wall. His first attempt at capturing a Pokémon ended with him being chased around the backyard by a Pidgey, pecked mercilessly. Ouch! Ash cradled his head, casting a pitiful glance at the Pidgey that had returned to its perch in the tree. Why wouldn't it wish to become my companion? Bairan, recording the scene, stifled a laugh. You didn't even introduce yourself before brandishing your Pokeball. If it were you, would you willingly follow a stranger? Then I shall apologize. Without hesitation, Ash bowed in the direction of the Pidgey, saying, I'm sorry, I'm Ash, and I wish to be your friend. The Pidgey tilted its head to glance at him before turning away, presenting him with its tail. Shigeru couldn't contain his laughter. It's ignoring you. Undeterred, Ash produced the Pokeball he had borrowed from Professor Okito, declaring, Pidgey, join me on the journey to become the strongest Pokémon trainer. Once again, the Pidgey remained unmoved, even starting to preen its feathers, as if to say, what kind of performance is this? With each failed attempt, second, third, and fourth, Ash persevered. Yet he could not attain the Pidgey's approval. I must devise a strategy, he mused, sitting on the ground in earnest contemplation. Bairan aimed the camera at him, thinking that this seriousness deserved commendation. Perhaps I should first forge friendships with other Pokémon? Ash glanced at the sunbathing Houndour. However, the Houndour merely yawned lazily and resumed its slumber. Shigeru fanned the flames of doubt. Ash, why not just give up? It's clear you're not ready. Absolutely not. Ash clenched his fists, declaring, becoming a Pokémon Master is my dream. Observing Ash's stubborn resolve, Bairan felt an inexplicable tug at his heart, although his approach was flawed. Such pure enthusiasm was indeed rare. He adjusted the camera angle, preparing to document Ash's forthcoming endeavors. As evening descended and the sun dipped low, Ash had made no fewer than 10 attempts, each culminating in failure. He sat on the grass, gazing longingly at the distant Pidgey, his eyes brimming with frustration. Where have I gone wrong? He murmured to himself. Bairan switched off the camera and settled beside Ash. Would you like to hear my analysis? Ash's eyes brightened. What have you discovered? 2 issues. Bairan raised 2 fingers. First, you have not conveyed to the Pidgey the necessity of forming a partnership with you. To it, you are merely a stranger seeking to capture it. What should I do then? Establish trust and demonstrate your character. Bairan glanced at the Pidgey in the tree. The second issue is more severe. Your abilities are insufficient to earn its respect. Ash's expression fell instantly. Insufficient abilities, though the Pidgey is not high in level. It possesses its own pride. Bairan's tone remained gentle. It seeks a partner capable of standing alongside it, not a burden in need of protection. While these words were somewhat harsh, they rang true. Ash lowered his head, seemingly digesting this harsh reality. Am I truly not worthy? Bairan patted his shoulder. Being unworthy is temporary. However, surrendering means you will have no opportunity at all. Look, he pointed to the Pidgey forging. It strives to grow stronger every day and never gives up. If you can embody such perseverance, one day you shall gain recognition. Ash lifted his head once more, hope rekindling in his eyes. You're right. I cannot give up. Seeing Ash's renewed fighting spirit, Bairan couldn't help but smile. This boy's tenacity was indeed unparalleled. Chapter 52. Observation and Approach, Ash's Pidgey Strategy Course. Bairan was in his room editing the footage captured that day. From Ash's impulsive first attempt at wielding the Pokeball to his final dejected, yet resolute demeanor, each frame brimming with drama. How should I title this? Bairan pondered, ultimately typing, The Growing Pains of a Novice Trainer, My Friend Ash and His Tumultuous Relationship with Pidgey, Part 1. He incorporated detailed educational commentary into the video, analyzing Pidgey's behavioral patterns, common mistakes made by novice trainers, and the correct methods for establishing bonds between trainers and Pokemon. Capturing a Pokemon is not about conquest, but about building a partnership, Bairan summarized to the camera. When you treat Pokemon as mere tools, they can sense it. A true trainer is moved by the will of the Pokemon and reciprocates with sincerity. In the video's conclusion, Bairan included a shot of Ash sitting beneath the setting sun, accompanied by tender music. Though Ash may currently be quite naive, his pure enthusiasm is the most vital quality for becoming an exceptional trainer. Some things cannot be taught by technique. After uploading the video, Bairan lay on his bed, gazing at the starry sky outside. Tomorrow, Ash would surely continue his quest to capture Pokemon. The following morning, the scent of dew wafted through the Research Institute's backyard. Ash arrived at the Institute early, eyes ablaze with an indomitable spirit, fixated on the proud Pidgey perched in the tree. Today, I shall earn your recognition. He clenched his fists, rallying himself. Bairan emerged, cradling a cup of hot coffee, chuckling upon witnessing Ash's readiness. This boy's resilience is indeed a rare gem. Starting your training early, Ash? Professor Okito also stepped out of the laboratory, clutching his observation notebook. Ash scratched his head, responding earnestly, Professor, I figured it out yesterday. I must first let Pidgey know that I'm a good person. Oh, what do you plan to do? Professor Okito inquired with keen interest. I'll bring it delicious food every day, chat with it, and help it get accustomed to me. Ash articulated confidently, evidently having pondered this throughout the night. Aoi happened to pass by, and upon hearing this, nodded in approval. That's a good approach. Building trust is the first and most crucial step in capturing. Do you really think so, Aoi? Ash's eyes sparkled with excitement. Of course. Aoi squatted down to meet Ash's gaze, his tone warm yet serious. But be prepared. This process may take a long time. Some Pokemon need months, or even longer, to truly open their hearts. Shigeru sauntered out of the house, overhearing the conversation and immediately entering teasing mode. With Ash's 3-minute enthusiasm, if he can last a month, I'll consider him impressive. I can. Ash retorted immediately, declaring, For the dream of becoming a Pokemon Master, I can persist for as long as it takes. Bairan watched this exchange quietly, noting how Professor Okito offered no hindrance. Aoi guided, and Shigeru, in his awkward manner, motivated Ash. This trio of generations at the Okito Research Institute had constructed a growth space that allowed for failure. Prompting a smile from Bairan, perhaps this is the most precious aspect of the Okito Institute. I'm off to prepare now, Ash exclaimed, dashing toward the storage room. Wait, Bairan called after him. Do you know what it likes to eat? Ash halted, momentarily stunned. Pokemon food? Too vague. Bairan shook his head, leisurely inquiring. What do you think it would enjoy? It can't be like Snorlax, accepting everything that comes its way, can it? Seeing Ash's bewilderment, he smiled and prompted. I observed earlier that the Pidgey often nibbles on the berries from those trees in the corner. Why do you think that is? Ash's eyes lit up with realization. So it likes sour berries. Not too dim-witted, Bairan added. Timing is also crucial. Look at what it's doing now. Following his gaze, Ash noticed the Pidgey was preening its feathers. Is it grooming itself? This indicates it is relaxed, neither hungry nor anxious. If you abruptly offer food now, it will only perceive it as an intrusion. Bairan patiently explained. Wait until it starts looking around and actively foraging before you approach. Your success rate will be significantly higher. Shigeru, listening from the side, was taken aback and couldn't help but ask, Bairan, how do you know everything? By observing and contemplating, Bairan replied. Bailan smiled lightly, remarking that these instincts were imprinted in the very genes of Pokemon, and with a little dedication, they were not difficult to discern. Professor Oak observed the 3 children gathered in discussion, his eyes filled with warmth and pride. Initially, he admired Bailan's talent, but he now recognized an even more precious quality within the boy, a magnetic charm that drew those around him and guided them toward a positive path. Just then, Jindo and Yunduo sprang forth from the underbrush. Jindo spotted Ash, excitedly chirping twice before nuzzling against his shoulder, as if to offer encouragement. Yunduo gracefully floated over, sprinkling a few glimmering tufts of cotton above Ash's head, bestowing upon him a blessing of good fortune, despite its mischievous and somewhat sinister nature. "Thank you," Ash said, his eyes welling with emotion. "I won't let you down." Witnessing this heartwarming scene, Bailan felt a surge of warmth within him. He clapped his hands together and said with a smile, "All right, since we've decided to proceed, we must do so with professionalism. Come, let me teach you how to formulate a complete Pidgey affinity plan." For the next hour, the backyard of the Research Institute transformed into an impromptu classroom. Bailan meticulously explained to Ash everything from assessing a Pokemon's emotions, to maintaining a safe distance when approaching, to the correct gestures for offering food. Ash listened intently, nodding in understanding. "Remember, the most crucial elements are patience and sincerity," Bailan concluded. "Pokemon are far more intelligent than we imagine. They can easily discern whether your intentions are genuine or feigned." "I understand." Ash clenched his fist, his gaze resolute. "I will prove it through my actions." That afternoon, Bailan edited the footage into a new video. Rather than beautifying Ash, he included the moments where Ash was comically chased by Pidgey and his stubborn determination despite repeated failures. The video concluded with a profile shot of Ash diligently jotting notes, the setting sun casting a gilded glow upon him. The voiceover was Bailan's, laced with mirth. "So, what is the first step to becoming a Pokemon Master? It is neither acquiring a starter Pokemon nor defeating a gym leader, but rather learning how to properly feed a somewhat temperamental Pidgey. My friend Ash may have failed today, but I believe he has learned the most vital lesson. How about you?" The video was titled, "The First Lesson for Novice Trainers. Patience Starts with Taming a Pidgey, Part 2. After successfully uploading it, Bailan closed his computer, satisfied as he watched the rapid influx of comments and likes. 3 weeks later, on a crisp autumn morning, the backyard of the Research Institute was imbued with the refreshing scent of the season. As Bailan stepped outside with his usual cup of hot coffee, he was taken aback by an unexpected sight. Ash was crouched beneath the berry tree, meticulously arranging the freshly washed fruits on the ground with focused devotion. Cooing softly, the once haughty Pidgey descended from the branches, perching itself within 2 meters of Ash. Bailan paused, his hands suspended midair, the ripples in his cup mirroring his current state of mind. He raised an eyebrow. Had this boy truly succeeded? "Ash, you." Nana May's voice trailed off as she peered around the kitchen door, incredulous. "Shoo," Ash whispered, signaling for silence. He lowered his voice to a near whisper, tenderly saying, "Pidgey, today's berries are particularly sour. I specially selected the best ones for you." Pidgey tilted its head, its dark, bean-like eyes appraising Ash for a moment before it took a few small steps forward and pecked at a berry, savoring the flavor. After finishing, rather than flying away, it approached Ash, gently tapping its beak against the finger he had extended. "Success," came Shigeru's voice from the window, tinged with barely contained excitement. Professor Oak hurried over, and upon witnessing the harmonious scene between boy and bird, the deep lines on his face softened, emanating warmth. He instinctively glanced at Bailan, nodding in approval. "Pidgey." Ash inhaled deeply, summoning all his courage. "Will you embark on this journey with me?" Pidgey gazed at the red and white Pokeball, then met Ash's starry-eyed gaze, giving a gentle nod. Just as Ash was about to throw the Pokeball in exhilaration, a gentle, yet firm voice interrupted. "Wait." Ash's hand froze midair, confusion washing over his face as he turned to look. "Ash, how old are you?" Professor Oak approached, crouching to meet his gaze. 7, Ash replied, his voice barely above a whisper, sensing the gravity of the moment. The league regulations stipulate that trainers must be at least 10 years old to officially capture Pokemon. Professor Oak's tone remained gentle. "This rule is not one I created. It is in place to protect enthusiastic children like you." Those words felt like a weight had been lifted from Ash's shoulders. The brightness in his face dimmed instantly, and the Pokeball in his hand drooped limply. 3 weeks of early mornings, 3 weeks of careful preparation, 3 weeks of anticipation, all shattered in an instant. But we have already." His voice quivered, lips trembling. Pidgey seemed to sense its partner's sorrow, taking flight to perch on Ash's shoulder, gently nuzzling his cheek with its beak. Bailan observed quietly, a complex mix of emotions swirling within him. The rules were unyielding, yet the child's disappointment was palpable and fervent. Shigeru, unusually silent, turned away, feigning deep interest in the vines on the wall. "Ash," Naname approached, her voice tender, as if to soothe all wounds. "Why must you be sad?" I am already friends with Pidgey, but..." Ash choked on his words, unable to continue. "Isn't that enough?" Naname knelt down, gently stroking Ash's head. "The bond you share is already firmly established. It is more precious than anything else. The Pokeball is merely a tool. What truly matters is the connection between hearts." Pidgey cooed twice from Ash's shoulder, seemingly in agreement with Na-Na-Mei's sentiments. But it can't travel with me. Ash wiped away his unshed tears. Who says? A sudden voice chimed in, as Aoi appeared in the yard, a document in hand. The League prohibits minors from capturing Pokémon, but it does not prevent Pokémon from voluntarily following. Professor Oak adjusted his glasses, adding, Aoi is correct. There are numerous historical precedents where Pokémon developed profound bonds with trainers prior to reaching the legal age. In such cases, as long as the Pokémon consents, a temporary companion permit can be applied for through the League. Ash's eyes suddenly sparkled, as if he had spotted a lighthouse in the dark. Really? Of course. Professor Oak smiled. However, there are conditions. Pidgey's daily care will still be managed by the Research Institute, and you can only interact with it during specific times. Furthermore, if it becomes unhappy, it may choose to leave at any time. Pidgey flapped its wings and let out a clear chirp, evidently in agreement. Bailan couldn't help but smile at the scene unfolding before him. This seemingly gentle elder was quite formidable when it came to safeguarding the innocence of childhood. A temporary companion permit adhered to the League's regulations while simultaneously acknowledging the bond between Ash and Pidgey in a clever manner. I'll apply for it right now. Ash sprang to life, nearly bouncing with excitement. Not so fast, Professor Oak interjected. First, you must learn how to care for Pokémon. If Pidgey wishes to follow you, it is your responsibility to ensure it thrives. I am willing to learn. Ash nodded vigorously, his determination unwavering. No matter how difficult, I am ready. Observing Ash's earnest demeanor, Bailan's smile deepened. This boy's fervor indeed possessed the power to inspire. In the following days, Ash immersed himself in the knowledge of Pokémon care, like a dry sponge soaking in water, fervently absorbing every detail. From the meticulous balance of nutritional proportions to the comprehensive health assessments, he immersed himself in his studies with unparalleled dedication. Pidgey, displaying remarkable intuition, would extend its wings whenever Ash practiced bandaging, and patiently wait in silence while Ash prepared energy cubes. This scene was indeed heartwarming. Red stood by the window, observing the delightful interaction between the boy and his bird, a smile unconsciously gracing his lips. Feeling envious? Bailan teased as he approached with a glass of juice. Not at all, Red retorted, turning his head defiantly. My Squirtle is far superior to that Pidgey. Yet, despite his words, he lingered on the site in the yard a few seconds longer than usual. A week later, the temporary companionship permit was officially approved. Ash held the thin yet weighty certificate, his eyes glistening with emotion. Pidgey, from this day forth, we are true partners. He gently stroked Pidgey's soft feathers. The bird chirped joyfully in response before taking flight, landing gracefully atop Ash's head as if to declare its allegiance to the world. Bailan captured this precious moment with his camera, pondering that perhaps this was the ideal conclusion, unbounded by Pokeballs, existing solely in a realm of pure trust and companionship. The setting sun cast a warm golden glow over the Institute's backyard. Chapter 54, The Extension of the Classroom. Nestled in a rocking chair, Bailan absent-mindedly tapped his fingers on the armrest. The data from his latest video was refreshing at an astonishing rate on his phone screen. The view count already surpassing 500,000, and the comments section was ablaze. My goodness, this kid truly persevered for 3 weeks against all odds? Don't mention it. My mischievous child has been feeding the wild sparrows in our yard every day after watching the video, and today, they finally pecked him in return. The insights from the expert are invaluable. Following your methods, our notoriously temperamental cat actually let me pet it today. Mommy fan here. Ash's focused note-taking is just too adorable. It makes my heart flutter. What surprised Bailan even more was the emergence of a group of professionals in the comments section. A teacher from the trainer preparatory school in Hualan City passing by. I must say, this video is far more vivid than some of the case studies in our textbooks. Practical experience breeds true knowledge. I have shared it with all my students as supplementary material. Endorsement from the Rainbow City Pokémon Academy. We are considering incorporating the case of Ash and Pidgey into next semester's Human Pokémon Relationship Studies course. Would you consider giving a lecture at our school? The remuneration is negotiable. The students are all your ardent fans. Bailan raised an eyebrow, pleasantly surprised by this unexpected yield from his daily documentation of Ash's life. Just as he was about to reply to a few interesting comments, a private message from a verified account appeared. Hello, Mr. Bailan. This is Joy from the Pokémon Center in Jindo City. Your video is simply outstanding. Recently, many children have come to the center seeking advice on Pokémon care. Inspired by your video. Oh, Bailan's interest was piqued. That's wonderful news. Absolutely. Just yesterday, an 8-year-old girl insisted on learning how to bandage a Rattata, claiming she wanted to prepare for her future as a trainer. Bailan chuckled. So did you teach her? I did, Joy's words conveyed a mix of amusement and exasperation. She went home and found a healthy Rattata in her backyard to practice on, and ended up wrapping the neighbor's Pokémon like a mummy. Bailan nearly spewed his coffee across the screen in laughter. Meanwhile, in the Institute's backyard, Ash was intently grooming Pidgey's feathers, his movements gentle and meticulous. A stark contrast to the reckless youth he had been 3 weeks prior. Surrounding him were several unfamiliar children, their faces alight with admiration. Big Brother Ash, did you really earn Pidgey's trust in just 3 weeks? A timid girl with pigtails asked. Ash puffed out his chest proudly. Of course. But the most important thing is patience, he whispered conspiratorially, glancing at Bailan in the rocking chair. Bailan taught me many tricks. What tricks? The children's interest piqued. They gathered around him eagerly. First, you have to observe. For instance, I know Pidgey enjoys sour-flavored treats. And it's most receptive to new food around 10 in the morning when it's in the best mood, Ash explained, adopting the demeanor of a little expert. Red, listening from the side, couldn't help but feel his lips twitch in disbelief. When did this guy become so articulate? What about you, Big Brother Red? Another boy turned his attention to him. How did you catch your Squirtle? Caught off guard, Red cleared his throat and adopted an enigmatic pose. Me? My situation is rather unique. Squirtle chose to follow me of its own volition. Wow, the children exclaimed in unison. That's because Red is already so strong. Ash readily praised his friend. His tactical knowledge surpasses mine, and he understands Pokemon's habits like the back of his hand. Red felt a bit awkward under the spotlight, awkwardly averting his gaze. Well, it's just that. Bailan concluded the call, and upon raising his eyes, he beheld the lively scene in the yard, where several children encircled Ash and Red, gazing up at them with adoration as if they were hearing tales of legendary heroes. He couldn't help but smile. These two truly exuded the aura of little teachers. Bailan brother. The girl with pigtails was the first to notice him, scampering over like a playful Meowth. I've watched all your videos. My favorites are the ones about the bean and the cloud. Is that so? Bailan crouched down to meet her gaze. Which Pokemon do you most wish to catch in the future? Eevee. The girl's eyes sparkled. I want one that's gentle and powerful, just like a cloud. Eevee, huh? Bailan stroked his chin thoughtfully. That's a Pokemon with a delicate disposition. It requires careful nurturing. Are you prepared for that? Absolutely. The girl nodded vigorously, proudly pulling out a thick notebook from her backpack. Look, I've taken lots of notes. Bailan took the notebook and flipped through it, finding it filled with her youthful handwriting documenting various Pokemon habits, food preferences, and care tips, each note reflecting her earnestness. You've put in a lot of effort. Bailan praised sincerely. However, having theory alone is not enough. You must first learn how to communicate with Pokemon. How do we communicate? Not just the girl, but all the children perked up their ears. Bailan surveyed the surroundings, his gaze landing on a cluster of blooming flowers where a combi was diligently working. Do you see that combi? Can anyone tell me how it's feeling right now? The children looked at one another, puzzled. It's, gathering nectar? A boy ventured uncertainly. That's behavior, not emotion. Bailan shook his head. Look closely at its wing beat frequency, flight pattern, and body posture. Ash leaned in to observe for a moment, and suddenly his eyes lit up. It looks relaxed. Its wings are flapping in a steady rhythm, and it's flying calmly. Good observation, Bailan nodded. A relaxed Pokemon is more likely to accept the goodwill of strangers. So, if we wish to interact with it, what should our first step be? Approach slowly? The girl suggested timidly. Not specific enough. Bailan stood up to demonstrate. First, avoid staring directly at it. That can be seen as a provocation by many Pokemon. Next, slow your movements so it can anticipate your next action. Finally, he pulled a small piece of sweet honey from his pocket, gently placing it in his palm. Prepare something it might like, and then patiently wait. The sweet aroma of honey quickly caught the combi's attention, and it curiously flew over, circling twice above Bailan's palm before cautiously landing to savor this unexpected treat. The children gazed in rapt attention, their soft gasps of wonder filling the air. Did you see that? Bailan softly remarked. Pokemon are not frightening. What truly terrifies us is our own impatience and assumptions. As long as you approach them with sincerity, they can sense it. After finishing their sweet nectar, the tiny combi gently nudged Bailan's palm before flitting away, content. I want to try? I want to try? The children erupted in excitement, surrounding Bailan with eager pleas. Just as Bailan was about to respond, a heavy panting sound accompanied by powerful footsteps approached from a distance. Turning around, he realized it was Jindo. Having concluded his training session with the Charizard, he sauntered over, his tail swishing leisurely, still radiating the warmth of exertion. As the original idol of the Research Institute, Jindo's status among the children was unassailable. It's Jindo, a girl with twin ponytails exclaimed, her voice quivering with excitement. Wow, he is so big. Another boy widened his eyes in awe. He looks even more impressive than in the videos. Hearing their compliments, Jindo proudly lifted his chin and approached the children, lowering his head gently to allow them a closer inspection. Can we touch him? The girl ventured, extending her hand tentatively. Bailan nodded. Of course, just be gentle. The girl cautiously stroked the scales on Jindo's neck, the warm, smooth texture eliciting a small gasp of delight. So warm. Witnessing this, the other children quickly gathered around, taking turns to experience the intimacy with their idol under Bailan's guidance. Jindo evidently reveled in the attention, even striking a few poses he deemed heroic. Jindo, put on a fire show for us, Ash suggested. Not here, Bailan immediately countered. The backyard is too small and made of wood. It's too dangerous. Then let us see something else. The children unanimously implored. Jindo looked to Bailan, and upon receiving a nod of permission, took a deep breath. In the next moment, instead of breathing fire, he leisurely exhaled a series of exquisite smoke rings that floated gracefully into the air, transforming into various whimsical shapes before dissipating. Incredible! The children clapped in delight. At that moment, Cloud was also drawn by the commotion, floating down from the rooftop like a feather. Cloud has come too. Ash waved excitedly. Seeing so many new faces, Cloud began to twirl joyfully in the air, scattering sparkling cotton-like fluff. The fluff refracted a rainbow of colors in the sunlight as it drifted down, prompting the children to reach out in wonder, filling the yard with gasps of amazement. So beautiful. Like magic. The girl caught a piece of fluff, watching it dissolve into sparkling specks in her palm. This is the charm of fairy-type Pokémon, Bailan explained. They inherently understand how to create beauty. Then I want to capture a fairy-type Pokémon in the future. A boy declared. I want a fire-type. Just as cool as Jindo. Another child chimed in, unwilling to be outdone. But I still want an Eevee the most. The girl with twin ponytails maintained her initial dream. Observing the children whose eyes sparkled with excitement at the mention of Pokémon, Bailan couldn't help but smile. All right. It's getting late. Nine-Eye's gentle voice called from the kitchen. Children, it's time to go home for lunch. Just a little longer. The children pleaded, reluctant to leave. There will be more opportunities next time, Bailan reassured with a smile. Jindo and Cloud will always welcome you to play. After bidding farewell to the reluctantly departing children, tranquility returned to the backyard. Ash continued to patiently care for his Pidgey, while Shigeru led his Squirtle aside to begin new training. Bailan settled back into the rocking chair, and his phone lit up with a new message from Professor Oak. Chapter 55, Red Lotus Island? Team Rocket. Just as Bailan tucked his phone away, it lit up again with another message from Professor Oak. Bailan, please come to the conference room. The brief message, devoid of any pleasantries, conveyed an unusual gravitas. Bailan tapped his fingers lightly on his knee, a fleeting sense of resignation washing over him. Well, there goes his afternoon tea. Ash, Shigeru. He stood up, patting the two rowdy boys. Professor Oak is looking for me. You two carry on. Ash, engrossed in grooming his Pidgey, waved his hand dismissively without looking up. Got it, Bailan bro. However, Shigeru paused, his gaze following Bailan until he disappeared down the hallway. Lowering his voice, he mused, as if to himself but also addressing Ash. I senti it strange. We're all the same age, yet why does Grandpa always seek him out first when something serious arises? Because Bailan is impressive, Ash replied matter-of-factly. Even the teachers at school use his videos as teaching material. Shigeru pouted, a sense of discontent bubbling within him. Glancing towards the conference room, a glint of mischief flickered in his eyes. Ash, don't you want to know what Grandpa wants with him? Huh. Ash blinked, then shook his head. It's probably something research-related. We wouldn't understand anyway. Who says? Shigeru leaned in conspiratorially, lowering his voice. What if it's some grand adventure? Come on. Let us sneak a peek. The mere mention of adventure seemed to cast a spell, causing Ash's eyes to brighten instantly. Without a hint of hesitation, he stealthily followed Shigeru to the conference room door, peering through the crack. The atmosphere inside the conference room was tense. As Bailan entered, Ching Lvy and Nine-Eye sat on opposite sides of the long table, their expressions solemn, while Professor Oak stood before the projector, nodding as Bailan arrived. Everyone is here. Professor Oak's voice was deeper than usual. Bailan, take a seat. We have an urgent matter to discuss. Bailan sat beside Ching Lvy, discreetly scanning the table, which displayed several photographs of Red Lotus Island's volcanic terrain, mixed with a few blurry surveillance screenshots. Red Lotus Island, a volcano. Earlier, the Quartz Alliance sent an urgent request. Professor Oak pressed the remote, projecting a detailed map on the wall. Alliance investigators have detected the presence of Team Rocket near Red Lotus Island. And more troubling, energy sensors have captured abnormal and increasingly intense energy fluctuations there. Ching Lvy's brows furrowed immediately. What scheme is Team Rocket up to now? The objective remains unclear. Professor Oak switched images to display a photo of a damaged document. However, the Alliance has connected this to your previous discovery at the unmanned power plant mentioned in your report about the Red Lotus Island experiment and the Officer Lance. It is likely not without merit. Bailan's pupils constricted. Red Lotus Island, a volcano, summer, and that name, Fuji, fragments of words swiftly intertwined in his mind, forming a line leading to forbidden clues. He lowered his eyelids stoically, concealing the fleeting realization. This murky water ran deeper than anyone anticipated. So, the Alliance wishes for us to assist in the investigation? Nine inquired softly, breaking the silence. To be precise, they hope Ching Lvy will go. Professor Oak directed his gaze towards his grandson. The Alliance has great faith in your strength and experience. He paused, then turned his attention to Bailan. As for you, I hope you can review the data from the power plant incident once more to see if there are any overlooked clues. This was the safest arrangement, yet not the best. Bailan pondered for a moment, already formulating a decision in his heart. Professor Oak, I have an idea regarding that report, he began slowly, his voice calm and clear. The experience at the power plant made me realize that some energy fluctuations, when viewed solely through data, appear cold. Only on-site can one perceive their vitality and intent, especially when influenced by human intervention. He raised his head, meeting the astonished and scrutinizing gazes of those present, his calmness surpassing their expectations. Ching Lvy, I understand your concerns. But my intention in going is not to complicate matters, but to see the energy apparatus of the power plant, its operational modes and dissipation patterns, I have documented up close. The energy fluctuations of Red Lotus Island are likely of the same origin. Allow me to proceed. I can ascertain the correlation between the two at the swiftest pace. Something remote data analysis cannot achieve. I assure you, I will remain within the safety zone, analyzing data from a distance with instruments. The conference room fell into a profound silence. Kingle was the first to shatter the stillness, his fingers interlaced, his tone unusually grave. Bailan, this is not a trifling matter. I have encountered the operational style of Team Rocket. They will stop at nothing to achieve their objectives and will show no mercy simply because you are a child. I cannot guarantee your safety amidst that chaos. Kingle's words resonated with truth. Nine tightly clutched her garment, recalling the harrowing incident at the power plant. Do you not remember how perilous that situation was? I cannot allow you to take such risks again. I understood their concerns. Bailan calmly accepted all apprehensions, yet I had faith in Brother Kingle's capabilities and in the professionalism of the Alliance. Moreover, my worth does not lie in combat, but in observation. Some details can only be discerned by witnessing them firsthand, combined with the experience gained from the power plant. Dr. Otamaki remained silent for a considerable time, his gaze shifting between Bailan and Kingle. He recognized that Bailan spoke the truth. This child's observational prowess and perspective were indeed extraordinary, transcending even the realm of genius. There was a tranquil strength within him that inspired confidence. If you insist, Dr. Otamaki began slowly, a hint of concession in his voice. I have one condition. You must remain by Kingle's side at all times, and should any hint of danger arise, you must withdraw immediately and unconditionally. I agree. Bailan responded without hesitation, being present on site to obtain first-hand intelligence, while also acquiring some BP points, made this endeavor worthwhile. Kingle sighed deeply. Very well. I will keep a close watch on you. However, Bailan, do consider this. Once you step out, there will be no opportunity for leisurely educational videos, as this is a secret operation of the Alliance, and everything must remain confidential. Bailan smiled, a smile imbued with an insight that belied his age. Brother Kingle, sometimes the most genuine education arises from the least leisurely of circumstances. Perhaps it will even provide me with some inspiration. Nine gazed into Bailan's clear eyes, which seemed to pierce through all illusions, feeling a surge of complex emotions. Was this child truly just a 7-year-old? Then we shall depart early tomorrow morning. Dr. Otamaki made the final decision. Kingle, you will liaise with the Alliance, and Bailan, prepare your equipment and get some rest. Understood. The two responded in unison. The door to the conference room was pushed open from within, startling Xiaoji and Xiaomao, who were stationed at the door. They quickly straightened up and pretended to pass by nonchalantly. Chapter 56, Preparation. Outside the door, Xiaoji's eyes widened, his mouth agape, as if he were savoring every word he had just overheard. Red Lotus Island. He whispered, trembling with excitement. Xiaomao, did you hear that? A real adventure. Team Rocket. Energy fluctuations. Xiaomao was equally exhilarated but maintained a more restrained demeanor, hands in pockets. nodding with feigned maturity. Of course I heard. And it's an important mission assigned by the Alliance. How cool. Xiaoji clenched his fists, his eyes sparkling with yearning. I want to go too. I want to become someone as formidable as Brother Bailan. You? Xiaomao scoffed. With your level, you can't even handle a Pidgey. And you want to take part in an Alliance mission? I've already formed a bond with Pidgey. Xiaoji retorted defiantly. And I have a Pokédex. Grandpa said that a Pokédex holder is a prospective trainer. Xiaomao rolled his eyes. The Pokédex is for learning, not for getting yourself killed. A place like Red Lotus Island. Just the volcanic terrain alone would be enough to send you packing. Not to mention, our Pokémon aren't strong enough to guarantee our safety. And what about you? Xiaoji shot back. Don't you want to go? I saw you practically pressing your eyes against the door crack. Xiaomao's face flushed slightly but quickly regained composure. I do want to go, but I know my limits. However, he paused, a glimmer of cunning flashing in his eyes. If we are clever enough, there might still be an opportunity. What do you mean? Xiaoji leaned in closer, like a Charmander awaiting a treat. Think about it. Why was Bailan able to persuade Grandpa to let him go? Xiaomao stroked his chin, displaying a contemplative expression. Because he has value. He can observe things that others cannot see. So we must also prove our value. Xiaomao's voice lowered. Do you recall the report from the last power plant incident? Bailan mentioned that Team Rocket might have other bases, and Red Lotus Island is just one of them. Xiaoji blinked, clearly struggling to follow Xiaomao's line of thought. Xiaomao sighed, patiently explaining. If we can find clues about Team Rocket's activities elsewhere in Kanto, wouldn't that be helpful? But where can we look for clues? Xiaoji scratched the back of his head. Around Jinshin Town. Xiaomao said matter-of-factly. Since Team Rocket is active at both the power plant and Red Lotus Island, it suggests their operational range is quite extensive. Given that Jinshin Town houses my grandpa's research facility, could it be that Team Rocket has already set their sights here? This reasoning sparked a light in Xiaoji's eyes. Are you saying we can patrol nearby and see if there are any suspicious individuals? Not just patrol. Xiaomao shook his head. We need to be a bit smarter. Think about it. If you were Team Rocket and wanted to monitor the Otamaki Research Institute, where would you choose to position yourself? Xiaoji furrowed his brow in thought, and after a while tentatively suggested, on the mountain? The view is good there, and it's hard to be discovered. Exactly. Xiaomao praised as he patted Xiaoji's shoulder. Upstream from the Institute's river, there's an industrial area behind that small hill, right? Although Bailan previously dealt with the wastewater there, Grandpa mentioned that it contained artificially synthesized toxins. It's somewhat peculiar that pollutants would have such toxins. While Grandpa did not delve deeper into this matter, we could investigate. Perhaps we might uncover something. But, Xiaoji hesitated, what if we encounter bad people? We can't fight back. Who said we need to fight? Xiaomao rolled his eyes. We're there to gather intelligence, not to play heroes. If we notice anything unusual, we report back immediately. That way, we assist while also proving our capabilities. Xiaoji was swayed but had one final concern. But Sister Nai won't let us run around. That's simple. Xiaomao flashed a sly smile. We can say we're observing wild Pokémon on Route 1. It's a legitimate training activity, and since we'll have Pokémon with us, we can claim some level of protection. Does Pidgey even count as a Pokémon? Although we consider it a partner, it's still far from being able to battle under my command. It counts, Xiaomao asserted firmly. Moreover, this endeavor could deepen your bond with it, a win-win situation. The two became increasingly animated in their discussion, completely forgetting that they were still standing on the back porch of the Research Institute. A gentle breeze wafted from the direction of the evergreen forest, carrying the fragrant scent of grass and earth, prompting an involuntary urge to take a deep breath. So when do we set off? Xiaoji whispered, like a sneaky Ekans preparing for an ambush. Xiaomao glanced toward the conference room, where the sound of chairs shifting could be heard. Tomorrow morning, after Bailan and the others depart. This way, we won't be detected and can avoid drawing attention from the adults. Great. Xiaoji was so excited he almost jumped up, but Xiaomao quickly pressed down on his shoulder. Keep it down. Xiaomao shot him a glare. Do you want the whole world to know our plan? Xiaoji hurriedly covered his mouth, yet his eyes sparkled with anticipation. At that moment, the conference room door opened once more, and Bailan emerged first, his demeanor calm and composed. As if the earlier discussion had revolved around nothing more dangerous than what to have for dinner. Kingle followed closely behind, his brow furrowed, clearly still troubled by the impending operation. Brother Bailan. Ash immediately dashed over, his face brimming with curiosity. What meeting were you just attending? Bairan glanced at Ash, then at the seemingly nonchalant Green standing a short distance away, a faint smile gracing his lips. It was just a matter related to our research, rather dull. I assure you. Really? Ash blinked, his eyes wide with intrigue. I heard something about Red Lotus Island. Ash, Green's voice carried a note of warning. There are certain matters that children ought not to know too much about. Ash instantly recoiled slightly, though his curiosity remained unabated. Bairan gently patted Ash on the head. Do not worry, it is nothing of great consequence. You should focus on taking care of your Pidgey. I've noticed your bond with it has been strengthening lately. Upon hearing Pidgey mentioned, Ash's attention was indeed diverted. Yes, today, it even flew over to my shoulder on its own. Then continue to work hard, Bairan said kindly. The trust of a Pokémon is more precious than any treasure. Green, listening nearby, silently mused to himself. This guy may seem rather simple-minded. Yet his skill in diverting the topic is quite remarkable. However, this only reinforces my belief that tomorrow's expedition to Red Lotus Island will be anything but simple. As night fell, the tranquility of the moonlight enveloped Master town. In the research facility, most inhabitants had succumbed to slumber, with only a few rooms still aglow. In Bairan's room, he was meticulously organizing the gear for tomorrow, carefully packing several sophisticated portable energy detection devices, along with some emergency medicines and tools. A new mission has been issued. Red Lotus Island harbors hidden dangers. Team Rocket seems to be plotting something on the island. Please investigate their activities and ensure a safe withdrawal. Mission rewards, 500 BP, TM, help. Bairan raised an eyebrow. Help? Now, that is a rather appealing reward. Particularly suited for that little rascal, Cloud. However, since the mission only requires me to investigate Team Rocket's actions and ensure a safe exit, this undertaking must indeed be fraught with peril. After pondering for a moment, Bairan concluded that it was unnecessary to thwart Team Rocket's plans. Merely scouting would suffice. After all, from what I observed in my previous life, whether in special episodes or the TV anime, the sky may fall. But there are always tall individuals to bear the brunt. Not altering the course of the world while staying one step ahead should be the system's consideration. He placed the final piece of equipment into his backpack, then stepped outside to the backyard, calling for Gold Bean and Cloud. Gold Bean, Cloud, come here. With heavy footfalls, Gold Bean, sporting a fluffy cloud atop its head, scampered over. Tomorrow, we embark on our mission. Upon hearing the word mission, the eyes of the two lively Pokémon sparkled with fiery enthusiasm, barking as if ready to set off. Bairan quickly pressed down on their heads. Tomorrow's operation is extremely dangerous. You must absolutely heed my commands. Gold Bean, no throwing tantrums. During the mission, you must behave and stay in your Pokeball. And Cloud, do not run off recklessly. Gold Bean and Cloud nodded obediently, observing the two Pokémon, who were lowering their heads with their eyes darting around. Bairan couldn't help but sigh. Tomorrow will be yet another busy day. Meanwhile, in the adjacent room, Ash and Green were not idle either. Chapter 57, The Handsome One. Equipment check. Green declared, resembling a little officer as he meticulously counted the items laid out on the bed. Pokédex, Pokeballs, healing potions, antidotes, and then, picking up a small telescope, he remarked, this one is crucial. Ash sat on the edge of the bed, cradling Pidgey in his arms, softly comforting it. Pidgey, tomorrow we will embark on an important mission, so you must be well behaved. Pidgey chirped softly, nuzzling its small head against Ash's chest. Do you think we can actually find clues about Team Rocket? Ash asked, his tone tinged with apprehension. Green paused in his task, looking earnestly at Ash. Are you afraid? Ash. It's not fear. Ash shook his head. I just wonder if we can truly be of help. Bairan and the others are so capable, and we what? Green interjected. We also have Pokémon, a Pokédex, and brains. Being young does not mean we are useless. The key is proving ourselves. Inspired by Green's words, Ash reignited his determination. You're right. We must prove ourselves. Then it's settled. Green extended his hand. Tomorrow morning at 6. We gather in the backyard. Without hesitation, Ash grasped Green's hand. It's a promise. Moonlight streamed through the window, casting mottled shadows upon the two children's faces. At that moment, they were unaware that tomorrow's adventure would be far more perilous and exhilarating than they had anticipated. Meanwhile, on the other side of the research facility, Nai was in the kitchen, preparing bento boxes for the journey ahead. Her movements were gentle and practiced, each sandwich imbued with a profound sense of care. I truly hope they return safely, she murmured quietly, her hands never pausing. As the female elder of the household, she bore the responsibility of caring for everyone. Whether it was the mischievous Ash, the proud Green, or Bairan, who appeared mature yet was still very much a child in her eyes. They were all children in need of protection. A faint sound of footsteps echoed in the kitchen as Professor Oak entered, holding a cup of tea. Not asleep yet? He inquired gently. I can't seem to, Nai replied with a wry smile. I just have a feeling this mission is particularly challenging. Professor Oak was silent for a moment before he asked, Nai, do you think it's too risky for Bairan to accompany them? Nai paused, contemplating the question seriously. Grandfather, do you trust Bairan? Of course. Then that is enough. Nine smiled. This child possesses a unique strength, not the power of Pokémon, but a wisdom that inspires confidence. I believe he can take care of himself and assist Green in completing the task. Professor Oak nodded, a glimmer of appreciation in his eyes. You are right. Sometimes, we must learn to let go and allow the children to venture into their own world. As the night deepened, the lights in Master town gradually dimmed, leaving only a few lamps in the research facility to silently stand guard. As dawn broke, casting a gentle light through the mist over Master town, soft footsteps echoed within the research facility. Bairan, with a backpack filled with outdoor supplies and instruments slung over his shoulder, headed to the backyard for a final equipment check. Goldbean and Cloud were already waiting there, their eyes sparkling with eager anticipation. Remember what I said last night? Bairan crouched down, looking at them earnestly. This operation is fraught with danger. We absolutely cannot act recklessly. Goldbean let out a low growl in response, while Cloud floated lightly, rubbing against Bairan's shoulder. Bairan, Green's voice called from behind. He had changed into a dark jacket suitable for action, 6 pokeballs fastened at his waist. Are you ready to go? Ready for departure at any moment, Bairan replied, retrieving a pokeball. A flash of red light, and Goldbean and Cloud vanished into the ball. Just as they were about to leave the backyard, Nine hurried over, a freshly prepared bento box in hand. Wait, she panted, rushing towards them and thrusting the bento into Bairan's arms. Remember to eat on the way, and, she paused, concern flickering in her eyes. You must ensure your safety, understood? Bairan accepted the warm bento box, a wave of warmth flooding his heart. Do not worry, Nine. I will stay close to Green. I will take good care of him, Green vowed solemnly. Nine finally nodded in reassurance, watching as the two made their way toward the facility's entrance. Just as they were about to depart, Ash and Green peeked around the corner. Bairan, be careful on the road, Ash called in a hushed tone. Bairan turned back, waving his hand with a faint smile. He was well aware of what these two little rascals were plotting, but since it was their own choice, he would let them have their adventure. Some growth must be earned through personal experience. He cast a glance at the hefty Dragonite lying at the entrance and nodded at it. The dragon responded with a flick of its tail. Green summoned his majestic Pidgeot, the great bird spreading its wings, appearing regal in the morning light. Green mounted the broad back of Pidgeot, resembling a knight poised for battle, extending his hand toward Bairan. Let us proceed to the port of Shallow Red City to meet with our contact. The air at the port is saturated with the distinctive briny scent of the sea, and seagulls soar overhead, occasionally emitting their cries. Within a mere 10 minutes, Kingolv and Bailan spot a man clad in a trench coat approaching them. The man, appearing to be in his early 30s, possesses a sharp and focused gaze. He strides directly to the two, lowering his voice as he addresses them. Mr. Kingolv, Mr. Bailan. I am an Interpol agent, codenamed Handsome. It is an honor to meet you. Kingolv nods politely. Handsome's gaze lingers on Bailan for a moment, a glimmer of admiration in his eyes. First and foremost, I would like to express my gratitude for your willingness to assist us amidst your busy schedules. He turns to Bailan, his tone becoming even more sincere, especially you, Mr. Bailan. The clues you provided earlier have significantly aided our investigation, leading us to uncover vital evidence on Red Lotus Island. Bailan humbly waves his hand, saying, I merely happened to notice a few details. It is nothing of great merit. Kingolv furrows his brow, casting a sideways glance at Bailan. When did this young man establish a connection with Interpol? However, now is not the time for inquiries. He clears his throat. Mr. Handsome, let us get straight to the point. Bailan chuckles softly. Kingolv's forthright nature remains unchanged. Handsome clears his throat, his demeanor shifting to one of seriousness. According to our investigation, Team Rocket has been unusually active on Red Lotus Island. League investigators have discovered that they have been clandestinely transporting a vast array of Pokémon to a large mansion on the island. He produces a document from his pocket and hands it to Kingolv. This is part of the intercepted transportation records. The frequency and scale are undoubtedly not typical black market transactions. Chapter 58, Dual Operations. Kingolv swiftly scans the document, his brow furrowing deeper. What could they possibly intend with such a quantity? More critically, this. Handsome presents a photograph. Do you recall the incomplete report you found at the unstaffed power plant? The name Lance mentioned therein. We have reason to believe that this Team Rocket executive is orchestrating some large-scale operation on Red Lotus Island. Bailan takes the photograph and examines it closely. It depicts a massive, ancient villa, partially obscured by dense foliage, its architectural style unmistakably reminiscent of a bygone era. His pupils constrict slightly. He feels as though he has encountered this dwelling in a past life, within games and animations. Who is the owner of this mansion? Bailan inquires casually. A certain Dr. Fuji, Handsome whispers. He was once a renowned scholar in Pokemon genetics, but after the tragic loss of his daughter several years ago, he underwent a transformation. Since then, he has vanished from the academic community, only to conspire with Team Rocket. Dr. Fuji, Bailan muses inwardly, saddened. Indeed, in this world line, that grief-stricken father has embarked upon a similar path, choosing to ally with Team Rocket in a bid to resurrect his daughter, creating that tormented and confused artificial Pokemon. This is the situation, Handsome concludes, tucking away the documents. Given Team Rocket's substantial influence on Red Lotus Island and their ability to blend in with the populace, it would be perilous to mobilize a large contingent openly. It could easily alert them. Thus, our operation must proceed discreetly, relying solely on the three of us for infiltration and investigation. Kingolv nods. Understood. However, there is a concern. Both Bailan and I have considerable notoriety, making us easily recognizable. I have anticipated that, Handsome responds, retrieving 2 sets of disguises from his backpack. A simple change of attire and some makeup should suffice to obfuscate our identities. Nonetheless, we must wait until we disembark to don these disguises. He then repacks the disguise items into a waterproof backpack. After we land, how do we get there? Bailan blinks. Puzzled. Ahem. Handsome appears somewhat sheepish. Currently, there are numerous vacation yachts surrounding Red Lotus Island, many of which are under the watchful eyes of Team Rocket. We can arrange for a yacht to transport us near Red Lotus Island, where we can then dive underwater to approach the uninhabited side of the island, thereby evading surface surveillance. I have heard that Champion Kingolv possesses a Blastoise. We can utilize it to carry us beneath the waves. Kingolv and Bailan exchange incredulous glances. Handsome quickly clarifies, this is the most prudent plan, considering the gravity of this mission. I apologize for the inconvenience it may cause you both. Kingolv can only nod in resignation. Bailan contemplates the challenges ahead. Red Lotus Island, Dr. Fuji. The looming threat of Team Rocket's grand operation. All clues converge toward a singular possibility. Yet, there should be little cause for alarm, according to past experiences. This time frame should still be during their attempts to clone other Pokemon. When are we departing? Kingolv inquires. Right now, Handsome gestures toward a medium-sized yacht docked at the port. I have already arranged for our transportation. To the outside observer, we will appear as 3 vacationing tourists heading to Red Lotus Island, and there should be no issues in the surrounding waters. The trio boards the yacht, and as the engine roars to life, the vessel slowly departs from the port of Shallow Red City. The sea breeze sweeps across the deck, carrying the moist scent of salt water. Standing at the railing, Bailan gazes at the receding shoreline, a tumult of emotions swirling within him. In his previous life as a player, he merely observed these narratives through a screen. Now, he is about to step into that island shrouded in secrets and peril. What are you thinking about? Kingolv approaches him. I'm pondering what challenges this mission may present. Bailan replies candidly, feeling a sense of foreboding that things may not be as straightforward as they seem. Kingolv places a reassuring hand on his shoulder. Fear not. I am here. Whatever challenges we encounter, I shall ensure your safety. Bailan nods, yet his mind wrestles with another concern. If this indeed pertains to that experiment, then they will face not only Team Rocket's machinations, but also the wrath and anguish of distorted cloned Pokemon. In the backyard of the research facility, Ash cradles Pidgey as he sits on the grass, his gaze lingering on the diminishing black in the sky. I truly envy Brother Bailan, he murmurs, being part of such a significant mission. Meanwhile, Gary busily organizes his backpack nearby, his movements somewhat agitated. What good is envy? We must also prove our worth. Gary is right. Ash stands up, brushing off the grass clippings from his clothes. We must take action. The two gather their gear. Gary slinging a backpack filled with various supplies, while Ash allows Pidgey to perch on his shoulder. They make their way to the main hall of the research facility, where Nanami is busy sorting through documents. Sister Nanami, Ash beams with his brightest smile. Can we go to Route 1 to observe wild Pokemon? Nanami lifts her gaze, scanning the 2 children. Gary stands there feigning composure, while Ash blinks innocently with wide eyes. Route 1. Nanami furrows her brow. You 2 aren't concocting any mischievous schemes again, are you? With Bailan just having left, it is hard not to suspect that these 2 mischievous children might be up to something. No. Ash quickly shakes his head. We just want to practice coordinating with Pidgey. Gary also wants to improve his synergy with Squirtle and adapt to the outdoors. Gary adds, and we're bringing the Pokédex, so we can learn about any Pokemon we don't recognize. Nanami ponders for a moment, noting the eager expressions on the 2 children's faces. Finally, she nods. Very well, but I have a few conditions you must agree to. Otherwise, I won't let you go. What conditions? Ash eagerly inquires. First, You cannot stray too far. You must return by the midpoint of Route 1. Second, if you encounter any danger, you must retreat immediately. Do not act recklessly. Third, you must return to the research facility by 4 o'clock in the afternoon. No problem. They both respond in unison. With a sigh, Nanami retrieves 2 small communicators from her drawer. Take these. Contact me immediately in case of an emergency. Ash took the communicator, internally grateful that Sister Nanami was so accommodating this time. Meanwhile, Green was mentally calculating the route and time, reasoning that if they detoured from Route 1 to the abandoned industrial area upstream of the river, they should have ample time. Let us be off, Ash exclaimed, waving his hand in excitement. Be careful on the road, Nanami admonished, watching as the 2 children departed from the research facility. Chapter 59. Undercurrents and footprints. After leaving the research institute, Ash and Green did not head directly to Route 1. Instead, they took a detour, walking along the path north of Master Town. Are we really going to that abandoned industrial area? Ash asked, a hint of anxiety in his voice. What if we encounter some nefarious individuals? What are you afraid of? Green replied, patting the Pokeball at his waist. I have my Squirtle for protection, and you have Pidgey to scout for us. Besides, we are merely going to assess the situation, not engage in a confrontation. Pidgey chirped softly on Ash's shoulder, seemingly encouraging him, and Ash gently patted its little head, feeling a surge of courage. You're right, we must prove ourselves. The duo continued along the winding path, the wild grass flourishing by the roadside. Occasionally, they could hear the rustling of cater pie in the underbrush, as sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows. The air was fragrant with the scent of fresh grass and earth. Green, do you genuinely believe there will be clues about Team Rocket there? Ash inquired as they walked. Absolutely, Green asserted with conviction. Think about it. Brother Bairan mentioned that the pollutants there contain artificially synthesized toxins. Ordinary factory waste wouldn't contain such components. Clearly, someone has been conducting secret experiments there. If it weren't for the incident involving Masashi, they would have surely come to investigate the situation long ago. Ash nodded, finding Green's analysis quite reasonable. They pressed on, gradually distancing themselves from the bustling area of Master Town, the surroundings becoming increasingly desolate. After approximately half an hour, they reached the upstream section of the river, where the current was swifter than downstream, the water crashing against the rocks with a resounding roar. Look, Green pointed ahead. That is the abandoned industrial area. Following Green's finger, Ash beheld the distant, dreary cluster of buildings, with tall smokestacks piercing the sky. Though they no longer emitted smoke, they still exuded an oppressive aura. It looked so eerie, Ash gulped. The more ominous the place, the more likely it is to harbor malevolence, Green mused, stroking his chin like a little detective. Let us first observe the perimeter and see if any suspicious individuals are entering or exiting. The two approached the abandoned industrial area with caution, hiding behind a thicket. Green produced binoculars, scrutinizing the factory's situation. Any discoveries? Ash whispered. Not yet. Green lowered the binoculars, but look over there. There's a drainage outlet continuously discharging something into the river. Following Green's direction, Ash indeed spotted a thick pipe extending into the river, from which an unknown transparent liquid flowed steadily, merging with the clear waters. That is the source of the pollution, Ash realized, understanding that Brother Bairan had previously identified the river's contamination source as being here. Indeed, but the question is, why is this factory, which is supposedly abandoned, still discharging wastewater? Green furrowed his brow. Unless what? Ash prompted. Unless someone is clandestinely operating this factory, or perhaps even deliberately dumping pollutants into the river. Excitement flickered in Green's eyes. Ash, we may have truly uncovered an important lead. Suddenly, Pidgey fluttered anxiously on Ash's shoulder, emitting a warning call. What's wrong, Pidgey? Ash gently stroked its feathers. It might have sensed something, Green said, scanning their surroundings cautiously. Let us move in a bit closer for a better look. The two advanced more carefully, ducking behind piles of debris and dilapidated equipment. The closer they got to the factory, the stronger the noxious odor became. A pungent scent reminiscent of chemical substances. Pidgey, I'm counting on you, Ash whispered, his tone pleading. Fly up and see if there's anything unusual near that drainage outlet. Pidgey flapped its wings, soaring above Ash's head for a circle, then silently flew towards the abandoned factory. Its silhouette appeared minuscule against the gray sky, like a leaf drifting in the wind. What do you think Pidgey will discover? Ash grasped a branch of the thicket, his palms sweating with tension. Green did not reply, but raised the binoculars to follow Pidgey's flight path. Through the lens, he saw Pidgey circling several enormous storage tanks, occasionally diving near the drainage outlet to observe something intently. Minutes later, Pidgey returned, landing on Ash's shoulder and gently shaking its head. Didn't he find anything suspicious? Ash asked, a tinge of disappointment in his voice. Not exactly. Green lowered the binoculars, a thoughtful glint in his eyes. Pidgey shaking its head likely means there were indeed no activities, but that is precisely what is strange. Strange? Consider this. If someone were truly dumping pollutants into the river, they could not possibly be neglecting to monitor the discharge, Green mused. Unless, he paused, unless the discharge is automated, or they have set up some apparatus in advance. Ash blinked, struggling to keep up with Green's train of thought. What should we do now? Let us move in closer, Green said, putting away the binoculars, his expression turning serious. Since our aerial reconnaissance revealed no danger, we shall conduct an on-site investigation. However, we must exercise utmost caution. If we encounter any trouble, we must retreat immediately. The two left the thicket, crouching as they stealthily approached the abandoned factory. The closer they got, the more pungent the chemical odor became. Ash couldn't help but cover his nose, while Pidgey seemed uneasy, its wings trembling slightly. This smell is unbearable, Ash whispered in discontent. Bear with it, Green grimaced. This scent is certainly abnormal. Ordinary industrial waste does not have such a potent irritant. They navigated around a pile of rusty machinery parts and arrived at the factory's outer wall. The surface was weathered and worn, bearing the scars of time. With several window panes long shattered, their gaping openings resembling the jaws of a monstrous creature. Green pressed against the wall and suddenly halted, pointing to the ground. Look here. Ash leaned closer and noticed distinct footprints imprinted on the ground, appearing quite fresh, as rainwater had not yet completely washed them away. Someone has been here recently, Green whispered. Judging by the depth and direction of these footprints, at least 3 or 4 individuals entered from that side. Following the direction of the footprints, they discovered a half-open side door, its original paint almost entirely peeled away, revealing a rusted metal surface beneath. Are we going in? Ash's voice quivered slightly. Green gritted his teeth. Since we've come this far, we must take a look inside. However, we need to be even more careful. He summoned his Squirtle, which immediately scanned the surroundings with alertness, the water droplets on its shell glistening in the sunlight. Squirtle, if there is any danger, you must alert us immediately. Green gently patted its head. Squirtle nodded, dutifully following closely behind its companions. Chapter 60, Discovered. The trio, 1 boy, 1 bird, and 1 turtle, cautiously pushed open the side door, its hinges creaking ominously, sending shivers down their spines. Behind the door lay a narrow corridor, its walls overrun with vines and moss, the air thick with damp, musty odors. This place certainly seems to have been abandoned for quite some time, Ash murmured. Could someone really be conducting secret experiments here? The more dilapidated the exterior, the better it conceals secrets. Green pushed open a door leading further inside. Just as Brother Bairan said, sometimes the most dangerous places appear the safest. At the end of the corridor lay a spacious workshop, the ceiling soaring high, with thick pipes running overhead. Scattered across the ground are various discarded devices and components, while in the corners lie dust-laden bottles of chemical reagents. Look over there. Xiao Mao points to a corner of the workshop. There exists a distinctly cleared area, the floor remarkably cleaner than the surrounding debris, revealing fresh footprints. What captures attention even more are several machines that appear remarkably advanced, standing in stark contrast to the dilapidated environment. These machines are undoubtedly not part of the original factory's equipment. Xiaoji approaches for a closer inspection. Observe the casing. It appears brand new. Suddenly, Bobo emits a series of urgent chirps, flapping its wings anxiously, while Comex retracts its neck, assuming a vigilant posture. They sense something amiss. Xiao Mao immediately becomes alert. We may not be the only ones here. At that moment, faint footsteps echo from the depths of the workshop, accompanied by indistinct murmurs. The sound, though soft, resonates with startling clarity in the silence of the abandoned factory. The two exchange glances, each reflecting a mix of tension and excitement. They have truly stumbled upon something significant. Hide. Xiao Mao pulls Xiao Ji behind a decrepit machine, with Comex hunkering down beside them. The footsteps draw nearer, accompanied by fragmented snippets of dialogue. The emission levels must be doubled. The boss instructed that it must be done before those investigators arrive. The response data from these Pokémon still needs. Although the complete context eludes them, these scattered phrases are sufficient to quicken the heartbeats of the two youngsters. They have indeed uncovered a monumental secret. A group of individuals clad in black uniforms, emblazoned with a red or insignia, approaches from the opposite end of the workshop. Xiao Mao quickly covers Xiao Ji's mouth, fearful that his excitement might betray their hiding place. Team Rocket. It truly is Team Rocket. Leading the group is a bearded man, evidently the leader of this unit, who issues commands to his subordinates as they walk, one of whom clutches a tablet displaying a dense array of data. When is the next batch of Pokémon arriving? The bearded man inquires. Tomorrow evening. One of his subordinates replies respectfully. This shipment is rather special and requires extra caution. Good. And what about the situation at Professor Oak's lab? How is it that we were outsmarted by a mere child from their laboratory? Is it that little brat who posted videos online? That kid is certainly making waves. Yes, Lord Lance ordered us to contaminate the lab's water source, initially intending to divert that green-haired nuisance, only to have it thwarted by a child in advance. Xiao Ji and Xiao Mao hold their breath behind the abandoned machinery, their hearts racing. The conversation among the Team Rocket members fills the two children with shock and indignation. It was they who polluted the water source. That little brat is indeed an annoyance. But to think a mere sprout could purify our agents, the bearded man sneers. Let us increase the level of contamination and let the residents of Shinshin Town experience our might. But didn't Lord Lance instruct us to act discreetly? One subordinate hesitates, concerned about attracting the League's attention. Fool. The bearded man slaps his subordinate on the head. Once Lord Lance's experiment succeeds, the League will be of no concern. What matters now is to eliminate all potential obstacles, including that meddlesome brat. Hearing this, Xiao Ji's eyes blaze with fury, nearly compelling him to charge out and confront them. But fortunately, Xiao Mao swiftly restrains him. Bobo senses Xiao Ji's anger, its wings trembling slightly, while Comex withdraws its neck, poised for action. The Team Rocket members approach the advanced equipment, beginning to operate it. The bearded man opens the control panel of one of the machines, and the screen immediately fills with a plethora of chemical formulas and data charts. Adjust the concentration to 120, extend the duration to 72 hours. He skillfully modifies the parameters, intent on demonstrating to those self-important researchers that some matters are beyond their control. Understood. The subordinates commence their tasks, some calibrating equipment, others transporting containers filled with unknown liquids. Xiao Mao discreetly retrieves a small camera, eager to capture evidence. But as his finger brushes the shutter, the device emits a faint click. Though the sound is subtle, it stands out sharply in the otherwise silent workshop. What was that noise? The bearded man halts his actions, scanning the surroundings with heightened alertness. This is bad. Xiao Mao silently curses, hastily stowing the camera back into his backpack. Boss, could it be a rat? This abandoned factory is notorious for harboring ratatas, one subordinate remarks nonchalantly. Better to be cautious. The bearded man squints. You too. Check the area. Two Team Rocket members begin searching the workshop, their footsteps drawing nearer. Xiao Ji's palms grow clammy with anxiety, while Bobo also senses the impending danger, its body taut and ready for combat. Boss, there's nothing unusual over here. Nothing here either. Just as the search nears conclusion, Comex unexpectedly sneezes, its clear sound piercing the silence. What was that noise? The bearded man immediately becomes alert. It is definitely not a rat. Realizing they can no longer remain hidden, Xiao Mao scoops up Comex, signaling Xiao Ji, run. The two children dash out from behind the machines, sprinting towards the entrance they had come from. Bobo instantly takes to the air, scouting ahead for its masters. Stop! You little brats. The bearded man bellows, don't let them escape. Team Rocket members swiftly give chase, unleashing Pokeballs. Go Arbok. Use Poison Sting. The purple serpent materializes within the workshop, its gaping maw ready to unleash a barrage of venomous spikes aimed at the fleeing children. Comex, water gun. Xiao Mao shouts without looking back. A stream of blue water strikes the poison needles with precision, knocking them to the ground. However, Arbok relentlessly pursues, its body slithering across the ground like lightning. Chapter 61. How is Lance here? Bobo, use Gust. Xiao Ji counters defiantly. A powerful gust of wind swirls through the workshop, upturning debris and dust, creating a chaotic cloud of smoke. Seizing the opportunity, the two flee the workshop. Yet, as they reach the corridor, more Team Rocket members pour out from other rooms, surrounding the two children. Haha, where do you think you're going? The bearded man sneers as he approaches, two foolish little brats daring to sneak into this place. We haven't done anything wrong. Xiao Ji retorts defiantly. It is you who are polluting the river, poisoning Pokémon. Poisoning Pokémon. The bearded man laughs heartily. Little brat, do you comprehend the grand undertaking we are engaged in? We are crafting the most formidable Pokémon army for Team Rocket. That does not justify harming innocent Pokémon. Xiao Mao clenches his fists. Professor Oak has taught us that Pokémon and humans should coexist harmoniously. Professor Oak? That meddlesome little brat? The bearded man's expression darkens. It is truly a pity he isn't here, but you two will suffice. I never expected you two little brats to grasp our noble ideals perfectly. Lord Lance is in need of experimental materials, and your Pokémon are just what he requires. He waves his hand, and the Pokémon of his subordinates advance menacingly. At that critical moment, a sweet female voice echoes from the end of the corridor. Peep, use helping hand. A pink creature appears in the corridor, directing its skill towards the pink egg beside it. Chansey rock slide. Enormous boulders plummet from above, precisely striking the Pokémon of Team Rocket, pinning Arbok and several others beneath the rubble, rendering them incapable of battle. What? The bearded man exclaims, both astonished and furious. Nai, Xiaoji exclaims joyfully. Nai strides towards them from the opposite end of the corridor, her previously gentle expression replaced by an uncommon seriousness and fury. You two little rascals are growing increasingly audacious, she remarked, casting a reproachful yet worried glance at Ash and Gary, astonished that they had ventured into such perilous territory. Naname, how did you know we were here? Gary inquired, a look of confusion crossing his face. Do you truly believe yourselves to be clever? Naname sighed, shaking her head in exasperation. Having watched you grow since childhood, do you think your little schemes elude me? You claim to be training on Route 1. Yet you're heading in the opposite direction. Do you take me for a fool? Ash and Gary exchanged awkward glances, scratching their heads in embarrassment. The bearded man, noticing his plans unraveling, wore a terrifyingly grim expression. Another meddler arrives. You worthless fools, utterly unreliable. Zubat, Skarmory, Weezing, Sludge Bomb. From the shadows, a figure emerged. A purple coughing and a black bat appeared simultaneously, launching a fierce assault. The sludge bomb whistled through the air, while the steel wing of the Golbat glinted ominously. Psyduck was struck by the steel wing, its petite body crashing heavily against the wall. Although Chansey managed to withstand the sludge bomb due to its remarkable endurance, it succumbed to poisoning, its complexion paling. It was then that Naname noticed the newcomer, clad in black attire and a hat, white gloves, and combat boots, with a head of green hair emerging from the shadows, followed by 7 or 8 members of Team Rocket. Lord Lance, the bearded man exclaimed in delight. Damn it! How could he be here? Naname clenched her teeth. Despite being a master coordinator, facing the battle-hardened Team Rocket executive rendered her powerless, especially under the element of surprise. But what was even more alarming was that Lance, who was supposed to be on Cinnabar Island, had appeared in this derelict industrial site. The misinformation regarding Kingolf and Bailan could potentially lead to dire consequences. Lance flicked his bangs, revealing a smug smirk. My dear, your Pokémon are quite impressive, but alas, they've encountered me. Surrender willingly, and I might consider granting you a swift demise. His laughter echoed through the corridors of the abandoned factory, his arrogance grating on the nerves as he toyed with his green bangs, eyes glinting with calculation. Little did he expect such fortune today. Not only had he captured 2 sneaky little mice, but also the treasured granddaughter of Professor Oak. Lance licked his lips, a malicious delight in his tone, anticipating a splendid spectacle. Naname gritted her teeth, fury boiling within her. She had never encountered such a vile individual. His unabashed malice made her stomach churn. Yet her greatest concern remained with the 2 children behind her. Ash and Gary were still too young to be embroiled in such danger. What do you want? Naname forced herself to maintain composure, though her voice trembled slightly from anger. What do I want? Lance laughed heartily. Of course. I want you all to come with me willingly. Just imagine how cooperative Professor Oak will be when he receives news of his beloved granddaughter and grandson being entertained by us. Ash clenched his fists, defiance igniting in his eyes. You scoundrel. The professor would never yield to the likes of you. Such a mouthy little brat. Lance's gaze turned icy. Soon, I shall teach you the harshness of reality. Though frightened, Gary positioned himself protectively in front of Ash, with Squirtle curling up, prepared for battle. This normally arrogant boy exhibited remarkable courage to shield his friend in this crucial moment. Lord Lance, shall we strike now? The bearded man inquired obsequiously, malice flickering in his eyes. Not yet. Lance waved his hand dismissively. Let them first experience the taste of despair. You lot, capture their Pokémon, and ensure they watch their companions suffer. The Team Rocket members grinned maliciously as they produced Pokeballs, unleashing a host of Rattata, Ekans, and Zubat into the corridor. Their malevolence palpable. At that critical juncture, a thunderous sound tore through the air, echoing like thunder above the abandoned factory. What is that noise? Lance furrowed his brow, instinctively glancing up at the ceiling. With a resounding crash, a colossal orange figure descended from the heavens, breaking through the factory's shattered skylight. Its robust wings unfurled, stirring a tempest that swept through the entire corridor. Dragonite! Ash exclaimed in delight, hope rekindling in his eyes. As the storm roared, the weak Pokémon of Team Rocket could not withstand the overwhelming force. Ekans, Weezing, and Zubat were tossed about, colliding with walls and emitting pained cries. Even the Team Rocket members struggled to maintain their footing, desperately clutching the walls to avoid being toppled. Lance narrowed his eyes, bracing against the gale. A sense of foreboding washing over him as he recognized this Dragonite, the prized Pokémon of Professor Oak, a creature of unfathomable strength. Damn, just when I thought I was dealing with the small fry, here comes the heavyweight, Lance spat, a flicker of apprehension crossing his features. Dragonite gracefully landed before the three children, its broad wings shielding them as it turned to regard Nana May and the two boys, a gentle glow in its amber eyes. Before shifting its focus to Lance, emanating an aura of authority that seemed to chill the corridor's air. Dragonite, what brings you here? Nana May asked in astonishment. Her fear dissipating significantly, Dragonite glanced back at her, emitting a low growl that seemed to carry a hint of explanation. Is it saying that Bailan sent it? Gary blinked in disbelief. Bailan, how does he know we're here? Ash's eyes widened. Dragonite chirped softly again, affectionately brushing its wing against Ash's head. A gesture as tender as that of a parent comforting a frightened child. Lance's expression darkened, his eyes scanning the surroundings, realizing that Professor Oak was nowhere to be seen. A sliver of hope flickering within him. It seemed only Dragonite had come, not the professor himself. He signaled to his subordinates, let us go. Even if it's Oak's Dragonite, it cannot withstand so many Pokémon. But before he could finish, a cold glint flashed in Dragonite's eyes. As if anticipating Lance's intentions, it opened its mouth, radiant dragon energy gathering. Dragon Pulse. A violet-blue wave of energy surged forth like a tidal wave, precisely striking every eager Team Rocket Pokémon. Those who had once boasted in front of novice trainers fell like paper dolls, instantly rendered unconscious. Lance's face paled, cold sweat beading on his forehead as he finally comprehended the overwhelming strength of this Dragonite, a chilling reminder of the despair he felt when first facing a champion-level trainer. Damn it, Lance gritted his teeth, yet reason urged him not to confront this beast head-on. Dragonite slowly turned, its amber eyes locking onto Lance like a spotlight. The sensation of being targeted by an apex predator sending shivers down the spine of the Team Rocket executive, the air thick with impending danger. As if the orange dragon would unleash a fatal strike at any moment. Lord Lance, the bearded man stammered, his voice trembling. Silence, Lance roared, his eyes flashing with resentment and fury. Retreat. Yet Dragonite did not grant them the luxury of an easy escape. It stepped forward, wings slightly unfurling. An invisible pressure rendering all Team Rocket members breathless. Nanami gazed at the scene before her, a tumult of emotions surging within her. She was acutely aware of the might of Dragonite, yet witnessing such overwhelming power firsthand left her utterly astounded. What moved her even more was the realization that Bailan had entrusted Dragonite to protect them. That seemingly laid-back boy possessed an unexpectedly delicate sensibility. Ash and Gary looked on in awe, their eyes filled with admiration for Dragonite, whose formidable strength epitomized the ideal Pokémon partner they had always envisioned. Lance clenched his teeth, ultimately choosing to adhere to reason. He cast a deep glance at Dragonite, etching this enmity into his memory. We shall see, he declared menacingly, commanding Weezing to unleash a smokescreen. The Weezing, propelled by the wind against the wall, immediately emitted a thick cloud of black smoke. In an instant, Lance and his subordinates vanished into the darkness. Dragonite flapped its wings, stirring a tempest that dispelled the dense fog. However, the area was already deserted. Just as it prepared to pursue the fleeing figures, it was gently halted. No need to chase, Dragonite, Nanami reassured, stroking its belly to soothe it. The corridor fell silent once more, save for the steady rhythm of Dragonite's breathing and the exhilarated heartbeats of the two boys. Ash's eyes sparkled with excitement as he clenched his fists. Dragonite is amazing. That dragon pulse was just like a legendary dragon descending from the heavens. Gary eagerly chimed in, his usual haughtiness entirely supplanted by admiration, circling around Dragonite. Dragonite, can you teach me that move for my Squirtle? The two boys were like children discovering a new toy, chattering incessantly around Dragonite, utterly oblivious to the earlier peril. Dragonite gazed at them kindly, its amber eyes glimmering with affection, occasionally emitting a low, rumbling sound in response. Smack! Smack! Two sharp claps echoed through the air as Nanami accurately struck each of their heads. Ouch, 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 Ash protested, rubbing his head and looking up at Nanami with a hurt expression. Sister Nanami, we just wanted to. What do you mean wanted? Nanami's voice rang out with unprecedented sternness. Her brow furrowed. What were you two thinking? You nearly lost your lives at the hands of Team Rocket, and now you still have the gall to play around? Gary shrank back, his usual cleverness failing him in this moment. But Dragonite saved us. Saved you? Nanami's voice rose an octave. If you two hadn't disobeyed and sneaked off to that dangerous place, would Dragonite have needed to come to your rescue? She inhaled deeply, striving to steady her emotions. Yet her voice trembled. Do you realize how perilous it was just now? That Lance, he is a high-ranking member of Team Rocket. If Dragonite had arrived, even a minute later, you. At this point, Nanami's eyes glistened with unshed tears as the fear of nearly losing her brothers surged to the forefront of her mind. Ash and Gary exchanged glances. Guilt reflected in their eyes. They finally comprehended that their reckless actions had not only endangered themselves, but had also caused immense worry for those who cared for them. I'm sorry, Sister Nanami, Ash mumbled, his voice barely above a whisper. We were wrong. Gary, too, for once, set aside his usual pride, observing the two remorseful boys. Nanami's anger gradually subsided, replaced by profound concern. She knelt down, wrapping an arm around each of them, her tone softening yet remaining serious. I do not fault your desire to help others, but you are still too young. Some matters are beyond your capability to handle. Chapter 63. What? The information is false. Dragonite listened quietly from the side, understanding shining in its amber eyes as it gently patted Nanami's shoulder with its wing, producing a soothing sound. Nanami looked up at Dragonite, her anxiety momentarily overshadowed by a more pressing issue. Dragonite. The most important thing now is to hurry back and inform Grandpa that the information about Fire Lotus Island is erroneous. She sprang to her feet, her words tumbling out in rapid succession. Lance was supposed to be on Fire Lotus Island, yet he appears here, which indicates a significant flaw in our intelligence source. If this is Team Rocket's feint, then King Gulv and Bairan are currently facing an entirely unknown danger. With every passing second, their peril increases. Dragonite's amber eyes sharpened with determination as it recalled the two humans who regularly provided it with delectable treats. King Gulv always found the sweetest pecha berries, and Bairan's energy cubes were a delicacy that lingered in its memory. Should anything happen to its beloved feeders, it would not spare the orchestrator of such misfortune. Roaring with urgency, Dragonite lowered its massive form, spreading its broad wings to signal the three to climb aboard. Hurry, Nanami urged, helping Ash and Gary onto Dragonite's back. We must return to the lab immediately. This was Ash's first flight on Dragonite, a mixture of exhilaration and trepidation flooding him as he clutched the smooth, sturdy scales of its back. Wow, we're really flying, he exclaimed. Gary, striving to maintain his composure, nevertheless revealed his excitement through his tightly clenched fists. This is Grandpa's Dragonite. I've never been on it before. Nanami settled at the rear, securely wrapping her arms around the two boys. Hold on tight. Dragonite's speed is beyond your imagination. Who? Dragonite glanced back, seeking confirmation in their eyes. We're ready. They chorused in unison. With their affirmation, Dragonite flapped its wings vigorously, its orange form shooting upward like a bolt from a bow, the factory skylight shrinking beneath them as the desolate industrial area blurred into indistinct colors. The howling night wind filled their ears, dispersing the earlier fear and unease. So fast, so high, Ash exclaimed, lying flat on Dragonite's broad back, his eyes brimming with wonder. Gary could hardly contain his amazement. So this is what it feels like to fly. Yet Nanami had no time to revel in the nightscape. She clutched her two brothers tightly, her mind swirling with Lance's malicious words and her overwhelming anxiety for the safety of the two on Fire Lotus Island. Dragonite, faster! She cried into the wind. Sensing the urgency of its passengers, Dragonite quickened its wing beats, its orange figure carving a comet-like path through the night sky. In the distance, the lights of Masera town twinkled like stars, and the familiar silhouette of Professor Oak's lab grew increasingly distinct in the darkness. Dragonite adjusted its posture, preparing to land in the lab's backyard. With a thud, it landed heavily, startling the Pokémon resting nearby. Dragonite gently lowered the three to the ground with its wings. Meanwhile, in the lab's conference room, Professor Oak was engaged in a video meeting with League officials. The screen displayed solemn faces as they analyzed Team Rocket's latest movements for over 2 hours. According to our most reliable information, Team Rocket's Officer Lance should currently be on Fire Lotus Island, one official reported. Just as he finished speaking, the loud noise from the backyard interrupted him. Professor Oak frowned, glancing out the window to see Dragonite's massive figure. Strange, when did Dragonite go out? He muttered, then his gaze sharpened. Is that Nanami and the others? Why do they look so panicked? A sense of foreboding washed over him. The official on the screen noticed his distraction. Professor Oak, is something wrong? Apologies, everyone. But I have encountered an emergency situation, Professor Oak replied, rising from his seat. Let's pause the meeting for 5 minutes. He hurried to the backyard. Just as Nanami burst in with Ash and Gary, their faces etched with unprecedented urgency and terror. Grandpa. Nanami's voice shattered the night air. The information is wrong. What? Professor Oak's heart raced. The information is false. Ash and Gary shouted in unison. These words struck Professor Oak like a thunderbolt, shattering the composure he had maintained throughout his decades in academia, draining the color from his face in an instant. Clarify. Dr. Oak's voice, steeped in intense restraint, exuded an unparalleled seriousness. What on earth had transpired? Grandfather. Lance is not on Fiery Island at all. Nana May's voice trembled in the night breeze. He was just at the abandoned factory outside the town. We almost. Dr. Oak's complexion shifted from pale to a sickly hue as he grasped Nana May's shoulders, urgently confirming, are you certain it was him? Green hair, Team Rocket's officer uniform? Absolutely. Ash interjected hastily. He even said he would capture us to threaten you into handing over the research data. Damn it. The words squeezed through Dr. Oak's gritted teeth, his facial muscles tightening as he turned and rushed back to the laboratory. Kingolv and Bailan. They are currently on Fiery Island. In the conference room, the League officials remained transfixed on the screen. Upon witnessing Dr. Oak burst in like a whirlwind, his face darkened to the point of dripping with tension. All present were left in stunned silence. Emergency alert. Dr. Oak bellowed at the screen, his voice suppressing a volcanic fury. Your intelligence is utterly erroneous. Lance is not on Fiery Island. He just appeared at the abandoned factory in the evergreen forest. The officials on the screen erupted like stones thrown into a pond, instantly boiling with confusion. Nanny, the intelligence is false. This is impossible. Our intelligence network is. Dr. Oak, please verify the source of your information. Our informants have clearly reported Lance's movements. Silence. Dr. Oak's rare roar erupted, his eyes bloodshot with rage. My granddaughter just witnessed Lance at the abandoned factory with her own eyes. If your intelligence network is so reliable, how could such a potentially fatal oversight occur? The League officials exchanged glances, the expression of the senior intelligence officer turning grim. If Lance is indeed not on Fiery Island, then Kingolv and Bailan. They are charging headlong into the base of Team Rocket, which has been misreported. Dr. Oak slammed his fist onto the conference table, the heavy hardwood emitting a painful thud. Immediately contact the search officers and Interpol near Fiery Island. Now. At once. Chapter 64, Support Ashore. The technicians frantically operated the control console, but the screen displayed nothing but flickering static and the crackle of electricity. This won't do. The technician's forehead beaded with sweat. Communications to Fiery Island are completely jammed. Dr. Oak's heart tightened in an invisible grip. The worst fears were materializing. As a former champion, he understood all too well what intelligence errors meant for frontline operatives, especially against the cunning and ruthless Team Rocket. He turned to Nana May and the others, his gaze filled with self-reproach. It is my fault. I was too careless. I should have verified the information personally. Grandfather. Nana May stepped forward, her eyes burning with determination. Now is not the time for this. We need to go save them. Ash and Gary rallied around her, their youthful faces betraying concern that overshadowed their fear. Dr. Oak, we must hurry to save Bailan. Ash exclaimed, his face flushed with urgency. Fists clenched tightly. He must have been captured by Team Rocket. Gary crossed his arms, feigning calmness. Humph, my brother Kingolv is quite strong. That mere Team Rocket is no match for him. Yet his voice trailed off involuntarily. Dr. Oak steadied himself. Years of research had taught him that in a crisis, one must remain composed. Dragonite. He called to the orange giant in the backyard. Can you fly us to Fiery Island immediately? Dragonite nodded gravely, its amber eyes igniting with battle spirit, equally concerned for the two who had always fed it. Wait. The officials on the screen anxiously interjected, Dr. Oak. You cannot act independently. The situation on Fiery Island is unclear. Rushing in could lead to what? Dr. Oak's gaze turned as cold as ice. Am I to stand idly by and watch my students and granddaughter walk into their demise? But the League's regulations stipulate. To hell with the regulations. Dr. Oak's fury erupted like a tempest. I sent them to Fiery Island. If anything happens to them, I shall never forgive myself for the rest of my life. He turned to leave, but Nana May grasped his arm. Grandfather, I want to go too. The determination in her eyes shimmered. Absurd. Dr. Oak firmly rejected. It is far too dangerous. Bailan is my friend too. Nana May persisted, and my Pokémon possesses healing abilities. I can be of help. I'll go too. Ash shouted. My Pidgeotto can scout from the sky. Count me in. Gary chimed. My Blastoise S Hydro Pump will be quite useful on the island. Dr. Oak scrutinized the three children for a long moment before sternly stating, you may go. But all three of you, including Nana May, must remain by Dragonite's side and not stray an inch away. Dragonite. Your first task is to evacuate them immediately if the situation turns dire, understood? He looked at Dragonite, his tone brooking no dissent. Yes, the three children replied in unison. The officials on the screen continued to debate, but Dr. Oak had lost all patience. He approached the communication device, casting a disappointed glance at the bureaucratic expressions. Ladies and gentlemen, by the time you reach a consensus, my students may very well be cold in their graves. His voice lacked warmth. I now declare, in my capacity as the chief researcher of Kanto and a former champion, that I will personally proceed to Fiery Island. I shall bear full responsibility for all consequences afterward. With that, he severed the communication. The conference room was left echoing with the low hum of equipment. Nana May and the others gazed at Dr. Oak with awe, having never witnessed this gentle elder exhibit such a formidable presence, akin to a disturbed sleeping lion. Dragonite, let us set forth. Dr. Oak commanded, his destination clear, Fiery Island. The night wind howled as Dragonite's massive form glimmered under the moonlight. It lowered its head, allowing the four to securely mount its back. Bailan, Kingolf, Dr. Oak silently urged, hold on. The orange behemoth soared into the sky, transforming into a shooting star across the night, racing towards the southern seas. The briny sea breeze brushed against them. The yacht's engine gradually quieted. The handsome man stood at the bow, lowering his binoculars, addressing the two behind him. Ahead lies the perimeter of Fiery Island. We cannot approach any closer, as there are suspicious vessels in the distance. Bailan peered into the horizon. The dying rays of the sun outlining the silhouette of the volcanic island, the black rocks resembling slumbering behemoths. Submerge? Kingolf assessed the distance. It seems a bit far. It is the only way. The handsome man produced 3 sets of diving gear. Team Rocket Sentinels are scattered throughout the coastal waters. Any vessel will be scrutinized. Bailan accepted the diving mask, checking the air valve, musing, what could be accomplished with a simple dive in the game now requires real-life stealth. I ought to award Blastoise the best submarine prize upon return. Blastoise, I entrust you with this task. Kingolf released his Pokémon. The massive turtle understood the situation immediately, nodding before plunging into the sea. The 3 donned their gear, and Kingolf reminded them one last time. Stay silent underwater and follow Blastoise. Understood. The handsome man affixed his mask, then turned to the speedboat's driver. You stay here and be ready for extraction. Yes, sir. The driver, also a detective, saluted in response. Bailan quickly rifled through the memories of the plot. Professor Fuji, AI, the cloning experiment, an unsettling sense of foreboding washed over him. For such a crucial experiment, is it not a bit weak to have only Lance as the overseer? But with the situation being so urgent, Bailan had no choice but to suppress his doubts. One by one, the 3 entered the water, the icy seawater enveloping them entirely. Blastoise swam alongside them, signaling them to grasp its shell. Sunlight penetrated the water's surface, casting flickering patterns, and the surroundings remained eerily quiet. Blastoise guided the trio through the depths. Occasionally, onyx jellyfish drifted past, their tentacles swaying softly in the water. But due to Blastoise's overwhelming presence as the aquatic sovereign, they could merely observe the unexpected visitors from a distance with curiosity. Bailan peered through his mask, surveying the underwater realm around him, yet his mind was preoccupied with the imminent peril that lay ahead. If his deductions regarding the timeline were accurate, Dr. Fuji was still a considerable distance from creating that absurd Pokémon. Nonetheless, he could not afford to lower his guard. Approximately 20 minutes later, the Blastoise began to ascend, the surface of the water gradually approaching, as the heads of the trio emerged from the depths. The coastline of Red Lotus Island was tantalizingly close, with black volcanic rocks forming a natural barrier, while a few coconut palms swayed in the sea breeze, indicating the remoteness of this locale, where even the wind gulls seldom ventured. Over there, the handsome man gestured towards a relatively gentle reef. We shall make our landing there. Chapter 65. The descent silently, the trio glided toward the shore. The Blastoise lowered its body, using its broad shell as a platform to securely deliver them onto the black volcanic rocks. You've worked hard, Blastoise, Ching LV said, patting the creature's head before returning it to its pokeball for a well-deserved rest. As Bailan's feet finally touched solid ground, he exhaled deeply, the chill of the icy seawater dissipating beneath the warm air of the volcanic island. After spending half a day underwater, they could finally take a moment to recuperate. Huddled behind the reef, they swiftly changed out of their diving suits. The handsome man extracted several garments from a waterproof bag. Put these on, from now on. We shall pose as tourists here to enjoy the sun and sand of Red Lotus Island. Bailan picked up a vividly colored floral shirt, its brightness nearly blinding. Mr. Handsome, I seriously suspect your definition of an ordinary tourist is flawed. Wearing this in public, I feel like a walking macadamia tree. Ching LV had already donned a simple t-shirt and shorts, complemented by a baseball cap, and indeed looked like an ordinary young traveler. Unable to suppress a smile at Bailan's remark. Here, for you both, the handsome man handed over 2 pairs of sunglasses to obscure their facial features. Ching LV chuckled. With these on, at least our faces 1T resemble fruits. Once they had arranged their attire, Bailan retrieved a palm-sized device from his waterproof backpack. The green dots on the screen flickered and fluctuated as he adjusted its orientation. The energy detector provided by the doctor indicated that the signal source was located on the island. The signal source lies within the island. Ching LV observed the screen intently. Let us head into the town to investigate. As they traversed the coastline, the unique volcanic landscape and tropical charm of Red Lotus Island unfolded before them. The air imbued with the peculiar scent of sulfur mingled with vegetation. The occasional calls of wild Pokémon echoed around them. The volcanic activity here is quite frequent, Bailan noted, pointing towards a distant smoking peak. The geothermal resources are abundant, making it a veritable natural energy supply station for clandestine experiments that require substantial power. The handsome man nodded thoughtfully. It's no wonder Team Rocket chose this location. Before long, Red Lotus Town came into view. The white resort buildings glowed softly in the sunset, indistinguishable from an ordinary coastal retreat, with few tourists about, most of whom were vacationers seeking solace in the hot springs. The energy readings have intensified, Ching LV remarked, glancing at the detector. It's coming from the edge of the town. As they entered the town, feigning leisure as they strolled, Bailan noticed that although the streets were sparsely populated, a few individuals clad in heavy clothing moved with urgency, starkly contrasting with the laid-back vacation atmosphere. Over there, the handsome man lowered his voice, pointing toward a building at the town's periphery. It was an aged villa, partially obscured by dense foliage, appearing no different from the photographs they had previously seen. The architectural style bore an unmistakable age, with its Gothic spires and ornately carved window sills reflecting the former grandeur of its owner. That was indeed the building in the photographs. Surrounding it were several parked vehicles, while a few cautious figures in black clothing remained vigilant, occasionally glancing around, and heavily tarpaulin-covered trucks slowly entered the premises. The energy detector reacted most strongly in that very location. Ching LV observed the screen, where the green light seemed ready to overflow. Look at that frequency. The handsome man continued his scrutiny, noting the comings and goings every 10 minutes, all of the entrants heavily armed. Ching LV counted the number of individuals. At least 20 people are active inside. This house has likely been completely taken over by Team Rocket. The trio settled into a nearby cafe, pretending to rest while continuing their observations. We must find a way inside. The handsome man set down his coffee cup. But given the level of vigilance, a direct approach is impossible. An infiltration? Ching LV inquired. Indeed, that's the only option. The handsome man nodded, though considering the risk. He suggested, I propose that only the 2 of us go in, while Bailan stays outside to provide support. Bailan furrowed his brow, acutely aware of his limited battling skills. Even with Jindo and Jindo, they could manage against Team Rocket's underlings. But facing off against their higher-ups in genuine combat would only render him a liability to Ching LV and the handsome man. Moreover, if his assumptions were correct, a cloning experiment involving Pokémon was likely underway inside, a danger far beyond his capacity to handle. His greater concern lay with Xiaobo, who shared a close rapport with Dr. Fuji and was simultaneously a scientist for Team Rocket. Rumors from his past life suggested that Xiaobo possessed elite-level combat prowess. If even such a gym leader was involved, I understand. Bailan suppressed his reluctance. I will wait for you outside. Ching LV glanced at him, retrieving a pokeball from his waist and handing it to Bailan. This is a Hypno-S pokeball. While we're away, let it protect you. Hypno. Ensure Bailan's safety. Ching LV instructed earnestly. If you encounter danger, teleport him away immediately. We need not worry while we are inside. The pokeball shook slightly, as if in acknowledgement of Ching LV's words. The handsome man produced 2 small communicators from his backpack, placing one in each of their hands. Stay in contact. If we do not return within an hour, you must leave here and seek help. If anything changes outside, contact us immediately. All right, be careful, Bailan nodded, solemnly accepting the communicator, praying silently for their safety. As night descended, Ching LV and the handsome man donned dark clothing, melding into the shadows of the building. There's a blind spot over there. The handsome man pointed to a shadowy side of the villa where the guard's line of sight could not reach. The 2 stealthily approached their target, while Bailan observed from a distance with binoculars. At the side door of the villa, 2 Team Rocket members were engaged in conversation, seemingly oblivious to the approaching danger. Ninetales, Ching LV whispered softly from the shadows. The white ninetails appeared soundlessly, its 9 tails swaying gently in the night breeze. Hypnosis. Ching LV succinctly commanded. A blue light flickered in Ninetail's eyes, and the 2 Team Rocket members abruptly halted their conversation, their expressions turning vacant as they slumped slowly to the ground. Ching LV and the handsome man quickly advanced, stripping the 2 of their uniforms and identification badges. Swift actions. The handsome man remarked with admiration, "Ninetail's hypnosis is indeed formidable. No wonder you are the champion." Ching LV waved his hand dismissively. As they donned the Team Rocket uniforms and ID badges, taking a deep breath. "Let us proceed. Remember, we are here to report on patrol." The grand door of the villa creaked open, and the 2 disguised figures vanished into the darkness. Bairan clutched the communicator. Watching the 2 retreating silhouettes with a sense of foreboding, he knew that the true danger was only just beginning. Chapter 66. Cloning Pokémon. Ching LV and the handsome man slowly entered the mansion through the side door. Upon entering, the interior starkly contrasts with the dilapidated exterior of the building. It exudes a vintage charm, characterized by its rustic simplicity. The warm white ceiling light illuminates every corner of the room, while the floor, crafted from light beige and dark square tiles, forms a grid-like pattern, immaculate and seemingly imbued with a gentle luster. The orderly lines resemble a meticulously laid chessboard, and the rich mahogany walls outline the space, smooth and flawless, betraying no hint of wear, evidently well maintained. Occasionally, a few members of Team Rocket pass by, speaking in hushed tones even amidst conversation. The air is permeated with a faint scent of disinfectant and the soft hum of machinery, devoid of any signs of chaos. Everything is managed with remarkable precision. The level of supervision here is more stringent than anticipated. The handsome man lowers his voice, his gaze scanning the rooms flanking the corridor, clearly indicating that this has become a long-term base for Team Rocket. Kingolv nods, instinctively sensing something amiss. The overwhelming sense of order triggers alarm bells in his mind. "Sir," Kingolv whispers closely, almost brushing against the ear of his companion. "The situation has changed." The handsome man turns his head, a look of confusion crossing his face. "I've encountered this man, Lance," Kingolv states, furrowing his brow in concern. "His temperament is brutal, and he is ostentatious in his methods, favoring brute force to resolve conflicts. This meticulous management style is utterly uncharacteristic of him." The handsome man instantly grasps Kingolv's apprehension, his vigilant gaze sweeping the surroundings with heightened caution. "You mean, either Lance is not present here, or..." Kingolv pauses. "There are others orchestrating the situation unbeknownst to us." They proceed forward, and as they navigate around a corner, footsteps resonate ahead. Kingolv and the handsome man swiftly press against the wall, adopting a posture of vigilance. A squad leader leads several subordinates past them, their footsteps echoing through the corridor. Kingolv and the handsome man immediately bow their heads, feigning an inspection of their gear. "Captain, what experiment is Dr. Fuji conducting? We've had so many Pokémon shipped in recently," one subordinate inquires in a lowered voice. The squad leader's expression shifts, and he abruptly turns, issuing a sharp warning. "Silence. Is that something you should be asking? If you want to die, just say so." The subordinate recoils, hastily waving his hands. "Apologies, Captain, I was merely curious." "Curious?" The squad leader sneers. "Do you know where that loquacious fellow from last time is now? He was personally sent by Lady Athena to feed the bee drills." The faces of the other subordinates pale at the mention. Remember, no one is permitted near Dr. Fuji's lab, and inquiries are strictly forbidden. This experiment is of utmost importance to the higher-ups. If anything goes awry, none of us will escape. Understood? After delivering this admonition, the squad leader glances at a subordinate who is busy tidying up and continues onward, quickly disappearing around the corner. Kingolv and the handsome man exchange a glance, shock evident in their expressions. "Dr. Fuji," the handsome man murmurs silently, articulating the name without sound. "We must locate the laboratory," he insists in a hushed tone. Kingolv nods in agreement, yet an icy chill surges through him. The squad leader's words have made him acutely aware that the circumstances here are far more complex than they had anticipated. They continue forward, passing room after room. Through partially opened doors, they glimpse an array of sophisticated instruments and glass tanks filled with yellow-green liquid. These devices, the handsome man frowns, do not appear to be standard research equipment. Kingolv notices too, the apparatus emits a strange red glow, and the air is thick with a faint chemical odor. At that moment, footsteps approach, accompanied by conversation. 10 more Pokémon were delivered today. The doctor is quite pleased. "How is that experiment progressing?" "Almost successful. The doctor says we should see results in a few days." Kingolf and the handsome man quickly hide behind the door of a room, holding their breath. Two researchers in white lab coats pass by, clutching experimental records. I heard the subjects for this experiment were collected from all over Kanto, one researcher remarks. Indeed, the doctor hasn't even had time to sleep for this project, the other adds, sighing. But when you think about it, if we can truly clone Pokémon, it would be a monumental miracle in the field of research. Cloning? Kingolf and the handsome man are taken aback. Cloning Pokémon? That can't be. The handsome man's expression darkens considerably. Kingolf, too, realizes the implications, a wave of dread and fury washing over him. We must stop him, he clenches his fists. As the voices of the researchers fade, Kingolf and the handsome man emerge from their hiding spot, continuing their exploration. The corridor grows deeper, and the environment increasingly surreal, with strange pipes appearing on the walls, flowing with an unidentifiable liquid that emits a ghostly green light. This place resembles an evil laboratory from a sci-fi film. The handsome man mutters. Kingolf remains silent, his attention entirely captured by a heavy metal door ahead, marked with a sign reading Authorized Personnel Only. Beside it, an identity verification lock stands. This is the place, Kingolf concludes decisively. The handsome man approaches the keypad, retrieving a compact electronic device to commence hacking, an essential skill for an international police officer. Minutes later, the lock emits a soft beep, and a green light illuminates. All set, he declares, stowing away the device. The two carefully push open the door, only to gasp in shock at the sight within. It is a vast laboratory, filled with glimmering petri dishes and intricate machinery. The centerpiece is a colossal incubation tank filled with green liquid, within which a dragon-like outline is faintly discernible. That is. The handsome man's eyes widen. A clone Charizard. A mature voice echoes from deep within the laboratory. Both men instantly become alert, following the sound to see a disheveled man emerging from the shadows. Dressed in a lab coat, his face is lined with wrinkles, yet his eyes gleam with a frenzied light. Dr. Fuji, Kingolf intones gravely. I did not expect to have guests, Dr. Fuji chuckles. Meanwhile, at a cafe, Bairan holds a cup of coffee, observing the large mansion across the street through the glass window. The previously tranquil street has become populated with hurried figures, converging from various directions, all clad in Team Rocket uniforms, their expressions tense and their steps brisk, far from the normalcy of a shift change. What are they up to? Bairan sets down his coffee cup and discreetly activates his communicator. Kingolf, handsome man, can you hear me? There's been a change in the situation outside. Static crackles through the communicator before a faint response emerges. Bairan, we heard you. Things seem off. Kingolf's voice is intermittent, clearly disrupted. Alarm bells ring in Bairan's mind as he lifts the coffee cup, feigning nonchalance while continuing to observe. Within mere minutes, at least 20 Team Rocket members have gathered around the mansion, forming several small teams to encircle the building. What is even more unsettling is that these individuals are equipped with gear that is evidently far superior to that of ordinary members. Are they planning a trap? Bairan muses inwardly. Has someone already discovered Kingolf and the handsome man's infiltration? The pressing question is whether this is a trap aimed at them, or if there are other motives at play. Bairan tightens his grip on the communicator, attempting once more to reach the two inside, but this time, there is no static, only silence, indicating that the signal has been entirely blocked. The situation is deteriorating rapidly. Just as he contemplates his next move, he feels a slight tremor from the pokeball in his pocket. It is his Jengar attempting to alert him to something. Chapter 67, The Arrival of Sakaki. Bairan pauses. The gentle vibration of Jengar's pokeball in his pocket, serving as a reminder to remain vigilant. He instinctively lifted his gaze towards the sky above the mansion, where a black helicopter silently descended with the onset of night, illuminated by the moonlight like a colossal predator. A significant figure had arrived. Bairan set down his coffee cup, squinting. The helicopter had not activated any lights, yet managed to land precisely on the open space in front of the mansion. The gusts generated by the rotor blades caused the surrounding bushes to sway violently, yet they emitted no expected roar, evidently having undergone special modifications. The members of Team Rocket, as if receiving some silent command, swiftly arranged themselves into two lines, standing at attention along the corridor leading from the helicopter's exit to the mansion's entrance. Their postures erect and expressions solemn, akin to soldiers awaiting inspection. Bairan immediately retrieved his communicator, attempting to reach out to Ching LV and the handsome man. Ching LV, handsome, please respond. A significant figure has arrived. What is the situation on your end? The communicator responded with an eerie silence, interrupted only by the crackling of electric currents. Damn it, Bairan gritted his teeth, a foreboding feeling surging within him. Something must have gone awry on their end. Otherwise, they would have at least acknowledged him. The helicopter's doors slowly swung open, revealing a striking figure with radiant red hair that stood out under the moonlight. A tall woman descended from the helicopter. Clad in a modified Team Rocket uniform, several pokeballs affixed to her waist, exuding an air of fierce authority with every movement. Athena? Bailan muttered to himself, recognizing one of Team Rocket's 4 executives. He was not unfamiliar with this executive. In the original narrative, she was renowned for her formidable strength and unwavering loyalty to Sakaki, being one of his most trusted subordinates. Yet, it was evident that she was not alone. Following closely behind her was a girl with watermelon glasses, neatly attired in uniform and clutching a tablet with a calm and focused demeanor. Jindo. Bailan's heart raced. She was Sakaki's secretary. If Athena's appearance made him anxious, then Jindo's presence instilled sheer terror. For this signified that a towering figure emerged from the helicopter, donned in a dark suit. His chiseled features and piercing gaze reminiscent of an eagle. Even in the night, that innate aura of authority and intimidation compelled the members of Team Rocket present to instinctively straighten their spines. Sakaki, Bailan gasped, his fingers unconsciously tightening around the coffee cup. The leader of Team Rocket, the ruler of the underworld in the Kanto region, a trainer whose prowess rivaled that of champions, had personally arrived, not a harbinger of good tidings. Sakaki surveyed his surroundings, his gaze piercing as if it could penetrate the darkness and unveil all secrets. He nodded slightly, signaling for Athena and Jindo to follow, then strode purposefully toward the mansion. "Good evening, boss," the guards greeted in unison, their voices laced with reverence. Sakaki did not respond, but continued directly into the mansion. Athena and Jindo trailed closely behind, while the remaining Team Rocket members swiftly dispersed, intensifying their vigilance of the surroundings. Bailan set down his coffee cup, his fingers gently tapping the table as he contemplated strategies. Ching LV and the handsome man were undoubtedly in peril, and Sakaki's arrival only exacerbated the situation. He had to find a way to notify them. Bailan murmured to himself, but how could he make contact? At that moment, his Hypno's Pokeball quivered once more violently than before. Bailan understood and quietly grasped the Pokeball in his hand. "Hypno, can you sense Ching LV's location?" Bailan inquired softly. The Pokeball wobbled slightly, seemingly in response. Bailan scanned his surroundings, ensuring no one was observing him, before stealthily rising to head toward the cafe's back door. He needed to find a quiet place to release Hypno. Perhaps the psychic Pokemon could assist him in contacting Ching LV. Just as he was about to push open the back door, a voice called out from behind, "Sir, your bill." Bailan turned to see the waiter approaching with the bill in hand. "Ah, my apologies." Bailan feigned nonchalance as he retrieved his wallet to settle the payment, then exited the cafe with a demeanor of composure. The night had deepened, and the streets were nearly deserted. Bailan hastened into a narrow alley, ensuring he was alone before releasing Hypno. "Hypno, I need your help." Bailan regarded the psychic Pokemon, aware that Ching LV and the handsome man might be in trouble. "Can you sense their location?" Hypno closed its eyes, its forehead shimmering with a faint glow. After a moment, it opened its eyes and nodded. "Excellent." Bailan exhaled in relief. "Can you lead me to them?" Hypno shook its head, using its psychic abilities to sketch a simple map in the air, indicating a location beneath the mansion. "They are underground?" Bailan furrowed his brow. What could be down there? Hypno closed its eyes once more, seemingly attempting to delve deeper into its senses. Suddenly, its body jolted, eyes wide open, displaying an expression of alertness and unease. It had sensed an aura unlike that of a normal Pokemon. "What is it?" Bailan asked anxiously. Hypno used its psychic powers to outline a vague figure in the air, resembling the silhouette of a colossal creature, seemingly akin to a Charizard. "A clone Pokemon?" Bailan gasped, astonished at the implication. Before he could finish his thought, Hypno suddenly turned toward the alley entrance, its demeanor wary. Moments later, a Team Rocket member strolled past the alley, scanning the surroundings. Bailan and Hypno quickly concealed themselves behind a trash bin. The Team Rocket member appeared oblivious to any irregularities, continuing on his way. "Things are worse than anticipated," Bailan murmured. Sakaki's personal presence must be related to that cloning experiment. If Ching LV and the handsome man are discovered, he dared not contemplate the consequences. Even though Ching LV was a champion-level trainer, facing an opponent like Sakaki would be daunting, especially with executives like Athena present. "Hypno, we must find a way to assist them." Bailan looked at Hypno, knowing that a direct confrontation would be unwise. Hypno nodded, seemingly awaiting Bailan's decision. Bailan took a deep breath, his mind racing with strategies. He recognized that he was no combat genius. Rash actions would only worsen the situation. But remaining passive was not in his nature. "First, let's contact them," Bailan resolved. "Hypno, Can you use your psychic abilities to deliver a message to Ching LV? Hypno nodded, closing its eyes as its forehead began to glow once more with the surge of psychic energy. Bailan waited patiently, hoping that this impromptu plan would yield results. If he could warn Ching LV and the handsome man of Sakaki's arrival, it would at least prepare them for what lay ahead. Suddenly, a commotion erupted from the mansion in the distance, as several Team Rocket members hurriedly exited the front door. Their expressions tense. Something has happened, Bailan murmured, an ominous feeling rising within him. Chapter 68. The Underground Crisis Within the Underground Laboratory, Dr. Fuji's laughter echoed ominously in the cold, cavernous space. Ching LV and the handsome man stood back to back, adopting defensive stances, their gazes flitting rapidly among the pulsating cultivation devices. You have arrived just in time, Dr. Fuji remarked, turning slowly toward the central, most massive cultivation tank. Soon, you will witness a historic moment. The green nutrient solution within the tank rippled gently, revealing a menacing dragon-like silhouette that gradually became more defined. Ching LV squinted. The outline indeed resembled that of a Charizard, yet its size was far greater than any Charizard he had ever known, its sinewy muscles exuding explosive power even through the glass. Is this the purpose behind your relentless capture of wild Pokémon? The handsome man's voice trembled with suppressed fury, as if forced through clenched teeth. To conduct such an unnatural experiment? Unnatural? Dr. Fuji's footsteps halted, his smile slowly fading, replaced by an air of condescension. Young man, your understanding of nature is profoundly superficial. He approached the cultivation tank, extending his hand to caress the cold glass surface, his eyes shimmering with an almost obsessive light. The essence of life is perpetuation. When death obstructs such continuity, it is the duty of science to step forth and rekindle the extinguished flame of hope. The verdant orbs at his waist creaked under his grip. The hope you speak of is built upon the suffering of countless Pokémon. Suffering? Dr. Fuji scoffed, gazing upon them. These flawless clones, stronger and more perfect than their originals, devoid of genetic defects and congenital diseases. Is this not a higher form of evolution? The handsome man's gaze drifted beyond him, penetrating the depths of the laboratory. There lay even more densely packed incubation tanks, harboring various embryonic Pokémon forms, resembling a bizarre forest of specimens. What of the failed experiments? What have they endured? Dr. Fuji's expression darkened in an instant. Failure is the mother of success. Each setback accumulates the necessary experience for ultimate perfection. Such words roll off the tongue so easily. The verdant fury teetered on the brink of eruption. To you, those deceased Pokémon are merely inconsequential materials? Deceased? Dr. Fuji whirled around, his eyes brimming with madness. They have not perished. They have achieved immortality in another form. Behold this. He rushed to the control panel by the wall, his hands frantically pressing buttons. The metallic wall on the opposite side of the laboratory emitted a thunderous roar, slowly ascending. A far grander space unfolded before the two. There stood two colossal incubation tanks, within which two fully formed Pokémon floated serenely. Venusaur, Blastoise, the final evolutionary forms of the Kanto starters. Yet their sizes exceeded the norm, their muscular textures exceptionally developed, adorned with grotesque patterns starkly different from the originals. This is my masterpiece. Dr. Fuji spread his arms wide, akin to an artist unveiling his work upon a stage. Perfect clones, free of genetic flaws, their battle prowess far surpassing that of their kind. The verdant one and the handsome man stood entranced, rooted to the spot by the spectacle before them. Though these three Pokémon lay dormant, they exuded an aura filled with ferocity and danger, akin to three volcanoes poised to erupt. However, Dr. Fuji's tone suddenly darkened, the flush of excitement draining from his face. They are still not perfect. The shackles of mortality remain. Thus, I require it, the genetic data of Mew. The ultimate key to resolving all issues. The handsome man's brow furrowed. Mew? That legendary Pokémon said to possess the genes of all Pokémon? Indeed. Dr. Fuji's eyes reignited with fervor. Once I obtain the complete genetic sequence of Mew, I shall create true eternal life. At that moment, death will cease to be an end, but rather the commencement of rebirth. A chill crawled up the verdant one's spine. Whom do you wish to resurrect? Dr. Fuji's movements froze. The madness on his face was swiftly replaced by a profound, bone-deep anguish. My daughter, AI. She was so young, so kind, yet taken by a wretched accident. So you resort to this mad experiment to satiate your selfish desires? The handsome man's voice bore a hint of sympathy, yet more so, an uncontrollable rage. Do you grasp how many innocent Pokémon have lost their lives for your obsession? That is not selfish desire. Dr. Fuji howled hysterically. That is a father's love for his daughter. If you had children, you would understand me. The verdant one slowly shook his head, his gaze cold and resolute. True love is never built upon the suffering of others. If your daughter were aware of your current actions, she would not rejoice. Dr. Fuji was momentarily stunned, his expression oscillating between pain, anger, and confusion. Just then, the laboratory door was silently pushed open. A steady, powerful footfall echoed, unhurried yet resonant, each step like a heartbeat thumping in the air. Dr. Fuji, it appears our guest has arrived. A deep, authoritative voice reverberated throughout the expansive laboratory. The verdant one and the handsome man abruptly turned. A tall man entered, clad in a meticulously tailored dark suit, his facial contours sharp as a blade. With eyes devoid of emotion, merely observing with a suffocating intensity. Giovanni. The verdant one's pupils constricted, his heart gripped by an invisible hand. The leader of Team Rocket. What is he doing here? Giovanni's gaze swept across the laboratory, eventually lingering on the 3 colossal incubation tanks for a brief moment. A slight smile curved his lips. Not a smile of joy, but a mere indication of satisfaction. Quite impressive, better than I anticipated. Following closely behind were Athena and Spiro, positioned like 2 guardian deities. Accompanying Giovanni into the laboratory, Athena's eyes fell upon the verdant one, her brows arching slightly. Champion Green, what a surprise to encounter you here. The verdant one clenched his fists, his knuckles whitening from the strain. Giovanni, what scheme are you plotting now? A scheme? Giovanni chuckled lightly, as if amused by an intriguing notion. I do not concoct schemes, I merely invest in the future. Once the cloning technology for Pokémon matures, Team Rocket will possess an endless army of powerful beings, utterly obedient to commands. At that time, the entire world will lie under my dominion. You're delusional. The handsome man shouted in anger. Giovanni finally turned his gaze toward him, devoid of contempt, merely a pure indifference, akin to humanity disregarding the futile cries of an ant. Interpol, how commendable of you. However, your investigation ends here. He casually snapped his fingers. A sharp crack echoed, and from the shadows surrounding the laboratory, behind walls and beneath instruments, emerged a dozen or so Team Rocket members clad in black, clutching pokeballs that glimmered ominously, encircling the verdant one and the handsome man with no escape. Dr. Fuji, how is the experiment progressing? Giovanni turned his back on the two, addressing the scientist. Dr. Fuji hastily wiped the cold sweat from his brow. The 3 samples are nearly complete, yet stability requires further testing. Most crucially, the genetic data of Mew Chapter 69, Mew's genes. No need to worry about that. Giovanni retrieved a small metallic test tube from his suit's inner pocket. Inside lay a slender hair, seemingly frozen in time. The verdant one's breath momentarily stilled. Could this be Mew's eyelash fossil? Giovanni's voice carried a tone of accomplishment. It was just unearthed by a South American excavation team. After special treatment, we have successfully extracted its genetic sample. Now, the only issue remains how to seamlessly integrate it into your work. Dr. Fuji's gaze fixated on the hair, his hands trembling with excitement. With this, I can create perfect life. The verdant one felt his limbs turn icy. If they succeed, an army of Pokémon cloned by Team Rocket would unleash a calamity upon the world. Green, the handsome man, whispered urgently in his ear. We must stop them. The verdant one nodded ever so slightly, but the frigid gazes of the surrounding Team Rocket members left them with no opportunity to raise their arms. In that despairing silence, an abrupt, jarring alarm shattered the tranquility of the laboratory. The entire space was instantly enveloped in a blood-red hue of warning lights. What is happening? Giovanni's brow furrowed for the first time. A member of Team Rocket burst into the laboratory, rolling and scrambling, his voice tinged with panic. Boss, there are intruders outside. Sakiki's gaze abruptly turned icy. How many? Currently, we have only detected one. He replied hastily. But the intruder wields a Pokémon with supernatural abilities. Far too powerful for our personnel to approach. All our attacks have been thwarted. The corners of Kingolf's mouth finally curled into a faint, elusive smile. He knew who had arrived. After a moment's contemplation, Sakaki swiftly reined in his dangerous aura. He turned to Athena. Eliminate the intruder. We cannot afford any mistakes here. Understood. Athena replied succinctly, signaling several elite subordinates before turning to exit the laboratory. Dr. Fuji, however, paid no heed to the commotion outside. He cradled a test tube in his hands, his eyes gleaming with an almost fanatical fervor. Wait, just give me a moment. I will commence the fusion experiment immediately, and results will be forthcoming. Sakaki nodded, redirecting his attention to the 3 immense incubation tanks. Very well. I await the unveiling of your masterpiece. Kingolf exchanged a knowing glance with the handsome man beside him. They both understood that time was of the essence. The blood-red warning lights in the laboratory flashed furiously, casting an eerie crimson hue over everyone's faces. Kingolf's fingers had already brushed against the pokeballs at his waist, his muscles taut like a drawn bowstring. Now, he roared, and the pokeballs arced through the air. In a brilliant flash of white light, Blastoise and Arcanine materialized, their imposing forms instantly commanding the central area of the laboratory. Blastoise, Hydro Pump. Target Sakaki. Arcanine, seize that test tube. Blastoise's shoulder cannons filled rapidly with water, and two powerful jets of water roared through the air, hurtling towards Sakaki. Simultaneously, Arcanine sprang into action, its orange form darting like lightning towards Dr. Fuji. Sakaki's reaction was astonishingly swift. Faced with the oncoming Hydro Pump, he did not retreat even a single step. He merely raised his right hand nonchalantly. Block it. The instant the Pokeball opened, a massive purple beast appeared before Sakaki. Nidoking let out a thunderous roar. Its arms crossed defiantly across its chest as the Hydro Pump collided against its armored appendages, sending up a spray of water and forcing it back, leaving deep gouges in the ground. An interesting tactic, Sakaki remarked, his voice still calm, though tinged with a hint of condescension. Earth Power. Nidoking slammed its powerful fist into the ground, causing the entire laboratory floor to shatter, rock spires erupting from the fissures, aiming straight for Blastoise's abdomen. On the other side, Dr. Fuji, seeing Arcanine charge towards him, hastily shielded the test tube against his chest, retreating in panic. No. You mustn't succeed. Sakaki's second Pokeball had already been thrown. Steelix, protect the doctor. A metallic roar filled the laboratory as a colossal steel serpent, over 9 meters long, burst forth, coiling menacingly before Arcanine, its crimson eyes glaring down at the fire-type Pokemon. Roar. Steelix unleashed an earth-shattering roar, its steel tail sweeping through the air. Arcanine deftly leaped to evade, but the distance to the test tube had already widened. The handsome man was not idle either. The Pokeball containing Krogunk opened in his hand. Krogunk used Poison Jab to eliminate the minions. The blue-purple Poison Frog leapt nimbly among the Team Rocket members, its palms glowing with a toxic hue, each strike accurately targeting the weaknesses of its foes. Those who attempted to swarm were promptly felled, clutching their poisoned wounds in agony. Useless, Sakaki coldly surveyed the fallen subordinates. In that case, his third Pokeball soared into the air. Tyranitar, Rock Slide. Another gargantuan creature crashed to the ground, the concrete floor groaning under its weight. Tyranitar raised its powerful forelimbs, sending a barrage of boulders plummeting from above, blocking Kingolf and the handsome man's escape route. Kingolf squinted, a silent shock coursing through him. Each of the 3 Pokemon possessed strength remarkably close to that of a champion. Truly, Sakaki was formidable. Even if this was not his main lineup, such power was sufficient to overpower the vast majority of trainers. Blastoise, spin rapidly to break through those rocks. Arcanine, unleash Flamethrower, targeting the joints of Steelix. The battle's tempo escalated, water splashing, flames soaring, and rock fragments flying within the laboratory. The intricate instruments emitted ominous electrical sparks in the aftermath of the conflict, with several incubation tanks already showing cracks. Dr. Fuji, witnessing the potential destruction of his life's work, screamed hysterically, "Stop! Everyone, cease this madness. This is a laboratory, not your battlefield." But no one paid heed to his protests. A flicker of impatience crossed Sakaki's eyes. "Since you are so eager to meet your demise, I shall oblige." Nidoking, use Poison Sting Barrage. Tyranitar, Hyper Beam. Steelix, Iron Tail. 3 simultaneous assaults erupted, enveloping the laboratory in a deadly tide of energy. Kingolf and the handsome man's Pokemon were compelled to defend with all their might, utterly unable to counterattack. The night sky was torn open by the sunlight unleashed by the clouds, a blinding radiance hanging like an artificial sun above Honglian town, illuminating the once pitch-black streets as bright as day. Chapter 70, Fierce Battle with Athena. What in the world is this weather? A Team Rocket member exclaimed, shielding his eyes from the glaring light. No sooner had he spoken than the flamethrower from Jindo roared forth, the orange-red pillar of fire, amplified by the sunny weather, sent him and the nearby Rattata flying several meters. Bairan stood in the open area before the cafe, his expression focused as he directed the battle. Clouds danced in the sky, their pure white forms standing out vividly in the artificial sunlight, maintaining both the sunny weather and tailwind effects while continuously showering the battlefield with leech seeds and various powders. Hypno, use Psychic to clear the left flank. Hypno's eyes shimmered with blue light, its formidable psychic powers sweeping through like invisible hands, toppling the advancing Pokemon one by one, tracing sorrowful arcs through the air. Athena's crimson hair, illuminated by the artificial sun, flickered like blood flames as she coldly recalled the fallen Abra. Interesting. It seems I underestimated you. Come forth, Zubat. The purple giant bat soared forth, its flight path erratic under the tailwind's influence, yet it opened its gaping maw, unleashing a piercing supersonic aimed at Hypno. Cloud, assist Hypno. Bairan's voice rang clearly across the battlefield. The cotton candy-like creature immediately emitted a gentle glow, enhancing Hypno's psychic power, easily neutralizing Zubat's sonic attack and countering with a psychic blast that sent it crashing down. The tremors from the ground intensified, accompanied by a muffled explosion. As if the very foundation of the mansion was shaking, Bairan's brow furrowed deeper. Had Kingolv and the others already engaged Sakaki? Jindo, use spark to clear the right flank. Jindo excitedly unleashed a barrage of sparks, and under the sunny weather's effects, these seemingly ordinary sparks became devastating, incinerating several approaching Rattatas and Zubats with their agonized shrieks. Seeing this, Athena's expression darkened. It seems I must take this seriously. Scyther, use Fury Cutter. The silver blades glimmered ominously in the artificial sunlight as Scyther charged towards Hypno. However, the leech seeds had quietly sprouted beneath its feet, vines wrapping around its legs, slowing its movements. Now, Hypno, use Psyblade. Invisible blades coalesced in the air, slicing precisely at Scyther's joints. The ancient Pokémon emitted a pained shriek, stumbling as it fell to the ground. In the distance, the town of Red Lotus was roused from its slumber by the tumult of battle. Lights flickered on in homes as residents hurriedly opened their windows to ascertain the cause. When their eyes fell upon the bizarre artificial sun suspended in the sky, a chorus of panicked cries erupted. What is that? My heavens, is it Pokémon engaged in combat? Quickly, summon Miss Junsha. The wail of police sirens reverberated from the depths of the town, beams of searchlights dancing through the streets. However, Team Rocket was well prepared. A dozen members swiftly dispersed, establishing blockades at every entrance to the battlefield. Halt! Who are you? Miss Junsha arrived on her motorcycle, flanked by 3 officers, each face etched with anxiety. A grinning Team Rocket member unleashed a wheezing. Regrettably, this road is temporarily closed. Toxic gas. The noxious purple mist rapidly enveloped the area. And while Miss Junsha scrambled for her gas mask, the ordinary officers faltered, retreating with hands clamped over their mouths and noses. Damn it! Miss Junsha exclaimed furiously, Arcanine. Use flamethrower to disperse the poison. With a mournful howl, Arcanine unleashed flames that crackled and hissed as they incinerated the toxic haze. Yet, the numerical superiority of Team Rocket became increasingly evident as more poison-type Pokémon were deployed, swiftly cloaking the entire block in a miasma, forcing Miss Junsha and the officers to retreat to a safer distance. On the battlefield in Bairan, the situation grew increasingly dire. Despite possessing a type advantage, Athena's overwhelming number of Pokémon worked in perfect harmony. Murkrow, black fog to obscure vision, Athena commanded, directing her dark-winged Murkrow and Zubat to launch wing attacks amidst the inky haze. The black mist spread rapidly, reducing visibility to near zero even under the bright sun. Although Alakazam's psychic abilities were not reliant on sight, coordinating with other Pokémon became a formidable challenge. Cloud, summon wind to disperse the black fog. Bairan shouted. Just as Cloud prepared to act, a shadow darted from the mist. Another Arbok emerged, its gaping maw aglow with a perilous purple light. Goldbean, use Fire Spin to protect Cloud. Charmeleon promptly unleashed a spiraling torrent of flames, encapsulating Cloud within. The Arbok's assault was thwarted by the fire, yet it did not retreat, prowling through the black mist in search of its next opportunity to strike. The tremors beneath intensified, fissures appearing in the ground beneath Bairan's feet. We cannot afford to delay any longer, Bairan resolved, gritting his teeth. Alakazam, use Psychic Terrain for a full area attack to clear the fog. The light in Alakazam's eyes intensified as potent psychic energy radiated outward, forming an expansive psychic field. The black mist was forcibly dispelled, revealing Team Rocket's Pokémon, some of which were immediately toppled by the psychic shockwave. Athena's expression darkened. She had not anticipated being delayed for so long by a mere child. I underestimated you. But the game ends here. She produced her final Pokeball. And with a flash of crimson light, a colossal Weezing materialized on the battlefield. This Weezing, evidently bred through special means, bore tumors twice the size of its ordinary counterparts, exuding a nauseating stench. Weezing, use Mud Bomb with full force. The purple-black sludge erupted like cannon fire, and Alakazam hurriedly erected a psychic barrier. But the corrosive properties of the mud were formidable. Cracks began to form upon impact. Cloud, use Aromatherapy. Bairan commanded, Goldbean, prepare your most powerful flamethrower. Cloud released fragrant pollen, neutralizing the toxins in the air, while Goldbean inhaled deeply, flames igniting fiercely within its chest. At that moment, the distant roar of engines echoed. Reinforcements from Team Rocket had arrived. 3 black SUVs sped toward them, windows rolled down, revealing the cold, steely faces of Team Rocket members. Damn it, Bairan cursed inwardly, realizing they could not hold out much longer. Yet, he did not falter. His gaze remained steadfastly fixed on the battlefield. Alakazam, foresee the future and target that wheezing. Cloud, restore stamina with grassy terrain. Goldbean, prepare for the most powerful flamethrower. The artificial sun loomed high in the night sky, illuminating this lopsided battle in exquisite detail. The entire town of Red Lotus reverberated with the thunderous sounds of Pokémon moves colliding and the tremors from below. Residents cowered behind their windows, some already contacting support from other cities, while the bolder among them ventured outside for a glimpse. Yet, all understood one thing. This night in Red Lotus was destined to be anything but peaceful. Bairan wiped the sweat from his brow. The toll of battle was heavier than anticipated. However, as explosions echoed from below, he knew he must not falter. From the moment Sakaki appeared, he had already called for reinforcements through his communicator. He had to hold on until help arrived. Kingolv and the others were waiting for his support, and he could not allow Team Rocket to prevail. Chapter 71, A Desperate Situation. The battle in the underground laboratory had grown increasingly brutal. Kingolv was compelled to unleash his final trump card, Charizard. The massive orange figure cast a fearsome shadow under the harsh fluorescent lights. Yet this confined space felt like a cage to it. Each turn of its proud wings scraped against cold instruments and walls, producing a cacophony of metallic screeches that severely hampered its mobility. Charizard, use Stomp, Kingolv instructed, his voice tinged with fatigue. He regretted allowing his Rampardos to handle the battle at the Johto Gym, yet he had not anticipated encountering unforeseen enemies here, a lamentation now rendered moot. With a ferocious roar, Charizard slammed its massive foot down, sending a wave of earthy energy rippling toward Nidoking. The purple behemoth crossed its arms, absorbing the blow with minimal movement, merely swaying slightly. Futile struggle, Sakaki's voice remained eerily calm. In this underground environment, your Pokémon cannot unleash their true power. He raised a hand slightly. Steelix, Rock Slide. Steelix roared as it struck the ground, causing the ceiling to crack. Countless fragments of stone and concrete rained down like a deluge. Charizard desperately tried to evade, but the confined space offered no refuge. Sharp stone struck its wing membrane, eliciting a pained roar. The battle on the other side was equally grim. Handsome's Froakie, though agile, found its attacks against Sakaki's Steelix akin to tickling. Froakie, use Poison Jab. The blue-purple poison frog leaped, its paws aglow with purple light, striking down upon Steelix's body. Yet, the Steel-type's resilience rendered the attack nearly ineffective. It produced a dull thud, failing to leave even a scratch. Steelix disdainfully flicked its tail, sending Froakie crashing into the laboratory wall. Ugh! Handsome gritted his teeth, sweat mingling with dust as it trickled down his face. Kingolv's expression grew increasingly grave. The high-stakes confrontation had persisted for nearly 20 minutes. His brow was saturated with sweat, each command accompanied by a searing pain in his chest. In contrast, Sakaki remained unfazed. His 3 Pokémon had not even broken a heavy breath. In this enclosed underground space, Sakaki's ground-type battalion was virtually invincible, continuously replenished by the flowing energy of the earth and rock. More distressing was the fact that Dr. Fuji had already injected Mew's genetic sample into the incubation chamber. In those 3 enormous containers, bizarre blue patterns began to emerge on the skin of the clones, a twisted semblance of life flourishing at a frenzied pace. Time is running out, Kingolv murmured to Handsome. We must find a way to halt that experiment. The handsome man nodded, a glimmer of determination flashing in his eyes. I shall divert Sakaki's attention, while you sabotage the incubation chamber. Kingolv was about to object, but the handsome man had already dashed out. Bad Frog, unleash Toxic Fog. A thick, purple haze immediately enveloped the entire laboratory, visibility plummeting. Sakaki furrowed his brow, a childish trick. Nidoking, use Earth Power to clear the field. Nidoking slammed its fist into the ground once more, causing the laboratory to shudder violently, dispersing the toxic mist with the shockwave. However, when visibility returned, Kingolv had vanished without a trace. Find him, Sakaki commanded coldly. At that moment, the laboratory's communicator suddenly blared to life, and Jin Yao's anxious voice came through. Boss, the situation outside is dire. Someone is holding Athena at bay, and the League's reinforcements are en route. Sakaki fell silent for a moment before decisively declaring, "Prepare for retreat. Take all data and samples." His voice brooked no dissent. The base had been compromised, and immediate evacuation was imperative. Jin Yao promptly acknowledged, "Understood." Sakaki turned to Dr. Fuji. "Doctor, immediately copy all data. We must evacuate." Dr. Fuji's face was etched with terror. "What? No. The experiment is at a critical stage. If interrupted, there is no room for discussion." Sakaki's voice was as cold as ice. "Either take your data and leave, or be buried here with your masterpiece." Dr. Fuji gritted his teeth, a flicker of madness flashing in his eyes. "Give me 3 minutes. Just 3 minutes." Sakaki's icy gaze bore into him, uttering a single word, "Granted." Dr. Fuji hurriedly rushed to the control panel, his fingers dancing over the keyboard. Meanwhile, Kingolv had stealthily crept behind the incubation chamber, his Charizard poised and ready for a signal. Charizard Dragon Rage. Kingolv suddenly burst forth from the shadows, pointing at the incubation chamber. Charizard roared, unleashing a torrent of blue flames directly at the chamber. Yet, Sakaki was already prepared. Steelix swiftly interposed itself, absorbing the flames entirely. It was too late. Dr. Fuji cackled maniacally as he pressed the final button. The fusion was complete. Kingolv's expression soured dramatically. The liquid within the 3 incubation chambers abruptly transformed into a dazzling blue, the bodies of the cloned Pokémon beginning to convulse violently, their skin patterns becoming increasingly pronounced, emitting an eerie glow. Dr. Fuji quickly transferred the data onto a small hard drive, then retrieved 3 pitch-black Pokeballs from his pocket. "This is..." The handsome man widened his eyes. "Dark balls." Dr. Fuji sneered as he hurled the dark balls toward the incubation chamber. "Come forth, my masterpieces." The instant the dark balls made contact with the incubation liquid, it vanished as if drawn into a black hole, and the silhouettes of the 3 cloned Pokémon disappeared, captured within the balls. Success! Dr. Fuji clutched the 3 dark balls tightly, his eyes gleaming with madness. Sakaki cast a cold glance at him. "Where's the data?" "It's all here." Dr. Fuji raised the hard drive. Sakaki nodded. "Excellent. Now we leave." He turned to Kingolv and the handsome man, a glint of icy malice flashing in his eyes. "As for you." Just then, the entire laboratory trembled violently, debris raining from the ceiling as alarms blared sharply. "What is happening?" Sakaki frowned. Jin Yao's voice crackled through the communicator again, this time tinged with panic. "Boss, the earlier battle was too intense. The structural integrity is compromised, and the underground laboratory may collapse." A flicker of concern crossed Sakaki's expression. Immediate retreat. He recalled the 3 Pokémon and turned to leave, Dr. Fuji following closely behind. "Wait." Kingolv attempted to pursue, but another violent tremor nearly sent him sprawling. The handsome man grasped him. "Don't chase. This place is collapsing. We must evacuate quickly." Kingolv gritted his teeth, watching as Sakaki and Dr. Fuji's figures faded into the depths of the corridor. He understood the handsome man was right. Preserving their lives was paramount to continue the pursuit. Chapter 72. Commendable Courage. Charizard, Blastoise, Houndoom return. Kingolv recalled his Pokémon and, alongside the handsome man, dashed toward the emergency exit on the opposite side. However, just as they reached the doorway, the overhead structure could no longer withstand the strain. With a nauseating twist, an entire section of the ceiling crashed down, sealing the exit completely. "Damn it." Kingolv slammed his fist against the cold wall, sending a cloud of dust into the air. The handsome man suddenly pointed at a ventilation duct. "There. Perhaps we can escape through there." Without hesitation, they kicked open the grate and squeezed inside. In the narrow duct, they could only crawl, the cacophony of destruction echoing behind them, the entire passage twisting and contorting. "Hurry," the handsome man urged from the front. "I can feel the fresh air." They quickened their pace, finally spotting a glimmer of light. Just as they were about to reach the exit, another violent tremor coursed through the duct, causing it to warp. "Just hold on." Kingolv gritted his teeth, exerting every ounce of strength to crawl forward. At last, they tumbled out of the ventilation duct's exit, landing heavily on the ground. As they emerged, the passage behind them collapsed entirely, raising a cloud of dust. Kingolv gasped for breath, brushing the dust off himself and lifting his head. They had crawled out from a corner of the manor's backyard. In the distance, the clamor of battle raged on, an artificial sun hanging high in the night sky, illuminating everything with a ghastly pallor. "That's..." The handsome man pointed toward the battlefield. "Bairan is fighting?" Kingolv stood up, his gaze sharpening with renewed resolve. "We must go to his aid." The tremors of the earth rumbled like thunder from below, the ancient estate of Honglian town quaking under the weight of this force. As if it were on the brink of apocalypse. Sweat beaded on Bailan's forehead. He could feel each vibration reverberating through the ground, undermining the building's foundation. Cloud. Once more with aromatherapy. Bailan's voice had grown hoarse, the strain of continuous commanding taking a toll on his throat. The fluffy little Pokémon endeavored to release fragrant pollen. Yet its once pristine, snow-white body was now marred with dust and scratches from battle. Beside it, Jindo was panting heavily, its orange body marred by numerous claw marks. Blood seeping through its scales. Hudi fared slightly better, but its once keen eyes had dulled. The prolonged exertion of maintaining the psychic field pushing this psychic Pokémon to its limits. Athena cackled as she commanded her sixth Pokémon. An unusually massive Jengar. It seems your little cuties are on the verge of collapse, kid. Jengar, use acid and deliver the final blow. Purple acid rained down like a deluge, and Hudi barely managed to sustain its psychic barrier, which was now riddled with spiderweb-like cracks. Damn it. Bailan gritted his teeth, feeling the fatigue and pain of his Pokémon, but he could not afford to yield. Kingolf and the others were still underground. If this position was breached, the consequences would be unimaginable. Just then, a deafening crash echoed from within the manor, followed by the collapse of an entire wall. With bricks flying and dust swirling, a massive purple figure emerged slowly from the smoke. It was Nidoking, its arms dusted with the debris of the shattered wall, its crimson eyes glinting ominously in the glow of the artificial sun. Boss. Athena's eyes lit up with surprise as she quickly concealed her earlier disarray. Kneeling respectfully on one knee, my subordinates are inadequate. Please punish me, boss. Bailan's heart sank like a stone. Sakaki, the legendary leader of Team Rocket, had personally made an appearance. What of Kingolf and the handsome man? Were they still alive? The man emerging from the rubble wore a sleek black suit, impeccably tidy even amidst the chaos of battle, as if freshly retrieved from the dry cleaners. The sharply defined visage bore no discernible expression, yet those eyes, akin to an abyss, evoked a chilling dread. Sakaki cast a fleeting glance at the ongoing battlefield, his brow furrowing slightly. After such a protracted duration, not a single adversary subdued. His voice remained tranquil, yet Athena trembled as though struck by lightning. Within Team Rocket, it was universally acknowledged that the calmer the boss appeared, the more seething his fury. My subordinates are indeed incompetent, Athena's voice quivered. Sakaki chose to disregard her, instead directing his gaze toward the heart of the fray. Upon spotting the alakazam maintaining the psychic field, a flicker of understanding crossed his eyes. So it is the green-haired alakazam. However, his brows raised involuntarily when he discerned the trainer commanding it. What? The one directing it is merely a child? Bailan felt the piercing gaze akin to a knife edge. His spine drenched in cold sweat. Was this the intimidation of Sakaki? Just a glance felt as if the specter of death had fixed its attention upon him. Yet he did not retreat. Rather, he straightened his posture. How intriguing. Sakaki's lips curved into a frigid smirk. Entrusting one's ace Pokémon to a mere child? It seems the former champion of Kanto is not as formidable as I presumed. Gold Bean, Cloud, and Alakazam. Bailan inhaled deeply, striving to maintain a steady voice as he prepared for the final assault. Though the three Pokémon were weary, they rallied their remaining strength upon receiving their commands. The flames within Goldbean's chest reignited, the radiance of Cloud shimmered once more, and the azure glow returned to Alakazam's eyes. Courageous, yet futile, Sakaki remarked coolly. Nidoking, poison jab. Purple needles of venom erupted like a torrential downpour, each one laced with lethal poison. Alakazam's psychic barrier held for a moment before shattering, having expended too much stamina in the previous skirmishes, forcing the three Pokémon to scatter in evasion. Is this the power of a champion-level trainer? Bailan swallowed hard. Even after an arduous battle, Sakaki's Pokémon remained overwhelmingly powerful. At that moment, footsteps echoed from the depths of the ruins. Cough, cough. The voice of the green-haired trainer emerged from the dust. Bailan, are you all right? Bailan turned sharply, spotting the green-haired trainer and the handsome figure emerging from the collapsed edifice. Both dust-covered and seemingly injured, yet intact. Green, I'm so relieved you're safe. Upon seeing Sakaki, Green's expression shifted to one of grave concern. Sakaki, you truly managed to escape. Escape? Sakaki chuckled lightly. I merely withdrew as per the plan. However, since you are all here, it saves me a considerable amount of trouble. He raised a hand, and two Pokeballs soared forth. Steelix, Tyranitar, clear the area. The metallic roar resonated once more as the two colossal beasts materialized, their formidable presence enveloping the battlefield. Green gritted his teeth and retrieved a Pokeball. Charizard, let us go? Chapter 73, Clean Up. As Green's Charizard unfurled its injured wings, bracing for the impending brutal clash. The figure of a bird-like creature darted forth from the shadows, its combat attire glinting with a cold metallic sheen under the artificial sun. Kneeling before Sakaki, its voice was low yet brimming with urgency. Boss, the surveillance matrix has detected 2 high-speed aerial targets approaching Red Lotus Island's coastal waters. They are likely reinforcements from the League. Expected arrival in 3 minutes. Sakaki's brow arched slightly, his profound gaze scanning the vigilant trio of Green and his companions. The night breeze rustled his black suit, and even amidst the ruins of battle, he exuded an awe-inspiring authority. After a moment's contemplation, he made an unexpected decision. Retreat. Sakaki's voice was as calm as still water, as if the preceding conflict had merely been a trivial pastime. With brisk efficiency, he recalled Nidoking, Steelix, and Tyranitar into their pokeballs, each motion exuding a sense of unhurried composure. What? Green's eyes widened, his grip on the pokeball trembling with rage. Are you really going to flee? Flee. Sakaki chuckled lightly, the sound jarring against the night wind. I simply do not wish to squander time dealing with the League's insignificant minions. He nonchalantly brushed imaginary dust from his suit, adjusting his collar with an elegance befitting a high-class soiree. The distant roar of helicopter rotors began to resonate, the black fuselage appearing especially menacing under the artificial sun. The objective has been achieved. There is no need to linger with you remnants. Sakaki's words pierced the air like a blade. Ah, Champion Green. He elongated the word champion with a tone laden with mockery. Consider this a reprieve. Next time, you shan't be so fortunate. Sakaki flicked his coat, a dangerous glint flashing in his eyes. Yet, it was surprising that that little Bratakai did not arrive. I had anticipated witnessing his growth during this period. Green's face flushed crimson, his fists clenched tightly. Sakaki, you vile wretch who toys with Pokémon lives. Who do you think you are? One day, you will pay for your actions today. Toying? Sakaki laughed, a smile as cold as steel gracing his lips, his disdain unabashed. To me, Pokémon are merely tools for world domination. The strong exploit the weak. It is the natural order. He paused, casting a glance at Bailan. Yet this child, capable of directing Green's alakazam to such an extent, is indeed intriguing. Bailan felt the knife-like gaze upon him, his spine drenched in icy sweat. Good heavens! Has Sakaki set his sights on me? This is not a fortunate circumstance. He mentally berated. Green, please do not provoke him further. We cannot contend with Sakaki in his current state, and even if he were to create a Mutuo, Ash will eventually help you reclaim your honor. Yet such words remained unspoken. You madman! Green roared, attempting to charge forth, only to be restrained by Bailan and the handsome figure. Green, calm down. Bailan grasped Green's arm, imploring him to temper his impulsiveness. Champion Green, the handsome figure echoed. We are not in a position to confront him. You will regret this. Green, held back by the two, could only glare fiercely at Sakaki, his voice laced with indignation and fury. Sakaki chuckled softly, utterly unfazed by Green's threats. The black helicopter hovered ominously nearby, the thunderous sound of the rotors nearly drowning out all other noise as a rope ladder descended, swaying in the night breeze. The bird-like creature and Athena had already ascended the ladder, Athena casting one last glance back, her eyes brimming with resentment. As a senior member of Team Rocket, being delayed by a mere child was an affront to her dignity. Sakaki cast one final glance over the battlefield, now reduced to ruins. His gaze lingering on Bailan for a few seconds before he coldly uttered, "Clean this place up." No sooner had the words left his lips than he grasped the rope ladder, swiftly ascending toward the helicopter. His black suit stood out starkly against the backdrop of the artificial sun, resembling a demon in the night sky. Wait, the handsome figure suddenly realized something, his face paling. What does clean up mean? Before he finished his query, the ground began to tremble violently. It was not an earthquake, but a tremendous force emanating from deep below. Boom! A thunderous explosion erupted from the depths of the estate. Fiery tongues of orange surged skyward like a malevolent dragon, engulfing all in the night sky. A terrifying heat wave mixed with shock waves swept forth like a tsunami, distorting the very air itself. Bailan's pupils dilated sharply. They had buried explosives below. Those lunatics. The burning debris and twisted steel rained down upon the trio like a torrential downpour, each fragment imbued with lethal force and searing heat. Kingle reacted with remarkable swiftness, maintaining his composure even amidst his rage. Charizard, Alakazam, hold the line. The colossal orange dragon and the psychic Pokémon simultaneously conjured a verdant shield, standing resolutely before the three. The impact of the debris against the protective barrier produced a deafening roar, sending sparks flying, while Alakazam's eyes shimmered with a blue light, desperately sustaining the defense. Yet, The relentless battle had pushed it to the brink of exhaustion. Waves of fire rolled forth, as the ancient mansion was reduced to ruins in the explosion. These structures, which harbored countless secrets and witnessed Team Rocket's nefarious experiments, were obliterated in this man-made catastrophe. The sound of the explosion echoed across Red Lotus Island, awakening more residents and plunging the entire town into chaos. Minutes later, the flames gradually subsided, leaving only the remnants of shattered walls still emitting wisps of smoke. The air was thick with the acrid scent of charred materials, mingled with dust and sulfur, making it nearly impossible to breathe. "Damn it," Kingolf muttered as he surveyed the devastation before him, his fist striking the ground with a dull thud. They escaped, leaving no trace of evidence behind. His voice was rife with frustration and fury, the pride of a former champion shattered in that moment. Not only had he failed to thwart Team Rocket's plans, but they had also eradicated any incriminating evidence. Bailan approached Kingolf and gently patted his shoulder. Though he himself was merely a child, he could sense the anguish within Kingolf. "Brother Kingolf, don't be too hard on yourself. We did our utmost." Chapter 74, Support arrives. Indeed, the handsome fellow is here. His Froakie has sustained considerable injuries, but thankfully, it is not life-threatening. At least we are still alive, which is the greatest fortune amidst this misfortune. Kingolf remained silent for a long while, clenching and unclenching his fists as he gazed at the desolation before him. The pride of the champion trampled underfoot by Sakaki. Ground to dust. Ultimately, his gaze settled on Bailan, this 7-year-old child whose earlier performance had been remarkably abstract. "Bailan, thank you for today." Kingolf's voice was hoarse, tinged with an unrecognized sense of defeat. "Your command was remarkably composed, entirely unlike that of a novice. Were it not for your efforts installing Athena, my handsome friend, and I might have." Bailan paused momentarily, then scratched his head, adopting an expression of feigned modesty. "Brother Kingolf, you're being too courteous. It's all about teamwork. Besides, I didn't do much. It was all thanks to Alakazam and the others." As he spoke, he retrieved the Pokeballs, returning the exhausted 3 Pokemon to their spheres. "Thank you, Jindo, Yinduo, Alakazam. Go rest and enjoy some canned food." He carefully handed Alakazam's Pokeball back to Kingolf, as if presenting a rare treasure. The handsome fellow gazed at Bailan, his eyes filled with a mix of confusion and admiration. "No, Bailan, your tactical ability transcends the mere label of genius. Frankly, I have encountered many trainers, but you are the first to command with such prowess at the age of 7 in a battle of this intensity." In the distance, a sound pierced the air, the ripping of the atmosphere. This time, it was not Team Rocket's helicopter, but rather the hopeful strains of a theme song. 2 swiftly moving black dots appeared in the sky, racing towards Red Lotus Island. Finally, they arrived. Kingolf stood up, brushing off the dust from his clothing, with a hint of self-deprecation in his tone. "Though it feels a bit like closing the barn door after the horse has bolted, it is still better than nothing." Bailan looked up at the sky, silently lamenting. This special episode of the Pokemon world feels so real. Even a champion can be overwhelmed when facing an organized crime syndicate. I can't rely on the fusion of this world with TV to act recklessly. However, surviving is victory. The black dots in the night sky rapidly enlarged, revealing the massive orange forms of 2 Dragonites. Yes, the support from the Alliance has arrived. The handsome fellow's spirits lifted. The 2 Dragonites swooped down at an incredible speed, the gusts from their wings stirring up dust and debris, rendering it difficult to see. When they landed steadily beside the ruins, Bailan finally discerned the figures atop the Dragonite. "Grandfather? Naime? Ash? Gary?" Kingolf's eyes widened in disbelief. "What are you doing here?" Professor Oak gracefully dismounted from the Dragonite, his movements more agile than those of a younger man. His lab coat fluttered in the night breeze, his face betraying a mixture of suppressed rage and fear. "Bailan, Kingolf." Ash and Gary practically tumbled down, rushing to the 2's sides. "Are you all right? I saw such a massive explosion. It nearly scared the life out of me." Ash's eyes were red, genuine concern etched on his face. Gary followed closely behind, striving to maintain his cool demeanor, though the tremor in his voice betrayed him. "Humph, I knew you'd be fine. But Bailan, are you truly unhurt?" His gaze was fixed on Bailan as if attempting to perform a thorough examination with his eyes. "Kingolf." "Bailan." Naime hurried over, her voice taut with worry as she observed the 2, though they appeared merely dusty. "Are you both all right? Are you injured?" "We're fine, Naime." Bailan waved his hands dismissively, offering a reassuring smile. It was a survival situation, just a bit messy. Another Dragonite landed, and a man clad in a black cloak disembarked. His orange hair stood out vividly in the glow of the artificial sun. As he removed his hood, Bailan thought to himself. Well, it's Dado. His combat prowess has significantly amplified, but unfortunately, he arrived too late. Otherwise, there would have been quite a show. Is everyone all right? Dado's voice was deep and commanding. His gaze sweeping across the wreckage, his brow furrowed. It appears we have arrived too late. Professor Oak approached Kingolf, scrutinizing his grandson from head to toe. Upon confirming he was unharmed, his expression darkened instantly, the gentle demeanor he usually displayed evaporating, replaced by an ominous intensity. Those bastards. Professor Oak's voice was frigid as ice. The intelligence provided by the Alliance was utterly erroneous. They claimed it was an ordinary research facility, nearly costing you your lives. Grandfather, please don't be angry. Kingolf replied with a wry smile, shaking his head. It's too late for that now. Sakaki has fled, obliterating all evidence in the process. Fled? Dado's voice turned dangerously low. Sakaki himself came? Indeed, the handsome fellow nodded gravely. Not only Sakaki, but also the executive Athena and a mad scientist named Fuji. They were conducting cloning experiments underground. Dado fell silent for a moment, then produced a communicator, his tone resolute. This is Dado. Immediately secure all surrounding seas and airspace around Red Lotus Island. Intercept and inspect any suspicious vessels or aircraft. Understood, came a crisp reply from the communicator. After Naime tended to Bailan and the handsome fellow's injuries, she approached Bailan, concern etched on her features as she brushed the dust from his shoulder. Are you truly all right? It looks like things got quite intense. I'm perfectly fine, Naime, Bailan grinned, though it was indeed thrilling, akin to an epic disaster film. His ability to joke in such dire circumstances suggested he was genuinely unharmed. Naime shot him an admonishing glance, then asked worriedly, what about your Pokémon? They were all very brave, just a bit exhausted and in need of proper rest, Bailan reassured her, patting the Pokeballs at his waist. Especially Alakazam. It nearly shut down to protect us. Kingolf's face flickered with guilt at his words. I'm sorry, Bailan. I dragged you into this. What are you talking about? Brother Kingolf? Bailan rolled his eyes. We're in this together. Besides, had I not stalled Athena, you and the handsome fellow might have been in even greater danger. Professor Oak approached, his expression stern as he addressed Bailan. Bailan, you were very brave, but this was far too dangerous. In the future, prioritize your own safety in such situations. I understand, Professor. Bailan nodded obediently, yet within his heart lingered the thought. One cannot merely stand idly by while teammates falter. Can one? Professor Oak gazed into his clear and candid eyes, sighing softly. Ah, my dear child, as long as you are unharmed, that is what matters. Dado concluded his communication and approached. I have already alerted the Maritime Patrol, but given Sakaki's cunning, it is unlikely we can intercept him. He paused, turning to the handsome man. Now, regarding the cloning experiments you mentioned, please elaborate. The handsome man nodded, recounting in detail the happenings within the underground laboratory. As he mentioned the mutuogenetic samples and the dark ball, Dado's expression grew increasingly grim. The dark ball, a taboo among taboos. Dado clenched his teeth. Seething at the madness of Team Rocket, this time, they had truly gone too far. What exactly is the dark ball? Bailan immediately adopted an inquisitive demeanor, feigning curiosity. Internally, he mused. Here it comes, the exposition segment. I'll play along. I shall continue to perform. Chapter 75. Accountability of the Dodrio. According to reports from an undercover investigator within Team Rocket, it is an insidious device capable of forcibly capturing any Pokémon. Professor Oak's voice tinged with fury. It indiscriminately captures both wild and already caught Pokémon. Even those already captured? Bailan gasped in astonishment. That is far too tyrannical, isn't it? Don't Pokeballs have ownership authentication? That is precisely the essence of its malevolence. Dado interjected, his aura chilling enough to freeze, for it forcibly severs the mental link between trainer and Pokémon. Pokémon ensnared by the Dark Ball lose consciousness, becoming mere instruments of battle. More sinister still, the Dark Ball extracts their power at the cost of their very lives. Should Team Rocket indeed mass-produce cloned Pokémon and control them with the Dark Ball, an army of absolute obedience, unafraid of death, and fearsome in combat prowess would emerge. Dado's countenance turned ashen. Damn it, they must not escape. The more he contemplated, the angrier he became, abruptly turning to his Dragonite, issuing a command. Dragonite, let us pursue. Roar. Dado's Dragonite echoed with fury, eager to storm Team Rocket's headquarters. Wait. Professor Oak suddenly called out. Dado, it is far too perilous for you to go alone. You are well aware of Sakaki's strength. But we cannot let this slide. Dado gritted his teeth, the flames of anger nearly erupting from his eyes. Releasing a tiger back into the mountain brings endless troubles. Bailan observed the distant glimmering point in the night sky that had long since vanished. His heart a tumult of emotions. He understood fully that Sakaki would escape this time, yet witnessing the ever-composed Mr. Dato momentarily falter was too tempting to resist. Mr. Dato. Although they escaped this time, we have at least dismantled their experimental base, which can be considered a significant victory. Dato's taut shoulders relaxed slightly. The child's words possessed a peculiar soothing quality, immediately calming his restless spirit. You speak true, little one. At that moment, hurried footsteps echoed from the other side of the ruins. A man adorned with sunglasses and a distinctive white mustache strode forth, followed closely by Miss Junsha and Miss Joy. What is happening? I thought a volcano had erupted after that explosion. The newcomer was none other than the gym leader of the Ruby and Sapphire League, Shaba. Behind him, a cohort of Chansey and Houndoom were diligently engaged in rescue efforts, as the recent explosion had collapsed numerous nearby residences. Gym leader Shaba. Qinglu was somewhat taken aback. I was undergoing intensive training at the volcano's mouth, and the soundproofing was impeccable. I heard nothing. Shaba explained with a hint of chagrin. It was only when the explosion shook the entire mountain that I sensed something amiss, and hastily followed Junsha and Joy here. My apologies for the tardiness. This reasoning was reasonable, and everyone expressed understanding, for gym leader Shaba was a man of great repute and age, and his late arrival was indeed excusable. However, Bailan regarded this seasoned actor with internal mockery. Ah, the old thespian has arrived, playing the part of the spy. Shaba, old man, no need to fret, continue your performance. I am well acquainted with the script. It is well known that Shaba was once a scientist for Team Rocket, one of the creators of Mutuo, and even had his genes integrated into Mutuo. Can you accept that? How amusing. Yet, if viewed from a positive perspective, after creating Mutuo, Shaba ultimately turned over a new leaf, a wayward son returning home, a rather intriguing old fellow. Miss Joy promptly began directing the Chansey and treating the injured, while Nine-Eye released her own Chansey, skillfully joining the rescue efforts and gently comforting the wounded Pokémon. Suddenly, a tremendous roar resonated from both the sea and the night sky. Several speedboats sliced through the waves, and the searchlights of helicopters tore through the darkness, the enormous League emblem prominently displayed on their fuselage. The tardy League reinforcements had finally arrived. Leading the group, several League officials disembarked from the helicopters, clad in formal suits, starkly out of place amidst the ruins. Upon spotting Professor Oak and Dato present, their faces momentarily flickered with surprise before adopting a businesslike demeanor. All present were momentarily rendered silent by this grand spectacle. The acrid scent of burnt sulfur mingled with the dust stirred by the rotor blades, creating an uncomfortable atmosphere. Professor Oak's expression darkened instantly. He cast a sharp glance at the freshly arrived officials, his voice laced with palpable ire. Oh? The League's support? How timely indeed. Sakaki and Team Rocket have vanished without a trace, and only now do you decide to show up? Dato, standing beside Professor Oak, felt a twinge of awkwardness at the merciless inquiry directed at them. As one of the Elite Four and the League's top investigator, he cleared his throat, attempting to alleviate the tension, but before the furious visage of Professor Oak, he found himself at a loss for words. He turned to the League members behind him. Speaking in a low tone, commence a thorough search of these ruins immediately. Ascertain whether any useful clues remain. After issuing the command, Dato approached Professor Oak, Bailan, Qinglu, and the handsome man. Professor, Champion Qinglu, young Bailan, Mr. Handsome, this represents a significant dereliction of duty on the part of our League. Dato's tone carried an air of apology, yet his gaze remained resolute. Inaccurate intelligence and delayed support have placed you all in peril. On behalf of the League, I extend my sincerest apologies. Upon hearing Dato's apology, Professor Oak's fury did not wane. Rather, it intensified. Apology. His voice was eerily calm, the suppressed rage prompting the League officials present to instinctively take a step back. Dato, let me inquire. Who provided the intelligence for this operation? Dato opened his mouth, only to find himself speechless, while the League officials exchanged glances, each hesitant to breathe. The internal intelligence network of the League was labyrinthine, and this blunder implicated multiple departments. Professor, do not jest with me. Professor Oak interrupted sharply, his lab coat billowing in the night breeze. What purpose does your League's intelligence department serve? You claimed it was merely an ordinary research facility, with only a Team Rocket officer, Lance, involved, yet what do we see? Sakaki himself was present, along with Officer Athena. My grandson, one of former champion, a brave international investigator, and a mere 7-year-old child, narrowly escaped death here. Bailan observed this accountability session from the sidelines, inwardly reflecting, goodness. Professor Oak is genuinely furious. The usually gentle old man, when angered, wields a force comparable to a nuclear bomb. Nonetheless, it is well-deserved. The bureaucrats of the League need a wake-up call, lest Ash and Gary encounter further misadventures in their travels. Qinglu stood nearby, his expression complex. As a former champion, he was acutely aware of the bureaucratic tendencies within the League, yet this blunder was unacceptably severe. He cast a glance toward the distant Silver Mountain, silently lamenting the hands-off approach of the one still engaged in training his sister. Chapter 76, Shaba's Unexpected Discovery. Grandfather is right. Qinglu couldn't help but assign that fellow some tasks, and thus his voice carried a touch of bitterness. Had it not been for Bailan's remarkable improvisation in commanding my hoodie to hold off Athena, the handsome lad, and I might have truly been unable to return. Upon hearing this, Xiaoji and Xiaomei's faces instantly turned pale. What? Xiaoji jumped up, his voice pitch rising. Bailan, what perilous situation did you encounter? Xiaomei struggled to maintain his cool demeanor, but his tightly clenched fists betrayed his inner anxiety. Humph, I knew you would stir up trouble. Bailan, observing the worried expressions of his two companions, felt a warmth in his heart and quickly waved his hands to reassure them. Don't be anxious, don't be anxious. See, I'm perfectly fine. It's all about having thrills without real danger. Thrills without real danger? Nai, overhearing this, nearly burst into laughter out of frustration. Do you have any idea how worried we were when we received the news? That massive explosion shook the entirety of Honglian Island. Duo, witnessing this internal family discussion, felt beads of sweat accumulating on his forehead. He turned to the League officials behind him, signaling them discreetly. They promptly understood and dispersed to investigate the scene. Doctor, this time it was indeed our oversight. Duo's tone grew more sincere. The League will provide a satisfactory explanation and will also deal sternly with those responsible for this incident. Deal sternly? Professor Oki scoffed, stepping forward to lock eyes with Duo. The pressure emanating from the renowned Pokémon researcher left even the Elite Four feeling suffocated. What do you mean by deal? A few cups of punishment liquor, a written report, and then reassignment to another department to continue living in bliss. He extended his finger, nearly poking Duo's nose. Let me tell you how to handle this. First, all personnel responsible for providing this erroneous information must be dismissed and investigated. Second, the entire truth of this incident must be made public, so everyone knows the threat of Team Rocket and your League's incompetence. Third, Professor Oki paused, his gaze sweeping over his grandson before finally landing on Bailan. His voice as frigid as the Siberian wind. Get that Bratakai back from Silver Mountain. He seems to have it easy as a champion, leaving a former champion and an international police officer to risk their lives with a child. He should personally lead the team to root out Team Rocket. If your League cannot accomplish these 3 points, I, Oki Yukiching, will personally bring my research findings to Johto and Unova. I want to see if the Kanto League still has the face to stand in the world. I've seen enough of your League's handling of matters, which usually involves finding a few scapegoats and minimizing the situation. Bailan silently applauded Professor Oki in his heart. This is so true. The bureaucracy of the League has always been a persistent issue. Only a select few handle matters, while those who should be held accountable remain behind the scenes, enjoying their positions. Duo was scolded to the point of becoming a dodo bird and quickly offered a forced smile of apology. Just then, a young investigator in League uniform rushed over. Mr. Duo, we found some residual fragments of equipment in the ruins. He panted, his mud-stained gloves clutching several charred metal pieces that emitted a pungent smell of ozone. And this? The young investigator produced a severely damaged storage device, the Team Rocket emblem still faintly visible. The handsome lad immediately perked up and hurried over. Let me see. He took the fragments, examining the markings closely. This seems to be part of a control panel for a cultivation tank. And this looks like some sort of storage device. If it can be repaired. Can it be repaired? Duo inquired with a hint of hope in his tone. If we can recover the data inside, we could grasp the specifics of Team Rocket's cloning experiments. The handsome lad frowned, repeatedly inspecting the damaged storage device. It's severely damaged, even if it can be restored. We might only retrieve fragmented information, but it's better than nothing. We'll need specialized data recovery equipment, and he looked up at Professor Oki. We'll need top-notch technical experts. Professor Oki took the storage device, weighing it in his hand. Ordinary data recovery techniques won't suffice for this level of damage. After a moment of contemplation, he suddenly spoke up. However, I happen to know someone whose expertise in this area is world-class. Who? Duo immediately pressed. Jinghui. Professor Oki's words left everyone present momentarily stunned. The Jinghui from the lighthouse. Duo was somewhat taken aback. Isn't he focused on Pokemon evolution? Do you think Jinghui only studies evolution? Professor Oki's expression suggested that the younger generation still had much to learn. His computer skills and data analysis capabilities rank among the best in the Kanto region. Don't forget, he's one of the core developers of the Pokémon storage system you currently use, and he is an expert in many fields, truly a polymath. Bailan silently nodded in agreement. Indeed, Jinghui is a tech genius in the original story, though his penchant for swapping bodies with Pokémon is rather avant-garde. The thought of a grown man suddenly speaking in Pikachu's voice sent a shiver down Bailan's spine, and he rubbed his arms. Yet it seemed that Dr. Jinghui wouldn't speak after swapping bodies with a Pokémon. Bailan, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Nai immediately noticed his odd demeanor. Worry etched on her face as she leaned in to check his forehead. Oh, I'm fine. Bailan quickly deflected, just thinking about some, limits of science. And got a bit excited. Then please, doctor, contact Mr. Jinghui, Duo remarked, oblivious to the minor episode. His tone was filled with evident anticipation. Even fragmented information would greatly aid our pursuit of Team Rocket. At that moment, Xiaobo suddenly approached, his signature sunglasses reflecting an inscrutable light in the flames. Everyone, I believe I may have found something intriguing. As Xiaobo approached, he held a half-melted metal container, still bearing traces of some strange liquid. What is this? The handsome lad immediately leaned in closer. If I'm not mistaken, this should be remnants of the cultivation fluid. Xiaobo adjusted his sunglasses, his demeanor exuding professionalism. In my volcanic research, I've encountered various chemical substances, and this composition is quite unique. It seems to contain extremely high energy activity. Duo took the container, scrutinizing the liquid inside. Can anything be analyzed from this? We'll need specialized equipment, but... Xiaobo paused, eagerly suggesting. I have a complete set of chemical analysis instruments at my research facility. If you don't mind, I can conduct a preliminary test. Professor Oki nodded. That would be much appreciated, Xiaobo. However, be cautious. Team Rocket's materials often carry risks. Bailan listened from the side, inwardly marveling. Xiaobo's acting skills are truly exceptional. Being a scientist from Team Rocket, yet now he is assisting in analyzing Team Rocket's experimental residues. What could possibly be derived from this? Suddenly, a mischievous thought crossed Bailan's mind. After struggling for so long, if I don't expose you, I might as well give you a little discomfort. Ah, Mr. Xiaobo. Bailan suddenly looked up, adopting a childlike, melodious voice. You seem quite familiar with this cultivation fluid? Just one glance, and you can tell its energy activity is high. How impressive. Have you researched similar substances before? The air fell silent for a moment. Xiaobo's gesture of adjusting his glasses froze. A flicker of something passed through his gaze before he resumed his habitual, gentle tone, chuckling. Little one, your observational skills are truly sharp. I merely speculated based on the crystalline formations and energy reactions it left on the container wall. This is the fundamental skill of a scientist. The rocket team certainly makes quite a stir, employing extraordinary means. Inwardly, Bailan chuckled softly, an old hand, remarkably quick to react. By the way, Master Xia, did you notice any anomalous occurrences during your many years on Red Lotus Island? For instance, suspicious personnel entering or exiting, or peculiar construction projects. Xiaobo shook his head, his expression as innocent as an unsuspecting passerby. I typically conduct my research by the volcano, seldom paying attention to other places. However, now that you mention it, there was indeed a construction team working in the northeast corner of the island recently, claiming they were building some marine research station. A marine research station? The handsome one furrowed his brow. Our intelligence lacks any information about this project. Is that so? Xiaobo feigned a look of sudden realization. Perhaps that is merely a cover for the rocket team. Truly, one must remain vigilant. Bailan nearly succumbed to laughter. Xiaobo's acting was impeccable. Not only did he distance himself from suspicion, but he also inadvertently provided a false lead regarding the rocket team. At that moment, Ash suddenly pointed excitedly at the sea, exclaiming, "Look, what is that?" Everyone turned to follow his gaze, and in the distance on the ocean's surface, several massive metallic remnants glimmered with an eerie silver light under the moon, bobbing with the waves like the skeletal remains of a colossal sea beast. Could that be fragments of a submarine? Shigeru narrowed his eyes for a closer look. Dato immediately retrieved his communicator. Dispatch a diving team at once to salvage those remnants. All fragments must be recovered. Yes, sir. Bailan gazed at the floating metallic debris, feeling somewhat astonished. It seemed this plot point was absent from the original narrative. Had his intervention altered the course of events? Or did this merged world inherently possess such elements? It appeared Sakaki had indeed retreated in haste. Professor Okido analyzed, even neglecting to fully destroy the submarine. This bodes well for us. Dato's tone carried a hint of excitement. The submarine's wreckage might harbor valuable information. Xiaobo silently listened, his facial expression remaining unchanged, yet Bailan perceptively noted a slight tremor in his fingers. This unexpected discovery seemed to have instilled a degree of tension in Xiaobo. Bailan, are you alright? Nanami noticed Bailan lost in thought and inquired with concern. It's nothing. I merely find today's events rather exhilarating. Bailan snapped back to reality, offering a somewhat fatigued smile, akin to watching a thrilling film. What film could rival today's suspense? Ash leaned in. You have no idea how worried we were when we received the news. Indeed. Shigeru, rarely shedding his cool facade, added, next time something like this happens, you must bring us along. Bring you along? Bailan chuckled in disbelief. You still lack Pokémon. Bringing you would only complicate matters. Who says we don't have Pokémon? Shigeru retorted defiantly. There are so many Pokémon at my grandfather's research facility. We could simply borrow a few. Besides, we have Pidgey and Squirtle. Those are research Pokémon. Not for battle. Besides, you haven't yet turned 10. Pidgey and Squirtle hardly qualify as your Pokémon. Qinglu shook his head nearby. And you are far too young to protect yourselves in case of danger. Both Ash and Shigeru displayed expressions of discontent, but recognized the validity of Qinglu's words. Just then, the diving team's captain reported through the communicator, Mr. Dato, we've discovered a massive metallic chamber. It appears to be the core component of some experimental apparatus. Can it be salvaged? We are attempting to do so, but it is exceedingly heavy. We may require large lifting equipment. Dato frowned and turned to Xiaobo. Is there any lifting equipment on Red Lotus Island? There is, but... Xiaobo hesitated. Those devices are intended for handling volcanic rock samples. I am unsure if they can withstand the corrosive effects of seawater. Let us give it a try. Professor Okido decisively declared. If that is indeed the core of the experimental apparatus, the information contained within is invaluable. Bailan observed the bustling figures around him. Yet his mind wandered elsewhere. The rocket team's retreat was indeed hasty, but would that cunning old fox Sakaki truly leave behind so much evidence? Or were these so-called evidences merely a smokescreen intentionally left by Sakaki? Contemplating this, Bailan suddenly felt an ominous premonition. He quietly approached Qinglu and lowered his voice. Brother Qinglu, don't you think these discoveries come too easily? Qinglu paused for a moment, then nodded thoughtfully. You mean? I believe we may need to exercise greater caution. Bailan's tone conveyed a hint of concern. Someone like Sakaki would not easily leave behind incriminating evidence, especially after annihilating the research facility. As the two engaged in hushed conversation, the diving captain's panicked voice erupted from the communicator. This is bad. Something seems to be moving inside that metallic chamber. Something is moving? Dato instantly tensed, gripping the communicator tightly as he inquired loudly. What is it? Can you see it clearly? Not quite, but the surface of the metallic chamber is connected by numerous pipes, and it seems there is liquid flowing within. The captain's voice was laden with fear, and moreover, I sense a strong energy fluctuation. Upon hearing this, Bailan's heart sank. Energy fluctuation? Liquid flow? Could it be that some incubation chamber is still operational? Evacuate immediately. Professor Okido ordered without hesitation, all divers, come back up. But this equipment. No buts. Safety of personnel comes first. Bailan observed the tense expressions of everyone, swiftly analyzing the situation in his mind. The rocket team's rapid retreat should not have left behind any operational equipment. Unless... Wait. Bailan suddenly interjected. Could it be an automated operating program? Instantly, all attention focused on him. What do you mean? Qinglu inquired. The experimental apparatus of the rocket team may have been set to an automated mode. Even if the main control system is compromised, certain core devices would continue to operate according to predetermined protocols, Bailan explained, which could safeguard crucial experimental results and, if necessary, destroy evidence. Xiaobo adjusted his sunglasses, feigning a contemplative expression. Such a design indeed aligns with the rocket team's style. They have always been cautious. The handsome one frowned. So what do we do now? If it is indeed an automated program, there may still be living experimental subjects within the apparatus. Just then, a more frantic voice came through the communicator. This is bad. The metallic chamber has begun to emit light. Moreover, it seems something is attempting to emerge. Bailan's expression shifted to one of seriousness. This situation feels amiss. Such a scene was absent from the original narrative. Could it be that his involvement had altered the storyline? Everyone, immediately distance yourselves from the shoreline. Dato commanded loudly, Dragonite, prepare for battle. Roar. Dragonite instantly entered a state of combat readiness, exuding immense pressure. Qinglu, not daring to be negligent, swiftly retrieved a pokeball. Come forth, Ninetales. Howl. The majestic Ninetales appeared before them, its white tails dancing in the night breeze. Ash and Green were unconsciously drawn closer to Nana, enveloped by the tense atmosphere. Brother Bairan, could there be danger? Ash's voice quivered slightly. Fear not, for we have Mr. Dato and Brother Aoyama with us, Bairan reassured, though he secretly prepared himself. Should any perilous creature emerge from the depths, he might need to deploy his Pokémon. Suddenly, a blinding white light erupted from the sea, rendering everyone unable to open their eyes. What is this? The brilliant light persisted for several seconds before gradually dissipating. When the crowd reopened their eyes, a colossal transparent incubation chamber floated upon the water's surface. The chamber was filled with a verdant liquid, within which a hazy figure began to move slowly. What is that? Green's voice trembled. Bairan squinted, scrutinizing the sight, and suddenly harbored an unsettling suspicion. It can't be Mewtwo, can it? However, upon closer inspection, the figure inside the chamber was evidently much smaller than Mewtwo, and its shape seemed rather unusual. It resembled a type of Pokémon. The handsome man produced a telescope for a closer look, but he had never encountered such a form before. Could it be the result of Team Rocket's cloning experiments? At that moment, while the crowd was abuzz with speculation, the incubation chamber began to tremble violently, causing the green liquid to churn. This is bad. That thing is waking up. Dato immediately became alert, signaling everyone to prepare for battle. Bairan surveyed the scene, his emotions a tumultuous blend. The unfolding narrative was far too exhilarating. What was initially thought to be a simple cleanup had now revealed a living experiment. Most crucially, this experiment was evidently no trivial matter, a clone that had garnered Team Rocket's serious attention, undoubtedly possessing formidable power. Bairan, do you have any thoughts? Aoyama inquired. Turning to him, Bairan pondered for a moment. I believe we should first observe the situation and refrain from hasty attacks. After all, this could be an innocent Pokémon, merely subjected to Team Rocket's experiments. That makes sense, Professor Oak nodded in agreement. If this is indeed a forcibly cloned Pokémon, then it too is a victim. Just then, a crack suddenly appeared in the glass wall of the incubation chamber. Crack! The small fissure quickly spread, causing the entire chamber to teeter precariously. It's going to break, Ash shouted. Just as those words left his lips, the incubation chamber shattered entirely, the green liquid cascading forth, revealing the enigmatic figure before the crowd. It was a Pokémon unlike any they had ever seen, its body radiating a peculiar purple hue, humanoid in shape, yet distinctly not human. Most striking were its eyes, which emanated a chilling blue light. What kind of Pokémon is this? The handsome man gasped in astonishment. Bairan examined the bizarre creature closely, recognizing its resemblance to Mewtwo from his childhood, and an answer dawned upon him. Could this be an experimental prototype of Mewtwo? Or perhaps a failed attempt in the process of creating Mewtwo? It might even be the short-lived experiment mentioned in the original work. One that was supposed to be destroyed but was spared due to my interference. No, wait, Bairan reconsidered. According to what Aoyama and the handsome man just mentioned, didn't Team Rocket recently acquire the fossil of Mew's eyelash? How could they possibly have created this? This experimental subject has evidently existed for some time, yet it bears such a striking resemblance to Mewtwo. The purple Pokémon slowly opened its eyes, the blue light intensifying. It scanned the crowd, finally locking its gaze upon Bairan. Bairan looked around, incredulity washing over him as he pointed to himself. Me? Feeling the strange stares from those nearby, especially from Shaber, Bairan felt a sense of unease. Why does everything seem to fall upon my shoulders? Shouldn't they be seeking out Ash, the chosen one? The purple Pokémon's blue eyes fixated intently on Bairan, and all present could sense the oppressive atmosphere filling the air. Bairan felt a chill creep up his spine under such eerie scrutiny. He glanced around to confirm that it was indeed him being observed. Why is it looking at me? I'm not Mew, nor am I anything particularly special. Shaber adjusted his sunglasses, though his mind was racing with different thoughts. This experimental subject was the result of his and Dr. Fuji's endeavors, a product created by merging the genes of nearly every Pokémon. In theory, its genetic information rivaled that of the legendary Mew. But the issue lay in the imperfect fusion of those genes. It possessed immense power, yet lacked control, its temperament volatile and extremely violent. According to Sakiki's plan, this experimental subject was to be left behind to engage in battle with the Alliance's support troops, ultimately self-destructing due to its uncontrollable power. Yet, it appeared that it had no immediate intention of attacking. Strange, why is it so interested in that kid? Shaber feigned concern. Everyone, be cautious. This creature gives me a very dangerous vibe. Dato was already poised for battle, his Dragonite growling beside him, the pressure of its dragon energy rendering the atmosphere heavy. Everyone, fall back. This entity's energy level is extraordinarily high. Aoyama also sensed the unsettling aura, the 9 tails of his 9 tails raised, each hair standing on end. Bairan, slowly make your way toward me. Yet, Bairan remained rooted in place, sensing that while the purple Pokémon was staring at him, its gaze bore no malice, rather. It seemed to convey confusion. He even felt as though he heard a faint, sorrowful wail filled with pain and bewilderment resonate directly in his mind. This was no illusion. Bairan's heart raced, and without hesitation, he activated his analysis eye. A faint blue data frame, visible only to him, unfolded around the Pokémon that bore an uncanny resemblance to Mewtwo. Pokémon. Experiment M00. Type, Psychic. Ability, Tension, imposes immense pressure on opponents, causing them to consume an additional PP with each move. Status, Genes in collapse, mental turmoil, energy out of control, life force waning. Learn skills, Psychic, uncontrolled, Shadow Ball, uncontrolled. Barrier, self-recovery, disordered, swift. Overall evaluation, a tragic creation. A failed product that fused numerous Pokémon genes in pursuit of ultimate strength, possessing a genetic blueprint akin to Mew, yet unable to exist stably due to technical flaws and core gene rejection. Its soul wails, its power cries out, its life is nearing its end. It instinctively seeks the most similar and pure essence to its genetic source, the sole solace from its inception. Gasping, Bairan inhaled sharply at the sight of the data. Experiment M00? This is precisely the preliminary prototype of Mewtwo, and the long string of negative statuses in the status bar is utterly heartbreaking. Gene collapse. Life force waning. This signifies that from the moment of its birth, it has been on a relentless path toward death. Most crucially, the last evaluation states it seeks the most similar and pure essence to its genetic source. The genetic source, Mew. Suddenly, a voice reverberated in Bairan's mind. You are different from them. Bairan froze, realizing this was telepathy. Can you hear me? He tentatively responded in his mind. The purple Pokémon's eyes flickered. Interesting. Your essence tells me you are not like those humans. Bairan's heart sank. What have I gotten myself into? Have they discovered my identity as a traveler? Who are you? Bairan cautiously inquired. I am unsure. The voice carried a hint of confusion. I could only recall floating within that green liquid, followed by an endless tide of anguish and rage. Yet, upon seeing you, that sensation dissipated. The onlookers around us watched this scene with bated breath, perceiving that Bairan was locked in a gaze with this perilous, unknown creature. Bairan, what are you doing? Come here. Xiaoji implored anxiously. It is communicating with me telepathically, Bairan replied without turning. It harbors no ill will. Telepathic communication? Professor Oki's interest peaked at once, indicating its high intelligence, potentially rivaling that of a human. Meanwhile, Xiaobo furrowed his brow in contemplation. This specimen was supposed to be uncontrollable. How could it exhibit such tranquility? Could it be that this little rascal, Bairan, possessed some unique quality? Little one, do you sense anything extraordinary? Xiaobo inquired with concern. Bairan glanced at Xiaobo, smirking slightly. You, the scientist from Team Rocket, appear to be quite adept at this. It claims to have no memory of its identity. Only of pain and anger, Bairan remarked. But upon seeing me, those feelings vanished. This revelation deepened Xiaobo's perplexity. The genetic makeup of this specimen was a fusion of too many disparate Pokémon traits, theoretically rendering it extremely unstable. Why then, did it react in such a manner towards this child? Perhaps it is because you have the potential of a Pokémon trainer. It can sense your goodwill, Professor Oki speculated. At that moment, the purple Pokémon suddenly rose to its feet. Standing approximately 12 meters tall, it was not excessively imposing. Yet the energy it emanated weighed heavily upon all present. What is it about to do? The handsome man asked nervously. The Pokémon slowly approached Bairan, each step releasing a wave of energy that caused the ground to tremble slightly. Do not be alarmed. It merely wishes to come closer, Bairan reassured the voice within. What is your name? A name? I have none, the voice replied, tinged with sorrow. They simply refer to me as Experiment M00. Bairan felt a surge of sympathy. This wretched being, created by Team Rocket, lacked even a name. Then allow me to bestow one upon you, Bairan pondered. What do you think of Mengyuan? The Pokémon halted, its blue eyes shimmering more intensely. Mengyuan, is that my name? Indeed, from this moment forward. You shall be called Mengyuan, Bairan said with a smile. The surrounding crowd held their breath, witnessing this bizarre exchange, a 7-year-old child conversing amicably with a dangerous, unknown creature. Bairan, are you certain it poses no threat? Qinglu asked, anxiety lacing his voice. At least not at this moment, Bairan replied, and I sense it is more of a victim. Xiaobo quickly formulated a strategy in his mind. This specimen was originally a contingency left by Sakaki. If it truly became tamed by this child, it would spell disaster for Team Rocket. However, with so many witnesses present, he could not act overtly. Perhaps we should take it back to the laboratory for a thorough examination, Xiaobo suggested. After all, it might serve as vital evidence of Team Rocket's experiments. Absolutely not. Bailan suddenly objected loudly. It is not evidence. It is a living being. The old man was foolish to think I was unaware of his intentions, Bailan scoffed internally. Meng Yuan perceived Bailan's defense, and its blue light softened. Just then, the distant roar of helicopters echoed through the air. Reinforcements have arrived, Du observed as several helicopters appeared in the sky, indicating that the Alliance headquarters had dispatched a specialized research team. Bailan's heart sank. If the Alliance's research team took Meng Yuan for study, this pitiful creature might once again be plunged into the nightmare of the laboratory. Furthermore, not all within the Alliance were benevolent. There could very well be moles planted by Sakaki. Can you teleport? Bailan asked Meng Yuan, feigning innocence. I can, though it is somewhat difficult to control. However, I believe I should be able to. Then can you take me with you? Bailan inquired. You wish to leave with me? But I am dangerous. The power within me sometimes spirals out of control. It is all right. I trust you can manage it, Bailan asserted resolutely. The helicopters drew nearer, and Bailan understood he had to make a swift decision. The Alliance leaders might soon command the people present to seize Meng Yuan for research. Qinglu, I have something to confide in you. Bailan turned to face him. Meng Yuan has suffered greatly at the hands of Team Rocket. If we hand it over to the Alliance for study, it may endure the same torment once more. Qinglu paused, momentarily taken aback. You mean? I want to take it away from here, at least to allow it a chance at a normal life. Professor Oki smiled faintly, slowly nodding in understanding. I comprehend your intentions, Bailan. However, you must recognize that the risks are considerable. I am aware, Bailan replied firmly. But I cannot stand by and watch it be treated as a mere experiment once again. Xiaobo sneered from the side. Little rascal, do you believe you can control this monster? When its power spirals out of control, you will know what regret truly means. Yet outwardly, he feigned concern. Little one, this is far too perilous. We know nothing of this creature's strength. What if? There are no what ifs. Bailan interrupted Xiaobo. Meng Yuan, let us depart. With that, he extended his hand. Meng Yuan gazed at the outstretched hand, a flicker of emotion crossing its eyes. This was the first time someone was willing to believe in it, to protect it. Very well, we shall leave together. In an instant, Meng Yuan teleported to Bailan's side, grasping his hand. The next second, their forms vanished from sight, leaving behind only a faint purple glow. Teleportation, Du exclaimed in shock. As the purple light faded, the scene fell into a brief silence. Bailan, Xiaoji cried, nearly in tears. Where did he go? Nai-Nai's face turned pale as she clutched Qing Lu's arm tightly. Qing Lu, could Bailan be in danger? That Pokémon appears quite fearsome. Though Xiao Mao said nothing, his clenched fists revealed his concern. Xiaobo adjusted his sunglasses, his mind racing with another matter. That experiment M00 had indeed been taken away by that child. This was a significant problem. If Sakaki learned of this, damn it, Xiaobo cursed internally, while outwardly maintaining an anxious demeanor. This child was far too impulsive. What if that creature harmed him? Professor Oki, however, remained composed, even somewhat pleased. This child has always had a strong will of his own. Since he has chosen to trust that Pokémon, it is clear he has his reasons. Doctor, how can you say that? The handsome man interjected, alarmed. That is an experimental subject from Team Rocket. Who knows if it might suddenly go berserk? Qing Lu shot the handsome man a cold glance. Bailan's judgment has never been wrong. If he claims that Pokémon harbors no malice, then it certainly does not. At that moment, the Alliance helicopters finally descended. Emerging from the cabin were several middle-aged men clad in suits, each exuding an air of superiority. At the forefront stood a bald man, adorned with the insignia of a high-ranking Alliance official. I am Morita, the investigation chief from Alliance headquarters. The bald man surveyed the scene. Where are Team Rocket's experimental facilities? And where is that dangerous specimen? Du maintained a stoic expression as he faced these men. The experimental facilities have been destroyed. The specimen has just departed. Departed? Morita furrowed his brow. What do you mean by departed? That is a dangerous biological weapon from Team Rocket. How could you allow it to escape? It is not a weapon. It is a victim, Qing Lu retorted coldly. Moreover, it departed instantaneously. If you possess the capability, then step forward. A rotund official behind Morita promptly leaped forth. Victim? What utter nonsense. That creature is a killing machine devised by Team Rocket and must be retrieved and obliterated at once. Obliterate? Ash glared furiously at these individuals. It is also a Pokémon. By what right do you demand its destruction? Children ought not to interject. Morita waved his hand impatiently and then turned to Red, Champion Red. Where is that specimen now? We must capture it immediately. Red's expression grew even colder. I have said it already, it has departed. With whom did it leave? Another lanky official pressed. Surely it did not run off by itself? At this juncture, Shabo interjected appropriately. It was a child named Bairan. It seems that the specimen took a keen interest in him and left with him. What? Morita exclaimed in shock. A civilian has been taken by that monster? This is grave. The portly official appeared even more indignant. This is your dereliction of duty. You knew that creature was dangerous. Why did you not intervene? Now look, an innocent child has been abducted. Kingolf could no longer contain herself and let out a cold laugh. Dereliction of duty? Where were you? The so-called upper echelons of the Alliance, just moments ago? Now you are quick to offer your hollow words of righteousness. What is your attitude? The lanky official shouted furiously. We are considering the safety of the Alliance. For the safety of the Alliance? Kingolf's tone dripped with derision. Why do you not go after Sakaki? Why not dismantle Team Rocket's lair? Instead, you seek to annihilate a victim? Morita's complexion darkened. Champion Kingolf, mind your language. We are currently discussing how to rescue the child who has been taken. Rescue? Professor Oak finally spoke, his tone calm, yet laden with pressure. Bailan is my grandson's friend. He is a child I have watched grow up. I care for his safety more than anyone else. But I trust his judgment. That Pokémon will not harm him. Professor, your words are utterly irresponsible, the portly official rebutted hastily. That is a biological weapon of Team Rocket. Who knows what madness it might unleash? Finally, Nanami could no longer hold her tongue. What are you people even saying? Bailan left to protect that poor Pokémon. He was not abducted. Little girl, you do not understand, Morita replied, adopting a condescending tone. The genes of such an experiment are unstable. It could go berserk at any moment. That child is in grave danger. Therefore, we must immediately organize a search party. The lanky official chimed in. Champion Red. This is an order from the Alliance headquarters. Please cooperate with our actions. Red finally spoke, his voice cold enough to freeze. An order? He slowly turned to face the Alliance officials. Chapter 81. Then you go find it yourselves. Gyarados sensed its master's emotions, unleashing a thunderous roar that reverberated through the air. This was not merely a roar, but a substantial pressure imbued with draconic energy, the embodiment of a champion's authority. The atmosphere seemed to solidify into lead, weighing heavily upon each heart present. The researchers and accompanying personnel brought by Morita felt their legs weaken, nearly faltering. Gentlemen, Red began slowly, his voice low yet piercing like an icicle through the eardrums of those present. Have I been so amiable that you believe my name, Lance? Is easily trifled with? Morita and his associates were jolted back a few steps by this oppressive aura, their faces pale. He forced himself to maintain the facade of an upper official, stubbornly asserting, Champion Red, we are also considering the overall safety of the Alliance for what? Kingolf sneered. Stepping forward, her nine tails elegantly swaying its nine tails, the air around them heating up visibly, distorting with palpable tension. Is it to ensure your comfortable seats in the headquarters while sipping tea and reading newspapers, boasting of your accomplishments? Or to present yourselves as decisive before those true higher-ups who never step onto the front lines? Ninetails growled in agreement, sparks igniting amidst its white fur. The fusion of psychic and flame powers causing the officials to feel as though they were being scorched by invisible flames. Where were you when Team Rocket's base exploded? Kingolf pressed relentlessly, her gaze sharp as a blade. While we fought valiantly and cleared the aftermath, where were you? Now you scurry here, posturing with righteous indignation. Do you not find it laughable? The portly official's face flushed crimson, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. We only rushed here upon receiving notification urgent? Kingolf scoffed, mercilessly dismantling their lies. Then why could Professor Oak summon Champion Red from the Johto region with a single phone call, while you, the upper echelon stationed at the Kanto headquarters, arrived too late to even catch the remnants? Nearby, Ash and Gary felt their spirits surge, while Nanami's worried expression eased considerably. It appeared that these usually gentle seniors were remarkably steadfast and reliable when confronted with matters of principle. Morita's complexion shifted from red to purple in a fit of rage. He shouted, Enough! Champion Kingolf, we are not here to debate these matters. That dangerous specimen must be retrieved. It pertains to the safety of the entire Kanto region. This is an order. The safety concern lies with Team Rocket, not with a Pokémon that has just escaped torment. Professor Oak, who had remained silent, stood up. Though he was advanced in years, the authority he exuded rendered all present momentarily breathless. Gentlemen, I believe you have fundamentally misjudged the situation from the outset. Dr. Morita's bravado was immediately diminished. Before this titan of Pokémon research, he dared not overstep. Silence. Professor Oak interrupted him directly, his tone flat, yet imbued with undeniable strength. You individuals who routinely enjoy the Alliance's most generous provisions, occupying the highest positions, when the time comes to bear responsibility, you scatter like leaves before the wind. Now that the danger has subsided, you arrive here to dictate terms and claim credit. The lanky official attempted to retort, Doctor, we are also part of the Alliance, what are you? Kingolf coldly regarded him, enunciating each word with disdain. Also worthless? You. The lanky official trembled with rage. Yet Kingolf's icy glare rendered him speechless. The atmosphere plummeted to a freezing point. Morita gritted his teeth, sweat soaking his back. He knew that if he returned today empty-handed, his prospects would be irrevocably shattered. He could only make a final desperate stand. Regardless, that specimen and the child it took must be retrieved. This is the highest decision from the Alliance headquarters. Upon hearing this, Red, who had maintained a frosty demeanor, suddenly smiled. However, that smile bore no warmth. Instead, it was filled with biting sarcasm and disdain, more grotesque than tears. The decision of the Alliance headquarters? He seemed to have heard the best joke of the century. Slowly turning his back on Morita and the others, leaving behind a towering and resolute silhouette. Very well, then you go find it yourselves. With that, Red leaped onto Gyarados' back. Let us go, Gyarados. The massive orange figure took to the skies, the gusts it stirred sending the officials staggering backward, their faces smeared with dirt. Gyarados unleashed a roar that echoed through the heavens, carrying its master away into the night sky. Morita's face turned ashen. He had never anticipated that the esteemed Elite Four would dare to disregard the orders of the Alliance headquarters. He actually dared, the portly official stuttered, his finger trembling as he pointed at the sky. Kingolf snorted coldly, and also returned Ninetales to its pokeball. Champion Kingolf, will you also defy the orders of the Alliance? Morita strained to maintain his final semblance of authority. Defy? Qinglu smiled disdainfully, declaring, I am no longer a champion. I am merely an ordinary gym leader now. And you heard it, did you not? That child, Bairan, is my friend. He paused, his tone becoming increasingly menacing. If you dare to lay a finger on him, I will make you understand why I was able to become the Kanto champion at the tender age of 11. Morita broke into a cold sweat at this remark. He was well aware of Qinglu's prowess. Even if he was not a champion now, he remained one of the strongest trainers in the league, and undoubtedly his strength had only grown since his earlier days. At that moment, Professor Okido slowly rose to his feet, brushing off the dust from his clothing. Ladies and gentlemen, it is getting late, and this old body of mine could use some rest, he said, turning to face Morita and the others. A gentle smile adorned his face, yet his words sent a chill down their spines. By the way, I recorded the entire battle, the experimental data from Team Rocket, the layout of their facilities, and the true condition of the Pokémon referred to as Experiment Body M00 have all been meticulously documented. I believe the Pokémon League would find this first-hand information quite indispensable. Morita's heart raced at the implication. If Professor Okido were to hand over the footage to the League's higher-ups, their actions from that night would be laid bare. Of course, I must carefully organize this precious research data before deciding to whom it will be presented, Professor Okido added with a smile that implied a veiled threat. Chapter 82. They had already departed. The lanky official grew anxious. Professor, what do you mean by this? That data should be submitted to the League headquarters immediately. Should be? Professor Okido maintained his smile. Young man, I have been researching Pokemon for over 40 years, and never has anyone dared to tell me what should be done. Ash, listening nearby, felt a surge of passion and could not help but shout, Professor Okido is right. You villains are not worthy. Ash, Naimi gently interjected, though a smile of agreement graced her face. Shigeru was more direct, making a face at the officials. Huh, you deserve it. Xiaobo observed the unfolding situation, contemplating whether to take this opportunity to slip away. However, recalling the task assigned to him by Sakaki, he steeled himself and spoke up. Everyone, please calm down. I believe the most pressing matter is to locate that child. What if that experimental subject truly goes berserk? Qinglu shot him an icy glance. Xiaobo, weren't you just saying how dangerous that Pokemon is? If you were so concerned, why not go find it yourself? Xiaobo was momentarily taken aback, letting out a dry laugh. I'm getting old, I'm afraid. Then be quiet. Qinglu interrupted him decisively, then turned back to Morita and the others. Let me reiterate, Bailan is my friend, and that Pokemon is a victim, not some mere experimental subject. If you truly wish to find them, do so on your own merits. Do not expect our cooperation. With that, he beckoned Ash and the others. Let us go, we're returning to Masera Town. Wait. Morita hurriedly blocked their path. You cannot just leave like this. Qinglu halted and glanced back at him. And the reason for that would be? You are the only ones who have seen that experimental subject. The League needs you to provide intelligence. Intelligence? Qinglu scoffed. We just spoke at length. Did you even listen? Or do you only wish to hear what you want? Moria found himself at a loss for words. At that moment, the cries of Pokémon echoed through the sky. A Pidgey flew from a distance, a small note tied to its leg. The Pidgey circled in the air before landing accurately in front of Qinglu. Qinglu removed the note from Pidgey's leg and began to read. Upon seeing the contents, his expression relaxed, even revealing a hint of a smile. It seems we need not worry after all. This kid, Bairan, certainly is full of surprises. What is it? Did he send you a message? Naimi asked eagerly. Yes. He says he is safe, and that the Pokémon named Dream Circle is stable now. Also, Qinglu glanced at Moria and the others. They have already left. Moria and the others turned pale. Left? Where did they go? Qinglu shrugged. Not telling you. The plump official fumed, jumping up and down in anger. You are harboring them. This is illegal. Illegal? Professor Okido interjected slowly. May I ask, what law has Bailan broken? Rescuing an injured Pokémon? Or refusing to comply with your unreasonable demands as latecomers? Moria gritted his teeth, but indeed could find no legal grounds to constrain Bailan's actions. The lanky official pondered for a moment before shifting his approach. That experimental subject is very dangerous. If it harms an innocent person, you will be held responsible. Dangerous? Ash retorted angrily. It was clearly tormented by Team Rocket. Bailan is helping it. You children do not understand. I don't understand. Ash interrupted him. I saw its state with my own eyes. It was merely frightened and in pain. You adults, on the other hand, want to capture it right away. Who is truly dangerous here? Shigeru stepped forward in support. Ash is right. Besides, Bailan would never do anything wrong. If he says that Pokémon has no malice, then it certainly does not. Naimi gently patted the heads of the two children. All right, it's getting late. We should head back. Grandpa, you've had a long day and need to rest. Professor Okido nodded with a smile before turning back to Moria and the others. Everyone, the Team Rocket base on Honglian Island has been destroyed, and Sakaki has fled. Your mission should be considered complete, yes? As for that child and the Pokémon, they are out of danger. Isn't that the best outcome? Moria wanted to say something more, but Professor Okido had already turned to leave. Qinglu and the others followed suit, leaving Moria and his group exchanging glances. Xiaobo seized the opportunity to slip away, pulling out a communicator to contact Sakaki. Boss, I have news for you. On the helicopter, Zhun Yao presented a phone to Sakaki. He took the device, and the screen displayed an urgent message from Xiaobo. Sakaki, why hasn't the experimental subject been destroyed? That experimental subject has been abducted by a little brat. Upon reading this, Sakaki tapped his fingers on the table. A habitual gesture he resorted to while pondering. Abducted? Interesting. He quickly replied, what little brat? Provide details. Before long, Xiaobo's response arrived, detailing Bailan's appearance and everything that had transpired. When Sakaki noted the keywords around 10 years old, black hair, and able to command Qinglu's Hudi, his eyes narrowed instantly. The image of that slender figure resurfaced in his mind. The very child who dared to attack him during his battle with Athena. So it was him. Sakaki lowered the phone, a meaningful smile curving his lips. Zhen Yao, contact Professor Fuji. Yes, boss. Zhen Yao swiftly dialed Professor Fuji's direct line and handed the phone to Sakaki. Professor, Sakaki began directly. I recall you mentioned that the experimental subject had a violent temperament, making communication exceedingly difficult. However, based on the news I just received, it appears that this experimental subject has formed a good rapport with a little brat. It even seems to obey his commands. On the other end of the line, Professor Fuji's voice was laced with shock. What? That is impossible. Sakaki had previously utilized the power of Tokawaki and attempted to communicate with the experimental subject, only to be met with chaos and violence, leaving him perplexed. Sakaki continued. Not long ago, it took away a human child. After a long silence, Professor Fuji finally spoke. Boss, this indeed is highly irregular. As I assessed the psychological state of the subject, I detected only brutality and anguish, rendering even basic communication exceedingly arduous. Its genetic sequence was in utter disarray, and its mental state was alarmingly unstable. Yet, such was the reality of the situation. Sakaki interrupted his explanation. Even so, dear doctor, there is no need for concern. Dr. Fuji's tone grew resolute, stating that due to genetic defects, the subject would perish within a month of leaving the experimental chamber. Furthermore, utilizing its formidable internal power would only expedite this process. Even if captured by the Alliance for study, they would glean nothing without the complete genetic sequence of Dream. Chapter 83, Capturing Dream. Upon hearing this response, Sakaki's expression relaxed. Excellent. Therefore, Doctor, I urge you to hasten the progress of the true experiment. Do not disappoint me. Rest assured, I promise to deliver a satisfactory result within 3 years, Dr. Fuji hastily affirmed. After ending the call, Sakaki leaned back in his chair, his fingers lightly tapping the table once more. That little rascal named Bailan was indeed intriguing. Outside of Qianhong City, the moonlight filtered through the clouds, casting its glow upon the desolate grassland. Dream, accompanied by Bailan, had employed instantaneous movement and low-altitude telekinesis several times, finally distancing themselves from Honglian Island. Let us land here. Bailan pointed to a vacant patch below. Dream nodded and gradually descended onto the grass. However, the moment its feet touched the ground, it suddenly swayed, nearly toppling over. Dream, what is wrong? Bailan exclaimed, rushing to support it. I feel unwell. Dream's voice echoed painfully in Bailan's mind, indicating that the energy within it seemed on the verge of exploding. Bailan immediately assessed Dream's condition, and a data frame unfurled. Status: genetic collapse intensifying, energy severely disordered, consciousness fading, vitality rapidly depleting. Damn it, Bailan cursed under his breath. The recent continuous use of instantaneous movement and energy expenditure had exacerbated Dream's genetic collapse. The blue light in Dream's eyes began to flicker erratically, and the surrounding flora bowed under an invisible telekinetic force. Dream, listen to me. Try to control your power, Bailan shouted. But Dream could no longer comprehend. Its consciousness was swiftly slipping away, and primal rage began to take precedence. A powerful wave of psychic energy erupted from within it, sending Bailan stumbling back a few steps. No, I must find a way to stabilize its condition. Bailan quickly opened his system backpack, rummaging through previously crafted energy cubes. Of course, the calming energy cube. He retrieved a light blue energy cube, one he had developed earlier for its soothing effects, never anticipating it would be needed at such a moment. Dream, consume this. Bailan cautiously approached, offering the energy cube to Dream. Though Dream's gaze was somewhat vacant, it instinctively opened its mouth to consume the cube. A few minutes later, the energy fluctuations emanating from it stabilized slightly. It works. Bailan felt a surge of relief and quickly retrieved several more cubes for Dream to consume. After continuously feeding Dream several energy cubes, its consciousness gradually began to awaken. Did I lose control again? It asked weakly. Your genetic defect caused the energy to spiral out of control, Bailan explained candidly, but it is somewhat stabilized now. Dream looked down at its hands, still feeling the turmoil of power within. Bailan, I fear I cannot control this power. If I lose control again, I may harm you. Bailan pondered briefly before a sudden idea struck him. Dream, would you allow me to capture you with a Pokeball? A Pokeball? Dream regarded him with confusion. The Pokeball can, to a degree, restrict a Pokemon's power output, making it easier for you to manage your energy, Bailan elucidated. And in doing so, you would become my partner. After a moment of silence, Dream nodded. If this prevents me from harming you, then I am willing. Bailan opened the system shop, swiftly browsing through various Pokeballs. A standard Pokeball cost 300 BP, a Great Ball 600 BP, and an Ultra Ball 1000 BP. His gaze lingered on a special Pokeball, Healing Ball, 1200 BP. The captured Pokemon will receive a continuous mild healing effect, aiding in alleviating abnormal conditions. This is the one. Without hesitation, Bailan spent 1200 BP to exchange for the Healing Ball, hoping that this special Pokeball would assist Dream with its energy. The pink Healing Ball appeared in his hand, radiating a gentle glow. Dream, are you ready? Dream looked at the figure before it, for the first time displaying a sense of reassurance. It could sense the goodwill emanating from the human child, a stark contrast to the controlling figures it had encountered in the experimental chamber, akin to finding a familiar companion in an unfamiliar world. Come, Bailan. Let us officially become partners. Bailan nodded gently, pressing the button of the Pokeball against Dream's forehead. The pink light instantly enveloped Dream. Unlike the cold red light of a standard Pokeball, the glow from the Healing Ball was warm and gentle, akin to a mother's embrace. Dream did not struggle, allowing the light to draw it into the ball. Ding! The Pokeball emitted a crisp sound, and the central button ceased to blink. Bailan carefully picked up the Healing Ball, feeling a faint warmth emanating from it. Through the semi-transparent pink shell, he could vaguely see Dream curled up inside, seemingly in slumber. Capture successful. Dream enters a deep sleep state, slowing the rate of genetic collapse. The system's prompt brought a sigh of relief to Bailan. Yet he soon furrowed his brow. A solution to Dream's genetic issue must be found. Bailan swiftly contemplated potential solutions in his mind. According to previous system hints, to heal Dream's genetic collapse, either the complete genetic sequence of Dream must be obtained, or the essence of Dream itself must be located. Dr. Fuji undoubtedly possessed genetic samples of Dream, but that scientist was currently hiding in some corner, continuing his experiments under the watchful eyes of Team Rocket. With his current capabilities, even if Green were willing to assist, attempting to seize data from Team Rocket would be a fool's errand. Thus, the only option was to seek out Dream itself. The World Tree in Olutland City? The legendary Dream hidden deep within the jungles of Guyana in South America? Or some other location? No matter, he would wait to discuss the situation with the doctor and Green upon returning to the research facility. Bailan carefully secured the healing ball and began walking towards Qianhong City. As night deepened, the streets of Qianhong City grew sparse with pedestrians. Illuminated only by a few 24-hour shops still aglow, Bailan located a taxi service specializing in flight, its entrance adorned with a sign promising rapid and safe delivery. Flying taxis were quite common in this world, with flying-type Pokémon far surpassing cars in speed while merely consuming some food. The industry was particularly well developed in the distant Galar region. "Excuse me, are you still open?" A middle-aged man in the shop, who had been dozing, immediately perked up upon hearing the voice. "Of course. Young one, where are you headed at this late hour?" "To Master town." The man scrutinized Bailan, finding it somewhat peculiar for a child to be out alone at such an hour, yet the allure of alliance currency prompted him to refrain from questioning further. "Master town? Huh, it's a bit far. By flying, it would take about 2 hours, and the nighttime fare is a bit pricier, around 8,000 alliance coins." Chapter 84. Returning to the research facility. "No problem." Bailan retrieved his wallet from his backpack. "Additionally, may I borrow one of your Pidgeys? I need to send a message to a friend." Of course, the delivery service costs 500 alliance coins. Bailan swiftly inscribed a few lines on paper. "Kingolf. I am safe. Mingyuan and I have departed from Honglian Island, and Mingyuan's condition is temporarily stable. I shall return to the Research Institute and await your return to discuss our strategies. I will contact you promptly should there be any developments. By the way, please convey to Xiaoji and the others not to worry." Bailan tied the note to the leg of Bobo, instructing, "Deliver this to Honglian Island and seek out a brown-haired youth named Kingolf. His location is approximately here." Bailan provided a detailed description of the whereabouts of Kingolf and his companions prior to his departure. Bobo nodded, consumed an energy cube, and then took to the night sky. "All right, let us set off as well." The uncle led Bailan to a vacant area behind the shop, where a majestic Beedrill was resting on its perch. "Beedrill, we have work to do." The Beedrill opened its sharp eyes and emitted a soft chirp upon seeing Bailan. "Young one, is this your first time riding a Beedrill? Remember to hold on tight. The winds are stronger during night flights." Bailan adeptly climbed onto the Beedrill's back, surprising the uncle. "You seem quite experienced." "Yes, I ride often." The Beedrill spread its expansive wings and, with a powerful thrust, soared into the night sky. The cool breeze rushed past, and Bailan clutched the ropes tightly upon the Beedrill's back. Below, the pale red city gradually transformed into a sea of lights before vanishing from view. During the flight, Bailan could not resist taking out the healing ball to check on Mingyuan's condition. Through the pink shell, he could see Mingyuan curled up, breathing steadily and slowly. The healing ball emitted a gentle glow, continuously nurturing Mingyuan's injured body. Fortunately, it still has some efficacy. It was not in vain. Bailan felt a surge of delight, realizing that the 1200 BP he spent was worthwhile. Although the restorative effects were minimal, at least they would allow Mingyuan to endure for a while longer. 2 hours later, the Beedrill descended smoothly onto the open space in front of the Daiki Research Institute. "Young one, we have arrived." Bailan dismounted from the Beedrill's back, paid for the service, and watched as the Beedrill vanished into the night sky. He inhaled the fragrant air infused with the scent of grass and trees, finally feeling a slight relaxation after a night of tension. The Daiki Research Institute was tranquil and silent in the dead of night, with only the faint hum of automatic healing machinery echoing in the vast hall. Bailan gently pushed open the door of the institute, welcoming the familiar scent of disinfectant mingled with a hint of fruit. He exhaled deeply. This place was eternally his sanctuary. Home at last, he proceeded to the healing area, placing the Pokeballs of Cloud, Jindo, and Mingyuan sequentially onto the automatic healing apparatus. The 3 Pokeballs began to rotate slowly under the gentle green light. The device's screen displaying various data. Cloud and Jindo's statuses indicated they were healthy, albeit somewhat fatigued and injured, and had significantly improved after treatment. However, Mingyuan's data was far more complex, with a multitude of red warnings causing Bailan to furrow his brow. The screen was almost completely covered in glaring red warning boxes, making his pupils constrict. Gene sequence unstable, energy disruption, abnormal life signs. The healing apparatus seemed perplexed by Mingyuan's condition, emitting alarm signals that were several times more urgent than usual. Clearly, The extent of the genetic defects had surpassed the capabilities of ordinary medical equipment. Bailan sighed deeply. It seems we can only wait for the doctor to return and devise a plan. Bailan found a comfortable spot on the sofa and reclined. Today's experiences had been exceedingly exhilarating. From infiltrating Team Rocket's base to battling Athena, and then encountering and escaping with Meng Yuan, each moment had kept his nerves taut. Now, finally able to relax, exhaustion washed over him. It was unclear how much time had passed when he was roused by the sound of something heavy landing outside the institute. Bailan opened his eyes to find that he had fallen asleep on the sofa, with sunlight streaming in through the window, illuminating the room. Bailan, you're back. Xiaoji's voice rang out first, followed by hurried footsteps. The institute's door swung open, and Xiaoji rushed in, his face instantly lighting up with a radiant smile upon seeing Bailan safe and sound. That is wonderful. You're unharmed. Xiaoji lunged forward, nearly knocking Bailan off the sofa. Of course, I'm fine. Didn't I send you a message? Bailan chuckled, patting Xiaoji on the head. Though Xiaomao did not voice it, his swift approach and keen appraisal of Bailan revealed his underlying concern. Humph, I knew you wouldn't come to harm. But next time something like this happens, you must take me along. Nana May gently approached, reaching out to touch Bailan's forehead. At least you don't have a fever. Kingolv was quite worried about you on the way back. Kingolv entered from the back, his expression visibly more relaxed. It seems that Pokémon named Meng Yuan truly did not harm you. How is it now? In the healing apparatus, Bailan gestured towards the functioning device. But its condition is rather complicated. Ordinary treatment equipment seems ineffective. Finally, Dr. Daiki entered the institute, and upon seeing Bailan safe and sound, his serious demeanor softened. Young one, your performance today has impressed me. However, remember to prioritize your safety in such situations. I understand, Doctor. By the way, what happened with those officials from the Alliance? At the mention of this topic, the expressions of everyone present became somewhat nuanced. Kingolv scoffed. Those fellows? After being pressured by Mr. Dato and the doctor, they are much more compliant now. Dr. Daiki sat down beside the coffee table, his tone calm, yet laced with authority. Bailan, I have good news for you. After pressure from myself, Kingolv, Dato, and a number of Elite Four members along with other top trainers, the Alliance headquarters has officially revoked the capture order for Meng Yuan. Is it true? Bailan exclaimed, rising in surprise. Has it been resolved so quickly? Quickly? Kingolv shook his head. The doctor directly called the highest council of the Alliance headquarters, chastising those high-ranking officials severely. Naname added. Grandpa said that if the Alliance did not retract their command, he would personally make a public statement to the world, detailing Team Rocket's misdeeds and the incompetence and evasion of the Alliance's higher-ups during this incident, condemning their disgraceful attempts to treat the victimized Pokémon as spoils of war. Xiaoji was filled with fervor. Dr. Daiki is truly formidable. Those villains deserve to be dealt with in such a manner. Xiaomao also displayed a rare expression of admiration. Grandpa managed to intimidate the entire upper echelons of the Alliance by himself. He truly is a legendary figure in the realm of Pokémon research. Dr. Daiki waved his hand. The support from Dato and the other Elite Four members was crucial, along with some influential officials and gym leaders. It turns out that they had all seen Bailan's video to some extent and expressed their belief in his judgment. When the Alliance realized that even its top trainers stood with us, they naturally dared not be so obstinate. After all, an alliance without the backing of top trainers is merely a hollow shell. Upon hearing this, an indescribable warmth surged within Bailan. Thank you all, truly. However, Dr. Daiki's tone shifted, becoming serious. During the pressure exertion, we discovered some circumstances. What circumstances? Kingolv astutely detected an anomaly in the doctor's tone. Those officials from the Alliance who sought to capture Meng Yuan, upon investigation, were found to have connections with Sakaki, the former gym leader of Tokuwa. The air instantly thickened. A sudden jolt coursed through Bailan's heart as he realized the extent of Sakaki's infiltration within the Alliance was far more severe than he had anticipated. Are you suggesting that Sakaki has planted moles within the upper echelons of the Alliance? Qinglu's voice was a mere whisper. Not merely moles, Professor Okido interjected, producing a document. According to an internal investigation, these officials have received funding from Sakaki during his tenure as a gym leader. Ostensibly, it was to support the Alliance's development, yet in reality, it was to cultivate his own power. Bailan took the cue, acknowledging Sakaki's long-term scheming. Although Ash and Shigeru were still young, they could grasp the gravity of the situation. Does that mean there are many villains within the Alliance? Ash queried anxiously. Nanami gently stroked Ash's hair, precisely for this reason. We must exercise utmost caution. Fortunately, there are just and noble individuals like Mr. Dato among us. What is Mr. Dato currently engaged in? Bailan inquired with curiosity. He has begun the process of cleansing the alliance from within, Qinglu replied. He sent me a message indicating that he intends to turn this stagnant pond of the alliance upside down. However, this will require time. As the web of complicity is intricate, involving numerous individuals, including higher-ups providing protection, it will not be easy to uncover any flaws in such a tangled situation. At that moment, the medical device emitted a clear notification sound, and Meng Yuan's pokeball ceased its rotation, the screen displaying healing complete. Bailan hurried over to check the data. Despite the persistent red warnings, at least Meng Yuan's vital signs had stabilized somewhat. It appeared that the healing ball indeed had a positive effect. Professor Okido approached to examine the data, and upon seeing the complex genetic information, his expression grew grave. This genetic sequence is exceedingly chaotic, resembling a crude amalgamation of dozens, if not hundreds, of entirely unrelated Pokémon genes. Can it be cured? Bailan asked with palpable tension. Professor Okido pondered for a moment. Given the current medical technology, it is quite challenging. Unless what? Bailan pressed. Unless we can locate the complete genetic sequence of Mew, or... Professor Okido paused, find the actual Mew. After all, Meng Yuan was likely created by Team Rocket's imitation of Mew, so only Mew could resolve these issues. Upon hearing Professor Okido's words, the group fell into a collective quandary. Mew, being a legendary Pokémon, was not as easily found as Pikachu. Seeking it was akin to climbing the heavens. Ash scratched his head. Where could Mew be? How do we search for it? Shigeru furrowed his brow. Legendary Pokémon are shrouded in mystery. They cannot simply be summoned at will. Just as Bailan was about to speak, Qinglu suddenly interjected, I know where Mew might be. Instantly, all eyes were on Qinglu. Even Professor Okido displayed a look of surprise. Qinglu turned to gaze out the window, where the outline of the Viridian Forest was faintly visible in the night. The Viridian Forest, he said slowly. Bailan's eyes lit up. The Viridian Forest. It is indeed a place where Mew frequently appears. There are related plots in both the manga and the anime. Qinglu, have you seen Mew? Ash asked excitedly. Qinglu's expression turned somewhat nuanced, as if recalling some unpleasant memory. He rubbed his nose, embarrassed. Well, I suppose I have. Nanami, perceptive as ever, noticed her brother's unusual demeanor. Qinglu, what is it? Your expression is quite strange. Qinglu cleared his throat and replied. It's a bit embarrassing to recount. Professor Okido watched with keen interest. Do share, when did this occur? Qinglu sighed, beginning to reminisce. It was shortly after I returned from the research institute, probably when I was 10 and had just received my Charmander. I heard that Team Rocket was searching for a special Pokémon in the Viridian Forest, and I thought that if Team Rocket was going to such lengths, it must be an incredibly powerful Pokémon. So, you decided to take a gamble? Bailan inferred the subsequent events. Exactly, Qinglu nodded. I was young and overly confident, thinking I was quite formidable. The result. He paused, a hint of embarrassment crossing his face. What happened? Shigeru asked eagerly. I did indeed encounter Mew. Qinglu chuckled ruefully, a small, pink creature radiating light, seemingly harmless. I thought to myself, is this what Team Rocket has been making such a fuss about? Ash had already deduced the outcome, and then you let your Charmander attack it? Yes. Qinglu shook his head. Charmander used every move it had, yet none landed. Mew evaded all attacks as if it were merely playing, even performing a somersault in the air, as if mocking me. Bailan couldn't help but laugh. Haha, Qinglu, you have moments like that too. It gets worse, Qinglu continued. Just when I was questioning my life choices, another trainer suddenly emerged from the bushes nearby. Who was it? Nanami asked curiously. Red? Qinglu's expression grew even more complex. That was our first encounter. He saw me battling Mew and without a word, released his Froakie. Ash's eyes sparkled. What happened to Red? Worse than me. Qinglu shook his head. The moment Froakie's water gun was unleashed, Mew simply used Psychic to reflect the attack back, defeating Froakie in one hit. Haha. Shigeru erupted in laughter. Even Red lost. Chapter 86. Entering the Viridian Forest. After all, it was Mew. Professor Okido chuckled, shaking his head. For you two younglings to encounter it was already a miracle, and yet you dared to attempt to capture it. Your audacity is quite remarkable. Qinglu continued his recollection. What left the deepest impression was after Mew defeated our Pokémon. It actually flew in front of us, staring us down. As if to say, is this all you've got? And then what happened? Bailan listened with great interest. Then it vanished, Qinglu shrugged. As if it had never appeared at all. Red and I exchanged glances, both severely disheartened. However, that experience ultimately forged our friendship, or perhaps our rivalry. So Mew indeed appeared in the Viridian Forest, Professor Okido summarized, though that was many years ago. But at the very least, it confirms that the Viridian Forest is one of the areas where Mew is active. Bailan analyzed. Moreover, according to legends, Mew possesses the genes of every Pokémon. It should be sensitive to situations like Meng Yuan's genetic chaos. Qinglu nodded. There is indeed that possibility. At the time, Mew gave me the impression of observing us, as if it were intrigued by the relationship between humans and Pokémon. Bailan pondered. Professor, is there any method to attract Mew's attention? According to legend, Mew has a special affinity for pure and kind-hearted souls, Professor Okido replied. Additionally, it seems to be drawn to endangered Pokémon. And considering Meng Yuan has fused the genes of over 100 Pokémon, there is a chance that Mew might sense this. Endangered Pokémon. Bailan glanced at Meng Yuan's Pokeball, recalling its precarious state. Qinglu also recognized this point. If we bring Meng Yuan into the Viridian Forest, perhaps we could indeed attract Mew's attention. But wouldn't that be too risky? Nanami voiced her concern. What if Meng Yuan loses control in the forest? I will keep a close watch on it. And Qinglu will be present as well, Bailan asserted firmly. Besides, the healing ball can stabilize its condition to some extent. Professor Okido contemplated for a moment, his fingers lightly tapping the table. Before we set off, we must make adequate preparations. The Viridian Forest is vast, with a complex terrain, and it houses quite a number of formidable wild Pokémon. Bailan nodded thoughtfully, picking up the healing sphere for a meticulous examination. Through its pink exterior, Meng Yuan was quietly curled up, the surges of psychic energy on its surface fluctuating erratically. Doctor, how long do you believe Meng Yuan can endure? Professor Okido shook his head, his expression grave. According to the current data, at most just over a month. The healing sphere indeed slows the rate of genetic collapse, but it cannot fundamentally resolve the issue. Ash slapped his thigh, a look of unwavering determination on his face. Then what are we waiting for? We shall seek out Mew tomorrow. Hold on. Ash, Alway interjected, patting his shoulder. The Viridian Forest is not merely the small grove in our backyard. Venturing in carelessly could be perilous. Nine-Eye stood up and walked towards the medicine cabinet, beginning to organize the supplies needed for the next day. We need to prepare ample healing potions, antidotes, and paralysis treatments. There are numerous poison-type and grass-type Pokémon in Viridian Forest, and we could be in trouble if we are attacked. Shigeru also rose, excitement evident on his face. I'm bringing along my Wartortle. It'll surely come in handy in the forest. Bailan observed the bustling figures around him, a wave of warmth swelling in his heart. By the way, we need to split into teams, Alway proposed. The Viridian Forest is vast. Searching separately will prove more efficient. Professor Okido nodded in agreement. I'll team up with Ash. Alway and Bailan will pair together, and Nine-Eye with Shigeru. This way, each group has an experienced trainer, ensuring our safety. Ash raised his hand with a question. Doctor, how will we communicate? What if someone finds Mew? With this, Professor Okido replied, producing 3 compact communicators from his drawer. This is my latest invention, the Pokecom. Its communication range covers the entirety of Viridian Forest, and it can also record Pokémon data, essentially a pared-down Pokédex. Yet, in the wild, this device is far superior to a traditional Pokédex. Bailan accepted the Pokecom, flipping through its functionalities and discovering that it was remarkably more potent than the one in the game. Capable not only of communication, but also scanning Pokémon and recording their basic information. Wonderful. With this, our search will be much more convenient. Alway glanced at the time, noting that it was nearing midnight. It's getting late. Let us all rest for now. We'll set off early tomorrow. The group dispersed to their respective rooms. But Bailan remained seated beside the healing apparatus, staring blankly at Meng Yuan's Pokeball. Don't worry, we will surely find Mew, Alway reassured him. Walking over and patting his shoulder, Bailan looked up at Alway, managing a weary smile. Thank you, Alway. I truly don't know what I would do without you all. Alway shook his head, his expression serious. You saved Meng Yuan. That was the right choice. We are merely assisting you in fulfilling that correct decision. Bailan nodded, carefully stowing away the healing sphere. I hope we can find Mew smoothly tomorrow. At dawn the next day, as the first light broke, the group convened at the entrance of the laboratory. Professor Okido carried a bulging backpack filled with various medicines and provisions. Nine-Eye had prepared 6 bento boxes, 1 for each person. I made some sandwiches and energy bars. It should be enough for everyone to eat throughout the day. Ash and Shigeru eagerly accepted their bento boxes, unable to contain their excitement. Wow, Nine-Eye's bento is the best. Alway checked his Pokeballs, ensuring each Pokemon was in optimal condition. Has everyone brought their Pokemon? The wild Pokemon in Viridian Forest are formidable. We must exercise caution. Bailan felt the Pokeballs at his waist, noting that both Cloud and Jindo had recovered, while Meng Yuan remained safely ensconced within the healing sphere, temporarily stable. I'm ready. Professor Okido conducted a final equipment check and nodded once satisfied. Let us set off. Viridian Forest lies ahead. The group followed the narrow path leading into the depths of Viridian Forest. The morning sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows upon the ground. In the distance, the outline of Viridian Forest gradually came into view, its dense greenery seemingly concealing countless secrets. Viridian Forest is the largest primeval forest in the Kanto region, spanning over 200 square kilometers. As they walked, Professor Okido elaborated, this forest is home to hundreds of Pokémon species, including some rare varieties. And many trainers choose to hone their skills here. Curious, Ash inquired, Doctor, why didn't you choose Viridian Forest as its habitat? Professor Okido chuckled lightly. Viridian Forest possesses its own consciousness and immense vitality, bestowing unique abilities upon those it favors. Moreover, it is far removed from human civilization, with an untainted, pristine environment, perfectly suited for a tranquil Pokémon like Mew. After walking for approximately half an hour, the group finally reached the entrance of Viridian Forest. Towering trees obscured the sky, rendering the interior dark and enigmatic. All right, we shall proceed according to plan with our designated groups, Professor Okido announced, pulling out a map. Ash and I will traverse the eastern part of Viridian Forest. Alway and Bailan will delve deeper into the heart of the forest with Minuan, while Nai and Shigeru will search westward. Remember to check in via Pocom every 2 hours, regardless of any discoveries. The group nodded and set off in their assigned directions. Bailan and Alway proceeded along the central path, the trees growing denser around them, sunlight barely penetrating the canopy. Alway, where did you last encounter Mew? Alway pointed ahead. If we continue for about a kilometer, there is a small lake. I encountered Mew there. Bailan nodded, following Alway further along. Along the way, they encountered several wild Caterpie and Weedle, but none approached them. They merely retreated upon catching sight of the duo. Most Pokémon on the outskirts of Viridian Forest are rather gentle. They won't attack humans unless threatened or startled, Alway explained. Furthermore, the Pokémon here are generally not very strong, making it an excellent location for novice trainers to capture Pokémon and hone their skills. Bailan nodded, though his mind seemed elsewhere. After walking for about half an hour, they arrived at the small lake Alway had mentioned. The water was crystal clear, revealing a bed of various wildflowers and berries around its edges. This is the spot, Alway remarked, surveying the area. Mew appeared from the thicket over there. Bailan retrieved the healing sphere, gently pressing the button. A pink glow flickered as Menuan's form gradually materialized. It opened its eyes, gazing around in confusion. Where's this? Viridian Forest, Bailan replied softly. We have come here to search for Mew, hoping it can assist you. The genes within you bear similarities to Mew's. Try to sense with your psychic abilities if you can locate it. Menuan nodded, floating in the air as it surveyed the surroundings, its powerful psychic energy sending out signals. Yearning for a response. Suddenly, its body trembled slightly, a flash of blue light igniting in its eyes. I sense it, a peculiar energy. As if it is calling to me. Alway and Bailan exchanged glances, astonishment reflected in their eyes. Is it Mew? Bailan asked eagerly. Menuan shook its head. I cannot say. But this sensation feels familiar, as if it is akin to me. Just then, ripples appeared on the lake's surface, and a small pink figure darted through the water. Bailan's eyes widened in disbelief, his analytical vision granting him unparalleled reflexes and dynamic sight. Even a fleeting glimpse was clear to him. Wow, it truly is Mew. The pink figure zipped through the water at such speed that it seemed almost illusory. Did you see that? Alway whispered excitedly, his eyes shimmering with exhilaration. I saw it. Bailan's heart raced, exhilaration surging through him. It was that pink figure just now. Menuan's body began to tremble slightly, the blue light in its eyes growing brighter. It approached, the voice of Mew exuding a hint of anticipation and tension. The lake's surface rippled once more. This time, the pink figure did not conceal itself any longer. Mew, the true embodiment of dreams. It gradually emerged from the water, its pink form shimmering in the sunlight. Its large blue eyes curiously gazing at the three figures on the shore. Bailan felt his heart racing as if it might leap from his chest. This was the legendary Pokémon, Mew, the enigmatic being harboring the genes of all Pokémon. Target locked, Mew. Status, relaxed, curious. Abilities, psychic, life do, pound, trick. Traits, synchronize. Comprehensive evaluation, a genuine mythical Pokémon, possessing the genes of every Pokémon, capable of utilizing all moves. Only with a pure heart and a fervent desire to meet it can one summon its presence. The chasm between you and it is as vast as the sky and deep as the ocean. The lavish interface left Bailan utterly amazed. The sheer volume of skills dazzling his senses. Do not act recklessly, Ching LV cautioned softly. Last time, My impulsiveness caused it to flee. Bailan nodded, striving to maintain his composure. Yet, the excitement was overwhelming. Mew slowly floated towards Meng Yuan, the two pink Pokémon locking gazes in midair. One was grand, the other flawed. However, Bailan suddenly sensed something, a wondrous resonance. A flicker of complex emotion passed through Mew's eyes as it circled Meng Yuan, seemingly scrutinizing something, a blend of confusion, anger, and sorrow evident in its demeanor. Mew, am I your clone? Mew's voice resonated directly in everyone's minds, clear yet tinged with sadness. Meng Yuan nodded. Yes, I am a failed product created by Team Rocket. A failed product? Mew halted before Meng Yuan, shaking its small head. I do not perceive it that way. Bailan held his breath. Though you were crafted by humans, you possess your own consciousness and emotions. Mew gently touched Meng Yuan's forehead. Thus, you are a Pokémon. A genuine life form. Tears welled in Meng Yuan's eyes. But I am on the brink of death. My genes are collapsing, and I cannot endure much longer. Mew's expression grew serious as it delicately sensed Meng Yuan's body. Mew, come. Let me take a look. A soft pink glow emanated from Mew, enveloping Meng Yuan completely. Its psychic powers scanning through and through. Bailan could feel a tremendous wave of psychic energy rippling through the air. Was this the power of a legendary Pokémon? Minutes later, the light dissipated. Mew's adorable face contorted in concern. Mew, indeed, it is quite severe. Your genetic sequence has been forcibly stitched together, resembling a precarious tower of blocks poised to collapse at any moment. Furthermore, your bodily structure has suffered due to this forced fusion, causing critical energy nodes to become blocked and unable to function properly. Is there no hope? Bailan could not help but inquire. Mew turned to face Bailan, its blue eyes scrutinizing him, sensing the child's intent, yet harboring a trace of doubt. Are you its trainer? I suppose so, Bailan nodded. I rescued it from Team Rocket. Mew's gaze instantly softened. Kind humans are a rarity. Mew. But you aren't referring to those black-clad individuals who sought me throughout this forest a few years ago, are you? Truly despicable beings. Little Mew huffed in indignation, delivering a few playful punches in the air to vent its frustration. It then looked back at Meng Yuan. I can assist you, but what? Meng Yuan inquired eagerly. I cannot heal you immediately. Mew's tone carried a note of regret. Your situation is overly complex. The gene collapse is merely a manifestation. The deeper issue lies in the turmoil and blockage of energy within you. This necessitates a lengthy and sustained process, during which I will guide your body to gradually repair and reconstruct. Bailan's heart sank. Unable to heal immediately? How long will it take? He asked anxiously. Mew tilted its head, seemingly in contemplation. Approximately 3 years, it extended 3 tiny fingers, only 3. During this time, you must remain by my side. I will nurture your body with my powers, assist you in clearing the energy pathways, and rearranging your genes. At the very least, I can ensure your survival. Furthermore, I will teach you how to control the vast psychic energy within you, enabling it to work for you rather than against you. Chapter 88, A 3-Year Separation. 3 years. Bailan felt as though he had been struck by lightning. 3 years. That was a full 3 years. The weight of those 2 words seemed to freeze the air around him. Bailan blinked, a thought flashing through his mind. Good heavens. Is this akin to enrolling in a 3-year diploma course, with guaranteed placement upon graduation? He gazed at Meng Yuan, that small, fragile figure, then glanced at the attending physician, Mew, and suppressed the pang of reluctance in his heart. A month of waiting versus a full revival 3 years later. This decision was one even a primary school student could navigate. Meng Yuan evidently understood as well. Cautiously floating in front of Bailan, its tiny body trembling slightly, eyes pleading. Bailan, its voice was laden with dependence, having recently found a trustworthy companion. The prospect of parting made Meng Yuan anxious. Go ahead. Bailan smiled instead, reaching out to pat it but halting midway, ultimately just giving its forehead a gentle flick. This was a one-on-one VIP tutoring session with Mew, a coveted opportunity for countless Pokémon. You were being granted a direct admission. He paused, softening his tone. Study well. I will await your return. Mew blinked its large eyes. Mew, this generation of humans is truly amusing. You are a wonderful companion, it said to Bailan. Rest assured, I will take good care of it. Moreover, I will guide it to explore this vast and beautiful world, meeting various Pokémon and humans, rather than remaining confined to the cold memories of Team Rocket's laboratories. Bailan understood that although Mew had lived for an exceedingly long time, its heart was as pure as that of a child, innocent and full of curiosity towards all things. Its innate kindness would undoubtedly have a profound impact on Meng Yuan, allowing this being, destined to be imbued with violence due to its genes, to experience love and peace. Bailan, I will surely strive to grow stronger and then return to find you. Meng Yuan's eyes brimmed with tears, yet its tone resonated with determination. Bailan stepped forward and gently embraced Meng Yuan. Yes, I will wait for your return. I will always be at the Research Institute for you. His voice trembled slightly, yet it was filled with encouragement. Qing LV patted Bailan's shoulder, his eyes reflecting understanding and sentiment. This is the best choice, Bailan. Mew's power and experience surpass any medical equipment by leaps and bounds. Bailan nodded, calming his emotions. I know, Qing LV. I just feel a bit reluctant. Mew seemed to sense Bailan's despondency, nuzzling its small body against his cheek. Mew, do not be sad. We will meet again. Moreover, these 3 years do not mean we cannot see each other. I will bring it back to play with you. It spread its arms wide. A gentle pink glow radiating towards Bailan. He felt a warm current flow into his body. Ding. Mew's blessing detected. Host's physical capabilities enhanced. Mental strength slightly increased. Wow, such benefits exist. A flicker of surprise surged within Bailan's heart, only to be swiftly subdued by the melancholy of parting. At that moment, the Pokémon suddenly chimed. Bailan, Qing LV, how are things on your end? The instruments just detected a strong energy fluctuation. It seems to be coming from your direction. It was the voice of Professor Oak. Bailan picked up the Pokémon. Professor, we have found Mew. Furthermore, we have discovered a solution for Dream Yuan's situation. However, he briefly recounted Mew's decision and the necessity for Dream Yuan to depart for 3 years. A moment of silence followed in the communicator, and then Professor Oak's jubilant voice broke through. Though it is bittersweet, this is indeed the best choice. Mew will personally guide Dream Yuan. It is Dream Yuan's fortune. Bailan, you have done remarkably well. That's wonderful. As long as Dream Yuan is well. Ash exclaimed, his voice tinged with both reluctance and joy for Dream Yuan. We'll be waiting for your return at the lab, shouted Gary. Minutes later, Professor Oak and his entourage arrived at the lakeside. Upon witnessing the unharmed Dream Yuan and the leisurely swimming Mew, astonishment painted the faces of all present. It's really Mew, Ash cried out excitedly. Incredible. Gary stuttered with excitement. This is the legendary Pokémon. So many people spend their entire lives without ever encountering it. Professor Oak approached Bailan, meticulously observing Dream Yuan, then turned his gaze to Mew and respectfully said, Thank you for personally assisting Dream Yuan. It is an honor for all researchers. Mew floated to the shore, gazing at the gathering of humans. Are you all friends of Bailan? It inquired in a sweet voice, its large eyes brimming with curiosity, sensing the goodwill of those before it. Yes, Professor Oak replied solemnly. Thank you for saving Dream Yuan. Mew shook its head. You need not thank me. It was Bailan's kindness and persistence that truly saved it. Moreover, it is my kin, and I could not bear to watch it fade away. It turned to Bailan. You are a very special human. I rarely encounter trainers as pure and kind-hearted as you. Bailan felt a bit bashful. I merely did what I believed was right. The pink feline nodded. Precisely because of that, you are special. It soared from the lake, approaching the group. As a token of my gratitude, I wish to bestow some gifts upon you. Mew's body began to glow, and colorful beams shot forth towards each individual present. Ash and the others felt a wondrous warmth surge within them, as if their bond with their Pokémon had become unprecedentedly clear and intimate. Mew, this is my little gift. It twirled in the air, cheerfully announcing, with this, everyone and their Pokémon will feel closer, and your journey will become smoother. Thank you so much, Ash exclaimed, his excitement palpable. Mew squinted its eyes with a smile, then addressed Dream Yuan. It is time for us to go, Dream Yuan. This world is vast and brimming with fascinating places awaiting our exploration. Dream Yuan cast one last lingering glance at Bailan, eyes filled with reluctance, yet more so with anticipation and hope for the future. Bailan, goodbye? I will definitely return. Goodbye, Dream Yuan. Bailan waved fervently, his eyes slightly misty. Mew, along with Dream Yuan, transformed into 2 streams of pink light, vanishing instantaneously into the depths of the eternal forest. The forest returned to tranquility, as though everything that had transpired was merely a dream. Bailan lingered at the lakeside, reluctant to depart. 3 years loomed ahead, filling him with melancholy. Yet he felt genuine happiness for Dream Yuan's new beginning. Do not worry, Bailan, Professor Oak reassured, patting his shoulder. 3 years will pass swiftly, and Dream Yuan will undoubtedly return to you in a stronger form. Ash and Gary gathered around him. Bailan, let us strive together. By the time you reunite with Dream Yuan, we will all have grown stronger. Ash declared resolutely. Absolutely. I'm going to evolve my Squirtle into a Blastoise. Gary chimed in enthusiastically. Bailan observed his concerned companions, warmth blossoming in his heart. Indeed, he was not alone. He had many friends. 3 years could be seen as an opportunity for growth for them all. By the time Dream Yuan returned, he too would need to become stronger. Chapter 89. The Return to Routine and a New Beginning. 3 days had passed since the events in the Eternal Forest, and Professor Oak's lab had returned to a state of serene normalcy. Bailan reclined in a rocking chair in the backyard, indulging in a post-war recuperation. He swung his legs, sipping on the lemon tea brewed by Nai, while the cloud at his feet sprawled out like a sunbathing cat, and not far off, the golden bean frolicked with a group of Bulbasaurs. Such was the daily life of a solitary father. Bailan sighed softly. Are you still thinking about Dream Yuan? Nai approached with a freshly baked batch of cookies. Yes, Bailan accepted a cookie, taking a bite as sweetness enveloped his senses. Yet, upon remembering that Dream Yuan was currently learning under the esteemed Mew, awaiting the end of the 3-year period, having not only preserved its life but also enhanced its strength, he felt that this turn of events was far from a loss. Nai settled into the chair beside him, observing the Pokémon playing in the yard. Mew is truly kind, like something out of a fairy tale. Indeed, it even bestowed a blessing buff upon us, Bailan said, stretching his limbs, feeling invigorated and in a remarkably good state of mind. By the way, where's Ching LV? I haven't seen him all day. He mentioned he was heading to Viridian City. The League had something for him, Nai replied, a hint of concern in her voice. Likely related to Team Rocket's matters. Bailan nodded, refraining from further inquiries. Ching LV had indeed become quite the busy individual in recent days, receiving call after call regarding the cleanup of Team Rocket's remnants, all while harboring a desire to swiftly retrieve Chihong, who had been slacking off at Silver Mountain. Bailan. Ash's boisterous voice echoed from the entrance, as he burst into the backyard like a whirlwind, brandishing a package high above his head. Your delivery. The mailman asked me to give it to you. Bailan accepted the package, glancing at the sender's address, Quartz Plateau. He found himself momentarily perplexed. He hadn't made any recent purchases from the League headquarters. Ripping open the packaging revealed a finely crafted wooden box, accompanied by a letter. Bailan first opened the letter, which was an official correspondence from the League. Dear Mr. Bailan, in recognition of your courage and wisdom exhibited during the Team Rocket incident, as well as your outstanding contributions to Pokémon conservation, the League is honored to award you the Pokémon Guardian Medal in acknowledgement of your benevolence. Wow, that is amazing. Bailan is officially certified as a big shot. Ash exclaimed, his eyes wide with excitement as he leaned in closer. This medal is so cool. Bailan opened the wooden box to find a silver medal resting within, intricately engraved with Pokémon motifs, shimmering brilliantly in the sunlight. Pokémon Guardian. Bailan traced the patterns on the medal, feeling its weight and smoothness resonate within his heart. This was no mere piece of metal. Congratulations, you are deserving of this honor, Professor Oak, who had appeared in the backyard unbeknownst to them, said with a warm smile. Professor, you're back? I just arrived at the lab. Professor Oak took a seat beside him. The League has mostly wrapped things up. Team Rocket's main hideouts have been dismantled. The remaining minions won't pose much of a threat. Ching LV, as the new Viridian Gym leader, has inherited quite a burden due to the previous leader, Sakaki. And what about Sakaki? Bailan inquired, curiosity piqued despite having already guessed the outcome. He fled. Professor Oak shook his head. He vanished before we could take action. It's not surprising. A person like him must have prepared countless escape routes. Ash clenched his fists, the sound of cracking knuckles echoing in the air. Will he return in the future? It's hard to say. Professor Oak's expression grew more serious. However, the Alliance had already heightened security measures across various regions, having learned from past mistakes to prevent a recurrence of similar incidents. Bailan nodded, carefully placing the medal back into its box. Unbidden, images of Mingyuan's departure flashed through his mind, stirring a complex array of emotions, slightly sour, somewhat empty, yet tinged with sweetness. Gazing at the medal, he suddenly felt a compelling urge to take action to honor its 5 words. Professor, I've been contemplating a matter lately, Bailan said, turning to Professor Oak. What do you believe the relationship between humans and Pokémon should be? Professor Oak paused, taken aback by the unexpected query. Why the sudden interest in this? Well, Bailan scratched his head, gathering his thoughts. There are villains like Team Rocket who regard Pokémon merely as tools. Yet there are also those of us who cherish Pokémon like Jindo, Yinduo, and the Pokémon in our research facility as family. And then there's Mingyuan, whom we both endeavored to reach out to, only to find ourselves parting ways after such a brief time together. He hesitated for a moment before continuing. I can't help but wonder, what right do we have to capture Pokémon? That term feels quite off, as if it suggests a forced bond rather than a mutual agreement. Ash listened, perplexed. What's wrong with that? Of course, we're partners with Pokémon. But why do we call it capturing? Bailan countered. Do we refer to our partners with that term? You didn't conquer your Pidgey, did you? Shigeru pondered for a moment, nodding thoughtfully. You make an interesting point. Professor Oak remained silent for a moment before speaking slowly. Bailan, your question is quite profound. In fact, scholarly discussions surrounding this topic have persisted for quite some time. He gestured toward the carefree Pokémon in the backyard. Do you see them? Are they happy here? Bailan looked over, noticing Jindo playing tag with a group of Rattata, while Yunduo gently tended to an injured Pidgey. They seem very happy. Are they captured by us? Professor Oak asked. Not at all. They choose to stay voluntarily. He replied with a smile. Isn't that the answer? A genuine relationship is built on mutual choice, trust, growth, and recognition of one another. Bailan appeared contemplative. Suddenly, an idea struck him like lightning. Ding. Host's creative inspiration detected. Suggestion. Capture footage of harmonious interactions between humans and Pokémon for substantial BP rewards. His heart skipped a beat. I've got it. He could create a documentary showcasing the daily life in Master Town. This would not only help him clarify his jumbled thoughts, but also earn him a wealth of BP points. What a tremendous win. Professor, I want to film a video. Bailan exclaimed, leaping to his feet. I'm going to record how we live in Master Town with Pokémon. Film a video? Ash asked, his curiosity piqued. Yes, Bailan replied, pulling out his camera equipment from his backpack. I want to show more people that the relationship between humans and Pokémon isn't solely about battles and capture. It can also be familial, neighborly, and about life itself. Nanami clapped her hands in delight. What a brilliant idea. I'll be your assistant. Where should we start filming? Shigeru chimed in, equally intrigued. Bailan pondered for a moment. Chapter 90, Capturing Family. Let us begin at Ash's house, he suggested, adjusting the camera settings. Shigeru crossed his arms and raised an eyebrow. Why choose his house? Because it's the loudest, providing the most material? Because nothing embodies the term family better than Aunt Hanako and the Mr. Mime, Bailan replied earnestly. The theme of our video is not about curiosity, it's about bonds. To make a strong impact, we must convey the most genuine and pure emotions. 10 minutes later, the group arrived at Ash's doorstep, forming what could be deemed the first paparazzi team of Master Town. Ash took the lead, acting as the hype man, his excitement palpable as if preparing for a challenge. Shigeru followed, embodying a cool demeanor as the technical advisor, though curiosity flickered in his eyes. Nanami, the all-around support, wore a sweet smile, while Jindo trailed behind, carrying spare batteries and equipment, and Yunduo floated curiously around, adding a whimsical touch with its cotton-like fluff. As the director and chief cameraman, Bailan maintained a steady composure. Knock, knock, knock. Ash raised his hand to bang on the door, but Bailan swiftly stopped him. Easy there. We're filming a documentary, not collecting debts. He shot Ash an exasperated glance before stepping forward to gently knock 3 times, signaling Nanami to position the audio equipment toward the door. Mom, I'm back. Ash called out. Coming. Mr. Mime, could you please open the door? Aunt Hanako's gentle voice floated from inside, accompanied by the sounds of sizzling from the kitchen and the enticing aroma of food. The door creaked open, revealing not Aunt Hanako, but a Mr. Mime adorned with a pink apron, holding a feather duster. Upon spotting Ash at the door, it paused for a moment before cheerfully waving its duster, sending dust flying into Ash's face. Cough, cough, cough. Mr. Mime, Ash exclaimed, flailing his hands in an attempt to clear the air. Oh, it's Ash and Bailan. Everyone come in. Aunt Hanako rushed out from the kitchen, her face dusted with flour, resembling an adorable flower cat. As one of the most familiar faces to the residents of Master Town and Ash's mother, Aunt Hanako always radiated energy and warmth, revealing the essence of Ash's character. Sorry for the intrusion, Aunt Hanako, Bailan said, lifting the camera and focusing the lens on her. We're aiming to film a video about daily life in Master Town, and we'd love to interview you if that is all right. An interview? Of course, Aunt Hanako replied, though a hint of embarrassment crossed her face as she patted the flour on her apron, wanting to tidy up her appearance. Just like that. That is perfect. Bailan quickly interjected, stabilizing the camera on her and Mr. Mime beside her. Our focus is on authenticity. Could you introduce us to this family member? Bailan deliberately used the term family member. Aunt Hanako paused for a moment, then grasped Bailan's intent, her smile instantly transforming into one of immense pride. This is my partner, Mr. Mime. She affectionately placed her hand on its shoulder. It has lived with us for over 10 years, even longer than Ash has been home. Mr. Mime, bashful under the camera's gaze, shrank back slightly behind Aunt Hanako, revealing only half of its round head as it waved at the lens, as if to say hello. What does it usually help you with? Nanami inquired, her curiosity piqued. Help with what? Aunt Hanako began counting on her fingers. Laundry, cleaning, preparing meals, waking Ash up. And sometimes when I'm away, it's Mr. Mime who watches over the house. I'm not joking when I say it feels like it's more the master of this home than I am. Upon hearing this, Mr. Mime waved its hands in a comical gesture of humility, eliciting laughter from everyone. Bailan zoomed in closer, lowering his voice, as if afraid to disrupt the warmth of the moment. Aunt Hanako, in your heart, do you consider it your Pokémon or your family? As the question hung in the air, a palpable silence enveloped the room. Ash and Shigeru set aside their playful demeanor, attentively awaiting Aunt Hanako's response. Without a moment's hesitation, Aunt Hanako answered resolutely, "It is, of course, family." Ding. Detection of exceptionally high-quality emotional material defining family. Potential value of the video significantly increased. Anticipated substantial BP rewards. The system's prompt echoed in Bailan's mind, invigorating him, yet his grip on the camera remained steady. Aunt Hanako's voice, though soft, resonated with conviction. Capturing? I had never contemplated this word. Rather, it was the word that chose this home. When Ash was merely 3 years old, he was a mischievous little sprite, and I found myself utterly overwhelmed. It was then that it chose to remain, assisting me in caring for Ash and playing with him. It witnessed Ash's clumsy growth and also observed the neighboring Charizard winning championships, becoming an idol for all the children in Pallet Town. It is not merely my Pokémon. It is an indispensable member of our household, a second guardian for Ash. Bailan felt her heart tighten, as if gently grasped by a warm hand. Family. Not merely possessions forcibly bound by Pokeballs, nor tools commanded by trainers, but family chosen reciprocally, a mutual selection. Bailan inhaled deeply, slowly shifting the camera towards the ever-quiet Mimikyu that had been her companion. Mimikyu, do you wish to continue living with Aunt Hanako and Ash? Mimikyu did not nod immediately. It turned its head, glancing at the gently smiling Hanako, then at the complex expression on Ash's face. Finally, it extended its arms and enveloped Hanako in a heartfelt embrace. Everything was conveyed without words. Hanako's eyes shimmered with unshed tears as she softly patted Mimikyu's back. We will always be a family. Outside the frame, Ash, typically boisterous and conspicuous, was now strikingly quiet. He gazed at his mother and Mimikyu in their embrace, his nose tingling and his eyes growing warm. It seemed he had never sincerely expressed his gratitude to Mimikyu. He had always taken its presence for granted, forgetting that this companionship was the most precious of gifts. Bailan silently captured the moment, refraining from interruption. She understood that the image before her spoke volumes beyond mere words. After concluding the visit to Aunt Hanako's home, the group meandered through Pallet Town. In a corner of the bakery, the warm, sweet aroma of freshly baked bread enveloped them. The owner, yawning as he prepared to open, was greeted by an energetic herdier, which trotted in with the morning newspaper, wagging its tail. Skillfully, it placed the paper on the counter and then squatted at the entrance, embodying the role of a diligent greeter. The owner chuckled, ruffling its fur and breaking off a piece of freshly baked bread for it. It's not a guard dog, he remarked to Bailan's camera. It's my best partner in the shop, the first to arrive every day, even more punctual than I am. In the pharmacy, the air was infused with a delicate herbal fragrance. A grandmother with graying hair was diligently preparing medicine, while a plump happiny stood on a small stool, sniffing through a pile of herbs before precisely pushing the correct one toward the grandmother. This child's sensitivity to herbs surpasses my old eyes, the grandmother laughed, her smile wide. Sometimes, when a neighbor is feeling down, it senses it and brings its precious stones to comfort them, showing more compassion than I ever could. Nanami stepped forward, gently stroking Happy's head, which affectionately nuzzled her hand, creating an exceedingly heartwarming scene. At the post office, a mailman was distributing letters to a flock of seagulls and pidgeys. He patted one slightly weary seagull's wing, saying, "Old friend, today's letter is a bit far. Thank you for your hard work. Once you deliver it, I'll treat you to a double portion of fish jerky." For 15 years, through wind and rain, these loyal companions have displayed an unwavering commitment, even more so than I. The mailman wiped his brow, pride radiating from his face as he spoke to the camera. They are not my Pokémon, they are my comrades. Every story, every fragment, continuously challenged by Lon's initial notion. The term capture seemed so cold and pale in the face of these vibrant daily interactions. Chapter 91. To all Pokémon who choose to walk alongside us. As the sun dipped in the west, golden rays bathed the backyard of Professor Oak's lab. Bailan sat at her computer, her fingers flying over the keyboard as she began editing the footage from the day's shoot. Heartwarming scenes flowed across the screen, Hanako and Mimikyu's embrace, the bakery owner's morning interaction with Herdier, Happiny-esque serious work ethic, and the mailman with his flying brigade. She accompanied it with soothing background music. And throughout the editing process, she found herself smiling involuntarily. This endeavor was no longer merely for a presentation. She genuinely wished to share this warmth with the world. The sheer happiness was overwhelming, Bailan murmured softly. Nanami approached, carrying a cup of hot cocoa, quietly observing the scenes on the screen. How wonderful. It makes my heart feel soft, she remarked gently. Indeed, Bailan paused her work, stretching her arms. After finishing this, I almost want to settle down in Pallet Town. Oh, but I already live here, so that's no problem. Nanami chuckled at his jest, and then curiously asked, Bailan, what do you plan to name this video? Bailan hesitated momentarily. He gazed at the frozen image of Aunt Hanako forming the words of course. We are family on the screen, and the scenes of the day flashed through his mind. They are partners, comrades, collaborators, and most importantly, family. After a moment of reflection, he slowly typed 2 words at the beginning of the video. Main title, family. Following that, a subtitle emerged, to all Pokemon who choose to walk alongside us. The screen froze on the moment of Hanako and Mimikyu's embrace. At the conclusion, Bailan included a special Easter egg featuring Professor Oak. Bailan clicked save and exhaled deeply. Finally, it was complete. He stretched his stiff neck and glanced at the time. It was 10:30. He had been editing for 6 continuous hours since the afternoon, with Nanami bringing him dinner in his room. Bailan, are you done? Nanami entered with late-night noodles. Perfect timing. Bailan accepted the steaming noodles, his hunger acute. Would you like to see the final cut? Nanami leaned in curiously as Bailan pressed play. Accompanied by gentle music, the camera gradually advanced into the serene morning of Pallet Town. Herdier at the bakery wagged its tail, while carrying the newspaper, Happiny diligently selecting herbs in the pharmacy, and the seagulls lined up in front of the post office, ready for departure. Each image was so ordinary yet so warm. When the camera shifted to Aunt Hanako's house, and her words of course, we are family echoed, Nanami's breath softened. It's so beautiful, she whispered in awe. Then, Professor Oak appeared on the screen, clad in his white lab coat. Surrounded by various Pokemon from the lab, he crouched down, gently stroking a small Squirtle at his feet, and began, there are many people, like myself, Professor Oak, and Professor U, who study Pokemon. Some treat them as beloved pets, others command them in battles. The number of people in the world corresponds to the myriad ways humans and Pokemon interact. Why do Pokemon strive so diligently? It is because they feel your trust and love. Never forget this. As the video neared its conclusion, Bailan's voiceover resonated. I have been pondering a question. What is the nature of the relationship between us and Pokemon? The identity of a trainer has made us accustomed to the term capture. However, today, after wandering through Pallet Town, I realized how cold this word truly is. To capture implies conquest, a one-sided control. Yet look at Mimikyu from Aunt Hanako's home, Herdier from the bakery, Happiny from the pharmacy. They are not subjugated. They have chosen to stay. They selected a home, a group of people, a way of life. The camera returned once more to that warm embrace. I believe the true relationship should be one of mutual choice. I choose you, and you choose me. Not capture, but encounter, not conquest, but companionship, not possession, but guardianship. Perhaps it is time for us to redefine this term. The final subtitle gradually appeared. To all the family members who have chosen to walk alongside us. Thank you for making this world so warm. As the video concluded, silence enveloped the room. Nanami gently wiped the corners of her eyes with the back of her hand. Bailan, her voice caught in her throat. This video will make many people reconsider. I hope so. Bailan clicked the upload button, at the very least. I wish for more people to witness the everyday life of Shinshin Town. Ding. Video family uploaded successfully. Detected extremely high-quality content. Expected to garner substantial attention. System prompt. Based on the video's depth and emotional value, you will receive a triple BP point reward. A surge of joy filled Bailan's heart, soon replaced by a profound sense of fulfillment. This video was not merely for BP points. It was more about sharing this warmth. I'm going to take a shower. You should rest early, Nanami softly said as she tidied up the dishes. All right, good night. As Nanami approached the door, she turned back. Bailan, you were right. We and Pokemon ought to be family. The door closed gently, and Bailan sat alone at the computer, watching the progress bar of the upload. He thought of Minuan. 3 years. Where was that little fellow now? Following Mew, he must be experiencing many fascinating things. When you return, I will introduce you to this world anew. Bailan whispered into the air. That night, Bailan fell into a deep slumber, while the video he had uploaded ignited a storm across the internet. At 11 o'clock that night, a young trainer, weary from a day of gym challenges in Rainbow City, returned to his cramped apartment, and habitually opened a video-sharing website. He saw the title, Family. The video was brief, yet tears streamed down his face as he watched, ultimately embracing his sleeping EV tightly. At midnight, Family was tearfully pinned by the website editors to the most prominent position on the homepage, with viewership beginning to soar exponentially. The comments section evolved from initial expressions of emotion and praise to a substantial discussion regarding the definition of companionship. Early the next morning, Bailan was awakened by a barrage of notification sounds. Groggy, he reached for his Pokédex, which was inundated with messages. Wow, Bailan immediately became alert. This is outrageous. He opened the comments section, and the first trending comment left him stunned. I am the president of the Kanto Alliance Pokemon Relations Research Society. This video has profoundly inspired me. May I contact the uploader? We would like to invite you to next month's academic seminar. Signed, Dr. Jingwei. A big shot has arrived. Master Ball capture. Bailan exclaimed, incredulous. Dr. Jingwei, the genius behind the Pokemon teleportation system. Rubbing his eyes to confirm he wasn't mistaken, he scrolled down, only to find more comments that left him speechless. Even Professor Oak makes an appearance. So touching. I went home and hugged my cat, who looked utterly bewildered, haha. It turns out my Jigglypuff isn't my Pokemon. It's my roommate's. The uploader is right. I need to reassess my relationship with my shiny Gardevoir. Shinshin Town is simply wonderful. It's decided. My next journey will take me there. This video reminds me of my grandmother and her natural sparrow. They truly felt like family. I absolutely love this. Signed, Suzumaki. Ding. Congratulations, host. The video family has sparked a societal discussion, earning a massive BP point reward, 20,000 points. Additional rewards, Social Influence 1, Academic Prestige 1. New achievement unlocked, Thought Provoker. Chapter 92, I must seek clarity myself, 20,000 points. Bailan nearly leapt from his bed, elated. He hurriedly flipped out of bed and raced downstairs. Doctor, something big has happened. Professor Oak, who was in the backyard preparing breakfast for the Pokemon, was startled by Bailan's exclamation. What's wrong? What happened? My video has gone viral. Dr. Jingwei commented. Bailan exclaimed, brandishing his Pokédex, overwhelmed with excitement. Professor Oak took the device, scrutinizing the comments section, his face gradually lighting up with delight. Haha, this discussion is quite remarkable. Doctor, am I about to become famous? Bailan rubbed his hands together, feeling a mix of anxiety and exhilaration. More than just famous, Professor Oak replied. Observing the discussions among scholars in the research community on his phone, this video may profoundly impact many people's perspectives on their relationships with Pokemon. Just then, the phone at the Research Institute rang. Hello? Jinghui? What? You wish to meet Bailan? Professor Oak glanced at Bailan, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Jinghui wants to invite you to next month's academic seminar, and he will come to Shinshin Town tomorrow to meet you. He mentioned that your insights have sparked many new research directions he wishes to discuss with you. Bailan felt as though his heart might stop. Dr. Jingwei wished to invite him? And to engage in dialogue? At that moment, Ash and Gary burst into the backyard. Bailan bro, you're trending. Everyone in town is discussing your video. Ash shouted excitedly. Gary was equally animated. Bailan looked at his exuberant friends, warmth flooding his heart. A simple documentary had sparked such a significant reaction. It seemed that sometimes, changing the world merely requires a small voice, he mused, while Bailan reveled in his sudden fame. Far away in a secluded villa within a deep forest of the Unova region, a green-haired youth held his phone, repeatedly watching the video titled Family. En's fingers gently caressed the screen, and Aunt Hanako's words, of course, they are family, subtly altered his expression. The room was dim, illuminated only by the soft glow of the phone screen reflecting on his handsome profile. Family, En murmured, repeating the word with a hint of confusion and contemplation. Throughout his life, his adoptive father had taught him that humans exploit Pokemon, and trainers enslave them to satisfy their desires. Yet the scenes in the video began to shake that conviction. The gentleness in the eyes of the marionette Pokemon, the joy of the Arcanine wagging its tail, the dedication of the Happiny at work, were these truly forced, enslaved experiences? If humans only caused harm to Pokemon, how could one explain these moments? En turned off the video, placed his phone down, and walked to the window. Moonlight filtered through the heavy curtains, casting mottled shadows on the floor. He reflected on every detail of the video, especially the words spoken by the uploader, Bailan. The term capture is far too cold. The true relationship should be one of mutual choice. This phrase echoed in En's mind, challenging the values he had held since childhood. If such humans truly existed, if such relationships were possible, did it mean his long-held beliefs were flawed? and turned to the corner of the room, where several Pokémon were curled up, a Zorua, a fiery Volcarona, and a Meowth. Did they choose to follow him because they believed in his philosophy of liberating Pokémon, or for some other reason? What do you think? En softly inquired. Zorua opened its eyes, gazing at him with its deep crimson pupils. The human heart is quite complex. Zorua's voice resonated in En's mind. That human named Bairan harbors no deceit in his heart. Perhaps he truly regards Pokémon as family. The fiery Volcarona also stirred, letting out a few soft calls. Some humans are indeed cruel, but some may genuinely be different. The nimble cat approached with a graceful gait, circling around En's legs. I wish to visit that place. Vermilion City. En's emotions grew increasingly intricate. Throughout his life, the humans he encountered were either members of Team Plasma or those examples of human malevolence deliberately arranged by his adoptive father. The companionship of Babina and Helena merely alleviated his solitude to some extent. However, this video unveiled to him for the first time an alternative possibility. Vermilion City, Bairan. En silently repeated these names in his mind. He returned to the table, picked up his phone once more, and opened Bairan's personal page. Beyond this family, there were numerous other videos, such as a day at the Research Institute and observations on Pokémon ecology. Each video narrated tales of harmonious coexistence between humans and Pokémon. En watched one after another, his confusion deepening with each passing moment. Do you wish to meet it? The voice of Zorua resonated again. En halted his actions. Did he long to meet him? Did he yearn to see with his own eyes whether this world truly held a beauty he had never beheld? Did he wish to inquire of Bairan what he meant by family? Did he seek to validate whether the principles he had steadfastly upheld for so many years were indeed correct? Perhaps, one day I shall go. En murmured softly, his fingers gently caressing Bairan's profile on the screen. I shall personally seek clarity. Just then, the door creaked open. Master En, a member of Team Plasma, entered the room. Lord Getsis is looking for you. En tucked away his phone, his expression regaining its serene composure. Understood. He cast one last glance at the moon outside before following the Team Plasma member out of the room. Yet, at the moment he turned, his phone screen illuminated once more, displaying a freshly updated post from Bairan. Thank you all for your support regarding family. Tomorrow, Dr. Juniper will be visiting Vermilion City, and we will discuss more about the relationship between humans and Pokémon. Stay tuned. Meanwhile, in Vermilion City, within the Oak Research Institute, Bairan was pacing excitedly in his room. Dr. Juniper is coming tomorrow. I must prepare something. He scrolled through various messages and comments on his phone, his face alight with uncontainable enthusiasm. Should I film some behind-the-scenes footage? Document my conversation with Dr. Juniper? Ding. Detection of host's impending exchange with a renowned scholar. Recording the dialogue is advised. Additional academic prestige rewards await. The system understands me. Bairan immediately began preparing the filming equipment for the next day, entirely unaware that in the distant Unova region, a green-haired youth was plunged into profound contemplation due to his video. He remained oblivious to how his video might bring about significant changes in the life of this familiar yet unacquainted stranger. As night deepened, Bairan finally organized his equipment and lay in bed, yet sleep eluded him. What question should I ask Dr. Juniper tomorrow? Chapter 93. The doctor joins the group. The big shot is actually a social butterfly? Tossing and turning, Bairan flipped over numerous times in bed, his mind consumed with thoughts of the upcoming meeting with Dr. Juniper. Should I inquire about the underlying logic of the Pokémon transportation system, or perhaps discuss his extraordinary experience of merging with a Pokémon? Or should I delve into the ethical implications of Pokémon data storage? There were far too many questions to ponder in a single night. He felt as though his mind had transformed into a bubbling pot of porridge. Grabbing his Pokédex, he opened the small captain's group chat featuring only a few members, hoping to see if anyone was still awake to share in this overwhelming excitement. Indeed, the chat was still buzzing. Green, Bairan's video has had a tremendous impact. My grandfather just received several calls from esteemed scholars discussing the concept of family. Rockhard Man, indeed, a friend of mine, a breeder in Nimbasa City, contacted me as well, saying this video has provided them with great inspiration. Green, Bairan, well done. A good perspective holds more power than winning 10 battles. Nana, everyone is thrilled for you, Bairan. Reading the messages scrolling across the screen, Bairan felt a warm glow in his heart, and a bold yet convenient idea emerged. Rather than reveling alone in excitement, why not invite the main character into the chat? This way, he could avoid becoming overly nervous and saying something amiss tomorrow. He swiftly located Dr. Juniper's officially verified account on Pokémon TV, took a deep breath, and sent a direct message. Hello, Dr. Juniper. I am the content creator Bairan. Thank you very much for your recognition. I have created a small group chat with friends, including Champion Green, Miss Nana, Professor Oak's grandson, Little Mo, and other Pokemon enthusiasts. Would you be interested in joining us for a discussion? He presumed that such a distinguished scholar might be rather busy and anticipated a delayed response, or perhaps even being overlooked by an assistant. To his surprise, he received an almost instantaneous reply. A cute expression sticker of a Pikachu waving its tiny paws popped up. Dr. Juniper, of course, I'm interested. I've been looking for a place to chat with peers. Please add me. Bairan stared at the lively tone of the message, punctuated by an enthusiastic string of exclamation marks, utterly astonished. He instinctively rubbed his eyes and clicked on the profile picture again to confirm. Indeed, it was the official account of the developer of the Pokemon storage system. This tone seemed rather incongruous, did it not? He couldn't help but mutter under his breath. What happened to the serious, austere image of a scientist? This was a quintessential social butterfly, a youth addicted to the internet. Though internally he was in a frenzy of critique, his fingers moved swiftly, adding Dr. Juniper to the captain's group. System notification. Dr. Juniper has joined the group chat. The chat fell silent for a second. Little Mo was the first to react, sending a message that exuded a blend of meticulousness and excitement. Is it really Dr. Juniper? Hello, I am Mo, grandson of Professor Oak. I have read several of your papers, particularly your exploration of the spatial data compression algorithm in Pokemon transportation systems, which has greatly benefited me. Wow. It's the doctor who invented the Pokemon storage system. How impressive. Green. Good evening, Dr. Juniper. Nana. Welcome, Dr. Juniper. Before Bairan could utter a word, Dr. Juniper sent a lengthy message accompanied by a lively gif of Squirtle dancing. Dr. Juniper. Hello, everyone. Just call me Juniper. So, Mo, the grandson of Professor Oak, is indeed remarkable. But let us not talk about papers right now. I just rewatched Bairan's video on family 3 times. The cinematography, the emotional conveyance, it's simply splendid. Especially the moment when Aunt Hanako embraced the Mr. Mime. I, a grown man, was moved to tears. Bairan, you are truly a genius. The atmosphere in the group instantly transformed from a scholarly seminar to a grand fan meetup. Bairan felt a flush of embarrassment mixed with amusement. Thank you, Doctor, but I merely filmed it casually. The bonds between the people of Vermilion City and their Pokemon are inherently touching. Dr. Juniper, no. The eye that discovers beauty is even more crucial. By the way, I will be arriving in Vermilion City tomorrow. Besides wanting to discuss the viewpoints in your video, I also wish to see that cute Espurr from the bakery and the adorable Happiny from the pharmacy. They are simply delightful. Little Mo seemed eager to steer the conversation back to academia and sent another message. Doctor, regarding the emotional fluctuation model after Pokemon datafication. Yet, Dr. Juniper effortlessly brushed past it with a single remark. That model has a few bugs. Let us discuss it in person tomorrow. My curiosity has now been piqued by Lonquin. In your video, you mentioned, I choose you, and you choose me. Is it possible to conduct a quantitative analysis of this selection process? For instance, could we establish a concept such as a bond index? A bond index? Bairan's spirit was instantly invigorated. The term bore an air of systematic endeavor. A flash of inspiration struck him. Wasn't this akin to the intimacy and friendliness systems found in games of his past life? This esteemed individual aspired to replicate it in the realm of reality? Bairan, your idea is quite audacious, Doctor. How exactly do you envision this being realized? Dr. Jinghui, I have a preliminary concept. For example, we could monitor Pokemon's heart rates, hormone levels, and the resonance of their brain waves during interactions with their trainers across various scenarios to construct a multidimensional assessment model. Kingolf, that concept is indeed intriguing. But the equipment for monitoring brainwave resonance is still in experimental stages, making it quite challenging to miniaturize for daily use. Dr. Jinghui, precisely. Champion Kingolf, you are spot on. Hence, I have conceived an alternative. A behavioral experiment. Dr. Jinghui appeared to be completely immersed in his thoughts, sending message after message. Dr. Jinghui, we could design a choice maze. One end of the maze would feature the trainer, while the other would lead to a Pokemon's favorite food or toy, interspersed with some simple obstacles. By recording the Pokemon's chosen paths and the time taken, we can preliminarily gauge their dependence on and emotional inclination towards their trainers. Wow. That sounds like so much fun. Gary, Humph, this is merely a basic obedience test. It cannot fully represent the depth of their bond. We must also consider variables such as the Pokemon's personality and their emotional state on that day. Dr. Jinghui, you are correct, Gary. Thus, this is merely the first step. Tomorrow, when we arrive at the research facility, we can refine this experimental design together. I am so excited that I fear I may not sleep tonight. Observing the fervent discussion unfolding in the group, Bailan leaned against his bed, a smile gradually spreading across his face. Initially, he had only intended to invite an esteemed figure to lend credibility to the endeavor while satisfying his own curiosity, but unexpectedly, this had given birth to an academic topic. This sensation was far more enchanting than merely acquiring BP points. This was the true joy of research. Just as the group continued deliberating the details of the choice maze, Dr. Jinghui sent yet another message, directly addressing Bailan. Dr. Jinghui, by the way, Bailan Kuan, to lend more credibility to tomorrow's experiment, I have an unusual request. Bailan, Doctor, please go ahead. Dr. Jinghui, may I bring a few of my Pokémon to participate in this experiment? They are rather special cases and have posed a significant challenge in my research. Chapter 94, Dr. Jinghui's Dilemma? This is akin to a gift. Bailan glanced at Dr. Jinghui's message regarding the special situation, and his eyelids twitched involuntarily. Countless possibilities flashed through his mind. Were these Pokémon afflicted with personality defects? Or perhaps physical disabilities? Or even some unprecedented variant? The fact that someone of Dr. Jinghui's caliber found them troublesome could not be trivial. The word trouble appeared to materialize, beckoning him forward. Bailan, of course, no problem at all, Doctor. Please bring them along, and we shall study them together. He responded readily, but internally began to contemplate whether the system shop had any diagnostic manuals for such peculiar cases available for exchange. Dr. Jinghui, wonderful. I shall bring them tomorrow. Good night. Everyone, I must prepare a midnight snack for my beloved Pokémon. After sending this message, Dr. Jinghui's avatar faded, leaving the group in a state of mutual bewilderment. Gary, what could these special Pokémon be? Kingolf, if they have troubled Dr. Jinghui, it is likely not a simple matter of breeding. Nanami, I hope we can be of assistance. Bailan yawned and turned off his Pokédex. Whatever challenges may come, he would face them as they arrived. Even if the sky were to fall, Professor Oak would be there to support him. Why ponder so much? Sleep it is. Early the next morning, the doorbell at Professor Oak's research facility rang. The visitor was none other than Dr. Jinghui, his face alight with excitement. Clad in a vibrant yellow rain jacket and bearing a massive backpack. In person, he appeared even younger than in his profile picture, seemingly of a similar age to Kingolf. His tousled green hair emanating vitality, and a broad smile lighting up his face as he greeted everyone. Professor Oak, it has been ages. You still look as spirited as ever. Champion Kingolf, your Tokiwa gym is simply magnificent. This must be Miss Nanami. I saw your grand festival. And using Jigglypuff's magical shine to accentuate its cuteness was truly a stroke of genius. Gary, you look even more intelligent than in your photo. Ash, you, appear more energetic than in your video. Like a whirlwind, he showered compliments upon everyone in the research facility before finally fixing his intense gaze upon Bailan. You must be Bailan Kuan. You are even more handsome in person. Bailan was momentarily taken aback by this sudden barrage of flattery, managing only a dry chuckle in response. Doctor, welcome to Pallet Town. No need for formalities, just call me Jinghui. He grasped Bailan's hand firmly, shaking it vigorously. I have brought you a gift. With that, he produced a beautifully packaged box from his backpack. This is my latest improved portable Pokémon transfer device, capable of directly connecting to my storage system. It will allow you to transport Pokémon to Professor Oak's research facility, relieving you of any worries regarding exceeding your Pokémon limit while traveling. Bailan's eyes lit up. What a fantastic item. Truly, a remarkable invention. Without a doubt. This was a generous gesture. I shall gratefully accept. Bailan beamed, instantly elevating his regard for Dr. Jinghui. Oh, Jinghui seemed to recall something. His expression filled with anticipation. What about the Electrike from the video? And the Happiny? Where are they? I wish to see them in person. Gary facepalmed beside him, having prepared a plethora of inquiries regarding spatial data algorithms, only to realize that this esteemed scholar's thoughts appeared to be completely elsewhere. Such a degree of social exuberance was utterly beyond imagination. Under Professor Oak's guidance, Dr. Jinghui was able to tour Pallet Town, even fortuitously encountering the bakery's Electrike and the pharmacy's Happiny, snapping numerous photos with them, and returned to the research facility thoroughly satisfied. It wasn't until afternoon that everyone gathered in the research facility's backyard when Dr. Jinghui finally remembered the matter at hand. His smile faded slightly, and his expression turned serious as he carefully retrieved a technologically advanced pokeball from his backpack. This pokeball was entirely silver, adorned with a ring of blue energy indicators. This is what I brought with me, a child facing difficulties. Dr. Jinghui pressed a button, and a flash of white light revealed a uniquely shaped Pokémon before them. Its body was composed of red and blue polygons, sharply defined, resembling a rudimentary model from computer 3D software. It's a Porygon. Gary instantly recognized it. One of the first Pokémon created by humans through scientific technology. Dr. Jingwei nodded, a hint of distress crossing his face. Indeed, this is one of the first batch of Porygons I participated in developing, but it is unlike the others. It has encountered some issues. No sooner had he spoken than the Porygon began to convulse, resembling a television screen with poor signal, freezing mid-motion, while the polygons comprising its body started to misalign and flicker. This is precisely the issue, Dr. Jingwei sighed. It can unexpectedly freeze, and its response to my commands is exceedingly sluggish, with its movements being sporadic. I have examined its core programming, scanned its energy composition, and even employed the most sophisticated instruments, yet have found no hardware damage or coding errors. Dr. O'Cookie stepped forward, scrutinizing the polyhedron creature with meticulous attention. It appeared to be a sort of impediment to information processing. While it was capable of receiving commands, it became ensnared in the execution phase. Qing Wan stroked his chin thoughtfully and hypothesized, could it be that its logical judgment module is trapped in an irreversible loop? This might be causing an excessive consumption of computational resources, rendering it incapable of processing new instructions. I have already attempted all that, Jinghui replied, shaking his head in frustration. I tried resetting its foundational logic library and even attempted to interrupt its calculations with external programs, but to no avail. I fear this may be a fundamental flaw that we inadvertently designed into it from the outset. The atmosphere grew tense. A creation born from the collective intellect of the finest scientists was now confronting a dilemma that even its creators could not resolve, leaving everyone with a sense of helplessness. Bailan, who had remained silent until now, silently activated his analytical eye, observing the stuttering polyhedron. Lines of data vividly materialized in his vision. Polyhedron. Status. Data fragmentation. Skills. Texture. Edge refinement. Illusory light. Electromagnetic levitation. Traits. Replication. Evaluation. Due to frequent incomplete spatial transfer experiments, its core data structure has become heavily fragmented. It resembles a hard drive cluttered with disorganized files, operating at a significantly reduced efficiency and frequently leading to program crashes. A data reorganization is required. Data fragmentation? Hard drive defragmentation? After much deliberation, it turned out that the issue was merely an overload of junk files, akin to a full C drive that had become unresponsive. For someone like him, who had once been a computer-obsessed youth in a past life, this was all too familiar. Although he wasn't a professional, he understood that such issues were best left to experts, as he had previously stated. However, the notion of an incomplete spatial transfer experiment seemed somewhat suspicious. Was Dr. Jingwei attempting to conduct transfer experiments with the polyhedron, aiming to merge and become a digital deity? The thought was chilling. Yet, observing Dr. Jingwei and his grandfather engaged in a solemn discussion about the essence of life and the philosophy of code, a sense of absurdity washed over him. The burdens of a scholar can sometimes be so delightfully unadorned. Clearing his throat, he feigned a thoughtful demeanor and gradually spoke. Dr. Jingwei, Dr. O'Cookie. All eyes turned toward him. I have a rather immature idea. Bailan carefully chose his words, striving to ensure his suggestion did not come across as prescriptive to the esteemed figures before him, but rather as a humble proposal. Chapter 95, Self-Upgrade? The Restoration Journey of the Polyhedron. You mentioned earlier that this issue might stem from a fundamental flaw present at its creation. Bailan initially expressed agreement with Jinghui's viewpoint before proposing his query. Is there a possibility that we could approach this from a different angle? Instead of repairing this outdated system, what if we guided it towards a self-upgrade? Bailan drew upon the evolution process of the Polyhedron Type 2 from his previous life, noting that, at this current juncture, the Polyhedron Type 2 had yet to be developed by Silver Corporation. Self-upgrade? Jinghui paused, momentarily taken aback by the term. Yes, Bailan articulated, striving to employ a more vivid metaphor to elucidate his point. This polyhedron is akin to a vast library housing millions of books. When it was first constructed, all the books were categorized and orderly. However, after prolonged operation and countless data calls and information exchanges, even if it endeavored to restore its original neatness, certain items would inevitably slip through the cracks, much like numerous individuals borrowing and returning books haphazardly, resulting in an ever-growing chaos. He gestured toward the stuttering polyhedron. Currently, the situation is such that the library's inventory remains intact, yet everything is in disarray. The administrator, which is its core program, must sift through the entire library each time it seeks a book to execute a command, resulting in an overwhelming computational load that causes it to stall or even cease functioning altogether. This analogy was straightforward enough that even Xiaoji comprehended it, exclaiming in realization. Xiao Mao and Xing Luan appeared contemplative, recognizing that this metaphor accurately depicted the decline in system efficiency following data entropy increase. Therefore, Bailan continued. Rather than sending someone inside to painstakingly assist it in organizing each book, an arduous and time-consuming task that may not yield clarity, why not provide this library with a completely new, more intelligent book management system? He looked at Dr. Jinghui, his eyes glimmering with a spark of persuasion. We could develop an external upgrade module, akin to a powerful USB drive. This module would contain nothing but a more advanced artificial intelligence program, a suite of patches specifically designed to detect and repair data fragmentation, as well as our aspirations for its future development. By connecting this module to the polyhedron, we would not impose a forced overwrite. Instead, we would allow it to read and absorb. This would enable it to recognize the chaos within its library and, utilizing our new tools, autonomously scan, organize, and optimize its core data structure. This process would not be a mere repair. It would be an evolution, a thorough iterative upgrade of its own choosing. As his words resonated, the entire courtyard fell into silence. Dr. Okuki entered a brief moment of contemplation, and soon his expression transformed from astonishment to deep thought, ultimately culminating in an incredulous admiration. From Bailan's discourse, he discerned not only a philosophical reflection transcending mere technical aspects concerning life, growth, and choice, but was also astonished by Bailan's capacity to propose such a forward-thinking and highly feasible solution within the realm of computing. Xingluan's expression grew notably serious, realizing that Bailan's proposal cleverly applied the concept of trainers guiding Pokémon growth to the domain of artificial Pokémon. Xiao Mao felt as though his mind had been struck by a hammer. While he had been preoccupied with logical loops and algorithmic conflicts, Bailan had already elevated the discourse to the level of system architecture reconstruction. Was this the disparity between them? Bang! Dr. Jinghui suddenly slapped his thigh, his eyes shimmering with excitement, his entire being seemingly electrified, trembling with enthusiasm. A genius. This is simply a stroke of genius. He bounded toward Bailan, seizing his shoulders and shaking him fervently. How could I have not thought of this? I have been ensnared in a dead end of bug fixes, fixated on modifying its original code, without ever considering the possibility of granting it the ability for self-evolution. Jinghui's face radiated sheer joy as he spoke rapidly, nearly showering Bailan with spittle. Indeed, forced repairs are reactive, while guiding it towards self-upgrade is proactive. This perfectly aligns with the principles of Pokémon growth. Bailan, you are not only a master of emotional expression, but a veritable prodigy in the realm of scientific research. Ding. Host has proposed a groundbreaking scientific concept of iterative data upgrades, successfully resolving an academic dilemma. Reward BP points, 5,000. Academic prestige, 5. A new title unlocked, Data Pioneer Beginner. A series of system notifications echoed in Bailan's mind, bringing him immense joy. Free BP points and a title. What a delightful surprise. Doctor, please calm down. I merely offered a casual thought, Bailan stammered, feeling dizzy from the shaking while attempting to feign humility. No, this is no casual thought. Jinghui released him, pacing excitedly back and forth, muttering to himself. This upgrade module, we shall call it Upgrade. Its core will be a guiding program, a data restructuring protocol, along with an energy core capable of stabilizing data flow. His excitement grew with each word, and he swiftly extracted a tablet from his backpack, fervently sketching design drafts upon its surface. I shall write the core program. The data reorganization protocol can draw inspiration from certain spatial transfer algorithms. None of this poses a problem. Dr. Oki and Xinglu leaned in, eager to join the discussion. However, Dr. Jinghui's enthusiasm abruptly faltered. He scratched his tousled green hair, his brow furrowed. But how do we design this guiding program? We cannot simply write a line of code instructing it to become organized on its own. It lacks subjective initiative and the desire to improve. This observation struck a chord, instantly cooling the previously vibrant atmosphere. Indeed, the multifaceted beast was merely an artificial intelligence, its every action dictated by code and logic. While one could command it to execute tasks, one could not compel it to harbor desires. It was akin to demanding a calculator to fall in love with mathematics, an inherent logical paradox. Dr. Oki also pondered deeply. This was indeed the most significant bottleneck in the realm of artificial Pokémon research, how to imbue them with a genuine soul rather than a mere compilation of complex programs. Dr. Jinghui paced restlessly in the backyard, hands shoved into his pockets, head bowed, muttering a litany of technical jargon. logical loops, emotional models, motivational algorithms, and so forth. Bailan refrained from interjecting, recognizing that he had already highlighted the key points. The remainder lay within the domain of these eminent scientists. He leaned languidly against a pillar, casting his gaze upon the lawn in the backyard. Chapter 96. The Overworked Doctor. The Birth of Upgrade Data. The afternoon sun was perfectly warm, with Jindo and Yundwa frolicking in the grass. Yundwa, buoyed by its ability to fly, darted up and down, occasionally playfully rubbing its fluffy cotton-like body against Jindo's nose, eliciting a series of sneezes from the latter. Achoo! Yundwa. Jindo, slightly annoyed, puffed up its cheeks and pretended to be angry as it lunged forward. Yundwa chuckled lightly, soaring higher to evade Jindo's playful assault. Then, like a mischievous sprite, circled around behind Jindo and gently tapped its head with its fluffy form. Jindo, irked, spun around only to discover Yundwa presenting a glistening orange berry, as if in a gesture of appeasement. The little creature's anger evaporated instantly, after a moment's hesitation. It extended its tiny paw to accept the fruit, and the two nestled their heads together, joyfully sharing the treat. Observing this scene, Bailan couldn't help but smile. Such simple interactions, teasing, irritation, comfort, and reconciliation, were the very essence of primal emotional exchange. At that moment, Dr. Jinghui, who had been pacing, suddenly halted. His movements froze. His gaze fixated on the two frolicking creatures on the lawn, his expression shifting from agitation to astonishment, and then from astonishment to sheer elation. "I understand," he exclaimed suddenly, startling everyone around him. He dashed back to the tablet, fingers flying across the screen as he erased the meticulously filled design drafts. "I was mistaken. I was entirely wrong. We should not teach it how to organize. We should teach it how to play." "Play?" Little Ji interjected, confusion evident on his face. "Yes, play. Dr. Jinghui's eyes sparkled with an almost frenzied light. "Look at that wind fairy and that golden fire dinosaur. No, wait. This is actually a rare variant of the fire dinosaur. Incredible, simply astonishing. Oh yes, their interactions, their provocation, pursuit, reconciliation, and sharing. This forms a complete emotional loop. My upgrade data should not merely be a cold toolkit. It ought to be a virtual companion, a super intelligent AI embedded with countless interactive scenarios. We can set it so that when the multifaceted beast successfully and swiftly calls upon data to complete a virtual game, it receives positive data reinforcement. Akin to that orange berry, when it experiences data chaos and lags, let it lose in the virtual game, experiencing the frustration of failure. Through billions of simulated interactions, it will learn. It will learn to optimize its data structure proactively in pursuit of rewards and to avoid punishment. That is true self-evolution. It is not merely tidying a room. It is learning how to play better. Dr. Jinghui's words left everyone present in stunned silence. To guide artificial intelligence through play for self-iteration, this notion seemed to transcend the boundaries of traditional computer science, venturing into a realm bordering on metaphysics. Bailan couldn't help but wonder if the pinnacle of science was indeed metaphysics. Yet, upon reflection, it appeared remarkably reasonable. The growth of life is, after all, achieved through exploration, trial and error, and the acquisition of rewards and punishments. Ding! The insights generated by the Pokemon's behavior have sparked a research breakthrough, awarding BP points, 10,000. Academic prestige, 10. Title Data Pioneer, Beginner, upgraded to Data Pioneer, Intermediate. As Bailan absorbed the series of notifications echoing in his mind, his heart soared with joy. Who would have thought that simply observing his Pokemon at play could trigger rewards? What a remarkable gain. Dr. Oki. Jinghui suddenly turned, bowing earnestly before Dr. Oki. "Please lend me a laboratory. I require absolute quiet and high-performance equipment. I must immediately commence constructing the core program for this virtual companion. I implore you." "No problem." Dr. Oki responded without hesitation, equally ignited by Jinghui's brilliant concept. "Use any equipment in the Institute as you wish." Additionally, Jinghui pulled out his Pokédex, dialing a series of numbers. "Hello? Is that Ajo? Put down your system maintenance. Check the email I just sent you. Hello? Higher. Stop dawdling in your seaside cabin. Head to your laboratory immediately. I have a project that can change the world." He made a flurry of calls to several tech-savvy friends scattered across various locales, rallying them with his fervent rhetoric, pulling them onto his ship of innovation. That very afternoon, Jinghui plunged into the depths of the secluded precision laboratory at Dr. Oki's institute, locking the door behind him. In the ensuing days, that laboratory transformed into a mysterious black hole, where almost everything was strictly one-way traffic. The daily operations of the institute continued. Yet all were aware that a storm was brewing within those walls. On the first day, Nine arrived punctually with lunch and knocked on the door. Mr. Jinghui, it's time to eat. A crack in the door opened, a hand swiftly extending to retrieve the tray, and the door slammed shut again, accompanied by a muffled thank you. On the second day, Bailan, passing by the laboratory door, distinctly heard the sounds of furious typing, interspersed with Jinghui's occasional exclamations. Done. This emotional module has been successfully simulated. Hee, I am a genius. No, wait. Algorithm conflict. It's crashed again. Ah, my hair. Bailan silently shook his head, sensing that the doctor had entered a state of mania. On the third day, little Ji and little Mao, curious, pressed their ears against the door to listen, only to be startled by Jinghui emerging to dispose of the trash. His hair was a chaotic mess, eyes bloodshot, clutching an empty coffee pot. Upon seeing the two youngsters, he paused for a moment, then hurried off to the break room. Mumbling, no, I need to add another game theory model. It wasn't until the morning of the fifth day that, as Nine approached with breakfast, ready to place it at the laboratory door, that the tightly shut door, having remained closed for several days, creaked open abruptly from within. A figure stumbled out. His hair was disheveled as if struck by lightning. The dark circles beneath his eyes were as pronounced as if drawn with ink, and his white lab coat was crumpled and stained with coffee. One might easily mistake him for someone cosplaying as a domineering panda. Before me stood Dr. Jinghui, who had been untraceable for 5 days. He appeared utterly exhausted, as if all vitality had been drained from him. Yet his face bore an expression of extreme exhilaration and satisfaction. He cradled a palm-sized, transparent cube with utmost care. Chapter 97 nearly gave me a heart attack. Inside the cube, countless tiny points of light coalesced into vibrant streams of data, slowly swirling and flowing, resembling a living, miniature galaxy. Gazing at the resplendent cube in his hands, Dr. Jinghui could not help but laugh joyously towards the heavens. Ha ha ha, I did it. I did it. The commotion drew the attention of those in the research institute, and they were taken aback by his appearance, reminiscent of an unearthed artifact, their expressions betraying a hint of concern. Jinghui's gaze swept through the crowd, ultimately locking onto Bailan, who was being tugged along by Nine with a look of bewilderment. He grinned widely, revealing a set of pearly whites, and staggered towards him with quickened steps. Amidst the astonished gazes of all present, Jinghui grasped Bailan's hands firmly, his voice hoarse yet brimming with uncontainable excitement. Bailan Kuan, thank you, truly thank you. He then stepped into the center of the crowd, raising the shimmering transparent cube high above his head, proclaiming loudly to everyone, and especially to Bailan, it is complete. I have named it the upgrade data, a miracle that can guide data life and engender true selfhood. Moreover, it is a miracle created by Bailan. Jinghui's chest heaved with fervor as he turned towards the room housing the multifaceted beast and took a step forward. Now let us bear witness. But before he could finish, his body swayed violently. Days and nights of relentless toil had completely drained his strength. Amidst the gasps of the crowd, Dr. Jinghui's vision darkened, and he collapsed towards the ground. The precious upgrade data, the culmination of countless efforts, slipped from his grasp, tracing a brilliant parabolic arc through the air. Ah! Nine cried out in a short gasp, instinctively reaching out to catch him. Dr. Oki, standing nearest, instinctively lunged towards Jinghui. Xiaoji and Xiaomao were so startled by this unfolding drama that they froze in shock. In that moment, everyone's attention was fixated on the figure that was about to collide with the ground. Yet, at the very same moment, a dazzling arc of light broke free from Jinghui's hand. The upgrade data, a beacon of hope for the evolution of artificial Pokémon, spun and shimmered with the brilliance of a miniature galaxy, plummeting straight towards the unforgiving stone floor. Game over, was the only thought resonating in the minds of everyone present. Save for Bailan. If that thing were to shatter, not only would the restoration of the multifaceted beast be in jeopardy, but when the already exhausted Dr. Jinghui awakened, he would likely turn the entire research institute upside down. Qinglu's reaction was nothing short of miraculous. He instantly abandoned his attempt to catch Jinghui and morphed into a blur as he dashed towards the radiant object, striving to intercept it before it met its fate. But the distance was simply too great. He was far too late. In that critical moment, Bailan, who had been leaning against a pillar, somewhat dazed by Jinghui's dramatic declarations, finally moved. His motion was so subtle it was nearly imperceptible. There was no frantic leap, no exaggerated outstretched hand. To the onlookers, it appeared as if he had merely stumbled over a stone, shifting his body naturally to the left and turning slightly. His hand lazily rose, as if executing a casual stretch. Time seemed to slow down to a fraction of its normal speed. The crystalline, luminescent cube traced an impeccable trajectory, landing precisely between the two fingers he had just raised. Thud! A soft sound echoed in the stillness. Perfectly balanced. It was as if he had caught not a delicate instrument, but rather a bun tossed casually by a cafeteria worker. The entire courtyard fell into an eerie silence. Everyone was frozen, as though a pause button had been pressed. Qinglu, poised to make an acrobatic save, found his movements abruptly halted mid-action, frozen in an exceedingly abstract pose. His eyes filled with confusion. Dr. Oki and Nainai, who had been supporting Jingwei, simultaneously turned their heads. Xiaoji's mouth fell open in astonishment. Large enough to fit an egg. Xiao Mao felt his worldview shift dramatically. He had not even seen how Bailan had moved before the cube lay comfortably in his hand. The speed of his reaction was simply absurd. Bailan exhaled deeply, glancing at the glowing cube resting in his palm, his heart still racing. Goodness, that nearly gave me a muscle memory scare, he muttered softly, his expression a mix of fear and childlike innocence. If that had broken, wouldn't TDR? Jingwei awakened to optimize me as a bug? This remark shattered the frozen atmosphere. Uffed. Nainai was the first to crack, unable to contain her laughter. And the tension in the air dissipated immediately. Bailan Kuan-yu. Qinglu straightened up, adjusting his clothing, his expression a blend of admiration and complexity. That was quite the display. Wow. Bailan, you're incredible. Is this what it means to be a master? Xiaoji's eyes sparkled with admiration, believing this feat surpassed any technique. Dr. Oki regarded Bailan with a deep gaze, a mix of surprise, approval, and curiosity reflected in his eyes. He instructed the staff to carry the unconscious Dr. Jingwei to a guest room for rest before approaching Bailan. Let me see. Dr. Oki's voice carried a tone of seriousness. Bailan handed over the upgrade data. It felt cool to the touch, smooth, like a piece of natural crystal. Inside the box, the data streams appeared somewhat melancholic after Jingwei's collapse, their flow noticeably slowing. Yet they maintained core operations without disintegrating. What an incredible creation, Dr. Oki marveled. That young man truly breathed life into your ideas. He ran his fingers over the box's smooth surface, filled with a myriad of emotions. Using play to guide, employing rewards and penalties to motivate, allowing cold data to develop instincts for self-preservation and optimization. This is awakening intelligence in digital life. Xiao Mao approached, entirely captivated by the small cube. He sensed that it contained a vast wealth of information, a level of complexity he had never encountered before, akin to a dimensional strike. So what now? Xiao Mao could not help but inquire. Should we directly install it onto the multifaceted beast? In theory, yes, Dr. Oki nodded, though his brow furrowed. The interface designed by Jingwei should be on the multifaceted beast's back, but given his current state, we are unaware of the specific operational procedures. We cannot afford to press random buttons. Once again, everyone's gaze fell upon the unconscious Dr. Jingwei, who was emitting soft snores. Should we wake him? Given his condition, any further disturbance might lead to more than mere unconsciousness. It could land him in the ICU. I will take a look. Chapter 98. The marvelous use of the calming energy cube. Bailan took back the upgrade data from Dr. Oki. This object was, after all, the culmination of Dr. Jingwei's relentless efforts over 5 days and nights, a groundbreaking milestone in the realm of artificial Pokémon research. Most importantly, this is an exceptional material for his upcoming video. If it were to shatter upon hitting the ground, the loss would be utterly incalculable. It would be prudent to wait for Dr. Jingwei to awaken, allowing him to personally execute this final step. With sincerity etched upon his face, Bailan solemnly returned the upgrade data to Professor Okido. This is a culmination of his labor and honor, and it rightfully deserves to be concluded by him. It is not that he fears any responsibility. Rather, he wishes to await Jingwei's awakening so he can boldly set up the camera and document the entire process, capturing this historic moment in its entirety. The video could be titled Astonishing, the world's first artificial Pokémon's self-evolution. Surely, the BP points would soar, such as professionalism and the maximization of benefits. Professor Okido appreciatively accepted the transparent cube, nodding in agreement. You are right. This is Jingwei's moment of glory. He promptly arranged for the staff at the Research Institute to escort the slumbering Jingwei to a guest room for rest, and specifically instructed Nainai to prepare some restorative herbal soup to aid in his recuperation. After a flurry of activity, the backyard finally returned to tranquility, leaving only Professor Okido, Qinglu, Bailan, and the ever-curious Xiao Mao and Ash. The group's gaze inadvertently drifted towards the shimmering cube in Professor Okido's hand. The group returned to the main hall of the Institute with the still-twitching polygon, placing it in the spacious center. They settled onto the sofa. watching as the creature slowly circled in place, its body occasionally flickering with garbled data, as if it were on the verge of disintegration. The atmosphere grew momentarily silent. "Oh, I wonder how long Jinghui will sleep," Professor Okido sighed, gazing at the suffering polygon with a face full of regret. "The sooner the upgrade is completed, the sooner this poor artificial Pokemon can escape its torment. Grandpa, how about we start our research in the meantime?" Xiaomao finally could not contain himself and leaned closer, his eyes nearly glued to the small cube. "Dr. Jinghui's design is still on my tablet. We might find specific operational methods." Qinglu also approached, his focused expression indicating a significant interest in the practical application of the upgrade data. "No," Professor Okido shook his head, his demeanor resolute. "This is Jinghui's personal research achievement, and a piece of intricate machinery with unknown structures. Without his authorization and personal guidance, we cannot operate it recklessly. This is not only a matter of respecting a friend's accomplishments, but is also a professional ethic that a top researcher must uphold." Xiaomao and Ash's faces fell, disappointment evident. Observing the somber atmosphere and glancing at the polygon, Bailan discreetly activated his analytical eye, locking onto the small box in Professor Okido's hand. A line of clear text materialized in his mind. Item name, upgrade data, upgrade, item effect. A miraculous creation devised by the genius scientist Jinghui based on the theory of data iteration and upgrade. It contains a core program of a hyper-intelligent AI virtual companion that can guide data life forms in self-structural optimization to achieve evolution. Usage method, inserted into the standard data interface on the back of Polygon. Note, plug and play, foolproof operation, even you can do it. Bailan felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. The preceding statements were quite normal, but that last note seemed excessively anthropomorphic. Moreover, it dripped with a palpable sense of mockery. So this contraption requires no complex operational procedures whatsoever? As his thoughts shifted, he directed the analytical eye towards the stuttering polygon. Compared to before, the evaluation information seemed to have added another line. Polygon, status, data fragmentation, skills, texture, angularization, illusion ray, electromagnetic levitation, ability, copy, evaluation. Due to frequent incomplete spatial transport experiments, its core data structure has fragmented extensively. It is akin to a hard drive crammed with disorganized files, operating at low efficiency and often leading to program crashes. It requires data organization. The calming energy block can be used to stabilize it precariously and guide it into a dormant state to alleviate its suffering. Bailan's heart stirred slightly. This system is quite intelligent, capable of providing corresponding solutions based on its current predicament. Even more surprisingly, the calming energy block he developed appears to be effective on a virtual Pokemon composed purely of data. However, upon reflection, it makes sense. Since Polygon can transition from data flow to physical form, its energy operation mode and physical status may not differ fundamentally from that of ordinary Pokemon. Similar to how Rotom can infiltrate electrical devices and is likewise influenced by energy blocks. With this thought in mind, he cleared his throat and stood up. "Professor Okido, I may have a method to stabilize it for now." Instantly, all eyes were fixed on him. "Oh, what method?" Professor Okido inquired, somewhat taken aback. Bailan retrieved a light pink energy block emitting a faint fruity aroma from his backpack, which was his specially crafted calming energy block. "This is my creation. The calming energy block. It works wonders in stabilizing Pokemon's emotions and energy," he explained. Although Polygon is a data life form, the stuttering and crashing it currently exhibits are, in a sense, a form of energy disorder. I believe it may be worth a try. Using an energy block to treat a data Pokemon? Xiaomao felt his mind was a bit overwhelmed. Professor Okido pondered for a moment before nodding. Makes sense. Since it can exist in physical form, it must adhere to certain physical and energy laws of this world. It's worth a shot, but be cautious. With permission granted, Bailan approached the polygon while holding the energy block. The creature seemed to sense someone nearing. Its twitching and garbled flickering intensified, emitting a series of nonsensical electronic noises. Bailan did not force his approach, but stopped at a safe distance and gently crushed the energy block in his hand. Instantly, a refreshing fruity aroma wafted through the air. A miraculous scene unfolded. The agitated polygon, upon detecting the scent, suddenly froze. Its polygonal head turned towards Bailan, its flickering electronic eyes seemingly searching for the source of the fragrance. The frenzied data flow visibly calmed down, and the frequency of its twitching significantly decreased. "It's working!" Ash exclaimed in delight. Professor Okido and Qinglu also exhibited expressions of astonishment. Seizing the moment, Bailan poured the crushed energy block powder into his palm and slowly extended it towards the creature. Chapter 99, Soothing Polygon. Polygon hesitated for a moment, as if its system were weighing options and making decisions. Ultimately, it cautiously extended its angular head, carefully licking the powder from Bailan's palm clean. After consuming it, the red glow surrounding its body vanished completely, and it ceased to twitch, quietly hovering in midair, its electronic eyes blinking at Bailan, seemingly much more comfortable. Remarkable. Nai could not help but exclaim. After Polygon settled down, the atmosphere in the main hall became subtly different. It floated in place, its angular body no longer flickering with glaring garbled data, yet its electronically constructed eyes still spun vacantly, radiating a sense of loneliness that clashed with its surroundings. Searching for the presence of someone. What do we do now? Ash whispered softly, breaking the silence. It seemed to be feeling better, yet its demeanor remained peculiar. The energy cube had merely stabilized its energy core temporarily, addressing symptoms rather than the root cause. Professor Oak's expression was grave. A data storm within could erupt at any moment. This revelation rekindled the anxiety in both Green and Naimi, who had just exhaled in relief. Keeping it awake for an extended period would place too great a strain on its core programming. Kingolv added, as a researcher, he understood all too well the implications of sustained operation for a system on the verge of collapse. The optimal solution was to induce a dormant state. However, how could they facilitate its slumber? Green posed the critical question, lamenting their lack of an operational manual. Just as despair loomed over the group, Bailan made a move. He brushed off the residual energy cube powder from his palm and stepped towards the multifaceted beast. Bailan, be careful, Naimi urged anxiously. Bailan waved her off, signaling her to remain calm, and then halted 2 paces from the creature. He refrained from any physical contact, instead adopting a calm, emotionless tone as he began to speak. Multifaceted beast. The artificial Pokémon's head mechanically turned towards Bailan, its electronic eye locking onto him. Professor Jinghui is fine, Bailan continued in that steady tone. He is simply exhausted and requires a good sleep. You need rest as well. Otherwise, when he awakens and sees you in this state, he will be concerned. To Ash and Green, this sounded akin to playing music to a cow, reasoning with a program, using a tone suited for soothing a child. Yet, to their astonishment, a faint blue data stream flickered rapidly within the creature's electronic eye, as if it were conducting a high-speed information retrieval and identity verification process. It appeared to be confirming Bailan's identity and the credibility of his words. Moments later, the data stream stabilized. The multifaceted beast leaned forward slightly, as if nodding. Subsequently, its ever-glowing electronic eyes gradually dimmed until they extinguished completely. Devoid of the electromagnetic levitation support, its body swayed slightly before plummeting towards the ground. Be careful, Green instinctively shouted. Yet, the anticipated dull thud never resonated. Just before hitting the ground, the multifaceted beast seemed to lose all its strength, landing softly and silently on the floor. Even more astonishingly, its previously ethereal form, whose edges occasionally flickered with data, became significantly more solid upon entering dormancy, resembling a smoothly polished toy model, quietly resting there. In the main hall, one could hear a pin drop. Ash and Green exchanged expressions that mingled disbelief with a sense of wonder, as if grappling with the surreal. For Ash, who had no grasp of scientific principles and merely proclaimed the greatness of science, this was especially bewildering. Stabilizing it with food was one thing, but to lull it to sleep with mere words? This transcended their comprehension. How did you do that? Green stammered, his mind struggling to catch up. Quite simple, Bailan shrugged, exuding a sense of nonchalance. Professor Jinghui is its creator, much like a parent. Thus, within its core programming, Professor Jinghui undoubtedly holds the highest authority. He then pointed to himself. As for me, as a friend of Professor Jinghui who just alleviated its suffering, my credibility in its logical assessment is quite high. Therefore, by using Professor Jinghui as a keyword to issue a command for rest, it naturally complied. This explanation was logically coherent and irrefutable. However, Kingolv and Professor Oak discerned a deeper layer within. Bailan was not merely leveraging programmatic logic. He was engaging in an egalitarian dialogue with a sentient being. He did not perceive it as a cold machine, but as a companion capable of concern for its creator, possessing fundamental emotional logic. This perspective was indeed refreshingly unconventional amidst a cadre of rigid researchers. Remarkable, Kingolv remarked with genuine admiration. He mused that if he were in Bailan's shoes, he might have contemplated exploiting programming loopholes or employing coercive measures to induce dormancy, but he would never have thought to guide it in such a gentle manner. Professor Oak nodded vigorously in agreement, observing Bailan as one might gaze upon an uncut gem of rare beauty. This young man consistently managed to deliver unexpected, groundbreaking surprises. Well, Since it has stabilized, let us first relocate it to a secure chamber, Professor Oak directed, instructing the research staff to carefully carry the dormant multifaceted beast away. The sudden crisis had finally reached a temporary resolution. As everyone returned to the sofa, the atmosphere lightened considerably. Naimi poured steaming cups of tea for everyone to soothe their frayed nerves. But truth be told, Jingwei has really pushed himself this time, Professor Oak remarked, cradling his teacup. 5 days and nights. No one could endure that, not even a machine. Indeed, when he awakens, we must ensure he undergoes a thorough examination. Naimi voiced her concern in agreement. Ultimately, it was your astonishing idea, Bairan, that ignited Professor Jingwei's inspiration. Kingolf sipped his tea, casting a curious glance at Bairan. He felt as though Bairan possessed an uncanny understanding of everything, be it nurturing, battling, or even the seemingly unrelated realm of advanced computational science. Despite his claims of ignorance, Bairan consistently articulated perspectives that were nothing short of enlightening. Just how deep was this fellow's reservoir of knowledge? Bairan felt somewhat unnerved under Kingolf's scrutiny and hastily waved his hands. I was merely speculating. It's primarily Professor Jingwei's brilliance that transformed an abstract idea into reality. While he feigned humility, he discreetly observed the upgrade data that Professor Oak had solemnly placed on the coffee table. Within the transparent cube, data streams continued to flow gently, reminiscent of a miniature universe in slumber, imbued with an aura of mysterious beauty. In his mind, he began to contemplate what angle and perspective would best capture this historic moment when Professor Jingwei awakened. Chapter 100. A grand undertaking awaits. In the main hall, the atmosphere finally relaxed from its earlier tension. The multifaceted beast had been safely housed, and the upgrade data, a culmination of countless efforts, remained intact. Although Professor Jingwei lay in a deep slumber, he had evaded the peril of overexertion. Grandfather, will this upgrade data truly enable the multifaceted beast to achieve self-awareness? Green could no longer contain his curiosity, his gaze fixated on the transparent cube in Professor Oak's hands. This sounded exceedingly mystical. Mystical? That perspective is rather narrow. Professor Oak delicately placed the cube on the coffee table, gazing at the swirling data light with uncontainable excitement and awe. This is no mere restoration. This is creation. That boy Jingwei, with Bairan's insight, has propelled the technology of digital life forward by at least a decade, truly pioneering. It demonstrates to everyone that the possibilities for Pokémon are limitless. Leaning back on the sofa, he appeared to reminisce. In the past, our research on artificial Pokémon revolved around devising more precise commands and optimizing their utility. Yet, we overlooked the fact that even data, when coalesced into a life form, should possess its own means of growth. Kingolf, cradling his teacup, gently blew on the steam and chimed in. It granted the Pokémon autonomy. His voice was calm and clear. To optimize proactively as a reward, and to self-correct to avoid punishment. This logic mirrors the foundational principles we utilize in training Pokémon, albeit with data as its flesh and blood. Precisely, Ash approached with palpable excitement, akin to my Pidgey, who, when rewarded with a berry for its correct actions, beams with joy and yearns to repeat the experience. As he listened to the discussions around him, Bailan's mind was racing with thoughts. The concept of choice? A system of rewards and punishments? Was this not akin to a colossal open-world nurturing game? Indeed, Brother Jingwei had solidified his status as a top-tier game developer. He suddenly realized that merely filming a video showcasing the successful evolution of a multifaceted creature would be a gross misallocation of resources. The essence of this narrative was far more exhilarating than any singular outcome. A digital life on the brink of collapse, a genius scientist ensnared in a creative impasse, a miraculous spark of inspiration born from play, and an epic endeavor spanning 5 days and nights. The potential was vast. It called for a grand undertaking. This could easily be transformed into a documentary series. Bailan's eyes sparkled with newfound inspiration. The inaugural episode would be titled Digital Lament. Who will rescue the dying cyber life? Focusing on a narrative of hardship and suspense. The second episode, Ultimate Grind. The collision of a genius scientist and a mischievous child's inspiration would be rife with twists and fervor. The third and final chapter, Witness the Miracle. For the first time in history, the self-evolution of digital life would undoubtedly enshrine its legacy. A trilogy, surely. This BP point would carry him through to graduation? What a victory. Ding. The host has devised a trilogy of digital life series videos, detecting the potential for a blockbuster series, and has been awarded early BP points, 2000. Video planning ability increased by 5. The notification ringing in his mind caused Bailan's smile to widen uncontrollably. The system was ramping up the intensity. This was a guaranteed success. To gather material for his documentary, he cleared his throat and assumed a curious demeanor, directing a question at Professor Oak. Professor Oak, how would you evaluate Dr. Zhenghui's inspiration within the context of Pokémon research history? This question evidently struck a chord with Professor Oak, who immediately leaned forward with enthusiasm. Evaluate. This is a game changer. It demonstrates that emotional guidance is equally effective for non-carbon-based life forms. Back in the day, Professor Oak launched into an engaging monologue, discussing the establishment of Pokémon taxonomy, the evolution of human-Pokémon relationships, and even recalling academic debates from his youth with some obstinate colleagues. Some people believe that conducting research is a sign of weakness. They fail to understand that exploring the mysteries of the unknown is the true essence of hardcore science. Bairan diligently absorbed every word, furiously typing notes. These were indeed the words of a true luminary, and when edited, the video's quality would soar. He then turned the camera towards Green. Mr. Green, from a breeding perspective, if this technology matures, does it imply that we could potentially cultivate data Pokémon in the future? Green pondered briefly before offering his insight. In theory, it is feasible. However, data and flesh are fundamentally different. Their sustenance is information, and their emotions are coded, which starkly contrasts with the Pokémon we typically encounter. This necessitates the creation of an entirely new breeding theory, yet it is indeed fascinating. Ash, somewhat bewildered, seized upon his primary concern and exclaimed, "So, will the multifaceted creature be happier in the future?" This question rendered everyone present momentarily silent. Indeed, the ultimate goal of research is to enable both Pokémon and humans to coexist harmoniously in this world. Professor Oak's face broke into a warm smile. Yes, Ash. Because it will no longer be merely a tool executing programmed commands. It will become a true companion capable of playing and experiencing joy. At that tender moment, an intoxicating aroma wafted in from the kitchen, rich and velvety, blending the deep flavors of gourmet broth with the sweetness of various berries and a hint of herbal bitterness. The moment one inhaled it, all fatigue seemed to evaporate, invigorating the very DNA. I've prepared a restorative broth, initially intended for Mr. Zhenghui. Nine May announced as she emerged with a large tray, laden with several steaming bowls of soup. Everyone has been busy today. Please, do try some. Wow, it smells amazing. Ash exclaimed, struggling to contain his drool. Just as the group prepared to take their bowls, a faint, shuffling sound echoed from the corridor leading to the guest room. Creak. The door to the guest room swung open, revealing a figure to the astonished onlookers. It was none other than the slumbering Dr. Zhenghui, with his signature hairdo. Panda-like dark circles under his eyes, a crumpled white lab coat stained with coffee, and clutching a large white pillow. His eyes were half open, gaze unfocused, showing no signs of wakefulness, resembling a dreamy koala as he stumbled forward. Yet, his trajectory was unmistakably aimed at the soup resting on the table. His nose twitched in the air, sniffing like a hungry Pokémon honed in on a delightful scent, oblivious to the people around him as he approached the coffee table. Under the astonished gazes of everyone, he extended a trembling hand, seized a bowl of soup that Nine May had just placed down, and tilted it back, gulping it down. Gulp, gulp. In an instant, the bowl was emptied. He sighed contentedly, smacking his lips, before placing the empty bowl back on the table and wobbling back to his room. Bang! The door shut with a thud, and silence reclaimed the corridor. The main hall was left in stunned silence. After several moments, Bailan turned to Xiaomao, who was equally dumbfounded, and whispered, "I can't shake the feeling that he didn't wake up. He was awakened by his cravings." Chapter 101. Dr. Zhenghui, even in dreams, pursues research. Xiaomao gazed down the corridor where Dr. Zhenghui had vanished, then at the empty bowl on the table, feeling as though his worldview had been irrevocably altered once more. Does this align with biological principles? Xiaomao murmured, astonished that one could autonomously act in response to the aroma of food while in a deep state of unconsciousness. Impressive. He can even smell the aroma while asleep. Ash's perspective remained refreshingly unique, his face filled with envy as he looked at the bowl of soup. Nine May's soup must be absolutely delicious. This is what we call survival instinct. Bailan elaborated earnestly. The brain may be down for the count, but the stomach remains vigilant, dutifully fulfilling its role. Truly commendable. Uffed. Nine May's burgeoning concerns were once again punctured by Bailan's commentary, and she shook her head in resignation, a smile creeping onto her lips. Professor Oak stroked his chin, deep in thought. From a research standpoint, this is indeed an intriguing phenomenon. Extreme fatigue leads to profound cortical suppression, yet the olfactory nerves and certain motor centers can be briefly activated by strong external stimuli. I could write an observational paper on this. No, you wouldn't want to, Bailan muttered internally, hastily lifting his own bowl of soup to take a sip. Delightful. The tale of Dr. Jinghui's dream-induced culinary quest quickly became an unspoken topic of discussion among the Research Institute's members. To ensure he had a peaceful sleeping environment, Professor Oak specifically instructed that unless the institute was on fire, no one was to disturb him. Thus, the group had no choice but to suppress their eagerness to witness a miracle and dispersed. Ash dragged Xiaomao to the battle arena in the backyard, claiming he needed special training to prepare for their upcoming journey. Green was pulled into Professor Oak's study, seemingly to discuss intricate matters regarding breeding theory. Nai Mei busied herself tidying up the chaotic laboratory left in Dr. Jinghui's wake, preparing to provide him with a tidy workspace upon his awakening. Bailan stretched and meandered back to his own room, yet he was far from idle. Upon securely locking the door, he promptly retrieved his prized camera from the system backpack, brimming with enthusiasm as he began to review the footage recorded earlier that afternoon. From the illustrious entrance of Dr. Jinghui, adorned in the guise of an unearthed artifact, to his exuberantly passionate speech, which reached a crescendo of theatricality as he dramatically fainted. And finally to his own serendipitous catch of the moment. Each frame was imbued with narrative depth. This angle is splendid. It perfectly encapsulates King Gulf's abstract leap. The close-up of Xiaoji's O-shaped mouth is a must. It is simply too emblematic. Moreover, Dr. Oki's expression of faith in this young man should definitely be included. It elevates the entire composition. As Bailing watched, he began to conceptualize the inaugural episode of his Data Life trilogy in his mind. The opening would feature the dazzling parabolic arc of the upgraded data slicing through the air, accompanied by a suspenseful soundtrack that would immediately heighten the tension. Then, a swift transition to the agonizing convulsions of the multilateral beast, underscored by somber music, would evoke a sense of tragic despair. This must be executed with great emphasis on pathos. Finally, Dr. Jinghui's words would be woven into the narrative, elucidating the themes of self and miracles. Perfect. Simply envisioning this filled Bailing with a sense of anticipation as his BP points seemed to beckon him. He had even begun sketching the storyboards for the subsequent episodes in his mind. Just as he reveled in his daydream of being a master editor, time slipped away unnoticed. Before long, a full day and night had passed. The following morning, as the first rays of sunlight streamed through the curtain's gap into the guest room, the figure sprawled across the bed, drooling over a pillow, suddenly bolted upright. The interface. The standard data interface. So it is like this. Dr. Jinghui's eyes widened. Bloodshot yet gleaming with a newfound clarity, his expression transformed from fatigue and disarray to one of euphoric realization. It seemed he had conquered a perplexing technical conundrum in his slumber. He flung off the covers, leaping barefoot onto the floor, muttering fervently to himself. Yes, precisely. By guiding the program to preset a comfort zone, when its self-optimization behaviors align with the predetermined direction, it receives positive feedback, thus ensuring a smoother data flow. This is the reward. Conversely, it should be subjected to lag and garbled output. This constitutes punishment. He spoke while pacing the room, his hands gesticulating wildly, as if maneuvering an invisible virtual screen. I am truly a genius. Ha 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 ha. His signature laughter echoed once more, though this time it resonated with vigor. After a prolonged fit of laughter, he seemed to suddenly recollect something, halting in his tracks to survey his surroundings. An unfamiliar room, an unknown bed. Where am I? His memories lingered on the moment he had raised the upgraded data, poised to approach the multilateral beast. The events that followed were a blank slate. A sense of dread washed over him as he clenched his fist. The hollow echo stirred an ominous premonition. Where is my upgraded data? Dr. Jinghui dashed out of the room, colliding with Nai, who was carrying breakfast to rouse him. Mr. Jinghui, you're awake. Nai exclaimed, startled. Where is the upgraded data? That transparent box. Did it break? Dr. Jinghui grasped Nai's shoulders, shaking her with fervor. No, it's intact. Please, don't panic. Jinghui, you finally woke up. Dr. Oki, along with King Gulf, Xiaomao, and Xiaoji, rushed over at the sound of commotion, observing the exuberant Dr. Jinghui, whose vitality seemed to surpass even that before his fainting spell. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. What happened to me? I seem to remember. Dr. Jinghui struggled to recollect. You overworked for 5 days and then gloriously collapsed. Bailing yawned as he emerged from his room, succinctly summarizing the situation. Then your precious artifact flew out of your hands. He gestured in a parabolic motion. Had I not reacted swiftly, that thing would likely be reduced to a heap of data fragments by now. After a chorus of explanations from the group, Dr. Jinghui finally grasped the situation. Learning that his hard work had been securely caught by Bailing, and that the multilateral beast had been pacified into a state of dormancy by Bailing's miraculous energy cube. His gaze toward Bailing transformed. It was a look infused with gratitude, admiration, and a kinship-like appreciation. Bailing Kuan, you have once again salvaged my research. Dr. Jinghui exaggeratedly clasped Bailing's hands and shook them vigorously. Dr. Oki retrieved the still lustrous upgraded data from a specialized anti-nuclear briefcase and handed it to him. Look, it's perfectly intact. Dr. Jinghui cautiously accepted the cube, the familiar coolness of its surface eliciting a sigh of relief from him. After a meticulous inspection, confirming the internal data flow was stable and the core program unblemished, a smile of profound relief spread across his face. Well-rested, inspired. And with my treasure intact, today I have triumphed in the 3 great joys of life. He raised the upgraded data high, addressing the assembled crowd and himself with solemnity. Ladies and gentlemen, I have thoroughly comprehended all the technical intricacies. His voice brimmed with an unprecedented confidence and vigor. We cannot delay any longer. Every second the multilateral beast suffers is a dereliction of my duty. We shall complete this final step at once. With that, he spun around, ready to dash toward the room housing the multilateral beast. Dr. Jinghui's determined momentum resembled that of a rocket poised for launch, threatening to propel everyone into the sky. Dr. Oki, Kingolf, and the others instinctively began to follow, eager to witness this exhilarating moment. However, a figure leisurely interposed themselves in front of them. It was Bailing. With a warm smile gracing his face, he extracted his professional camera from his backpack and skillfully opened the lens cover. Wait a moment, Dr. Jinghui. Bailing aimed the camera at the group and pressed the record button. Such a historically significant moment must not go unrecorded. The loss would be to all of humanity. Chapter 102, Rolling. Don't delay my footage. This unexpected proclamation caused the previously fervent atmosphere to chill for a brief moment. Dr. Jinghui's forward momentum abruptly halted, and he turned to face Bailing, confusion etched across his face, which had just regained some color. Film? Shooting? Of course, Bailing asserted, adjusting the camera's focus with conviction. Just think about it. The self-evolution of the world's first artificial Pokémon, the crowning achievement of the genius scientist Dr. Jinghui. If there's no visual documentation, how will it ever be included in textbooks? It would lack even a single accompanying image. How unceremonious. He continued, switching the camera lens to a wide-angle one. Furthermore, this is your moment of glory. It must be documented from every angle, in high definition, so the entire world can witness your masterpiece. This resonated deeply with Dr. Jinghui. He envisioned the scene. One day in the future, Pokémon researchers from around the globe would repeatedly watch this documentary featuring him, their faces alight with admiration and reverence. Ha ha ha, you make a valid point, Dr. Jinghui exclaimed, slapping his thigh, that earlier anxiety instantly replaced by exhilaration. He even took a moment to dash to the restroom, splashing cold water on his face, attempting to tame his unruly hair, which resembled a wild explosion. Though the effect was minimal, it at least conveyed respect for the camera. Dr. Oki observed this dramatic scene with an exasperated shake of his head, yet a smile crept onto his lips. Kingolf, on the other hand, crossed his arms, watching Bailing with keen interest. This fellow always manages to accomplish the right thing through the most absurd justifications. In pursuit of superior filming effects, we relocated to the backyard. Bailan, embodying the demeanor of a chief director, began to orchestrate the proceedings. The lighting was splendid, and the space was ample. There were no objections from the group as they meticulously transported the dormant polyhedron beast to the verdant lawn. What followed transformed the scene into a wondrous film set, merging cutting-edge technology with a rustic charm. Dr. Oki and Qinglu took out an array of sophisticated monitoring devices, establishing them around the polyhedron beast. Heart rate, energy fluctuations, data stream stability, virtual screens unfolded in the air, pulsating with intricate parameters, suffused with a sense of science fiction. On the other side, Bailan appeared decidedly more down-to-earth. He first mounted the main camera on a tripod, seeking the optimal vantage point to capture everyone's reactions. Then, he produced a compact handheld camera and handed it to the excited Xiao Mao. This is for you, Xiao Mao. Make sure to zoom in on Dr. Jinghui's close-ups. And keep your hands steady. Leave it to me, Xiao Mao replied solemnly, feeling the weight of an important mission upon his shoulders. In a final flourish, Bailan even summoned Jindo, affixing a miniature action camera to its small head. Jindo, your task is to roam freely and provide us with a unique Pokémon perspective. Woo! Jindo exclaimed with enthusiasm, scurrying across the lawn, utterly fascinated by its new toy. Nine Mei, observing this delightful spectacle, Couldn't he help but chuckle as she held ready a tray of tea and snacks, embodying the essence of a production crew's support staff. With everything in place, the backyard basked in perfect sunlight, accompanied by a gentle breeze. All monitoring devices glowed with green lights, indicating standby mode. Bairan conducted a final check of all camera angles before retreating behind the main camera, signaling an okay with his hand. "Attention, everyone. The first scene of Witness the Miracle commences now," he proclaimed with vigor. Dr. Jinghui took a deep breath, adjusting his lab coat, and approached the quietly lying polyhedron beast with a steady and resolute gait. His expression had transformed from previous fervor and fatigue to one of solemnity and reverence, akin to a creator on the verge of bestowing life upon their creation. Xiao Mao's camera followed closely, capturing this moment flawlessly. Dr. Jinghui crouched beside the polyhedron beast, extending his hand to gently caress its smooth, polygonal body. "Awaken, my companion," he intoned softly yet powerfully. He pressed a hidden switch on the side of the polyhedron beast's body. A faint hum of electricity resonated through the air as its once dormant electronic eyes flickered back to life. It slowly began to levitate, its head moving mechanically as it scanned its surroundings. However, this stability lasted but a fleeting 3 seconds. Beep, beep, beep. The monitoring equipment set up by Dr. Oki suddenly blared a shrill alarm, indicating a chaotic surge in energy levels as red data bars skyrocketed. The polyhedron beast's body began to flicker violently, red and blue data glitches spreading across its surface like a virus. It convulsed uncontrollably, stuttering, as though it were on the brink of disintegration. "Oh no, its core data storm has reignited." Dr. Oki's expression shifted dramatically. "Bairan." Nai Mei called out anxiously. Xiao Ji and Xiao Mao held their breath, paralyzed by the sudden turn of events. Amidst this tension, Dr. Jinghui remained astonishingly calm. He exhibited no trace of panic, as if everything unfolding before him was anticipated. Steadying the polyhedron beast's quaking form with his left hand, he retrieved a dazzling, transparent cube from the pocket of his lab coat with his right. "Do not fear. All will come to an end," he whispered to the polyhedron beast, aligning the upgrade data with a discrete slot on its back, precisely the standard data interface he had designed. Click. The crisp sound echoed distinctly in the hushed backyard. The upgrade data seamlessly integrated into the interface. In that moment, time seemed to freeze. The shrill alarms ceased abruptly. The frenzied data glitches on the polyhedron beast's body vanished, as if swept away by an invisible hand. Instantly, an indescribable brilliance erupted from the connection between the upgrade data and the polyhedron beast. This was no ordinary light. It was a torrent of data composed of innumerable zeros and ones, cascading forth in a rainbow of hues, spiraling around the polyhedron beast, forming a colossal cocoon of pure data. Within the cocoon, the previously angular outline of the polyhedron beast began to blur, melt, and reassemble at a visibly accelerated pace. The old structure disintegrated into primordial data fragments, which then coalesced under the guidance of the new programming into a form that was more efficient, stable, perfect, and smooth. "This is evolution," Xiaoji murmured, his eyes wide with astonishment. Qinglu and Dr. Oki, equally awestruck by the spectacle before them, gazed at the monitoring screens displaying parameters that continuously refreshed and soared to unprecedented heights, rendered speechless. The radiance intensified, ultimately reaching a crescendo. Boom! The cocoon burst outward, transforming into a flurry of colorful light particles, reminiscent of fireflies on a summer night, gently dissipating into the air. In the center of the lawn, a new figure hovered silently. Its body lines had become more rounded and fluid, shedding the previous harshness of its angles. The once stiff electronic eyes now appeared more animated, even reflecting a hint of curiosity. It had grown larger, resembling a toy bird with an antenna atop its head, exuding both adorableness and a sense of futuristic technology. The polyhedron beast form had been born. The entire backyard fell into a profound silence. Everyone was captivated by this miraculous scene, rendered speechless. Bailan maintained his filming posture, yet his mind had already transcended into another realm. Quietly, he activated his analytical lens, locking onto the newly emerged Pokémon. Lines of pristine data vividly materialized in his mind. Polyhedron beast form. Status: perfect. Skills: texture 2, angularization, barrier, high-speed movement. Ability: download. Evaluation: a true digital life form. It possesses the capacity for self-learning and optimization. Its future depends on the guidance of its trainer. Congratulations, you have witnessed the birth of a miracle. Chapter 103, The Excited Father of the Evolved Child. The backyard was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. The wind had ceased unbeknownst to anyone, and even Jindo, frolicking on the lawn, halted in its tracks, its mini camera perched atop its head, curiously tilting its head. Everyone seemed frozen, their eyes fixated on the floating, transformed figure in the center of the lawn, the polyhedron beast form. It hovered there peacefully, its rounded body reflecting the afternoon sun, now imbued with a softer texture. Its electronic eyes, no longer cold program windows, resembled genuine eyes filled with the curiosity of a newborn, rolling about as it surveyed this world and the peculiar large creatures surrounding it. Woo, a faint sound reminiscent of an electronic kitten's meow, pierced the still air. Kiki keki kiki kiki. A bout of laughter erupted, initially suppressed, ultimately spiraling into uncontrollable exuberance. Dr. Jinghui clasped his hands over his face, his shoulders trembling like a sieve. Bursts of laughter seeping through his fingers, a cacophony of uncontrollable joy and liberation. Suddenly, he raised his head. His bloodshot visage was a chaotic blend of tears and smiles. A distorted yet terrifyingly authentic expression. "We did it! We did it!" he shouted like a child of 3, stumbling forward in a frenzy towards the monitoring equipment set up by Dr. Damo. His fingers danced on the virtual screen, producing a symphony of clicks as he summoned data windows. The stability of the energy core, 100. Absolutely solid. The data transmission rate had even surged by 300 beyond expectations. Light years ahead, the self-repair program was activated. The logical circuits formed a perfect closed loop. Impeccable. On the screen, the previously glaring red alerts were obliterated, replaced by a verdant sea of healthy green. Every parameter surpassed his wildest theoretical predictions. A miracle. This was nothing short of a miracle. Dr. Damu adjusted his glasses, gazing at the flawless data scrolling across the screen, his lips moving in silent astonishment. He had dedicated his life to the study of Pokémon, witnessing countless evolutions. Yet none could rival the spectacle before him. Life composed entirely of pure data could indeed evolve. King Gulf crossed her arms, her expression unusually grave. Yet her voice trembled with awe. This transcends our understanding of evolution. It resembles a reconstruction from the foundational code. Wow, it has become so adorable. Ash's focus was as direct as ever. "It's nothing short of a masterpiece," murmured Gary, his camera already out of focus, yet he didn't notice, entranced by the emergence of this new life. Just then, the Porygon began to stir. It gently swayed, akin to a curious little bird, slowly drifting towards Jinghui. His movements halted, and he turned slowly to meet its vibrant electronic gaze. A moment of stillness enveloped them. Porygon emitted a soft, inquisitive electronic sound, then cautiously extended its rounded appendage, gently touching Jinghui's cheek. The sensation was cool and smooth. Yet for Jinghui, it felt hotter than lava. A tremendous warmth erupted from his heart, instantly shattering the last vestiges of his rationality. My baby. This genius scientist could no longer contain himself. He enveloped the Porygon in a tight embrace, weeping uncontrollably like a child who had finally acquired a rare collectible. The agonizing 5 days and nights of sleepless torment, all his self-doubt and the pressure of impending collapse, transformed into a torrent of scalding tears that cascaded down without restraint. Nana watched this scene, her eyes reddening as she discreetly turned away to wipe her tear-streaked face. Click. Bairan, with a stoic expression, pressed the shutter, forever immortalizing this poignant moment of a cybernetic father welcoming his miraculous child. Prime material, top-tier material. Goodness, this is far more impactful than any melodramatic evening drama. He had even envisioned the perfect BGM for this moment, using "Listen to Dad," emphasizing a cross-dimensional familial bond, guaranteed to evoke tears and cheers from the audience. At last, this overwhelming fortune has befallen me. Jinghui cried for a good 5 minutes before gradually regaining composure. He released the Porygon, clumsily wiping his face with the sleeve of his lab coat, and a familiar, somewhat audacious grin returned to his features. He retrieved his communicator, his fingers still trembling with excitement, and dialed a number. "Hello, is this Ajo?" "It's me, Jinghui." The voice on the other end seemed momentarily stunned by his exuberant shout, falling silent for a while. "It's me. Listen, we did it. We succeeded." Jinghui roared into the communicator, spittle flying. "Yes, the Porygon. Its illness is cured. It can now have its own thoughts. The data? Perfect. Impeccably so. It's right here with me. It just touched my face." "Ha. Crying? I'm not crying. I'm simply overjoyed. You all said I was daydreaming every day? Well, now the dream has come true. Yes, all thanks to the upgraded data. And there's a remarkably talented young man." Jinghui's gaze swept through the crowd, landing precisely on Bailan, who was engrossed in filming. His eyes conveyed a medley of gratitude, admiration, and appreciation, culminating in a profound sense of kinship. He hung up, exhaling deeply, feeling as though he had just completed a marathon, exhausted, yet filled with unprecedented vitality. Bailan Kuan. Jinghui strode towards Bailan. Bailan lifted his gaze from the camera, meeting Jinghui's strikingly bright eyes glistening with tears. In the next instant, his hand was seized once more. Bailan Kuan. Dr. Jinghui's grip was astonishingly strong, shaking Bailan's arm as if it would dislocate. Thank you. Truly, I cannot thank you enough. At this moment, the genius scientist was devoid of his previous mania. Only excitement and incoherence remained. Without you, without your idea, the Porygon. It might have been trapped in that data storm forever. I truly don't know how to repay you. As he spoke, tears threatened to overflow again. Stop. Bailan quickly withdrew his hand and shifted the camera back, fearing the lens would be splashed with tears. Dr. Jinghui, you are mistaken, he corrected earnestly. The one who truly saved the Porygon is you, along with your companions who strived alongside you to upgrade the data. Chapter 104. Doctor, don't rush to cry. First, give the child a name. I merely passed by and casually suggested why not try rebooting it, a layperson at best. Bailan downplayed his role, fully aware that he had merely offered a suggestion. The real credit for the Porygon's restoration and evolution belonged to Dr. Jinghui's tireless dedication and unwavering commitment. He simply provided the crucial nudge at the right moment. This credit, he was not about to claim entirely. Besides, this touching tale of a genius appreciating another genius was excellent video material. He needed to maintain an objective record-keeper's identity. Jinghui seemed poised to say something more, his mouth opening, his tearful eyes brimming with emotion. Just as the atmosphere reached its zenith, a bright, innocent voice intruded unexpectedly. Ash pointed at the Porygon floating beside Jinghui, his face alight with curiosity. Now that it has evolved and become different, does it still go by the name Porygon? This question doused the rekindled warmth in the room like a bucket of cold water. Jinghui's tears were abruptly stifled, leaving him momentarily speechless. Right. It is no longer the Porygon it once was. Oh, Gary also realized this, aiming his camera at the new form. Its shape, data structure, and energy core had all transformed. It was unmistakably a newly evolved Pokémon. To continue calling it by its old name would indeed be inappropriate. Academically, it should be defined as an entirely new Pokémon. Kingolf crossed her arms, calmly analyzing the situation. Naming is a crucial step. Dr. Damu nodded in agreement, watching his proud protege with keen interest. This was a brand new life he had personally created. Naturally, the naming rights belonged to him. All eyes in the room converged on Jinghui. He wiped his face, the earlier excitement swiftly replaced by a scientist's meticulousness. He began to pace around the Porygon, muttering to himself. The body structure is more streamlined, reducing data redundancy while enhancing energy efficiency. This is an optimization, an upgrade. The core program has transitioned from passive execution to active learning, marking a qualitative leap. Version 2. Bailan stood nearby, ears perked. Yet internally, he found himself embroiled in a fierce battle of conflicting thoughts. Here it came, the moment of classic nomenclature. In accordance with the original timeline, the Porygon 2 should have been a product of evolutionary data developed by the Sylph Company. However, due to his intervention, the evolution had occurred prematurely, and in the warm embrace of Professor Oak's laboratory, it was Master Jinghui who had personally completed this transformation. Could this not be considered a monumental plot twist? Surely, its name ought to reflect some alteration. Perhaps a Jinghui special edition? Or maybe new Porygon. It would be utterly absurd to retain the drab moniker of the original Porygon. Bailan silently prayed for the universe to grant him a delightful surprise. As he spiraled deeper into his musings, Jinghui suddenly clapped his hands, halting in his tracks. His face illuminated with an epiphany, his eyes gleaming with the solemnity akin to that of a parent naming their child. I have it. He inhaled deeply, turning to the gathering, as well as to the Pokémon patiently awaiting its name, and solemnly declared, as the second milestone of the Porygon project. It represents a new form of digital life. Therefore, its official designation shall be Porygon 2. Upon the conclusion of his proclamation, the backyard fell into a momentary silence. What a cool name. Ash was the first to cheer. The term 2 sounds far more impressive. Green also felt the name exuded a sense of technological sophistication. Green and Professor Oak exchanged knowing smiles, nodding in agreement. The name was succinct, clear, and adhered to the scientific nomenclature standards. Perfect. Nine clapped her hands with a smile, offering her blessings to the newborn. Yet Bailan remained frozen, camera in hand, his entire being paralyzed. He felt as though his worldview had been shattered with a force greater than Jinghui's whimsical dream of culinary quests. What was happening? After all the effort and changes made, the name remained unchanged. The binding force of this timeline was astonishing. In that moment, Bailan could only muster a sarcastic thought. Arceus, or rather, GF, is your copyright awareness a tad too stringent? Not even allowing a name change. He clenched his fist. GF, you've truly outdone yourself. Just as he wallowed in his grievances, the celebratory crowd redirected their attention back to him and Jinghui. After bestowing a name upon his creation, Professor Jinghui radiated an unprecedented vigor and enthusiasm. He strode towards Bailan with characteristic fervor, a signature manic grin plastered across his face. Bailan Kuan, to express my gratitude for your contributions to Porygon 2. Jinghui's expression turned mysteriously as he rummaged through the crumpled pockets of his lab coat, finally producing a thin, shimmering blue chip. Here, this is for you. He placed the chip in Bailan's hand with utmost seriousness. It's a byproduct of my research, though not fully refined. It should serve as an intriguing toy for you. Bailan gazed down at the delicate chip resting in his palm. It felt cool to the touch, its surface gleaming with a faint blue luminescence, as if it contained a miniature digital ocean within. He did not immediately respond to Jinghui's enthusiasm. His mind had already plunged into a realm of contemplation. Eye of analysis, activate. Item name, data chip, unrefined. Item effect, a byproduct generated during the development of upgrade data by the genius scientist Jinghui. It allows certain specific Pokémon, such as Porygon and its evolutions, Rotom, to merge with electronic devices. Usage method, insert into the device interface that requires Pokémon integration. Note, due to incomplete technology, it cannot maintain the Pokémon device fusion for extended periods, exhibiting instability. Bailan's breath momentarily hitched. A byproduct? A toy? Did Professor Jinghui misunderstand the term byproduct? This was clearly the embryonic core technology enabling Rotom to traverse various household appliances. Though the notes mentioned incompleteness and instability, so what? This represented a breakthrough from 0 to 1. While Professor Jinghui was preoccupied with salvaging Porygon, he had inadvertently pierced through another layer of technological ceilings. Indeed, the world of geniuses operates on a different plane of reason. Although turmoil roiled within him, Bailan maintained an outwardly composed demeanor. Chapter 105. The evolution of the first artificial Pokémon. He carefully stowed the chip into his pocket, his movements as natural as if accepting a piece of candy. This chip could facilitate the adaptation of Porygon with certain devices, allowing Porygon to reside within them. Perhaps in the future, as more Porygons joined the research facility, this chip could serve as a valuable assistant in their work. Jinghui elaborated on the chip's function. Hiss, that sounds quite intriguing. He lifted his gaze to meet Jinghui's expectant eyes. Then I shall not be modest. Thank you, Professor Jinghui. Haha, I'm glad you like it. Jinghui chuckled heartily. He waved dismissively. However, the fusion time for this chip is quite brief. Before long, the Pokémon will be forcibly ejected, and energy consumption is high, rendering it of limited practical value. I had intended to discard it as waste, but your unique perspective might yield unexpected results. Bailan nodded silently in agreement. Not just unexpected results. I could create a Hollywood blockbuster. It seemed that Professor Jinghui was entirely unaware of the chip's immense potential for Rotom. Just imagine inserting this chip into a phone or other device to allow Rotom to merge. What would that be? That would be true Pokémon first-person perspective. It would enable top-tier cinematography, capturing every angle without limitation. What is a Steadicam or a jib arm compared to the filming capabilities of a merged Pokémon? This unprecedented fortune seemed destined to fall upon me. All right, we gathered enough material. Bailan cleared his throat, switching back into the role of the director. He clapped his hands, capturing everyone's attention. Everyone, today's filming has been a resounding success. That essay wrap, he proclaimed with vigor, then approached Green, giving him a friendly pat on the shoulder. Well done, Green. Your close-up shots were full of spirit. You've got a bright future ahead. Really? Green's face lit up, feeling validated by the recognition from a professional. Meanwhile, Jindo bounced over, eagerly nudging Bailan as if seeking praise. You too, best cinematographer. I'll treat you to extra snacks later. Bailan chuckled as he removed the action camera from its perch on Jindo's head. The clouds above gleefully showered down snow. A thrilling technological breakthrough had been transformed into a celebratory wrap for the crew. Thank you all for your hard work. I've prepared some refreshments. Let us head to the living room for a break and allow Professor Jinghui some well-deserved rest, Nai suggested with a smile, her voice soothing the tension and fatigue that lingered in the air. The crowd responded eagerly. In the living room, the atmosphere shifted to one of relaxation and joy. Professor Jinghui became the undeniable center of attention, cradling Porygon 2 like a proud parent. showcasing its fluid form and impressive skill set to Professor Oak and Green. Porygon 2 was no longer the cold assembly of code. It floated curiously around the room, occasionally nuzzling Ash's face with its round body or expressing keen interest in the poke puffs brought by Nine, emitting adorable Pory sounds. Ash and Green surrounded it, their faces brimming with curiosity as they chattered animatedly about which flavors of cubes it might prefer. However, Bairan chose not to partake in their exuberance. He settled into a quiet corner by the window, cradling a cup of red tea, yet his gaze drifted to the lawn beyond. It would serve as a medium, a platform for extending the sensory capabilities and powers of Pokémon. A subtle smile crept upon Bairan's lips. He had already begun to conceive the script for his next video. The title would be the evolution of the first artificial Pokémon. The content would draw from the invaluable footage captured today, Dr. Jinghui on the brink of collapse, the crisis of a data storm, the luminous light of a heroic evolution, and the touching moment of a father-son reunion. The pacing would be exhilarating, the emotions heightened, and with the right background music, it would surely captivate the audience. Stealing away their 3 rigid tokens, the lively atmosphere in the living room persisted, as the multifaceted Pokémon successfully won the hearts of all present with its adorable electronic voice and rounded, charming appearance. Dr. Jinghui had completely transformed into a proud parent, enthusiastically explaining every intricate line of code of the multifaceted Pokémon to Professors Oak and Green, his excitement seemingly capable of enduring for another 500 years. Meanwhile, Bairan remained quietly in the corner, a silent observer. He took a sip of tea, savoring its warm aroma, but his gaze wandered beyond the window to distant realms. Gently placing his cup down, he rose quietly and slipped back to his room. Click! The sound of the door locking severed the joyous laughter outside. Bairan deftly retrieved his beloved camera from the desk, skillfully connecting it to the computer. A vast trove of video footage was imported, the progress bar racing forward. The serene expression he had previously worn vanished, replaced by the intense focus and exhilaration of a hunter spotting its prey. Frames flashed across the screen, Dr. Jinghui, disheveled, passionately delivering his fervent speech, Green, in a pose that could only be described as abstract, diving to save the day. Ash and Green, their synchronized O-shaped mouths reflecting shock, and the stunning trajectory of evolution data slicing through the air, culminating in the breathtaking light of Rebirth. Each shot was a stroke of genius. Perfect. Bairan's fingers danced across the keyboard, and the editing software seemed to come alive under his command. He did not hastily compile all the explosive moments together. Instead, he began with a soothing yet slightly melancholic piano piece, paired with the black and white images of the multifaceted Pokémon convulsing in agony amidst the data storm, capturing the essence of despair and helplessness to its fullest extent. Following this, the music shifted, the rhythm intensified, and Dr. Jinghui's desperate shout of "I will create a miracle" echoed as he rushed towards the laboratory, lifting the emotional stakes of the video for the first time. What followed was several minutes of tension and build-up, the relentless research, the concerns of those around, and Dr. Jinghui's visibly worn-out appearance, until Bairan himself presented the energy cube, causing the multifaceted Pokémon to temporarily fall into slumber, granting everyone a brief respite. The climax naturally resided in the thrilling evolution that unfolded in the backyard. Bairan artfully interwove several decent close-ups of Dr. Jinghui, captured by Green, the unique Pokémon perspective provided by Gold Bean, and the panoramic shots from his main camera, masterfully editing the 3 angles together. At the moment the upgrade data embedded into the interface, all background noise vanished. A 3-second silence ensued. Then, a resounding symphony erupted. A brilliant torrent of data unleashed. The light cocoon formed, the old structure collapsed, and a new life reassembled amidst the radiance, born anew. As the music gradually waned, the scene froze on Dr. Jinghui cradling the multifaceted Pokémon, weeping like a child. A line of subtitles slowly materialized in the center of the screen, in tribute to every creator who burns their life for their dreams. After reviewing the final cut, Bairan nodded in satisfaction. He could almost foresee the unprecedented explosion of BP points his video would generate once released. Chapter 106, Rise to Fame. A profound consumption. He titled the video The First Evolution of an Artificial Pokémon, witnessed the birth of a miracle, and decisively clicked upload. Having completed these tasks, he let out a deep breath, feeling both drained yet euphorically invigorated. Instead of monitoring the backend data as usual, he shut down the computer and collapsed onto his bed. One must savor their meals bite by bite, and BP points must accumulate wave by wave. Let the bullets fly a little longer. He had a premonition that this harvest would enable him to exchange his bird shotgun for a cannon. A restful night ensued. The next morning, Bairan awoke refreshed. The awe of yesterday's evolution still resonating in his mind. Stretching luxuriously, he felt a blend of anticipation and composure as he silently uttered, "Open system." In the next instant, a torrent of system notification sounds surged through his mind like a cyber tsunami. Ding. Video published successfully. Ding. Video popularity is on the rise. Receiving 10,000 likes, 1,000 BP points. Ding. Video popularity continues to rise, garnering 5,000 coins, 1,000 BP points. Ding. Video featured on the homepage. Achieving 100,000 views, 10,000 BP points. Ding. Video ignites discussions across the internet, achieving a phenomenal milestone, extra 50,000 BP points. Ding. The growth of BP points was no longer merely a surge. It was akin to taking off uncontrollably. The numbers in the back end resembled a runaway slot machine, refreshing his perceptions every second. When he delightfully opened his computer to check the back end, he found the comments section below the video had exploded. "Wait, my dude, the multifaceted Pokemon just debuted, right? And we're already arranging for an evolution? What kind of technological sorcery has Dr. Jinghui conjured? Is the development speed on double time?" While other researchers are still crafting PowerPoint presentations, Dr. Jinghui has already unveiled the product, leading the pack. Let us not be too harsh. This is called strength. Seeing the doctor cry like that shows he truly regards the multifaceted Pokemon as his child. This is genuine emotion. I'm in tears. Is the uploader an insider at Professor Oak's lab? The angles, the footage, I suspect you used Professor Oak's teacup as a reflector. To the regulars in the comments. Do you not know that our uploader is an observer from Professor Oak's lab? This is a true researcher, burning everything for their creation. Respect. A comment from Ajo, a developer in Kanto, caught his eye. Jinghui, you really made it happen. Fantastic. The multifaceted Pokemon is truly incredible. Thank you, uploader, for recording all of this. It seemed that Dr. Jinghui's friend had also seen the video. Bairan smiled, exited the comments section, and redirected his focus to the system store. At that moment, the BP points displayed on his personal panel had surpassed a staggering number that left him breathless. 300,000. Moreover, this figure continued to grow at an alarming rate. It's done. This time, it truly happened. Bairan felt his heart racing, an overwhelming sense of joy and security flooding over him. This substantial amount of points would serve as a solid foundation for his future, ensuring a life of ease and allowing his Pokemon to flourish without worry. His gaze swept across the dazzling array of items in the store, eventually resting on the white figure basking in the sun in the backyard. In contemporary times, the Cloud has mastered the utilization of skills such as Tailwind, Minimize, and Cotton Spore with unparalleled finesse, seizing opportunities with exquisite precision. It is now time to augment her strength, transforming her into a true paragon of quality. With a mere thought, he accessed the list of specialized skill learning machines. These machines no longer offered conventional combat, moves like Thunderbolt or Flamethrower. Skill learning machine, Taunt, price, 30,000 BP. This is a truly vexing, or rather, a masterful crowd control technique. He could almost envision his opponents before the Cloud, rendered impotent, furiously repeating the same futile action, culminating in a comically shattered resolve. Skill learning machine, Encore, price, 30,000 BP. In conjunction with Taunt, this created a chain of torment, a dual insurance policy for the unrelenting harassment of adversaries. Skill learning machine, Light Screen, price, 8,000 BP. A paragon of cost-effectiveness, it would significantly bolster the team's resilience, ensuring that one would not be led astray by this investment. With the Cloud's configuration set, he turned his thoughts to Jindo, contemplating the groundwork for its future ascent to becoming a champion Charizard. Skill learning machine, Dragon Dance, price, 50,000 BP. The quintessential catalyst for physical dragon-type prowess. A single dance elevates both attack and speed. Two dances initiate a devastating team assault. Simple, brutal, and effective. Although Charizard's physical attack leaves much to be desired, it can learn counter moves such as Thunder Punch, often catching water types off guard. Furthermore, Dragon Dance enhances speed, achieving a remarkable dual benefit. Skill learning machine, Dragon Pulse. Price, 80,000 BP. The special attacking route must also be continuously fortified. Even under sunny conditions, multiple Dragon Pulses create numerous avenues of assault, making this move crucial for dealing damage. Skill learning machine, Aura Sphere, price, 120,000 BP. A heavyweight. At 120,000 BP, it embodies the romanticism of a gambler's risk. But once it connects, whether against a Tyranitar or a Steel-type tank, it delivers a soul-piercing blow. He silently calculated the total cost of this luxurious skill package, amounting to 318,000 BP, nearly depleting his newfound fortune. Yet, he hesitated not for a moment. Money that remains unspent is merely a string of cold numbers. When expended, it transforms into tangible combat prowess. Now that is what is truly worthwhile. Thus, with no further room for indecision, Bairan inhaled deeply, his gaze sharpening, as his consciousness swiftly clicked through the system's marketplace. Redeeming, Taunt, Encore, Light Screen, Dragon Dance, Dragon Pulse, and Aura Sphere. Ding. Redemption successful. Total BP consumed, 318,000 BP. As he beheld the substantial figures evaporate from his personal panel, Bairan felt no pangs of regret. Instead, his smile blossomed ever more radiantly. He gazed at the several skill-learning machines in his system bag, shimmering with diverse hues, as if he could already envision the Cloud and Jindo shining brilliantly in the future. This boundless wealth, once spent, truly becomes his own. Chapter 107. Farewell to Dr. Jinghui. Having secured the few skill-learning machines that encapsulated the future, Bairan felt the emptiness of sudden wealth dissipate instantly. Satisfied, he tidied his bedding, opened the door, and paused at the sound of conversation from the living room below. Dr. Jinghui had donned a sharp outfit, appearing much more spirited than in the past few days, his green hair regaining its smooth, flowing appearance. Beside him, Porygon floated quietly, holding Dr. Jinghui's hiking backpack aloft with magnetic levitation, resembling a dutiful personal aide. Professors Okido, Nanami, and Alway were bidding him farewell. Porygon was the first to notice Bairan descending the stairs, emitting a cheerful electronic sound as it swiftly approached, affectionately circling him, its rounded body gently brushing against his arm. This commotion drew the attention of everyone in the living room. Bairan, you're awake. Nanami greeted him with a warm smile. Dr. Jinghui, are you leaving already? Bairan hurried down the stairs, somewhat surprised by the urgency. I thought you might stay a few more days to tour the research facility and the Pokémon in the backyard. You didn't even say goodbye. Haha, my apologies. My apologies. Dr. Jinghui scratched his head sheepishly, revealing his signature endearing smile. I've overstayed my welcome here, and I genuinely feel bad about it. Furthermore, the data on Porygon needs to be organized swiftly and compiled into a research report for publication. Your video has prompted numerous inquiries, and I couldn't bear to wake you while you were sleeping so soundly. He paused, cleared his throat, and suddenly adopted a serious demeanor. Dr. Jinghui stepped in front of Bairan, his gaze intense, then glanced at Porygon, fluttering joyfully beside him. Bairan, I must sincerely thank you this time. He bowed deeply. Your ideas and suggestions have not only led to breakthroughs in my research, but have also provided Porygon with an entirely new future. Taken aback by such a grand gesture, Bairan quickly reached out to assist him. No. You're too kind. Doctor, I haven't done anything of great significance. No, you've contributed far more than you realize. Dr. Jinghui straightened up, clapping Bairan on the shoulder with a beaming smile, filled with sincerity and gratitude. So, I've made a decision. Once I return to the Lighthouse Research Institute and complete this paper on Porygon's evolution, I wish to include your name as the second author. Me? Bairan pointed incredulously at himself, momentarily stunned. He was genuinely taken aback by this unexpected delight. The happiness arrived so suddenly that he struggled to process it. No, that won't do. He quickly waved his hands. The real efforts were put forth by you and the researchers. I merely chimed in. I cannot accept such a significant contribution. Ha. Don't be so modest. Dr. Jinghui laughed heartily. This is well-deserved. Without your disruptive yet constructive ideas, we might still be ensnared in a data storm, unable to resolve the Porygon issue so swiftly. Moreover, we discovered the pathway for Porygon to evolve into Porygon Z, which has caused quite a stir. Dr. Jinghui's conviction was palpable. He turned to Professor Okido earnestly. Professor Okido, I would like to request a favor. Could you assist in registering Bairan as a formal researcher? This way, I can properly include his name in the author list of the paper. Oh, Professor Okido said, a curious smile gracing his face. He adjusted his glasses and explained, generally. To register as an officially recognized researcher by the League, one requires a recommendation from a seasoned researcher in a specific affiliated research institute. As the head of the Okido Institute, I have no issue recommending a newcomer. I hadn't anticipated Bairan would achieve such significant contributions at this age. He looked at Bailan with warmth and approval. Congratulations, Bailan. Once your registration is successful, you will become the youngest Pokémon researcher in history. Really? That is fantastic. Nanami exclaimed joyfully, her eyes curving into delightful crescents. Aoi nodded in agreement, a subtle smile gracing her lips. Well done. Bailan felt his heart racing within his chest, an overwhelming joy threatening to burst forth from his throat. A researcher identity. This was the coveted iron rice bowl he had longed for, a gateway to a stable, carefree life. He suppressed his elation and expressed his gratitude to Dr. Jinghui once more. Thank you very much, Dr. Jinghui, for this opportunity. Haha, we should be thanking you. Jinghui exclaimed joyfully. He announced that the paper presentation would take place at the upcoming Pokémon League academic conference, and as the second author, you would also need to attend and deliver a speech. This will be your debut as the youngest researcher in the world, so you must prepare thoroughly. The term academic conference was somewhat unfamiliar to Bailan, who, in his past life as a homebody content creator, possessed only a superficial understanding of it. Don't worry. Kingolv interjected reassuringly. We'll take you along. The conference is held at the Quartz Plateau. Professor Okido scratched his head and added with a smile, Jinghui's research results are extraordinary, representing a significant breakthrough in the field of artificial Pokémon. It will undoubtedly attract many seasoned researchers from various regions. He looked at Bailan with a hint of expectation for the younger generation in his tone. This is a splendid opportunity to broaden your horizons and meet both seniors and peers. You must seize it. Indeed, Kingolv chimed in from the side, his hands tucked casually in his pockets, though his words carried a weighty gravity. Those invited to the Quartz Plateau Academic Conference are not mere amateurs. Esteemed doctors and top researchers from all regions will be present. There may even be specialists focused on niche fields, such as fossil studies and ancient civilizations. You mustn't let yourself be overwhelmed. His words seemed like playful teasing. Yet Bailan discerned the genuine caution beneath. This was no regional exchange. It was a global academic gala. Bailan felt his heart, previously racing due to his secure job prospects, now doused in cold water labeled public scrutiny. Speaking in front of so many prominent figures? Just the thought of it made him feel as if he could squeeze a courtyard out of his toes. All right, it's getting late. I truly must take my leave. Dr. Jinghui glanced at his watch, interrupting the discussion about the future. Chapter 108, Registration as a Researcher. He approached Bailan, cheerfully producing a business card from his pocket and handing it over. Here is my card. Although I have added you on Pokemon TV, I rarely check updates there while working on research. Should you have any questions regarding Multiforme or other computer programs, feel free to reach out through this contact. Of course, engaging in your captain's group chat occasionally is also nice. I enjoy a lively atmosphere. If you ever come to visit us at the lighthouse, I will ensure you are well taken care of. Absolutely. Bailan accepted the card with sincerity. Pori. The Multiforme approached, gently rubbing its smooth head against Bailan's arm, its electronic eyes reflecting a clear sense of reluctance. Listen well to Dr. Jinghui, Bailan said, smiling as he patted it. Its texture was cool but no longer rigid like the Multiforme. Instead, it emanated a strangely warm softness. Come on, Multiforme, Jinghui called. Until next time. Thank you all for your hospitality. He offered a slight bow to everyone before waving goodbye. With that, Jinghui departed with his beloved companion, embarking on the journey back to the Lighthouse Research Institute. The living room fell into a tranquil silence. Professor Okido returned to his office, rummaging through a pile of documents while muttering, I remember the researcher's registration application form was around here. Ah, found it. He picked up a form and a pen, looking at Bailan with a smile. Come here, Bailan, fill in your basic information. I'll handle the rest. Once the League approves it, you will officially be a certified researcher of the Kanto League. Gazing at the form that would determine his future, Bailan felt a wave of calm wash over him. He stepped forward, took the pen, and meticulously inscribed his name. Each letter felt like a solid brick being laid in the wall of his newly secure life. Nanami brought over hot tea and snacks, beaming as she said, Congratulations, Bailan. From now on, we shall call you Researcher Bailan. Please, Nanami, no teasing. Bailan replied bashfully, yet inwardly, he was overjoyed. Kingolv leaned against the doorframe, observing the scene with an unusual smile curving his lips, refraining from his usual sarcastic remarks. Little Shumao, who had been quietly watching for a while, approached with an envious expression. Bailan, you're about to become a researcher. That's incredible. Bailan chuckled, patting Shumao's shoulder, his tone laced with the wisdom of experience. Incredible? It's just a means to earn a living. Shumao's lips twitched, unsure how to respond to such humble bragging. What do you mean a means to earn a living? This is a League-certified researcher. An honor that countless Pokémon scholars strive for throughout their lives. And you're treating it like just a job? He gazed at Bailan's expression, which radiated a sense of contentment, as if he could finally enjoy a leisurely retirement, then looked at his grandfather and brother's approving faces. Feeling a slight jolt to his worldview, Bailan grinned. No worries, you'll have your chances too. Just wait until I can guide you. All right, enough of the banter. Kingolv interjected, his tone neutral as he crossed his arms, leaning against the wall while observing Bailan. Since you're to become a researcher, you must embody the demeanor of one. Out there, you represent the face of the Okido Research Institute. Rest assured, Brother Kingolv, I understand. I will remain low-key, very low-key. Bailan replied, diligently filling in his contact information and affiliated research institute on the form, his handwriting flowing with eagerness. Professor Okido took the form, reviewing it carefully before nodding in satisfaction. Excellent. I will expedite the submission of your application to the League, recommending you under my name alongside Zhenghui's paper. The approval process should be swift. Within a week, your researcher ID and credentials should be ready. He set down the form and looked at Bailan with eyes full of hope for the younger generation. Once you become a formal researcher, you will receive a monthly research grant and stipend from the League. While it may not be substantial, it will cover your daily expenses, and you can save up to purchase some basic research equipment. Besides, in our institute, you can freely use any research equipment. Salary? Bailan's eyes instantly sparkled. Isn't that just paid leisure? Such good fortune. Suddenly, half of his life goals felt accomplished. Furthermore, your privileges will increase. You will have unrestricted access to various research institutions under the League and can consult most publicly available academic resources. This will greatly benefit your future research and breeding endeavors. Professor Okido's words opened a door to a new world for Bailan, a free resource library. This meant he could now tap into the vast knowledge accumulated by countless predecessors without worrying about obscure breeding information. This secure job felt positively gilded. Thank you, Professor Okido. Bailan bowed sincerely, this gratitude coming from the heart. You deserve it. Professor Okido waved his hand, signaling him not to be overly formal. Nanami approached with a plate of freshly cut fruit, her smile bright as she placed it on the table. Congratulations, Bailan. To celebrate our institute gaining another researcher, I will cook a delicious meal for you today at noon. That sounds splendid. Bailan unreservedly picked up a piece of apple, biting into it with a satisfying crunch. Feeling elated, with a secure job in hand and a sumptuous meal to look forward to, life couldn't be more perfect. Having settled a significant aspect of his life, Bailan's thoughts quickly turned to the two little ones in the backyard. The luxurious skill set acquired with over 300,000 BP points lay quietly in the system's backpack, awaiting its unveiling. He swiftly consumed the apple in his hand, greeted Nai with a nod, and eagerly dashed towards the backyard, carrying his portable computer. The afternoon sun bathed the lawn in a warm, golden glow. Clouds drifted lazily in the sky, akin to genuine cotton candy, gently caressed by the breeze, presenting a serene tableau of tranquil time. Not far off, on an open patch of ground, Jindo appeared brimming with energy. It was engaged in an earnest attempt to unleash a skill combo against a massive rock using its metallic claws, dragon tail, and breath. Cloud, Jindo, come here, Bailan beckoned. Cloud floated over at a leisurely pace, nuzzling Bailan's cheek with its head, the soft touch eliciting a pleasant sensation. Woo! Jindo immediately abandoned its fiery breath, trotting over to Bailan with eager anticipation gleaming in its eyes. Bailan reached out, affectionately patting the heads of the two little creatures. Today, I shall introduce you to something new. With a mere thought, 6 skill learning machines materialized from his system backpack into the palm of his hand. Chapter 109, the Skill Transmission Conference. These skill machines could morph into various forms as needed, such as CDs or USB drives. Presently, 6 disc-shaped objects radiated an array of colors under the sun, emanating mysterious energy fluctuations. Provocation shimmered a deep purple, seemingly imbued with boundless malice. Once more gleamed pure white, yet carried a hint of mocking repetition. Light Wall sparkled in playful pink, evoking an unyielding sense of security. The first 3 were a quality trio set prepared for Cloud. The remaining trio exuded an even more commanding aura. Dragon Dance shimmered in a blend of crimson and deep blue, embodying the beauty of power and speed. Dragon Pulse radiated a profound blue, reminiscent of a dragon's breath, containing devastating energy. Vitality Blast appeared as a fiery orb of white light, with turbulent fighting energy swirling within, seemingly on the verge of eruption. This was the champion's path laid out for Jindo. Intrigued, Jindo cautiously extended a claw, gently tapping the glowing Vitality Blast learning machine, feeling a warm sensation that made it comfortably squint its eyes. Cloud, too, tilted its head, curiously examining the discs prepared for it. Bairan cleared his throat, commencing the skill transmission conference. Cloud, do you see these 3 items? He held up Provocation, Once More, and Light Wall. From today onward, you shall begin your journey to become a top-tier support, one that gives opponents a headache and reassures allies. Our goal is to refrain from direct attacks, but make it exceedingly difficult for opponents, becoming a master of dirty tricks. GUH? Cloud nodded, somewhat comprehending. Though unsure of what difficult meant, yet it sounded rather impressive. Bairan first presented Light Wall. This move, called Light Wall, can conjure a magical barrier before you and your allies that weakens or even blocks special attacks, protecting your companions and reducing the damage they receive. It is immensely practical and vital in battle. Upon hearing about protecting allies, Cloud instantly grew serious, thumping its little chest in assurance to study diligently. That's the spirit. Bairan nodded in satisfaction, retrieving the next skill learning machine once more. This move, as its name suggests, allows the opponent to repeatedly execute their last used move. Bairan paused, then chuckled. Don't be fooled by its seemingly innocuous name. If used cleverly, it can be exceedingly underhanded. For example, if the opponent has just used a defensive skill like Light Wall, then Bairan concluded with a smirk. Finally, he extracted Provocation. The moment the little cotton ball laid eyes upon this seemingly malicious skill, it felt a peculiar trait within itself stir. Ahem, this move is called Provocation, and it is quite significant in battle. Along with Once More, it stands on a formidable tier. It forces the opponent to only use damage-dealing skills, preventing them from employing any transformation moves. It can be lethal against support types like you or big hitters attempting to enhance their abilities through transformation skills. Bairan brandished the 3 skills before Cloud, whose eyes sparkled with excitement. In a moment, I will teach you these 3 moves well. You must grasp the intricacies within. Becoming a responsible support. Mew. Cloud joyfully danced in the air, scattering fluffy clouds of joy. Turning his attention to Jindo, Bairan's expression grew serious. Jindo, as our team's main attacker, I shall impart to you 3 supreme techniques, Dragon Dance, Dragon Pulse, and Vitality Blast, which are crucial for your enhancement. He presented the Dragon Dance learning machine. This move allows you to simultaneously boost your attack and speed in battle, making you faster and stronger. Next, he showcased Dragon Pulse. This move embodies powerful dragon energy, granting you absolute dominance against your kind. Lastly, he revealed the Vitality Blast machine, valued at a staggering 12,000 BP. As for this, it is your trump card. Master it, and you'll be able to surprise any rock or steel-type opponents you encounter. Oh woo! Jindo felt a surge of excitement, its tail flames flickering higher as it vigorously nodded, its azure eyes brimming with desire. Witnessing the determination in both little creatures, Bairan smiled contentedly. He picked up the Light Wall skill learning machine prepared for Cloud. It was the most cost-effective and practical move, ideal as an appetizer. Alright, let us start with the basics. Bairan transformed the Light Wall learning machine into a USB drive form and skillfully inserted it into the slot on the side of the Pokédex. The screen lit up, and a meticulously crafted instructional video began to play. The video opened with a fast-paced double battle. On screen, an elegant Gardevoir conjured a semi-transparent pink barrier that perfectly deflected a volt tackle from the opposing Jolteon. The golden electricity crackled against the barrier, unable to breach it. Immediately afterward, Gardevoir pivoted, unleashing a concentrated, glowing crescent moon attack that struck the charging Electrike, sending it flying. GUH. Cloud watched in rapt attention, floating in the air, entranced by the display. The latter half of the video transitioned to a gentle female trainer and her Gardevoir, who began to meticulously explain the energy structure of Light Wall, its timing for release, and application techniques in various battle scenarios. Bairan observed with relief. The skill learning machines he had exchanged for were indistinguishable in appearance, usage, or embedded instructional videos from those officially released by the League. Now, even if someone discovered them, he could easily concoct an excuse about finding them on the roadside or receiving them from a friend, significantly enhancing his safety. He recalled witnessing Qinglu purchasing a toxic learning machine for his Rampardos to learn a devious move. A heavily armored brute learning such a treacherous technique made Bairan shudder. One could only wonder what vile and unscrupulous tactics Qinglu was concocting. Shivering at the thought, Bairan hastily dismissed those chaotic musings from his mind. Chapter 110. For you, everything is worth it. Cloud, you should first watch this video on your own and learn from it. Feel free to ask me if you encounter any confusion. He gently patted Cloud's small head and handed it the Pokédex. "GUH." Cloud nodded solemnly, cradling the Pokédex, which was larger than its own body, and floated under the shade of a nearby tree, engrossed in study. With the auxiliary tasks completed, it was time to focus on the main event. Bailan turned around and was met by Jindo's eager, azure eyes, filled with an unmistakable urgency. "Hurry, let's get started." He grinned mischievously, placed his portable computer on the grass, and inserted the Dragon Dance technical machine into the interface. Before long, a tutorial video appeared on the computer screen. The protagonist was, well, a rather rotund Dragonite. Though plump, it still possessed the requisite muscles. It soared through the air with abandon, nimbly twisting its chubby form. With each twist, a subtle interplay of red and blue light enveloped it, accompanied by an unmistakable surge in its energy, visibly increasing its flight speed. While the scene was somewhat comical, the effect was undeniably potent. Jindo watched intently, its small body unconsciously swaying along with the Dragonite in the video. Bailan cleared his throat, determined to stoke the fire of excitement further. With a serious expression, he addressed Jindo. "Do you know, Jindo, that in this world, there exists a Pokémon revered as the god of the skies? Its name is Rayquaza. As a true dragon, it possesses an unimaginably vast physique and terrifying power capable of rending the heavens, standing at the pinnacle of all dragon-type Pokémon, an unconquerable primal ruler of the skies." Jindo halted its movements, gazing up with wide eyes brimming with boundless admiration. Not far away, Cloud was also drawn to Bailan's words, floating over curiously while clutching the Pokédex. Sensing the atmosphere had reached an appropriate crescendo, Bailan lowered his voice and continued in a tone befitting the sharing of a legendary secret. "And I happen to know one of the secrets behind its immense strength." Jindo's eyes sparkled like two sapphires, filled with curiosity, longing, and reverence, fixated on Bailan without blinking. This intense gaze made Bailan feel a bit bashful. He cleared his throat again, striving to maintain an air of enigma as he continued. "Rayquaza's unparalleled strength derives from its complete integration of the Dragon Dance skill into its very instincts. With every roll, every spiral, every twist, and even every breath it takes amidst the clouds, it unconsciously executes Dragon Dance. This keeps it in a perpetual state of peak performance, ready to unleash cataclysmic power at any moment. Even in battle, it can evade most attacks through the use of Dragon Dance. Therefore, Jindo, if you aspire to become as strong as it is, or even surpass it, your ultimate goal must be to make this skill an intrinsic part of your being." Oh! Jindo felt as though its very blood had ignited. It let out an exuberant roar, flames erupting from the tip of its tail, emanating an overwhelming determination to grow stronger from head to tail. Bailan was thoroughly satisfied with this reaction. Seizing the moment, he continued, "However, one must eat a meal bite by bite and walk a path step by step. Your immediate priority is to learn it first." As he spoke, he feigned a pained expression and cautiously retrieved an item from his pocket. It was a necklace strung on a red cord, the pendant being a palm-sized dragon scale that shimmered with a golden hue. "This is for you." Bailan personally fastened the necklace around Jindo's neck. "I went to great lengths, sacrificing countless treasures, to exchange for this scale from the esteemed Dragonite. It contains pure Dragon-type energy, and wearing it will help you grasp the nuances of Dragon Dance more swiftly. Once you master it, I shall take you to meet the esteemed Dragonite, allowing it to personally guide you." Jindo lowered its gaze to the warm dragon scale on its chest, then looked back up at Bailan's expression, which conveyed a sense of heartfelt sacrifice. Its eyes instantly moistened. It understood just how formidable the Dragonite in the Research Institute's backyard was. Obtaining a scale from such a powerful entity must have come at an unimaginable cost for its master. A wave of profound gratitude and appreciation surged within. "Oh!" Jindo cried out, its voice tinged with emotion, and dove into Bailan's embrace, rubbing its small head against him as if to convey all its gratitude. Bailan chuckled inwardly, though his expression remained one of reassuring warmth, gently patting Jindo's back. In truth, the origin of this dragon scale was quite a story. That day, he had indeed sought out the esteemed Dragonite, intending to leverage his connection through 2 boxes of top-tier energy cubes to procure a scale. However, he spent considerable effort, turning red with exertion, only to have the scale remain unmoved. In the end, it was the Dragonite, feeling a bit itchy due to his antics, that removed a piece of what it claimed was an old scale about to shed and casually tossed it to him. As for the 2 boxes of energy cubes, they were merely a token of respect for the elder. After calming the exuberant Jindo, Bailan gestured towards the computer screen. "All right, off you go. Channel your determination, and do not let my expectations, nor this scale, go to waste. Jindo nodded vigorously, filled with gratitude and resolve, picked up the portable computer, and dashed to a nearby open space. With unprecedented focus, it began to observe, learn, and absorb the warmth radiating from the dragon scale on its chest. Observing the two little ones, one engrossed in studying the intricacies of the technique, and the other diligently honing its skills, Bairan let out a satisfied sigh. He found a patch of grass to lie down, resting his arms behind his head and contentedly closing his eyes. With a stable career path ahead and Pokémon eager to improve, life was indeed becoming increasingly promising. Just as he was drifting off, he heard Jindo emit a low, puzzled growl nearby. Bairan opened his eyes and sat up. He saw Jindo imitating the movements of the Dragonite in the video, earnestly twisting its body. Its movements were still somewhat clumsy, even a bit comical, but with each attempt, the dragon scale on its chest began to emit a faint, warm blue light. Though the glow was subtle, it seemed to resonate with some latent energy within Jindo, flowing gently into its body. Jindo sensed this change as well. It paused its movements, curiously lowering its head to poke at the glowing scale. The light on the scale flickered in response to its touch, as if acknowledging its presence. Chapter 111. The Sincere Dragonite Elder. Bairan had initially intended to observe what difficulties Jindo encountered, but upon seeing it merely curiously fiddling with the dragon scale, he felt reassured. Nevertheless, the waves of blue light were indeed peculiar. A thought struck him, and he activated his analysis eye. Target locked. Shiny Charmeleon, Jindo. Status, robust. Perfect, confused. Skills, Dragon Dance, unmastered. Flamethrower, Dragon Tail, Dragon Dive. Ability, Solar Power. Overall evaluation. A Charmeleon brimming with untapped potential. It possesses even more potential waiting for you to uncover. The champion-level Dragonite's dragon scale it currently wears is channeling energy within this fortunate Charmeleon, making it easier for it to master dragon-type skills. Bairan blinked, his gaze slowly drifting from the system panel to the softly glowing scale on Jindo's chest. The champion-level Dragonite's dragon scale was indeed accurate, but channeling energy within, making it easier to master dragon-type skills? He felt as though his mind was struggling to comprehend this revelation. Thus, the so-called old scales on the verge of naturally shedding, as mentioned by the esteemed Dragonite, are actually a robust scale, vibrant with draconic energy at the peak of its potency. Furthermore, it is a remarkable treasure that can assist Jindo in extraordinary ways. Oh, esteemed Dragonite, your honesty is truly commendable. You refer to this as an old scale about to fall away naturally? This is akin to directly handing Jindo the answer key to a thesis. He forcibly suppressed the corners of his mouth from lifting in a smile, maintaining an expression of profound composure, while internally, a tiny figure was already tumbling with excitement. Initially, he merely sought to find a prop to inspire, nay, to motivate, Jindo. Yet it turned out to be such a treasure of remarkable caliber. He vowed to adequately compensate the esteemed Dragonite in the future, ensuring that it would be a one-way transaction, implying that it would be so burdened with energy cubes that it could not move. Meanwhile, he was bursting with joy. While Jindo remained perplexed, it could sense waves of warm, pure energy emanating from the scale upon its chest, coursing through its veins and spreading throughout its limbs. The slight energy blockage and disjointed feeling experienced while learning Dragon Dance were gradually being soothed and unblocked by this warm current. Tentatively, it mimicked the movements of the Dragonite from the video once more, awkwardly twisting its body. Jindo was astonished to discover that this time, the movements seemed significantly more fluid. Although still somewhat clumsy, the flow of draconic energy within it was unprecedentedly smooth, as if it were an extension of its own will. It lifted its head, its cerulean eyes sparkling as they gazed at Bairan, brimming with wonder and confusion, as if to ask, "Master, what is happening?" Bairan cleared his throat, clasped his hands behind his back, and strolled confidently towards Jindo, adopting a tone imbued with the gravitas of experience. "Can you feel it? This is the guidance of the esteemed Dragonite's power. This scale is not merely a token. It serves as a coordinate, a legacy. It will aid you in grasping the essence of draconic power, allowing the energy within you to resonate with the rhythm of the Dragon Dance." His words were a blend of truth and embellishment, yet combined with the tangible effects of the scale, the credibility was undeniably heightened. Jindo listened, momentarily stunned. Its gaze towards Bairan filled with burgeoning admiration. Not only could its master procure such a treasure, but he also possessed an in-depth understanding of its function. He comprehended even these profound principles. Master is truly remarkable. A woof. Jindo nodded vigorously, shedding all doubts, its heart brimming with gratitude and determination. It once again directed its attention to the computer screen, and this time, its learning efficiency underwent a qualitative leap. With each movement it executed, the dragon scale emitted corresponding glimmers, seemingly guiding the energy within it to flow in the most appropriate manner. The once awkward motions gradually morphed into fluidity through repeated practice. A faint glow, intertwining shades of crimson and azure, began to manifest around Jindo, swirling gracefully. Observing Jindo transitioning into an automatic upgrade mode, Bailan contentedly shifted his focus elsewhere. Jindo had recovered from the epic tales of the legendary Rayquaza and was now engrossed in a guidebook larger than itself. Its petite frame swayed gently with the breeze, the delicate white fluff being carried away. It appeared to encounter a challenge, tilting its head and gesturing with its small hands in the air, a pink, glassy orb of psychic energy gathering at its fingertips, though it remained unstable, flickering in and out. The energy orb ultimately dissipated like a burst soap bubble, vanishing into thin air. Yundua's head drooped in disappointment. "Do not fret, take your time." Bailan's voice came from the side. He approached Jindo, gesturing towards the illustration in the guidebook. The skill light wall hinges on the shaping and stabilization of energy. You must envision an invisible wall before you and evenly fill it with energy, transforming it into a solid, pink light shield. He extended his hand, outlining a rectangular frame in front of Jindo. "Just like this, first construct a framework, then channel energy into it. Give it a try." Jindo nodded earnestly, extending its small hand once more. This time, it refrained from hastily gathering energy and instead envisioned the outline of a wall in its mind. Then, it cautiously summoned its inner energy, strands of pink light drifting from its body, beginning to intertwine and sketch before it. A crooked, semi-transparent pink light frame slowly took shape. Though it appeared fragile, it had indeed materialized. Jindo exclaimed in excitement, redoubling its efforts to channel energy. With its diligence, the light frame gradually filled out, ultimately forming a palm-sized, gossamer thin pink light wall. The wall wobbled in midair, flickered twice, and then with a pop, shattered into myriad specks of light. Yundua's little face fell again. It was already commendable. Bailan chuckled, gently ruffling its head. "Achieving such a result on the first attempt is a testament to your innate talent. What remains is to continuously repeat the process, enhancing your proficiency, ensuring the energy output becomes more stable and powerful." Receiving praise, Jindo instantly brimmed with motivation. It pumped its tiny fists, rallying itself, before immersing once again into the practice of the light wall. Watching one companion making rapid progress with the aid of an external boost, while another steadily improved through self-encouragement, Bailan reclined comfortably on the grass. This must be the joy of nurturing. He rested his head on his arms, basking in the warm afternoon sun, feeling as though he had reached the pinnacle of life. Just as he was on the brink of slumber, a gentle voice floated from nearby. "Bailan, Jindo, it's time for dinner." It was Nai. She approached with a plate of freshly cut milk-flavored cookies, smiling brightly. A woof. Upon hearing the call for dinner, Jindo immediately halted its dance, its tail wagging like a rattling drum as it scampered over. Jindo also ceased its practice, joyfully floating to Nai's side. "Are you training new skills? How diligent." Nai distributed the cookies to the two little beings, her gaze inadvertently falling upon the dragon scale adorning Jindo's chest. "Oh," she uttered a soft exclamation, curiously leaning in closer. "Bailan, is this scale that Jindo is wearing from a dragonite?" "Indeed." Bailan sat up, a slight jolt of anxiety coursing through him, though his expression remained impassive. "Such a beautiful sheen." Nai extended her finger, cautiously touching the scale that still emitted a soft glow, feeling the pure energy fluctuations within, her astonishment deepening. "The energy contained within is astonishing. It seems the dragonite holds you in high regard. To procure such a scale, it must have endured some discomfort." Chapter 112, The Innocent Jindo. Listening to Nai's words, a bead of cold sweat trickled down Bailan's temple. Endured discomfort? He recalled the relaxed demeanor of the dragonite, who had casually remarked about a slight itch, contrasting it with the increasingly profound admiration and emotion reflected in Jindo's eyes. An inexplicable sense of guilt washed over him. This script seems to have taken an unexpected turn. Ahem, Nai. Actually, Bailan chuckled awkwardly, preparing to articulate his thoughts and clarify this beautiful misunderstanding. He certainly could not allow Jindo to believe he had battled a champion-level dragonite for its sake, for that would be utterly absurd. Nai smiled gently, delicately offering the cookie to Jindo, watching it nibble happily. "No need to explain, I understand." She turned her gaze towards Bailan, her expression imbued with understanding and approval. It is quite normal to exaggerate certain facts for the sake of motivating Jindo. Such nurturing techniques are commonplace. The scales of the Dragonite Elder are indeed precious. For it to willingly part with them is a testament to its recognition of you. Bailan opened his mouth, only to swallow back the words that were on the tip of his tongue. It seems that Sister Nai has already completed the logical reasoning on her own. Moreover, this version sounds far more sophisticated than the one he had prepared, which was merely a trivial explanation. He let out a bitter smile, scratching his cheek. In truth, it wasn't as exaggerated as it sounded. I merely visited the Dragonite Elder with an energy cube, explained the situation, and sought an old scale that was about to naturally shed, as a token for Jindo. Jindo paused its chewing, tilting its head. Its azure eyes filled with innocent confusion. An old scale? Ignoring Jindo, Bailan continued to explain to Nai. After studying its back for a considerable time, I found a scale that appeared quite old, yet I could not pry it off. Eventually, the Dragonite Elder, seemingly bothered, plucked a scale and tossed it to me, claiming it was old. Here, Bailan shrugged his shoulders, his expression one of helplessness. I didn't think much of it at the time, and simply adorned Jindo with it. Who would have thought that the old scale from its mouth would be entirely different from what I envisioned? This statement, half-truth and half-falsehood, conveyed a clear core message. The item is indeed valuable, yet its origin was not as grand as one might assume, but rather an unexpected delight. Nai couldn't help but cover her mouth, laughing softly, her gentle eyes curving into lovely crescents. The Dragonite Elder is indeed like that, very laid-back in personality. When it says old, it might simply mean that this scale has been with it for quite some time. Her soft words instantly dissipated the small awkwardness Bailan felt. However, regardless of how it came to be, the outcome is certainly favorable. Nai observed Jindo, who had resumed mimicking the dance of dragons, its red and blue radiance becoming increasingly pronounced, and sincerely praised. Look, Jindo's enthusiasm has been completely ignited, and this scale has indeed played an unimaginable supportive role. Bailan, you truly have a knack for guiding Pokemon's emotions. Receiving Nai's gentle affirmation, Bailan's previous feelings of guilt vanished entirely. He cleared his throat, deciding to redirect Jindo's wayward thoughts. He approached Jindo, bending down to meet its gaze. Jindo, do you understand? Jindo nodded in a dazed manner, then shook its head. Its little mind was in disarray. So, the master did not pay a grievous price? The sense of tragic sacrifice that had arisen because of it instantly dissipated, replaced by a more complex feeling. Bailan, observing its bewildered expression, extended his hand and gently stroked the warm scales on its chest. The process is not important, Jindo. What truly matters is that the Dragonite Elder, a powerful champion-level existence, has gifted you such an important scale. His voice was not loud, yet it clearly reached Jindo's ears. This is not due to any sacrifice I made, but because it recognizes you, Jindo. It sees boundless potential in you and believes that you can become a magnificent dragon in the future, hence granting you this legacy and guidance. This acknowledgement from a powerful being more deserving of your pride, and a more compelling reason for you to give it your all than any effort I may have made. The innocent Jindo was taken aback. It looked down at the softly glowing scale, and then up at Bailan's sincere face. The fog in its heart suddenly cleared. Yes, the master is right. This is not the price paid by a trainer, but the expectations of the Dragonite Elder for itself. A surge of even more fervent and pure fighting spirit erupted from the depths of Jindo's heart. No longer was it fighting to repay the master as sacrifice. Instead, it sought to live up to the recognition from this top-tier being, to become a true dragon that could stand shoulder to shoulder with the god of the sky. Jindo let out a resounding roar towards the heavens, its voice filled with unprecedented determination and confidence. It no longer needed videos or imitation. Guided by the dragon scale and driven by powerful conviction, its body naturally began to move. It was a brand new dance of dragons, uniquely its own. The movements were no longer the plumpness and lightness of the Dragonite, but embodied the agility and strength characteristic of the Charizard species. Each twist and turn tore through the air like a fierce gale. The crimson glow of attack intertwined with the azure glow of speed, forming a splendid halo around it. Its aura steadily rising. It worked. Bailan stood up in delight. Jindo not only learned the dance of dragons, but even began to integrate it into its fighting style in such a short time. Nai watched in rapt attention, her face full of amazement. Incredible! Jindo's talent is truly exceptional. Meanwhile, the cloud also felt inspired by Jindo, practicing the light wall with renewed vigor. The pink light barrier in front of it grew increasingly solid and enduring. Watching the two little ones, one mastering the dance of dragons and the other stabilizing the light wall, Bailan felt a profound sense of satisfaction. Just then, the back door of the research institute swung open, and Professor Okido stepped out with a cheerful demeanor. "Oh, I seem to smell the aroma of Nine-Eyes cookies," along with a rather strong energy fluctuation. His gaze swept across the scene and immediately locked onto Jindo, who was dancing with abandon, its momentum continuously escalating. "Wow, is this the dance of dragons?" Professor Okido's eyes sparkled with excitement. This child, Jindo, has actually begun learning the dance of dragons? Quite impressive. Chapter 113. Professor Okido, congratulations, you are now an official member. He immediately noticed the gleaming scale on Jindo's chest, and a knowing smile spread across his face. "I see. So that's how it is. No wonder." Professor Okido stroked his white beard, chuckling. "I never expected my old friend to have such high hopes for you and this little one." Bailan's heart stirred, judging by his tone. Professor Okido was evidently aware of the stinginess of his champion Dragonite. This scale was not something that could be casually dismissed as merely old. Professor Okido approached Jindo, scrutinizing it closely. Each scale on its body contained its understanding of dragon-type power. To gift you such a scale in its prime signifies that it regards you as a peer worthy of standing alongside it. His words carried more weight than any explanation Bailan had provided earlier. Jindo listened, half understanding. Yet it could feel the reassuring strength in the words of this kindly old man. It puffed out its chest, the scales before it seemingly glowing even brighter. Professor Okido nodded in approval, glancing at the still fading red and blue halo around Jindo. Casually offering a piece of advice, the essence of the dance of dragons lies not in how standard the movements are, but in transforming the dragon's power into the rhythm of your heartbeat. You made it feel this, and thus it succeeded. A simple statement that cut to the core left Bailan with a sense of enlightenment. Truly, as the first champion, his understanding of Pokémon transcended the realm of skills and statistics. Well, let us not dwell on that. Professor Okido clapped his hands, steering the topic back. Looking at Bailan with a cheerful expression. "I've been searching for you in the Research Institute for quite a while. We have important matters to discuss." "Important matters?" Bailan was momentarily taken aback. "Yes, just now, the Alliance provided feedback." A barely contained smile graced Professor Okido's face. The expression akin to that of a proud elder observing their most accomplished descendant. The Alliance? Feedback. Bailan's heart skipped a beat. Recalling the application form he had just filled out. Is this too soon? Even Team Rocket wouldn't be this fast. The Alliance Council has unanimously approved your researcher application. Dr. Oak's voice, though not loud, detonated in Bailan's mind like a deep water bomb. It worked. It truly worked. My goodness. A secure job for life. A life of paid idleness. My life plan has soared ahead. A tremendous wave of happiness surged through Bailan, making him feel somewhat lightheaded. Yet he endeavored to maintain his composure, though his lips involuntarily curled into a wide grin, nearly reaching his ears. Nine-Eye covered her mouth in surprise, her eyes brimming with joy for him. That's wonderful, Bailan. Congratulations. Dr. Oak, observing Bailan struggle to contain his laughter while feigning a serious demeanor, found it both amusing and gratifying. He continued to elucidate. The swift approval can be attributed to several factors. First, the videos you published on Pokémon TV have garnered significant attention from the League. They believe you have popularized common Pokémon knowledge in an innovative and approachable manner, greatly enhancing the public's understanding of Pokémon, which is a substantial contribution. Secondly, Dr. Zheng Hui's research report on the evolution of multifaceted beasts listed you as a major contributor and co-author, detailing your theory on data iteration and upgrades. The League's technical department, upon verification, offered high praise for your forward-thinking approach. Lastly, your prior interference with Team Rocket's experiments and your daring battles against their members, including their higher-ups, diverted their forces and bought time for the League's reinforcements. Even the champion made a special call to the League headquarters to support you. Bailan felt his cheeks flush. His strategy had merely been a casual endeavor, a bit of verbal finesse, and a fortunate use of the system, yet it had yielded both BP points and titles, and now a formal position in his career. Thus, congratulations, Researcher Bailan, Dr. Oak declared solemnly. From this day forth, you are the youngest official researcher in the history of the Kanto League. Oh woo. It seemed Jindo also sensed the joyous atmosphere, excitedly nudging Bailan's leg with its head. Goo, the cloud, joyfully danced around Bailan, scattering wisps of cotton-like fluff. Now that you are a formal researcher, there are certain matters you should be made aware of, Dr. Oak transitioned. The League has an internal researcher forum, which is not open to the public. Only certified researchers can register and log in. The researcher forum? Bailan's curiosity was piqued. Indeed, Dr. Oak nodded. It is a vast information exchange platform. You can access numerous unpublished research papers and experimental data, as well as publish your own research topics, seek collaboration, or resolve queries. Top scholars from regions all over the world are present there. Bairan's eyes sparkled with excitement. Was this not the pinnacle of academic resources? Officially certified and free to access. He could almost envision countless precious cultivation knowledge, rare Pokémon data, and even sightings of legendary Pokémon beckoning to him. With this, could he not pursue any research he desired in the future? His knowledge reservoir would soar. This secure job had unparalleled value. You'll discover its specific functions for yourself, Dr. Oak observed his eagerness and chuckled while gesturing towards the research institute. Ching Lvy is already waiting for you at the office. He will guide you through the registration process. Go on, take the first step in your journey as a researcher. As Dr. Oak's words echoed in his ears, Bairan felt as though the grass beneath his feet had transformed into something surreal, soft and fluffy, akin to walking on clouds. He approached the familiar main building of the research institute, the afternoon sun elongating his shadow. A secure job, Kanto League certified, endorsed by Dr. Oak, praised by the champion. A secure job of astronomical worth. Deep within Bairan, the progress bar of his life plan surged from a novice struggling in a village to the stage of preparing for a comfortable retirement. He could almost envision his future self, clad in a lab coat, one hand holding a data pad and the other a cup of moo-moo milk, leisurely watching Jindo and Goof frolic in the backyard, occasionally pinning a few papers to pass the time, all while comfortably receiving a substantial salary and research funding from the League. Chapter 114. A Magikarp that learned Dragon Dance? This was hardly idleness. It was the ultimate form of striving, a dignified way of taking it easy. Snap back to reality, newly minted researcher. Ching Lvy's voice, cool and slightly teasing, floated from ahead. He did not turn back, but caught a glimpse of the grinning figure behind him, whose smile was nearly stretching to his temples. Brother Ching Lvy. Bairan quickly reined in his overly radiant grin, adopting a modest and eager expression. I apologize for the exuberance. As he walked, Bairan was quite curious about what Ching Lvy's office would be like. Ching Lvy's office also served as a laboratory, yet during his time at the Research Institute, he had never visited it. One reason was that Ching Lvy often left early and returned late, either running the gym or battling trainers seeking badges. Another reason was that he frequently conducted field research, capturing new Pokémon from other regions to expand the national Pokédex, often absent for 10 days to half a month. Lastly, whenever Ching Lvy needed to conduct research in his office, it was imperative that he had an undisturbed environment. Before long, Ching Lvy opened the door to his office, a stark contrast to Dr. Oak's wild, ramen-scented workspace. A gentle breeze, imbued with the faint scent of books and the unique hum of precise instruments, enveloped him. Inside, towering circular bookshelves reached the ceiling, overflowing with various professional books and documents, yet everything was meticulously organized. In the center of the workspace, several computer screens flickered with complex data streams, connecting to various analytical instruments whose names Bairan could not recall. Have a seat. Ching Lvy gestured toward a chair in front of the main control console, casually leaning against the desk with his arms crossed, exuding an air of relaxation. Congratulations on joining us in this manner. You have set a record for the League, Ching Lvy remarked, his tone ambiguous, oscillating between praise and jest. The youngest ever, the fastest approval, and the most illustrious array of recommenders. Researcher Bairan, you are now quite the celebrity within the League. It is all thanks to the support of my esteemed seniors. I have merely been fortunate, Bairan replied earnestly, sitting obediently in the chair with his hands resting on his knees, embodying the image of a dutiful junior. Fortunate? Ching Lvy raised an eyebrow, choosing not to elaborate further. He did not believe that mere luck could persuade someone like Zheng Hui, a tech-savvy individual, let alone prompt the high-flying flying-type champion to make a special call. This is the login interface for the internal researcher forum. Ching Lvy turned the main screen toward Bairan. Your identity information has already been submitted through internal channels by your grandfather. Now, you need to set your ID and password, and complete the final iris and fingerprint dual authentication. Bairan gazed at the sleek, high-tech login box displayed on the screen, adorned with the emblem of the Kanto League's molters beneath it. The surreal feeling within him was finally supplanted by the weighty reality. Taking a deep breath, he swiftly completed the registration process under Ching Lvy's guidance, entering his iris and fingerprint on the adjacent device. ID, Researcher Bairan. Simple and direct. As his eyes aligned with the iris scanner, a cool blue beam swept across, and a green confirmation prompt appeared on the screen. unveiling a brand new world before him. "Welcome, researcher Bairan." Ching Lvy's voice resonated once more, now imbued with a hint of acknowledgement. Bairan eagerly clicked the login button. Before him, the interface opened up like a revelation, revealing not the mundane academic forum he had envisioned, but rather an expansive database replete with clear structure and an overwhelming wealth of information. The navigation bar at the top distinctly categorized several major sections: cutting-edge papers, topic discussions, regional ecological reports, ancient literature, bounty tasks, and trading post. He casually clicked on the topic discussions section, and a flurry of posts refreshed before his eyes. Pinned, a third-phase observational report on the phenomenon of Gigantamax energy particle dissipation in the Galar region by Dr. Milan. Pinned, progress on the new deciphering of unknown totemic scripts at the ruins of a luff in the Chengdu region by Dr. Huan. Essence, an analysis of the aerodynamic advantages of the Gyarados utilizing its throat sac for long-distance flight. Help, my Kachika seems to have a phobia of fire. What should I do? Waiting online, it's quite urgent. Bailan's eyes widened in astonishment. Each piece of information here, if presented outside, would undoubtedly cause a sensation. Dr. Milan. Was he not the authority on Gigantamax? And who was this Dr. Huan? After some contemplation, he finally recalled that Dr. Huan was mentioned in the game Heart Gold and Soul Silver, in the computer at the research facility near the Aluf ruins, although he had never encountered him in the game. However, what astonished him further was that each post was accompanied by fervent discussions, with contributors' IDs adorned with titles such as Doctor, Curator, and Champion, even including renowned names like Dr. Giselin from Sinnoh and Dr. Hongdo from Unova. This was no mere forum. It was akin to an online symposium of the Pokémon World's Academy of Sciences. Bailan felt his breath quicken. He forcefully suppressed his impulse for idle gossip and began to search with purpose. He entered 2 words into the search box: Dragon Dance. Instantly, hundreds of related papers and discussion threads sprang forth. Preliminary exploration of the effect of Dragon Dance on the muscle fibers of Dragon-type Pokémon. Can energy resonance occur between Dragon Dance and Dragon Scales? Case study: a Magikarp that mastered Dragon Dance. A Magikarp capable of performing Dragon Dance. Is that plausible? Could it possibly be a gift from a friend? He clicked on the last entry, where the poster was a ground-type Pokémon researcher from Sinnoh. Yet he was an avid fishing enthusiast. The post detailed his first-hand account of witnessing a golden Magikarp beneath a waterfall, clumsily wriggling its body while emanating the distinctive red and blue glow of Dragon Dance. Below the post, a heated debate ensued among researchers and breeders. Some dismissed it as nonsense, claiming the fishing enthusiast had simply imagined it. Others cited references, arguing from the fact that Magikarp can evolve into Gyarados, which can also learn Dragon Dance, that it was not entirely implausible for latent Dragon-type genes to exist within it, potentially triggered under specific conditions. Bailan was utterly captivated. This was far more engaging than reading a novel. He even noticed a succinct comment from Qinglu: "Potential depends on willpower. I have seen even more ridiculous things." With just a few words, it exuded an aura of authority and disdain. Lost in fascination, he did not notice when Qinglu approached, her gaze landing on the post he was perusing. "I remember this post. Later, that fishing enthusiast's son challenged a gym leader with that golden Magikarp. Although they lost, the Magikarp did manage to execute a rudimentary Dragon Dance during the battle." Chapter 115, Mura and the Solar Power of Jindo. Bailan clicked his tongue. The world was indeed vast and full of wonders. He shifted his attention back to the forum and this time searched for Jindo's ability, Solar Power. The related materials were significantly fewer, mostly comprising basic introductions and risk warnings. The Solar Power ability boosts special attack in sunny weather but incurs a loss of health each turn. A high-risk, high-reward ability. It posed a considerable challenge to a Pokémon's stamina and endurance. Bailan frowned. He was already aware of this information. What he sought was deeper insights, such as ways to mitigate or alleviate this negative effect. He adjusted his keywords to include terms like optimization, enhancement, and control. This time, only 3 lonely papers remained in the search results. 2 were theoretical conjectures, which he quickly skimmed over. His attention was ensnared by the title of the 3rd paper, a conjecture on the reverse energy cycle of health loss from the solar power ability, exemplified by Coalossal and Sunflora. The poster SID, Mura. His suffix, gym leader of the smoldering gym. Oh, why is the gym leader of the smoldering gym not Aisha? Ah, he recalled. This individual was Aisha's grandfather, a veteran champion from the Hoenn region. Bailan clicked in eagerly. The paper was brief, yet immensely innovative. Mura proposed that the health loss caused by solar power was essentially a form of excessive energy combustion. Pokémon, in their pursuit of greater power, draw energy from both external sources, sunny weather, and their own reserves simultaneously. However, their bodies do not perfectly convert and utilize this immense energy, leading to a portion of life energy being wasted. His conjecture was that if this surplus life energy could be guided to form a small energy cycle within the Pokémon, allowing for its reabsorption, it might significantly reduce health loss while maintaining power enhancement. He concluded the paper by stating, "I attempted to guide this energy cycle in a Sunflora, but its energy circulation is inherently slow and stable, and forcibly altering its structure poses great risks. Perhaps this conjecture is better suited for Fire-type Pokémon with more active energy cycles and robust vitality. Currently, the research has reached an impasse, and I sincerely seek to collaborate with companions who have relevant breeding experience." The date of submission was 6 months prior. Bailan's eyes sparkled with excitement. An active energy cycle and robust vitality. Wasn't he this precisely describing Jindo? As a Pokémon gifted by a friend, Jindo's life energy far surpassed that of its peers. And with the nurturing and guidance of a champion-level Dragonite Scales, its internal energy cycle flowed like a roaring river. Mora's theory was tailor-made for Jindo. This paper could very well be the key to Jindo mastering solar power flawlessly. Have you found something you want to pursue? Qinglu's voice pulled him back from his elation. Yes, Senior Qinglu. Bailan did not conceal his excitement. He pointed at the paper on the screen, his tone brimming with barely contained enthusiasm. I believe I have found my first research topic. Qinglu glanced at the title and author of the paper, nodded in understanding, and began to explain. This gym leader Mura was a former member of the Elite Four in Hoenn, specializing in Fire-type Pokémon, a formidable veteran. Now, having aged, he voluntarily stepped down to make way for younger champions and returned to his hometown of Smoldering Town to become the gym leader while also promoting the local hot spring tourism. Speaking of which, it's been a while since I last visited. Perhaps I can take you all there to enjoy the hot springs someday. As he spoke, Qinglu could not help but feel nostalgic. His conjecture had sparked considerable discussion in the Fire-type research community, but due to its high risks and the lack of suitable subjects for experimentation. After all, the only Fire-type Pokémon possessing solar power were Charmander, Charmeleon, and Charizard, which were already quite rare. Finding a compliant owner willing to conduct such a risky experiment was a significant hurdle, resulting in little progress. He looked at Bailan, his expression scrutinizing. Are you confident? This is not merely data analysis. A single misstep could result in permanent damage to your Charmeleon. I have a plan. Bailan's response was calm and assured. In his mind, the shelves of the system store flashed by in rapid succession, showcasing an array of gemstones with diverse attributes, carry-on items, and tree fruit juices capable of precisely replenishing specific energies. Just because others cannot achieve what he envisions does not imply that he cannot. He possesses the eye of analysis, enabling him to monitor the energy flow of Jindo in real time, and he has access to the system store, where he can redeem helpful auxiliary items in advance. He can mitigate risks to the bare minimum. Furthermore, he has this item. Bailan's gaze was immediately drawn to a legendary grade artifact within the system store. Holy Ash, price, $9.99, 999 BP points. Holy Ash is a unique item associated with the legendary Pokémon, Ho-Oh, an artifact created when Ho-Oh burned its feathers with sacred fire, leaving behind ashes referred to as Holy Ash. This remarkable substance possesses the ability to resurrect both humans and Pokémon, restoring them to their peak physical condition, making it an indispensable item for any journey, a trump card for anyone fortunate enough to possess it. However, what astonished and thrilled Bailan the most was the realization that this item was not unique. Upon further reflection, it made sense, as it could later be repurchased multiple times in the game's general store, making the notion of it being singular rather unreasonable. In the future, when he accumulates enough BP to redeem Holy Ash, and when Jindo's physical strength can support participation in experiments, he could devise a way for Jindo to give it a try. Observing the genuine confidence in Bailan's eyes, Qinglu fell silent for a moment. Then a slight smile graced his lips. Excellent. This is the demeanor of a true researcher. He straightened up and returned to his seat, tapping a few keys on the keyboard. I have already submitted your ID for access to the internal team researching Fire-type Pokémon traits. You can directly contact Mula within that group and also access more unpublished experimental data. Qinglu leaned back in his chair, his hands resting behind his head, observing him with a leisurely demeanor. Do not let me down, nor disappoint your Pokémon, researcher Bailan. Certainly. Bailan nodded earnestly, then opened the trading section of the forum, revealing an interface starkly different from the academic zone he had previously encountered. Gone were the pinned and highlighted papers, and the fervent discussions. Instead, a well-structured page resembling a large online auction site appeared. On the left was a detailed categorical index, ranging from ore materials, plant samples, fossil remains to special items, and energy crystals, all clearly organized. On the right was a scrolling feed of product information, each entry accompanied by high-definition images and concise descriptions. Bairan's gaze swiftly traversed the myriad of listings. For sale, Firestone Raw or fist-sized, medium purity. Price, 300 Alliance contribution points. For sale, Cleanse Tag, brand new. Price, 500 Alliance contribution points. Wanted, large root stock, the older, the better, price negotiable. The prices for these conventional items seemed fair. Using a currency known as Alliance contribution points, which Bairan surmised were rewards obtained by completing tasks issued by the Alliance or publishing papers. A glance at his account revealed a glaring 0 in the contribution points column. Indeed, the path of exploiting freebies is fraught with challenges. However, when he adjusted the filter to high research value, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. Exchange, trace fragments of abyssal tooth, 0, 3G, accompanied by an energy reactivity analysis report. Seeking, rare ores or points, posted by Dawu. Exchange, a piece of metal debris suspected to originate from an ancient metagross. Seeking, high-purity evolution stones, any, value negotiable. Posted by Dawu. Exchange, a well-preserved flower sample naturally shed from Miss Kiri's head, dehydrated. Seeking, cultivation scheme that enhances the photosynthetic efficiency of grass-type Pokémon, non-public version. Posted by Kaizhong. Bairan's eyelid twitched. Chapter 116, Barter. Goodness indeed. The posters were either regional champions or gym leaders. The entry threshold for this trading zone was exceedingly high. Moreover, these genuinely valuable items were exclusively available for barter. He even spotted a post. Exchange, a complete membrane naturally shed from the wings of a desert dragonfly. Seeking, high-purity moo milk, 5L, produced by a gym leader-level milk tank. For nutrition supplementation experiments in juvenile Pokémon, posted by an anonymous researcher. Upon seeing this, Bairan felt slightly reassured. It appears not everyone is so unattainable. At least there are down-to-earth demands. However, this realization shattered his initial assumption that he could dominate the trading area simply by redeeming items with BP points. So, you find the rules here differ from your expectations? Ching LV had approached once more, unbeknownst to him. Indeed, Bairan admitted candidly. Pointing at the barter posts on the screen, I thought money could solve all problems. Money? Ching LV chuckled softly, a hint of amusement at the naivety of this notion. Yet more so a patient explanation followed. At our level, the significance of money diminishes greatly. Do you think someone like Mr. Zivki, a nobleman, would lack for funds? He gestured towards the poster with the ID Dawu, indicating that what he lacks are the knowledge and materials to ignite his inspiration and propel his research. These are things that cannot be measured in monetary terms. Ching LV leaned against the table, his expression becoming somewhat serious. This trading zone is fundamentally a community based on trust and mutual assistance. Its core rule is simple, value equivalence. If you desire someone else's research results, you must offer something enticing in return. It could be a precious sample, a deeply insightful analytical report, or even your unique insights in a particular field. This not only prevents individuals from hoarding rare resources maliciously, but also promotes exchange and collaboration among researchers. He paused, his gaze fixed on Bairan, speaking meaningfully. Here, your ideas can sometimes hold more value than the Alliance coins in your pocket. This is also why Grandfather recommended you so highly. Your ideas qualify you to enter this circle. Ching LV's words acted as a key, instantly unlocking a new realm of understanding in Bairan's mind. He comprehended that this was far more than a mere trading platform. It was an elite social sphere for resource integration and knowledge monetization. His previous thoughts had been too narrow, fixated on obtaining finished products from the system without cost. However, Ching LV had illuminated the fact that his greatest wealth lay in the creative ideas and solutions that could continually emerge from the fusion of his knowledge as a transmigrator and system assistance. For instance, consider that researchers seeking high-purity moo milk. While others might expend considerable effort to locate specific farms, he, on the other hand, could effortlessly redeem moo milk from the system store, ensuring its quality with just a few clicks. Similarly, the Kaizhong gym leader seeking a cultivation scheme to enhance photosynthetic efficiency. Others may require extensive experimental data to support their claims, whereas he could directly redeem skill books such as Advanced Photosynthesis Theory or Chlorophyll Energy Guidance Manual from the system, subsequently crafting a comprehensive theoretical and practical scheme. Truly a dimensional strike. His BP points were not meant for buying fish directly, but for acquiring the highest quality fishing rods and the most exclusive bait. With this realization, the flicker of disappointment in Bailan's heart dissipated entirely. This was infinitely more engaging than simple buying and selling. It was a joy to strategize and leverage wisdom to unlock resources. I understand now, Brother Ching LV. Bailan's eyes sparkled with renewed brightness, brimming with eager anticipation. That's all I needed to hear. Kingolf nodded in satisfaction, having always held a deep appreciation for Bailan's perceptiveness. He was decidedly more mature than the other two rather troublesome individuals. Upon glancing at his watch, Kingolf raised his gaze and remarked, "It's getting late. We should head for dinner, or else Nai will come looking for us. You can log into your account on your computer and take your time to explore it. Should you have any questions, feel free to ask me." "All right, Brother Kingolf," Bailan responded, momentarily withdrawing his thoughts from the vast ocean of knowledge that had engulfed him. His mind still buzzing with countless imaginative ideas about Pokémon colliding and exploding within. He rose to his feet and bowed solemnly to Kingolf, expressing, "Thank you so much for today." This bow was heartfelt. Kingolf had not only opened the door to the world of researchers for him, but more importantly, he had enlightened him, granting him a newfound clarity regarding his future path and the utilization of his abilities. Kingolf accepted the gesture with composure. Yet the subtle curve of his lips deepened slightly as he replied, "Let us go. We wouldn't want Nai's cooking to go cold." Stepping out of Kingolf's office, which brimmed with a futuristic ambience, the gentle evening breeze carried the fragrance of grass and trees, dissipating some of the heat lingering in his mind. Following Kingolf, Bailan trod upon the elongated shadow cast by the setting sun, his heart still tumultuous. From this day forth, he would no longer be a mere marginal figure relying on the system and the foresight of a time traveler to stealthily grow stronger. Researcher Bailan. This title felt like a brand, indelibly marking his identity. It signified recognition, qualification, and, most importantly, a brand new platform and starting point. The BP points in his pocket were no longer merely cold numbers for exchanging items. They had transformed into levers that could pry open the gates of this elite circle of knowledge. His ideas, those whimsical cultivation schemes and tactical theories from another world, would now hold unprecedented value here. As the two entered the living quarters of the Research Institute, the comforting aroma of home-cooked meals instantly dispelled the lab's chill. The dining room was brightly lit, with the long table already laden with a sumptuous array of dishes. Damu Nai, clad in an apron, emerged from the kitchen carrying the last bowl of soup, her face instantly illuminating with a warm smile upon seeing them. "You're finally back. Go wash your hands. We've been waiting for you." Sister Nai, Bailan greeted her with a smile. At the dining table, Xiao Mao had already taken his seat, his eyes sparkling like a child who had just spotted their beloved toy upon seeing Bailan. "Bailan, you're here. Grandpa said you became a full-fledged researcher today. Is it true? Are you the youngest one at the institute?" "Yes, I owe it all to everyone," Bailan replied with a smile. "Wow, that is so cool," Xiao Mao exclaimed, his eyes practically gleaming. "What about the researcher forum? Brother Kingolf said the information there is incredible. Have you seen it? Are there many secrets about legendary Pokémon?" "Xiao Mao," Kingolf's calm voice interjected from nearby. "One should not speak while eating, nor inquire about internal researcher matters." Xiao Mao shrank back, yet his curious gaze remained glued to Bailan, as if he wished to scrutinize him inside and out. All right, Kingolf. You need not be so serious," Damu Bosher chimed in merrily as he emerged from the kitchen with a platter of moo moo milk. "Youngsters are naturally curious. It's a good thing. Come, Bailan, sit by me. Today is your special day. We must celebrate it well." The atmosphere at the dinner was warm and lively. Nai's culinary skills were, as always, exceptional, with each dish thoughtfully balancing nutrition and flavor. She attentively served everyone, smiling and engaging in conversation, like a gentle spring breeze that softened the entire space. "You must be quite tired today, Bailan, having taught Pokémon new skills and handled paperwork," she said, ladling a warm bowl of soup for him. "As a researcher, you must take better care of your health." "Thank you, Sister Nai. I will," Bailan replied, feeling a warmth in his heart. Damu Bosher appeared to be in high spirits, raising his glass of milk and exclaiming robustly, "To our institute's youngest genius joining us, cheers. Today, I am so pleased that I shall compose a couplet. Newcomer arrives, wisdom unfolds, a vibrant future awaits." Splendid." Laughter erupted around the table. Even Kingolf, usually aloof, wore a reluctant yet indulgent smile. Xiao Mao transformed into a whirlwind of questions, shoveling rice into his mouth while speaking incessantly. "Bailan, after becoming a researcher, will you still challenge gyms? Do researchers earn a salary? How much? How many of the latest Pokeballs can you buy? What will you research in the future? Will it be the relationship between Pokemon and humans like Grandpa? Or battles and cultivation like Brother Kingolf? Facing Xiao Mao's barrage of inquiries, Bailan patiently answered each one. Researchers do need to go out for field studies, so travel is likely unavoidable. As for my research direction, he glanced at the quietly eating Kingolf and Demu Bo-Shur, contemplating before deciding to share part of his thoughts. Today, I came across a paper on the properties of solar power in the forum, which I found quite enlightening. My Jindo happens to possess this trait, so I thought that if I want to enhance its development regarding solar power, perhaps I could start from here. Demu Bo-Shur set down his milk cup, a glimmer of approval flashing in his eyes. Oh, is it the paper by King Mura? That hypothesis on reverse energy cycles is quite audacious, but the practical implementation poses significant challenges. To think you've set your sights on such a tough nut to crack on your very first day, impressive. Kingolf also lifted his head, his chewing slowing as he fixed a sharp gaze on Bailan. You comprehend it? I previously mentioned that it's not merely theoretical. The energy guidance and vitality monitoring involved demand top-tier standards from breeders. Even King Mura himself has stalled due to the lack of suitable experimental subjects. Jindo's vitality surpasses that of its kind, Charmeleon, which is foundational. Furthermore, the dragon scale from Dragonite has been subtly refining and reinforcing its energy cycle, strengthening Jindo's dragon lineage, endowing it with capabilities far beyond its peers. These two factors grant it the potential to endure experimentation. Bailan chuckled awkwardly, scratching his cheek. These were merely preliminary ideas. I've read Mr. Mura's paper. Jindo's current physical strength is still insufficient to support such high-risk experiments. While its energy cycle is active, its physical vessel is not robust enough. Forcing guidance would do more harm than good. Perhaps it would be wiser to wait until Jindo evolves into Charizard, achieving a qualitative leap in physical constitution before attempting these experiments. His words were not mere humility, but rather a well-considered reflection. Mura's theory was the key, yet the integrity of the lock itself must also be taken into account. Jindo resembled a gifted young martial artist, brimming with internal energy, yet still unrefined. Forcing it to practice advanced techniques would only lead to disastrous outcomes, akin to a balloon being inflated. If the outer layer were harder than steel, no matter how much air was blown inside, the pressure would be resisted by the impenetrable exterior. Having ideas is a good thing. Much better than having no thoughts at all and building a car behind closed doors, Demu Bo-Shur affirmed, nodding appreciatively. He admired this quality in young people, having bold ideas while also understanding the need for cautious validation. The path of research is one that must be tread carefully, step by step. Your ability to see this aspect indicates you possess the most precious quality of a researcher, meticulousness. The old man then recited another couplet. New research topics. Do not rush. Laying a solid foundation is paramount. Exquisite. Kingolf set down his utensils and wiped his mouth with a napkin, finally raising his gaze to Bailan. Your judgment is indeed accurate. The conjecture posited by Senior Mura centers on guidance and cycles, both of which impose substantial demands on the physical endurance of Pokemon. At the stage of Charmeleon, it indeed pushed the boundaries. He shifted his tone, asserting that since you have already determined your direction, the first step should not be mere daydreaming, but rather an accurate comprehension of your research subject. Relying solely on intuition and past experiences is insufficient. Kingolf rose, his hands tucked into his pockets, standing tall like a pine tree. After dinner, take your Charmeleon to the first breeding monitoring room. We will conduct a comprehensive physical fitness assessment for it. Data is the most reliable language for researchers. One must be resilient to forge ahead, as even the most formidable energy necessitates a robust physique to harness and expend. Xiao Mao's eyes instantly sparkled with excitement, momentarily forgetting his meal. The first monitoring room? Is that the one equipped with dynamic energy tracking devices and an extreme load testing platform? Kingolf, may I accompany you? You? Kingolf shot him a glance, questioning whether he could comprehend what he would see. Finish your breeding observation diary promptly and then retire for the night. I can certainly understand. Xiao Mao puffed out his chest defiantly, declaring himself a man destined to surpass both his grandfather and brother. All right, Professor Okido chuckled, mediating the situation. If Xiao Mao wishes to join, let him come along. It will be beneficial for him to broaden his horizons. However, it is understood that he may only observe, without meddling or asking disruptive questions that might distract Bailan and Kingolf. I promise to complete my tasks. Xiao Mao immediately offered a somewhat clumsy salute, his excitement palpable. The dinner concluded in a joyful atmosphere. Nine smiled as she gathered the dishes, advising them not to stay too late, while Bailan silently expressed gratitude to the gentle older sister before following Kingolf. with Xiao Mao trailing behind like a small tail. The three of them proceeding deeper into the research institute. The first breeding monitoring room differed markedly from Kingolv's office. It lacked the extravagant screens and complex control panels, resembling a spacious, well-lit gym filled with various sophisticated instruments. At the center of the room was a round platform cushioned with soft mats, surrounded by several retractable mechanical arms. Along the walls were rows of equipment, including devices akin to treadmills, resistance machines adorned with sandbags of varying weights, and a colossal circular scanner reminiscent of a CT machine. "Go ahead, release Jindo." Kingolv leaned against a main control computer, gesturing. Chapter 118. Jindo's Physical Examination. Bailing nodded, retrieving a pokeball. And with a flash of red light, the spirited Jindo appeared at the center of the platform. It curiously surveyed the unfamiliar environment, and upon spotting Bailing, affectionately called out, its fiery tail dancing joyfully. "Wow, Jindo has grown quite a bit," Xiao Mao exclaimed beside them, feeling it exuded more presence than when he last encountered it. "Let us start with a basic assessment." Kingolv disregarded Xiao Mao's exclamation, tapping the screen a few times. The mechanical arms around the platform slowly extended, their tips emitting a soft blue light as they began a non-contact scan of Jindo. Bailing's analytical eye activated simultaneously. Shiny Charmeleon, Jindo. Status: healthy, curious. Ability: solar power. Learned skills: dragon dance, flamethrower, dragon tail. Evaluation: a Charmeleon that has undergone rigorous training. Its life energy and dragon-type energy far surpass others of its kind, akin to a volcano brimming with immense energy yet not fully ignited, showcasing astonishing potential. A flurry of data rapidly refreshed on the main control computer screen. Excellent. The fundamentals are solidly established. Kingolv observed the data, calmly analyzing. Yet a glimmer of approval shone in his eyes. These figures indicate that Bailing has meticulously managed Jindo's nutritional intake and physical training during its daily upbringing. Next, we will conduct an endurance test. Kingolv pointed to the specialized Pokémon treadmill, instructing it to step on. We will gradually increase the incline and speed, recording its heart rate and energy consumption curve. Encouraged by Bailing, Jindo adeptly leaped onto the treadmill. As the belt began to turn, it started to run, initially appearing effortless and light-footed. However, as the speed and incline increased, its breathing grew more labored, and the flames on its tail flickered slightly due to energy expenditure. Xiao Mao anxiously clenched his fists, his gaze fixated on the heart rate curve on the screen, which steadily rose before leveling off. "Stop." Just as Jindo was nearing its limit but still had some reserves, Kingolv decisively pressed the stop button. The treadmill slowed to a halt, and Jindo panted heavily. Though its eyes remained bright, Bailing immediately approached, offering the Moo Moo milk and an energy block he had prepared in advance. Its endurance peak exceeds that of a Charmeleon of similar size by nearly 30, and its recovery speed is quite rapid. Kingolv pointed at the swiftly descending energy consumption curve on the screen, noting that the effect of the dragon scale is more significant than I anticipated. It not only enhances your Charmeleon, but also optimizes its energy system. Kingolv's gaze shifted from the screen to Bailing, his demeanor turning serious. Its body resembles a newly modified engine, with fuel efficiency, energy utilization, and heat dissipation performance, recovery speed, superior to standard models. This is the foundational premise of Mura's theory. Without pausing, he continued issuing commands. Next, we will test energy output. Bailing, have Jindo use flamethrower on that target. He pointed to a special target at the other end of the room, crafted from heat-resistant alloys and studded with numerous sensors. Full force? Bailing confirmed. No. Kingolv shook his head, the lens reflecting the control panel's light. First, use what you consider the most conventional and stable strength. I need its baseline data. Understood. Jindo, are you ready? Bailing patted Jindo's shoulder, and it immediately understood, turning to face the target and taking a deep breath. Roar. A searing orange flame erupted from its mouth, striking the target with pinpoint accuracy. The flame column was steady and powerful, casting the entire room in a fiery glow. Xiao Mao instinctively took a half-step back, feeling the intense heat from such a distance. Incredible flamethrower. Yet Kingolv remained silent, his focus entirely locked on the main control computer screen, where a graph representing temperature and energy fluctuations was being generated in real time. The flame lasted for approximately 10 seconds before Jindo ceased its assault. How was that, Kingolv? Bailing inquired. Look here. Kingolv directed his attention to the graph on the screen, noting that while the peak temperature was high and the power sufficient, there were evident irregular fluctuations in the energy output curve at both the onset and conclusion of the flame. This suggests that the energy output is unstable. with a considerable portion dissipating ineffectively during the transformation into flame. He magnified a segment of the curve, where minute spikes were distinctly visible. This illustrates the early signs of excessive combustion. Even without the influence of solar power, it is already pronounced once the ability activates and a significant influx of energy occurs. Without adequate mastery and control over solar power, this dissipation will escalate exponentially, ultimately leading to a corresponding depletion of stamina. Currently, Jindo has yet to encounter a rival of equal strength or formidable prowess. However, if it engages in prolonged combat, the issue of insufficient endurance will become apparent. Bairan experienced an epiphany. Previously, he had only perceived Jindo's flames as formidable. He had never witnessed such a vivid representation of energy waste. The analytical eye could discern status and evaluation, yet it could not quantify energy flow in this manner. So how do we rectify this? Bairan humbly inquired. Control. King Gulf succinctly replied, asserting that the might of power does not lie in how high its limits are, but rather in your ability to manipulate it at will. From 1 to 100, every increment must be effortlessly managed. This is a fundamental lesson that all top trainers and their ace Pokémon must master. He turned his gaze toward Bairan, his eyes sharp. Your next focus in nurturing should not be solely on raising the temperature of the flames, but rather on teaching it to master this power. Strive to enable it to unleash the potency of 70% using merely half of its energy. This is true efficiency. Bairan nodded thoughtfully. This statement was akin to a revelation, providing him with a fresh perspective on Jindo's training. In his mind, the beginner's energy control manual from the system shop seemed to shimmer with promise. The final test, the dragon tail. Qing Lu switched the testing apparatus, and a life-sized mannequin clad in heavy armor slowly emerged from the wall. He directed Jindo to unleash its full might against it. This test was brutally straightforward, purely a measure of raw power. After replenishing its energy, Jindo had regained much of its stamina. It let out a low growl, its body sinking slightly as a layer of emerald dragon energy glimmered along its tail. With a resounding thud, the powerful dragon tail struck the mannequin's armor with tremendous force. The armor visibly dented inward at an astonishing angle, causing the entire mannequin to slide back several meters, leaving behind 2 screeching scratches on the floor. Chapter 119. Have Kamigame use its water gun to write on the wall? Wow. Xiao Mao gasped, his mouth forming an A shape, hardly able to believe his eyes. Was this truly the strength that Charizard could wield? A vivid red number popped up on the main control computer. Qing Lu glanced at the value, and even he couldn't suppress a flicker of astonishment. The enhancement provided by the dragon scales exceeded expectations. Its instantaneous explosive power was now comparable to that of an average newly evolved Charizard. He turned around, arms crossed, scrutinizing the panting yet spirited Jindo, before finally returning his gaze to Bairan. The conclusion was unmistakably clear. Qing Lu operated the console for a moment, and a printer whirred to life, producing a stack of warm papers. He picked up the report and handed it to Bairan. Jindo has been nurtured exceptionally well. In the future, we can further intensify the training. Qing Lu's voice resumed its usual calm demeanor. Once Master Mura approves your application, this health report can be sent to him for review. Bairan accepted the report, feeling its weight. It was densely packed with Jindo's various data, from cellular vitality and energy conductivity to muscle density and neural reflex speed, detailed to an almost alarming degree. The report summarized 3 key points, and Qing Lu pointed them out for him. First, its physical stamina and recovery are its greatest strengths, serving as the foundation for your research into solar power. Second, its energy output is robust, yet unrefined. Control remains its most significant shortcoming. Third, its potential for physical attacks is immense. The combination of Dragon Dance and Dragon Tail could even benefit from learning Thunder Punch to address its weaknesses, making it an unexpectedly potent trump card in the future. He paused for a moment, allowing Bairan time to digest this information, then continued, based on these insights. My recommendation is to divide daily training into 2 segments. One segment should focus on extreme physical training to further strengthen its capacity. The other segment, as I mentioned, should involve refined energy control training. For instance, have it use spark on a leaf, ensuring it only singes the veins without igniting the entire leaf. Start from the basics to hone its control. I understand. Thank you, Brother Qing Lu, Bairan replied earnestly, stowing away the report. This document might very well serve as the cornerstone of his upcoming research journey. Brother, what about me? Xiao Mao chimed in, his face brimming with anticipation. Can my Kamigame also undergo such a test? Qing Lu shot him a glance, a subtle smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Come back to me when you can get your Kamigame to write its name on the wall using water gun. Write with water gun. Xiao Mao was momentarily dumbfounded. How could that even be possible? Observing Xiao Mao's distressed expression, both Bailan and Qing Lu couldn't help but chuckle. As they exited the first monitoring room, the night had deepened. The corridors of the research institute were quiet, with only the echoes of their footsteps resonating. Xiao Mao remained preoccupied with the conundrum of riding with water gun, chattering to himself along the way. Upon reaching the junction of the living quarters, Qing Lu halted and addressed Bailan. Regarding Master Mura, allow me to add a word. The older generation of researchers places great importance on the ideas and sincerity of the youth. When you reach out to him, do not merely send data. Accompany it with your own thoughts, even if they are not fully formed. For instance, share your understanding of energy cycles, your envision methods for guiding energy, and what auxiliary measures you have prepared to mitigate risks. Show him your value, and he will be more willing to engage with you as an equal. This advice was precisely what Bailan needed. His previous mindset had indeed lingered at the level of a student seeking guidance. I will remember that, Bailan nodded earnestly. After bidding farewell to Qing Lu and Xiao Mao, Bailan returned to his room. Jindo was already exhausted, sleeping soundly in its cozy nest. The flames on its tail now gentle and steady. He sat at his desk, turned on the lamp, and spread the detailed testing report before him. Qing Lu's suggestions and the data from the report intertwined in his thoughts, colliding with the list of items in the system shop, igniting countless sparks of inspiration. Refined energy control, he murmured, opening his laptop and logging into the internal email of the researcher forum. He began drafting an email to Master Mura. Instead of immediately attaching data, he first articulated his insights from the paper he had read. Then, considering Jindo's unique circumstances, its extraordinary life energy, and the nurturing provided by the dragon scales, he proposed his preliminary idea regarding the parallel enhancement of capacity and energy guidance. After completing the first draft, he didn't send it right away. Instead, he minimized the window and deftly accessed the system shop in his mind. Beginner's Energy Control Manual, price, 1,500 BP points. Effect. Upon learning, the host will grasp the theory and methods for guiding Pokémon in basic energy control. This is it. He unhesitatingly chose to redeem it. A surge of information flooded his mind, with a wealth of knowledge on perceiving, separating, compressing, and guiding the energy within Pokémon. Although this knowledge was still fundamental, it was immensely beneficial for Bailan, who had previously only grasped the concepts of the difficult techniques Qing Lu had mentioned, such as riding with water gun and singeing leaf veins. Now, countless specific training steps and guiding methods vividly emerged in his mind. He reopened the email, elaborating on his ideas concerning refined energy control using more professional and detailed language. He even boldly proposed a notion. During the initial stages of guiding energy circulation, could certain specific berries, like the juice of cherries that stabilize fire-type energy, be utilized as a lubricant and stabilizer for the flow of energy, thus reducing the difficulty and risk of guidance? Once he finished revising the email, he let out a long sigh, feeling invigorated. He glanced at his BP point total, noting that it had decreased slightly due to the recent redemption. Yet, he felt no remorse. Knowledge is the most precious wealth. He set the email up and clicked send. After completing all of this, Bailan rose and walked to Jindo's nest, gently stroking its warm skin. Jindo let out a contented hum in its sleep, the flame at the tip of its tail flickering gently. Rest well, my partner, Bailan whispered. The path to greater strength has already been laid before us. Outside, the moon hung bright amidst a scattering of stars. Chapter 120, 2 letters. A night passed in silence. The nights at the Research Institute are tranquil and serene, as the crickets in the grass outside serenade with their tireless nocturnes. The rhythmic chirping of the insects serves as a hypnotic cadence, accompanied by the gentle rustle of leaves stirred by the evening breeze, weaving together a lullaby for the summer nights in Jinshin Town. Moonlight filters through the slats of the blinds, casting cool silver rays upon the floor, outlining the contours of the desk and instruments. Jindo is curled up in its soft, cozy nest, sleeping soundly. Despite the fatigue from the intense testing during the day, its spirit seems to thrive in the depths of slumber, the flame at the tip of its tail no longer flickering with the boldness of daylight, but has instead condensed into a gentle, stable orange glow, rhythmically pulsing with its steady breathing, adding the only touch of warmth to the quiet room. The following morning, Bailan is awakened by a few crisp calls from outside the window. Stretching lazily, he feels that the thoughts that had been swirling in his mind after the exchange with Kingle have settled significantly, becoming particularly clear. He does not linger in bed. After completing his morning routine, he prepares a nutritionally balanced breakfast for Jindo, watching the little creature devour its meal with gusto before returning to his desk to open his laptop. On the email icon, A red number 2 quietly rests. Bailan feels a stir in his heart and clicks on the most recent timestamp. The sender's name causes him to instinctively slow his breath, Mura. The email is formatted with meticulous precision, reflecting the characteristic thoroughness and politeness of the older generation of researchers. To Researcher Bailan, hello? I apologize for the abruptness of this correspondence. Please do not take offense. I am Mura, the current gym leader of Fuyin Town. Recently, I have often heard my granddaughter Asha speak highly of you, praising your Pokémon ecological observation videos as the finest bedtime reading. Following her enthusiastic recommendation, I have watched several episodes, and your capture and presentation of Pokémon behavioral details is indeed innovative and refreshing. Congratulations on becoming a formal researcher at the Oak Laboratory at such a young age. You are a remarkable talent. Upon reading this, a hint of astonishment crosses Bailan's face, quickly transforming into a smile of honor. He never anticipated that his somewhat self-serving videos would be appreciated by the granddaughter of such an esteemed figure and even reach the original sender. This unexpected praise brings him a joy more profound than any BP points could offer. He continues reading, and the main body of the email begins. Thank you for your interest in my humble work on the characteristics of solar power. I have thoroughly reviewed the health report of your Charizard, along with your personal insights. Kingolv's monitoring technology remains as precise as ever, and the data is exceedingly detailed. Your Charizard, Jindo, indeed presents a unique case. As you mentioned, the nourishment from the dragon scales grants it a life energy foundation far exceeding that of its kin. Perhaps this is the embryonic form of a container capable of sustaining the high-intensity consumption of solar power. Your proposal of a dual approach combining the enhancement of the container and a guided cycle aligns remarkably with my later considerations, which is quite rare. Therefore, I formally accept your application and welcome you to join the research project on the safe activation and application of solar power characteristics. Success. A heavy weight lifts from Bailan's heart, an uncontrollable joy surging within him. However, he refrains from celebrating too soon, knowing that there is likely a caveat ahead. As expected, he continues reading. However, as you can see, the experiment entails certain risks. The report indicates that Jindo's physical strength and energy control fall short of the minimum safety threshold required to initiate the project. Our research focuses on harnessing volcanoes rather than igniting them, until its body, like a pressure cooker, becomes sufficiently robust and its energy control attuned. Forcibly conducting experiments on characteristic activation would be an exceedingly irresponsible act. Furthermore, I currently have another research project nearing completion, leaving me short-handed. Thus, there is no rush on this matter. I will later send you some theoretical materials from the project's preliminary phase, along with data from some processed failed cases, so you may familiarize yourself with the principles and risks involved. Once Jindo's physical qualities are further enhanced, we shall commence the experiments. These words not only fail to disappoint Bailan, but deepen his respect for the unseen Mura. Rigorous and cautious, placing the safety of Pokémon above all else. This embodies the true spirit of a researcher. The final paragraph of the email brings another surprise. Having learned that you are the second author of Mr. Jinghui's paper, you will soon head to the Alliance headquarters at Quartz Plateau to attend the annual academic conference. I will also accompany my granddaughter Asha. If you have time, I hope we can meet in person to discuss the details of the upcoming experiments. I look forward to our meeting. Wishing you success in your research. Sincerely, Mura of Fuyin Town. Having finished reading the entire email, Bailan lets out a long breath, feeling a sense of unprecedented clarity and elation. He immediately begins drafting a reply, carefully expressing his gratitude and fully agreeing with Mura's prudent arrangements, while also conveying his eagerness for their meeting at the academic conference. After sending the email, he turns his attention to the second unread message. The sender's name elicits an involuntary smile from him. Jinghui. This brilliant researcher consistently brings unexpected delights. With a lighthearted spirit, he clicks open the email. The email's layout mirrors Jinghui himself, somewhat carefree and exuberant, with an undeniable thrill evident in every line. To my dearest partner, Bailan, greetings. How have you been? Are you adjusting well to life at the Research Institute? Everything is going smoothly on my end. The seaside view beneath the lighthouse remains as splendid as ever, although there has been an influx of Kingler attempting to crawl up the walls to pinch my cables. Next time you visit, bring a net, and I guarantee you'll return laden with them. Now, on to serious matters. Do you remember the revised proposal we worked on regarding the stability of Pokémon interdimensional teleportation? I've compiled it into a paper and submitted it to the Alliance's journal. And guess what? The editors were astonished. They stated that our approach and data represent the most groundbreaking achievements in this field in recent years. Haha. I always knew we were geniuses. So here's the main point. The Alliance's annual academic conference this year has invited us to present a special report on this paper. The venue is at the Alliance headquarters in Quartz Plateau. How is that for prestige? Of course, I'll be the one presenting, as I am the first author, Puff's chest. However, given your indispensable contributions to the construction of the core data model and theoretical validation as the second author, the Alliance has specifically requested that you must also take the stage. At the very least, you should deliver a few words of gratitude at the end of the presentation, sharing your journey as a young genius with everyone. So, start preparing a speech. We wouldn't want you to be so nervous that you can't speak when it's your turn, as that would certainly embarrass our genius duo. The conference is next month, and I will send you the detailed schedule shortly. Oh, by the way, that little multifaceted creature has been floating around my lab daily, occasionally mimicking your appearance and calling your name in an electronic voice. It misses you dearly, and so do I. See you at Quartz Plateau, your most reliable partner. Jinghui. After reading the email, Bailan's expression shifts from relaxed delight to a more nuanced, somewhat exasperated smile, ultimately settling into a state of bemusement. Attending the academic conference at the Quartz Plateau is indeed a remarkable honor. Although he was already aware that he would be presenting alongside Jinghui, the prospect of stepping onto the stage to deliver a speech in front of a distinguished assembly of researchers, scholars, and PhDs from the entire Guandu region left him feeling inexplicably faint. A vivid image flashed through Bailan's mind, the spotlight illuminating his face. A sea of dark silhouettes in the audience, each pair of eyes scrutinizing him, eagerly awaiting the revelations of this youthful prodigy. He could almost feel the perspiration beginning to bead on his palms. Spare me, he sighed, leaning back in his chair with a soft groan. His initial collaboration with Jinghui was purely driven by a fascination with technology and a slight personal desire to earn some BP points. It was a win-win scenario. Who could have anticipated that this seemingly casual endeavor would thrust him into the limelight of the Alliance headquarters? His personal journey? It was simply a series of thoughts like, oh, this is quite interesting, and I didn't know this could be done, culminating in, the report is finished, what time is dinner? Could he really share such trivialities? He feared he might be branded a heretic and ushered off the stage. Bailan mentally grumbled. Yet, amidst his grievances, a warm swell of emotion quietly surged within him. Jinghui's heartfelt words, I miss you dearly, and the image of the multilateral beast mimicking him softened his heart. He recalled that pristine electronic realm. The adorable life formed from data that circled around him like a curious child. That pure sense of closeness and longing was undeniable. Moreover, the Quartz Plateau. Bailan's gaze lingered on the words Quartz Plateau for a moment. Master Mula, Jinghui. Two leading figures from disparate fields and eras, converging at the same place for different reasons, creating a shared intersection that felt like an invisible force propelling him from the comfort of Jinshin town toward a broader and more central stage. It appeared that his plan to take it easy would need to be postponed. A self-deprecating smile graced Bailan's lips. His initial resistance to public speaking was significantly tempered by this serendipitous turn of events. He straightened up, opened a new document, and began to respond to Jinghui's email. In contrast to the meticulously crafted letter to Master Mula, this reply exuded a more casual tone, as he first lamented Jinghui's unjust act of pushing him onto the stage, then jokingly inquired if there were any word limits for the acceptance speech, wondering if thank you, everyone would suffice. Finally, he earnestly assured Jinghui that he would be present on time and expressed his own longing for both him and the multilateral beast. After hitting send, he stood up and ambled to the window, stretching lazily. The morning sun had already risen above the treetops, casting its warm glow across the courtyard of the Research Institute. The grass was lush and dewy, and in the distance, he could hear Xiao Mao directing Kamaturtle's practice. The sound of rushing water interspersed with Xiao Mao's frustrated shouts. I didn't tell you to charge at that wooden post. Right. What do you mean by drawing a circle? Bobo, we cannot give up. Xiaoji was nearby, instructing Bobo on practicing aerial gusts. A soft call echoed from behind him. Bailan turned to see Jindo, who had awoken at some point, tilting its head and curiously gazing at him with its bright golden eyes. The tip of its tail, a cluster of orange flames, flickered joyfully in response to its mood. Bailan approached, poured a bowl of energy cubes for Jindo, and gently rubbed its warm neck. Smiling as he said, awake now? I have news for you. We might be heading to the big city next month for a business trip. Jindo blinked, seemingly puzzled by the meaning of a business trip, yet sensing the lightness and anticipation in Bailan's tone. It excitedly let out a low growl and nudged Bailan's palm with its head. There will be many people watching you, Bailan remarked, tapping its nose. So, starting today, our training will double. Not only do we want others to see how strong you are, but we also want them to see just how magnificent you can be. Watching Xiao Ji and Xiao Mao diligently training in the distance, Bailan stroked Jindo's head and chuckled, "We cannot be left behind." The verdant guidance, the systematic skill manuals, Master Mula's recognition, and the impending academic conference all seemed to weave together like an invisible hand, laying out an unmistakably clear path before him. Knowledge is the most precious treasure. He recalled the slight pang he felt when exchanging for the beginner energy control manual, which, in hindsight, was an exceedingly worthwhile expenditure of 1,500 BP points, unlocking an opportunity of immeasurable value. Before long, the little creature had eaten its fill, meticulously licking its paws. It looked up and let out a soft call for Bailan. "Full now?" Bailan smiled, ruffling its warm head. "But being full doesn't mean we can be idle. We have new lessons ahead." He picked up a thick, broad leaf he had casually plucked from the Research Institute's courtyard the previous day and placed it before Jindo. "Now, Jindo, focus on this leaf." Kneeling to meet Jindo's gaze, he adopted an unprecedentedly serious tone. "Do you remember what Kingolf said yesterday? We need to learn to control our powers. Now, try using your sparks. The goal is to singe just the thickest vein in the center of the leaf without igniting the entire thing." Jindo tilted its head, confusion evident in its cerulean eyes. What was this? With a single breath of flame, it could reduce the leaf to ashes. How is it supposed to only singe a single line? "I understand this is challenging." Bailan observed its bewilderment and patiently explained. The knowledge from the beginner energy control manual surfaced in his mind like a textbook, enabling him to guide Jindo more specifically. First, feel the energy within your body, that warm force ready to burst forth. Try not to unleash it all at once. Think of it as drawing just a drop from a large barrel of water using a straw. Extract the finest thread of energy and concentrate it at the tip of your mouth, like a glowing needle, ready to gently touch the leaf. As he spoke, he traced the path of the needle with his finger on the leaf. Jindo blinked, seemingly grasping the concept, yet it held an unwavering trust in Bailan. Taking a deep breath, it emulated Bailan's actions, striving to sense and separate the fire energy within. This was 100 times more difficult than fighting with all its might. It slightly parted its mouth, and a small cluster of sparks began to coalesce. Yet, it clearly struggled to maintain such delicacy. The sparks failed to form a line and instead exploded, incinerating the hapless leaf into ashes, which scattered like dark confetti. Jindo lowered its head dejectedly, emitting a whimper of disappointment, feeling it had failed. "It's all right. It was your first attempt. Perfectly normal," Bailan reassured, smiling as he stroked its chin and lifted its drooping head. "It's just like when we first learned to walk. We're bound to stumble. This is an entirely new skill, unrelated to the size of your power. It's about finesse. We've only just begun. There's plenty of time." He picked up another identical leaf. "Let us try again. This time, focus on making that energy even finer. Don't rush to unleash it. Stabilize it in your mouth first, feeling it like a grain of sand on your tongue, knowing precisely where it is." Jindo gazed into Bailan's encouraging eyes, regaining its spirits. It closed its eyes once more, dedicating more time and focus to the task at hand. The sunlight outside was just right, streaming through the glass and casting long shadows of the boy and his Pokémon. Chapter 122. "Hiram, I have successfully captured you. Jindo, let us channel our will." Mega Evolution. Bailan shouted at the imposing figure before him, a Dragonite, its massive form cloaked in a deep black hue, with dark red wing membranes. As his voice echoed, he abruptly tugged at his collar, revealing a vibrant keystone suspended from a silver chain around his neck. With a resounding roar, Jindo unleashed a dragon-esque cry that seemed capable of shattering the heavens. The red and yellow megastone embedded in its silvery armor erupted in blinding brilliance, resonating with the keystone glimmering on Bailan's chest. In an instant, the radiant light enveloped Jindo, causing its already formidable physique to swell further. A longer, sharper horn sprouted from its crown, while two small wing membranes blossomed behind its claws. A colossal, colorful genetic symbol detonated into brilliance, revealing a colossal dragon with dark gray skin. Waves of energy cascaded with the emergence of the dragon, nearly unbalancing anyone nearby. The overwhelming aura even dispersed the clouds above. "Hiram, now, it's the second round." A confident smirk graced Bailan's lips as he gazed at the legendary dragon before him, resembling a tyrannosaurus with icy wings. "Roar. Human, you have provoked my ire." "Cloud. Assist. Jindo. Use Aura Sphere." Bailan did not wait for the colossal dragon to finish its threats. The cloud, elegantly swaying its pristine form, clapped its tiny hands beside Jindo, enveloping it in a gentle pink glow. Jindo immediately felt invigorated. as if infused with a surge of hormones, its strength rushing like a relentless river within. It opened its massive jaws, rapidly forming a colossal sphere of chaotic fighting energy, then tore through the air towards Kyurem. As Kyurem prepared to unleash its ice world to defend, the aura sphere struck it first, crashing solidly against its form. The immense force sent Kyurem hurtling backward, smashing through dozens of towering trees before embedding itself into a distant cliff. Rocks tumbled down, crashing onto Kyurem, but caused no further harm. Struggling to rise, Kyurem found itself utterly powerless. Seeing this, Bailan hastened towards Jindo, retrieving a master ball from his waist. With a swift motion, he struck it against Kyurem's head. A flash of red light ensnared the dragon, rendering it incapable of resistance. "Kyurem, I have successfully captured you," Bailan exclaimed, bursting into laughter. Suddenly, a blinding light flickered in the sky, momentarily blinding him. "Wake up, Bailan, the sun is already shining brightly." A gentle voice chimed in his ear. Struggling to open his eyes, Bailan's vision shifted from blurred to clear. Nanami stood by the bed, having just drawn back the curtains. The brilliant sunlight streamed through the window, bathing his bed in warm radiance. On the carpet beside the bed, Jindo and Cloud lay there, both chirping joyfully upon seeing him awaken. Awumu, realizing it was merely a dream, Bailan sighed deeply, his once spirited body now feeling weak and limp as he slumped back into the soft bedding. "What a beautiful dream," he mused, eliciting a laugh from Nanami, who playfully pinched his cheek. "Get up, wash up, and come downstairs for breakfast. Don't forget, today is the day of the academic conference. You need to prepare to present alongside Dr. Jingwei. We will be taking Grandpa's Dragonite and Kingol's Charizard to the Quartz Plateau." Got it, Bailan replied weakly, still relishing the exhilarating battle in his mind. Mega Evolution, Kyurem, truly embodies the romance of a man. He lazily rose from bed, accompanied by Jindo and Cloud into the bathroom. After freshening up, Bailan donned a tailored suit prepared by Nanami. Habitually, he plucked a lush green leaf from a tree outside the window and presented it to Jindo. "Come, Jindo, let us practice in the morning." After days of practice, Jindo had made significant strides in its control over energy. No longer did it incinerate the leaf to ashes at the first utterance. Instead, it took a deep breath, focused intently, and a tiny orange spark coalesced at the edge of its mouth, carefully tracing across the leaf like a glowing needle. Sizzle, a scent of char wafted through the air. Bailan examined the leaf, observing that the thickest vein had been precisely scorched, while the surrounding leaf tissue remained intact, adorned with droplets of morning dew. "Well done," Bailan exclaimed, ruffling Jindo's head in delight. The pace of progress astonished even him. "Oh well." Jindo puffed out its chest proudly, nudging Bailan's palm with its head. Descending to the dining room, a sumptuous breakfast awaited on the table. Professor Okito was engrossed in a newspaper, while Shota and Satoshi bickered over the last slice of moo toast. As a member of the Research Institute, Satoshi was also hastily heading to the conference, having skipped breakfast in his rush. "This is mine. I got it first." Satoshi puffed out his cheeks. "Puffed, childish fool. Who cares?" Shota retorted, though his eyes darted toward the remaining bacon on the plate. "Good morning, Professor, Shota, Satoshi," Bailan said, pulling out a chair to sit down, as Nanami brought him a warm glass of moo milk. "Oh, Bailan, you're up," Professor Okito exclaimed, setting down his newspaper with a smile. "How are your preparations going? The Quartz Plateau is not like the town. You'll be facing experts from various fields, so don't falter. Rest assured, Professor, I'm mainly going to serve as a backdrop. My speech is all set, just 4 words. Thank you, everyone." Bailan took a sip of his milk, half-jokingly responding. "Hey, Bailan, are you really going to speak at that academic conference?" Satoshi leaned in, eyes wide with curiosity. "Are only impressive people invited? Will there be strong Pokemon battles to witness?" "That's a researcher's meeting, not a league conference, you fool," Shota interjected, a hint of envy in his tone. "But being invited to present there is indeed remarkable." He regarded Bailan with a newfound seriousness. After breakfast, Kingol returned to the Research Institute, clad in a sharp black outfit that accentuated his tall and poised stature, exuding a calm, yet formidable presence. His Charizard followed closely behind, its massive form alone instilling an unspoken sense of pressure. A Pidgeot perched atop the Research Institute, preening its feathers ruffled by the wind. Chapter 123, Journey to the Quartz Plateau. In the backyard, upon spotting the Charizard, Jindo tensed, lifting its head with blazing blue eyes filled with unmasked combativeness and yearning, not merely a rivalry among kin, but a reverence for an ultimate aspiration. The Charizard seemed to sense its gaze, lowering its head slowly, its golden pupils reflecting Jindo's diminutive figure. It did not emanate any oppressive aura, merely observing with calmness, akin to a seasoned warrior scrutinizing a promising recruit. It appears it is quite eager, Kingolv noted, approaching Bailan, his gaze also fixed on Jindo. Regarding the Mura gym leader, you should already have an inkling. This trip to the Quartz Plateau presents an excellent learning opportunity. I understand, Bailan nodded appreciatively. Thank you. Brother Kingolv, don't mention it. We are partners, aren't we? Kingolv replied with a gentle smile. Soon, Professor Okido emerged with his Dragonite in tow. The robust creature caused the floor to tremble with each step, yet it regarded Bailan and Jindo with gentle eyes, exuding a reassuring aura. All right, it's getting late. We should set off. Professor Oak gently patted the belly of Dragonite, saying, Shinobu, Ash, you too can ride Dragonite. It flies quite smoothly, so do refrain from causing any mischief. With a proud stance reminiscent of a bodybuilding champion, Dragonite let out a joyful cry. Got it, Grandpa Professor. Shinobu and Ash quickly puffed out their chests, responding excitedly and appearing exceedingly obedient. And what about me? Am I to ride Charizard? Bailan pointed to himself. Green glanced at him, a smirk playing on his lips. What? Are you afraid of heights? Not at all, Bailan shrugged. I merely fear it might fly too quickly and ruin my hairstyle. I have important people to meet. The group erupted in laughter at his words. Then I shall ride Pidgeot. Naname cheerfully called Pidgeot down, which swooped down, creating a gust of wind as it landed beside her, nuzzling against her hand. Green then gracefully leapt, landing firmly on the back of his Charizard. Let us set off. With Professor Oak's command, Pidgeot, Dragonite, and Charizard simultaneously spread their wings. A powerful gust of air stirred the grass below as the three majestic Pokémon soared into the sky, ascending rapidly. The wind howled past their ears, and the outline of Pallet Town shrank swiftly into the distance, transforming into a familiar miniature model before gradually merging into a vast expanse of greenery. Bailan turned to glance back, spotting other Pokémon in the Research Institute's backyard, all gazing up and waving at them. Charizard flew smoothly beneath him, while Dragonite darted ahead like an arrow, tracing an elegant and swift arc as it led the way. Due to its considerable size, Goldbean was recalled into its Pokeball, while Cloud nestled in Bailan's backpack, peering curiously at the clouds and various bird Pokémon passing by. Quartz Plateau, Bailan murmured, feeling the high-altitude air rush against him, as his earlier nervousness about public speaking was swept away by a torrent of anticipation. A new stage awaited him ahead. The wind whooshed past as the three powerful flying-type Pokémon sliced through the high-altitude currents, traversing the fluffy sea of clouds, leaving behind three distinct trails. For the children experiencing such aerial flight for the first time, everything felt exhilarating. Ash, the boldest among them, leaned halfway out, reaching for the clouds drifting by. The cool, moist sensation at his fingertips felt like grasping a handful of soft cotton candy, and he exclaimed excitedly, Wow, look, I caught a cloud. Fool, that's just water vapor. Shinobu replied, crossing his arms and scoffing, though his peripheral vision couldn't help but sneak a peek at the various fluffy cloud formations. He quickly extended a fingertip to touch them before withdrawing nonchalantly. Dragonite, with its gentle temperament, flew steadily, while Professor Oak chuckled ahead, allowing the two young ones to frolic. Bailan, on the other hand, remained more composed. The Charizard beneath him flew with an air of power, each flap of its wings steady and forceful, making him feel no turbulence. He turned his head to gaze at the rapidly passing landscape below, where mountains resembled a crumpled green carpet and rivers shimmered like winding silver threads. This breathtaking view, akin to a divine perspective, momentarily banished any lingering anxiety about his impending speech. Cloud peeked out from his backpack, curiously observing this new world. Mimicking Ash, it extended its tiny pink claws to gently pat the clouds beside it, scattering them momentarily before they swiftly regrouped, eliciting delighted chirps from the little creature. At that moment, a vast flock of birds rushed by from below, led by several determined Swallow, their sharp gazes fixed on a distant target, followed by hundreds of Wingull. The entire group resembled a disciplined army, forming a dark gray stream in the sky as they migrated towards the warmth of the south. It's the migration of Wingull and Swallow. Ash's eyes sparkled like light bulbs, marveling at the spectacle. This is just a small scene. In the Hoenn region, I've witnessed thousands of Wingull migrating together, which is truly a sight to behold. Shinobu immediately began to educate them. Bailan did not join their banter. Instead, his attention was drawn to a few Wingull within the flock that appeared exhausted, their flight slightly unsteady. He noticed that whenever a companion lagged behind, two stronger ones would immediately swoop in, using their wings to lift the laggard back into the group. This ingrained spirit of collectivism stirred something within him. Cheep. A crisp chirp broke his reverie. A messenger Pidgey, adorned with a small package, flapped its wings and hovered beside them, waving amicably as if greeting them. It's a Pidgey. It's saying hello. Naname smiled and waved back. Hello there, Ash shouted enthusiastically. The Pidgey joyfully twirled in the air before flapping its wings, transforming into a red and disappearing into the distant sky, continuing its delivery journey. As they progressed, the air gradually thinned, and the scenery beneath them shifted from rolling greenery to majestic, rocky mountains. They were steadily ascending in altitude. Almost there, Green succinctly reminded them. His voice clear despite the wind. Following his gaze, Bairan looked ahead, his heart jolting. Chapter 124, The Alliance Headquarters of Quartz Plateau. Ahead, the once spacious air route began to crowd with flocks of Pidgeot and Chatot, swirling above like escorting fighter jets. A massive Dragonite, bearing a substantial green mailbag, soared past them with astonishing speed, while a silver aircraft emblazoned with the Silver Company logo glided smoothly from afar, its wings flashing rhythmic navigation lights. Countless trainers and researchers from across Kanto converged from all directions, each riding their flying companions towards a common destination. As they pierced through the final layer of thin clouds, the full view of the Quartz Plateau Alliance headquarters suddenly revealed itself before them. It was not merely a solitary stadium, but a magnificent city built atop the mountains. A striking blend of modern architecture and ancient, solemn arenas rose between exposed rock formations and lush forests. On the wide roads, vehicles of all kinds traversed busily. Several enormous battle arenas, reminiscent of ancient Roman colosseums, were arranged in a circular fashion, while at the very center of all the structures stood the Alliance Headquarters Tower. Built entirely of white stone, its spire piercing the clouds and reflecting a sacred yet commanding brilliance in the sunlight. The entire city resembled a colossal beast lying in wait atop the mountains, exuding a beauty of strength and order, with an air of authority and glory filling the atmosphere. Wow! Ash was utterly awestruck, his mouth agape as if it could fit an egg, rendered speechless for quite a while. Even Shinobu, who typically exuded confidence, had subdued his all-knowing demeanor, his eyes filled with astonishment. Although he had previously visited Quartz Plateau, it was merely as a tourist, riding in a vehicle through the city. This was his first time witnessing the Alliance headquarters from such a high vantage point. This is the center of the Kanto region, Bairan murmured to himself. The tranquility of Pallet Town and the mysteries of the evergreen forest seemed insignificant in the face of this colossal manifestation of human civilization. Hold on tight. We are about to land. Green's voice brought everyone back to reality. His Charizard slightly tilted its wings, guiding Bairan to follow Professor Oak's Dragonite towards a specially designated platform bustling with various flying Pokémon. The scene on the platform was even more lively. Clusters of researchers clad in white lab coats gathered in small groups, exchanging pleasantries. Trainers hailing from various gymnasiums and distant locales wore serious expressions as they conducted final inspections of their Pokémon. Numerous distinguished figures from the academic realm, accompanied by rare Pokémon, engaged in discussions with the League's staff. A Charizard descended gracefully, the gusts of wind generated by its wings disheveling the hair of nearby researchers. Turning around, they beheld Green leaping down from the back of the Charizard, momentarily stunned before their faces transformed into expressions of recognition and respect. He was the gym leader from Viridian City. To their surprise, he had also arrived, reportedly assisting Professor Oak with a new research project. Who was that young man accompanying him? He was unfamiliar. Fragments of hushed conversations reached Bailan's ears, causing his palms to bead with perspiration. Just as he had leapt off the dragon's back and struggled to find his footing, he felt dozens of curious, scrutinizing, and probing gazes fixated upon him. The sensation of being the center of attention rendered him utterly uncomfortable. Everyone is here. Professor Oak's hearty laughter drew even more attention. As a luminary in the field of Pokémon research, his mere presence attracted crowds. Good day, Professor Oak. It's been quite a while. You still look as vibrant as ever. Professor Oak greeted the throng with a smile, exuding the aura of an academic leader in every gesture. This must be your grandson, Green. He certainly possesses the makings of a champion, remarked a middle-aged researcher with a Mediterranean hairstyle, directing his gaze towards Green. Green straightened his posture, revealing a confident smile. Greetings. I am Green from Pallet Town, and my aspiration is to become the strongest Pokémon trainer. The researcher's gaze shifted toward Bailan. This must be. Oh, this is my new colleague and one of my most esteemed students, Bailan. Professor Oak warmly placed a hand on Bailan's shoulder, nudging him forward. He is also the second author of the upcoming joint presentation with Zhenghui. Second author? Is that the paper on artificial evolution of multifaceted beasts? I've read it. I hear the concept was conceived by this young lad. Truly remarkable. So young? How impressive. The surrounding whispers grew louder, their gazes honing in on Bailan like searchlights. Bailan felt a flush creeping up his cheeks, managing only to force a stiff smile as he awkwardly greeted, "Hello, esteemed seniors. I am Bailan. I look forward to your guidance." Just as he was about to be overwhelmed by the attention, a voice exuberantly pierced through the crowd. "Bailan, my dear partner. You finally made it." The crowd turned to see Zhenghui, bedecked in a flamboyant yellow casual suit that mirrored his exuberant personality. Pushing through the throng with the enthusiasm of a toro's spotting food and enveloped Bailan in a hearty embrace. "Cough. Zhenghui, be gentle. You're squeezing the breath out of me." Bailan gasped. "Ha ha ha. I'm just too excited to see you." Zhenghui released him, taking a moment to appraise Bailan's attire with a nod of approval. "Not bad, not bad. Looking quite the genius researcher in a suit. Come, come. I'll show you to our accommodations. The League has arranged the finest view rooms for us, offering a direct sight of the main venue." Zheng Hui's arrival swept away the previously solemn academic atmosphere like a whirlwind, successfully liberating Bailan from his awkward predicament. Under Zheng Hui's guidance, the group navigated through the bustling crowd and entered a hotel specially designated for attendees. After settling their luggage, Bailan stood before the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows of their room. And indeed, the promised view was breathtaking. From this vantage point, the grand main venue of the League headquarters stretched out before him. Countless staff members were engaged in final preparations, and a massive electronic screen displayed promotional clips for the academic conference. An unprecedented mix of pressure and anticipation surged within Bailan. He inhaled deeply, relishing the crisp highland air, while behind him, the laughter and chatter of companions resonated. And before him lay the stage he would soon confront, composed of the world's foremost intellects. It seemed there was no escaping this moment. He gazed at his reflection in the glass, dressed in a suit, his expression complex, and whispered to himself. Chapter 125. Content is more important than ornate language. The restaurant arranged by the League for attendees occupied the entire top floor of the hotel. Enormous circular floor-to-ceiling windows offered a panoramic view of the majestic mountain scenery of the Quartz Highlands, juxtaposed against a skyline of architectural marvels, as if one could almost reach out and touch the clouds. The restaurant featured plush, deep red carpets beneath a dazzling crystal chandelier. The air infused with the aromas of delectable cuisine and the soft hum of conversation. Waitstaff glided silently among the elegantly dressed guests, balancing silver trays laden with culinary delights. In contrast to the surrounding restrained academic atmosphere, Professor Oak's table radiated vibrancy. "Wow, this roasted duck is incredibly tender," Ash exclaimed, his cheeks stuffed while his eyes fixated on a freshly served plate of pasta shaped like a Garridos. During the course of the meal, the tide of anticipation finally overwhelmed the undercurrent of anxiety. Bailan raised his gaze once more towards the grand venue outside the window. This time, he saw not a crushing weight of pressure, but rather a stage poised to unveil itself, one that belonged to him and Zhenghui. Chapter 126. The academic conference begins. At precisely 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the main academic venue at the Quartz Highlands League headquarters was filled to capacity. The design resembled a modern opera house, with tiered seating encircling a massive podium, ensuring that every attendee enjoyed an excellent view. Above, instead of cold crystal chandeliers, a vast curved screen simulated the sky, casting soft light that alleviated any sense of confinement inherent to indoor spaces. Bailan and his companions occupied the reserved front row seats, positioned at a distance that allowed them to observe every detail of the podium without feeling overwhelmed by proximity. The air was infused with a peculiar melange of scents, ink, a hint of coffee, and the intangible aura generated by thousands of brilliant minds converging in one place. Ash, evidently uncomfortable in such an atmosphere, fidgeted restlessly like a Monferno forcibly restrained in a classroom. Were it not for Nanami occasionally offering him small pieces of Moo Moo milk candy, he likely would have been clamoring to step outside and witness Pokémon battles. In stark contrast, Green retrieved a pristine notebook and fountain pen, sitting upright with a serious expression, as if he were not merely a spectator, but rather a peer reviewing scholarly papers. "Quiet down, Ash," Green gently admonished, his voice low yet piercing. "This is an academic conference, not a battle club in Nibby City." His words instantly pacified Ash, who muttered under his breath, as a melodic electronic chime resonated. The lights in the venue dimmed slightly, illuminating only the central podium with beams of light. A middle-aged man clad in a deep blue league uniform, his hair impeccably styled, ascended the stage. He was the host of the academic conference and the head of the league's academic department. Esteemed guests and fellow researchers, good afternoon. His voice, amplified by sound equipment, echoed clearly throughout the venue. Welcome to the Quartz Highlands, where we gather for this year's Pokémon Academic Exchange Conference. Here, the sparks of knowledge shall collide, and the path to truth shall extend. We believe that every exchange of ideas will serve as the cornerstone for guiding us toward a brighter future alongside Pokémon. After a fervent yet formal opening address, the meeting commenced in earnest. The first speaker to take the stage was an esteemed professor from Yuhong University, whose research focused on the correlation analysis between the revival success rate of ancient fossil Pokémon and genetic integrity. As Bailan was aware, the revival of ancient fossil Pokémon had long been funded by the Devon Corporation, likely tied to the very research topic of this venerable professor. The professor's presence exuded calm authority. His speech was deliberate and measured, complemented by a traditional PowerPoint presentation characterized by stark black text on a white background, occasionally adorned with indistinct images of fossils. The content was profound and meticulous, traversing from genetic sequence comparisons to the extraction of ancient air components from amber, with each datum meticulously substantiated. However, to the untrained ear, it might as well have been a hypnotic incantation. Ash found his eyelids growing heavy, his head bobbing. Had it not been for Gary's elbow jabbing him awake, he might have dreamt of challenging a gym leader. Conversely, Bailan listened intently, his admiration for the professor's almost stringent scholarly rigor growing. Instinctively, he activated his analytical vision, his gaze sweeping over the secret amber sample preserved in a specialized container. Item: secret amber, fragmented. Description: a resin fossil imbued with the genes of ancient flying-type Pokémon, tinged with flecks of red, possessing incomplete genes that yield a low revival success rate. Now it made sense, Bailan mused. The professor concluded that the current technology had a revival success rate of less than 20, with no assurance that the revived Pokémon would be free from genetic defects. The data presented corroborated his assertions precisely. This level of research pales in comparison to at least 3 papers in my grandfather's study, Gary remarked in a hushed tone, a hint of youthful arrogance lacing his words. However, the way he handles the data is indeed commendable. Zheng Hui, standing beside them, quietly scoffed, "Goodness. This gentleman is practically reciting a thesis. I'd wager that at least a third of the audience is checking whether their eyelids are welded shut." Bailan, did you see that? This serves as a prime example of what not to do. When it's our turn, we must enliven the atmosphere. Bailan merely smiled noncommittally, his gaze shifting to the second speaker. She was a female researcher from the Kalos region, her golden hair and azure eyes radiating elegance as she donned a perfectly tailored white lab coat, exuding confidence. Beside her was a whimsical Sylvian, clearly indicating her topic: the functional relationship between Sylvian's emotional fluctuations and the energy transmission efficiency of its ribbon-like appendages. If the previous speaker represented the classical school of thought, she was undoubtedly a paragon of modernity. Her PowerPoint was a visual masterpiece, replete with dynamic graphs and exquisite photographs of Sylvian. Her presentation was equally engaging, her voice melodious and her vocabulary vivid and captivating, rendering a complex biological subject akin to an enthralling narrative. When she demonstrated how her Sylvian could precisely control energy for healing injured Pokémon solely through emotional changes via its ribbon appendages, a wave of astonishment swept through the audience. Ash's eyes sparkled with excitement. He sat up straight, whispering, "Wow, that's amazing. That Sylvian is so beautiful." Nine, too, was transfixed, her eyes alight with admiration. Incorporating the principles of coordination breeding into energy research is truly an extraordinary idea. The female researcher's remarkable performance even subdued the previously confident Gary, who began fervently jotting notes. Meanwhile, Bailan felt the metaphorical boulder, which Zheng Hui had dismissed, quietly roll back into place. "Did you see that, little brother?" Zheng Hui's voice echoed in his ear again, this time tinged with gravity. She is a prodigy who has received the annual Newcomer Researcher Award in the Kalos region, mentored by Dr. Bratano. Our pressure has just increased. Yet, he continued with a grin. However, her research seems to be somewhat related to what we discussed at the Institute. We can explore that with her later. Bailan remained silent, his gaze fixed on the poised researcher adeptly navigating a slew of challenging questions. Her confidence was not a facade. It stemmed from her deep-seated conviction in her research findings. The radiance she exuded transformed the podium into her personal stage. He glanced down at the speaking notes resting on his lap. Each word, each datum was etched into his memory, In terms of logic and argumentation, he felt he could rival anyone. What he lacked was the ease and poise to thrive under the spotlight. Chapter 127. Our showtime has arrived. Time ticked by. Researchers continued to take the stage, sharing their discoveries. Some examined the morphological differences of Pokémon in the Alola region. Others analyzed the sources of Dynamax energy in the Galar region, and even a scholar from Sinnoh boldly proposed a hypothesis regarding parallel worlds. Although deemed fanciful by many due to insufficient evidence, it nonetheless stirred quite a commotion. Bailan absorbed it all like a sponge, observing the strengths of each successful presenter while dissecting the reasons behind the lackluster performances of others. He realized that the most crucial element was not grandiose rhetoric or flashy PowerPoint slides, but rather an essence known as sincerity. Those who genuinely cherished their research topics shone with a certain light in their eyes. When they spoke of their Pokémon companions, their tone softened. And when they showcased their findings, their faces radiated an unmistakable pride. It was this heartfelt passion that transcended linguistic and professional barriers, resonating with everyone present. I understand now. Bailan exhaled deeply, his clenched fist gradually relaxing. He was not afraid of the stage, nor the audience. What he subconsciously feared was that he had not fully embraced the role of a researcher. He had always felt like a cheat wielding a golden finger, an outsider among experts. But at that moment, clarity washed over him. His affection for the multi-type Pokémon, his dedication to this topic, and his yearning to unveil the truth were no less than anyone else's. His report was the culmination of his and Zheng Hui's efforts, as well as that of the multi-type Pokémon. This achievement deserved to be seen by all. At that moment, the scholar who had proposed the parallel world hypothesis concluded his presentation, descending from the stage amidst sparse yet polite applause. The host returned to the podium, a mysterious yet expectant smile gracing his face. We extend our gratitude to Dr. Watanabe for that fascinating hypothesis. Next, we present the penultimate report of this academic conference. The atmosphere in the venue shifted dramatically. Everyone knew that the closing act often carried significant weight. In the preceding months, a paper on a brand new evolutionary form of the artificial Pokémon multi-type had sparked widespread discussion within the academic community. Its emergence not only upended traditional understandings of artificial Pokémon evolution, but also proposed a novel possibility for the future of Pokémon datization. The host's voice was charged with fervor as a meticulously edited video began to play on the large screen. It showcased the agile figure of multi-type, dazzlingly navigating the data space, accompanied by rousing and rhythmic background music. Now, let us give a thunderous round of applause for the authors of this paper. The developers of the Pokémon storage system, the Pokémon enthusiast Dr. Zheng Hui, and the brilliant newcomer researcher from Professor Oak's lab in New Bark Town, researcher Bailan. A resounding applause erupted like thunder. The spotlight swiftly shifted from the podium, precisely illuminating the seats occupied by Bailan and Zheng Hui. In an instant, Bailan felt enveloped by the radiance of the world. He noticed Dr. Oki in the front row turning around, casting an encouraging glance in his direction. He saw Nai Mei smiling and forming a cheer with her lips. He observed Kingolv reclining against the chair, a barely perceptible smile gracing his lips. He even caught sight of Xiaoji and Xiaomao, their expressions a blend of anxiety and anticipation as they gazed at him. It's our turn, little brother. Zheng Hui patted him firmly on the back, his bright yellow suit gleaming under the light. Taking a deep breath, Bailan donned his signature, infectious smile. He rose to his feet, adjusting the collar of his suit. Raising his head, he met the thousands of focused gazes, and in that moment, all his apprehension and anxiety dissipated, leaving only an unprecedented sense of tranquility and exhilaration. He glanced at Zheng Hui, who had already taken a step forward, ready to electrify the audience with his flamboyant style, and couldn't help but smile slightly to himself, murmuring, "All right then, let the entire Kanto witness our masterpiece." The spotlight's searing warmth kissed his skin, rendering the fabric of his suit slightly warm to the touch. The thunderous applause surged forth like a tangible wave, crashing against his eardrums. Bailan stood, his vision filled with the blurred figures of thousands of audience members, while Zheng Hui's iconic, vibrant voice resonated in his ears. "Let's go, little brother. It's showtime." Zheng Hui waved to the audience, flashing a smile dazzling enough to grace the cover of a magazine, before striding confidently towards the steps leading to the podium. With each step he took, he was met with a chorus of appreciative whistles and cheers. Clearly, this Pokémon enthusiast's charm in the academic realm outshone even his brilliant yellow suit. Bailan followed closely behind, his pace steady and unhurried. Unlike Zheng Hui, who surveyed the crowd, Bailan kept his gaze fixed on the illuminated floor at the center of the stage. Strangely, as he truly set foot on this path, The last remnants of his nervousness vanished like mist dispersing in sunlight. He could feel several eyes upon him from the front row. Dr. Oki's gaze was warm and encouraging. Nine-Eye Mei silently cheering him on, and King Gulf's look was filled with anticipation. Even Xiaoji and Xiaomao momentarily ceased their banter, instinctively sitting up straight, their focus entirely on them. At last, he reached the podium. It was a space more expansive than he had imagined. Beneath his feet lay a wooden floor as smooth as a mirror. And before him was a sea of spectators, densely packed like stars in the cosmos. Zheng Hui did not immediately stride to the center of the podium, but rather turned sideways, using his broad shoulders to shield Bailan from the majority of the gazes directed at him. You stay behind the curtain for a moment, listen to the ambience, and get accustomed to it, he whispered conspiratorially, giving Bailan's sleeve a pat. I'll go wake up these old scholars, and when the atmosphere is just right, you can make your grand entrance. With a wink at Bailan, he confidently stepped to the center of the stage. Bailan obediently retreated behind the enormous red velvet curtain, a zone of light's blind spot that allowed him to observe everything below while keeping himself well concealed. Zheng Hui cleared his throat, placing his hands on the podium, leaning slightly forward, adopting a highly approachable stance. Good afternoon, everyone. I am Zheng Hui, he began, eschewing any formalities, his opening remarks refreshingly straightforward as if he were at a party. I know that after an afternoon of reports, your brain cells might have gone into standby mode like a sleeping Snorlax. So, before we delve into our tedious academic sharing, let me show you a little magic trick. Laughter erupted from the audience, the previously somber academic atmosphere suddenly invigorated by his presence. Even Xiaoji couldn't help but lean forward, curious. A magic trick? What will he conjure? How should I know? Xiaomao retorted, though his eyes remained glued to the stage. Just then, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The massive electronic screen behind Zheng Hui, which displayed the title of their paper, suddenly flickered and emitted a faint crackling noise. The screen's image began to distort, fracturing into a chaotic display of static. What is happening? Is there a malfunction? Murmurs of confusion spread through the audience, with staff members preparing to rush the stage to investigate, only to be halted by Zheng Hui's raised hand. A smug smile adorned his face, as if he were fully in control of the situation. Just as uncertainty filled the air, a point in the center of the static screen suddenly caved inward, forming a small vortex. In the next moment, a Pokémon, curvaceous and resembling a small bird, entirely cloaked in red and blue, emerged as if breaking through a watery veil. It gracefully twirled in the air, emitting a crisp electronic sound, and hovered above Zheng Hui's head. A collective gasp echoed through the venue, with several professors in the front row instinctively adjusting their glasses, as if to confirm they were not imagining things. It's from the video, the multi-type Pokémon. It came out of the data space. However, the astonishment was far from over. Before the first vortex dissipated, the screen manifested additional whirlpools in rapid succession. 1, 2, 3. And then a dozen identical multi-type Pokémon surged forth like a school of fish released into the wild, swirling in a vibrant red torrent above Zheng Hui's head. They formed a perfect circle, joyfully spiraling and gliding, their smooth surfaces reflecting a mesmerizing sheen under the lights, casting an ethereal glow upon the entire podium. Wow! Xiaoji was utterly entranced, standing up in excitement, shouting, so many. They flew out from the TV. Nine-Eye Mei quickly pulled him back into his seat, yet her own eyes brimmed with astonishment and admiration. This is not just a projection. Xiaomao's breath quickened as he fixated on the fluttering figures. Didn't he just evolve one? How could there be so many multi-type Pokémon? King Gulf, who had been crossing his arms, unconsciously let them drop, leaning forward slightly. His golden eyes reflecting the spectacle on stage, his face revealing genuine emotion for the first time. Everyone, do you see that? Zheng Hui's voice resonated again, brimming with pride and passion. This is the star of our report today, the multi-type Pokémon. A groundbreaking Pokémon capable of traversing between the realms of reality and data. He reveled in the audience's awestruck silence. Then, with a triumphant smile, continued, I know what you're all thinking. The evolution of one multi-type Pokémon might be a coincidence. However, to validate the universality of this evolution, during the period I was writing this paper, I reached out to my friends across Jindo, Hoenn, and Sinnoh who study computer science, including someone you might recognize, Ajo. As he spoke, he retrieved a small, crystal-clear box from his suit pocket. The box was no larger than a palm, yet it seemed to encapsulate a miniature galaxy, with countless streams of blue and purple data flowing within, exuding a sci-fi allure. Together, we created many of the necessary tools for this evolution, upgrading data. Zheng Hui held the small box high, ensuring everyone could see it clearly, and the results. As you all witnessed, each evolution was a resounding success. This proves that the new evolution of multi-type Pokémon is a stable, reliable, and reproducible path. As the final notes lingered in the air, an all-encompassing silence enveloped the venue for several seconds, only to be shattered by a thunderous applause, tenfold more fervent than at the outset, erupting like a volcanic explosion. This ovation was not mere decorum, but a genuine expression of awe and admiration. It coalesced the astonishment of thousands of brilliant minds into a palpable wave of sound, reverberating throughout the magnificent hall, nearly lifting the soft-lit canopy that simulated the sky above. In the front row, among the distinguished guests, an elder with a head of silvery hair, bespectacled and exuding refined elegance, clapped in admiration, turning to his companion, the radiant Daiki Yukari, who was basking in this moment of glory. "Yukari, you have indeed brought us old codgers an extraordinary surprise." His voice was warm yet powerful. He was none other than Dr. Yamashita, a venerable authority in the field of Pokémon evolution and a senior of Professor Oak from their days at Yuhong University. Having dedicated his life to the study of evolution, Dr. Yamashita had witnessed the discovery and validation of nearly all known evolutionary pathways. Yet, the scene before him, the artificial Pokémon transcending the confines of programming, presenting itself to the world in an entirely new form, signified far more than merely the emergence of an additional evolutionary state. "Ha ha ha, that is nature," Professor Oak proclaimed, puffing out his chest with unreserved pride, his smile stretching almost to his ears. The sense of pride he felt now was even more intense than when he had clinched the championship title in his youth. "And let us not forget who mentored this student. You old rascal, still so eager to bask in your own glory," Dr. Yamashita chuckled, shaking his head. Yet his gaze returned to the shadowy figure of the young man behind the curtain, filled with appreciation. "A few weeks ago, at the small symposium in your research institute, I was profoundly impressed by this child named Harlan. The concepts of personalized cultivation and emotional nutrition, though seemingly fanciful, strike directly at the core of Pokémon nurturing. I realized then that his perspective on issues diverges completely from our conventional viewpoints." His tone grew solemn. "In hindsight, I fear I underestimated him. To envision such an evolutionary path for the multifaceted beast calls for not only imaginative thinking, but also a profound understanding of data flows, energy transformations, and the emotional bonds of Pokémon. Indeed, talents emerge from every generation." Yukari. Chapter 129. Dr. Yoshida's invitation. This heartfelt commendation filled Professor Oak with immense gratification. He understood that Dr. Yamashita's research focused on Pokémon evolution, dedicating his life to uncovering the invisible chain of evolution that links all Pokémon. It was said that he had discovered and confirmed 90% of the evolutionary connections in the Sinnoh region. To earn his acknowledgement was truly significant. Dr. Yamashita pondered for a moment before suddenly proposing, "Yukari, once this conference wraps up, why not inquire about the young man's willingness? If he is agreeable, I would like him to spend some time at my research institute in Sinnoh." Professor Oak was momentarily taken aback. "You are aware of my research focus, Dr. Yamashita said earnestly. Although it may seem distinct from the relationship between Pokémon and humans, the underlying principles remain the same. He perceives the emotions of Pokémon behind the data, while I discern the connections of species beneath evolution. Allowing him to experience a different research framework and explore varied Pokémon ecosystems can only benefit his future." Professor Oak instantly grasped his senior's intentions. He was paving the way for Harlan. The wealth of knowledge and resources that Dr. Yamashita possessed in the realm of evolution was something he could not provide. Enabling Harlan to learn in Sinnoh would undoubtedly place him upon a higher pedestal, standing on the shoulders of giants. "I have no objections whatsoever," Professor Oak replied with a hearty laugh. "This child has his own ideas. As long as he is willing, I, as his mentor, will only rejoice in his endeavors. However, you must be prepared. His thoughts can sometimes be perplexing, even for a scholar of your stature." "Ha ha. Then I look forward to it even more." The two titans of Pokémon research exchanged knowing smiles, their gazes traversing the sea of heads, focusing jointly on the stage that was poised to herald a new era. At that moment, the applause on stage began to gradually subside. Jinghui, reveling in the moment, dramatically spread his arms wide in an exaggerated gesture of embracing the entire audience, eliciting a wave of good-natured laughter from below. Thank you, everyone," he called into the microphone, his voice brimming with vitality. "I understand that the earlier little magic trick may have left some of you perplexed, but fear not. The time for revelation is upon us." With a snap of his fingers, one of the multifaceted beasts, leading the swirling troop, gracefully detached from the formation. akin to a drop of red ink merging into water, silently re-entering the vast screen behind him. The visuals on the screen stabilized, regaining clarity. As you can see, the multifaceted beast possesses the ability to fully digitize itself, just like its pre-evolution, and can freely traverse electronic devices. Jinghui's tone shifted to serious professionalism. However, its capabilities extend far beyond mere traversal. He turned to operate the computer at the podium, and the screen instantly transformed into an exceptionally intricate three-dimensional map of the Kanto region, densely annotated with countless luminous dots representing various Pokémon habitats and activity ranges. This is the latest dynamic distribution map of Pokémon from the Alliance's ecology department, with data updating every second, Jinghui explained. Now, let us suppose we wish to ascertain the migration routes of all flying-type Pokémon that have appeared around the Shinjuku forest within the last 24 hours and have an energy level assessed as elite or above. How long would it take to retrieve and model this data using our current supercomputer? He glanced toward a researcher in a white lab coat and gold-rimmed glasses, the director of the Alliance's data center. After a moment of contemplation, the director stood and replied, "If the data model is already established, it would take at least 15 minutes of computation time at the fastest, and we would need to utilize the full computational power of server cluster number 3. 15 minutes? Jinghui grinned widely, revealing his pearly whites. Too slow. He turned to the screen, exclaiming, "Multifaceted beast, did you hear the earlier inquiry? Commence execution." No sooner had he spoken than the three-dimensional map on the screen seemed to come alive. Blue and purple data streams darted across the map like lightning, intertwining, while countless unqualified luminous dots instantly dimmed, leaving only a few dozen clear lines pulsing with red light, elegantly tracing arcs across the Shinjuku forest layout. The entire process, from Jinghui issuing the command to the results being displayed, took no more than 3 seconds. If the earlier spectacle had been a visual shock, this moment represented a cognitive upheaval. The hall erupted once more into a collective gasp, this time not from novices like Ash, but from true experts, data specialists and programmers from various enterprises and research institutions, who comprehended the weight of what they had witnessed. This is real-time data retrieval and dynamic modeling completed in sync. The computation logic is astonishing. It is not merely filtering, it is interpreting commands. This transcends artificial intelligence. This is a data life endowed with wisdom. Shigeru's fingers clenched the pen so tightly that they turned pale, his breath quickening as he observed the impeccably clear migration route map on the screen. In an instant, he recognized the value of this innovation. It was not just a research assistant, but a tactical analysis tool meticulously tailored for trainers. Green leaned back against his chair, having unknowingly straightened up. His gaze was as sharp as an eagle's, fixated intently on the screen, with a glimmer of contemplation shimmering in his golden pupils. He perceived further than Shigeru. Intelligence, analysis, prediction, an entity capable of thought, a data life. The revolution it could bring forth would be transformative. "Everyone, do you see?" Jinghui's voice brimmed with pride as he opened his arms wide, as if to embrace the miracle he had created, the multiform beast. It is not merely a cold program or a simplistic tool. It is our companion, a true Pokémon capable of standing alongside us in the realm of data. He paused for a moment, casting his gaze toward the curtain, his tone becoming gentle yet solemn. Naturally, the inception of all this grand vision, did not originate from me, a fervent Pokémon enthusiast. The spotlight seemed to possess a life of its own, gradually shifting away from Jinghui to illuminate the direction of his gaze. Now, let us extend an even warmer round of applause for the core architect of this paper, the very soul of our research. Jinghui took a deep breath, summoning all his strength, and called out that name. The prodigious new researcher from Pallet Town, Bairan. Amidst the thunderous applause, Bairan emerged slowly from behind the curtain, stepping into the radiant glow that belonged to him. Chapter 130, Bairan's presentation. As the resounding applause continued, Bairan stepped forth, entering the light that was rightfully his. The warmth of the spotlight exceeded his expectations, imbuing his impeccably tailored suit with a fresh aura. Before him lay a sea of unfamiliar faces, each one indistinct, yet the myriad of gazes converging upon him felt palpable, as if they were penetrating him to his very core. He approached the center of the stage, standing shoulder to shoulder with Jinghui, who had just delivered a flawless warm-up act, now beaming at him with an encouraging smile that radiated unwavering trust. Bairan inhaled deeply, filling his lungs with the mingled air of ink and passion that enveloped the venue. He did not speak immediately. Instead, he bowed deeply to the audience. The applause gradually subsided, and the entire hall fell into a hushed anticipation. "Before I commence my presentation, I would like to share a story with you. His voice resonated through the microphone, clear and steady, devoid of any tremor. This opening line took everyone by surprise, lacking the usual academic rigor, resembling more the prologue of a cinematic tale. Without waiting for the audience's reaction, Bairan snapped his fingers. Behind him, the enormous screen, which had just been utilized as a portal by the multiform beast, switched to a different scene. An exhilarating symphony erupted, commencing with Dr. Jinghui, his hair in disarray, passionately delivering a fervent speech. Next, stark black and white footage of the multiform beast convulsing in a tempest of data captured the atmosphere of despair and helplessness, instantly seizing the hearts of all present. In the crowd, many researchers who had previously viewed this video were transported back to the shock they had felt upon first witnessing it, while those encountering it for the first time instinctively held their breath. Ash's eyes widened as he recognized the scene from the video. Recalling everything that had transpired that day in the backyard of Jinghui's research institute, he clenched his fists subconsciously, anxiously watching the red and blue figure struggling amidst the chaotic data flow. Bairan masterfully controlled the rhythm of the video, transitioning from the oppressive feelings of research failure to the dazzling trajectory of upgraded data piercing through the air, culminating in the breathtaking light of evolution as the multiform beast transformed. Each frame struck a resonant chord within the audience's emotions. As the music gradually subsided, the image froze on the poignant moment of Jinghui cradling the multiform beast, weeping like a child, prompting several emotionally attuned female researchers in the audience to blink back tears. Nanami gazed at the screen, where a caption began to materialize, in tribute to every creator who burns their life for their dreams, her lips curling into a gentle yet proud smile. As the video concluded and the screen darkened, the light upon the podium remained bright. I believe many of you have already seen this video online, Bairan's voice resumed, pulling everyone back to reality. It garnered significant attention for me and introduced the existence of the multiform beast to the public for the first time. However, today, I wish to narrate the story behind this video, a tale of both serendipity and inevitability. He turned slightly, glancing at Jinghui, whose eyes were glistening with unshed tears. The genesis of this narrative was not a grand concept, but rather a minor flaw. Dr. Jinghui discovered that a portion of the early forms of the multiform beast exhibited certain vulnerabilities at their inception. For instance, the multiform beast featured in the video suffered from data fragmentation, which he regarded as a defect in his creation, causing him considerable distress. Bairan's account unfolded at a measured pace, akin to sharing a friend's woes. Thus, our initial aim was merely to create a patch to rectify this flaw. He spread his hands, a hint of self-deprecation in his tone. We attempted various methods to enhance energy supply and optimize data structure, yet with little success. Until we adopted a different approach. If we could not prevent deterioration, could we not endow the multiform beast with a capacity for self-repair, or even self-optimization? This novel perspective piqued the interest of the researchers in attendance. Ultimately, this idea birthed the embryonic form of upgraded data. It resembled a toolkit, brimming with various backup data modules and a completely new set of logical instructions. We envisioned that when the core program of the multiform beast experienced degradation, it would autonomously invoke this toolkit for self-repair. However, we underestimated a critical factor. Bairan's gaze swept across the room, his tone growing earnest. We underestimated the inherent desire for improvement and the instinct for evolution possessed by a life form that has been created. When we implanted that patch, which bore all our hopes, into the multiform beast, something unexpected transpired. It did not methodically repair itself, but rather made a more astonishing choice. It completely assimilated, analyzed, and integrated the entire patch. Then began anew. It shattered its old program framework, using the patch as a foundation and its core data as bricks, reconstructing a brand new, more powerful, and more perfect form amidst the data storm. Bairan extended his hand towards the multiform beasts that were joyfully soaring through the air. This is the truth behind the birth of the multiform beast. It is not merely a blueprint we designed, but rather a beautiful accident co-created by the multiform beast and our aspirations. Yet, it is also an inevitability. For the light of evolution resides within every Pokémon life yearning to grow stronger, whether it is flesh and blood or a being of data. As his words echoed in the hall, an enveloping silence descended. No one applauded. All were immersed in this legendary tale of birth. They seemed to perceive not a sterile academic presentation, but rather a magnificent epic about life, creation, and evolution. Shigeru's pen had unknowingly come to a halt, his gaze fixed upon Bairan, a tumult of indescribable emotions swirling within him. He had always believed that research consisted of data, logic, and countless tedious experiments. Yet Bailan revealed to him that the culmination of research could manifest as such a romantic and miraculous narrative. This guy, he murmured to himself, the youthful pride within him being thoroughly overwhelmed by a feeling known as admiration. Aoki reclined against the back of his chair, his once crossed arms now resting at his sides. He observed the youthful visage of Bailan, radiating an inner confidence and brilliance. He recalled his grandfather's words, a true nurturer must not only understand how to empower Pokémon, but also how to listen to their voices. At this moment, the young man on stage had evidently accomplished just that. He had not only heard them, but had also assisted that data-formed Pokémon in projecting its own voice to the world. After a brief silence, Dr. Yamanashi was the first to rise, vigorously applauding. His gesture acted as a signal, instantly igniting the entire audience. The thunderous applause erupted once more, this time infused with heartfelt emotion and recognition, rather than mere awe at the spectacle. Amidst the ceaseless clapping, Bailan bowed again. My report concludes here. He paused, straightened up, and revealed a sincere smile. Finally, I would like to extend my gratitude to my partner, the true father of the multifaceted beast, Dr. Jinghui. Without his tireless efforts and profound love for the multifaceted beast, none of this would be possible. Upon hearing this, Jinghui was momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter, vigorously rubbing his eyes and patting Bailan on the shoulder, his joy and pride unmistakable. I must also thank my mentor, Dr. Okido Yukinari, who taught me that the essence of research lies in understanding and love. In the front row, Dr. Okido smiled broadly, nodding to those around him. His chest puffed with pride, as if to declare, behold, this is my student. Concurrently, I extend my gratitude to all the researcher friends from across the regions of Johto, Hoenn, Sinnoh, and beyond, who selflessly assisted us during the data upgrade, replication, and validation processes. Lastly, I thank every multifaceted beast that bravely took that step to participate in this evolution. Thank you all. As the final word fell, the lights of the venue suddenly blazed to life. The applause, cheers, and whistles merged into a fervent wave, completely engulfing the main academic hall. This wave was a tribute to a groundbreaking discovery, and a coronation for the brilliant young researcher on stage, who had captivated everyone with sincerity and talent. Bailan bowed deeply one last time, and amidst the deafening cheers, descended the podium alongside Jinghui. As the spotlight faded and they returned to the shadows of the audience, the searing heat gradually dissipated, leaving behind an unreal warmth. They had barely settled into their seats when a vibrant figure rushed towards them. Bailan, you were absolutely fantastic, exclaimed Xiao Ji, his eyes shining like spotlights, his face brimming with admiration. That video, and the multifaceted beast flying out from the screen. It was like magic. Humph. What a fuss. Xiao Mao crossed his arms, attempting to maintain his usual demeanor, yet the faint blush on his ears and the involuntary smile betrayed him. From a narrative structure and emotional engagement perspective, it truly was a textbook-level presentation. You managed to convey complex theories through storytelling. Impressive. This roundabout compliment was the highest praise that the proud youth could muster. Well done, Bailan. Nine presented a bottle of warm moo milk, her gentle eyes filled with mirth. Your narrative made everyone feel the invaluable bond between Pokémon and researchers. It was truly remarkable. Jinghui then draped an arm over Bailan's shoulder, shaking him playfully with a broad grin that revealed his teeth. Did you hear that, my brother? I told you we are the best partners. Perfect. Flawless. Tonight, I'm treating you at the Lantern Volcano restaurant. Order whatever you like. Kingolv leaned back in his chair, observing Bailan, who was surrounded by admirers, his golden eyes reflecting the slightly flustered young man. He said little, merely nodding slightly when Bailan glanced his way, a subtle smile curving his lips as he uttered two words, not bad. Those simple words, spoken by a former champion, carried the weight of 1,000 praises. At that moment, Dr. Okido turned around with a cheerful expression, and Dr. Yamanashi followed suit. Bailan, your performance earlier even took me by surprise, Dr. Okido chuckled, the wrinkles on his face spreading with pride that shone brighter than when he had won the league championship. But hold your celebrations. My esteemed colleague here has something he wishes to convey. All eyes turned to the elegant elder. Dr. Yamanashi stroked his snowy mustache, his gaze warm and profound as he regarded Bailan, much like an artist admiring an uncut gem. Researcher Bailan, your report has profoundly inspired me. You discerned the emotions behind the data and perceived the inherent will of the Pokémon beyond the program's framework. Such insight is unparalleled among your generation. He bypassed unnecessary pleasantries and directly addressed the matter at hand. Therefore, I wish to extend an invitation. After this conference, Would you be willing to come to my research institute in the Sinnoh region for a period of exchange and study? At these words, the surroundings fell silent. Xiao Ji and Xiao Mao's excitement froze in an instant. Going to Sinnoh? Does that mean? Dr. Okito interjected, Dr. Yamanashi is an absolute authority in the field of Pokemon evolution research. The knowledge and resources he possesses will be immeasurably beneficial for your future research endeavors. Moreover, with Jindo yet to evolve, perhaps learning from Dr. Yamanashi could facilitate its evolution. This is indeed a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Bailan was taken aback. He had never anticipated that a report would garner such an esteemed offer from a luminary. The Sinnoh region was a place he had longed to explore in his previous life's game. Each name, from Tianguan Mountain to Shirdian City, resonated with memories. More importantly, Dr. Yamanashi's institute was a sanctuary for encountering all the initial Pokemon of the Sinnoh region and delving into the mysteries of evolution. In that moment, his laid-back, carefree mindset was profoundly shaken. On one hand lay the comfortable routine of the research institute in Shinshin Town. On the other, a precious opportunity to venture into the unknown and explore the very essence of evolution. He pondered for a moment. While comfort is indeed valuable, stagnation contradicts the most primal desire within every living being. Just as he had stated on stage, the brilliance of evolution resides within every life that yearns to grow stronger. Pokemon embody this, and so does he. Having come to this realization, Bailan raised his head to meet Dr. Yamanashi's expectant gaze, responding earnestly, It is an honor to receive your invitation. I would be delighted to travel to Sinnoh to learn. He paused, a hint of shyness creeping in as he added, However, I may need some time to return to the research institute to gather my belongings and research materials. Splendid. Excellent. Dr. Yamanashi exclaimed with a hearty laugh. His admiration evident. No rush, absolutely no rush. Young people have their own pace. You can set off whenever you are ready. The Sinnoh region will always welcome you. Going to such a faraway place. Xiaoji's spirits visibly drooped as he counted on his fingers, murmuring softly, Fool, this is Dr. Yamanashi's invitation. Though Xiao Mao also felt a tinge of reluctance, reason prevailed. He nudged Xiao Ji with his elbow. Do you have any idea how many researchers would give anything to be an assistant at his institute? This is a tremendous opportunity. Kingolv observed the unmistakable disappointment on the faces of his two younger companions and spoke. True partners rejoice in each other's progress. Bailan is going to learn, not to disappear. The path of the strong is one of continual advancement. His words prompted thoughtful nods from the two young boys. The matters concerning Bailan's journey to the Sinnoh region were delightfully settled within the span of a few brief exchanges. At that moment, the host once again ascended the podium, his voice imbued with an exhilarating sense of conclusion. We extend our heartfelt gratitude to researcher Bailan and Dr. Zhenghui for their remarkable presentations. Next, we have the final speaker of this academic conference. The audience's attention was swiftly drawn back to the stage. As for this particular doctor, he is indeed a formidable figure within our scholarly community. The host tantalizingly teased the audience, revealing that his research focus is on Pokemon techniques, and his methodology brims with an invigorating sense of dynamism. Chapter 132, Against Me, with all your might. As the words left his lips, a man clad in a white lab coat, his open collar revealing a bronzed, muscular chest, and sporting a pair of protective goggles around his neck, strode confidently onto the stage. His countenance radiated a sunshine-like brilliance, exuding a wild energy distinctly different from that of the other researchers present. Aloha, everyone, he proclaimed, introducing himself as Dr. Kukui from the Alola region. Bailan's eyes widened with surprise upon recognizing this future luminary as the grand finale speaker. My research topic is techniques. Dr. Kukui's opening remarks were equally straightforward. No amount of theoretical discourse could rival the authenticity of first-hand experience. Incineroar, take the stage. With a vigorous wave of his hand, a pokeball arced gracefully through the air. In a flash of red light, a powerful and imposing Incineroar, its form ablaze with fierce fighting spirit, roared onto the stage. The overwhelming presence akin to that of a champion instinctively made the audience in the front rows recoil slightly. Next, I shall demonstrate a formidable dark-type physical move, Darkest Lariat. Rather than retreating, Dr. Kukui adopted a stance, his eyes alight with fervor. Incineroar, unleash your full power against me. What? A wave of astonishment swept through the audience. Roar. Without a moment's hesitation, Incineroar unleashed a fierce roar, its body transforming into a black-red blur, dark energy swirling ominously around its arm, akin to a cannonball. It hurtled toward Dr. Kukui's chest. Ash sprang to his feet, his eyes wide in disbelief. fixated on the breathtaking scene unfolding on stage. Just as that destructive strike was about to connect, Dr. Kukui advanced rather than retreated, crossing his arms protectively in front of his chest, his entire physique tensing to its utmost limits. A resounding thud echoed throughout the venue, powerful enough to shatter bones. The violent shockwave erupted from the two figures, causing the stage curtains to flutter wildly. However, the anticipated spectacle of the doctor being sent flying did not occur. As the dust settled, Dr. Kukui stood his ground, having withstood the brunt of the darkest lariat with sheer flesh and blood. The floor beneath him cracked like a spider's web, yet his form remained steadfast like a mountain. Did you see that? He slowly lowered his arms, still wearing that audacious smile, his voice resonant like a bell. This is the power of techniques. This embodies the absolute trust forged between Pokémon and trainer through countless battles. A profound silence enveloped the hall. Following this, a frenzy of applause and cheers erupted, more fervent than any before, igniting the atmosphere. My word, he took a Pokémon's powerful move barehanded. Green, gripping his pen, trembled slightly, his worldview profoundly shaken. Meanwhile, Ash found himself at a loss for words, his eyes sparkling with enthusiasm, fixated on the godlike figure on stage, mouth agape, as if to accommodate a Pokeball. Powerful, passionate, charismatic. At this moment, Dr. Kukui's image perfectly aligned with Ash's dream of becoming a Pokémon Master. The cacophony and fervor of the conference gradually receded like a retreating tide, leaving behind an atmosphere thick with excitement and admiration. The lights in the main hall dimmed one by one, returning the stage that had witnessed miracles and upheavals to tranquil shadows. In the revolving restaurant atop the Alliance Hotel, the brilliant lights painted the Quartz Highland into a vibrant tapestry against the night. Beyond the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows lay a cityscape adorned with a sea of twinkling lights, as if the Milky Way had spilled onto the earth. Come, don't be shy. Today it's on me. Zheng Hui exuberantly waved the menu, akin to a champion freshly victorious in the Alliance tournament, celebrating our grand success in the multifaceted beast form. Order whatever you fancy. 10 servings of the priciest lobster sashimi to start. His exuberance, akin to proclaiming to the world, felt somewhat out of place amidst the restaurant's elegant and serene ambience. Drawing curious glances from the well-dressed patrons at the neighboring table, Naname chuckled shyly, gently tugging at his sleeve. Mr. Zheng Hui, please keep it down. What is there to fear? Zheng Hui patted his chest, his voice involuntarily lowering slightly. Today, we are the stars. Ash's attention was entirely diverted from the menu, his eyes still shimmering with an undiminished fervor, lost in the reverberations of that earth-shattering moment. Sister Naname, do you think Dr. Kukui really didn't feel any pain? That was Incineroar's move. I've seen a Tauros get angry and it gets sent flying with just a bump. It's not a matter of whether it hurts or not, you fool. Green lifted his glass of lemonade, taking a measured sip. Yet his eyes behind the lenses betrayed a shock even he was unaware of, a state achieved only through countless battles that honed both body and will to their limits. He held an unshakable trust in his Pokémon and absolute confidence in his own physique. More importantly, he likely comprehended the flow of energy and techniques at a level we cannot fathom. Leaning back in his chair, Green's long fingers unconsciously tapped the table, his gaze fixed on the nightscape outside as he added in a calm tone, the battling style of the Alola region is inherently wild. They emphasize the primal collision between trainer and Pokémon. Dr. Kukui is a paragon among them. He is not merely studying techniques, he is becoming a part of them. This evaluation plunged both Green and Ash into contemplation. Just then, a hearty voice called from behind them. Hey, aren't you Professor Oak and Dr. Zheng Hui? And a few young talents too. Mind if I join your table? They turned to find Dr. Kukui, one hand casually tucked into his lab coat pocket, the other holding a glass of orange juice, his face lit with a tropical sunshine-like grin. His open collar revealed a bronzed chest that continued to deliver a striking visual impact. Ash's eyes widened in excitement, nearly springing from his seat. Dr. Kukui. Ha. Just call me Kukui. He unceremoniously pulled up a chair beside Ash, instantly enlivening the atmosphere at the table. I was in such a rush on stage earlier. I didn't get a chance to chat with all of you properly. Especially you. He turned to Bairan, his gaze filled with genuine admiration. Your report on the multifaceted beast form truly opened my eyes, transforming a flaw into the key to a new evolution. What a radical concept. Chapter 133. How can one ever stagnate? You flatter me. Your presentation was truly breathtaking. Bailan carefully chose his words. Ha. You're absolutely right. Dr. Kukui laughed heartily, gesturing to his chest. Every first-hand experience grants me new insights into the energy structure of techniques. It's far more direct than perusing 1,000 data reports. So, young man, would you be interested in visiting the Alola region? The Pokémon there are positively exuberant. Alola, muttered Ash, his eyes brimming with yearning. Seizing the moment, Zhenghui approached eagerly. Reminiscent of a salesman, Professor Kukui, we are just about to celebrate. Why not join us? I must tell you, that rascal Bairan is not only an exceptional researcher, but his Pokémon cuisine is truly unparalleled. The atmosphere of the banquet grew increasingly vibrant with the unexpected guest's arrival. Ash transformed into Kukui's most ardent admirer, bombarding him with questions, ranging from the sensation of DD Goldhook's strike to whether there were numerous Pokémon in the Alola region he had yet to encounter. His boundless curiosity left even Kukui momentarily overwhelmed, yet he relished the interaction. Though still maintaining an air of composure, Shigeru's ears were perked up, occasionally interjecting with inquiries regarding move attributes, prompting Kukui to commend his solid foundation. Amidst the clinking of glasses, the conversation seamlessly shifted to another focal point of the evening. Professor Okido cleared his throat, his face aglow with excitement as he raised his glass towards Bairan. Bairan, have you truly considered Dr. Yamazaki's invitation? The Sinnoh region is frigid, and its environment pales in comparison to our Kanto. The research topics are far more tedious, so you must brace yourself. At his words, the previously boisterous table fell into an abrupt silence. Ash's exhilarated smile faltered, and he turned to Bairan with wide eyes, whispering, to such a distant place. Shigeru paused mid-motion, his hand still holding the glass aloft, and adjusted his glasses, attempting to sound indifferent. Humph, what's the big deal? Dr. Yamazaki is a leading authority on evolution. Receiving his guidance is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Engaging with different research frameworks from other regions will benefit your future endeavors. The Research Institute in Master Town can certainly manage without you. Yet, despite his words, the tightness of his lips and the slight droop of his eyelids betrayed a hint of unacknowledged disappointment. Indeed, Bairan, Nanami observed gently, her eyes filled with encouragement and a touch of reluctance. The fruit varieties and ecological environments in Sinnoh are vastly different from those in Kanto, which will undoubtedly provide significant insights for your ecological research. Should you need anything, do not hesitate to ask, especially regarding warm clothing or energy cube recipes for your Pokémon. I have everything you might require. She always expressed her nuanced care through the most practical actions. Green set down his cutlery, wiped his mouth with a napkin, his gaze calm, yet piercing, as if able to see into one's heart. In the Sinnoh region, east and west of Mt. Coronet, lies two entirely distinct Pokémon ecosystems. There, you will not only encounter Dr. Yamazaki's evolutionary theories, but also witness firsthand the diverse behaviors exhibited by the same species under varying environmental conditions. Such experiences are invaluable to a researcher. He paused, looking at Bairan, and continued, additionally, the current champion of Sinnoh, Cynthia, is an exceptionally powerful trainer. Her research focuses on the connections between mythology and Pokémon. Perhaps you will find common ground. From research to battle, Green's advice was always incisive, striking at the heart of the matter. All eyes converged upon Bairan, filled with anticipation, reluctance, concern, and encouragement. Bairan felt a surge of warmth from these complex, yet genuine emotions. He understood that while a comfortable life is appealing, his companions, both seniors and juniors, were all advancing in their own ways. How could he remain stagnant? He smiled, his expression as gentle and transparent as ever. I know what everyone is worried about. He first looked at Ash. It's not as if I want to return. I'm merely going to study for a while, akin to your summer camp experience. Moreover, both Dr. Yamazaki and Professor Okido's research institutes are equipped with video phones. I can call regularly, and your Pidgey will need to train well. Then he turned to Shigeru, adding a teasing tone. I'll be counting on you here at the institute. Let us not have it so that when I return, I find out that your Squirtle has flooded Professor Okido's garden again. Shigeru's face flushed crimson, his neck stiffening as he retorted, nonsense. I've already taught it to control the force of its water gun. Finally, he looked towards Green, Nanami, and Professor Okido, his demeanor shifting to one of earnestness. Thank you all for your suggestions and concern. I recognize this as an incredibly valuable opportunity. As I mentioned on stage, the brilliance of evolution resides within every life that yearns to grow stronger. This applies to Pokémon as much as it does to us humans. Well said, Professor Kukui exclaimed, slapping his thigh, sending a light clatter through the dishes. This is precisely how it should be. The paths of trainers and researchers are, after all, an endless adventure. Stagnation will only lead to obsolescence. His words acted as a stone cast into a lake, swiftly dispelling any lingering sorrow associated with parting. Indeed, adventure. For every individual in this world, whether embarking on a journey as a trainer or immersed in a laboratory as a researcher, all that they do is, in essence, a quest for the unknown and a challenge of self. Jingwei raised his glass, standing up, his eyes glistening with unshed tears, yet his face radiated a brilliant smile. Come, let us raise our glasses together. His voice was loud and sincere. To our magnificent success, to the birth of the multiform Pokémon. To the second, he gazed at Bairan, his eyes filled with brotherly affection and pride. To my dear friend, our future great researcher, Bairan. May your journey in Sinnoh be smooth and fruitful. And to the last, his gaze swept across each person present, from the esteemed Professor Okido to the eager yet naive Ash, to Pokémon, to our unceasing passion and dreams. Cheers. The crisp sound of clinking glasses echoed throughout the dining hall, the reflections on the glass walls capturing the myriad expressions on everyone's faces: pride, excitement, anticipation, reluctance, and a shared, profound longing for the future. Outside, the night deepened, while inside, the banquet seemed to illuminate a brilliant beacon, heralding the commencement of multiple potential futures. Chapter 134, Trust and Following. The revelry and warmth of the night eventually dissipated, carried away by the cool evening breeze of the quartz plateau. Upon returning to the luxurious suite arranged by the League for weary researchers arriving from around the globe, Jinghui, buoyed by excitement and the effects of alcohol, fell asleep almost as soon as he touched the bed, emitting a contented snore. Bairan tiptoed to cover him with a blanket before making his way to the enormous floor-to-ceiling window. Outside lay a cityscape, dazzling like a sea of stars, with the main venue of the League standing silently in the distance, resembling a slumbering giant. The echoes of the day's thunderous applause still reverberated in his ears. The intense sensation of thousands of gazes fixed upon him now transformed into an almost surreal aftertaste. He extended his hand to gently touch the cold glass. His reflection in a tailored suit displaying a subtle smile he hadn't even realized he wore. At that moment, a familiar blue holographic screen unexpectedly unfolded before him. Ding. Achievement detected. Footnote of an era. Achievement description. Your presentation at the world-class academic conference not only advanced the development of artificial Pokémon evolution theories, but also illustrated the essence of creation and life to the world through imagery. Adding your footnote to the annals of Pokémon research. Achievement reward, 50,000 BP points. Title, Academic Rising Star. Ding. Detection of the video The Birth of the Multiform Pokémon being widely circulated on Pokémon TV's official live broadcast, triggering unprecedented reactions. Real-time data settlement in progress. Received likes, 1, 342, 877. Received coins, 895, 432. Received favorites, 1, 102, 569. New followers, 987, 654. BP conversion in progress. Congratulations, host. This video has garnered a total of BP points, 280, 532 points. A cascade of system notifications flooded in like a waterfall, and as Bairan gazed at the astronomical BP figures, even his usually composed demeanor could not suppress the rapid beating of his heart. The footnotes of the era. Hundreds of thousands of BP, he murmured softly, a smile unconsciously spreading across his lips. The fleeting sense of confusion brought on by his imminent journey vanished in an instant, overwhelmed by this unexpected windfall. Now, his startup capital for Sinnoh was undoubtedly more than sufficient. Not only could he afford warm clothing, but he might also consider exchanging for a high-level handicraft skill book, allowing him to craft a set of master-level cold-resistant garments upon arrival. He suppressed the greedy thoughts dancing in his mind and redirected his gaze to the night sky outside the window. A new journey, now accompanied by ample resources, seemed less daunting. The following morning, the rising sun gilded the majestic quartz plateau with a warm golden hue. Eventually, the time for farewells arrived. Zhenghui, sporting a tousled mane, with eyes as red as a rabbit's, enveloped by lawn in a tight, bear hug, his voice thick with emotion, "Bro, remember to call me anytime when you get to Sinnoh. If you encounter difficulties in your research or face any bullying from local researchers, you must let me know. I'll fly over immediately to support you." All right. Bairan gasped slightly, finding it hard to breathe, and chuckled while patting his back. "You should worry about your own research institute first. Don't let us leave only for you to fuse with some Pokemon afterward. Get lost." Zhenghui laughed through his tears, playfully punching him. Dr. Kukui remained his ever-cheerful self, ruffling Ash's hair. "Little one, continue to nurture your passion for Pokemon. The doors of the Alola region will always be open for vibrant trainers like you. Yes, Dr. Kukui, Ash replied with a puffed-up chest, determination gleaming in his eyes. As the vibrant Charizard, Pidgeot, and Professor Oak's Dragonite soared into the sky in succession, the two figures on the ground waving goodbye gradually diminished in size. The scenery on the return journey mirrored that of their departure: rolling mountains, meandering rivers, and ethereal seas of clouds. Yet, the hearts of all involved were distinctly transformed. When they set out, they were burdened with the tension of a mission and the trepidation of an unknown stage. Upon their return, they were unencumbered, laden with honor, and filled with anticipation for a new future. Ash and Gladion refrained from the playful antics of their earlier journey, instead lying side by side on Dragonite's broad back, gazing down at the rapidly passing landscape, seemingly lost in thought. The sights and sounds of the Quartz Plateau, particularly Bairan and Dr. Kukui's two exceptionally inspiring presentations, had opened a gateway to a broader world for them. Bailan leaned against Charizard's warm back, the high-altitude breezes tousling his hair. He chose not to admire the scenery any longer, closing his eyes instead to quietly savor the tranquility of this journey. The thrilling conference and the jubilant celebration replayed in his mind like a film, ultimately crystallizing upon the gentle yet expectant gaze of Professor Yamanashi. Sinnoh, a place both familiar and foreign. Unbeknownst to him, the well-known outline of Shinshin Town reappeared on the horizon. As the three Pokémon landed gracefully in the backyard of Professor Oak's laboratory, the familiar scent of grass intermingled with sunlight enveloped everyone in a wave of comforting ease. Arwol, Mew. As Bailan unclasped the Pokeball, Jindo and Yunduo burst forth, unable to contain their excitement. Jindo affectionately rubbed against his leg, gazing up with deep blue eyes brimming with affection. Yunduo gracefully leapt and settled atop his head, nuzzling his hair with its soft body, resembling a fluffy white beret. Bailan smiled as he patted Jindo's now solid shoulders. The fire lizard had grown to nearly his height, and standing together indeed gave off a brotherly vibe. He crouched down, gazing earnestly into the eyes of his two Pokémon, and spoke gently. Jindo, Yunduo, I have something to share with you. This afternoon, we may need to prepare for a journey to a very distant place. Arwol. Jindo tilted its head, a flicker of confusion crossing its face. Mew? Yunduo above inquired curiously. This place is called Sinnoh, and I've heard it snows heavily in winter, unlike here, Bailan explained. We will head there to learn for a while, and we might stay for quite some time. The two little ones listened intently, perhaps not fully grasping the significance of Sinnoh or the concept of learning. Yet, they understood the earnestness in Bailan's eyes. After a brief silence, Jindo extended its paw, lightly yet resolutely resting it on Bailan's knee. It looked up, its blue gaze devoid of hesitation or unease, filled solely with trust and loyalty. Arwol. Yunduo also nudged Bailan's hair with its small head, letting out a bright chirp. Mew. Chapter 135, The Farewell of Departure. Observing their clear-eyed expressions, the last remnants of Bailan's uncertainty about the unknown dissipated. Indeed, with companions by his side, what did it matter where they ventured? He smiled as he tousled Jindo's head, rising to his feet. All right, let us now gather our belongings. Upon returning to his familiar room, Bailan inhaled deeply, savoring the unique blend of bookish aroma and faint sunlight that permeated the air. He intended to back up the research materials and video content on his computer first, as these were invaluable assets. However, the moment he pressed the power button and connected to the internet, the anticipated tranquil desktop failed to materialize. Beep, 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 beep. The instant messaging software and video platform backend icons in the lower right corner of his computer screen erupted in a frenzy. The shrill notification sounds converging into a cacophony that nearly overwhelmed the speakers. What on earth is happening? Bailan froze, bewildered. He had merely attended a conference at the Quartz Plateau, yet it felt as though he had missed the entirety of the world. In a flurry, he silenced the notifications and opened his Pokémon TV backend. The glaring, pulsating notification of 99 new private messages and comments made his eye twitch. He randomly clicked on a comment section. The pinned message was from the official Pokémon TV account. Congratulations to the esteemed content creator, Master Bailan, for presenting significant research findings at this academic conference in the Kanto region. Your live report has set a new viewership record for our channel's academic segment. We eagerly anticipate your future remarkable works. The comments below erupted with excitement. Wow, capturing a wild content creator. I wondered why there hadn't been an update for nearly a month. Turns out he quietly went to achieve great things. Stop with the wow already. I'm practically kneeling in front of the screen. I thought the creator was merely a scenic and educational video blogger. But now I discover he is a genius researcher capable of presenting at world-class conferences? To the person above, I always believed those tactical analyses and breeding techniques were fabricated. Now I truly believe. Master, take my knees. Wah. The video on the multifaceted beast brought me to tears. I had no idea there was such a touching story behind it. The creator is not just a researcher, but also a top-notch director. My dad watched the live stream yesterday, and this morning he dragged me by the collar, asking why. As a young person, I contribute nothing to science at the Quartz Plateau while I merely wait for instant noodles at home. It's so hard. Has anyone noticed the dashing blonde fellow beside the content creator? Is that not the master of the Aoi Green Pavilion from Tokyo City? And Professor Oak as well. The connections are quite astonishing upon closer inspection. The newcomer upstairs, I presume? The content creator has risen to the position of observer at the Oak Research Institute since debuting. What is more, consider his youth. Look at that face. He can't be more than 10 years old at most. Such a disparity between individuals is even greater than that between humans and Pokémon. As he gazes at the myriad of comments, ranging from shock and admiration to humorous jests, Bairan feels a throbbing in his temples. He never anticipated that the League would opt for a live broadcast this time. His report, hastily crafted to fulfill a duty and perhaps earn some BP, has unexpectedly thrust him from the realm of a niche content creator into the spotlight of the entire Kanto region and beyond. It seems that the desire to take it easy may be a tad challenging now. He looks at the symbol of his name, Bairan, being fervently discussed on the screen, and lets out a sigh, a complex expression of bemusement crossing his face. It appears that his plans for a leisurely retirement at the Research Institute are destined for an early demise. Knock, knock. 2 gentle raps at the door interrupt his thoughts. Bairan, are you busy? It is the soft voice of Nine-Eye. Bairan hurriedly closes the flashing windows and clears his throat. No, not busy at all. Please come in, Nine-Eye. The door swings open, and Nine-Eye steps in, cradling a brand new, bulging deep blue backpack that nearly obscures half her face. She places the backpack on Bairan's desk with a resounding thud, revealing its weight. Her gaze inadvertently sweeps across the still bright computer screen, landing on the prominent homepage recommendation and title. Ah, Bairan, your video has truly made it to the homepage. That's incredible. Her eyes curve into beautiful crescents, and her joy is pure and sincere, as if she herself had achieved this honor. It's merely good fortune. Bairan modestly waves his hand, attempting to shift the conversation away. However, Nine-Eye is undeterred, smiling as she replies, this is not mere luck. Your storytelling has allowed everyone to feel the most genuine emotions between Pokémon and humans. That is your talent. She pauses, her gentle eyes tinged with evident concern. But seeing you so popular makes me even more worried. She pats the enormous backpack and begins to list its contents. The Sinnoh region is nothing like our Kanto. It has a higher latitude and a harsher climate, especially in winter when temperatures near Mount Crown can plummet drastically. So, I've prepared a thick version of winter clothing, thermal underwear, and formulas for cold-resistant energy cubes specifically for Jindo and Yunduo, all noted in this notebook. She opens a side pocket to reveal a row of colorful spray cans. And this, Pokémon repellent spray, is essential as Sinnoh Pokémon are generally larger and the wilderness is more perilous. This bottle is for healing, this one for antidotes, and this one for burn treatment. I've labeled them separately for human and Pokémon use. She then opens the main compartment, revealing neatly folded camping gear, tents, sleeping bags, portable cooking utensils, and more. Although Professor Yamanashi's research institute is in the town, field studies are inevitable. The outdoor environment in Sinnoh is complex, and many areas have poor communication signals. In case of a blizzard, these supplies could be life-saving. Please be careful, do not catch a cold, and ensure both you and Jindo and Yunduo remain unharmed. Nine-Eye continues to impart her worries, her soft words enveloping Bairan like a warm stream, meticulously covering every aspect she could think of as a caring sister. Bairan listens quietly, the sense of elation brought by his newfound fame being thoroughly grounded by this tangible concern for each item. A wave of warmth swells within him, dispelling the loneliness that accompanies impending departure. Nine-Eye, he interjects with a smile. If you keep adding more, I might not be able to carry it. Rest assured, I will take good care of myself and protect Jindo and Yunduo. Look, he gestures to his arms. I've been training with Jindo lately, and I've built quite a bit of muscle. Seeing him still able to joke, Nine-Eye breathes a small sigh of relief, but cannot help but reiterate her caution. Above all, take care. At that moment, a lively commotion of footsteps echoes from outside the door. Bairan, how are the preparations coming along? Professor Oak's booming voice precedes his entrance, followed closely by Alway Green, Ash, and Gary. Professor, what brings you here? Bailan is taken aback. I came to see our future great researcher from Master Town. Professor Oak beams, approaching the desk and patting the large backpack. Oh my. Nine May has truly prepared everything thoroughly. Bailan. He continues, once you reach Sinnoh, be sure to heed Professor Yamanashi's guidance. He is a legend in the field of evolution, and anything you learn from him will benefit you for a lifetime. Alway Green does not enter, but leans against the doorframe, arms crossed, calmly surveying the room. When he speaks, his voice remains steady as ever. The Pokédex's communication function is globally applicable. Should you encounter any research bottlenecks or insurmountable issues, feel free to reach out to me. This simple statement carries more weight than any lengthy encouragement. It is not merely advice, but a solid promise from a former champion to a junior. Bailan. Ash leans in, his eyes sparkling with curiosity and yearning for the unknown. The Sinnoh region must have countless powerful Pokémon we've never seen before. You must shoot plenty of videos and send them to us. Good luck. Gary stands behind the group, hands tucked in his pockets, striving to maintain his usual cool demeanor. He adjusts his glasses and remarks dismissively, "Humph, just don't come back crying for home after a few days. I've heard from my grandfather that trainers in Sinnoh are of a higher average level. Don't embarrass us as researchers from Kanto." Though his words are sharp, the slightly averted gaze and tightly pressed lips reveal an unguarded concern. Don't embarrass us translates in Gary's language to you can do it. I believe in you. Bailan surveys the faces of those before him. The kindly Professor Oak offering his guidance, the silently supportive Alway Green, the meticulous Nine May, the dream-filled eyes of Ash, and the tough exterior masking the warmth of Gary. Each of them, in their unique ways, imparts the warmest and most steadfast strength for his forthcoming journey into the unknown. He takes a deep breath, straightens his posture, and bows deeply to everyone present. Thank you all. Thank you, Professor and Alway Green, for your guidance. Thank you, Nine May, for your concern, and thank you, Ash and Gary, for your encouragement. I assure you, I will take care of myself, acquire true skills, and not bring shame to Master Town or our research institute. His voice resonates clearly and firmly, echoing in the sunlit, book-filled room. Outside, the sun shines brightly, and faint sounds of Pokémon frolicking can be heard from the backyard. A grand farewell, devoid of a boisterous celebration, finds its most significant ritual in these everyday, warm reminders and blessings. The vessel for the Sinnoh journey is poised to set sail, while behind him, the harbor named home glows warmly. Once everyone departs, the room returns to silence. Bailan carefully stored the brand-new high-performance laptop generously sponsored by Dr. Demu, along with the upgraded camera and several high-capacity hard drives, into a hardshell suitcase. He spent a considerable amount of time neatly coiling all the data cables and securing them with Velcro, as if engaged in some sacred ritual. Once he completed this task, he meticulously tidied the entire room until it was spotless. The bed was made with sharp corners, and the quilt was folded into a standard tofu block, a remnant of the muscle memory from his military training in a past life. On the desk, only a desktop computer sponsored by Dr. Demu and a neatly arranged row of backyard observation notes remained. He turned to survey the immaculate room, where the curtains were drawn open, allowing the afternoon sunlight to pour in unabashedly, illuminating the dust particles in the air. This place was his first true home since his arrival in this world. It had embraced a bewildered soul, providing him with a corner to rest and lay back in this simultaneously familiar yet strange realm. A wave of emotion, named reluctance, surged silently like the rising tide. He took a deep breath, suppressing the feeling, and lifted the brown suitcase with one hand while effortlessly slinging the deep blue backpack prepared by Nine over his shoulder with the other. The backpack felt heavy, the weight a tangible expression of care resting on his back, yet warming his heart. He cast one last glance at the vacant room before gently closing the door behind him. With a soft click, a serene moment was separated from time. Descending to the ground floor, he found the spacious and bright hall of the Research Institute not as empty as anticipated. Everyone he had just said farewell to upstairs was gathered here, not a single person absent. The afternoon sunlight streamed through the enormous floor-to-ceiling windows, casting warm patches of light across the hall. The air was infused with a delicate aroma of tea and the faint hum of machinery, a uniquely comforting scent of the Damu Research Institute. What is everyone doing here? Bailan paused, somewhat surprised. Of course, we're waiting for you. You fool, Xiaomao exclaimed. Arms crossed and leaning against a row of server cabinets, his tone still laced with that infuriating teasing. Honestly, I thought you were up there embroidering or something. In stark contrast, Xiaoji dashed over, circling Bailan twice with curiosity, eyeing the large backpack on his back. Wow, Bailan, what do you have packed in that backpack? It looks so heavy. Is it really cold in the Sinnoh region? Did you bring winter clothes? The oblivious Xiaoji was still full of questions. His Bobo perched on his shoulder, also curiously chirping a few times and tilting its little head at Bailan. Yes, I heard it's going to snow heavily. Bailan replied with a smile, accustomed to Xiaoji's endless inquiries. Nai approached, holding a cup of freshly brewed hot tea, her smile warm enough to melt winter's snow. Chapter 137. The wind and snow await the stars. She said nothing, merely extending her hand to adjust Bailan's slightly askew collar and repositioning a strap of his backpack for added comfort. Drink something warm on the way, she offered, handing him a thermos. This is calming tea with a bit of honey. If you feel unwell on the airship, you can sip this. Thank you, Nai, Bailan replied, taking the still warm cup, feeling a warmth spread within him. Dr. Damu, hands clasped behind his back, cheerfully emerged from behind his research desk. He appraised Bailan from head to toe, nodding with satisfaction as if admiring his finest creation. You look well. You embody the spirit of a true researcher from Shinshin Town. He cleared his throat, pulling out an envelope and a card from the pocket of his lab coat, solemnly handing them to Bailan. This is your waterplane ticket to Shuqing City, along with the address of Dr. Yamanashi's Research Institute and my handwritten letter of introduction. Once you arrive, present this to Yamanashi. He will take care of everything. He paused, a familiar humorous expression gracing his face as he summarized in his unique haiku style. Young lad, aim for the distant horizon. Sinnoh's snow, do not catch a chill. Remember to write often. Even Grandpa can use a video phone now. Nai couldn't help but chuckle, the previously palpable sense of impending separation being momentarily diluted. Got it, Doctor, Bailan smiled, tucking the envelope and ticket away, knowing that beneath the seemingly playful words lay the genuine concern of a mentor. At that moment, the usually silent Xiaomao approached. He still wore an unwilling expression, his gaze wandering, deliberately avoiding eye contact with Bailan. He pulled out a small, exquisitely crafted wooden box from his pocket and directly thrust it into Bailan's hands. Hey, this is for you. Taken aback, Bailan opened the box to find a deep purple fruit nestled inside, its spotted surface resembling a question mark. This is, the analysis system promptly provided information. Mystery berry, a wondrous fruit of unknown effects, said to contain cosmic power. When carried, it may restore vitality upon receiving exceptional attack effects. This was not something easily found in the Kanto region. I stumbled upon it while helping Grandpa organize the warehouse. Xiaomao finally allowed his gaze to settle on Bailan, though his tone remained stubborn. Grandpa said that under certain special circumstances, it might have unexpected effects on Pokémon's energy. The Sinnoh region's environment is complex. Who knows, it might come in handy. His insistence on calling it a research sample inadvertently revealed his true intentions. This was not merely a sample. It was a carefully chosen gift imbued with hope. Thank you, Xiaomao. Bailan earnestly closed the wooden box, feeling a warm surge for the proud, yet gentle boy before him. I want to lose it. Of course. Xiaomao seemed to exhale in relief, quickly reverting to his haughty demeanor, turning away. I don't want my precious sample to be lost by you, the scatterbrained fool. The quiet Kingolf, who had been leaning against the door, finally approached. Unlike the others, he offered no words of admonition or encouragement, simply regarding Bailan with calm eyes, as well as the golden bean and cloud that looked up at him curiously. The golden bean had grown into a formidable charmeleon, standing resolutely beside Bailan, its tail flame quietly burning, eyes steadfast, akin to a soldier preparing for battle. Meanwhile, the cloud floated lightly on Bailan's shoulder, curiously observing everything before it. Kingolf's gaze lingered on the golden bean for a moment, seemingly assessing its growth. Then, he extended his hand toward Bailan. In Sinnoh, don't just bury yourself in research. Bailan grasped his hand. Kingolf's palm was broad and strong, bearing the calluses of years of training. Tianguan Mountain, Kingolf's voice was soft yet remarkably clear, is the backbone of Sinnoh, the juncture between legends and reality. The environment there poses significant challenges for any Pokémon, yet it is also the finest training ground. Your Charmeleon has great potential, don't let it go to waste. This piece of advice served as both a reminder and a form of acknowledgement. He recognized the fighting spirit in the golden bean's eyes and perceived that Bailan was not merely a researcher inclined to take things easy. I will, Kingolf go. Bailan nodded earnestly. Kingolf released his hand, casting one last glance over everyone in the hall, a faint, almost imperceptible smile gracing his lips. All right, the car has arrived. At his words, Everyone turned to see a black, Alliance-exclusive sedan silently parked outside the Research Institute, the driver standing respectfully beside the door, awaiting. The moment of parting had finally arrived. Bailan, do your best. Ash was the first to shout out, vigorously waving his hand, his face radiating genuine blessings. Once I secure the championship title, I shall journey to Sinnoh for a battle with you. With a resounding roar, Jindo appeared to comprehend this challenge. It turned to Ash and let out a low growl, its tail flames soaring with newfound vigor and determination. Meanwhile, Miwu fluttered gracefully to Nai Mei's side, gently rubbing its soft body against her cheek, as if bidding a tender farewell. Bailan surveyed the gathering before him one last time. There was the kind and humorous Professor Okido, the gentle and meticulous Nai Mei, the calm and reliable Aoi Midori, the enthusiastic and innocent Ash, and the stubborn yet soft-hearted Xiao Mao. And, of course, the esteemed Okido Laboratory, a repository of countless memories and solace for him. Taking a deep breath, he bowed deeply to everyone, uttering a simple farewell. Without further ado, he turned away, carrying with him the weight of their concern and the hopes for the future. Stepping resolutely towards the door, once inside the vehicle, he rolled down the window, gazing at the familiar faces outside, watching their waving arms and admiring the lab, which basked warmly in the sunlight. The car began to move slowly, and the familiar streets of Masera town began to recede in the background. That small, tranquil place where all stories commenced, along with those who came to see him off, gradually diminished in his view, ultimately transforming into a blurred silhouette that vanished around the corner. Bailan withdrew his gaze, leaning back against the soft seat, exhaling gently. The melancholy of parting was palpable, yet what surged within him was an unprecedented, fervent passion for the unknown journey ahead. He glanced at the wooden box in his hand, and then at the bulging backpack beside him. Behind him lay the harbor named home, ablaze with lights, while ahead beckoned the vast realm of Sinnoh, where snowstorms and stars awaited. Chapter 138, Boarding. Kai City, a seaside metropolis renowned for its port and electric-type gym, was perpetually imbued with the briny scent of sea salt and the essence of steel docks. The Alliance's black sedan came to a gradual stop at the exclusive VIP passage of the port. The driver, a seemingly affable middle-aged gentleman, promptly exited the vehicle to open the door for Bailan and retrieve the deep blue backpack and hardshell suitcase from the trunk. Researcher Bailan, we've arrived at Kai Port, he said with a smile, his eyes reflecting a mix of wonder and kindness at the sight of a 7-year-old embarking on a solo journey. Thank you, sir, Bailan politely expressed his gratitude. Oh, it's nothing, the driver waved his hand dismissively, pointing towards a modern terminal not far away. With your ticket in hand, simply descend the escalator ahead to reach the departure hall. The boarding gates for the seaplanes are located below. Just match the flight number on your ticket to the corresponding area, where each section has its own ticket checkpoint. It's quite convenient. Noticing Bailan's small stature and the oversized backpack that seemed to dwarf him, he added another piece of advice. If the luggage becomes cumbersome, feel free to seek assistance from the port staff. Don't strain yourself. I understand. Thank you once again, Bailan replied. And the driver cheerfully waved goodbye as he drove away. Watching the sedan merge into the flow of traffic, Bailan inhaled a deep breath of the salty sea breeze, the lingering sorrow of departure seemingly dissipating amidst the expansive seascape. He produced 2 Pokeballs, and with a flash of red light, Jindo and Miwu appeared at his side. Roar! Jindo, having just emerged from its brief confinement within the Pokeball, stretched with a grand yawn, its joints cracking audibly. Miwu, fluttered Miwu, soaring curiously around Bailan before settling on his shoulder, its fluffy body affectionately brushing against his cheek as it surveyed the new environment. Jindo, I entrust this hefty burden to you. Bailan patted the deep blue backpack. Jindo understood immediately, stepping forward to grasp the bag's handle with its front paws, effortlessly slinging it over its shoulder. The seemingly cumbersome load for Bailan was a trivial matter for it. Puffing out its chest, flames danced upon its tail, its expression serious, as if to assert, I'll carry this. Thus, the duo of 1 boy and 2 Pokemon made their way toward the terminal. Beneath the expansive glass dome, the bustling departure hall was alive with activity. Under the ceiling, flocks of Wingull chased and played, their calls ringing bright and clear. In a nearby resting area by the large windows, several Slowpoke lounged on the ground, staring vacantly at the ocean view, their tails unconsciously drawing circles on the polished floor. A myriad of Pokemon accompanied their trainers, some hurrying along, while others sauntered leisurely. In the distance, a colossal cruise ship sounded its long horn, merging with the roar of seaplane engines, composing a symphony of travel and adventure. This vibrant and dynamic scene nearly caused Bailan's excitement to spill over. He retrieved the ticket that Professor Okido had given him, which clearly displayed the destination of Jubilife City in the Sinnoh region along with a series of flight numbers. 917. Here we go. Following the signs, they swiftly located the designated boarding area. Through the expansive windows, a magnificent white seaplane lay gracefully anchored on the water's surface. Its sleek lines resembled those of an elegant swan, with massive pontoons glistening under the sunlight. The tail bore the emblem of Sinnoh's largest airline, Sinnoh Airlines. Wow! Bailan couldn't help but exclaim in awe. This was far more luxurious than any seaplane he had seen in documentaries during his previous life. The line at the ticket checkpoint was short, manned by a young female ground staff member who wore a professionally sweet smile. Upon noticing the child in front of her and the strikingly unique Charizard behind him, her eyes sparkled with delight. "Good afternoon, young one. Are you here to check in?" Her voice brimmed with extra warmth. "Yes, miss," Bailan replied, handing over his ticket along with a nod towards Jindo. "It also requires a ticket." The ground staff took the ticket, glancing at the details with increasing astonishment. This was a special ticket exclusively for high-ranking researchers within the Alliance, allowing the bearer to bring along 3 family members and significantly relaxing size restrictions for accompanying Pokémon. "Very well, no problem," she swiftly processed the information, her gaze inadvertently drifting back to Jindo. "Your Charizard is exceptionally well-bred, its scales shine beautifully, and its gaze is so spirited. It must be a shiny Pokémon, correct?" Roar. Jindo, upon receiving the compliment, nodded modestly, its tail flames seemingly brightening a shade. "Miwu," chimed in Miwu, perched on his shoulder, eager to assert its presence, prompting a light chuckle from the staff. "Your Flababy is also utterly adorable," she remarked as she handed back a supplementary ticket adorned with a Pokeball imprint alongside Bailan's main ticket, completing the procedure. "Your Charizard size meets the requirements, so you may board directly. Have a pleasant journey." "Thank you." Mississippi passing through the ticket checkpoint, Bailan stepped onto the floating bridge connecting to the cabin. Feeling the gentle sway of the sea beneath his feet, Jindo confidently led the way, carrying the luggage with ease, while Miwu joyfully soared above them. Inside the cabin was even more spacious and bright than he had imagined, the seats upholstered in comfortable off-white leather, with ample distance between them to ensure privacy. Bailan's seat was by the window, affording a splendid view. He placed his suitcase in the overhead compartment and settled down beside Jindo. The expansive sofa was more than sufficient to accommodate both him and his Charizard. Miwu lightly landed on the armrest between them, resembling a fluffy cotton candy ball. Gazing through the cabin window, the full panorama of dry leaf port unfolded before him. The figures of people and Pokémon on the dock appeared as diminutive stick figures, while the distant cruise ship resembled a moving castle. Here lies the land of Kanto, the very place where all stories commenced after his arrival in this world. The bittersweet pang of parting seemed to ebb momentarily, only to be swiftly replaced by a more potent emotion known as yearning. He recalled the words of Green. Crown Mountain is the spine of Sinnoh. What secrets lie hidden in that land cloaked in ice and legend? What encounters await with those Pokémon he had only seen in the Pokédex and visual archives? Just the thought of these mysteries set his heart racing, not from a thirst for battle, but from a pure curiosity and desire for exploration as a researcher. "Owu?" Jindo seemed to sense the fluctuation in his emotions, tilting its head and gazing at him with eyes ablaze with fervor. Bailan smiled, reaching out to stroke its warm chin. The rough texture provided an unexpected sense of reassurance. "It's nothing, just a bit of excitement," he murmured. "Jindo, Yun, our new journey is about to officially commence." "Owu, Mew." At that moment, a soft announcement resonated through the cabin, indicating that the plane was ready for takeoff. Soon after, the aircraft shuddered slightly, and the engines beneath the wings emitted a steady, powerful roar. The seaplane began to glide across the water's surface, accelerating as the ocean was parted, sending up frothy white waves. Ultimately, accompanied by a gentle sensation of weightlessness, the plane lifted its nose, breaking free from the ocean's embrace and soaring into the cloudless azure sky. The port and city below swiftly diminished in size, and the familiar Kanto, which held countless memories for him, gradually transformed into a cerulean silhouette on the horizon. Chapter 139. I, too, wish to soar. The wings sliced through the cloud layers, cleaving the soft sea of clouds in two. The well-known greenish outline of Kanto ultimately melted away at the boundary between sea and sky, dissolving into a delicate, almost imperceptible horizontal line, leaving only boundless azure waves and a cotton candy-like cloudscape in sight. Occasionally, enormous clouds drifted by like floating islands, the sunlight tracing dazzling golden edges along their peripheries. Bairan retracted his gaze, leaning back against the plush seat, as the tide of melancholy within him was quietly soothed by the steady hum of the airship. Bobo. A clear call drew Bairan's attention. Following the sound, he spotted a flock of dozens of Pidgey flying in a precise V formation, gliding past the side of the plane. They unfurled their graceful wings, riding the high air currents with a poise and elegance that seemed to proclaim them the true masters of the sky. Mew? Yin curiously nudged its little head toward the window, observing the neighbors who brushed past. Oh woo. Jindo also turned its gaze, its expression calm, instinctively gauging the flight altitude and speed of the others. These are old friends from Kanto, he softly explained to his two companions. Once we fly a bit further, we'll encounter Pokémon native to the Sinnoh region. Oh woo? Jindo tilted its head in curiosity, now nearly reaching the height of 7-year-old Bairan, sitting on the sofa where its line of sight aligned perfectly with his. Mew. Yin rubbed its small head against the glass, seemingly eager to see more clearly. Bairan instinctively squinted his eyes, activating his eye of analysis. In his field of vision, the leading Pidgey's information flashed briefly. It was nothing out of the ordinary. Merely a healthy and robust wild Pokémon. This had become an instinctive habit for him, a way of observing the world. He withdrew his gaze, retrieving the upgraded professional camera from his suitcase. Powering it on, he focused the lens, slowly sweeping it across the magnificent cloud sea outside, perfectly capturing the figures of the Pidgey soaring through the air. Once we reach our destination, I'll edit this segment into the video as an introduction, he contemplated. Adjusting the settings while thinking, I'll title it, A Flight Log from Kanto to Sinnoh, Crossing Mountains and Seas. Sounds quite appealing. He would also send a copy to the professors, reassuring them to quell any worries, especially Nai, who would surely feel more at ease upon seeing these splendid views. The flight was lengthy and monotonous. Yet for Bairan and his two Pokémon embarking on such an extensive journey for the first time, everything outside the window brimmed with novelty. Time leisurely slipped away in the steady roar of the engines. Before long, Bairan realized that the Pokémon ecosystem outside had begun to change imperceptibly. A flock of small birds, mottled in gray and black with note-like patterns on their chests, flew past in droves, their chattering calls seeming to penetrate the thick cabin window. Mook. As they drew nearer, Bairan discerned that they were a group of Starly. These gray birds bore sharp gazes and a tuft of signature fluff atop their heads, their calls loud and crisp. Eye of Analysis promptly provided the information. Starly, starling Pokémon, a common flying-type Pokémon in the Sinnoh region, known for their noisy and gregarious nature. Sinnoh is Pidgey, I suppose? Bairan silently mused, quickly snapping a picture of the lively little creatures. Mew. Yin expressed great interest in these new faces, its small paws pressed against the window, watching intently. Shortly thereafter, more Sinnoh natives began to appear in succession. Before long, several black Pokémon, adorned with gentlemanly hat-like crests, glided past with an air of elegance tinged with foreboding. It was Honchkrow. Higher up in the clouds, a vividly colored parrot-like Pokémon, shaped like a musical note, occasionally caught his eye, mimicking the roar of the airship's engine, emitting a raucous yet comical call, like a moving recording device. That was Chattit. This sky was no longer the domain of Kanto. Oh woo. Jindo had, unbeknownst to him, risen to its feet, its front paws resting on the window ledge, its golden slit pupils reflecting the vast expanse of sky outside. It watched with rapt attention, its gaze following every Pokémon that flew by, a flame of desire igniting within its eyes. It observed as a notably larger and fiercer-looking Starly, the Staraptor, dived with astonishing speed, expertly capturing the currents of air, and how Honchkrow deftly navigated between clouds, using light and shadow to conceal its form. It recalled Green's Charizard, which soared majestically through the skies, overlooking the earth with an imposing presence. It also remembered the sky sovereign Bairan had described, the one residing in the ozone layer, who quelled the primal conflict between the ocean and the land, Rayquaza. For those powerful Pokémon with an insatiable yearning, the sky represents the ultimate battlefield, a realm of supreme honor. The sky, Jindo's claws unconsciously clenched tightly. The flames on its tail flared up abruptly, illuminating a half-foot higher, the flickering light reflecting its eyes filled with longing and determination. It too wished to fly, not merely to float, but to conquer this boundless sky with its own wings, just like its predecessor Charizard. Bairan observed Jindo's tense silhouette, its tail ablaze with fervent flames, swaying slightly, revealing its inner turmoil. He chuckled softly, reaching out to ruffle Jindo's somewhat stiff head. What are you thinking? Oh woo. Jindo turned back, nudging his palm with its head, then turning back to the window, emitting a low growl. The message was unmistakable. I too wish to soar. Soon. Bairan reassured. Bailan's voice resonated with a convincing certainty. However, the act of flying transcends simply possessing a pair of wings. It demands an understanding of the wind, mastery over air currents, and, most importantly, a heart capable of bearing the weight of the sky. Every punch you throw, every flame you exhale, and every sprint you undertake is a step towards accumulating the strength for that pivotal moment. He paused, gazing into Jindo's increasingly radiant eyes, and continued. Qing Lv's Charizard is formidable because it has endured countless battles and trials alongside him. Strength does not manifest out of thin air, Jindo. When you are ready, the day of evolution will not be far off. Once you arrive in Sinnoh, ample opportunities await you to experience the true expanse of the sky. The winds atop Crown Mountain are far more fierce than those here. Chapter 140, Arrival in Jubilife City. When the time comes for you to evolve into a Charizard, we shall soar wherever you desire in this sky. Just don't blame me for holding you back as your trainer. Oh well? Jindo nodded vigorously, its tail flame leaping higher by half a foot, as if pledging a vow. It would indeed use its own wings to conquer this sky for Bailan. Miwu. The cloud-like companion nearby, snuggled closer, its soft form brushing against Jindo, as if offering encouragement. The 2-day journey was long yet smooth. Bailan unscrewed the thermos prepared by Naname, and a wave of warm steam, fragrant with herbs and sweetened with honey, wafted towards him. He took a sip, the warm tea sliding down his throat and dispelling the fatigue of travel, enveloping him in a sense of homely warmth. Suddenly, he recalled something and rummaged through his backpack to find a card given to him by Professor Oak, which contained Dr. Yamashita's contact information. Considering the time difference, he calculated and dialed the number. Beep, beep. After 2 rings, the call was answered by a gentle, scholarly voice, rich with age. Hello, this is Yamashita Research Institute. Hello, Dr. Yamashita, this is Bailan. He quickly responded, a student of Professor Oak. Ah, Bailan. I was wondering when you would reach out to me. The voice on the other end brightened with warmth. Have you set off yet? Yes, doctor. I am currently on a seaplane heading to Jubilife City, and I expect to arrive tomorrow morning. Ha ha ha, splendid. Young people are full of vigor. Dr. Yamashita's laughter brimmed with appreciation. Do not worry. I have already arranged for my assistant, Mr. Burleigh, to meet you at the port tomorrow. He will be holding a sign with your name, so you will easily spot him. The surname Burleigh stirred a flicker of recognition in Bailan's mind. It seemed to belong to a prominent family in Sinnoh, the same family of the famous heroines from the Diamond and Pearl series in his past life. And with little light, it would follow that he must have a brother named Diamond in this world's logic. It appeared this assistant was no ordinary individual. Thank you so much, doctor. I appreciate your assistance. Nonsense. I am eagerly looking forward to discussing Pokémon evolution with you. In any case, you must rest well after your arduous journey. We shall meet tomorrow. Upon hanging up the phone, the last remnants of Bailan's anxiety regarding the unfamiliar environment dissipated. Shortly thereafter, a flight attendant wheeled a food cart down the aisle. The in-flight meal was unexpectedly sumptuous, featuring not only exquisite dishes suitable for human consumption, but also specially prepared nutritious meals for Pokémon, made from high-grade berries and energy cubes. Observing Jindo and Miwu eating with delight, Bailan felt his appetite awaken. As he savored the food, his mind began to contemplate the purpose of this journey to Sinnoh. It was not solely for learning, but also to lay the groundwork for Jindo's evolution. The Crown Mountain mentioned by Qing Lv undoubtedly served as the ideal testing ground. Its harsh environment and formidable wild Pokémon presenting the perfect crucible to temper Jindo's will and strength. As night fell, the sky outside the window transformed from a clear cerulean to a sunset of molten gold, eventually settling into a profound navy blue. A brilliant moon hung in the sky, casting its cool, silvery glow over the endless sea of clouds, resembling a silent, floating expanse of snow in the night. The cabin lights dimmed, leaving only a few soft night lamps illuminating the space. Most passengers had succumbed to slumber, the air filled only with the steady hum of the airship's engine. Bailan adjusted his seat to a reclined position, covering himself with a soft blanket. Jindo curled up beside him, the flames at the tip of its tail condensing into a small, warm flicker, gently swaying in the dimness and warming a small patch of space. Miwu nestled into Bailan's embrace, finding a comfortable position and transforming into a fluffy, soft bundle, emitting even breaths. He cast one last glance at the magnificent tapestry of stars and clouds outside the window. The bittersweet pang of departure, the thrill of embarking, and the yearning for the unknown intertwined within him, ultimately coalescing into a profound tranquility. Behind him lay the harbor called home, aglow with lights, while ahead stretched the vast realm named Sinnoh. He closed his eyes, succumbing to a deep slumber amidst the lullaby of the engine. When the first rays of dawn belonging to the Sinnoh continent streamed through the window, transforming into a warm golden line that gently brushed against Bailan's eyelids, he awoke languidly. He had enjoyed a restful night. Miwu stirred, letting out a satisfied mewl, while Jindo had already awakened, quietly perched by the window, its tail flame burning steadily, like a sentinel gazing upon the new world. Owl. Noticing Bailan's movement, Jindo turned its head, signaling him to look outside. Following its gaze, Bailan found his breath momentarily caught in his throat. The airplane was gently descending, and below no longer lay the boundless sea of clouds, but rather the majestic outline of a city emerging from the mist. It was a metropolis strikingly different from any in Kanto, rising not from flat ground, but rather constructed with breathtaking ingenuity upon a massive, hollowed-out mountain. The architectural marvels cascaded along the mountain's contours. The modern glass facades seamlessly merged with the rugged, exposed rock, creating a unique aesthetic that harmonized technological advancement with primal strength. The city's roads sprawled in all directions, resembling a spider's web that enveloped every layer of the mountain, with vehicles and pedestrians moving through the streets like tireless worker ants. Several iconic skyscrapers pierced the clouds, their surfaces aglow with massive holographic advertisements, showcasing everything from the latest Pokémon cuisine to previews of league competitions, vibrant and infused with a sense of the future. Jubilife City, Bailan whispered softly. Here lay the heart of the Sinnoh region, a steel metropolis erected upon veins of minerals and technology, with a gentle vibration and the sound of splashing water. The seaplane landed smoothly on the expansive waters of Jubilife Port, gliding toward the enormous floating dock. Ladies and gentlemen, we have arrived at our destination. Jubilife City in the Sinnoh region. The current temperature is 17 degrees Celsius, with clear skies. Thank you for choosing Sinnoh Airlines, and we wish you a pleasant journey in Sinnoh. Chapter 141, Mr. Burleigh. As the cabin door opened, a refreshing breeze, imbued with a hint of coolness and a faint mineral scent, distinct from Kanto, rushed in. Bailan gently placed the sleeping Miwu on his shoulder, picked up his suitcase, and followed the flow of people down the jet bridge. Jindo, with a sense of awareness, hoisted the deep blue backpack onto its back, following Bailan with a steady gait while vigilantly surveying their surroundings. The departure hall of Jubilife Port was even grander and busier than that of Leaf Forest Port. The variety of Pokémon here is strikingly distinct, with the common Pokémon of the Sinnoh region visible everywhere. An elegant Lurantis glides silently past a well-dressed lady, its golden eyes shimmering with a sharp glint. Nearby, a group of children surrounds a plump Buniri, attempting to stroke its soft fur, while in the distance, a raucous chattet expertly mimics the port's broadcast announcements, eliciting a wave of amused laughter. Bailan retrieves a card inscribed with the details of Dr. Yamanashi's assistant and begins to scan the crowd at the arrival terminal. Soon, he spots a middle-aged man in the corner of the throng, holding a white sign. The sign is inscribed in neat lettering, Bailan. The man, appearing to be around 40, is tall and dressed in a well-tailored dark gray suit, his tie impeccably knotted, a pair of gold-rimmed glasses perched on his nose, and his hair neatly combed. He stands upright, his demeanor serious, exuding an air of meticulousness characteristic of the elite class. Bailan approaches him with Jindo in tow. Good day, are you Mr. Belrich? The man hears the voice and looks down at the child, who barely reaches his waist. A flicker of surprise passes through his eyes behind the lenses, but it is quickly replaced by professional courtesy. He inclines slightly, his posture elegant and formal. Yes, you must be the researcher Bailan introduced by Professor Okido. I am Belrich, Dr. Yamanashi's assistant. Welcome to the Sinnoh region. His voice is calm and steady, imbued with a perfectly measured respect. Hello, Mr. Belrich. I appreciate your efforts on the journey here, Bailan replies politely. Belrich's gaze shifts to Jindo behind Bailan, particularly noting its distinctive golden skin and the composed manner in which it carries a hefty backpack, a hint of admiration gleaming in his eyes. This charmeleon has been exceptionally raised. Dr. Yamanashi has informed us, and arrangements have been made for you at the research facility. He straightens up and gestures invitingly. The vehicle is just outside. However, the professor specifically instructed that if you are not fatigued, we could take a brief tour of Jubilife City to familiarize you with the environment. Then I would be grateful, Bailan readily agrees. His curiosity about this legendary city of technology piqued. Belrich leads Bailan out of the port, where a sleek black stretch limousine awaits by the roadside. Once inside, the plush leather seats insulate them from the clamorous world outside. Jubilife City is the largest metropolis in the Sinnoh region and the epitome of technological advancement. Belrich begins, signaling the driver to commence their journey while adopting the demeanor of a seasoned guide. To the west lies Route 202, leading to the beach and Sanjem town, where Dr. Yamanashi's research facility is located. To the north, you will find the Jubilife TV station and the global terminal, while the eastern side connects to the caves leading to Veilstone City, home to many wild Pokémon. The car glides smoothly along the expansive streets. Bailan gazes out the window, noting the architectural style distinctly different from that of Kanto. Many buildings retain a rugged rock structure, as if they have sprouted from the mountains themselves. Holographic signs and advertisements line the streets, suffused with a cyberpunk ambience. That is the Jubilife TV station. Belrich points to a uniquely designed building topped with a massive antenna. All of the region's popular programs are broadcast from here. Bailan nods, pondering whether his own videos might be aired here, imagining the surge in BP points that would ensue. Ahead, a dome-shaped structure is visible, which is the headquarters of Poketech. Following Belrich's gesture, Bailan observes a striking white circular building, its vast glass facade reflecting the sunlight, with a colossal Pokeball logo slowly rotating at the entrance. At that moment, the doors of Poketech slide open automatically, and a man in a stylish casual suit with slightly curled hair, brimming with energy, strides out briskly. He appears to be discussing something with someone behind him, a confident smile illuminating his face. When his gaze inadvertently sweeps across the slowly moving car, he suddenly halts. His eyes, brightening, fixate on Bailan, or rather, on Jindo beside him. The man strides toward the vehicle and gestures to Belrich for a moment of pause. Belrich, evidently recognizing him, displays a hint of surprise and signals the driver to halt. The window descends slowly. "Isn't this Mr. Belrich? What a fortuitous encounter." The man greets warmly, then turns his attention to Bailan, his face alight with unabashed surprise and curiosity. "And this young lad, with this gleaming charmeleon, if I am not mistaken, you must be Bailan, the one who posted the observational videos from Professor Okito's backyard online?" Bailan is momentarily taken aback, not expecting to have gained inter-regional recognition in this world. "Hello, I am Bailan. Ha ha ha, it truly is you. I am an ardent fan of yours." The man bursts into hearty laughter, retrieving a business card from his pocket and presenting it. "Greetings, I am the president of Poketech. I watch each of your videos. They are simply delightful. The innovative filming technique from the Pokemon's perspective to observe their daily behaviors is nothing short of genius." A deeper astonishment flickers behind Belrich's glasses. He knew Bailan was a favored student of Professor Okito, but he had not anticipated that he was also a renowned video blogger with fans even in the Sinnoh region, one of whom happened to be the president of Poketech. "Your videos have provided me with immense inspiration," the president continues, his enthusiasm palpable as he delves into his area of expertise. "The interaction between Pokemon and humans should not be confined merely to battles and commands. We are developing a new generation of Poketech, and one direction focuses on how trainers can more conveniently record and understand the daily states and emotions of their Pokemon. Your videos exemplify this perfectly." As he speaks, his excitement mounts, and he turns to say something to the assistant who has followed him, prompting the assistant to dash back into the building, only to return shortly with an exquisitely crafted box in hand. "Since it is our first meeting, and I have not prepared a gift," the president says, presenting the box to Bailan with pure admiration and enthusiasm. "This is our company's latest Poketech, a small token of support for the future great researcher. I hope it aids you in your journey through Sinnoh." Bailan gazes at the box before him, the thrill of being a fortunate interloper igniting within him. Yet he maintains a facade of politeness and restraint. This is too extravagant. "Not at all. Knowledge and creativity are the true treasures," the president insists, thrusting the box into his hands without further ado. "This Poketech features the latest data interface, allowing wireless connectivity with your Pokédex. While its analytical capabilities may not match those of the Pokédex, it is highly convenient for quickly scanning a Pokémon's basic status, such as health and mood levels. The recorded data will also automatically sync to your Pokédex, facilitating your research documentation. Well then, thank you very much." Bailan solemnly accepts this unexpected gift. "Ha. I should be the one thanking you. I eagerly anticipate your series of videos from Sinnoh. Farewell, researcher Bailan." The president waves flamboyantly, turning to depart, leaving Bailan and Belrich exchanging glances within the car. Belrich adjusts his glasses, regarding the 7-year-old boy beside him with renewed admiration. "Researcher Bailan, you truly are a hidden gem." Bailan opens the box, revealing a sleek, minimalist wrist device resting inside, exuding a sense of technological sophistication. He smiles and fastens it onto his wrist. The screen illuminated, revealing a line of small text. Welcome to Sinnoh. A new journey begins now. The atmosphere inside the vehicle became subtly charged by this unexpected interlude. Through the rearview mirror, Belric observed the child beside him, engrossed in fiddling with a new watch. Those eyes, which had recently radiated calmness and wisdom, now gleamed with curiosity as they navigated the Pokémon Research Watch, fingers gliding across the diminutive screen. With each newly discovered feature, the corners of the child's mouth involuntarily lifted into a smile. This demeanor finally bestowed upon him a semblance of the exuberance characteristic of a 7-year-old. The tension in Belric's mouth softened unconsciously, and the gaze behind his lenses grew more intricate. He recalled his daughter back at the estate, equally precocious, yet shrouded in a lavish gown and strict decorum, as if to shield her tender heart from prying eyes. Such children, indeed, were a source of concern. He sighed inwardly. The once impeccable aura of an elite began to quietly dissolve, revealing a trace of paternal warmth tinged with mild resignation. Researcher Bairan, he cleared his throat, drawing the conversation back to the present. It is getting late. Dr. Yamanashi instructed us to ensure you are well taken care of. There is a restaurant in Jubilife City known for its distinctive dishes, which I believe you will find delightful. I hope it is not too much trouble. Bairan looked up, slightly embarrassed. This is my duty, came Belric's standard reply, though his tone had softened considerably. Moreover, given that the Doctor's Research Institute was located in Masago Town, there remained a considerable distance to traverse. Let us dine first, take a moment to rest, then we shall set forth. The sedan silently merged into the flow of traffic, traversing several bustling commercial streets before finally halting before an unassuming yet subtly opulent building. There were no ostentatious signs at the entrance, only a polished obsidian plaque inscribed with elegant silver lettering, "The Edge of Snow Pavilion." A dapper doorman approached, respectfully opening the car door. A waft of warm air, imbued with the scent of high-end fragrances and exquisite cuisine, enveloped them. Bairan, cradling Cloud, led the way, followed closely by the golden-eyed Jindo, who bore a hefty backpack, their feet sinking into the plush, almost velvety carpet. The interior of the restaurant took Bairan's breath away. It was a stark contrast to the academic banquet he had previously attended. Beyond the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows lay a meticulously maintained indoor lake, its crystalline waters revealing several leisurely psyducts gliding across the surface. Countless strands of soft fiber optics, reminiscent of jellyfish tentacles, cascaded from the ceiling, casting the entire space in an ethereal, underwater glow. Guests donned elegant attire, engaging in hushed conversations, their accompanying Pokémon mostly of refined or rare species. A noble roseraid delicately presented a napkin to its lady owner, while a gentleman at another table was accompanied by a languid Esper, eyes blissfully closed. The air was thick with an exquisite yet aloof atmosphere characteristic of the upper echelons of society. Bairan instinctively tugged at his clothing. Although his travel attire, meticulously selected by his sister Naimi, was clean and neat, it felt somewhat out of place here. His experience was limited to internal soirees at the Oak Research Institute, where discussions revolved around the latest papers and projects, often escalating into animated debates, filled with the fervor of academia, an atmosphere worlds apart from the one before him. Jindo, too, seemed to sense the ambience, setting down the backpack and closely shadowing Bairan, its golden vertical pupils scanning the surroundings with vigilance, the flames on its tail subdued, as if fearing to scorch the exquisite carpet. Meanwhile, Cloud remained blissfully oblivious, curiously gazing at the sparkling tendrils overhead, reaching out with tiny paws as if to touch them. Belric observed all of this, noting the boy's suddenly straightened posture and slightly awkward demeanor. He slowed his pace, drawing closer to Bairan, his voice lowered and softened. Relax. Researcher Bairan. While this place may appear formal, the cuisine is among the finest in Jubilife City. Today, I shall treat you as a welcome gesture. He led Bairan to a reserved table by the window, gesturing for him to sit. Dr. Yamanashi is quite affable. The atmosphere at the Institute is far more relaxed than here. Your accommodation has been arranged on the second floor of the Research Institute, fully equipped with all necessities. With a window overlooking the beach in Masago Town, a splendid view. In just a few words, he vividly painted the forthcoming arrangements, deftly steering Bairan away from the constraints of the current social setting towards the more inviting and anticipated research environment awaiting him. Indeed, upon hearing words like Research Institute, accommodation, and beach, Bairan's eyes sparkled anew, and the tension in his shoulders visibly eased. Thank you, Mr. Belric, he expressed sincerely. Do not mention it. Belric pulled out a chair for him, then seated himself opposite. He summoned the waiter and expertly ordered several of the restaurant's signature dishes. also specifically selecting 2 exquisite Pokémon meals for Jindo and Cloud. The dishes arrived promptly, presented on exquisite white porcelain plates, each a masterpiece of culinary art. One featured grilled fish seasoned with Sinnoh's prized citrus sauce, its skin crispy and the flesh tender. Another was a creamy rice dish adorned with strands of golden egg. Rich and flavorful, the Pokémon meals were equally refined, with a substantial piece of meticulously grilled beef before Jindo, while Cloud's plate held a beautiful pudding made from an assortment of sweet berries blended with yogurt. Cuisine, indeed, remains the finest bridge to forge connections. As the first bite of the delectable fish dissolved on his palate, the lingering sense of constraint dissipated entirely. Bairan's attention swiftly gravitated towards the culinary delights before him, while Jindo eagerly gnawed on a piece of roasted root vegetable larger than its head, and Cloud buried its small face into the berry pudding, emerging with a mouthful of sweetness. Observing the trio, 1 human and 2 Pokémon, immersed in their gastronomic indulgence, Belric finally allowed a genuine, gentle smile to grace his features. Perhaps, maturity does not solely reside in adherence to etiquette or the observance of rules. Rather, it lies in the ability to maintain an untainted curiosity and love for the world, regardless of one's surroundings. His daughter embodied this spirit, and so too did this boy, heralded as a prodigy. Chapter 143, Yamanashi Research Institute. The lunch concluded amid an atmosphere bordering on perfection. That meal served as an invisible bridge, quietly narrowing the distance between Bairan and Mr. Belric. The earlier chasm separating adult from child, elite from junior, dissolved seamlessly amidst the warmth of the food and the ease of their conversation. As Belric settled the bill with a private card, Bairan cradled the now plump Cloud, who had begun to doze off, while Jindo diligently packed away the unfinished roasted root vegetable into the backpack, its movements precise, akin to a dedicated steward of belongings. "Are you full?" Belric inquired upon his return, his tone unexpectedly gentle. "Yes," Jindo nodded solemnly, even patting its non-existent belly. Bairan smiled, ruffling the creature's head. "Thank you for your hospitality, Mr. Belric. This has been the best meal I've had since arriving in Sinnoh." "I'm pleased to hear that." Belric's gaze lingered on the well-organized backpack of Jindo, his eyes softening behind the lenses. "Now, let us head to Masago Town. The doctor should be eagerly awaiting us." The luxurious black sedan roared back to life, smoothly departing from the bustling heart of Jubilife City. The scene outside began to transform rapidly. Towering skyscrapers and flickering holographic billboards gradually fell behind, replaced by a more expansive view filled with lush greenery. Along the roadsides, vast stretches of grassland and forests burst with primal vitality. This is Route 202, the lifeline connecting the city of Jubilife to the town of Sanjim. The wild Pokémon ecosystem of the Sinnoh region starkly contrasts with that of Kanto. At that moment, the voice of Helplessly resonated, fully embracing his role as both a guide and a teacher. Here, the Pokémon, due to the environment and climate, tend to exhibit greater resilience and aggression. Even in seemingly innocuous areas, trainers typically travel in pairs. As his words lingered in the air, the bushes by the roadside rustled, and a few small creatures with blue bodies and star-shaped tails peeked out, their black forepaws gripping the ground as they curiously examined the passing steel behemoth. They were Shinx. The screen of the Pokegear on Bairan's wrist illuminated automatically, a concise icon blinking momentarily, accompanied by a line of small text. Nearby Pokémon detected. Shinx, shiny Pokémon. Health status, good. Oh, Bairan was somewhat taken aback. He had not anticipated that the Pokegear possessed such an automatic detection feature. Though the information was simplistic, its convenience and expedience were commendable. Instinctively, he activated the analysis eye, and a stream of more detailed data flashed through his mind. Shinx, shiny Pokémon, generates electrical currents by extending its claws. Its fur glows when it senses danger. Miwu, nestled in his arms, was also drawn to the spectacle. It raised its little head, curiously observing the small creatures outside that were similar in size to itself. Ow! Jindo's gaze was sharper, fixating on the Shinx. Helplessly, noticing the activity on Bairan's wrist, explained, "This is one of the fundamental functions of the Pokegear, encounter detection. For researchers, it allows for the swift documentation of Pokémon species and their distribution density encountered along the way, making it an exceptionally practical tool. Indeed, it is quite convenient." Bairan sincerely marveled, while internally calculating the potential advantages. This device was nothing short of a treasure for field research. In the future, it would even eliminate the need for species labeling in videos. The car continued onward, and soon, an endless expanse of azure coastline appeared at the horizon. The sea breeze wafted through the partially opened window, carrying a hint of saltiness and freshness, invigorating his senses. Sanjem Town at last. In stark contrast to Jubilife's steel forest, Sanjem Town was a serene and picturesque locale. Houses with red roofs were nestled along gentle slopes, extending towards the golden beach. Seagulls circled overhead, emitting bright calls, while a few large crabs ambled sideways on the beach, basking lazily in the sun. The entire town basked in warm sunlight and gentle sea breezes, exuding a comforting and languid atmosphere. The Yamanashi Research Institute was situated at the highest point of the town, where the view was unparalleled. Berlacy gestured towards a modern white building with expansive glass walls perched on the hillside. The structure resembled not a research institute, but rather an art gallery poised on the edge of a cliff. Its clean lines harmoniously blended with the surrounding natural environment, embodying a fusion of technological austerity and aesthetic beauty, a testament to the owner's refined taste. The car glided along the town's pristine streets, finally halting in front of the institute's entrance. Berlacy was the first to disembark, opening the car door for Bairan with a courteous gesture. "The doctor is inside, Researcher Bairan. Please enter." Bairan took a deep breath. The air, infused with the scents of sea salt and grass, reminded him of the clear mornings in Pallet Town. Cradling Miwu and leading Jindo, he stepped into this place where he would reside, learn, and work for some time. The interior of the Research Institute was even more spacious and luminous than it appeared from the outside. The lofty hall was adorned with immaculate white floor tiles, and the walls were decorated with various evolutionary skeletal diagrams and gene sequence models of Pokémon. The air was imbued with a faint mingling of disinfectant and the aroma of paper, suffused with an academic rigor. Several researchers clad in white lab coats hurried past, nodding respectfully to Berlacy while curiously eyeing the small figure behind him, as well as the magnificent golden Charmeleon. "Dr. Berlacy, you have returned," greeted a young female researcher. "Dr. Yamanashi is waiting for you in the third-floor archive." "Understood," Berlacy nodded, then turned to Bairan, saying, "Let us ascend." The ascent to the upper floor was not via stairs, but rather a technologically advanced circular lift. As Bairan stepped onto it, the platform rose silently, allowing him a better view of the Institute's internal structure. The second floor housed living quarters and breeding areas, where he could see fully equipped Pokémon breeding rooms through glass panels. The third floor contained the archive and the doctor's office. As the lift came to a halt on the third floor, Bairan's heartbeat quickened. The hallway on this floor was long, carpeted with thick material that muffled footsteps. At the end of the corridor stood a heavy wooden door. Berlacy approached and gently knocked. Chapter 144, Longing. Berlacy pushed open the heavy wooden door, and a wave of mixed aromas, old paper, salty sea breeze, and a faint hint of herbs, washed over them, embodying the essence of a scholar steeped in the passage of time. Bairan's gaze was immediately captivated by the room's entirety. It bore no resemblance to any office he had envisioned. There were no cold metallic instruments, nor flickering electronic screens. The entire space resembled a fusion of a private library and museum, characterized by a vintage aesthetic. Towering bookshelves, filled with tomes of varying thickness, from pristine hardcovers to ancient, yellowed texts, seemed to threaten to engulf the walls. A large oak desk stood at the room's center, cluttered with uniquely shaped fossils, an unrolled ancient scroll, and stacks of annotated research papers. At the far end of the room, a massive floor-to-ceiling window framed the serene yet grand coastline of Sanjem Town, where golden sands and azure seas shimmered under the sunlight, and the silhouettes of seagulls glided across the sky, silently adding dynamism to this picturesque scene. An elderly man stood with his back to them, gazing out towards the distant horizon where the sea met the sky. He was tall, clad in a crisply pressed white lab coat, his snow-white hair meticulously groomed, exuding an aura of authority and meticulousness even from behind. "Doctor, Researcher Bairan has arrived," Berlacy respectfully announced. The elder turned slowly. Bairan instinctively softened his breathing. The face that faced him was one meticulously sculpted by the hands of time, with deep-set lines and furrows etched into his forehead, chronicling a lengthy, scholarly journey. His eyes, sharp as a hawk's, bore a deep gray hue, seemingly capable of piercing through superficiality to grasp the essence of matters. His well-groomed white beard added an air of gravitas. This was Dr. Yamanashi, a luminary in the field of evolutionary research in the Sinnoh region. His gaze did not linger on Berlacy, but instead fell directly upon Bairan, that scrutiny palpable, as he meticulously examined this mere 7-year-old child from head to toe. Jindo took a half-step forward, positioning itself protectively behind Bairan, emitting a low growl. Its tail flame flickering slightly, warily studying this imposing figure. "Jindo, it's all right," Bairan gently reassured, patting Jindo's back to signal it to relax. He met Dr. Yamashita's gaze with an air of quiet confidence, offering a subtle bow. Good day, Dr. Yamashita. I am Kairan, a student of Dr. Okido. It is a pleasure to see you once more. His voice was clear and composed, unfazed by the formidable aura surrounding the esteemed doctor. Dr. Yamashita's eyebrows arched slightly, appearing somewhat taken aback by the composure of this young man. His attention shifted from Kairan to the golden Charmeleon before him, and a flicker of keen interest sparkled in his sharp eyes. A glimmering Charmeleon, indeed rare, and exuding vitality with robust muscles and an impressive gaze. He spoke, his voice more penetrating than it had sounded over the phone. That Okido fellow always manages to uncover exceptional talent. However, he did not pursue this topic further. Instead, his focus returned to Kairan's face. I have reviewed your presentation at the academic conference. The narrative was compelling, and the video was exceptionally well-crafted, an excellent piece of electronic storytelling, accessible to the general public. However, researcher Kairan. He paused, his gray eyes seemingly intent on absorbing every thought within Kairan's mind. Setting aside the ornate narrative techniques, I wish to comprehend the fundamental logic beneath. In your perspective, what is the core driving force behind the emergence of the multifaceted beast, that so-called beautiful accident? The inquiry was sharp and direct, piercing the heart of the report. Belrich's expression grew serious, understanding that this was both Dr. Yamashita's curiosity and an ultimate assessment of the young man before him. Kairan fell silent for a moment, refraining from providing the conventional answers of data integration or program optimization. He raised his gaze, glancing at the golden beam beside him, then out at the vast sky beyond the window. It is desire, he articulated succinctly. Both Dr. Yamashita and Belrich were momentarily taken aback. It is the desire of that multifaceted beast to transcend its fragmented data deficiencies. It is our yearning to rectify those flaws, to enhance its existence. More fundamentally, it embodies a life form's instinctual longing for evolution, for the aspiration to become a more perfect entity. Kairan's voice, though soft, resonated with clarity. The upgrade of data is merely an opportunity, a key. What truly unlocks the door to evolution is not we, the creators, but the multifaceted beast itself. It yearns to break free from the shackles of its past, to possess a more formidable physique. This desire ultimately overcomes the logic programmed into it, sparking a tempest of data. He extended his hand, gently stroking the golden bean's head, which nuzzled affectionately against his palm. Like the golden bean, it yearns to soar, to conquer the skies like its illustrious predecessor, the Charizard. Thus, every punch it throws, every breath it exhales, every sprint it undertakes is not merely training. It is an accumulation of strength toward realizing that desire. I believe that the brilliance of evolution is ignited by this known as desire. As he concluded, the study fell into a profound silence, the only sound being the rhythmic crashing of waves against the shore, distinctly audible. Behind Belrich's glasses, a glimmer of astonishment sparkled. He had never anticipated that a 7-year-old could possess such profound and philosophically nuanced insights into the subject of evolution. What he perceived transcended mere data, touching upon the essence of life itself. Haha. A low, rumbling laugh shattered the stillness. Dr. Yamashita's previously icy demeanor melted away, replaced by genuine admiration and unreserved appreciation. Desire, beautifully articulated, excellently expressed. He clapped his hands vigorously, his sharp eyes now brimming with joy akin to discovering a precious gem. I never imagined that Okido would truly uncover such a treasure. He strode to Kairan, his imposing presence now softened, replaced by the warmth of a mentor towards a protege. Welcome, Kairan. From this day forth, this shall be your second research institute. I shall not assign you fixed topics. You may freely utilize this library and all the resources of the institute. I have but one request. He gazed earnestly into Kairan's eyes, stating with gravity, maintain this remarkably advanced perspective, observe, and ponder. I look forward to witnessing you uncover your own answers on this wondrous land of Sinnoh. At that moment, the side door of the study creaked open gently, and a figure stepped inside.